Detected that the host is currently unemployed. The unemployment assistance system has been successfully activated. Reply to confirm to activate the system for free. Ding! The unemployment assistance system has been successfully bound. The system will provide you with 888 yuan in unemployment benefits daily and offer physical enhancement as long as you remain unemployed. The unemployment assistance system will continuously provide you with support. At this moment, at 30 and unemployed, I was sitting on a green train back to my small hometown. I stared at the holographic screen and the message on my phone showing 888 yuan deposited. What's going on? I triggered a system like in a novel. This is a chance to change my fate. But now that I'm back in the small town, can I still enjoy the benefits of this system? I thought, having the system makes it irrelevant where I am. The pressure in big cities is too much. It's more comfortable in a small town. Once I save enough capital, the world is so big, I can go anywhere. Thinking of this, I was so excited that I nearly jumped out of my seat. I eagerly studied the system's functions and found that it not only supports me during important moments in my life but also assigns me tasks, completely respecting my choices. I couldn't stop smiling. Just these two aspects of support are impressive enough. With an unemployment benefit of 888 yuan a day, that's over 26,640 a month. If the system had come a couple of days earlier, I might have even resigned on my own. As for physical enhancement, I can improve my physique without working and even accelerate it through exercise. Now I won't have to worry about minor health issues. In a while, I'll be a muscle man again. With the system, my recent gloom instantly vanished, and I felt incredibly relaxed. Soon after, the train slowly came to a stop. I stood outside the slightly rundown train station in the small town, looking up at the blue sky, thinking that this time I would live differently. Returning to Manhwa County after 2 years, I found that it hadn't changed much. Tall residential buildings were everywhere, the roadside malls still felt familiar, and promotional posters and loudspeakers filled every corner. Street food stalls emitted tempting aromas, with roasted sweet potatoes and candied hawthorns creating a lively atmosphere. Even taxi fares remained affordable, and housing prices had dropped from 8,000 to 6,000, which was good news for me. I curiously asked the driver, "Master, you haven't raised your prices in so many years, can you still make a profit?" The driver smiled and said, "You can tell you haven't been back for a long time." The driver replied helplessly, "What I mean is, prices went up to 10 yuan last year, but everyone protested, saying they wouldn't ride unless the price dropped back. We drivers nearly starved." People in small towns are united, information spreads quickly, even taxi fares can be adjusted rapidly. Once the driver started talking, he began sharing gossip from the county, like the TV host who became a mistress and got taught a lesson by the original wife. I listened with great interest. After a while, we arrived at the bungalow behind the county's first primary school. 3 years ago, my mom said it was going to be demolished, but nothing has happened since. I guess it's due to the sluggish real estate market. I carried my suitcase into the yard. It was just after 1 p.m., and my parents should be napping. Oddly, the door was locked, and knocking produced no response. At that moment, Aunt Wang from next door came out to hang clothes. She supports 2 college students on her own and is very kind. I often went to her house for meals when I was a child. We exchanged glances, and I smiled, greeting her, "Aunt Wang, long time no see." Aunt Wang said, "Oh, you're back. Are you here to take care of your dad?" I was startled. "Take care of my dad? What's going on?" Aunt Wang explained, "Yes, your dad was in a car accident this morning, and he's just home now." That was quick. I panicked upon hearing this and quickly asked Aunt Wang, "Which hospital is my dad in now?" Aunt Wang replied, "The county hospital." "How come you didn't know about this?" I didn't have time to answer and hurried outside. The taxi was still struggling to turn around in the alley. I shouted to the driver, "Please take me to the county hospital." The house isn't far from the hospital. It took just a few minutes to get there. I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At a critical moment, I couldn't reach my mom by phone, which was infuriating. Upon arriving at the hospital, I rushed to the reception desk. Fortunately, someone was on duty at noon. I urgently asked the nurse, "Hello, where is Chen Dazhuang now?" The nurse said, "Please wait a moment, I'll check for you." While anxiously waiting, a familiar voice called out, "Chen Shinza." I turned to see a tall, beautiful female doctor in a white coat. "You're Lu Ruan," she happily said. "Haha, old classmate, you remember me. Wow, you've really changed. I almost didn't recognize you. You used to be one of our classmates, not tall and ordinary looking, but we were close. I never expected the spirited girl we hung out with back then would become so beautiful and a doctor. Life is truly unpredictable." After chatting for a bit, Lu Ruan smiled and said, "Let's go, old classmate. I'll take you there." On the way, I couldn't help but ask, My dad is okay, right? Lu Ruan reassured me. Yes, it's just a leg fracture. A small surgery will fix it. I breathed a sigh of relief but still couldn't shake my worry. Just as I arrived at the emergency room door, I heard a commotion inside. For such a minor injury, you want 10,000 yuan? There should be limits to extortion. I only have 1,000 yuan, take it or leave it. The next second, my mom's voice came from the room. Are you serious? You hit our old Chen like this and refuse to cover the medical expenses? How much more do you want? It's the hospital's charges, not ours. Upon hearing this, I rushed in, pushing open the hospital door in a panic. I saw my dad lying on the hospital bed, grimacing in pain. My mom was standing by his side, confronting a mother and son duo who looked quite alike. As soon as I entered, the argument among several people came to an immediate halt. My mom walked over, her face filled with surprise, and grabbed my arm, saying, "Oh, son, you're back today. How did you find your way here?" My dad also looked at me, a hint of relief on his face. I smiled and greeted Aunt Wang, saying, "My dad was in a car accident, so I rushed over." "What's going on now? And why are people outside saying you're trying to extort money?" I glanced at the mother and son duo. My mom angrily said, "Extort whom? This young man ran a red light and hit your dad. The traffic police determined he was fully responsible. He agreed to take responsibility at the time, but now he's trying to back out." The young man, under my gaze, instinctively lowered his head. However, the young man's mother indignantly said, "Who says we're trying to extort? We just don't want to be taken advantage of by the hospital. It was just a small bump. Why should it cost so much?" At this moment, Lu Ruan couldn't help but interject, "Hey, auntie, what are you talking about? If you lose 1,000 yuan in fees, it's just a matter of adjusting the amount." However, when the aunt heard this, she became even more anxious. "Are you all colluding? You're using your connections at the hospital to bully me, an old lady." This left Lu Ruan momentarily speechless. I also felt the situation was a bit tricky, so I suddenly had a clever idea and decided to take a different approach. I walked up to my dad's bedside and pretended to ask seriously, "Where does it hurt?" I asked. Dad replied, "It's nothing major, just a bit of pain in my leg." I pretended to examine him and suddenly blurted out, "I know where it hurts. It's clearly a my tang." Dad looked confused and blinked, asking, "My tong?" Then I added, "Yeah, my dad has worked hard his whole life. Now that he's retired, driving a my tang is no problem, right?" Dad immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "The my tong 380 is a nice car." The young man responsible for the accident panicked upon hearing this. Ignoring his mother's objections, he stepped forward and said, "Hey, uncle, we never said we wouldn't take responsibility. How about we go get a CT scan first?" I showed a thoughtful expression and said, "CT4? Or CT5? Lu Ruan finally couldn't hold back. She burst out laughing and explained, I'm sorry, I just thought of something funny." The young man's face turned even paler, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, big brother, I'm a bit timid. Please don't scare me. Let's not argue about this. I'll go pay right away." Before he could finish, his mother was displeased and pulled him back, interrupting, "What are you talking about with them? What my tang and CT scans?" The young man became anxious and explained my words to his mother in a hushed tone. When Dai heard this, her expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed incredulously, "It's just a minor car accident, and you're trying to extort a car from us?" I interrupted, Hey, auntie, you can't just say anything. You refuse to accept a normal resolution and insist my parents are the villains. Now that I've shattered your expectations, you're unhappy? Why don't we just let the world revolve around you?" The aunt's face turned pale with anger, wanting to throw a tantrum but being pulled away by her son, who kept saying, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Big brother, I'll go pay right now. We will absolutely take responsibility." After they left, Lu Ruan burst out laughing. Chenze, it's still you. Basic principles, indeed. When faced with unreasonable people, you have to be even more assertive, or else you'll be at their mercy. This is a lesson I've learned during my years outside. Lu Ruan remarked, "That young man clearly understands things, but unfortunately, he has such a mother." I nodded in agreement, fully recognizing her point. He quickly asked me, "By the way, since you just got home, you probably haven't had lunch yet." "I'm off work now, let's grab a bite and catch up." I hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Lu Ruan's invitation came unexpectedly. My parents were busy, and after sitting on a train for the whole morning, my stomach was already growling. "Alright, I'll go change clothes. You chat with uncle and auntie first," Lu Ruan said before turning and walking out of the ward. As soon as she left, my mom instantly turned into a gossip detective, wearing a motherly smile, her eyes sparkling. "Not bad, my son. On your first day back, a girl invites you to dinner. Tell me, who is this beauty?" I chuckled and explained, "She's just a classmate from middle school, you should know her." My mom frowned and thought, trying to recall. Yeah, she used to come over to our house for meals all the time, I reminded her. Mom slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, it wouldn't be that alternative girl, would it? The one with the yellow hair, the unique one? Ha ha, that's her." I laughed loudly at my mom's surprised expression. Wow, who would have thought that back then, that little girl with yellow hair would grow up to be such a beautiful doctor? She's completely transformed. A few minutes later, Lu Ruan reappeared in front of us, having changed into a long black coat paired with leggings and boots, looking both stylish and feminine. I couldn't help but exclaim, the saying girls change a lot as they grow up is so true. I vaguely remember that during school, she was a rich girl with a self-sufficient airport, and now, even with the coat on, you can still tell she has quite a figure. He teased, "So, old classmate, if I go out to eat with you, I won't be ambushed by your admirers, will I?" Haha, if I had admirers, I would definitely let you see, but unfortunately, I don't have any. He laughed, but I thought to myself, beautiful women tend to have fewer admirers. Perhaps men are just self-aware. Noticing he looked a bit down, I quickly changed the topic. "So, what do we eat? Today, it's on me." "Sounds good. What are we having then?" he said mysteriously. We arrived at the electric bike parking area outside the hospital, where Ruan hopped on a small electric scooter and came to a sudden stop in front of me. When I got on, it felt a bit awkward. However, when I sat down, I realized the problem. My long legs didn't fit on the small scooter at all. My knees jabbed right into his backside, almost pushing him off. He was taken aback and turned to see me awkwardly sitting on the back seat, unable to hold back his laughter. "Sorry, your old classmate is not capable enough to own a vehicle that accommodates your long legs." Feeling embarrassed, I said, "Hey, how about I just drive instead?" Fortunately, Lu Ruan was cheerful and understood that I didn't mean it. We quickly switched places, and I rode the little electric scooter following his directions to our destination. The autumn chill in the north arrives early. Manhwa County, located near northeast China and Inner Mongolia, was already making people shiver in late October due to the cold air. Although I had a windbreaker in front of me, Lu Ruan behind me was rubbing her hands together to keep warm. Suddenly, he remembered an incident from the second year of middle school, when his bicycle broke down, and I gave him a ride home. To prevent his hands from freezing, I let him put his hands in my pocket. That trip home became his warmest memory of the entire winter. He unconsciously reached out, unzipped my coat, and put his hand inside my pocket. I was startled, thinking I had encountered a thief, but when I looked down, it was just his slender fingers. I silently complained, "Where would you find a thief who would unzip two pockets at once?" But helping an old classmate warm his hands wasn't wrong, so I stayed silent. Lu Ruan also realized what she was doing, blushed, but found the warmth in my pocket too comforting to pull her hand out. She decided to act as if nothing had happened and continued to enjoy the warmth. Before long, we arrived at a small restaurant called Ji Yuan, famous for its authentic Anhui beef noodles. I recognized the place immediately and exclaimed, "Wow, this restaurant is still here." "Yeah, it hasn't changed at all. It still has the same taste as when we were kids," Lu Ruan smiled and said. "This is exactly what I was craving." I eagerly shouted to the owner inside, "One big bowl of noodles with an egg, and add a chicken neck too." We found a small table to sit at. The steaming noodles were topped with 2 pieces of beef. I couldn't wait to take a bite. Still that familiar taste. A big bowl for 14 yuan, with a braised egg and a duck neck. What a great deal in this small county. It's way better than the restaurants in the city. After a few bites of noodles, Lu Ruan and I started chatting. He smiled and asked, "How have you been these past few years? Do you have any kids?" I teased back, "Kids? Isn't it possible that I'm still single and haven't even married yet?" His eyes widened in surprise. "Really? I remember you got into the same university as your girlfriend in high school." I helplessly replied, "Oh, don't mention it. That girl dumped me right after graduation." He replied seriously, "That's her loss. Even if you look a bit worn out and have gained some weight, you're still quite handsome. Many girls pursued you in middle school, so I always thought you'd married early." I was quite open-minded about it, thinking that losses don't matter. Everyone has their own choices, and breakups are normal. I don't dwell on these matters. I asked him in return, "What about you? Are you married?" He chuckled and said, "What a coincidence. I'm just like you, also a single dog, and my family keeps pressuring me to get married." I laughed and said, "Haha, that's really a coincidence. My parents pressure me to go on blind dates while I'm working outside. And in a small county like this, the pressure must be even greater." However, Lu Ruan didn't want to dwell on it, and she quickly changed the topic. "So, how long do you plan to stay this time?" I replied seriously, "I'm not planning to leave. I want to take care of my parents in their old age." He inexplicably became happy, perhaps because he had few friends and often felt lonely. I took another bite of noodles and, after discussing filial duties, asked my old classmate to take me out for some fun. He replied, No problem. Although there aren't many entertainment options, I can take you cycling. Riding a bicycle? I asked. He confirmed, yes, cycling is good exercise and allows you to see many beautiful views. I have some photos. I'll show you in a bit. As he spoke, he began flipping through his phone, and soon images of him cycling along with scenic views appeared before me. I must say, the photos were really nice, especially the one where he was in tight cycling gear. I felt a flutter in my heart. This bike seemed worth a try. Actually, I had another reason for wanting to ride. The system mentioned that exercising daily accelerates the body's strengthening process. I wanted to recover to peak condition sooner. After all, health is the foundation of everything. Now that I'm earning money while resting, I must take good care of my body. There are still many days ahead to enjoy life. I decisively nodded and said, then how about you take me along tomorrow? Sure, but you need to sort out your own bicycle, he replied. No problem. I'll place an order right now on my phone, I said decisively. After finishing our meal, we temporarily parted ways. He had to go back to work while I returned to the ward. As soon as I opened the door, I found several people inside, my relatives. I smiled and greeted them. Uncle, second uncle, and brother, you all came. Uncle replied, yeah, we came to check on you. You just got home today. Yes, I just arrived today, I confirmed. Uncle then added, that's good. It saves your mom from having to take care of everything alone. Also, you should consider the matter of blind date soon. Listening to his uncle, Bai Yi blinked. Huh? A blind date? Of course. If you don't go on a blind date, your dad and I will never get to hold a grandchild until we die. And didn't you promise before you came back? His mother immediately stepped in. Can't you learn from your big brother? He's only 40, and his kids are already in college. Alright, I'll go on a blind date. Bai Yi suddenly remembered that a couple of days ago, feeling disheartened, he had called his family and vaguely agreed to the blind date. Now it was clear he couldn't escape it. But it didn't matter, most blind dates these days were just formalities and wouldn't take up too much time. Just then, his nephew Bai Hongyu, who was standing nearby, spoke up, Uncle, don't worry, there are plenty of girls at my school, I'll introduce you to a few. If I remember correctly, you just started your freshman year, right? So what? My classmates are all adults. Alright, truly my good nephew, Bai Yi and his nephew were clearly joking. Little did they know, his mother Lu Ruan took it seriously and immediately stated, okay, you introduce him well, whether they're 18 or 38, no one will be turned away. Wait, I'm not at that point yet, am I? I don't care, At this point, the atmosphere in the hospital room lightened considerably. Uncle Bai Zihai chuckled, finding an 18-year-old isn't bad. RE's conditions are right there. But nowadays, to start a family, you need a house. What are you planning to do? That's completely fine. True, you have a great ability to earn money. I should confirm your blind date partner first. With that, Bai Zihai pulled out his phone and began contacting someone. His eager demeanor almost made Bai Yi feel like if he didn't go on a blind date soon, he would be single for life. It left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, chatting with his elders did spark a bit of an impulse in him to buy a house. Not for any other reason, but simply because he didn't want to live with his parents. Countless examples told him that distance creates beauty, especially in relationships with parents. As long as they didn't live together, the family would be very harmonious. But if they did live together, Bai Yi believed his mother would pressure him into marriage to the point of running away from home. On another note, Bai Yi currently had 300,000 yuan in savings, plus some miscellaneous amounts saved up, which should total around 800,000 yuan. Buying a house in a small county would be easy. If he was willing to take out a mortgage, he could still keep a good amount of savings. However, buying a house was a big deal and definitely couldn't be rushed. Just as Bai Yi was thinking that buying a house couldn't be hasty, he saw Bai Zihai put down his phone. Done. Once your dad is discharged, you can arrange a place to meet that girl. The girl looks good too. She just came back not long ago. The next moment, the system's holographic screen appeared again. Hello, host. A new status has been detected. Blind date in progress. After analysis, Life Assistance will provide support, a person for blind dates, with a house, a car, and a savings gift package. Specifically, Guanshan Yu fully furnished property X1, 283 square meters, a Li Xiang L9 car, and 300,000 yuan in savings. Financial assistance has been credited. Remaining physical rewards will arrive gradually. Please wait patiently. Note, as long as you are in a blind date status, Life Assistance will periodically provide other support. Looking at the system's words, Bai Yi couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Wait, does this mean he already has a house, a car, and savings? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Wanshanyu was the only villa area in the small county, right? The houses inside are all, without exception, standalone villas. Considering the current housing prices, this set of houses is worth around 1.7 million yuan. Plus, with the ideal L9 and 300,000 cash behind him, Bai Yi has made a small fortune this time. To be honest, he couldn't help but smile. Damn it, I'm taking off. In his joy, Bai Yi turned to his big nephew beside him and said, "Your grandfather introduced me, so don't just stand there. Your uncle doesn't have high demands. 18 years old, beautiful as a flower. Don't worry, little uncle, I've got this. Ha 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 ha. When good things happen, spirits are high." In the short time since returning to the small county town, Bai Yi finally felt alive again. However, after the jokes, Bai Hongyu mysteriously said, "I can't stay, you guys chat, I have to go." Where to? I'm going out to hide, your second aunt is coming soon, if I don't leave now, I won't be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man had already dashed out of the hospital room. Bai Yi was left standing there, feeling an impulse to follow. How should he put it? His family had a pretty good relationship with their relatives. The only exception was his second aunt, Bai Suyun, who was not well liked due to her competitive and vain nature. The key was that she didn't even realize this. Every time the relatives gathered, she could stir up some trouble. For instance, the last time Bai Yi came back, she said at the family dinner that he was just wandering around outside and that her kids were better off doing business at home. Well, the business she referred to was a small supermarket at the entrance of their community. With this supermarket, her family became the wealthiest in the Bai family and it became her capital for comparison. In short, Bai Yi was quite resistant to interacting with this second aunt. Unfortunately, before he could find an excuse to leave, his second aunt had already walked in with her child, Yang Jiwei. Left with no choice, Bai Yi could only greet them with a smile. "Second aunt, brother. You're back." Bai Suyun glanced at him sideways and continued, "I heard you're not leaving this time." "For the short term, yes," Bai Yi replied honestly. Upon hearing this, his second aunt immediately perked up and said, "I think you should have come back long ago. What's so good out there? Wandering around hasn't made you a decent person. Look at my brother, he's already preparing to buy a second house." "Ah, that impressive?" Bai Yi was not being sarcastic, he was sincere. Life in a small county town is indeed comfortable, but the price is losing many opportunities. Being able to earn 2 houses in such a place proves Yang Jiwei's ability is quite good, at least far beyond his peers in the small county town. No, it's actually not that impressive. Listening to their conversation, Yang Jiwei stepped forward with a smile and said, "Your sister-in-law is now selling houses, saying that housing prices will rise, so she's thinking of buying another one." "Right, I think it doesn't matter if the prices go up or down, at worst, we'll just buy one to live in." The mother and son exchanged words, almost making Bai Yi laugh out loud. As for the others, they all fell silent. This shows how wise Bai Hongyu's decision to hide was. While the relatives were silent, Bai Suyun didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, she was quite pleased with herself. In her view, she was living better than all the relatives. What's wrong with showing off? The more they were silent, the happier she became. Just then, Yang Jiwei's phone rang with a ding ding ding. "My wife is calling. I'll go answer it." Soon, he stepped outside the hospital room and pressed the answer button. "Hello, no need to remind me. Our mom will go pick up the kids later." "It's not about picking up the kids. I have something important to tell you." "Ha? What is it?" "Your brother, Bai Yi, bought a house in the community where I work." "Ha? Aren't all the houses in your community villas?" "Yes, he contacted them directly online and paid 1.7 million in cash." "What the hell?" Hearing this news, Yang Jiwei looked incredulous and said, "Where did he get that much money? You must have mistaken him for someone else." "Mistaken? What year was your brother born?" 1994, he's about 6 or 7 years younger than me." "Then is his address on his ID next to the first primary school?" "Yes, you've been to his house before. So, I definitely didn't mistake him. Your brother bought a villa in cash, the house was 1.7 million, and the renovation was 300,000, totaling 2 million in cash." "Ah." Listening to his wife's words on the phone, Yang Jiwei unconsciously turned his head and looked through the small glass on the door. Aside from being quite handsome, he really doesn't look like someone who could afford a villa for 2 million. Alright, it's a good thing that your brother is doing well. I'll leave it to you to inform him about picking up the house." "Okay, I got it." Just as his wife said, having a relative with such capability is definitely a good thing. Emotionally and logically, he should be happy about it. But why can't Yang Jiwei feel even a bit happy right now? It felt like when he was in school, always being the top of the class, but during the entrance exam, someone crushed him with overwhelming scores. That was really painful. However, after hanging up the phone, he still suppressed his complicated feelings and opened the hospital room door again. As soon as he opened the door, he heard his mother, Bai Suyun, chattering away. Yi, it's great that you're back, at least you're close to your parents. You won't have to worry about life in the future. At worst, I'll have your brother introduce you to a job. He has a wide network in the county. If he didn't know Bai Ye's situation, he would definitely step in and take charge. Showing off in front of relatives is quite enjoyable. But right now, he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. After all, Bai Yi spent 2 million in cash just to buy a house. Who knows how much savings he has left? How could he, running a small supermarket, introduce a job to someone like that? Are you kidding me? Mom, with Bai Ye's capabilities, why would he need me? Why wouldn't he? Our place is not like the capital. Without some connections, what kind of job can you find? Actually, there was nothing wrong with that statement. But Yang Jiwei still stepped forward to pull Bai Suyin back and then turned to Bai Yi, saying, Bro, your sister-in-law just called me and said you should go to Guanshanyu to pick up the house. My sister-in-law works there? Yes, she's been there for a while. That's great. It will save me a lot of time. Bai Yi knew very well that this was the system helping him resolve the housing issue. Coincidentally, his sister-in-law was working there in sales and had informed his family. I have to say, the efficiency of the system brother is quite high. Their conversation left everyone else present in a state of confusion. Bai Suyun couldn't help but ask, Jiwei, what are you talking about? What house pickup? Just now, Hongxia called me, and I found out that Bai Yi bought a villa in Guanshanyu. Bought a villa? Instantly, Dad Bai Ziru almost jumped out of the hospital bed. Mom Lu Xiaojuan's eyes widened. Son, what's going on? That villa is so expensive. How much do you have to mortgage? Cough, no need to worry, I bought it in cash. Knowing that he had to reassure his parents at this moment, Bai Yi casually explained, I completed a big project in the capital and received some rewards, so I thought I'd give you a surprise. This is not a surprise, it's a shock. Lu Xiaojuan rolled her eyes and said irritably, if your brother hadn't said anything, how long were you planning to keep this from us? Were you going to buy a car too? Mom, you really know me well, I actually bought a car too. Faced with his mother's sarcastic tone, Bai Yi could only grit his teeth and admit it. As he spoke, he took out his phone. There was already an app for ideal cars that had appeared out of nowhere. When he opened it, he could see his new car, which had just set off from the capital and would arrive in Longhua County by tomorrow morning. No way, you really bought it? How much was the car? About 400,000 to 500,000. Good for you, quietly doing big things and keeping your parents in the dark. While she complained, she even reached out to gently pat Bai Yi on the head. But the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Thinking about it, her child was doing well, managing to sort out a motorhome before even coming back, which must make parents feel particularly proud, especially since just now, she had been shown off by Bai Suyun. Now she could finally hold her head high. Look, even his second aunt was left speechless with a long face. As for the issue of Bai Yi keeping big things from them, it wasn't really a problem. He was an adult and had been very independent over the years. He rarely discussed his plans with his family. His parents had gotten used to it. It was just that after learning her son had bought a house, she found it hard to contain her excitement. Then after your dad finishes the surgery, we'll go collect the house. I can help you tidy up. 2 hours passed quickly. Bai Zirwei's minor surgery was very successful, and there were basically no major issues. He just needed to stay in the hospital for a couple of days and then rest at home. After settling him down, the mother and son took a taxi straight to Guanshanyu. The relatives didn't follow, they only expressed a desire to gather when moving. If all went well, Bai Yi would receive quite a bit of cash gifts from this round. The Guanshanyu villa area was not in a remote location, and after about 10 minutes, the mother and son arrived in front of a small villa. Standing next to them was Bai Ye's sister-in-law, Sun Hongxia. Bai Yi, impressive. In just a few years, you've built such a big family business and even bought a villa. What's that compared to you? It's you and my brother who are doing well together, living a prosperous life. Bai Yi had always had a good impression of Sun Hongxia. Unlike his second aunt, who loved to compare, she was genuinely loyal. Whenever any relative had something going on, she was usually the first to step up. The fact that his second aunt's family was doing better was largely thanks to her capability. Hearing Bai Ye's praise, Sun Hongxia looked particularly happy and said with a smile, I can't compare to you, a college student. Come on, let's go see the house first. The houses and decorations around Guanshanyu are quite beautiful, but unfortunately, there are too few people who can afford them. She was absolutely right. The villa had a modern style overall, and the facade looked quite attractive. Plus it came with a large yard of over 300 square meters. It was already filled with various flowers and plants, making it feel refreshing. Once they entered the interior of the villa, Bai Yi was even more pleasantly surprised. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a living room that was at least 5 meters high, which made him feel a sense of brightness. What pleased him even more was the overall minimalist and modern decor style of the room. This was indeed what Bai Yi liked. In his view, the style of European villas decorated with various kinds of mahogany furniture was something he could never appreciate. Why would a young person want to make things so old-fashioned? The style he saw before him made him feel extremely satisfied. Bai Yi even thought that perhaps the system understood him well enough to arrange things according to his preferences when providing assistance. This idea seemed very reasonable. Brother, let me introduce you to this villa. It has 3 floors in total, above and below ground. The first floor consists of the living room, an elderly room, and a maid's room. The second floor is the master suite, which includes a large suite with a bathtub, guest rooms, an independent living room, and a study. As for the basement, that's the entertainment space, which currently only has a few fitness equipment. Come on, I'll show you around bit by bit. For the next half hour, Bai Yi was completely immersed in his first home. He carefully examined every room and every detail. After confirming that there were no issues, he returned to the living room and signed the house purchase contract. This meant that from this moment on, the villa before him had become his private property. At that moment, he felt that life was so wonderful. Just a few days ago, he was someone who had been laid off, unemployed, and had no hope for the future. Now, he had transformed and was living in a villa. How amazing was that? In addition, seeing the smile that never left his mother's face filled him with a strong sense of accomplishment. Now he could provide a better life for his parents. So at that moment, he smiled and said, "So, Mom, do you prefer the first floor or the second floor? Anyway, this place is ready to move in. You can move here tomorrow." "Don't!" Lu Ruan shook her head firmly. "I still prefer my little bungalow. You can live in this villa by yourself. I'll just come over occasionally to help you tidy up." "Ha, how can that be? Why not? I don't want to live with you, especially when you get married. I'm really afraid of fighting with my daughter-in-law." Seeing his mother insist, Bai Yi simply stopped persuading her. After all, the rooms would be empty there, and his parents could come whenever they wanted. To be honest, Lu Ruan had a point. Many families with poor mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships often had issues because they lived together. 2 women without blood ties living together, facing the daily grind of life. It was a wonder if their relationship was good. Alright then, I guess I'll just enjoy the big house by myself. Of course, the moving would have to wait until his father was discharged from the hospital. After all, he couldn't let his mother work as a caregiver in the hospital. Thus, after receiving the house, Bai Yi hurried back to the hospital, focusing on fulfilling his filial duties. However, along with the changes that occurred after his return, various relatives were also displaying the complexities of human nature. During dinner, Uncle D took a bite of peanuts and sipped some Nulanshan, his eyes sparkling as he said, "You guys didn't see the murderous expression on his second aunt's face, ha ha ha. To say that Yi really has the ability, he just bought a 2 million villa like that." Meanwhile, at his second aunt Bai Suyun's house, she looked at the lavish dinner spread before her but had no appetite at all. Why does he get to do this? He's just an ordinary college student, and he's only been out for a few years. How can he earn so much money? I think Bai Yi has always been very smart. Earning big money is only natural. Sun Hongxia responded from the side. Nonsense. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you can earn money. Who knows how he got it? Hey, Mom, just eat your meal quickly. The next day, at 6 a.m., Bai Yi, who had a good night's sleep on an empty hospital bed, appeared at the county hospital entrance, shivering a bit from the cold wind. Next to him was the electric-assisted road bike that had been delivered the previous evening. It's worth mentioning that, from the outside, this bike looked no different from those road bikes with endless endurance. If one didn't study it closely, there was no way to tell the difference. They say the poor rely on mutations, while the rich rely on technology. Bai Yi felt he was getting better. Sure enough, before long, Lin Jinshin, dressed in tight cycling gear, rode up and immediately praised, "Wow, this bike looks great." "Ha, it's just average. Don't be modest, it looks better than mine." To be honest, on her way to meet him, she had been wondering if Bai Yi would flake out and not buy the bike. Just thinking about it made her a bit disappointed. After all, riding alone could be quite lonely. But now, seeing that Bai Yi had made thorough preparations, even wearing protective gear, her mood brightened significantly. She smiled and said, "You're still a beginner, you go ahead, and I'll follow you." I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up with me. How about I ride with you instead?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinshin immediately became displeased. "Hey, who do you look down on? I'm an experienced cyclist. I can easily keep up with you." Despite being a girl and not looking particularly strong, she had maintained her cycling habits for many years and felt invincible in this field. So no matter what, she couldn't let a beginner look down on her. You said it. Yes, Lin Jianxin, said it. Seeing that Lin Jianxin wouldn't listen to reason, what could Bai Yi do? He could only teach her a lesson with technology. Soon, he swung his long legs over the bike. At the same time, he quietly opened the system's attribute panel. Host, Bai Yi age, 30 years old physique, 61. 2, max value 100, current status, unemployed, on a blind date. Activated assists, unemployment benefits, physique enhancement, blind date assistance. The 0.2 physique from yesterday and today had already been credited. Feeling it carefully, he indeed felt a bit stronger than before. Getting up this early, he no longer felt as listless as before. This made him even more eager to see how many points of enhancement he could gain after exercising. Just like that, the two bikes set off, one in front and one behind. Bai Yi, still not accustomed to the new bike, wasn't riding fast. He was trying to find the most comfortable riding position. This kept a smile on Lin Jianxin's face. Is this it? This turtle-like speed, and you think I can't keep up? However, as they entered the next street, she noticed something was off. In the small county town in the morning, apart from sanitation workers and the steaming breakfast stalls, there were hardly any people around. Bai Yi, now accustomed to the bike, was naturally getting faster. At first, it was fine, Lin Jianxin could barely keep up, but as they began to leave the county town and entered the ring road, she started to sweat. She watched as Bai Yi gradually pulled away from her. Looking down at the bike speedometer, she found that their speed had already exceeded 50 kilometers per hour. This speed was quite fast for a road bike. Wait, did he take some energy pills this morning to ride this fast? She complained inwardly, but her legs dared not slack off even a bit. After all, she had boasted earlier, if she really couldn't keep up with a beginner, wouldn't that be a joke? Of course, from her perspective now, Bai Yi seemed to be at the end of his strength. The reason I can ride so fast now is just relying on the natural advantage of men. It won't be long before I stop, panting. You wouldn't believe it, but not long after she had this thought, Bai Yi really did stop. But it wasn't because he was tired, it was because he turned back and saw that Lin Jianxin had already been left behind by more than 100 meters. Looking at his old classmate who was already standing up and pedaling behind him, he thought that buying an electric assist was indeed the right choice. Not only was he exercising, but he didn't have to exert much effort. Perfect. After waiting for a moment, Lin Jianxin finally caught up. Then, panting, she said, "Huff, Huff, why are you riding so fast? Now you know what tired feels like, right? Tired? I think it's fine," Bai Yi said, looking at the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead, continuing with a hint of glee, "I think you're the one who's tired." Hey, that's a bit provocative. She felt a million grievances in her heart. In Lin Jianxin's view, Bai Yi was definitely pretending to be calm, not wanting to lose face in front of an old classmate. But those provocative words were just too infuriating. So Lin Jianxin immediately decided that she had to give Bai Yi a bit of a challenge. Turning her head to look at a fork in the road beside her, her eyes lit up, and a plan formed in her mind. She had ridden this road once before, and just a little further ahead was a winding mountain road that led straight to the top. This place was the perfect opportunity for her to regain her pride. On the road, you can rely on your strength to leave me behind, but on the mountain road, it's my domain as a cycling expert. With this thought, her eyes shifted, and she said, "I didn't realize you had such talent. How about we increase the intensity?" "Sure, how do you want to do it?" Just follow me." Soon, Lin Jianxin took the lead and charged towards the mountain road. Bai Yi, confused, silently followed behind. 3 minutes later, the two officially entered the uphill section. 10 minutes later, not even halfway up the mountain, Lin Jianxin had to unzip her jacket because she was sweating, revealing a large expanse of skin. But when she turned to look at Bai Yi, he hadn't even broken a sweat. This made Lin Jianxin even more unconvinced. She wanted to see how long Bai Yi could keep pretending, so she pedaled even harder. 20 minutes later, Lin Jianxin's climbing speed slowed down, and her legs felt heavier. Come on, come on." Hearing Bai Yi cheering her on beside her, and seeing him still looking relaxed, she felt a bit numb. Finally, after standing up and pedaling for a while, Lin Jianxin decisively stopped by the roadside, a bit on the verge of collapse, and shouted, "Rest, rest. I'm not riding anymore." "Then let's take a break," Bai Yi said, stopping his bike and secretly glancing at the system, discovering that his physique had reached 61.3, feeling quite pleased. Riding for half an hour, without much effort, had directly increased by 0.1. Quite comfortable. However, seeing his smile made Lin Jianxin feel even worse. "You, Bai Yi, actually tricked me." "Ha? When did I trick you?" Bai Yi looked confused. "What do you think? How can a newbie be this good right from the start? I now conclude that you are definitely a top expert, the kind that can participate in competitions." Hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, am I really that amazing? If not, look at the sweat on me, my clothes are soaked. If Lin Jinshin hadn't said this, he really wouldn't have noticed. Now, looking closely, he indeed saw that her chest was already soaked with sweat, forming a circular outline. You have to say, it looked quite nice. However, Bai Yi was not a rogue and did not have the habit of staring at others' private parts. His gaze quickly shifted away, and he said, "Actually, I'm not as amazing as you think. I just used the right method." Method? Is there really a shortcut to this? Exactly, just tell me if you want to get stronger. I see you have great potential. You're a good candidate for cycling, if you're willing to pay a little price. At this point, Bai Yi looked Lin Jinshin up and down before continuing. I'm willing to teach you the shortcut. Ah, pay a price. Staring directly at Bai Yi, Lin Jinshin inexplicably began to panic. After all, it was still early, and there wasn't a single car on the winding mountain road they were on. Strictly speaking, this could be considered a remote area. In such an environment, a lone man and woman, her thoughts began to spiral out of control. Driven by instinct, she crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Bai Yi, stop joking, it's too cold outside." Ha! Bai Yi blinked, not understanding her meaning. "No, I just want you to treat me to breakfast." "What does that have to do with being cold?" You mean that?" Lin Jinshin's thoughts vanished in an instant, and she blushed as she said, Okay, I'll treat you to breakfast. Old classmate, are you okay?" No, I'm fine." "Really? Hey, of course, it's true." For some reason, Bai Yi felt that Lin Jinshin was acting a bit strange. What was she blushing about for no reason? With no answer in sight, Bai Yi could only ignore her odd behavior and pointed to his bike, saying, "If you want a shortcut, try my bike." Oh. Arriving at the electric bike, Lin Jinshin swung her long legs over and began to ride towards the mountaintop. But to her surprise, after just a little effort, the bike surged forward as if it had a rocket booster. In an instant, Lin Jinshin was dumbfounded. Looking at the buttons next to the handlebars, she couldn't help but turn back to Bai Yi and ask, "Your bike is really light, but what are these buttons for?" "To adjust the power." "Adjust the power? Wait, is this bike electric assisted?" "Yeah, wow, Bai Yi, I'm going to kill you." Just thinking about how she had been gliding on the electric assist all morning and even foolishly brought Bai Yi to the mountain road to ride made Lin Jinshin furious. So, she quickly rushed in front of Bai Yi and punched his shoulder with her small fist. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask." "If I don't ask, you won't say?" "What else could I do?" Feeling the sweat all over her body, Lin Jinshin fell silent. How she regretted it. Why did she have to take Bai Yi cycling when she had nothing else to do? Now look at this. Seeing her angry expression, Bai Yi laughed happily. "Ha, alright, don't be mad. I'll treat you to breakfast this morning." "No way, that's not enough. Then how about 2 days?" No, we're heading up the mountain now, but we're switching bikes," Lin Jinshin said angrily, and without giving Bai Yi a chance to refuse, she pedaled the electric assist and took off first. In this situation, what could Bai Yi do? He could only ride on her bike to keep up. Of course, the reason he said this was mainly to find out if the physical benefits of riding an electric assist bike were the same as those of a regular bike. This could be considered a kind of test. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi, who had stood up and was trying hard to pedal, heard Lin Jinshin shouting "keep it up" beside him, and he wished he could jump down and wipe the corners of Lin Jinshin's mouth that were almost grinning to her ears, as well as pry out the battery of his own bike. It was 7:30 in the morning. The cycling finally came to an end, and sitting in a breakfast shop near the county hospital, Bai Yi was summarizing his gains. On the first day of his cycling exercise, he had made significant progress. His physical fitness had reached 61.6, an increase of 0.5 just for today. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he returned to being a muscular man. Besides that, there was the refreshing feeling of sweating profusely after exercising. He even felt that his thinking had become sharper than before. Indeed, the benefits of exercising are not just a little. Anyway, Bai Yi had already decided that he would definitely stick to it in the future. Just then, Lin Jinshin walked over with a bowl of tofu pudding sprinkled with chili, handing it to him and saying, "This bowl is yours." "So many chilies? You must be getting back at me." "Ha, you got it right. Who told you to make my legs weak? I didn't even have the strength to work today." When such fierce words came out, Bai Yi was a bit dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond. Should he directly apologize? Or should he pat his chest and say he was just that impressive? But just as he was indecisive, a woman's voice came from outside the breakfast shop. "What's going on? Why does it sound like Jinshin's voice?" The next second, a slightly plump woman in a hospital uniform, about the same age as Lin Jinshin, walked in. As soon as she entered, her gaze immediately locked onto Bai Yi and Lin Jinshin, her eyes filled with shock. "Ah, Lin Jinshin, what have you been doing behind my back?" Cough, cough. Lin Jinshin, almost caught off guard by the tone, cleared her throat and introduced, "This is my colleague Huang Yali. She had a fever when she was young that affected her brain, so forgive her for being so jumpy." "You're the one whose brain is affected." Huang Yali rolled her eyes and sat down next to Lin Jianxin with her tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. However, she didn't rush to eat but instead stared wide-eyed, scanning Bai Yi and Lin Jianxin. Faced with such a clearly playful gaze, he didn't find it unpleasant at all. Being social was quite nice. Interacting with such people was much more comfortable than dealing with those who were dull. "Hello, I'm Bai Yi." Hello, handsome guy, impressive. "I heard outside that our Jianxin couldn't go to work because of you making her legs weak." That's just basic operation." Bai Yi wasn't sure if Huang Yali was being serious or joking, but just saying that Lin Jianxin was weak because of him was enough. Listening to their conversation, Lin Jianxin also laughed. "That's enough. It's just that I got tired from cycling." "Why does it sound so strange coming from you too?" Ha ha ha. After a little joke, Bai Yi's breakfast was quite lively, and by the time he left the breakfast shop, he had already become familiar with Huang Yali. They even exchanged contact information. But don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't because Bai Yi was interested in her, but after Lin Jianxin's introduction, he found out that she was actually his father's attending physician. She just hadn't come to work yesterday because she was off. However, just as the three of them were chatting and laughing while walking towards the hospital, Bai Yi suddenly noticed a cart in the nearby parking lot. On the cart was a brand new black large SUV. That's right, it was the Li Xiang L9. If nothing went wrong, this was one of the rewards for the big gift package he had received. Looking at the massive and quite attractive vehicle, Bai Yi was genuinely excited. Men, who doesn't love cars? With his first car about to be his, there was no reason to wait any longer. He decided to take the initiative. So, he quickly turned to the two women and said, "Sorry, ladies, I have something to take care of, so I won't be going in with you." After waving his hand, he headed straight for his beloved car. What he didn't notice was that after he left, Lin Jianxin didn't rush into the hospital but stood still for a moment, waiting. Her intention was to see if Bai Yi needed help, but as she watched, she realized that Bai Yi was heading straight for a brand new car. After exchanging a few words with the delivery driver, the driver began unloading the car. The message was clear, that car was bought by Bai Yi. Huang Yali, who also noticed this, couldn't help but say, "That's an L9, right? A car worth several $100,000. Your old classmate is quite capable." "So expensive?" After learning the price, Lin Jianxin was also a bit surprised. In fact, she didn't know much about Bai Yi's situation outside. She had only picked up bits and pieces of information during casual chats with other classmates, and now it seemed he was doing quite well. A car worth several $100,000 would certainly be impressive in a small county town. "That's right, anyway, it's worth my life." As she spoke, Huang Yali's smile suddenly turned strange, and she asked, "By the way, he's quite handsome, right? Still unmarried?" "He says he's single." "Oh my, then why aren't you going for it?" "Going for what?" "Going for him." Huang Yali pointed in Bai Yi's direction and said, "He's a pure golden bachelor. In our little place, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Listening to her colleague and looking at Bai Yi, who was slightly excited about the new car not far away, Lin Jianxin fell into deep thought. At 30 years old, to say she wasn't anxious about her love life would definitely be a lie, especially since she was working right at her doorstep. She often faced her family's nagging. As for blind dates, she had tried, even without demanding much in terms of family background, but she found it really difficult to find a man on the same wavelength in a small county town. Bai Yi's appearance genuinely made Lin Jianxin feel good. At least it was comfortable to be around him. Of course, their interaction had just begun, and how things would develop next could only be left to fate. Bai Yi was very satisfied with the new car. Although it wasn't one of those high-end international brands, after trying it out, he felt it was quite good in terms of technology and comfort. This led him to take a few laps around the county town before returning to the hospital. Fortunately, the system was considerate and arranged a temporary license plate for him. Otherwise, this newly acquired car would have been at risk of being towed. Around 8 a.m., he returned to the hospital room where his father was. His mother hadn't arrived yet, but the mother and son from the accident yesterday were present. On the bedside table, there was a rather nice fruit basket. When Bai Yi walked in, the young man immediately stood up and said, "Bro, I'm here to apologize to your uncle today. Yesterday my mom said some unpleasant things, but it was because she was afraid I would be taken advantage of, so please don't take it to heart. It's no big deal." With such a good attitude, Bai Yi certainly couldn't really extort a magotan from them. He waved his hand casually and continued, "My dad's surgery is done, and the money paid yesterday wasn't fully used, so you can return some of it. By the way, is the car insured?" "It is." "Alright then, let's consider the medical expenses settled. For any further compensation, you can discuss it with my dad." "Alright, thank you, brother." It takes 100 days to heal a sprain or fracture. Although it won't have a significant impact in the future, the pain is real. So, it's completely reasonable for Bai Yi to ask for some compensation. Even the aunt who looked like she was hard to deal with yesterday couldn't say anything against it. Before long, Bai Zero reached an agreement with the other party. The compensation wasn't much, a total of 5,000 yuan, but it still made old Bai Zero extremely happy. However, don't get it wrong, this happiness wasn't from extorting money, but because the Bai family had always relied on Lu Xiujuan to manage the finances. After retiring, old Bai only had about 500 yuan in his wallet during his peak. Now it had multiplied tenfold. How could he not be happy? He even peeked outside with a sly look, confirming no one else was around, and then reminded Bai Yi, they only compensated 4,000, got it? Wasn't it 2,000? Well, that's a bit too much, let's say 3,000. Mainly, I can't spend too much. Ha, deal. Men understand each other's struggles best. When there's no money, it's hard to stand tall outside. So, if dad wants to keep some pocket money, he's willing to play along. However, what Bai Yi didn't expect was that the 2,000 yuan in pocket money excited old Bai. He sat up from the hospital bed and said, then it's a happy decision. Son, go help me find a wheelchair, we're checking out. So soon? It's just a fracture. I know my own situation. Then I'll ask around. After inquiring with Huang Yali on WeChat, Bai Yi lay down on the adjacent hospital bed, took out his phone, and opened the Dog East app. Today, he was going to make a big purchase. Since he was moving into a new house, there were still many things to buy. For example, bedding, daily necessities, and a series of home appliances like a refrigerator and color TV. Moreover, since he had already announced his retirement, he needed to explore some hobbies, so a top-of-the-line computer that could handle various games was also essential. This led to Bai Yi spending a total of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in a very short time. Fortunately, he had the system to fund him, so he didn't feel a pinch while spending. Time quickly moved to the afternoon. After a thorough examination by Huang Yali, old Bai successfully checked out. To be honest, Bai Yi was quite happy. It's best to avoid hospitals whenever possible. The smell of 84 disinfectant was everywhere. He felt like he was almost pickled. As the items he bought online began to arrive one after another, Bai Yi drove to the Guanshan villa. It's worth mentioning that before leaving, he promised Bai Zero that once his leg healed, he would lend him the car for a few days. This perfectly illustrated the earlier saying, what man doesn't love cars? Soon, the ideal L9 parked in the villa's yard. As Bai Yi got out of the car, he glanced at the various packages at the entrance and knew he had some work to do. But just as he turned around, ready to get started, he suddenly noticed a small face appearing on the wall to the right of the villa, staring at him intently. What the hell? Bai Yi was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle, you can't say bad words. Ah. Hearing the childish uncle, Bai Yi realized he wasn't encountering something dirty but rather a little neighbor. The little girl looked about 4 or 5 years old. With a delicate, round face, she was incredibly cute. Bai Yi genuinely wanted to go up and pinch her cheeks. Looking at the other person's little adult demeanor, he smiled and said, Uncle really shouldn't say bad words, but I'm the older brother. No, you're an uncle. Then aren't you afraid I'm a bad uncle? Ah, Mom said not to talk to bad uncles. As soon as the words bad uncle were mentioned, the little one immediately disappeared. Only Bai Yi remained, laughing heartily. When it comes to children, this age is the cutest. Once they grow a year or two older, they'll start to become annoying. Without the supervision of the little girl, Bai Yi quickly gathered his mood and began to work, making the bed, setting up the computer, and so on, one task after another. In fact, with his current conditions, he could easily hire a part-time worker or a full-time housekeeper to do these things. However, as someone who was living in a new home for the first time, Bai Yi was filled with excitement and didn't feel tired at all. Time always flies when you're busy. By the time Bai Yi had almost finished tidying up, it was already evening. Looking at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, then turning to see his bright and tidy home, Bai Yi smiled very happily. This is what life should look like. Bai Yi felt a bit emotional. During his struggles, he often felt fulfilled, believing that busy days weren't too hard. But now, settling down and feeling the warmth and stability of his own home, he sincerely thought that the only person he owed in this life was his younger self. So he had already decided to treat himself better in the future and improve his quality of life. Consider it a compensation for his younger self. Lost in thought, Bai Yi lay down on the sofa in the living room, preparing to ask his mom if dinner was ready. What if he wanted to eat healthily but didn't know how to cook? Of course, he would go home and mooch. He knew very well that his mom would definitely make a lot of delicious food today to help his dad regain his strength. He absolutely couldn't miss it. However, before he could even unlock his phone, he heard a commotion outside his yard. Listening closely, It seemed like someone was arguing outside. Li Sisi, I know you're home. If you have the ability to steal a man, then you should have the ability to open the door. I'll count to 3, if you don't open the door, I'll break in. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi, who had been trying hard to restrain himself, could no longer suppress the gene within him that loved to watch the excitement. There was no way to resist. This was a scene of catching a mistress. Who could hold back from watching? So he quickly walked outside. Just as he reached the door, Bai Yi noticed a fierce-looking woman with a face full of flesh, accompanied by a young girl who looked to be around 23 or 24, preparing to bang on his right neighbor's door. That's right, it was the home of the little girl he had met earlier that afternoon. Bai Yi's appearance made the woman instantly change her strategy for banging on the door. The next second, she turned to him and said, "Are you Li Sisi's neighbor?" "I suppose so." Bai Yi nodded lightly. "Then I need to have a good talk with you." The woman, suddenly energized, began to speak nonstop. "Have you seen my sister? She just got married not long ago, and her husband was seduced away by your neighbor Li Sisi. Isn't that just inhumane? Moreover, I advise you to move out quickly. With a neighbor like that, you'll never have a peaceful day." The woman's voice was loud, and Bai Yi listened with great interest. Although he couldn't determine if his neighbor was problematic based solely on one side's words, it did pique his curiosity about Li Sisi. Because the young girl standing next to the woman was really quite beautiful, easily scoring an 80 in looks. To be able to steal the husband of such a beauty, this neighbor was certainly not an ordinary person. His idea quickly found an answer. Because not long after the eldest sister finished speaking, the front door of his neighbor was opened. A woman who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old appeared in his line of sight, leading the little girl he had seen today. To be honest, the moment Bai Yi saw her, everything made sense. This woman was truly beautiful, with a delicate oval face that was not at all inferior to Lin Zhenxin. Even from a physical standpoint, Li Sisi was better than the latter. Curvy. Because she was wearing relatively tight clothes, Bai Yi estimated that her waist was probably even slimmer than an A4 paper. Quite a sight to behold. Just then, the little girl holding Li Sisi's hand pointed at Bai Yi and said, "Mommy, not only is there a bad aunt, but also a bad uncle." "Xing, don't say such things." Li Sisi had heard what was just said and knew that this man was her new neighbor, so she quickly apologized. "The child doesn't understand, I'm sorry." "Hey, you're quite polite now, but what were you doing when you were flirting with my brother-in-law?" The eldest sister, seeing that she was ignoring her and instead apologizing to the neighbor, felt displeased. "Let me reiterate, I have never flirted with anyone." Li Sisi's emotions seemed to be breaking down, her voice becoming choked. "He added me under the pretense of discussing classes, but I only needed to communicate with him for work. From start to finish, he was the one pursuing me, and I never had any ambiguous relationship with him. But you all had to come to my house and say in front of my daughter that I was flirting with men. Aren't you bullying honest people?" By the end, her emotions were completely out of control. Her voice began to grow hoarse. This left the eldest sister at a loss. As for the little girl called Xing, she was even more frightened, trembling slightly, with tears welling up in her eyes. Noticing this, Bai Yi could not just sit by and watch. Adult matters should be handled as they should, but affecting the child was absolutely unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi squatted down and gently said to Xing, "Is your name Xing? Come here to uncle." Hearing his words, the little girl clearly felt a bit moved, but she still looked up at her mother first. "Go on, stay with uncle for a while, mommy will finish up soon." Soon, Xing came to his side, but she refused his open arms. She just stood silently beside him, holding back her tears. "Don't cry, as long as you hold on, uncle will bring you a toy tomorrow." "Really? Of course it's true." Children are easy to coax. A mere promise wiped away the tears that had been accumulating in her eyes. Without her daughter's constraints, Li Sisi felt much more at ease and pressed on. "Let your sister say for herself if I have ever flirted with your husband even a little bit. When you found me at my workplace, I showed you the chat records, right?" "Yes, that's true, but..." At this point, the younger sister clearly could not continue. But the eldest sister didn't care, boldly saying, "But my brother-in-law can't be reached now, and my sister just wants to vent her frustration, so what do you suggest we do?" "No, do you even have any sense of reason?" Li Sisi was so angry she laughed. "Your husband being unreachable has nothing to do with me." At this moment, Bai Yi finally understood what was going on. In simple terms, that sister's husband is a lecher, using classes as an excuse to add Li Sisi's contact information, and then he launched various advances. Not only did those advances fail, but he also ended up being caught by his own wife. So, with no way to reach her husband and nowhere to vent their emotions, the two sisters decided to place the blame on Li Sisi. How should I put it? Such things are quite common in life. When a person cannot vent their emotions, they can easily do something foolish. Reflecting on the situation, Bai Yi spoke up when both sides were at a standstill. Big sister, you just want to vent your anger, right? Yes, and I also want her to help me. Help me contact my husband. Forget about contacting him, but if you want to vent, I actually have a way. After understanding the situation, Bai Yi thought that there was no need to rush to contact such a man. Instead of wasting time on that, it would be better to go eat something delicious. However, when it came to helping vent some anger, he actually had a good idea. It might just help the neighbor a bit. What method? The sister immediately became curious. Li Sisi and the tough big sister standing nearby also looked at him with curiosity. Bai Yi smiled and said lightly, "Doesn't your husband care about your feelings? He knows he's married but still flirts outside?" "Yes. So, doesn't that mean he basically has nothing to do with my neighbor?" Probably. No, probably. It's definitely no relation. With that, Bai Yi firmly established the situation and then continued, "In that case, since he was unkind first, you can be ungrateful later." "You mean?" "Exactly. You should find a handsome guy to chat with. You don't have to do anything, but you must find a way to let your husband know and see if he gets anxious." As a man, he understood men's psychology very well. Some people are like that. They can do whatever they want outside, but when it comes to their wives, they definitely can't accept it. This could also be a way for the sister to push her husband a bit, making him understand the importance of mutual respect. Hearing his words, Li Sisi was dumbfounded. Can marital issues really be vented like this? Aren't you afraid that big sister will slap you in the face? The key was that she could tell Bai Yi was helping her out, so she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. But when she turned to look at the two sisters, she found that they seemed genuinely interested. The younger sister couldn't help but ask, "Will this really work?" "Of course. Why is he harassing Li Sisi?" "Because she's pretty. So I just said, find a handsome guy to give your husband some pressure." "That makes sense." The younger sister was really intrigued. Over the past day, she had tried various methods. She had reasoned with him emotionally and logically, but the result was that her husband showed no signs of repentance and had even left home. In such a situation, using some unconventional methods wasn't out of the question. But as she thought about it, she suddenly felt a bit dejected. "But I basically have no male friends. Where can I find a handsome guy? Am I supposed to find a gigolo?" "My silly sister, what are you saying?" The tough big sister rolled her eyes and then pointed at Bai Yi, saying, "Isn't this a ready-made handsome guy?" "Oh, right." Hearing her sister's words, the younger sister suddenly realized there was a ready-made handsome guy right in front of her. Whether in height or looks, he was countless times better than her husband. If I could coordinate with him, wouldn't that deadbeat be anxious to death? So, she decisively took out her phone, walked over to Bai Yi, and said, "Handsome, let's exchange contact information." Heaven and earth can bear witness, Bai Yi really just came up with a bad idea. He never intended to get involved himself, especially when he saw the way the girl looked at him, her eyes practically glowing green. This doesn't seem like a joke. But since the idea was his, to completely resolve it, he felt he might really have to make a sacrifice. With that thought, Bai Yi had no choice but to show his QR code. Then, right in front of her, he accepted the friend request. This made the girl very happy. "Handsome, what should we chat about?" "Just send what your husband sent to Li Sisi." Soon, she started operating right in front of Bai Yi. Before long, Bai Yi's phone received several messages. "Handsome, I'm very interested in you. How about dinner together tonight? Western food, okay?" Not replying? "Little handsome, I really like your aloof personality, but my fierce woman is right here. How will you resist?" As he read, Bai Yi suddenly felt a bit of a sting in his eyes. He couldn't help it. It was his first time experiencing what it meant to be greasy. He didn't even know how to reply. He believed that when Li Sisi received these messages, she must have been speechless too, right? Turning to look, he found her trying hard not to laugh out loud. Sigh, what a sin. So, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister, did your husband chase you like this back then?" "No, he treated me to pig's trotter rice at that time, and now he's treating me to Western food." "Nice. Alright." He also transferred money to Li Sisi. The next second, Bai Yi received a transfer of 1,314 yuan on his WeChat. He never expected that by helping to mediate a conflict, he would actually gain something unexpected. Accept it. He had to accept it. Not accepting would be unfair to the injury his eyes had suffered. Seeing Bai Yi accept the transfer right in front of her, the girl became a bit anxious. "Wait, handsome, my husband's transfer wasn't accepted by her." "That's because my neighbor has a bottom line." "Then how did you accept it?" "Coincidentally, I have no bottom line." As soon as he said this, Li Sisi, who had been holding back her laughter, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "Pfft, ha 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 ha, cough cough, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, I just couldn't help it." The laughter was loud, and it sounded a bit harsh in the girl's ears, making her expression turn a bit ugly. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Yi straightened his expression and said, I was just joking earlier. Actually, I accepted the money for your own good. For my own good? It's a package deal. If you want to make your husband anxious, you have to be even more excessive than him. Look, he didn't accept the transfer to Li Sisi, but I accepted your transfer. Doesn't that mean you won? Hearing this, the girl's expression improved a lot. Although her wallet had less money, just as Bai Yi said, she had one. In an instant, a sense of satisfaction from revenge arose. This made her forget the pain of spending money, and she felt great. What you said makes a lot of sense. Exactly. Alright, now that you've vented, you can go home and rest. Moments later, the two sisters' figures gradually faded away. The girl even turned back 3 times, looking very reluctant to part with him. This made Bai Yi feel a bit of a headache. And seeing that the trouble was resolved, Li Sisi finally calmed down and said seriously, Thank you for helping me solve such a big problem. Just a casual thing. The key is that I didn't lose anything. In just a few words, I earned over $1,000. Bai Yi wished every day could be this lively. Ah, you're so talented. After giving a thumbs up in respect, Li Sisi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she asked, You must have just moved here, right? What's your name? Bai Yi. Hello, I'm Li Sisi. I run a yoga studio in the county. Ah, I just heard you mention classes and thought you were a teacher. Sort of, but I teach yoga. That's great. No wonder Bai Yi felt that Li Sisi had an impressive figure at first glance. Turns out she's a professional. It made him want to attend a yoga class. Of course, that was just a thought. That place had too much negative energy. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. After getting a simple understanding of Li Sisi, Bai Yi looked down at the little girl and asked, What about you, little friend? What's your name? I'm Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling a meme online about Li Yuqing's mom. One could only say that the inspiration from the internet comes from reality. Li Yuqing's mom is indeed impressive. Plus, with the profession of a yoga teacher, it's unbeatable. After some small talk, Bai Yi chose to take the initiative to say goodbye to the mother and daughter. It was getting a bit late, and his parents should be getting anxious. However, just as Li Sisi turned around and walked towards her villa, a hint of gray peeked out from under her long pants. Silk in the pants. And it's gray. Half an hour later, Bai Yi drove back to his parents' old house. As soon as he entered, he saw his father, Bai Zero, sitting at the dining table, looking dejected. Dad, what's wrong? Before Bai Zero could answer, Lu Ruan came out of the kitchen carrying a large basin of ribs. How can you even ask what's wrong? You actually teamed up with your dad to deceive me. He clearly lost $4,000 but insisted on telling me it was $3,000. If I hadn't seen you just come back, I would have beaten you up. Hearing this, Bai Zero perked up, winking at Bai Yi while saying, See, look at the mess you made, now your mom is scolding you. This. Bai Yi was dumbfounded, inexplicably becoming the scapegoat. He immediately stood at attention and said, Mom, I report. He lost $5,000, and Dad hid the money. There's more. Lu Ruan placed the ribs on the table and pointed at Bai Zero, saying, Hiding private money and framing my son? Bring it out, or I'll push your wheelchair to the square. What are you going to do in the square? I'll let you watch me dance with other old men. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Zero immediately surrendered. No, I'll give it to you. That's more like it. Son, sit down and eat. Alright. Seeing his dad's pained expression, Bai Yi felt secretly pleased. Facing a table full of delicious food, his appetite suddenly surged. Scapegoat? Not a chance. During the meal, he looked at his parents and asked, Mom and Dad, are you really not moving over? If possible, Bai Yi would actually prefer to live in the old house and let his parents move to the new one, especially when he saw that the furnishings in the room were no different from a year and a half ago. Parents are like that, believing money should be spent wisely, and that wisely usually means spending on their son. But as a son, now having the ability to change the situation, Bai Yi wanted to try to change their mindset. He wanted them to live for themselves in their remaining years and enjoy everything they should enjoy. No, we won't. Forgetful of the pain of losing her secret stash of money, Bai Zero shook her head and said firmly, Your mom and I are living just fine here, and we know all the neighbors. Your dad is right. Moving to a new place where we don't know anyone is worse than killing me. She picked up a piece of pork rib and continued, Now that you've made something of yourself and can live a good life, your dad and I are happy for you. If you think this is bad, then immediately go on a blind date tomorrow, so I can hold my grandchild sooner. The old couple's response was actually what he expected. However, Bai Yi was definitely not going to give up. Soon, he shifted to plan B. If you don't want to move, then I'll pay to renovate our old house. Renovate? How much will that cost? Before she could finish her thought, Lu Ruan began to feel distressed about the expenses. Fortunately, Bai Yi was prepared and patted his chest, saying, I have money, you don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan was clearly a bit swayed. At the same time, she wanted to ask Bai Yi how much he had earned, considering he came back and bought a house and a car. But in the end, she gave up on that idea. Bai Yi had grown up and had his own thoughts. Why should parents meddle so much? All they needed was for their son to be filial. So, she decisively nodded and said, alright then, I'll give you a chance to be filial. Great! Ha ha ha. The parents finally relented, and Bai Yi smiled happily. He was even more certain that his decision to return to the small county town was absolutely correct. At least the smiles on their faces were not deceiving. Of course, in Bai Yi's view, this was just the beginning. He wanted to bring joy to his parents for the rest of their lives. However, just as he silently vowed in his heart, the system's holographic screen reappeared before his eyes. Detected that your parents have reached the age requiring support. While you are still unemployed, the life system expresses deep concern. No matter how hard it gets, we can't let our parents suffer. You have triggered the filial support. Filial support. For every penny you spend on your parents, you will receive double cash back. What the hell? This is amazing? The system's introduction was simple and easy to understand, and Bai Yi quickly grasped it. Then, he couldn't help but get excited. This is really going to take off. It was foreseeable that, now that he no longer had to worry about money, he would definitely spend a lot on his parents in the future. To put it closer to home, just for renovating this old house, he was prepared to invest at least 200,000. But now it seemed that this budget could be raised. Being able to be filial while getting double the money back, what is this if not taking off? System brother, it really. I'm crying. While internally marveling at how powerful the system was, he was eager to test it out. Just then, his mom Lu Xiaojuan entered the kitchen with a bowl and chopsticks. Bai Yi quickly took out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Bai Ziru. You have transferred living expenses to your father. Meeting the support criteria, a cashback of 10,000 yuan has been credited. Looking at the system's notification, Bai Yi smiled. Meanwhile, Bai Ziru, sitting across from him, had already burst into laughter. Then he whispered, Son, I knew you were good to your dad, knowing to give me pocket money. I was just thinking of making you take the blame, really. He. I almost forgot about that. Dad, are you happy? Happy. You're too early to be happy. At this point, Bai Yi turned to shout towards the kitchen, Mom, my dad actually has a secret stash of money. By the time they returned to the villa from his parents' house, it was already past 9 p.m. In a small county town with virtually no nightlife, many people were already preparing to sleep. But Bai Yi, at this moment, felt completely wide awake. He immediately went to the study next to the bedroom, ready to play a game. His computer, worth nearly 20,000 yuan, was currently set up there. If it weren't for the time constraint, he probably would have already transformed the study into an esports room. However, just as he pressed the power button, his phone next to him chimed with a ding-dong. Picking it up, he found several messages waiting for him. Among them was one from Gu Zhenshin, informing him that she had to work the night shift tonight and couldn't ride back together in the morning. Bai Yi understood this. After all, doctors often have to work night shifts. After replying to her message, Bai Yi opened the kangaroo delivery app. Although he hadn't spent much time in the hospital, Gu Zhenshin and Huang Yali had taken great care of his father. They would come by to check on him from time to time and were quite thorough during his discharge checkup. Since others were taking such good care of him, he couldn't fall short, right? Considering the hard work of the night shift, Bai Yi decided to order a large amount of fruit for her. When he returned to WeChat, he saw a message from the girl he had added at Li Cici's house today. Good news, my husband is back. Bad news, he hit me and pressed me to ask who you are, but don't worry, I won't say anything. Handsome, I want to get back at him. How about we meet tomorrow? I'll book a room. After reading the last part, Bai Yi couldn't help but slap his forehead. Seriously, after you took 13-14 from me, you actually want to play this for real? Dream on. Big sister, you can't just look at a guy's appearance when it comes to relationships. But I think you're really handsome. I admit that, but you should also take a look at your own appearance. Finally, the girl fell completely silent. Unbothered, Bai Yi started playing games to pass the time. He got so absorbed that he completely lost track of time. Meanwhile, in the break room of the county hospital's emergency department, Lin Zhenshin, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, was chatting with a few colleagues. The topic of conversation was still about Bai Yi. One of the young nurses curiously asked, Dr. Lin, is that handsome guy you were standing with yesterday your boyfriend? No, he's just a middle school classmate I ran into. Oh, I see. I thought you two looked quite like a couple. Couple? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Bai Yi's face flashed in her mind. He really hasn't changed much over the years. Back in middle school, quite a few girls were infatuated with him, crazy about him, and even crashed into walls for him. Although he seemed a bit chubbier now, his charm was still there. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. When she opened it, she found a delivery guy standing outside. "Which one is Lin Jinshin? Your delivery." "Ah, that's me, but I didn't order any takeout." "I don't know about that, but it definitely has your name on it." With that, the delivery guy turned and left. Lin Jinshin was left holding a large bag of various fruits, looking completely bewildered. Huang Yali, also on duty, saw this and smiled mysteriously, saying, "What are you looking at? It's obviously arranged by your ordinary classmate." "No way?" "Yes way. Let me ask and find out." With that, Huang Yali took out her phone and sent Bai Yi a voice message. "Handsome, thank you for the fruit." "You're welcome. If it's not enough, just let me know. Boss is generous." Listening to Bai Yi's voice from her phone and then glancing at her colleague's teasing looks, Lin Jinshin felt her face getting a bit hot. "Oh, stop looking at me. He sent so much. Come help me finish it." The next morning, without the company of his beloved, Bai Yi still insisted on cycling for over 40 minutes, raising his physical fitness to a solid 62 points. He was very satisfied with this increase. When he returned home, he found Li Sisi, dressed in loose casual clothes, hurriedly running out while holding their daughter. In her hand, she also carried a small backpack, clearly to send Li Yuqing to school. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi greeted them. "Good morning, Teacher Li, little Yuqing." "Good morning." Li Yuqing, held in her arms, stared at him and said, "Good morning, bad uncle. If you call me bad uncle again, there will be no gifts when you come back tonight." Then, "Good morning, good brother. Ha ha ha, alright, from now on, that's how you should call me." Soon, the mother and child disappeared from his sight, and he returned home to take a good shower. Showering after exercising was a very refreshing thing. By the time he went out again, it was already past 9 in the morning. Bai Yi first went to buy insurance for his new car, then went to the vehicle management office to get the license plates. He was lucky and drew a relatively decent number. He then parked the car on the street and dialed his childhood friend Xiao Jia's number. When he was outside, aside from missing his parents, he probably missed those childhood friends he grew up with the most. This was a rather special friendship. They didn't keep in touch much, but every time they met, there was never a hint of distance. Everything felt so natural. Of course, the reason for this call was that he knew the other party was now a small contractor, usually taking on jobs in the county town. Just right, as he needed to renovate his parents' old house, it was a perfect match. Soon, the call connected, and the other party's voice came through the phone. "Bro, what made you think of calling me?" "Well, life is tough. Thought I'd ask to borrow some money." "Ha ha ha, how much do you need?" "You tell me how much you have first." "I have 2,000 available right now, and I can probably get another 5,000 from Huabei. Is that enough?" Xiaozong is still righteous. What is a brother? This is it. As long as you ask, even if it's through Huabei, he'll help his brother through tough times. However, Bai Yi didn't plan to keep joking around, and quickly changed the subject. "Where are you now? Let's meet up." "Ha, you're back?" Upon hearing that Bai Yi had returned, the other party's first reaction was surprise. But before he could say the next sentence, Bai Yi heard a woman's furious voice on the other end of the line. "Who the hell are you calling? Hurry up and sign this. I'm telling you, even if you invite the Buddha, this marriage must end today." The next second, the call was abruptly hung up by Xiao Jia. Not long after, Bai Yi received a message from him. "Sorry, I have to deal with some family matters first. I'll find you when I'm done." "Alright, just let me know if you need help." "Small problem, I can handle it easily." Seeing the other party's feigned nonchalance, Bai Yi smiled but didn't expose it. He wasn't clear about the details of Xiao Jia's married life, having not returned to the county town for years. But since it had escalated to the point of divorce, it probably wasn't something that could be easily managed. However, as an outsider, he couldn't offer much help, so he planned to comfort him when he contacted him again, at most just having a drink together. Time quickly passed to noon, and under his parents' urging, Bai Yi arrived at the Longxiang Hotel, located in the heart of the county town. The purpose, of course, was for a blind date. It could be said that his blind date's elders were quite anxious as well. The two young people were not even given a chance to spend time together. They were directly arranged to meet at a restaurant. To be honest, Bai Yi believed that this blind date had almost no chance of success. But since he had already promised his parents, what else could he do? He had to meet her with a stiff upper lip. Guided by the staff, he quickly arrived at the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. There, he met his blind date. She looked to be around 24 or 25, with a pretty face that could barely score an 8.5. Her clothing style was also quite different from the girls in small towns. She appeared to be more fashionable. However, upon seeing her for the first time, Bai Yi inexplicably felt that there was something off about her. He always sensed an unshakable air of worldliness about her. Sitting down across from her, Bai Yi smiled and said, you're here for a blind date, right? Hello, I'm Bai Yi. Hello, I'm Chen Jingya. After sizing him up, Chen Jingya nodded in satisfaction. My family didn't tell me you were this handsome. It's nothing special. He thought it was just modesty. He couldn't arrogantly claim to be very handsome, could he? But to Bai Yi's surprise, she nodded affirmatively. Indeed, being handsome doesn't pay the bills. I value quality of life more. That's absolutely right. Quality of life should come first. You think so too? Yes, we only live for a few decades. If there's no quality of life, what's the point? Hearing this response, Chen Jingya's eyes lit up. Exactly. My family wants me to find someone to marry quickly, but I prefer to be selective. The premise of marriage is that I cannot lower my quality of life. You wouldn't believe it, but Bai Yi actually agreed with her. This was also the reason many young people today, despite having good conditions, don't even want to date. It's a simple principle. A boy earning over 10,000 a month can ensure his quality of life while saving money to travel and support his parents. Once he starts dating, that situation can take a nosedive. Just to satisfy his girlfriend's sense of ceremony, half a month's salary could be spent. In such circumstances, what quality of life is left? However, seeing how serious Chen Jingya was, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, so your current lifestyle must be quite high, right? Absolutely. When it came to this, Chen Jingya began to speak excitedly. When I was in the Magic City, I had to drink a cup of Starbucks every morning, eat well outside for lunch, and fully enjoy afternoon tea time in the afternoon. In any case, I had to spend at least 30,000 a month on myself. But now that I've returned to my hometown for work, my quality of life has declined. Listening to her, Bai Yi felt increasingly puzzled. Why did it seem like this wasn't the life of a middle-class girl, but rather someone without a serious job? She spent her whole day enjoying herself, without mentioning work hours. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, "So what's your income like?" "Ahem, it varies, but at least 7 or 8,000 a month." "Ha?" Bai Yi blinked, feeling somewhat shocked. To be honest, for a girl, that income wasn't particularly low. But if he remembered correctly, she had just said she needed to spend at least 30,000 a month, right? Where did the more than 20,000 difference come from? Could she be a rich second generation? That was impossible. That day in the hospital, his uncle had introduced her family situation, saying Chen Jingya came from an ordinary family. Seeing his surprised expression, Chen Jingya felt a bit uncomfortable. "What do you mean? I was dating at that time, and my boyfriend spent some money on me. Isn't that normal?" "Normal, perfectly normal." Listening to the other person's confident words, Bai Yi expressed his respect. Although he wouldn't be such a fool, there are all kinds of people in a big world, and there are plenty of sycophants out there. Given the other person's looks, she indeed had the preliminary qualifications to be a sycophant. Then that's settled. Anyway, I don't plan to lower my quality of life, so my financial requirements for a boyfriend are quite high. Since we're on this topic, I won't keep you in suspense. Let me briefly outline my requirements. Go ahead. At this point, Bai Yi no longer felt like he was on a blind date. He felt like he was just watching a show. He was genuinely curious about what kind of demands this confidently extravagant girl, who spent 20,000 a month on her boyfriend, would make. Chen Jingya, not understanding his thoughts, began to speak freely. "Let's start with the simplest. A bride price of 288,000, and I want all the other essentials too, plus a Mercedes C-Class. Can you accept that?" Sure. He loved to speak the truth. If Bai Yi were a sycophant, he could indeed meet her conditions. Unfortunately, he wasn't. And Chen Jingya clearly didn't expect him to agree so readily, instantly realizing a serious problem. This man might really have the means. She couldn't afford to lose out. That was absolutely unacceptable. So, she quickly changed her approach and said, "These are the requirements for marriage. Now let me talk about the ones for dating. If you want to pursue me now, just transfer 20,000 directly, and I'll consider it seriously. But let me make it clear, when we confirm our relationship, you also need to give me an 80,000 surprise." Goodness, I can't believe this. To be honest, Bai Yi was an old internet user. He had seen plenty of outrageous blind date scenarios online, but he never expected that what he encountered in reality would be even more absurd. A 20,000 entry fee for pursuing someone, an additional 80,000 for confirming the relationship, and what kind of surprise is that? When did 80,000 become just a small surprise? Don't be so exaggerated. Goodness, you can't possibly afford that, can you? Who would have thought that Bai Yi was just looking for a bit of fun in a simple blind date, and now the other party really took him for a fool? She even resorted to emotional manipulation. No, sister, think about what you just said. Is that reasonable? What's unreasonable about it? Chen Jingya didn't care about his expression and continued to speak confidently. If we really get married, don't I have to bear children for you? Don't I have to be a housekeeper for your family? You don't think those are free, do you? And what I just mentioned was just for myself. when we get married, you also need to give my parents 180,000. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi, who had initially been enjoying the show, could no longer hold back. All right, we haven't even ordered any food. How did you get so drunk? What do you mean by that? Literally, if you had eaten a few peanuts while drinking, you wouldn't be saying such ridiculous things. As the saying goes, when two people don't click, even a few words can be too many. This blind date had already been declared over in Bai Ye's mind. However, upon hearing this, Chen Jingya immediately broke down. I originally thought your thoughts were in line with mine. Now it seems you're just a poor loser without any means. If you don't have money, just admit it instead of making so many excuses. I advise you not to go on blind dates anymore. How embarrassing. With those words, Bai Yi, who had been ready to get up and leave, suddenly sat back down. He was a bit angry. Being called a loser didn't really bother him. In Bai Ye's perception, he had always been a loser filled with lowbrow interests. But she actually said she was embarrassed? That's simply turning the world upside down. She was the one making ridiculous statements about spending 20,000 for a pursuit threshold and then giving 80,000 after confirming a relationship. And now, the one who should be embarrassed is me? Bai Yi thought that with such a twisted value system, he had to teach her a lesson. At the same time, he was curious, with Chen Jingya's face not turning red and her heart not racing when it came to money. She must look beautiful when she cries, right? With this thought in mind, after returning to his seat, he pretended to be unconvinced and said, "Who's calling someone a poor loser? I can take out this money right now." Really? I said someone as handsome as you shouldn't be a loser. Stop saying useless things. Give me your phone. What do you need my phone for? To get you some money. Oh. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Jingya still unlocked her phone and handed it over. Then she looked at him expectantly as he operated it. Bai Yi was not polite at all, directly finding Alipay on the phone and opening the borrow feature. You wouldn't believe it, this girl's credit score was quite high, and she could actually get 50,000. Without hesitation, he clicked to release the full amount. Once everything was settled, Bai Yi opened the balance interface of her Alipay, returned the phone to Chen Jingya, and said, "Take a look, if I don't show off a bit, you really wouldn't know my strength." When she saw that her balance was actually 50,000, Chen Jingya was overjoyed, her voice becoming a bit high-pitched. "You really gave me this much, brother, you're so powerful." Ha, it's just average. Waving his hand casually, Bai Yi stood up from his seat. "Alright, I have things to do today, let's stop here for now." You're leaving just like that? Yeah, I'm leaving. Why would he stay? Did she expect him to wait until she reacted and caused a scene? It's better to slip away quickly. So he ignored her attempts to keep him there and soon disappeared into the restaurant, leaving Chen Jingya sitting at her spot, giggling to herself. Who says there are no quality men in small towns? She just went on a simple blind date and look what she found. The key was that Bai Yi was not only handsome but also not clingy. Look, after transferring 50,000, he immediately acted like nothing happened and went back to work. It's like this now, in the future. Wouldn't he just keep sending her money? Just then, a waiter approached. "Beautiful lady, can we start ordering?" "No need to order, just bring me a few of your restaurant's specialties." With 50,000 in her account, she had to spend it. She even planned to go shopping for clothes at the mall afterward. As for the job she just found a couple of days ago, she could consider quitting now. At this moment, she completely forgot about the heartbreak in the Magic City, her mind filled with thoughts of a carefree future. As she thought about it, she felt a little excited. However, just as the restaurant began to serve her high-end ingredients like lobsters and king crabs, Chen Jingya suddenly thought of a question. He didn't even use his own phone. How did he transfer the money to me? Could it be that technology has advanced to the point of facial recognition for transfers? That shouldn't be the case. Oh no, something's not right. Realizing something was off, she quickly dialed Bai Ye's number. This was provided to her by her elders for convenience. The call was quickly connected, and she tried to suppress her doubts, asking, "Brother, I just remembered, you didn't use your own phone to transfer the money. How did this 50,000 come about?" At that moment, Bai Yi, who was already on the road, almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Oh, that's the loan I helped you apply for." "Loan? You mean you used the loan to transfer money to me?" "No, it's your own loan, but your limit is quite low, at most just 50,000 yuan. If you think that's not enough, you can borrow a family member's phone to find me. We should be able to get quite a bit more." "So you're saying, you used my phone to apply for an online loan for me? Ha ha ha." Unable to hold back his laughter any longer, Bai Yi continued, "You can't just say anything. I see you talking about money all the time, thinking your family is in such trouble. I'm just helping you get through a tough time. Alright, I'm busy, I'm hanging up." Without waiting for the other person to start cursing, Bai Yi decisively hung up the phone and swiftly blocked the number. After all, in the future, he shouldn't have any further interactions with that person. Hopefully, this little lesson today would make her a bit more clear-headed. As for whether he would bear any responsibility for his actions, there was really no need to worry. He was just a good person who felt sorry for the girl living poorly, using financial means to help relieve her life pressures. What was wrong with that? It was all out of good intentions. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, listening to the phone say the number you dialed is currently busy, and looking at the table full of food, Chen Jingya was on the verge of tears, her mindset completely shattered. Damn! After a little interlude, Bai Yi was in a great mood. Just as he was about to go home for a nap, he received a call from his childhood friend, Xiao Jia. The content was simple. He said he had finished his work and arranged a meeting place. From the tone, it was clear that the other person's voice was quite low. Guessing what was going on, Bai Yi simply decided to set the meeting place at a restaurant near Xiao Jia's home. Meeting up with a good brother and having a drink was a must. About 10 minutes later, after arriving at the destination, Bai Yi had just gotten out of the car when he saw Xiao Jia standing not far away waiting for him. Hey, look over here. Ha! Xiao Jia turned his head, and upon seeing him get out of a large SUV, his face immediately showed surprise. Wow, such a big car, an ideal? I've heard of this car, you really have done well for yourself. Well, I guess I've done okay. How about you? As they talked, Bai Yi looked him up and down. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Being thin was something that was determined from birth. No matter how much he controlled his diet, he just couldn't stop gaining weight. But Xiao Jia, on the other hand, had always been slim. The key was that he was nearly 1.9 meters tall, looking like a telephone pole from a distance. Don't mention it. I just got divorced this morning. From now on, I'm just a lonely person. Being alone isn't so bad. Come on, let's go inside and drink while we chat. The restaurant wasn't crowded, and the dishes came out quite quickly. After a couple of drinks, Xiao Jia began to open up. Bro, back when we used to drink, we used to tease you for being a single dog, but now, who among us doesn't envy you? What's there to envy? Envy your freedom and carefree life. Xiao Jia became more serious as he spoke. Take me for example. When I first got married, I was indeed very happy, thinking this was how life would be. But just a few years later, everything changed. My current situation can be summed up in 2 words. Pathetic. They say raising children is for old age. My parents are getting older, and I give them some living expenses every month. Is there anything wrong with that? Nothing wrong at all. But my wife just doesn't agree. When I give it to them, she keeps making a fuss. Ugh, it's exhausting. This was someone else's family matter, and Bai Yi couldn't say much. But just stopping there, he felt that the divorce was justified. Otherwise, the home would definitely always be in a state of chaos. Especially Xiao Jia, he understands the importance of face. What he fears the most is being labeled as unfilial. Is that why you're getting a divorce? If you're going to say that, then I need to have a serious talk with you. That day. Soon, a juicy piece of gossip that even Bai Yi found thrilling emerged. The incident began a few days ago when Xiao Jia received a call from his mother-in-law, saying that his father-in-law had a difficult-to-treat illness and needed to prepare 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. He happened to have over 100,000 yuan in savings, and at that moment, he dropped everything at work and went home to get his bank card to withdraw the money. As a result, his wife thought that the money was needed by Xiao Jia's parents and immediately refused, even saying something quite outrageous. That's your parents, not my parents. Why should we use that savings? I don't care. If your parents need money for treatment, you can take out a loan or borrow from your so-called friends, but don't even think about using that savings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia immediately realized the situation. He responded on the spot, "What you said makes sense, then let's not treat them." At that moment, his wife was very satisfied with this answer. But when her own mother called and found out that it was her parents who needed the money, she immediately changed her tone and demanded that Xiao Jia go withdraw the money right away. From the outcome of the divorce, it was clear that he retorted, "Your parents are not my parents. If you need money, go take out a loan or borrow from your so-called girlfriends." Hearing this, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then gave a thumbs up and said, "Ha ha, it's got to be you, brother. Ha ha, I felt pretty good at the time too, but when it came to signing the divorce agreement, I still felt like the sky was falling. I don't think it's that serious. The sky just has a small hole, you can patch it up." You mean, right, find a young and filial one. Bai Yi has always thought that the world is so big, who can't live without whom? Even with Xiao Jia and his ex-wife's situation, getting a divorce is definitely a cause for celebration. The saying that marrying the wrong person can ruin 3 generations is not just talk. Oh, I don't have that ability. To put it bluntly, I'm just a migrant worker. So what if you're a migrant worker? You have a house now, a car, you're not lacking anything. Anyway, I feel like I have no chance. Forget it, it's useless for me to tell you now. Just come with me to a place and you'll understand. He could probably see it clearly now. Xiao Jia wasn't actually sad about the divorce, he was confused about his future life. In short, he lacked confidence, so he felt it was necessary to help him build some confidence. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with the help of a designated driver, they arrived at the edge of the county town. Through the car window, Bai Yi could clearly see a huge sign, Sunshine Hot Spring Resort Hotel. Although the county town is small, it doesn't mean there aren't fun places to visit. Manhwa County is a tourist county that continuously discovers hot springs, and Sunshine Hot Spring Hotel is the most famous among them. Well, it's famous not because of its luxury, but because the foot massage therapists here are notoriously good-looking. His childhood friend Xiao Jia had clearly heard about this place. However, he didn't show any excitement now. Instead, he seemed a bit shy. Why did you bring me here? To help you find your confidence. Can you find confidence in a place like this? Absolutely. A man lacking confidence typically shows it through his honesty. If it weren't for his honesty, he wouldn't have been bullied by his ex-wife to that extent. Bringing him here for a foot massage was actually meant to help him understand that there are women in this world beyond just gold diggers and various oddities. All you need is a 288, and you'll meet the most ordinary women. They won't talk to you about dowries. Instead, they'll share their grievances about society from a friend's perspective. They won't expect you to say things like, "Princess, please get off," but will instead convey endless tenderness to you. As the saying goes, love rises with the clock. The charm of foot washing goes beyond this. It can make a man see beautiful women in a different light, allowing him to become confident and no longer act like a sycophant. It can also teach you that to make a beautiful woman treat you kindly, you don't need to buy expensive bags or engage in various rituals. In short, Bai Yi feels that he can't live without foot washing for the rest of his life. At the Sunshine Hot Spring Hotel, in the massage and relaxation area, Bai Yi stood tall and proud, contrasting sharply with the timid Xiao Jia behind him. It's just a foot wash, is it really that serious? It's not because of that. Then what is it because of? Xiao Jia instinctively glanced around and then leaned in to whisper in his ear, mainly, "I've been going through a divorce these past few days and haven't bathed at all. My feet are really smelly." Don't worry, they won't mind. As they spoke, the two were led by the staff into a cozy double room illuminated by warm lights. The environment was quite nice. Compared to the places he had been to in the capital, it wasn't much different. Moreover, the space in the room was considerably larger. Since it was his first time here, Bai Yi chose a mid-range 588 package to avoid poor service. Now, the most important part was choosing a technician. After receiving the list from the staff, Bai Yi felt a bit disappointed because there were no photos on it. But that didn't stump him. This brings us to a little trick for foot washing. When you arrive at a new place and are unsure about the quality of the technicians, what should you do? Simple, just choose consecutive numbers like 888, 666, etc. If they don't have some real skills, the technicians wouldn't dare to take those numbers. So, Bai Yi decisively pointed to the list and asked the staff, "How about this 888? Sir, impressive. You've chosen our new ace technician right away. What makes her an ace? She just returned from a big city and used to be a top technician there. So impressive? Then it's her." After he confirmed his choice, Xiao Jia also followed suit and picked 777. As the staff left, the two lay on their massage beds and began to chat. "Are you leaving again after this trip?" "Can't say for sure in the future, but I definitely won't be leaving in the short term." "That's great. I'm finally not a lonely person anymore." After a happy smile, Xiao Jia turned to ask, "Now that you have a car, what about a house? Where are you planning to buy? If you have any ideas, just let me know. I still have some resources and can give you some discounts." "No need, I've already bought everything." Where?" "Guanshanyu." "What the heck?" As soon as he mentioned Guanshanyu, Xiao Jia sat up straight. "Wait, are you really flying high without telling your buddies? You've bought a villa. The houses there are all over 1.2 million. That's impressive. Just average, maybe third in the world. Honestly, if ordinary friends knew you bought a car worth hundreds of thousands and lived in the best house in the county, they would definitely be jealous. But with childhood friends, it's all blessings." You can see from the smile on Xiao Jia's face that he is genuinely happy for him. Bai Yi really enjoys this kind of friendship. However, as they chatted, he shifted the topic back to serious matters. "By the way, you still remember what my parents' house looks like, right? You're making fun of me, right? I used to stay at your place quite a bit." No, I was actually planning to ask you to help me tidy up my parents' house." "That's a small problem. What's the budget?" When it came to her expertise, Xiao Jia became confident. "A few $100,000. "What? How much?" At that moment, Xiao Jia completely forgot her nervousness about coming for a foot massage, staring at him in shock. You have to understand, this is a small county town. Even if you were to build a villa from scratch, it wouldn't cost more than 300,000. But her childhood friend only wanted to renovate an old house and had a budget of several $100,000? How much money did he make to come back with? Seeing his expression, Bai felt nothing unusual. He now had a system backing him up, and his parents' expenses could be doubled in return. So even if it was for profit, he had to elevate his parents' living environment to the highest level. Strictly speaking, the budget is unlimited. I want my parents to live as comfortably as possible. Can you do that? Yes, absolutely. Look at you, kid. You haven't forgotten your brothers after getting rich. Well, who could I forget but you? At this point, Bai suddenly remembered that when they were kids, he had caused trouble outside due to his mischief. Xiao Jia had taken all the blame to prevent him from getting beaten at home. While he escaped a beating, she had to endure a good whipping herself. With such a loyal friend, Bai thought it was only right for him to earn his money. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of high heels clicking on the floor outside the door. The next moment, the door to their private room slowly opened. Two technicians dressed in kipayos and black stockings walked in. Hello, customer. Technician 888 is pleased to serve you. Hello, customer. Hearing the greetings, Bai was momentarily taken aback. One of them sounded so familiar. He looked up towards the door and was even more stunned. What a coincidence! The technician 888 standing in front of him was none other than Chen Jingya, who had gone on a blind date with him just a few hours ago. In an instant, he recalled what the waiter had said about her being the returning Zhongwang from the big city. It all matched up. You can't say anything. She looked much better in this uniform than in casual clothes. And as he noticed Chen Jingya, she naturally noticed him too. Seeing the man who had helped her apply for a 50,000 yuan online loan and spent 1,000 on lunch lying on the massage table, she felt a mix of emotions. From the initial anger of wanting to fight him to embarrassment, and finally to fear, her feelings were incredibly complicated. By the end, she genuinely wanted to escape this private room. But out of professional integrity, Chen Jingya steeled herself and said, Sir, I'll go get another technician to serve you. Having her personally attend to him? That would be worse than death. Right now, Chen Jingya just wanted to stay far away from Bai. However, Bai quickly waved his hand and said, What do you need to change? It's you. Ha? What ha? I heard you're the Zhongwang who came back from the big city. I have to experience this. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingya felt like she had eaten something terrible. But after thinking it over, she still took a step towards Bai. There was no way out. Her biggest secret was already in someone else's hands. Chen Jingya was genuinely afraid he would tell her family about her situation after returning. Bai didn't understand her thoughts at all because he hadn't thought that far. Keeping her here was purely out of a twisted sense of amusement. He was curious about what it felt like for a woman who had just demanded a bride price of 288,000 yuan to now be willing to wash his feet for 588. It should be quite a peculiar experience, right? Moments later, Bai looked at Chen Jingya, who was sitting on a small stool at his feet, with a smile and said, Sir, shall we start the project now? Wait, first learn from your colleague and see how sweet their smile service is. Right next to Bai's massage bed, the technician chosen by Xiao Jiao was smiling sweetly despite the unbearable foot odor that even Bai found hard to bear. The way she held Xiao Jia's foot was incredibly gentle. This scene made Chen Jingya's mindset a bit unstable. In the past, this was her basic operation. But now, facing a blind date who had helped her apply for an online loan and had already cost her over 1,000 yuan, providing smile service? Wasn't this just bullying honest people? But considering her performance, what else could she do? Smile. She took 2 deep breaths, inhaling quite a bit of the foot odor in the room, then revealed a sweet smile and said in a soft voice, Sir, is this okay? Yes, let's start. Keep that smile going. Alright, sir. If it weren't for the rule of law in society, she really wanted to go up and strangle Bai. How could someone be so wicked? Bai could probably understand her thoughts, but what did it have to do with him? Just close his eyes and enjoy. To be fair, Chen Jingya's technique was really good. After just a few minutes of massage, he was already feeling so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. This made him unable to resist asking quietly, Wait, were you really a Zhongwang before? Yes. If it weren't for my family being sick, I would still be a Zhongwang. Regardless of any conflicts between them, being asked this question by a blind date made Chen Jingya feel quite embarrassed. That's impressive. Then your income can indeed support you spending 30,000 a month. But what's up with that boyfriend? Cough. If I directly say my profession, who would want to go on a blind date with me? That would just be looking for an excuse. Fair enough. Earning her own money and spending it, Chen Jingya had no issues with that. What surprised him even more was when Chen Jingya added, Actually, I only had one boyfriend when I first came to the Magic City, and after we broke up, I never dated again. Why? Afraid they would delay my earning money, and also afraid they would spend my money. Ha ha, so clear-headed? Just saying, you learn from your mistakes. I have to say, hearing this made Baiye's perception of her shift a bit. He immediately asked, so do you hate me? Hate? Right now, I'm a bit scared of you. Now that they were at this point, Chen Jingya didn't feel awkward anymore. While continuing to massage his feet, she said, could you not tell anyone about today? My family thinks I'm working as a waitress. The loss Baiyi brought her was more psychological. That 50,000 yuan owed could just be paid back, and as for the 1,000 yuan spent on meals, it was ultimately her own choice, and it all ended up in her stomach. Compared to that, it was far more terrifying for her parents to find out about her profession. If the truth were to come out, she couldn't even imagine the storm she would have to endure. Well, that depends on your performance. To be honest, Baiyi didn't have a habit of being loose-lipped. He definitely wouldn't spill what happened today, but for some reason, seeing her normal demeanor made him want to tease her a little. It turned out that this statement had a great impact, and Chen Jingya immediately put in more effort. However, while enjoying, Baiyi sensed something was off. How did a blanket cover his lower body? Why was Chen Jingya's hand moving further up, eventually unbuckling his belt? And what was with the brand new gloves on her hands? Ahem, give me some positive energy. Oh, okay, I thought. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. He wasn't a moralist, he just wasn't desperate to that extent. Baiyi was quite picky when it came to such needs. Clearly, Chen Jingya did not meet that requirement. By the time Baiyi walked out of the Sunshine Hot Spring Hotel, it was already evening. But don't get the wrong idea, he hadn't been extending his time, but rather had gone to soak in the hot springs with Xiao Jia. It made this otherwise ordinary afternoon much more fulfilling. The effect was quite good. His childhood friend had clearly moved on from the pain of divorce, and he was even insisting on coming back in a few days. Treating. Before leaving, Chen Jingya accompanied him to the front desk to settle the bill. She had been looking as if she wanted to say something but held back the entire time. Seeing this, Baiyi smiled and said, don't worry, we're the same age. I can understand your difficulties. I won't say anything. Thank you. Alright, just for that thank you. After a pause, Baiyi tossed his bank card to the staff at the front desk and said, young man, sign me up for a membership, and top up 20,000. He had clearly seen the poster next to the front desk that said, top up 20,000 and get 40,000 free. Given that he would definitely be coming here often for foot baths, it was quite necessary to participate in such a promotion. His words instantly made Chen Jingya beam with joy. If you asked whether she hated Baiyi before, the answer would definitely be yes. But now, Baiyi had successfully transformed from a blind date to a major client. What was there to hate? She didn't even have time to lick her wounds. Boss, you're generous. Next time you come, I'll prepare some new tricks for you. New tricks are fine, but remember, it must be positive energy. Okay, positive energy, ha ha ha. Alright, I'm off. For safety's sake, Baiyi, who was completely sober now, still found a designated driver and headed to his parents' house with Xiao Jia. They had enjoyed themselves, but they couldn't forget the important matters. It's worth mentioning that although Xiao Jia had not studied this profession, years of accumulated experience made him quite impressive in the field of construction. After just a simple tour, he already had a rough plan. First, the old house didn't need to be torn down and rebuilt, but it must be reinforced overall. The roof would need to be completely removed, and an additional layer added on top, transforming the old house into a two-story building. Additionally, the area where his parents used to grow vegetables could be dug up to create a pond for raising koi, with a pavilion built nearby for summer shade and outdoor barbecues, among other activities. Listening to his plans, Baiyi felt very satisfied. Just thinking about it made him believe that the old house would definitely be very comfortable to live in the future. However, his parents, who had been listening in, felt a bit overwhelmed. Wait, my two big sons, are you trying to turn the old house into a palace? Ha! Ancient emperors didn't live as lavishly as modern people. Baiyi waved his hand dismissively and continued, besides, my parents have worked hard their whole lives. Even if I really built a palace for them to live in, I would be willing. That's not proper. How could I and your dad match up? Why wouldn't you match up? In Baiyi's heart, his parents were definitely the most deserving people in the world to be treated well. He worked hard all his life, and now that he's old, what's wrong with enjoying a little? To put it bluntly, even before the cashback system, he never intended to save this money. Now that there's a cashback feature, there's even less to say. So he completely disregarded his parents' objections and turned to Xiao Jia, saying, according to your plan, how much will this house cost? Definitely several 100,000. We need to design and plan it properly first, Xiao Jia replied honestly. Alright, give me your bank account number. After receiving the other party's bank account number, Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all and directly transferred a deposit of 200,000. The purpose of this was to allow his childhood friend to focus on her work. After receiving the money, Xiao Jia declined the invitation to stay for dinner and left immediately. After all, she had just gotten divorced and needed to go home to explain things to her parents. As for the construction schedule, it was quite efficient. They could start the specific design work tomorrow. However, this meant that his parents would need to move to the villa to live with him for a while. Yet, a perfectly good thing was met with a firm refusal from his parents. According to Lu Ruan, it was just right that she hadn't returned to her family home in a long time and wanted to stay there for a while. Plus it would be good for her father to rest his legs. Bai Yi felt a bit helpless about this and could only take on the role of driver tomorrow. It's worth mentioning that his mother's family is in a small village below the county town. That place also holds many childhood memories for Bai Yi. The most profound one is probably the tall Baiyun mountain, which has an old Taoist temple near the top that can be considered a miracle. Now Bai Yi was wondering if he would have the chance to go up and take a look again. However, while he was lost in thought, his mother pulled him into the room, her face full of curiosity as she asked, "How was the blind date? Why haven't you said anything?" "Well, it was pretty good," he didn't lie. Chen Jingya's skills were really good, and he was planning to visit again in a couple of days. But upon hearing this, Lu Xijuan's eyes lit up. "So you mean it went well?" "Oh, not at all." "What do you mean?" "Literally, it means I didn't like her." "Hey, you little rascal, that girl came back from a big city, what's wrong with her?" "Anyway, I don't care. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't expect to eat at home." "Mom, you can't do that." Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Bai Yi stopped because of a message he received on his phone, then immediately changed his expression and said, "You won't believe it, but I really can't eat at home today." "What do you mean? Are you sulking with your mom?" "Of course not, just take a look." As he spoke, Bai Yi showed the message that Lin Jianxin had just sent. "Bai Yi, thank you for the fruit yesterday. Do you have time tonight? Come to my house. I'll cook for you myself." This made Lu Xiujuan forget all about his blind date, and she smiled widely. Go, hurry up." Lin Jianxin was not that great when she was a kid, but now she's really beautiful. "By the way, don't go empty-handed." I know. Under his mother's countless reminders, Bai Yi quickly drove away. However, before going to Lin Jianxin's house, he first returned home. A person cannot be untrustworthy. A man walking between heaven and earth values integrity. Since he promised the little girl Li Yuqing yesterday that he would give her a gift, he absolutely could not go back on his word. Bai Yi swore it was definitely not just to see Li Yuqing's mother one more time. Although, her pants really were quite a contrast. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi parked his car in his own yard, walked to Li Cixi's store, and rang the doorbell. Before long, a childish voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, your good brother, here to bring you a gift." "Ah!" After a scream filled with surprise, the door slowly opened, revealing Li Yuqing, who was giggling non-stop. "Brother, I thought you forgot about me." "How could I? Here, this is a gift for you." As he spoke, Bai Yi, like a magician, pulled out a beautifully wrapped yo-yo from behind him. He had no experience with children and didn't know what toys kids like these days, so he just went with his own childhood preferences. "Thank you, brother." Li Yuqing didn't know what it was, but as long as it was a toy, she was happy enough. Bai Yi glanced behind her and, not seeing anyone else, curiously asked, "Little Yuqing, why are you home alone? Where are your parents?" "Brother, I only have my mom. She's out buying groceries." "Only your mom?" Bai Yi suddenly realized why Li Cici had to face that situation alone yesterday. It turned out she was a single mother. Thinking this, Bai Yi maintained a calm demeanor and continued, "Alright then, little Yuqing, brother is going home." "Okay, goodbye, brother." After saying goodbye to the reluctant little girl, who kept looking back, Bai Yi, considering her safety at home alone, didn't leave immediately. He waited until he heard Li Cici's voice from next door before driving away. Lin Jianxin's home was in a community on the outskirts of the county, but despite being on the edge, the facilities here were quite good due to the nearby government departments. This allowed Bai Yi to successfully buy her a housewarming gift outside the community, 2 boxes of chocolate-flavored milk. He remembered that it was her favorite drink back in school. When he found her building, he discovered she was already waiting for him downstairs. At that moment, she was wearing a fluffy little dinosaur pajamas, a stark contrast to her previous serious doctor image, looking a bit cute. With her bare face illuminated by the streetlight, she still appeared radiant. Soon, the two met. Seeing the chocolate milk in his hand, Lin Jianxin looked very surprised. You remember I like this? Of course, you used to drink it every morning. In winter, when it was cold, I would warm you up with my embrace." Saying this, Bai Yi took out his phone to check the temperature. "Speaking of which, it's pretty cold now, I'll warm one up for you later." His words brought them both back to their middle school days. Back then, their friendship was truly simple. Although there were some who were precocious and took female classmates to explore air raid shelters in the mountains, most of it was just pure friendship. No interests involved, just selflessly thinking of each other. After reminiscing for a moment, Lin Jinshin, filled with emotion, said, "Wow, after all these years, Bai Yi is still the best to me." "Don't say that. If you keep flattering me, I might just take my ribs out to make soup for you." "Haha, you're not afraid of pain, but I'm afraid of getting poisoned." Amidst the jokes, the two walked upstairs together. Lin Jinshin's home wasn't big, probably around 60 to 70 square meters, but the warm-colored decor made it feel quite cozy. Additionally, the various figurines scattered around the room revealed her state of life. "I just woke up from my night shift yesterday afternoon and didn't have time to tidy up, so don't mind it. It's already pretty good. Compared to my room, this is practically heaven." Bai Yi wasn't lying at all. He was inherently lazy when it came to household chores, which led to the new house, just a day after moving in, already showing signs of disarray. He had been planning to find a long-term housekeeper in his mind. After all, it was a villa. Who would clean it themselves? We certainly had the means now. Listening to his serious words, Lin Jinshin seemed to feel much more at ease, and soon she walked towards the kitchen while saying, "You just sit there, I can cook quickly." "All right, then I won't help you," he replied. "No need. What does a big man need to do in the kitchen? Just listen to that. Which man wouldn't feel comfortable hearing that?" Anyway, Bai Yi felt completely relaxed and then, without hesitation, sat down on the sofa and started playing on his phone. Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Wait, she really can cook? To be honest, before coming here, he had prepared himself for some terrible cooking. But just from this aroma, Bai Yi realized that one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by a mere dip. Lin Jinshin had changed so much over the years. She was no longer that little non-mainstream girl. Just then, his phone chimed with a ding. He picked it up and was slightly taken aback. "Su Qing, how do you feel after getting home? Don't take what they say in the group to heart. I'll come to see you once I'm done with this busy period." She was a girl 5 or 6 years younger than him, a local from the capital, who had pursued him for over a year during his work period. But he, with nothing to his name, dared not mislead a beautiful girl. A young man from a small county, how could he accept the pursuit of a princess from the capital? So he had always maintained a firm attitude of refusal. In Bai Ye's view, once he left the capital, she would surely forget him. Who would have thought this girl was truly persistent and even wanted to visit him in the small county? "All is well, thank you for your concern." After politely responding, Bai Yi curiously opened the group chat that Su Qing mentioned. It was a small group among department colleagues, not created by the company, so he was still in it. However, when he opened the chat and saw the content, he immediately frowned. "Today I have to work overtime to deal with the mess left by the previous person." To say Bai Yi is really incompetent, leaving behind so much difficult work. Sigh, luckily people can't possess wealth that doesn't match their own understanding. He should go back to the small county. All these messages came from someone named Du Zimu. He was Bai Ye's former colleague and the person who took over his team leader position after he was laid off. To put it simply, he had just made way for Du Zimu. Additionally, Du Zimu had another identity, Su Qing's pursuer, her #1 admirer. A peculiar relationship formed among the three, where Du Zimu couldn't compete with Su Qing's affection for Bai Yi, who had always rejected her. Thus, in Du Zimu's eyes, Bai Yi naturally became the biggest rival. He had often targeted Bai Yi both openly and covertly. But what Bai Yi didn't understand was, "I've already left the capital, why do you still want to drag me out to show off?" Therefore, he, who never let revenge wait until the next day, sent a message in the group. As we all know, when the successor's ability is insufficient to handle the job, they will feel that the world is full of difficulties. "At Du Zimu, if you can't do it, just say so. Call me bro, and I might just guide you remotely if I'm in a good mood." As soon as he said this, the group fell into silence. Moments later, Du Zimu sent a voice message that lasted over 20 seconds. "You still have the audacity to ask me to call you bro? You think you deserve that? Right now, you're just a poor county boy. You might as well marry an ugly girl and live a miserable life." To be honest, this statement had no impact on Bai Yi at all. Who let him have a system? That's his greatest confidence. It gives him the assurance that he can live better than anyone else in the future. However, just because he isn't angry doesn't mean others aren't. For example, in the group chat, Su Qing immediately exploded. "Du Zimu, what nonsense are you talking? Apologize to Bai Yi." And then there was Lin Jinshin, who walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of scrambled eggs with chives. She happened to hear everything and looked very unhappy. Who was so arrogant? An old subordinate. It's normal for people to drift apart. Not normal at all. Why does he get to say you married an ugly wife? Come on, give me your phone, I'll take care of him. Ha, how are you going to take care of him? Oh, just don't worry about it. hurry up and hand it over. Soon, Lin Jinxing took the phone, directly opened the video function, leaned towards him with a smile, and said, "My Yi's wife is not ugly at all. What about your girlfriend? Show me." The next second, this short video was sent directly to the group chat. Bai Yi was left stunned. This girl really went all out to help him save face. But you can't deny, from the video, they did look a bit like a couple. Meanwhile, in an office in a building in the CBD of the capital, Du Zimu watched Bai Yi being intimate with that beautiful woman, and his mindset completely fell apart. Why? Why was Su Qing chasing him when he was around? Now, just 2 days back in the small county, he found such a beautiful girlfriend? Are all the pretty girls blind? Listening to the provocative words in the video, Du Zimu felt he absolutely couldn't lose. So, he hurried over to Su Qing's desk. Xing, look at him. Come help me shoot a video. I won't shoot your NM, I feel sick just seeing you. Get lost. Su Qing was already very annoyed because the girl in the video was genuinely good-looking. Even compared to herself, it was hard to tell who was better. The sense of crisis in her heart instantly peaked, and she was calculating that she had to find him as soon as possible. Naturally, she wouldn't give Du Zimu any good face. Of course, this was just a sense of crisis. Given that Bai Yi had rejected her for so long, she was willing to believe that this video was just to annoy Du Zimu. That girl might even be Bai Yi's sister or something. Hearing her extremely impatient words, Du Zimu felt confused. Wait, he already has a girlfriend, and you still want to treat me like this? What does it matter to you whether he has a girlfriend or not? Rolling her eyes, Su Qing continued bluntly, I'll say it again, even if I become his mistress, I won't accept you. Hurry up and get lost. Stop bothering me. Oh, now back to Bai Yi. After not hearing from Du Zimu for a long time, he simply left all the group chats related to his previous workplace. Since he had already embarked on a different path, there was no need to reminisce about the past. Cherishing the present and living each day well was what he needed to do. However, his actions made Lin Jinxing think a bit more, and she quickly said with some regret, "Why did you leave all the groups? Did I cause you trouble? Ha, what are you thinking? You helped me vent my anger." Really? Of course. I left the groups just because they were all work-related, and looking at them felt unlucky. That's true. I also feel unlucky seeing work groups now. Alright, you wait a moment, I'll go back to the kitchen. Watching her back as she walked into the kitchen, a smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. This girl was still as righteous as she was when they were kids. When there's something to do, she really steps up. Moreover, you can't say that when Bai Yi opened that video again and saw her seriously saying my Yi, she seemed to look even better, right? About 10 minutes later, all the dishes were served. Stir-fried chives with eggs, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, braised pork ribs, and other home-cooked dishes filled the table, making Bai Yi's appetite soar. After sitting down, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "With this skill, why be a doctor? You might as well open a restaurant." Ha, I don't have that kind of ability. You're being modest. I can already imagine how chubby you could make your boyfriend when you were dating. You're really mistaken. I've never had a boyfriend. To be fair, Bai Yi's words were indeed a bit probing, trying to extract some information about her past. However, her answer was quite unexpected. Lin Jinxing, who was the same age as him, was already 30 this year and had never been in a relationship. The key was, she really had no need to lie to him. On one hand, the two were actually just old classmates meeting again, starting to interact as friends. On the other hand, having an ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend these days is quite normal. Most young people wouldn't care. As he thought about it, Bai Yi looked her up and down and said, "What's the matter, have you been turned?" "Not at all." While handing her chopsticks to Bai Yi, she continued, "You have no idea about the pain of studying medicine. Dealing with anatomy teachers all day leaves no time for dating. But there must be someone pursuing you, right?" "There are, but I haven't met anyone I felt a spark with." Just as her words fell, Bai Yi's phone, which was set aside to scroll through Douyin, automatically switched to the next video. It is said that if a man and a woman maintain eye contact for 20 seconds, they can know whether they will have feelings for each other. Come and test it with your good friend. Hearing the voice from the phone, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Is big data really that powerful now? You just mentioned the word spark, and it pushed this to me? Exactly, but that's ridiculous. Eye contact for 20 seconds and you feel a spark? I don't believe it. Well, Bai Yi's eyes turned, and he tentatively said, "I think it sounds reasonable. How about we give it a try? Just as a pre-meal ritual." "Ah, is it necessary?" Lin Jinxing blinked, feeling a bit excited yet very shy. "Just for fun, come on, come closer to me." "Oh, okay." Agreeing with her mouth, Lin Jinxing pulled her chair next to him, sitting less than 10 centimeters apart. Immediately, their gazes intertwined. Almost in an instant, Lin Jinxing let out a pft and laughed. "Ha, no way, I'm feeling really nervous." "Ha, relax, we're just testing." Then let's try again. With her mind prepared, Lin Jianxin widened her eyes and began to stare at Bai Yi. At 1 second, she felt that the Bai Yi in her memory overlapped with the current one. The childish image was gone, replaced by maturity and steadiness. At 3 seconds, Lin Jianxin recalled how her colleagues teased her over a fruit delivery. At 10 seconds, she suddenly felt, why does Bai Yi look so good? At 15 seconds, her heart began to inexplicably race. As for whether Bai Yi, sitting across from her, felt a spark? Of course, staring closely at such a beautiful woman, any man would feel a spark, right? Moreover, he noticed many details. For instance, her skin was delicate, with hardly any large pores or blackheads. Also, her eyelashes were naturally long and curled. But as he looked, Bai Yi noticed her face was visibly turning red. Her beautiful eyes began to grow hazy, as if they were about to melt. And unknowingly, the distance between the two of them grew closer and closer. They were just a hair's breadth away from kissing. However, just as Bai Yi was contemplating whether to resist a little before extending his tongue or to take the initiative, Lin Jianxin finally came to her senses. I'm so sorry. I didn't sleep well. I was probably just tired. As she dragged her chair back to its original position, she offered this explanation. Her flustered demeanor almost made Bai Yi laugh out loud. At the same time, driven by a mischievous impulse, he put on a hurt expression and said, I thought this test was effective, that you were moved by me. Well, after all, it's just a test. Lin Jianxin's voice grew softer. There was no way around it. She felt guilty. How could she not know if her heart was moved? She was very clear when she leaned in unconsciously. All right then, let's have dinner. As a 30-year-old man, Bai Yi wasn't too oblivious when it came to feelings. From the other person's behavior, he could actually pick up on some clues. However, seeing through it but not saying it out loud, everything was developing too quickly, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Take it slow. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi took advantage of Lin Jianxin looking down to eat and opened the heart-throbbing test on Douyin, commenting, proven effective. By the time dinner ended, it was already 7 p.m. Considering the impact on a girl living alone, Bai Yi chose to leave at this time. As he walked Lin Jianxin down to the entrance, she secretly glanced at him and felt a wave of reluctance in her heart. Speaking of which, ever since returning to the small county to work, she hadn't chatted with a friend like this, from all over the place, in a long time. It would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. But seeing Bai Yi already opening the car door, she suppressed her inner thoughts and waved, saying, see you tomorrow morning. I have a day off. We can ride a bit further. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I have to take my parents to the countryside in the morning, so I can't ride. Bai Yi replied honestly. I don't know if all elders are the same, but they like to get up early no matter where they go. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that Lin Jianxin seemed a bit disappointed. Oh, okay then. Hearing that disappointed tone, which man could withstand it? So, Bai Yi quickly smiled and added, how about you don't ride and come with me? There's a really interesting mountain over there. We can go hiking. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianxin's disappointment vanished instantly, and she almost jumped up in excitement. But on the surface, she still pretended to be nonchalant and said, but it wouldn't be good for me to go with you while you're taking your parents. What's wrong with that? You used to come over to my house for meals all the time when we were kids. Ha, that's true. Alright, I'll pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Remember to dress warmly, it's cold on the mountain. Okay. Soon, the ideal L9 drove further away, leaving Lin Jianxin watching him disappear, her smile stretching from ear to ear. The meaning of the holiday, isn't it just here? The next morning, Bai Yi was successfully awakened by the ringing of his phone, groggily picking it up to see that it was a video call from Su Qing. With a confused expression, he pressed the answer button and said irritably, what are you doing calling me for a video this early in the morning? If I say I called the wrong person, would you believe me? I don't believe you at all. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. It was only 7 a.m., and Bai Yi wanted to sleep a bit more. However, upon hearing his words, Su Qing on the other end of the video didn't respond at all, just kept staring at him. What are you looking at? Just checking if there's anyone else in your bed. Hey, so you came to catch me cheating? Well, you succeeded. There are a lot of people in my bed right now. TCH, I've already confirmed there's no one. I'm hanging up. She pressed the hang up button directly, laughing happily. She felt she was right. That girl from yesterday was definitely not Bai Yi's girlfriend. If it were her in that position, she would have definitely taken Bai Yi down immediately. On Bai Yi's side, he really felt helpless. It was hard to imagine why such a beautiful girl would take a liking to him. Although he was no longer in a financially awkward situation, the 300 kilometers between them couldn't be bridged by feelings alone. Maybe in a few days, she would forget. Lost in thought, Bai Bai Ye's remaining drowsiness vanished. After glancing at the system showing his physical condition at 62.1, he quickly got up to wash up. At 8 a.m., Bai Yi was on time to pick up Lin Jianxin. Today, he wore a sports outfit and had put on quite an exquisite makeup. Coupled with the smile radiating from her face, it instantly lifted Bai Ye's mood. That's how people are. When they see beautiful people or things, their mood improves. After opening the passenger door and getting in, Lin Jianxin raised a box of soup dumplings and soy milk, saying, "Good morning, you haven't had breakfast yet, so I brought you some. You're the best." Of course. Seeing the pride on her face, Bai Ye's mischievous side couldn't be contained. He immediately gripped the steering wheel with both hands, driving forward while saying, "Don't say that, I really am hungry. It's a pity that no one is willing to feed me dumplings while I drive. Hey, if you want me to feed you, just say it. Why all this fuss?" Lin Jianxin, with her naturally cheerful and generous personality, seemed completely unfazed. Before long, she picked up a dumpling with chopsticks and stuffed it into Bai Ye's mouth. After that, she thoughtfully fed him some pickles and a sip of soy milk. Enjoying this royal treatment, Bai Yi expressed his satisfaction, opening his mouth wide and saying, "Ah, I want more. If you want, I'll give you some." Within 10 minutes, the box of dumplings was devoured, leaving Bai Yi feeling delighted. However, just as he was about to compliment her, his phone received a notification from the traffic police app. "You have been fined for a violation." Ha! Bai Yi was a bit puzzled. Although he wasn't a seasoned driver, his driving skills and knowledge of traffic rules were impeccable. He had been following the traffic rules the whole time. Just then, he hit a red light, so he picked up his phone to check the reason. But as he looked, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha! This is hilarious." The photo displayed on his phone was taken by a traffic camera. In the picture, Lin Jianxin was holding a dumpling, bringing it to his mouth. Bai Yi had his mouth wide open, looking as ridiculous as possible. "I must be the first driver fined for being fed dumplings by the passenger, right?" It was quite amusing. Lin Jianxin, watching from the side, was now laughing uncontrollably. "Ha, serves you right for trying to trick me. Now look what you've got. You know, this photo taken with money actually looks pretty good. Send it to me." "Not sending it. You only care about your own beauty and can't see my ugliness in the photo. Oh, come on, give it to me. I want it." A few minutes later, Bai Yi, who had reluctantly handed over the embarrassing photo, appeared at his second aunt's supermarket. After all, he was going to visit relatives, and it wouldn't be appropriate to go empty-handed. With the thought of not letting good things go to waste, he knew that almost all his relatives would come here to shop at times like this. Even if he didn't like them much, they were still relatives, his own people. After he brought Lin Jianxin inside, he found that his second aunt was not there. Only Yang Jiwei and his sister-in-law Sun Hongxiao were present. Yang Jiwei was sitting behind the cash register, fiddling with something on the computer. His sister-in-law was busy moving items onto the shelves. To be honest, the scene was a bit upside down. But that was just how his sister-in-law was. She was incredibly capable, managing everything at home and outside with remarkable efficiency. The key was that she never complained, solely focused on living her life. In Bai Ye's view, his somewhat erratic brother had done the best thing in his life by marrying such a wife. "Bro, sis-in-law, are you busy?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's voice, the two had very different reactions. Yang Jiwei merely lifted his head slightly and nonchalantly replied with On the other hand, sister-in-law Sun Hongxiao was much more enthusiastic. "Oh, Bai Yi is here. Don't mind your brother, he's stocking up online." Wait, is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful. "Just a friend, a friend." After explaining with a smile, Bai Yi continued, "Sis-in-law, my mom is coming home. Help me pick out some gifts, like drinks and such." "Sure, you chat with your brother, I'll go get it for you." With that, Sun Hongxiao quickly left. Bai Yi then approached the cash register, preparing to choose some cigarettes. But as he looked, he caught a glimpse of something unusual on Yang Jiwei's computer screen. He was a programmer and had previously worked in security, so he had encountered many shady websites. It didn't take long for him to realize that Yang Jiwei wasn't stocking up online, he was on a gambling site. And right under his nose, his brother was placing bets, and the amounts were not small. A single bet of 3,000 yuan. This left Bai Yi somewhat stunned. As far as he remembered, while his brother wasn't exactly a diligent person, he wasn't a gambling addict either. Feeling puzzled, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you win or lose?" "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Yang Jiwei's expression immediately turned anxious. He quickly closed the gambling site and awkwardly said, I won a little." "Bro, do you take me for a fool? I just saw that 3,000 go down the drain." "Oh, why are you shouting? Overall, I'm still winning." While speaking, Yang Jiwei nervously glanced around, and upon realizing his wife hadn't heard, he continued, "Don't tell your sister-in-law, I'm just playing around." "Playing around?" After years of navigating the internet, Bai Yi had learned a crucial lesson. You can't trust gamblers. When they say they're just playing, they're usually already in too deep. Bro, I won't say anything, but I advise you to stay away from this stuff in the future. I used to work in security and know that all these sites are scams. You should cherish your good life. Bai Yi said this purely out of a sense of responsibility towards his relative. As he mentioned, Yang Jiwei's good life was hard-earned, and Sun Hongxia had likely worked tirelessly for many days. It should be cherished. However, to his surprise, Yang Jiwei became displeased upon hearing this. He admitted that Bai Yi was no longer the same as before. He drove a car worth hundreds of thousands and had a new villa worth 2 million. But his own life wasn't bad either. Did he really think that just because he had some ability, he could dictate to everyone? Moreover, he hadn't lied. So far, he had won a few thousand. So soon, he rolled his eyes and said, Bai Yi, I'm your brother. Do I need you to teach me these things? Don't point fingers at me here. Just say what you want to buy. Buy what? Indifferently shrugging, Bai Yi turned and walked away. Taking care of a relative's business is one thing, but this relative being a gambling addict is another matter entirely. As for buying gifts, there's another supermarket right across the street. Everyone buys from somewhere. Just then, Sun Hongxia came up from the basement carrying a large box. Seeing him storming out, she curiously asked, Bai Yi, what's going on? Thanks for your hard work, sister-in-law, but I can't buy this today. I'm afraid he might lose everything gambling online. Online gambling? Sun Hongxia was stunned. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen someone stock up on a gambling site. Interesting. By the time he finished speaking, Bai Yi had already headed straight towards the supermarket across the street with Lin Jinxin. As they walked, Lin Jinxin couldn't help but say, why not go back and talk to your brother? Just a few days ago, I had a patient who lost his house to gambling and committed suicide. It was tragic. I'm not his father. Given Yang Jiwei's attitude just now, he didn't want to continue persuading him, nor could he. Just telling Sun Hongxia about it was already a great kindness. This was still considering how hard she worked. True, with his attitude just now, even if his father came, it wouldn't help. Meanwhile, inside the Yang family's supermarket, after watching Bai Yi enter the neighboring supermarket, Sun Hongxia turned to her husband and asked, Jiwei, is what he said true? So what? After the truth was revealed, Yang Jiwei stopped pretending and said confidently, I just wanted to earn a bit more money for this family. You're being foolish. After confirming Bai Yi's words, Sun Hongxia's eyes turned red with anxiety as she grabbed his arm and said, how much have you gambled? Not much, 10,000 yuan, and I've already made a profit of 4,000. Then you need to take the money out quickly. We won't play anymore. Why should I? I'm making 4,000 a day now. It won't be long before we can move into a big villa in the city. Why won't you listen? Seeing his stubborn attitude, Sun Hongxia was on the verge of tears. In desperation, she called her mother, Bai Suyun. The call was quickly connected, and the sound of mahjong tiles clashing came through the receiver. What are you calling for? I'm in the middle of a mahjong game. Mom, stop playing mahjong. Jiwei has gotten into online gambling. You need to come back and talk to him. But before Bai Suyun could respond, Yang Jiwei jumped in. Mom, I'm just playing a little. I had good luck today and made 4,000. Oh, my son is so amazing. Bai Suyun's cheerful laughter came through the phone. I was wondering why you kept winning today. Turns out our family's wealth god is showing his power. All right, son, keep it up. I'll keep it up too. Okay. At this point, the call was abruptly ended. Sun Hongxia, holding the phone, was almost laughing in anger. It was the first time she had seen a son spoiled to this extent. Keep it up with online gambling? It's really something you two can say. What do you mean by that? Didn't I win? Fine, you two are great. Do whatever you want. Just know that you won't touch a single cent of the money I have. Faced with this mother-son duo, the usually good-natured Sun Hongxia felt utterly helpless. She simply turned around and went to work, since most of the money at home was on her card. If that 10,000 yuan was lost, it would serve as a lesson for him. Soon, Yang Jiwei was left alone in the supermarket. After a smug smile, he opened the gambling site again. Well, since Mom said the wealth god was showing his power today, he had to play bigger and aim to get a nice car soon. Ha, working like a dog in the capital, and when I get home, I still have to put on a show. Where can I make money as fast as I do here? At 8:30 in the morning, Bai Yi finally arrived at his parents' old house. Before he could even open the car door, Lu Ruan, who had been waiting nearby for a long time, started complaining, I told you 8 o'clock, and now look at the time. Did you oversleep? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Ruan swallowed her words due to an unexpected sight. And what was the surprise? It was Lin Jinxin getting out of the passenger seat. After getting out of the car, she sweetly smiled and said, Uncle and Auntie, good morning. Today I happen to be on holiday, and I made plans with Bai Yi to go hiking. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. Lu Ruan immediately beamed. Don't say hiking. if you want to stay at my family's place, that's fine too. I would love to, but the holiday doesn't allow it. It's okay, anyway, Bai Yi has nothing to do, just let him take you out to play. Lu Ruan was genuinely pleased with this girl. She had known Bai Yi since childhood and knew him well. Now she was a doctor, which was a stable and lucrative job. The key was that she was so beautiful. Just imagine how good-looking their child would be if she had a baby with her son. Lost in thought, she turned to Bai Yi and said, "You too, why did you leave so early? Let Jinshin sleep a bit more." "Mom, why do you have two faces?" "Shut up, hurry up and help your dad lift the car." Oh. Soon, the ideal L9 started heading towards the countryside. The atmosphere in the car was quite lively. Lu Ruan kept chatting with Lin Jinshin, and in just a short drive of a few kilometers, she managed to dig up everything about her ancestry. As for Bai Zero, he was busy trying out the car's massage, seat ventilation, heating, and other features. From time to time, he would praise how great the car was. The envy in his words had completely overwhelmed Bai Yi. So after another compliment from his dad, he smiled and said, "Dad, do you really like it that much?" "Of course. Such a big car, and so luxurious, who wouldn't like it?" "Then take good care of your legs. When you can drive, this car will be yours." "Ha, what will you drive?" "I'll buy an even better one, ha ha." This was actually Bai Yi's inner thought. Compared to new energy vehicles, he still preferred internal combustion engines. He could even say he was a loyal enthusiast of high-power internal combustion engine cars. A car, after all, feels a bit lacking without some mechanical sensation. And considering the increase in his wealth, by the time he gave this car to his dad, Bai Yi should be able to buy a good car without any pressure. Just from the renovation deposit he received yesterday, he got a cashback of 400,000 yuan. As long as he continued to spend more on his parents, dreaming of a Ferrari or Lamborghini wasn't out of the question. Seeing that he was serious, Bai Zero started to get a bit excited. "This is what you said. I'll have your uncle kill all the chickens at home, aiming to get better in half a month." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinshin was a bit surprised. "Uncle, you have such a high status at Auntie's family?" "Well, you see, back in the day, I could walk all over the Lu family. If I wanted to eat something, they had to kill it." Speaking of this, Bai Zero began to talk non-stop. "Did you see the yard at my house just now? More than half of that money was given by your aunt's parents." "Really?" "Of course. They were generous." At this moment, Lu Ruan could no longer hold back. "How can you still say that? The year my parents had a hard-won harvest, you took away half the money." "Ha ha ha, how else could I highlight my status? Ha 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 ha." At this point, everyone in the car burst into laughter. You can't say that Dad Bai Zero wasn't bragging, because Lu Ruan was the youngest sister in the family. The entire Lu family doted on her. Whenever there was something good, it had to be brought to Bai Yi's family. It's worth mentioning that over the years, they had never bought rice themselves. It was all brought over by the Lu family after being harvested and processed. Of course, they weren't the type to take advantage. They had given plenty of gifts in return. Reciprocity is important. That's how family ties last longer. Perhaps for this reason, Bai Yi always felt that the relatives from his grandmother's side were closer than those from his own family. The journey of more than 10 kilometers quietly passed as a few people chatted. It was still not yet 9 o'clock when Bai Yi drove into Baiyun Mountain Village. At this time, the village was filled with curling smoke from cooking, presenting a harmonious scene that made his smile even broader. Lin Jinshin, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed to a large mountain on the right and said, "Are we climbing this mountain today?" "Yes, this is Baiyun Mountain. The village is named after the mountain. So high. Don't be afraid. We only need to go up to halfway. There's no road beyond that." Soon, Bai Yi's car stopped in the center of the village. Next to it was where his mother grew up, and it was currently the home of his uncle and maternal uncle. However, before he could get out of the car, he saw a few people walking out of the yard. As they walked, they seemed to be discussing something seriously. When Bai Yi recognized the visitors, he leaned out of the car window and shouted, "Uncle, uncle." "Bai Yi, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Bai Yi, both men were quite surprised. There was no way around it. Lu Ruan had made a surprise visit without any prior notice. "Not just me, our whole family is here." As he spoke, the others in the car began to get out. When Uncle Lu Tianqi saw Bai Yi's parents, he wasn't too surprised, but when Lin Jinshin gracefully got out, his expression changed. "You little rascal, why didn't you say you were bringing your girlfriend?" "Wait a minute. I'll go back with your uncle to get the red envelope." According to their customs, when a younger generation brings a girlfriend home for the first time, they are expected to give a red envelope. There's no limit on the amount, but it's generally given. This left Lin Jinshin a bit flustered. She poked Bai Yi's arm and whispered, "You better explain this. Don't you want to make some extra money? What the hell? If I take the red envelope, wouldn't I become your wife? Ha 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 ha." After a little joke, Bai Yi stopped Lu Tianqi. "Uncle, don't rush. She's not my wife yet. so you can keep that red envelope for now. Not yet? Right, she's just here to climb Bayun Mountain with me. He didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he quickly changed the subject. What are you and my uncle planning to do? Your uncle's second sister found a boyfriend, and they're here to meet the family today. That's great news. Why the long faces? Sigh, don't mention it. He's from a big city and insists that the rural flavor is bad, wanting us to go to the county town to meet. Ha! Upon hearing this, Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling the air was quite sweet. Compared to the county town, the rural air was indeed much fresher. What on earth did they mean by bad flavor? Lost in thought, he couldn't help but ask, what kind of big city is he from? It's over at the Inding New District. I heard it's a demolition household. No wonder. Bai was not unfamiliar with Inding New District. He knew that in Longwa's planning, it was the future new first-tier city. Although it had been lukewarm for a few years, it had already become the place in Beha province with the most demolition households. Compared to the nationally renowned Shaoshan and Hangzhou, it was not far behind. Since they had already been demolished, it seemed reasonable for them to be a bit inflated. However, this matter shouldn't be handled that way. When the new son-in-law comes to visit, everyone should think that no matter what, they should give a good impression to the bride's family. But this guy, he directly said that the rural flavor was bad and asked the elders to go to the county town to meet him. It gave off a very arrogant vibe. Bai was not the only one who thought so. For example, Bai Zero, who was sitting in a wheelchair beside him, said with a face full of indignation, whether or not they are demolition households, he dares to let you meet him now, and after getting married, he will dare to ride on your heads and defecate. Is it that serious? Bai's honest uncle weakly asked. Of course it's that serious. Bai Zero nodded affirmatively and pointed to himself, saying, Big brother, third brother, look at me and think back. Wasn't I a bit like this young man back then? Did he ride on your heads later? Think about it. Once these words were spoken, Lu Xiaojuan rolled her eyes. What was this even about? As for Bai Yi, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dad, you're still quite proud. This isn't pride, it's a bloody lesson. Although I'm the beneficiary, you all should consider whether you should learn from it. You can't deny that Bai Zira's words did evoke some bad memories for the big uncle and the old uncle. They originally thought it was nothing, but now they began to hesitate about wanting to go to the county town to take a look. After a moment, the big uncle Lu Tianqi looked at Bai Yi and asked, Yi, you're young. What do you think should be done in this situation? I tend to agree with my dad. Arrogance is a flaw that needs to be corrected. After a pause, Bai Yi continued, the key is, he can't just never come home, right? Upon hearing this, everyone present felt it made sense. If he doesn't come to the countryside this time, if he really gets married in the future, he will have to come, right? If he is still this arrogant then, the Lu family would really be in a difficult position. That makes sense. I'll call Lu Jia now and tell her to come back. If she doesn't come back, then forget it. No, old uncle, let me make the call. As he spoke, Bai Yi took out his phone. Without having met the person, he couldn't be sure what kind of person they were. If he let his emotional uncle make the call now, he might just cut off this marriage. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to regret a marriage. Letting him, a young man, make contact could also be seen as giving that big brother a chance. Besides, he hadn't seen Lu Jia in several years. He only knew that after graduating from university, she had used many connections and finally got into a state-owned enterprise, and it seemed her development was quite good. The call was quickly connected, and Bai Yi smiled, saying, Second sister, I'm at your door now. Hurry and bring your boyfriend back. Ah, you returned from the capital? From Lu Jia's tone, he could hear the surprise. I've been back for 2 days. Hurry up, just in time to go climb Bayun Mountain with me later. Don't hesitate, don't you want to see me? No, then I'll wait for you. At this point, Bai Yi didn't give her a chance to continue dragging it out and directly pressed the hang-up button. He believed that his second sister, with whom he had a good relationship since childhood, would understand his meaning. Things turned out to be just as he had thought. In a 3-star hotel room in the county town, Lu Jie glanced at her phone, feeling somewhat helpless. No way, you have to go back to the countryside with me. Ha, didn't you say we didn't have to go? The man beside her, covered in LV logos, immediately showed a look of resistance. No choice, my brother just called me, clearly with a task. Now it's either you go back with me or I go back alone. Choose one. Can't I just go back with you? Then move quickly. After staying at her uncle's house for half an hour, Bai Yi met his second sister Lu Jia and her boyfriend Wang Xiaozong. From the first impression, it felt like this guy was a bit flashy and somewhat pretentious. From head to toe, including his shoes, he was covered in LV logos, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was wealthy. The reason he seemed pretentious was that he even wore a protective mask. As for why he was considered a normal person, the reason was simple. Wang Xiaozong was genuinely polite. From the moment he entered the room, he greeted everyone with a smile and was very sweet when calling out to people. Oh, and he brought quite a few gifts. Based on this, Baiyi's impression of him changed significantly. He realized that he wasn't arrogant, just trying to avoid contact due to his stereotypes about the countryside. While others were chatting, he started a conversation with Lin Jianxin, who was standing on the edge, about this issue. People in the city have such deep stereotypes about the countryside. Yeah, that's true. Lin Jianxin nodded in agreement, curious as she asked, so how long do you think it will take for him to accept the countryside? Well, if I step in, it would only take a few words. Pfft, you're just bragging. Lin Jianxin didn't believe it at all. A grown person's stereotypes aren't so easily changed. Didn't Wang Xiaozong stand the whole time since he entered the room without sitting down? Hey, you don't believe me. Do you want to make a bet? Bet on what? Let's bet on a meal. If you lose, you have to cook for me again. If I lose, you can choose any restaurant in the county. Deal. Lin Jianxin wouldn't miss out on the fun and a chance for a big meal. Mainly, she was really curious about how Baiyi planned to change a grown man's stereotypes in just a few words. Baiyi could roughly understand her thoughts, but he wasn't worried at all. To put it simply, Wang Xiaozong's behavior was just because he had a mental burden. So all he needed to do was find a way to break through his mental defenses, and he could solve it perfectly. Just then, as the others were chatting, a somewhat awkward Wang Xiaozong went outside to smoke alone. The opportunity had come. I'm on it. Watch and learn. With that, Baiyi quickly went to his uncle's kitchen, looked around, and chose a fruit cucumber. Then, under Lin Jianxin's watchful gaze, he walked over to Wang Xiaozong's side. You must be tired from coming all this way. Have a taste of our local specialty. Local specialty? Wang Xiaozong glanced at the tender yellow fruit cucumber, a hint of difficulty flashing across his face. Indeed, he had a mental burden. Although he had prepared himself and came to the countryside, he wasn't actually planning to eat anything. But Baiyi didn't give him a chance to refuse, directly shoving the cucumber into his hand, saying, Eat, I'm giving it to you as your brother. Don't you want to show some respect? No. The mention of respect immediately flustered Wang Xiaozong. He couldn't care about his mental burden anymore and took a bite of the cucumber. It was only at this moment that Baiyi suddenly remembered that the cucumber seemed to be unwashed. But that wasn't important. After seeing him eat it, Baiyi smiled and asked, Is it sweet? It's actually quite sweet. Although he was somewhat forced to eat it, Wang Xiaozong was genuinely enjoying it. He even took another bite after finishing the first one, saying, This cucumber is really good, much sweeter than the ones I eat at home. Hearing this, Baiyi struggled to suppress his laughter. He thought to himself, You haven't had anything good, and a fruit cucumber has conquered you. However, on the surface, he remained composed. It wasn't until he watched Wang Xiaozong finish the cucumber that he continued, Of course it's sweet, this cucumber is grown by us, no hormones, no pesticides, just the fertilizer from our family. That's amazing. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaozong felt a sudden respect. But after reflecting on his words, he began to sense something was off. Wait a minute, what do you mean by fertilizer from your family? Literally, didn't you taste my second sister's flavor? Your second sister's flavor? Yeah, she helped out. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaozong pouted, and a vivid image flashed in his mind. The Lu family members squatting in the vegetable garden to fertilize, including his girlfriend Lu Jia. Looking down at the cucumber tail in his hand, which had a hint of yellow, he suddenly felt his stomach churn violently. He felt like he might throw up everything he had eaten yesterday. But Baiyi, who had no intention of letting him vomit, quickly locked eyes with him and said, Wait, what does that expression mean? Was what I just gave you disgusting? No, it's not. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiaozong swallowed back what was already at his throat. He vehemently denied, No, I just feel a bit carsick. Oh, that's good. I thought you looked down on our rural stuff. How could I? I love it. Struggling to suppress his discomfort and the unease in his stomach, Wang Xiaozong forced himself to say. It must be said, he was really trying hard not to leave a bad impression on his girlfriend's brother. And Baiyi could see this, laughing inwardly. His second sister's boyfriend was really too easy to bully. You like it that much? Then I'll get you another one. I guarantee it still has my second sister's flavor. Cough. No, I'm feeling carsick, so I won't eat anymore. Hearing that he would have to taste Lu Jia's unique flavor again, Wang Xiaozong was so frightened that his discomfort vanished. Alright then, if you're not feeling well, don't stand, sit. Understanding when to stop, Baiyi casually pulled over a small stool from the yard. It was a bit dusty. This time, Wang Xiaozong, who had just been complaining about the bed, sat down without hesitation. Besides that, he also tossed his mask into the trash can. Thinking about it, having eaten the cucumbers fertilized by the Lu family, he had completely integrated into the Lu family. What burden could he possibly have? To put it simply, now he could roll on the ground without feeling uncomfortable. Compared to the emotional damage he was feeling now, getting his LV dirty was nothing. Realizing he had succeeded, Bai Yi decisively turned and walked toward the room, leaving Wang Xiaozong, with the taste of cucumber still lingering in his mouth, staring blankly at the sky. The sky was blue, but his mindset was crumbling. Wang Xiaozong couldn't understand how, after having a good relationship, he ended up eating cucumbers with the flavor of the Lu family. What the hell? No matter his expression, Bai Yi had already returned to Lin Jinshin's side. How is it? Was it easy? You owe me a meal. Awesome. She could only give a thumbs up after witnessing everything. Lin Jinshin couldn't imagine that someone could be so bad. Just look at how he had bullied her future brother-in-law. But you can't deny, the effect was remarkable. A few minutes later, Lu Jia came to the yard after chatting with her family. Seeing Wang Xiaozong sitting on a small stool without a care, she felt very surprised. Why are you still sitting here? Aren't you afraid of getting your clothes dirty? Oh, if it gets dirty, so be it, I don't care. Ha, what's going on? Hearing this, Lu Jia thought he was throwing a tantrum, and she felt a bit anxious. She had finally brought her boyfriend home. She hoped nothing strange would happen. I already look like one of your Lu family members. Wow, you can transform? At that moment, Lu Jia felt even more that her boyfriend was acting strange. Then she remembered that Bai Yi had just been chatting with him outside, so she curiously asked, "Did Bai Yi bully you?" No, he just gave me a cucumber, and I ate it all. Ah, you mean, my brother conquered you with a cucumber? Whether it was conquering or not, you should know. Hey, be serious and tell me what you two talked about. Well, okay. Although he was hesitant, he had already eaten it, so what was there to be afraid of? Thus, Wang Xiaozong organized his thoughts and slowly said, he gave me a cucumber, and after I finished eating, he told me it was grown by you guys, with no hormones or pesticides, using only Lu family fertilizer. And then, he also asked me if I could taste your flavor, saying you contributed too. Put. Ha 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 ha. After understanding the context, Lu Jia laughed so hard she nearly fell over, making Wang Xiaozong feel even more uncomfortable. Stop laughing at me. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I just can't help it. After laughing for a while, Lu Jia finally managed to control herself and said, are you stupid? You believe everything he says? It's winter now, how can you grow cucumbers yourself? And our Lu family must be able to pull it off to have such a big vegetable garden. That was obviously bought from the market. Damn, he tricked me. No way, I have to go confront him. Forget it. Patting her boyfriend's shoulder, Lu Jia still said with a smile, just stay honest. My brother has been smart since he was little, you can't outsmart him. My brother has been smart since he was little, you can't outsmart him. No matter how Wang Xiaozong thought about it, he felt that this was quite hurtful. It implied that he wasn't smart, right? Why should he be the one who can't outplay him? But thinking back, Bai Yi's ability to trick people without any preparation was something he really couldn't compete with. So he still took Lu Jia's words to heart. Of course, he absolutely couldn't admit defeat verbally. He's the younger brother, I won't hold it against him. TCH, I see your mouth is the only thing that's tough. What kind of talk is that? Anyway, let me tell you first, Bai Yi is a really good person. Get along well with him, don't have any conflicts, or else just wait. Lu Jia understood that although Bai Yi's actions had brought some psychological shadows to her boyfriend, they had genuinely helped him. It would allow Wang Xiaozong to better integrate into her family. Otherwise, if he continued like this, her family might oppose their relationship. Asking herself, between love and family, she would choose the latter without hesitation. Oh, I got it. After staying at the Lu family for a while, it was already 10 a.m. After greeting his family, Bai Yi prepared to go hiking. Since the village was still a distance from the foot of the mountain, the four of them got straight into his car. At that moment, Wang Xiaozong, with a curious expression, asked, Bai, are you running your own business? I remember this car isn't cheap. I'm just a worker. As for this car, it's not that great. It's still not as expensive as your outfit, Bai Yi replied. It's not that exaggerated. On the surface, Wang Xiaozong's words seemed humble, but his somewhat lewd smile revealed his true thoughts. Bai Yi didn't find him overly pretentious. Just earlier, he had exchanged a few words with Lu Jia. He knew that Wang Xiaozong was indeed a relocated resident, and not just any relocated resident. Before the relocation, his family was well known for their large greenhouse operations, owning many acres of land. After the relocation, not only did they receive more than 10 houses, but also over 100 million in compensation. In short, they were quite wealthy. However, despite his wealth, Bai Yi felt a bit uncomfortable looking at his proud expression. So, he took out a cucumber from his bag, prepared for quenching thirst on the mountain, and said, what do you say, rich brother, want another one? Cough, 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 no thanks, no thanks. Even though he knew it was just a cucumber from the market, Wang Xiaozong still didn't dare to eat it. His smile didn't fade, but shifted to the other three people in the car. Ha ha, look at you acting all high and mighty. Now you're being honest, ha, ha ha ha. The mountain in winter was indeed somewhat desolate, with wild grass growing everywhere. But in terms of scenery, it was worth their effort, especially as they climbed higher. Looking back down the mountain revealed a breathtaking view composed of villages, rivers, and farmlands. Throughout the journey, Bai Yi had no idea how many photos he had taken. As for Wang Xiaozong, who had hardly climbed mountains since childhood, he had exclaimed wow at least 7 or 8 times. There was no helping it, uneducated people just acted this way when they went out to play. Amidst the laughter, they had already reached the halfway point of the mountain, the Taoist temple, which was their destination for this hike. Compared to his childhood memories, this place was clearly much more dilapidated. Other areas hadn't changed much. There was still hardly any incense burning. Inside the temple, there was still only that Taoist priest surnamed Chen, but after not visiting for over a decade, he had turned completely gray. To be fair, Bai Yi admired him. For the sake of faith, a person could stay in this high mountain temple for a lifetime. Thinking this, he greeted casually, Taoist Chen, still haven't found a disciple? He remembered that when he came here as a child, Taoist Chen had said his dream was to take on a disciple. Ha, in this broken place, no one is willing to come. Taoist Chen laughed heartily, showing a broad-mindedness. It sounded like he hadn't been affected at all by the loneliness over the years. Well, we're here now, take us to offer incense. Alright, please follow me. Under Taoist Chen's guidance, they quickly arrived at the main hall of the temple and began to offer incense and pray for blessings. Speaking of which, Bai Yi was a staunch atheist. But there's an old saying in Longwei, since you're here, you might as well do it. If they didn't offer incense and create some sense of ritual, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Moreover, his disbelief didn't mean his parents didn't believe. In Bai Yi's impression, his parents quite enjoyed this kind of thing. When he was sick with a fever as a child, they would immediately seek out the immortal master for help. Although they usually ended up getting treated with 4 drips, they never seemed to tire of it. It might be because this is a form of spiritual solace. This time he came here intending to ask for a blessing of safety for his parents. Bai Yi has now grown to the point where he can protect himself. The only thing he needs to pray for is his parents' health. To show his sincerity, after lighting the incense, he took out 5,000 yuan in cash from his bag and placed it on the incense table. However, the moment the money touched the table, Bai Yi was stunned. Because the system actually appeared. You spent 5,000 yuan for your parents, and a cashback of 10,000 yuan has been credited. What the heck, does this count? Heaven and earth can bear witness, Bai Yi truly did not intend to use this to make money for himself. However, this system notification did broaden his thinking. Spending for his parents doesn't have to be limited to buying things for them or transferring money in ways that would worry them. There are many other avenues to explore. Since praying for his parents counts, then buying them some financial products or something similar to a trust fund doesn't seem impossible either. But these things would need to be verified later. Just then, Taoist Chen noticed the stack of money on the incense table and hurried over, saying, "Young man, you've given too much. Our temple's safety talismans aren't that expensive, just a few dozen yuan will do." Too much? Not at all. With some thoughts in his mind, Bai Yi smiled and asked, "Taoist Chen, how many years has it been since this temple was repaired?" "Well, it hasn't been repaired since it was built." Speaking of this, Taoist Chen appeared somewhat downcast. Indeed, temples are better the older they get, but old and dilapidated are two different matters. The place he currently lives in is already in ruins. Who knows, one day a heavy rain might flood him inside. However, his gloom didn't last long, as Bai Yi's voice came through again. "If someone were to donate to repair the temple, what would you do?" That's right, with nearly 1 million in his pocket, Bai Yi was preparing to donate to the temple in his parents' name. Ever since he came up the mountain, he had been lamenting. The scenery on Baiyun Mountain is truly beautiful, and this temple built during the Qing dynasty is also a cultural heritage. If developed and promoted properly, tourists would definitely flock here. Letting it fall into disrepair makes Bai Yi, a local born and raised, feel very regretful, especially now that he can contribute to his hometown and make some money at the same time. The key is that he can also accumulate merit for his parents who believe in this. It's simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing this, Taoist Chen seemed to catch on to his meaning and quickly said, trembling, "Donating to repair the temple is a great merit. Our temple can erect a plaque for those who contribute greatly, allowing them." The old Taoist became more and more excited, his voice growing louder, attracting the 3 people nearby. However, Bai Yi didn't mind. Once he finished speaking, he continued to ask, "So how much do you think it would cost to repair this temple?" "Well, a few tens of thousands should be enough." "A few tens of thousands isn't enough. Forget it, do you have a bank card? Yes, yes. Saying this, Taoist Chen took out an old smartphone from his pocket. He then displayed the bank card number saved on it. Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all. He directly transferred 300,000 yuan to the other party's account and said, "Got it? This is a donation from me on behalf of my parents. 300,000. Taoist Chen's body began to tremble uncontrollably, staring at Bai Yi in shock. Thank you. I represent the three pure ones in thanking you and your parents. There's no need for thanks, but I have to say a few harsh words up front. The money is donated by my parents, but the oversight is in my hands. Master Chen must ensure that this money is spent wisely. Is that all right?" "Absolutely. I guarantee that every penny will be spent on the repairs of the temple." "Well, it doesn't have to be that strict. I don't mind if you make your own life a bit better. Between your words and mine, we settled the matter directly." However, the events that unfolded in such a short time left the three people nearby dumbfounded. Among them, Wang Xiaozong had completely put away his pride as a displaced person and looked at Bai Yi with new eyes. He had money, there were still over 1 million in his bank account, but asking him to donate such a large sum was out of the question. This also indirectly proved Bai Yi's strength. It even made him think that Lu Jie's younger brother had a bit of a dragon among men, vibe handsome and with unfathomable strength. The key was his generous demeanor. Meanwhile, Lin Jianxin, who had been watching the whole time, gained a new understanding of Bai Yi's financial power. However, instead of feeling happy about it, she felt a bit lost. She realized that there seemed to be quite a gap between her and Bai Yi. As for Lu Jie, she was straightforward and blunt. After pulling Bai Yi aside, she whispered, "Bai Yi, are you crazy? Am I crazy?" "No." Looking at the old Taoist priest, who was already moved to tears, and then at the system notification of a 600,000 return on investment, Bai Yi smiled very happily. "Second sister, don't worry, your brother is no longer the same. This is nothing. Are you serious? Why not? You'll gradually understand my situation." Bai Yi didn't want to explain too much about the source of his money, so he quickly changed the subject. "What were you just praying for? A relationship with Wang Xiaozong? He doesn't deserve it. I prayed for my parents' health." "Ha, looks like we sisters are on the same page." After a small interlude, the group's prayers continued. Master Chen finally calmed down and diligently helped the others light incense. However, when he reached Lin Jianxin's side, he heard her mumbling about seeking a relationship, occasionally glancing over at Bai Yi. Almost instantly, he understood that the two were not in a romantic relationship yet. This stirred something in Master Chen's heart. He had accepted Bai Yi's donation, and the temple would be revived because of this money. So, helping him a bit shouldn't be against the rules, right? Thus, he quietly approached Lin Jianxin and whispered, "Miss, clearly the best relationship is right in front of you. Why are you still seeking a relationship?" "Ah, the best relationship is right in front of me?" Lin Jianxin couldn't help but look back again. "Exactly. From my perspective, you two are a match made in heaven." "Really? I, Master Dao, am honest and never speak nonsense." I must say, Lin Jianxin was quite happy at that moment, but as soon as she thought of how he had just spent lavishly, her heart began to twist uncontrollably. Master Chen was indeed good at reading people and quickly noticed her worries. He smiled and said, "No need to worry. What is meant for you will be yours." "All right, seeing that we have a connection, I, Master Dao, will help you a bit." As he spoke, he seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out 2 red strings from his sleeve. "This is the relationship cord. Tie one around your wrist and the other around your partner's wrist to strengthen your bond." "Ah." Taking the red string, Lin Jianxin unhesitatingly tied one around her wrist and then stood up, saying, "Is that all? Then I'll go do it now." After all, Bai Yi wouldn't know the effect of this red string. At worst, she could just find some excuse to tie it on him. Before she could make a move, Master Chen continued, "Miss, don't rush to tie him up. I haven't finished speaking. The red thread in your hand doesn't matter, but the other half must be tied when he is sound asleep for it to work." "Ah, that's a bit difficult, isn't it?" "Well, you'll have to figure that out yourself." Lin Jianxin, who had already thought of an excuse, felt a bit embarrassed. She couldn't just sneak into Bai Yi's bedroom through the window in the middle of the night, could she? "Sigh, what should I do? I can't just drug him, right?" A few minutes later, Bai Yi stood outside the main hall of the temple, admiring the scenery below while sorting through the gains from this trip. Climbing the mountain had officially pushed his savings over 1 million, achieving a milestone. Besides that, he also had many talismans, 5 emperor coins, and other items in hand. However, what intrigued Bai Yi the most was a small bag that the old Taoist had mysteriously handed him. According to the Taoist, he didn't have anything substantial to offer, so he could only give him this little token of appreciation. Upon opening it, he found a silver dollar inside. The figure on it was unfamiliar to Bai Yi, but it was definitely not yuan datu. Moreover, this silver dollar was quite beautiful, reflecting a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. Bai Yi was genuinely curious about it and decided he would definitely look it up when he got back. Just then, the other three came out as well. Lin Jinshin was the first to approach him, asking mysteriously, "Bai Yi, are you tired?" "It's still morning, I'm not tired." "What's up?" "I was thinking of asking you to take a nap." Cough cough, "Never mind, I was just curious." "Really nothing?" "Really nothing." As she spoke, Lin Jinshin walked away, looking troubled, leaving Bai Yi puzzled. Did I hear her right? Did she just say she wanted to take a nap with me? Is it that exciting? But after thinking it over, he could only conclude that he must have misheard. After all, Lin Jinshin wasn't that casual of a person. Otherwise, when Bai Yi went to her house for dinner last time, he might have been taken down already. After enjoying the scenery and taking some photos on the mountain, the group slowly made their way down. As the saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain but hard to come down. Just halfway down, Bai Yi already felt a dull pain in his knees. He couldn't help but sigh that even though his system's physical data had reached 62.4, it was still not enough. Years of neglecting his body were continuously reflecting back on him. Fortunately, his body was improving at a pace he could perceive. In the afternoon, after having lunch in the countryside, Bai Yi took Lin Jinshin back to the county town first. Well, the scenery and air there were indeed nice, but living there was quite inconvenient, so he firmly declined his relative's invitation to stay. It's worth mentioning that the four of them tacitly avoided mentioning his donation at the temple after coming down the mountain. They only distributed the talismans and such to their families. This saved Bai Yi a lot of trouble. It wasn't that his parents couldn't know, but mentioning it now would seem very sudden. Compared to that, it would be better to wait until Bai Yi developed further, so that his image as a wealthy person in front of his family could be more established, making it easier. At least his parents wouldn't be up all night worrying. After all, that was 300,000, a sum that most families in Longwa couldn't come up with. After returning to the county town, he hurriedly dropped Lin Jinshin off at her home and then went alone to his parents' old yard. According to Xiao Jia, he had found a designer and needed to be present to discuss the specific plans with them. Bai Yi, who wanted his parents to move into a new house as soon as possible, certainly wouldn't procrastinate on this matter. However, just as he parked the car and was about to head home, he heard a pair of men and women in business attire walking over from the direction of the public restroom. The two were walking while wildly critiquing. "Did you see that? That little rundown courtyard, I just don't understand what's so great about the design." "Exactly, our boss must be crazy, taking on any job. Anyway, just look at me later, and we'll just bluff our way through, then we can take the money and leave. We should ask for more, just right for us to find something good to eat around here." "Ha, Sister Wang, we're really on the same wavelength." As he listened, Bai Yi watched as the two walked into his parents' courtyard. Goodness, could it be that Xiao Jia really found designers from the city? To be honest, the courtyard was indeed old, but that was due to its age. It could hardly be called a little rundown courtyard. This made Bai Yi feel a bit irritated. Putting aside their professional abilities, just their attitude made him determined that they absolutely could not earn this money. Things turned out pretty much as he expected. Just as he entered the courtyard, he saw his childhood friend standing with the man and woman. When she saw Bai Yi come in, Xiao Jia smiled and approached. "Let me introduce you, this is Bai Yi, and this courtyard belongs to his parents. Yi, these two are the big designers I invited from the city. The beautiful one is Wang Huan, and the handsome one is Li Zhongxing." During the introduction, Xiao Jia unconsciously bent a little, appearing somewhat humble. Perhaps this was the helplessness of lacking education. No matter how many years you've been in the industry, without that diploma, you still won't be recognized. Your back will unconsciously bend. The two designers were very pleased with his attitude. The man named Li Zhongxing raised his head and said, "Hello, Mr. Bai." The arrogant demeanor almost made Bai Yi laugh out loud. Indeed, most people judge others based on their status. In an industry that is often looked down upon by most clients, now in a small county, they were starting to act all high and mighty. As he thought about this, Bai Yi maintained a calm expression and nodded. "You both seem very professional. Do you have any suggestions for my house?" "Well, that depends on Mr. Bai's budget." "I don't have a budget," Bai Yi replied honestly. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of the two designers changed immediately. "No budget? Then why did you call us over? Right, isn't this wasting our time?" The female designer Wang Huan chimed in. As they spoke, the two pretended to walk out, but Bai Yi, who had already planned to teach them a lesson, would not let them leave so easily. So he quickly looked at Xiao Jia and said, "Is this what you call a big designer? They haven't seen much of the world, have they? Renovating a house must have a budget, and they're so stingy? If the neighbors see this, they'll think our family can't afford to live." As soon as he finished speaking, their footsteps immediately stopped. Wang Huan, with a hint of disbelief, said, "Mr. Bai." "Oh no, I mean, President Bai, when you say there's no budget, you mean there's no upper limit? What else? Do I look like a stingy person?" "Ahem, President Bai is not stingy. He not only doesn't set a budget but also gave me a deposit of 200,000. "What the hell?" As soon as this was said, the heads of the two designers, which had just been held high, immediately drooped. After exchanging glances, they both saw excitement in each other's eyes. No upper limit on the budget. The first deposit was directly 200,000. They had truly encountered a real tycoon in this small county. They couldn't help but think about how much design fee they could earn if they could secure this deal. A rough estimate suggested that they could make what would normally take a year to earn, which shouldn't be a problem. With this thought in mind, Wang Huan immediately turned around and looked at Bai Yi with fiery eyes, saying, "Mr. Bai, I'm sorry, we misunderstood earlier." Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. "Our designer Wang's business capabilities are quite impressive," Li Zhongxing chimed in, bending slightly at the waist as he spoke. The two of them had made a 960-degree turn in attitude, leaving Xiao Jia beside them dumbfounded. "What happened to your earlier defiant attitude?" Now, Bai Yi's face began to show a smile. From this moment on, the roles had reversed. Business capabilities can't just be talked about. You need to prove it to me with actual actions. Come on, you two, start showcasing. With his command, the two designers immediately began to move around the yard, inside and out. Their seriousness and attention to detail were worlds apart from their previous arrogant and perfunctory attitude. Xiao Jia couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You really are something. The designers from the city have been put in their place." "Humph, what's wrong with the designers from the city?" Bai Yi scoffed, continuing, "Make sure to remember everything they say." "Ha, you mean nothing else? I don't like their attitude. They absolutely can't earn my money. Besides, wouldn't it be better for me to earn that money for you?" To be fair, Xiao Jia was quite talented in this regard. Bai Yi had fully recognized what he said yesterday. The reason he agreed to let him find more designers was that Xiao Jia was intimidated by his unlimited budget. He wanted to bring in more professional people to achieve perfection, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. This money had to be earned by his buddies. However, after understanding his meaning, Xiao Jia first felt excited, then began to worry. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate?" "They were out there calling my place a shabby little courtyard." "Is that so? Now I get it." Before knowing this, Xiao Jia indeed had some psychological burden, but now it was a different story. "You say my childhood friend's place is a shabby courtyard and let him hear it? It's no wonder you can't earn this money." About 10 minutes later, the two designers returned. Immediately, based on the preliminary plans they had from yesterday, they began to introduce their ideas. Xiao Jia, who had received the cue, started to take notes seriously. You know, when these two got serious, they really had some skills. Occasionally, Bai Yi nodded in agreement with some of their suggestions, especially regarding layout and space utilization. Following their advice indeed seemed more reasonable. Seeing him nodding involuntarily, the two would surely work even harder. Thus, more and more ideas flowed from their mouths. They talked for over 20 minutes. It wasn't until Xiao Jia's notebook was filled to the brim that they finally stopped. Li Zhongxing was very confident in his knowledge, so as soon as they paused, he looked at Bai Yi and said, "Mr. Bai, what do you think of what we've said?" "Not bad, very suggestive. Right? Designer Wang and I are quite capable. If we execute according to the above plan, it will cost at least $1 million. That's no big deal, just small change." Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. What he said was indeed very casual, but the two designers began to feel a surge of excitement. If they executed this plan, their earnings from this deal would be at least over 50,000 yuan. And that was after the company's cut. While feeling secretly pleased, Wang Huan smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, you are truly impressive." "Impressive, indeed, I suppose," Bai Yi replied as he walked toward the outside of the courtyard. Naturally, the two designers followed him as he, the wealthy man, stepped out. Before they knew it, they had all arrived outside the courtyard. Unaware of this, Wang Huan continued with a hint of flattery, "So, Mr. Bai, I see you're quite eager to renovate the house. How about we sign the contract now?" "Ha? What contract?" Bai Yi blinked, pretending not to understand. "The contract regarding the renovation design plan for your courtyard." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi showed a puzzled expression. Wait, I haven't decided to adopt it yet. Why would we sign a contract?" "Well," Wang Huan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. It was Li Zhongxing beside him who quickly chimed in. "Did you not just say that our suggestions were very valuable?" "Yes, I accept your suggestions, but why sign a contract?" "Accepting suggestions, but not signing a contract? Finally, after exchanging glances, they both realized something was off. Bai Yi intended to renovate the house based on their suggestions but wasn't planning to pay. Understanding this, Li Zhongxing's emotions began to escalate. I say, Mr. Bai, that's not fair. I just said so much, and it was all for nothing? Right. Your friend has almost filled up the notebook. Oh, I appreciate your suggestions, Bai Yi said, locking up his parents' house and beckoning Xiaojia to head toward the car. Since it was almost confirmed, there was no need to look any further. However, his actions were completely unacceptable to the two designers. After all, they had just been fantasizing about making a big profit from this deal, and in the blink of an eye, it all fell apart. Who could take that well? Wang Huan was already gritting his teeth. Mr. Bai, you're a wealthy man. There's no need to do this. What will the neighbors think if they find out? Exactly, and Xiaojia, I know you're a contractor. Do you really want to continue in this industry? As the two played off each other, they genuinely made Xiaojia nervous, but Bai Yi remained unfazed. Wow, now you're threatening me. As he spoke, Bai Yi leisurely took out his phone. Before long, the voices of the two designers came through his phone. Yes, it was the recording of them calling Bai Yi's house a rundown courtyard. As he played it, Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel at some features of domestic cars. They were really impressive. For instance, the 360-degree monitoring function was incredibly useful. It had captured the two of their faces quite clearly. Listening to every word coming from his phone, Li Zhongxing and Wang Huan could no longer feel angry. Instead, they were filled with embarrassment. Working at the client's house while secretly calling it a rundown courtyard only to have them overhear it. Keep threatening, or you can start shouting and calling people over. Seeing the two standing there with flushed faces, Bai Yi said irritably, Speak. If you don't speak, just leave. Sorry, we'll leave right now. We're going. The two had no choice but to back down. To put it bluntly, as long as Bai Yi released that recording, it wouldn't just be a matter of not making money, they would have to consider what to do after losing their jobs. They couldn't afford to provoke him, absolutely not. And so, the two designers left in disgrace, leaving behind a notebook full of good suggestions and two brothers who finally burst into laughter. Haha, it really makes sense that cars are expensive. This works too. Speaking of which, I still prefer to see them in their wild and unruly state at the beginning. While laughing, Bai Yi patted his shoulder and said, We're done here, let's go. Where to? To get a foot massage. I went hiking this morning, and my feet are really sore. For Bai Yi, teasing the two designers was just a small interlude. Getting a foot massage was the main event. But when he opened the car door and was about to get in, he noticed that Xiaojia had not followed him. Curious, he turned around and saw that this guy was looking at him with tears in his eyes. What's this all about? I'm just so moved. You gave me the design work, helped me make money, and now you want to take me to get a foot massage. Undoubtedly, in the past few days, Xiaojia had been at a low point in his life. Not only had he gone through a divorce, but his small construction business was also not doing well. On top of that, after dividing the assets during the divorce, he was struggling to make ends meet and was actually considering going out to work. After all, big cities pay more, which would allow him to support his parents properly. But Bai Yi's appearance had directly turned his low point around, giving him a continuation in his career and solace for his soul. Thinking about it, Xiaojia felt he had to do something. So soon, right in front of Bai Yi, he started singing, always wanting to take from you, but not knowing how to thank you. Meanwhile, back at home, Lin Jinshin was on the phone with a colleague, recounting what had happened on the mountain today. I can't believe he has such strength. He just donated 300,000 without blinking? Yeah, not even a blink. So impressive. Listening to Huang Yali's shocked tone, Lin Jinshin looked at the red string in her hand and then asked, By the way, I have a string now. How can I tie it on him while he's asleep? Tie it on? Are we playing bondage? As soon as this was mentioned, Huang Yali became interested. What's the point of tying him up while he's asleep? Just let him watch you tie it up. All right, I have a little whip at home that I've never used. I'll send it to you later. You can use it on him. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? I was talking about the Taoist priest at the temple who gave me 2 red strings, saying they could strengthen our relationship, but the condition is that his must be tied while he's asleep. Ah, that's so boring. I say you should just take the initiative. Men get tired after a bit of fussing around and will fall asleep quickly. 6. Hearing this, Lin Jinshin felt a headache coming on and decided not to ask this old pervert any more questions. No matter what the issue, her good colleague could always relate it to those aspects. This would teach bad habits to kids. Anyway, Lin Jinshin felt a bit flustered listening to it. However, at that moment, the other party actually gave a suggestion that seemed somewhat reliable. Jinshin, I think you should invite him out for another meal, and then find a way to have him stay at your place. What way? Get him drunk. I remember you can drink quite a bit, right? This. actually seems like a good idea. After thinking carefully, wanting to ensure not to overstep boundaries while also getting Bai Yi to sleep, this was almost the best plan. She couldn't really force herself on Bai Yi, could she? To put it bluntly, it was uncertain who would be more overwhelmed. After all, she had never experienced those things, she was just a pure novice. Compared to that, drinking was more reliable, and she could have a bit of confidence. Thus, the specific plan for playing bondage with Bai Yi was set. Soon, Lin Jinshin hung up the phone and sent a message to Bai Yi saying, "The meal I owe you is at my place tomorrow night. I'll make it up to you." The next morning, at 7:30, Bai Yi pedaled his electric bike back to his yard, a broad smile on his face. He was in a great mood because after a morning of exercise, his physical condition had reached a perfect score of 63. Another surprise was that Bai Yi discovered the system's body enhancement seemed to come with a repair mechanism, allowing him to maintain his best state every day while being enhanced. The reason for this discovery was simple. His body had been quite weak before. Any excessive exercise the day before would leave him with sore muscles and a painful back the next day, making him want to give up. However, after clearly overexerting himself on the mountain yesterday, he felt no discomfort today. Upon waking up in the morning, he felt refreshed, a stark contrast to the groggy mornings he used to have. It was undeniably something to be happy about. Just as he was happily contemplating what to have for breakfast, he heard Li Yuqing's childish voice from the neighboring yard. "Mom, hurry up, I'm going to be late." Coming, hiss. The sound of her gasping for breath caught Bai Yi's attention. It was clear she seemed to be in great pain. Soon, Bai Yi reached the wall of his yard and looked over. What he saw was Li Sisi squatting on the ground, clutching her stomach in agony, and a little girl standing beside her with a worried expression, holding a small backpack. With a neighborly spirit of helping each other, Bai Yi asked, "Sisterly, are you okay?" Although he didn't know Li Sisi's exact age, her daughter was already this big, so calling her sister was no problem. I'm fine. It's just my stomach hurts a lot, an old problem." As she spoke, Li Sisi struggled to stand up, but with her movement, her face turned pale, and her body began to tremble from the pain. "You don't look fine at all." Seeing that she was clearly not in a good state, Bai Yi turned to Li Yuqing and said, "Xiao Yuqing, how about I take you to school today?" "That would be great." The little girl didn't understand the concept of hiding things. As soon as she heard Bai Yi say he would take her, she was almost jumping with joy. But Li Sisi looked conflicted. "Is that okay? It's too much trouble for you." "It's no big deal, mainly, you can't drive in this state, it's too dangerous." Well, Li Sisi thought carefully and realized that was indeed the case. In her current condition, whether driving or riding an electric bike, it would be irresponsible for both herself and the child. However, she felt uneasy about letting Bai Yi take them alone. After thinking it over, she said apologetically, "Then I'll trouble you, Bai Laudi. I'll go with you to avoid the teacher asking you a lot of questions." "Alright, just wait while I get the car." Bai Yi understood her concerns, but he felt it was no big deal. Who could trust their daughter to a neighbor they had only known for a couple of days? After putting himself in her shoes, Bai Yi knew he wouldn't do that either. Soon, Bai Yi was driving Li Sisi and her daughter towards the Blue Sky Kindergarten located near the center of the county. Along the way, Li Sisi lay in the back seat, clutching her stomach. Little Li Yuqing, after briefly checking on her mother, began chattering away. "Brother, your car is so big. Wow, it can even play cartoons and sing. Mom, let's buy a car like this too." Since it was the time for dropping off kids at school, there was some traffic at the entrance of Blue Sky Kindergarten. Various luxury cars, like BMWs and Autos, lined the roadside, showcasing the parents' affluence. As the most reputable kindergarten in Longhua County, this place has always been the first choice for wealthy children. Amidst the lively scene, several male parents gathered together, looking around. "Hey, why hasn't Li Yuqing's mom arrived yet?" "Oh, are you also here for Li Yuqing's mom?" "Of course. I practically snatched the task of dropping off the kids just to catch a glimpse of her." "Ah, great minds think alike. It's just strange, she should have been here by now." Just then, a big sister with a strong build interjected disdainfully, "Is Li Yuqing's mom really that good looking? I think she's a bit below me." "Hey, Zhao Mingxuan's mom is just an average beauty, really disappointing." "What do you mean by average beauty? In the Tang dynasty, I would be considered a stunning beauty. You guys don't know anything." Amidst the chatter, a large black SUV slowly pulled up at the kindergarten entrance. The next moment, a handsome guy stepped out of the car. Instantly, Zhao Mingxuan's mom forgot about being called average and stared, saying, "Wow, there are such handsome parents among my son's classmates? So handsome? I think he's just okay. My rating is average." That's how people are. When faced with the opposite sex, most can openly admit when someone is good-looking. But when it comes to the same sex, no matter what they think, they absolutely cannot admit it out loud. However, when they saw the back door of the car swing open and Li Sisi step out, they all fell silent. In the air, it seemed like the sound of hearts breaking could be heard. Isn't that Li Yuqing's mom? No way, wasn't she supposed to be a single mom? Who is this guy? Ah, he really should die. Stop making noise, let's go over and find out. Bai Yi was unaware of their actions, because just as he helped Li Yuqing out of the car, two kids rushed over. The one in front pulled out a yo-yo covered in cartoon stickers and said, Li Yuqing, look, this is a real yo-yo, yours is a knockoff. Yeah, and you bragged that it was a gift from someone, I bet you found it on the street. Where's your yo-yo? Show it to us. Hearing their words, Li Yuqing looked hurt, tears welling up in her eyes. But she stubbornly replied, mine isn't a knockoff, it really was a gift. Seeing this scene, Li Sisi, who was still in pain, felt worried. But before she could say anything, Bai Yi stepped forward first. Kids, our Li Yuqing isn't lying. That was a gift from me, and it's a genuine one. A common trait among children is their love for comparison. As someone who had been through this, he believed that he couldn't let Li Yuqing suffer at this moment. Otherwise, it could easily leave a shadow in her heart, leading to long-term feelings of inferiority. Because of this, he stood up to clarify right away. However, after hearing him, the kid still wouldn't back down and continued, but her yo-yo can't even spin. Well, that's because your skills aren't good enough. Impossible, I'm the best yo-yo player in our class. Hey, you don't believe me, do you? Bai Yi smiled, turned to Li Yuqing, and said, come on, give me the yo-yo. It was time to show off. You should know, he was a true yo-yo master back in the day, effortlessly performing all kinds of difficult tricks. However, he hadn't played in years, so he would definitely be a bit rusty. But bullying kindergarten kids was more than enough. Soon, Li Yuqing curiously handed over the yo-yo. Taking the ball, Bai Yi maintained his smile and said lightly, watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully threw the yo-yo out. One basic and advanced move after another was displayed in his hands. This move is called walking the dog. Power whirlwind, tornado, soaring to the clouds. The rapidly spinning yo-yo continuously changed shapes in his hands, leaving the more than 10 children and their parents nearby dumbfounded. So when he finally stopped, the scene erupted. Wow, uncle, you are amazing. Uncle, I want to learn this. So cool, so cool. I have to say, being surrounded by so many children praising him was quite a delightful experience. At least Bai Yi felt that this show-off was truly transparent. However, on the surface, he still maintained the demeanor of a master and said lightly, I don't easily take on disciples, but if you have a good relationship with Li Yuqing, I might make an exception. Upon hearing this, the little girl who already felt proud raised her head even higher. Her proud demeanor looked quite amusing. In fact, she wasn't the only one feeling happy. Even Li Sisi looked at Bai Yi with admiration. After all, with just one move, he instantly made Li Yuqing the most popular person in the class. At least now, there was no need to worry too much about their daughter's social life at school. Of course, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. For example, the few people who had just been standing nearby mocking Bai Yi were now feeling quite miserable. You just be handsome, who can be more handsome than you? No, this guy is really something. If he had done this yo-yo trick back when I was in school, it would have definitely been a skill to impress girls. What skill? I think he was just born to show off. Yeah, I think he lived this life just to show off this one time. No matter what others said, Li Yuqing still carried her little backpack and walked into the kindergarten surrounded by more than 10 little classmates. Back in the car, Li Sisi immediately said, thank you, Bai. There's no need to thank me. I actually quite like Xiao Yuqing. Bai Yi casually waved his hand and looked at her hand resting on her stomach, asking, now it's your turn, do you want to go to the hospital? No, I'm just a normal stomachache. I just need to rest a bit. Seeing her pale face flush slightly, Bai Yi roughly understood the situation. He didn't dwell on it any longer and drove straight home. However, he didn't notice that Li Sisi, who said she was fine, had a pained expression on her face that was becoming increasingly distorted. Around 8 a.m., just as he parked the car in front of the house and turned to look back, Bai Yi found that Li Sisi was already lying weakly in the back seat. Startled, he quickly asked, Sister Li, should we take you to the hospital now? No, I have this old problem. I have medicine at home, and I just need to drink some hot water. To avoid causing trouble for Bai Yi, Li Sisi, who was enduring severe pain, struggled to get up from her seat. But the pain in her lower abdomen had already drained her of the last bit of strength, so she quickly lay back down. Seeing this, Bai Yi knew that getting her medicine was urgent, so he quickly got out of the car and went to her side. But when he opened the back door, he started to feel a bit troubled. It was clear that Li Sisi couldn't walk on her own anymore, and even getting out of the car was a bit difficult. So how could he help her get home to take her medicine? After thinking it over, Bai Yi finally spoke up, Sisterly, I've made my move. Made your move? What do you mean? Li Sisi's mind momentarily short-circuited. Before she could react, she felt two strong arms making intimate contact with her body. In the next moment, she was lifted off the ground. That's right, Bai Yi, who felt that he could no longer delay, had directly picked her up. It's worth mentioning that as a yoga instructor, Li Sisi had a great figure, curvy in all the right places. From a distance, one might mistakenly think she was slightly plump, but when Bai Yi lifted her and realized she was definitely under 100 pounds, he understood that this was not the so-called slight plumpness, but rather a perfect body proportion. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, held in his arms, was completely dazed. The chaos in her heart even made her temporarily forget the pain in her body. She stared wide-eyed at Bai Yi, her thoughts in disarray. How dare he just pick me up like this? No, he's helping me, how can I blame him? Being held like this in such a situation really feels safe. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, Li Sisi had lost track of where she was. On the other hand, Bai Yi, with a beauty in his arms, had no distracting thoughts at all. Well, if you were to pick up your aunt's daughter, you'd feel the same. After quickly entering the courtyard, Bai Yi headed straight for the villa's front door. Just like his own home, there was an armored door in addition to the courtyard gate to enter the villa. Sisterly, can you input the password yourself? The password is 952,727. Bai Yi hadn't expected her to directly tell him the password. However, the current situation left no room for hesitation, so he quickly entered the password and opened the door. Li Sisi's home had a different decoration style from his, but the layout was the same, so he easily found the living room and gently placed her on the sofa. Seeing that she was still in a daze, Bai Yi waved his hand in front of her eyes and asked, "Sisterly, where's your medicine?" Upon hearing this, Li Sisi, who had finally settled back down, came to her senses. Reflecting on the events of the past couple of minutes, a faint blush returned to her pale face. Thank you, my medicine is on the coffee table next to the sofa. Bai Yi turned to look and indeed found a box of unfamiliar medication and a cup of water that had already gone cold not far away. Clearly, she had been in a rush to send Li Yuqing to school and hadn't had time to drink. After picking up the cup to feel its temperature, Bai Yi headed straight for the kitchen, saying, "This water is cold, I'll go get a fresh cup." Watching his figure disappear into the kitchen, Li Sisi, whose stomach was still in agony, suddenly felt much better, because her heart felt warm. That morning, she truly experienced what it meant that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. This neighborly younger brother not only helped her send her child to school but also dealt with the problems the child encountered at school. Now, back at home, he was taking such meticulous care of her. The key point was that as she recalled everything that had just happened, Bai Yi had maintained a clear gaze throughout, showing no signs of crossing any boundaries. This made Li Sisi, who was often harassed by various men, feel very comfortable inside. As she pondered, she thought this neighborly young man was really quite a nice person. So when Bai Yi came out with the hot water, he found Li Sisi staring blankly at him. "What are you looking at? Take your medicine." "Okay, thank you." Struggling to sit up from the sofa, Li Sisi sincerely said while taking the medicine from Bai Yi's hand, "Brother, thank you for your help today. If there's ever a time you need me, just say the word, and I will definitely help you. It's no big deal, no need to be so serious." "That's different. If it weren't for you today, not only would my daughter be late for school, but I don't even know if I would have made it halfway." With moderately warm water, Li Sisi swallowed the medicine, feeling a warmth spread in her stomach, as if she had come back to life. Then came a wave of fear. She couldn't bear to think about what kind of trouble she would have faced if she hadn't run into Bai Yi this morning. What if something had happened while driving? Seeing her serious expression, Bai Yi didn't argue further and quickly nodded with a smile. "All right then, I won't be polite. That's the way to be." As they spoke, Li Sisi put down her cup and lay back on the sofa, rubbing her lower abdomen with her palm. Seeing this, Bai Yi, who had some common sense, chuckled and said, "Sister, the way you're rubbing isn't effective. How about I teach you a technique?" You seem to know a lot about this time of the month." With some strength back, Li Sisi joked with him. "Never seen a pig run, but I've eaten pork? All right then, teach me how to rub my belly. Watch closely." As he spoke, Bai Yi leaned closer to her and began to rub his palms together continuously. "You see, as long as you do this, your palms will warm up quickly, and then placing them on your belly is much more comfortable than a regular heating pad." While rubbing his palms, he explained earnestly, which made Li Sisi laugh. "Hana, stop rubbing, you're wasting all that heat. I'll do it myself." "That's true." Bai Yi agreed wholeheartedly. His palms were already a bit sore from rubbing, so it would be a waste not to use them. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and said to Li Sisi, "Sister, quickly take your hands away." Startled, Li Sisi quickly withdrew her hands. The next second, she felt a pair of warm hands pressing against her lower abdomen. In an instant, Li Sisi felt enveloped by the warmth of those hands, and the comfort that alleviated her pain spread throughout her body. As those hands continued to rub her abdomen, the sensation intensified. In this state, Li Sisi's gaze began to blur. She couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Ah! Seeing her like this, Bai Yi started to realize something was off. How did it go from teaching to him rubbing her belly? As a lone man and woman, if someone misunderstood, it would be awkward. So, at the first sign of realization, he wanted to pull his hand away as if he had been electrocuted. However, to his surprise, as soon as his hand left her abdomen, Li Sisi hurriedly said, No, don't take it away. Brother, it really helps. Can you please help me? Saying this made Li Sisi feel embarrassed, but the comfort from his warm hands made her reluctant to let go. There was no way around it. Bai Yi's technique was just too good. Then I'll continue. Since the girl had so sincerely invited him, Bai Yi certainly wouldn't refuse. So, he quickly rubbed his hands together again, and when the temperature was just right, he placed them back on her lower abdomen. Ah, so comfortable. With Li Sisi's praise, the intensity of Bai Yi's massage began to gradually increase. The sensation was nice. The figure of my neighbor is worth 1,000,000 praises. There isn't a bit of flab on her entire abdomen. It's just 2 words, flat. Moreover, Bai Yi is quite suspicious that even when she takes her child to school in the morning, she still wears pantyhose. Otherwise, how could there be that rustling sensation? Stealing a glance at her feet, he indeed saw the noticeable black from her ankles. This pressing lasted for about 10 minutes. By the time Bai Yi's arms started to feel a bit sore, Li Sisi had completely revived. As everyone knows, having your period isn't scary. What's scary is when it's half here and half not. Correspondingly, those who bleed a lot might not have much pain, but those who bleed little usually hurt quite a bit. Li Sisi was in that state before. However, due to Bai Yi's fervent efforts, her condition improved significantly. Yet at this moment, she couldn't feel happy. The good news was that her period was flowing smoothly. The bad news was that she was experiencing heavy bleeding. She even suspected that quite a bit had leaked onto the sofa. This led to Li Sisi being completely stuck on the sofa. She couldn't move, not at all. If Bai Yi saw her like this, wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing? Lost in thought, she looked at Bai Yi and said, Brother, you don't need to press anymore. I'm feeling much better. That's good. Seeing her face had indeed turned much more radiant, Bai Yi withdrew his hand and was about to get up to say goodbye. There was no helping it. The atmosphere in the room was filled with awkwardness. If he stayed any longer, Bai Yi could probably dig out an 800 square meter villa from his shoes. Since you're fine now, I'll head back. Okay, my stomach hurts, so I won't see you off. No need, bye-bye. With that, Bai Yi slowly got up from the sofa and bent over as he walked outside. If you ask him why he was bent over, Bai Yi could only say that whoever pressed Li Sisi's stomach wouldn't be able to stand up. It's perfectly normal for a vigorous young man like him. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, who hadn't thought of this point, felt a bit heartbroken seeing him bent over. She thought to herself how diligent this brother was, helping her massage her stomach, and now his waist. Wait, massaging is done with hands. What does the waist have to do with it? He wouldn't be pitching a tent, would he? Thinking of this, Li Sisi instantly turned red, and her already warm body felt even hotter. Back at Bai Yi's home, after taking a shower, he finally calmed down completely. Then, a pair of guests arrived. His second sister Lu Jia and her boyfriend Wang Xiaozong. Opening the door, Bai Yi looked at the demolition household young master in a military coat and smiled. Hey, what happened to that LV outfit of yours? You need to perk up. Don't mention it, everything is great in the countryside, but the longer you stay, the lower your status becomes. What do you mean? You end up freezing like a grandson. Ha ha ha. It must be said that after spending a night in the countryside, Wang Xiaozong had become much more down to earth. He looked much more pleasant to the eye. While talking, he led the two into the villa. Looking at the decor inside the room, Lu Jia couldn't help but say, I didn't believe your parents when they said you've changed a lot. Turns out you really live in a villa now? Is a villa in a small county still considered a villa? Bai Yi pointed at Wang Xiaozong and said, there are still several properties in the Yinding New district under my name, but they're right here. You're belittling people, those houses belong to my parents. I still want to work hard to become a wealthy generation myself. What do you mean? You want to start your own business? After a chuckle, Bai Yi continued, nowadays, people say they're not afraid of rich second-generation kids living off their parents, they're just afraid they have the ambition to start a business. After all, how much can you spend on eating, drinking, and having fun? He was mocking social phenomena with those words, but what Bai Yi didn't expect was that Wang Xiaozong's mood grew increasingly somber as he listened. By the end, he was almost in tears. Seeing this, Bai Yi curiously asked, what's wrong? Did something happen in your heart? Ah, it really is, Wang Xiaozong replied. Compared to Wang Xiaozong's silence, Lu Jia was laughing heartily. In the first year after the demolition at home, he opened a hot pot restaurant, investing over 2 million, but in the end, he only got half of it back. Then he tried running an esports hotel, a haunted house, and so on. Basically, whatever he did ended up losing money. In the end, his family figured it out. Wang Xiaozong hardly spent any money on living expenses in a year, but starting a business was unbearable. So, his parents have already explicitly forbidden him from investing. Hearing her recount his glorious deeds, Wang Xiaozong got so angry that he burst out laughing. What could he do? It was indeed the case. Being a second-generation demolisher, the interest from his savings was enough for a year's living expenses. But if he continued to lose money in business, no matter how big the family fortune was, it wouldn't be enough to keep pouring into it. Oh, alright, let's not talk about my matters anymore. Sitting down on the sofa, Wang Xiaozong continued, by the way, do you still have that silver dollar? I have a friend in that line of work who can take a look at it for you. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. As he spoke, Bai Yi took out a cloth bag from the drawer under the coffee table. It was indeed the gift given to him by the old Taoist on Baiyun Mountain. TSK, this silver dollar is really beautiful. I'll send a picture to him right now. After taking a series of photos of the silver dollar, Wang Xiaozong quickly sent it out via WeChat. During the wait, Lu Jia looked at Bai Yi and said, what if this thing is really valuable? You have quite the imagination. I don't think that's very likely, Bai Yi replied honestly. Indeed, for thousands of years, the culture of Longhua has been profound and extensive, and there are many treasures in the folk that have never been discovered. But he didn't believe he had such good luck. In fact, he felt that in the 30 years of his life before this, aside from gaining the system, his luck hadn't been too great. He had only won 5 yuan in the lottery, and when he bought a whole book of scratch cards, he lost 3/4 of it. If he had been lucky, he wouldn't have been laid off in the capital for various reasons. However, unlike his thoughts, Lu Jia always believed that the old Taoist had been living in seclusion on the mountain for so many years, and the things he brought out couldn't possibly be of poor quality. So, after hearing this, she remained optimistic and said, I'm just saying, what if it really is valuable? What will you do? What can I do? Treat you both to a nice meal at noon? Ha ha, my brother really understands me. The optimism of his second sister influenced Bai Yi as well, making him start to have some expectations about the appraisal of the silver dollar. Well, even if it wasn't worth a lot, if it was valued at the price of silver, it would still be over 1,000 yuan. Treating the two of them to a meal in the county would be enough. However, what he didn't expect was that just 1 or 2 minutes after the photo was sent, Wang Xiaozong's phone rang urgently. After answering, a panicked male voice came from the phone. Song, is that silver dollar with you? Yes, what's wrong? Upon hearing the other party's tone, Wang Xiaozong realized it was serious. Then listen to me, no matter what, you have to secure it. If it's not worth thousands, it could be worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Hearing this, the 3 people in the villa were dumbfounded. Must secure it? Hundreds of thousands? Could a single silver dollar be worth that much? And when he didn't respond for a long time, the person on the other end of the phone became even more anxious. Did you hear me? This silver dollar is not simple. It can be auctioned. As long as you can secure it, you can make a fortune. It's a steal. A big steal. Ah, this. Wang Xiaozong scratched his head and said weakly, cough, buddy, I'm on speakerphone, and this silver dollar belongs to my girlfriend's brother, so I can't take advantage. Ah, is that so? Then does your brother want to sell it? I can help with the auction, just give me a little gas money. The other party's tone was clearly disappointed, but he still wouldn't give up. Seeing Wang Xiaozong looking at him, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, brother, can you briefly introduce what this silver dollar is? As he spoke, Bai Yi picked up the silver dollar wrapped in a tissue and took a look. First, it must be admitted that this silver dollar was really beautiful, shining with dazzling colors under the sunlight outside the window. Moreover, because it was well preserved, there wasn't a speck of rust on it. But Bai Yi was very curious about what made it worth so much money. The person on the other end of the phone, upon hearing this, became very excited. Brother, you're flying high. This is the ceiling among warlord coins, the flying dragon crown. The last time I saw one was at an auction, and a piece in average condition sold for 2 million. With your piece's condition, it can at least go for over 3 million. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, leaving Bai Yi and the others dumbfounded. Lu Jia widened her eyes in disbelief and said, Duoshao? You mean Duoshao? You heard me right, conservatively estimated at 3 million. Goodness! Carefully flipping through the silver dollar again, Bai Yi felt his hands trembling a bit. Just this one silver dollar, 3 million? Could it help him buy another set of Guanshan Yu villas? Isn't that a bit too magical? No matter how he thought about it, it felt somewhat unreal. But the person on the phone didn't care about his thoughts and continued speaking. So, how about it? Do you want me to help with the auction? Don't worry, I'm absolutely reliable. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaosong also nodded affirmatively. This is my good buddy, I can vouch for him. Brother, why not sell it? That's a lot of money. To sell or not to sell, that was the question. As long as he agreed, it wouldn't take long to receive millions in cash. But looking at the silver dollar in his hand, which could be worth a house, Bai Yi inexplicably felt more and more attached to it. Soon, he calmly said, let's forget it. I'm not selling. Upon hearing Bai Yi say he wasn't selling, the person on the other end fell silent, seemingly pondering how to continue persuading him. Lu Jia quickly pulled him and said, brother, that's 3 million. With that money, you could even marry a little star. Shouldn't you think it over again? No need to think, such a good thing. I want to keep it for myself. Facing 3 million without batting an eye, impressive. Wang Xiaosong gave a thumbs up. In just 2 days of knowing each other, he had already begun to see this girlfriend's brother in a new light. Climbing a mountain, he didn't even blink when donating 300,000. Now, facing a treasure with tenfold returns, he could still remain unfazed. If he were in the same position, he believed he absolutely couldn't do it. Even when others offered hundreds of thousands, he would have already decided to sell. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person, they would definitely choose to sell without hesitation in the face of a 3 million fortune. But he wasn't an ordinary person. He had a system and was living a life that was already on easy mode. Just returning to his hometown for 2 or 3 days, his savings had already surpassed 1 million. To put it simply, as long as he kept spending on his parents, earning 3 million wouldn't be difficult at all. It was just that there was no need to be so aggressive right now. On the other hand, the origin of this silver dollar was extraordinary. First, it was due to his good deed, and later, by a twist of fate, he received such a generous reward. This was his own cause and effect. Keeping this silver dollar by his side would undoubtedly remind him to do more meaningful things at all times. Besides, such a good, rare, and precious treasure, isn't it nice to keep it as a family heirloom? Who knows, if his descendants turn out to be unambitious, it might even save their lives in the future. So, facing Wang Xiaosong's almost worshipful gaze, Bai Yi casually waved his hand. It's not that impressive. I have only one reason for keeping it. What is it? Not short of this. Damn! In an instant, the brother on the other end of the phone fell silent, and Lu Jia and Wang Xiaosong in the room also went quiet. 3 million, and he's not short of this? I can't believe it. Their reactions were all within Bai Yi's expectations. At this moment, if he didn't show off a bit, they wouldn't know how long they would be entangled in the question of whether to sell or not. You see, he just slightly showed his hand, and that big brother who had been urging him to send it for auction directly hung up the phone. The effect of showing off was excellent. At least, whether it was Lu Jie or Wang Xiaosong, they had now given up on persuading him. There was no way, he was too smooth in his act. Analyzing the actual situation, Bai Yi was currently driving a car worth hundreds of thousands and living in the best villa in the county. With these two conditions alone, who could guess how much money he had in his bank account? Perhaps all of this was just the tip of the iceberg. In such a situation, wanting to collect a silver dollar worth of villa was quite reasonable. Having settled all this, Bai Yi had already brought the silver dollar to his study. Next to his computer desk was a large safe gifted by a real estate developer. However, after he wrapped the paper in box and placed it inside, Bai Yi felt it was very empty. He immediately thought, should he fill the safe little by little? Also, behind the desk where he placed his computer was a whole wall of white. Could he set up a display cabinet there in the future to showcase the things he liked? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. A silver dollar worth 3 million had completely sparked his interest in collecting. But what he didn't expect was that just as Bai Yi closed the safe door, the system appeared again. Even during difficult times of unemployment, one needs hobbies to provide emotional value. You have realized that one of your hobbies is now providing you with hobby support. Hobby support provides you with 2 million yuan each month to indulge yourself, refreshes on the first of each month, does not accumulate after expiration, your joyful mood, this system will cover it. Note, the spending limit will increase as your standard of living improves. You're the best, brother system. Looking at the words displayed by the system, Bai Yi's smile grew even wider. It was simply too exhilarating. To be honest, everyone has their own hobbies. For example, some people like to buy figurines, some enjoy foot massages, and others like to explore flowers. All these expenditures are, without exception, meant to please oneself and provide emotional value. And now, Bai Yi wanted to indulge himself through spending, and he didn't even have to use his own money. Moreover, as his spending increased, the limit for hobby support would also rise. This was simply exhilarating on top of exhilarating. The key was that the monthly spending limit of 2 million yuan had really broad applications. If he wanted to collect, he could participate in small auctions, and in just a few months, he could fill the display cabinet he envisioned. If he wanted to travel, this amount was enough for him to experience the true perspective of the wealthy. In short, any spending that could make him happy could be applied. He could even, if he wanted, find 2 beautiful 18-year-old college students. As he thought about it, Baiye's smile gradually became twisted. I really need to plan how to spend this money. Time moved to the evening. At this moment, Baiyi had just sent Wang Xiaozong and Lu Jie to the station, and then he arrived downstairs at Lin Jianxin's home. The former had to return to Anding New District due to a last-minute matter. Lu Jie, on the other hand, decided to cancel the remaining days of her vacation and return to the capital early because of Wang Xiaozong's situation. They left quietly, leaving behind only 2 concert tickets for a performance in CD City, Longhua County, in 4 days. Well, now that everyone was gone, the tickets were naturally useless, so they were simply given to Bai Yi. To be honest, he had never been to a concert in his life, so he was genuinely interested. Although it was just a concert by a second-tier singer, experiencing the atmosphere would still be nice. With this thought, Bai Yi took the tickets and walked upstairs to Lin Jianxin's home. Ding dong, ding dong. After the doorbell rang, the door to Lin Jianxin's home opened, revealing her delicate face, which showed a hint of surprise and fluster. Why are you here early? You didn't say you were coming. Glancing at the time, it seemed he was indeed about half an hour early. However, he didn't take it to heart and casually waved his hand, saying, I could have found my way. You didn't need to come down to get me. It's not about whether to come down or not, it's... Before she could finish her sentence, another woman's voice came from inside the room. Jianxin, did you order takeout? The voice grew closer. Bai Yi then made eye contact with an aunt who looked around 50 and bore some resemblance to Lin Jianxin. Hey, the delivery guy looks pretty handsome these days. Mom, he's not a delivery guy. Lin Jianxin's face was filled with black lines. How did her mom run into Bai Yi? If only she had waited another 10 minutes, her mom would have left. But since they had already bumped into each other, she couldn't just say Bai Yi was a delivery guy, that would be too hurtful. However, upon hearing her words, Zhao Dongmei still caught on to the implication and said, Oh, is he here to fix the plumbing? Come in, come in. The bathroom in this house has been leaking for a while. There was no helping it. Lin Jianxin usually didn't have any male friends. Now, with a living, breathing man standing in front of her, she completely forgot about that aspect. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, who had been standing by, found Lin Jianxin's strange expression quite amusing. He suddenly felt like teasing her. So, after the aunt finished speaking, he decisively nodded and said, The bathroom, right? Let me take a look. As he spoke, he walked inside while winking at Lin Jianxin, leaving her completely stunned. Taking advantage of the moment they brushed past each other, Lin Jianxin couldn't help but whisper, What are you going to do? I'm cosplaying as a plumber today, ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jianxin's face instantly turned red. She had never seen a pig run, but she had seen plenty of pigs run. In the movies from her daily life, plumbers were portrayed as a happy profession. Coupled with the fact that this was happening right under her mother's nose, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Soon, under Zhao Dongmei's guidance, Bai Yi entered the bathroom and began to examine it carefully. Men generally had some talent in this area. As long as it wasn't too serious a problem, he could handle it easily. During this process, Zhao Dongmei leaned against the bathroom doorframe, acting as a supervisor. The more she watched, the more she felt that this young man had good looks. So, she quickly asked, How old are you, young man? I'm from 94. You're the same age as our girl. Upon hearing his age, Zhao Dongmei clearly became more interested. Is your home in Longhua? Yes, it's in Longhua County. Not bad, not bad. At your age, are you married yet? I'm still single, auntie. I can't find a partner at all. After a pause, Bai Yi, who roughly understood what the other party was getting at, took the initiative to say, If you have good resources, you could introduce someone to me. Ha ha ha, young man, isn't this a coincidence? Young man, isn't this a coincidence? Zhao Dongmei pointed to the kitchen. You just saw my daughter, right? I saw her, auntie. She's really beautiful. Of course, and she's single too, the same age as you. Ah, what a coincidence. Bai Yi suppressed a smile, pretending to be very surprised. That's right. Plus, my daughter is a doctor at the county hospital, with a decent income and benefits like housing funds. Speaking of this, Zhao Dongmei's pride was evident. In small towns, parents don't expect their children to achieve great things. As long as they have a stable job, it's something to be proud of. At the same time, feeling proud, her voice unconsciously became a bit louder while introducing. This made Lin Jianxin, who was busy in the kitchen, a little flustered. To be honest, if it were someone else, she would have gone out to stop it long ago. but with Bai Yi, she found it quite interesting. Moreover, she wanted to learn more about Bai Yi through her mother's words. Although they had spent quite a bit of time together these past few days, Lin Jinxin really knew very little about him. She only knew he had returned from the capital and seemed quite wealthy, but his past experiences and future plans were all a mystery to her. Because of this, she simply put down the spatula in her hand, leaned against the kitchen door, and began to eavesdrop. However, to her disappointment, after Zhao Dongmei finished introducing her daughter's situation, she didn't ask Bai Yi for his thoughts, not even hinting at it. Instead, she looked at Bai Yi with a smile and asked, "Young man, my daughter's conditions are pretty good, right? Really quite good. Ha, and that's not all. I've already discussed it with her father. We won't ask for a bride price, and we can even provide a house in the county as a dowry." Wow, doesn't that mean that marrying your daughter would save a lot of struggle for many years? Absolutely. Her father and I have worked hard for so many years just for our only daughter. I have to say, Lin Jinxin's mother was probably the most open-minded parent Bai Yi had ever met. No bride price and a house as a dowry. The implications in her words also suggested that they would provide considerable support in their married life. She could be called a fairy godmother-in-law. So Bai Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "Your thinking is so advanced. Anyway, her father and I don't have high demands. As long as she likes him, that's enough." Zhao Dongmei smiled mysteriously and continued, "Young man, I see that your appearance definitely meets the standards. You can make an effort." Her current thought was not to expect this young man to marry Lin Jinxin right away, but at least to give her a suitor so she could experience some masculine charm. Otherwise, if this continued, she was genuinely worried that her daughter might turn out to be gay and one day bring a girl home, saying she would spend her life with her. From a parent's perspective, this thought wasn't entirely unreasonable. If there were no opposite sex around for a long time, a person's psychology could easily develop issues. But Lin Jinxin, eavesdropping at the kitchen door, was already rolling her eyes. Her mother's words implied that it was as if she couldn't get married and needed to find someone to send her off. And what did it mean to say no bride price and a dowry? Was this some kind of bounty? Whoever catches up with me gets a house and a beautiful daughter, right? Anyway, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She immediately walked out of the kitchen and said to Zhao Dongmei, "Mom, aren't you going back to cook for Dad?" "Ah." Zhao Dongmei slapped her forehead. "Look at my memory. No, I have to hurry." With that, she walked straight out. But before leaving, she gave Bai Yi an encouraging look, as if to say, "The environment is set for you, seize the opportunity." Bai Yi was left stunned. Soon, with a bang, Zhao Dongmei closed the door behind her. Lin Jinxin rushed into the bathroom and said to Bai Yi, who was tightening a water pipe with a wrench, "Are you done acting, my plumber?" "Ha, that's enough. Your mom is really quite amusing." "What's so amusing about it?" "You made me feel tempted, no bride price, and you get a house." "Cut it out. It's not that easy to get." Lin Jinxin, her face slightly flushed, raised her head proudly and walked back to the kitchen. Outside her door, Zhao Dongmei finally waited for the elevator. But before she could step in, a man in a maintenance worker uniform, carrying a tool bag, walked out of the elevator. After getting off, he headed straight for Lin Jinxin's home. Noticing this, Zhao Dongmei curiously asked, "Young man, we're just fixing a water pipe, and you sent 2 people over?" "2 people? No, auntie, I came by myself." "By yourself?" Seeing the maintenance worker's confused expression, Zhao Dongmei began to sense something was off. In fact, she had just been thinking that the young man in the room, both in attire and demeanor, didn't seem like someone in this line of work. Not that there was anything wrong with the profession, but people in this line of work definitely didn't look as good as Bai Yi. At the same time, she recalled that her daughter had prepared an unusually lavish dinner today. It was obvious she was expecting someone special. As for who that someone was, it was now clear. Everything matched up perfectly. My daughter has a situation. After piecing it all together, Zhao Dongmei felt an overwhelming joy. There was no helping it. She had always found Bai Yi quite pleasing and wanted to play matchmaker. So, she quickly stopped the real plumber. "Young man, wait a moment, I suddenly remembered that our water pipe has inexplicably fixed itself, no need for repairs. You've made the trip for nothing, here's 100 yuan for your trouble." About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi, having fixed the water pipe and washed his hands, naturally sat down at the dining table. To his surprise, the table was not only filled with even more sumptuous dishes than last time but also had 7 or 8 bottles of beer. "Why are we drinking now?" "This." Lin Jinxin felt a bit guilty. "I just thought since we didn't drink last time and I didn't host you well, I should prepare a bit more this time." "Wow, old classmate, you've moved me." He had driven over and hadn't planned on drinking. But since she had prepared such a feast just to host him, not drinking would be disrespectful, right? So he decided not only to drink but to drink well. He stood up from his chair. "This little bit of alcohol isn't enough. Wait a moment, I have 2 bottles of mutai in the car, I'll go get them." "Ah, We're drinking white liquor too? Of course, isn't beer just wheat juice? Save it for rinsing your mouth later. With that, Bai Yi turned and walked outside, leaving Lin Jinxin standing there, blinking in confusion. Wait, can he really drink that much now? She felt she had underestimated him. Lin Jinxin's alcohol tolerance was about 3 to 4 bottles of beer. In her social circle, that was already among the top tier. During her school days, she had drunk with Bai Yi and knew he was a lightweight who would get tipsy after just 1 bottle. That's why she felt confident inviting Bai Yi over to drink and execute her binding plan. However, the development of events was far beyond her expectations. Who could drink this little? Beer was just wheat juice, meant only for rinsing? What the hell have you been through these years, turning into a wine god? Little did she know that when Bai Yi was in college, he had 2 roommates from Inner Mongolia. These 2 were the type who couldn't have fun without alcohol. On any given day, they would go out for drinks, and over time, his tolerance had reached a point where a pound of liquor felt nothing, and after 2 pounds, he could still go to the bathroom and come back to continue with beer. But now that things had developed to this point, she clearly had no way out. She couldn't just get him in the mood and then say she wasn't drinking. As she thought about it, she took out her phone and started asking Huang Yali for support. Sister, we miscalculated, he can drink more than we imagined. What should we do now? Didn't you say he gets tipsy after 1 bottle? He used to be like that, then. I think you can only ask him to take it easy. Don't drink too much, mainly because you have to work tomorrow. Limping around isn't appropriate. What does that have to do with anything? You, a doctor, don't know? A man's abilities in that area are enhanced after drinking. Really? She felt she had stumbled upon some strange knowledge. Of course it's true. I see he's tall and strong. A little drink won't wear you out? Oh, what do you mean by wear out? Stop. We're still friends. With a strong sense of shyness, Lin Jinxin ended the conversation with her good colleague. Right now, her feelings were very complicated. She was a bit scared about what would happen next, a bit nervous, and even more expectant. But as she thought about it, she suddenly felt relieved. He was already at her house. What was there to be tangled about? When soldiers come, they block. When water comes, they cover. Who knows, maybe her alcohol tolerance would explode today, and she would directly take Bai Yi down. As for whether what her colleague said would happen, Lin Jinxin wasn't worried about herself, but rather a bit concerned about Bai Yi, because she knew very well that after getting drunk, she would transform. A few minutes later, Bai Yi brought 2 bottles of Maotai left over from visiting relatives and placed them on the table. After skillfully opening the bottles, he poured a full glass for both Lin Jinxin and himself. Come on, thanks to classmate Jinxin for the warm hospitality, let's toast. Cheers! After a small sip of liquor, Bai Yi's state perked up immediately. Eating a bite of Jinxin's water-boiled meat was simply delightful. But Lin Jinxin, who usually didn't drink much liquor, wasn't in such a good mood. After just the first sip, she was almost brought to tears by the spiciness, and her face started to flush. Seeing this, Bai Yi smiled and said, if you can't drink, just give it to me, you can drink beer. Can't drink? Not happening. At this point, Lin Jinxin's competitive spirit kicked in. She didn't believe that the Bai Yi who had been knocked down by her 1 bottle as a child was now truly invincible after 1,000 cups. Who was afraid of whom? We'll see who can drink more. Come on, this cup is for you. Thank you for taking me hiking. Alright then, let's do it. Just like that, the 2 of them toasted back and forth, drinking quite merrily. In just half an hour, each of them had already downed half a pound of liquor. However, their states were completely different. Bai Yi remained unfazed, completely at ease. Lin Jinxin, on the other hand, grew redder with each drink, and her words began to slur a bit. Bro, tell me the truth. Are you surprised to see me again? Surprised. Thinking back to their meeting in the hospital, Bai Yi was indeed very surprised. On one hand, he was anxious and desperately wanted to find out where his parents were. On the other hand, he had a good relationship with her since childhood, and to say he wasn't surprised to see her again after so many years would be a lie. I think it's a big surprise too. I thought my childhood playmate would never come back in this lifetime. From this, Bai Yi sensed her loneliness in this small county at such a mature age. Strangely, he felt a bit of heartache, but I'm back now, don't worry, I'll be your friend for life. I don't want to be your friend. At first, Bai Yi thought the girl was going to cut ties with him, but before he could feel sad, Lin Jinxin continued, being friends is boring, come on, let's try that heart-thumping challenge again. You seem a bit drunk. How about we skip it? No way, I want to play. While pouting, Lin Jinxin began to inch her chair closer to him, but due to the effects of alcohol, she couldn't control her movements well. Sure enough, one misstep and the chair completely toppled over. Fortunately, Bai Yi hadn't drunk too much and was quick on his feet, catching her before she hit the ground. Cough, cough, I said we shouldn't play, did you hurt anywhere? He was still worried about her, but to his surprise, Lin Jianxin hadn't hurt herself at all and instead got up and sat directly on Bai Yi's lap. Oh, sitting here to play the heart-thumping challenge is just the right distance. With the faint fragrance wafting from her and feeling her softness and warmth in his arms, Bai Yi felt a bit dazed. He was starting to seriously doubt if Lin Jianxin was testing him. If so, she might be disappointed. He truly couldn't manage to remain composed in such a situation. But Lin Jianxin, already tipsy, didn't care what he was thinking. She reached out to adjust his head position and began to force him to make eye contact. Her dreamy gaze, flushed cheeks, and proximity made Bai Yi a bit entranced after staring for a moment. As the saying goes, it's not the wine that intoxicates, but the person. Why was today's liquor hitting him so suddenly? Just then, Lin Jianxin looked at him, her breath fragrant, and said, Bai Yi, I just looked into your eyes. Why is my heart racing so fast? Could it be that your phone is vibrating? Bai Yi blinked and pointed to her phone, which was incessantly ringing in the pocket of her pajamas. Ah! After taking out the phone, Lin Jianxin didn't answer the call but tossed it aside. Then, with her big eyes blinking, she looked at Bai Yi and said, It really is much better. You're so smart. He hadn't expected that the seemingly aloof Lin Jianxin would have such a cute side when drunk. Her innocent and naive expression stirred something in Bai Yi's heart. In this state, she should be easy to tease, right? So, he shifted his gaze and said, Do you prefer the feeling of your heart racing or a calm and steady feeling? Definitely the heart racing one, I think. It's quite thrilling. Then I have a method that can make your heart race even faster. Do you want to try it? Really? I want to try. A mischievous smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips. Then close your eyes. As the words fell, Lin Jianxin indeed obediently followed suit, her slightly raised face filled with anticipation. Seeing this, he could no longer restrain his emotions and leaned in to kiss her plump, rosy lips. As their lips met, Lin Jianxin, who was still in a state of expectation, instantly widened her eyes. She had indeed drunk too much, but that didn't mean she had completely lost her rationality. In fact, no matter how much one drinks, there is still a general awareness of what one is doing. So at this moment, she was truly very confused. But looking at Bai Yi's face so close and feeling the wonderful sensation between their lips, Lin Jianxin forgot how to struggle. Her heart rate shot up to 180, and she completely succumbed. Gradually, she even began to respond clumsily. It could have been a minute, or it could have been 5 minutes, until Bai Yi felt the person in his arms starting to have difficulty breathing, and only then did he reluctantly pull away. After breaking a long thread, Bai Yi savored the moment and softly asked, So, did your heart race? Lin Jianxin's response was very soft. There was no way around it. The current situation was just too embarrassing, making her feel her face turn extremely hot, and she couldn't dare to look up and meet Bai Yi's gaze. Besides that, it seemed that the strength in her body had been drained away with the kiss, leaving Lin Jianxin powerless and limp against him. Thus, the two remained silently embraced at the dining table. During this process, Lin Jianxin felt her thoughts gradually fading away. Before long, soft snoring could be heard. Upon realizing this, Bai Yi found it both amusing and a bit helpless. It was amusing because Lin Jianxin, this little lightweight, clearly couldn't hold her liquor yet still insisted on drinking. As for the helplessness, well, those who understood would understand. The emotions had already been stirred up, yet the other party was a lightweight. Fortunately, he wasn't impatient and knew that one shouldn't do anything out of line when someone was drunk and asleep. This was the most basic respect for a girl. So soon, Bai Yi directly picked her up and carried her to the bed in the bedroom. As for himself, he obediently went out and lay quietly on the sofa. Not driving after drinking and finding a designated driver was too troublesome, so he simply decided to stay here for the night. At this time, Longhua County had already started heating, so sleeping on the sofa wouldn't be cold at all. The long night is here, let's endure it. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 a.m. The next day, Bai Yi was still immersed in a pleasant dream. He was driving a Ferrari, enjoying the sea breeze by the seaside. Meanwhile, in the adjacent bedroom, Lin Jianxin was also dreaming, occasionally mumbling indistinctly. Of course, if one listened closely, they could still make out some of it. Please, be gentle. You can't move. I'll do the moving. From these dream words, it wasn't hard to analyze that it was somewhat inappropriate. But as she continued dreaming, Lin Jianxin's dream took a sudden turn, featuring a red thread floating in the air, which she chased wherever she went. This shocking scene startled her awake. Then, she bore the pain in her head and turned to look at the bedside table. The red thread from her dream was right there. Didn't I invite Bai Yi over to drink? Why is the red thread still here? After a brief moment of confusion, everything that happened last night flooded back into her mind. From downing half a jean of white liquor to sitting in Bai Yi's lap and kissing, it all became incredibly clear. In an instant, Lin Jianxin panicked. She quickly threw off the blanket and began to check her condition. The underwear is all there, and aside from the headache from drinking, there's absolutely no discomfort. So, you just kissed? Ah, how infuriating. After being lost in her own world and feeling shy for a while, Lin Jianxin laughed, genuinely happy. Although the red string wasn't tied, wasn't the progress in their relationship already here? Lost in thought, she struggled to get out of bed and walked towards the bedroom door. Lin Jianxin was eager to know where Bai Yi was now, and if he had already left. When she reached the living room and saw the man lying on the sofa, she felt a surge of surprise. But before she could think too much, she quickly ran back to the bedroom and took out the red string that the old Taoist had given her, representing their fate. A perfect opportunity. It couldn't be missed. Moments later, the scene in Bai Ye's dream began to change. A woman with an unclear face seemed to be casting a spell, trying to control him with vines. This made Bai Yi very unhappy. How could a big man like him be controlled by a little lady? A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he remain subdued for long? To be fair, he had already realized that this should be in a dream, but even in a dream, that wouldn't do. So, he began to struggle to wake himself up. However, when he opened his eyes, he vaguely saw that there really was a woman not far from him casting a spell. At that moment, Bai Yi couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. He only knew that as a pure man, he had to rise up and resist. So, he decisively shouted, "Little lady, stop. If you want to control me, you've got the wrong opponent." The sudden voice startled Lin Jianxin, who was already feeling guilty. But before she could regain her composure, she found that Bai Yi had already gotten up, using one hand to control both of hers together and snatching the red string representing their fate. Then, with lightning speed, he began to wrap the red string around her hands. "No, no, you have to stop." Bai Yi heard her, but stopping was out of the question. Remember, in this situation, when a girl says no, she actually means yes, just increase the intensity. So, after hearing her, he tied the string into a tight knot. Once everything was settled, Bai Yi pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Are you satisfied now?" Satisfied? Lin Jianxin was stunned. She had made a bold move for love, secretly tying a red string given by an old Taoist. Just when it seemed she was about to succeed, everything flipped upside down. In the blink of an eye, the one who was bound became herself, and her hands were tied together in a prayer position, and after being tied up, she was pulled into his embrace. Hearing such embarrassing words? Stunned, Lin Jianxin began to struggle. But to the dazed Bai Yi, her actions seemed like she hadn't had enough fun yet. "Don't move." Saying this, Bai Yi raised his hand and slapped her on the bottom. With a smack, Lin Jianxin became obedient. Her face was as red as if it would bleed. But for some reason, after looking at her hands tightly bound together, feeling the pain on her bottom, and hearing Bai Yi's heavy breathing behind her, she suddenly didn't want to struggle anymore. A strange sense of security and comfort slowly enveloped her. Gradually, the two of them maintained this position and fell asleep together. When Bai Yi woke up again, it was already past 7 in the morning. Still not fully awake, he heard what seemed to be someone pulling the drawer of the coffee table beside him. Curious, he looked over and was stunned. He saw Lin Jianxin sitting not far from him, holding a pair of scissors in both hands. At the same time that he was taken aback, he quickly spoke up, "Lin Jianxin, let's talk this out. We don't need to resort to knives." "Ha?" Lin Jianxin, who was trying to untie herself, asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? I said I couldn't help but kiss you yesterday." As he stood up and snatched the scissors, Bai Yi then noticed that her hands were tied together with a red string. "Hey, why did you tie yourself up?" Upon hearing about the kiss from last night, Lin Jianxin felt a bit shy. But after hearing the next sentence, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "No, tell me, how could I tie myself up?" "Well, could it be that I..." The more Bai Yi spoke, the quieter his voice became. He suddenly remembered that there indeed seemed to be such an incident last night while they were sleeping. Damn, so that wasn't a dream. After slapping his forehead, Bai Yi quickly used the scissors to cut the red string off her hands. Then he looked at the mark left on her skin and, filled with regret, said, "I'm sorry, I thought it was a dream." Cough cough, you don't need to apologize. Actually, I was the one who made the first move. Lin Jianxin, now fully awake, said this very seriously. Although she was tied up, she had slept quite soundly due to a strange sense of security. It should be noted that she used to have trouble sleeping. Without melatonin, she couldn't fall asleep at all. Moreover, the quality of her sleep was quite poor. In contrast, being held tightly by Bai Yi allowed her to sleep very soundly. However, what she said was interpreted by Bai Yi in another way. Wait, you made the first move?" He looked at Lin Jianxin with a strange expression and asked, "Do you really have some kind of kink?" "What kind of kink?" "You know, like bondage, SM and stuff." "Oh my, what are you talking about? I'm perfectly normal." "Okay, then why did you tie me up with a rope?" Well, Lin Jianxin was really conflicted. On one hand was her innocence, and on the other was her little secret. which she intended to continue. How should she choose? Fortunately, Bai Yi was just joking with her and had no intention of digging deeper. He quickly changed the subject. This isn't important. You remember what happened last night, right? What's wrong with having a little kink? That's perfectly normal. Besides, he wasn't unable to satisfy her. Comparatively, Bai Yi was more interested in her still moist lips early in the morning. Last night? Nothing happened. Sensing that his gaze was off, Lin Zhenxin decisively began to play dumb. As she spoke, she prepared to get up and leave. But before she could make a move, Bai Yi pulled her back into his arms. What's the matter? I'll demonstrate for you now. No, I remember. No need to hide. Really don't? Saying this, Bai Yi pretended to lean in for another kiss. Seeing his movement, Lin Zhenxin, who was in a state of high tension, gave up resisting. She tightly closed her eyes and even pouted her lips uncontrollably. But after waiting for a long time, she still didn't feel that anticipated sensation. Curiously opening her eyes, she found Bai Yi looking at her with a half-smile. Didn't you say no? Why is Lin Zhenxin still pouting? You're so bad. Don't move, I'm really coming. Meanwhile, on the other side of the county, at the Yang family supermarket, with some time left before work, Sun Hongxia arrived at the supermarket checkout as usual, preparing to do inventory. It was actually just to calculate yesterday's profits. This is something she does every day, and in the past, Yang Jiwei was very supportive of it. But today, he was different. He seemed a bit flustered at first, then impatiently said, "What's the point of checking? It's just one day's income." What's wrong with one day's income? Our supermarket is small, and the profit is already low. We can't be careless about it. While responding with her mouth, Sun Hongxia began to have doubts in her heart. He seems a bit afraid of me checking the accounts. Could it be? Realizing the problem, she immediately glared at Yang Jiwei and asked, "Did you spend the money the supermarket received yesterday?" Most consumers now choose to pay by scanning codes. To make accounting easier, they simply bought a second-hand phone to install the payment apps WeChat and Alipay. Besides that, this phone was also used to pay for inventory purchases. In short, the money inside was very crucial. So Sun Hongxia couldn't help but feel anxious, and her tone sounded very stiff. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiwei appeared very guilty. Of course, many people show their guilt not by admitting their mistakes but by getting angry. Just like that, before anything could be said, he shouted, "Let's not talk about whether I spent it or not, even if I did. So what? This is my supermarket. That's my money." The reason for his anger was actually to divert Sun Hongxia's attention. But unfortunately, after so many years of marriage, who doesn't know each other? So Sun Hongxia ignored what he said and directly opened her phone to check the wallet. But just one look made her feel a bit overwhelmed. In her memory, they hadn't withdrawn money from this phone's account for several days to save for the next inventory purchase. When they checked yesterday morning, there was still about 20,000 yuan in it. But now, to her shock, the two accounts had only a few dozen yuan left. The key was that this was the money collected from selling goods that morning. Almost in an instant, Sun Hongxia's eyes turned red, and she glared at him, saying, "Yang Jiwei, where's the money in this phone? Did you take it to gamble?" To be fair, their family was in decent condition. Spending 20,000 yuan wouldn't be devastating, but using it for gambling was a different matter altogether. That's why she was so furious. "So what? It's just 20,000 yuan. Yang Jiwei spoke with righteous indignation. However, seeing his angry wife, he felt a bit intimidated. Sun Hongxia was too important for this family. To put it simply, his daily job was basically sitting at the cash register collecting money, while most of the other work was handled by his wife. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful, not knowing what had happened yesterday that his luck suddenly turned so bad. In just half an hour, he lost over 30,000 yuan. "Oh, you really did use the money for inventory purchases to gamble." After confirming where the money had gone, Sun Hongxia felt a bit dizzy from anger. Just then, Bai Ye's second aunt, Bai Suyun, walked in with her hands behind her back. Seeing the two of them confronting each other in the supermarket, clearly arguing, she curiously asked, "What's going on with you two?" "Mom, just in time." Seeing Bai Suyun walk in, Sun Hongxia thought she had found a savior and quickly said, "Yang Jiwei is still gambling, and now the money for inventory in this phone is gone. He squandered 30,000 yuan in just one day yesterday. This is your son, you have to manage him." She knew very well that gambling was a terrible thing, having seen countless examples online of families being ruined because of it. She also understood that Yang Jiwei, apart from his mother, wouldn't listen to anyone else. Well, he had a bit of that mama's boy vibe. Regardless of whether mama's boy is a compliment or an insult here, as long as Bai Suyun gives a little advice, it should still be effective. If she could cut her losses in time, this 30,000 yuan wouldn't be considered a big loss. However, what she didn't expect was that Bai Suyun, who understood the reason for the argument between the two, appeared unusually calm. There were no reprimands, no lectures. She simply looked at Yang Jiwei and said lightly, "Son, you had bad luck yesterday, didn't you?" "Yeah, Mom, I was really unlucky yesterday." "That's okay, this kind of thing always has wins and losses, you can win it back today." I feel like I'm really lucky today." Listening to the conversation between the mother and son, Sun Hongxia was left speechless. "Mom, do you want to hear what you're saying? He's gambling." "Oh, come on, is it really that serious?" Bai Suyun didn't think there was anything wrong with her words and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "A little gambling is just for fun, our family can afford it." "Exactly, it's not like I'm not making money, it's all your money I'm playing with." Yang Jiwei chimed in from the side. With his mom backing him up, he sat up straight. 6. Every word from the two left Sun Hongxia utterly speechless. She really wanted to just walk away right now, go to her own job, and let the two of them fuss over it. But as a wife, how could she just stand by and watch her husband gamble? If he dared to lose 30,000 yesterday, he would dare to add a zero tomorrow. They weren't a wealthy family, they truly couldn't withstand such devastation. Lost in thought, Sun Hongxia took out her phone. "I'm not going to argue with you two, I'm calling your relatives right now to sort this out." Meanwhile, on Baiye's side, he was driving Lin Jinshin to work. "I'm thirsty." As soon as the words left his mouth, a straw for soy milk appeared in front of him. Taking a delightful sip, Baiyi said with a satisfied expression, "Not bad, really sweet." Soy milk in the north usually has some sugar in it, but when it's fed directly to you by a girl, it definitely tastes even sweeter. It's worth mentioning that they had learned from their previous experience of being fined for being photographed and avoided all the cameras this time. One could say that experience is truly important in life. Lin Jinshin, who had been serving him, was also smiling continuously. There was no helping it, it was just one of those sweet mornings. However, at that moment, Bai Yi received a call from his dad. After answering, he got some unexpected news. "My second aunt's family had an accident? What happened?" "I don't know, it was your sister-in-law who called, and she sounded like she was crying." "Alright, then I'll go check out their supermarket later." The smaller the place, the more it becomes a society of relationships. Often, when something happens to a family, they have to call a whole bunch of relatives. Since his parents weren't in the county, he still had to take on some responsibility. The call was quickly ended, and Lin Jinshin's voice came from the side. "If you have something to do, just drop me off by the roadside, it's not far anyway." "I do have something to do, but I'll still take you there." "No need, I can find my way. I just want to spend a little more time with you. He. Lin Jinshin, who had never heard such sweet talk, started giggling uncontrollably. A few minutes later, Bai Yi drove into the parking lot of the county hospital. After giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, Lin Jinshin reluctantly opened the car door. If she could, she really wanted to stick with Bai Yi all day long. But love wasn't everything in life, work still had to go on. Just as she opened the car door and stepped out with one leg, 7 or 8 people walked out from the side. Without exception, all of them were her colleagues from the department. The one with the best relationship, Huang Yali, was also among them. To be honest, there was a moment when she wanted to just shrink back. Her colleagues were great in many ways, but they were just too gossipy. The usual topics of discussion revolved around who was dating whom, what someone's partner did for a living, and who went to a hotel with the director, among other things. If they saw her getting out of Baiye's car, she couldn't even imagine how they would tease her. Unfortunately, her movements were just a beat too slow. Huang Yali's teasing and surprised voice had already reached her from not far away. "Oh, look who it is. Finally, a man is sending our beautiful Jinshin to work." With no other choice, Lin Jinshin could only quickly get out of the car, wave at them, and say, "Good morning." Since she couldn't avoid it, she might as well get out of the car confidently. Being all mysterious would only lead to more speculation, and soon the whole hospital would be buzzing with rumors. Well, as the county hospital's well-known beauty, she didn't know how many people would be watching her excitement. After she got out of the car, several colleagues quickly surrounded her. Among them, Huang Yali grabbed her arm and whispered eagerly, "I was wondering why you didn't answer my call yesterday. Turns out there really is something going on." "Oh, don't say that. What could possibly be going on?" Reflecting on last night's events, Lin Jinshin still felt a bit strange and even more shy, so she didn't want to dwell on the issue. While the two were chatting, the other colleagues were already peering curiously at the car nearby. Each of their gazes was filled with intense curiosity. "Dr. Lin, this must be the one who treated us to fruit last time, right? He looks a bit handsome. Quick, introduce us." Listening to their comments, Lin Jinshin felt a bit awkward. After all, she didn't even know what her relationship with Bai Yi was. If they were a couple, they hadn't confirmed it. If they weren't, they had hugged and kissed. Now, they maintained a certain understanding, and neither had broken that layer of glass. In such a situation, she was actually quite worried that Bai Yi might not like it, or that he wouldn't want to interact with her colleagues. However, before she could figure anything out, Bai Yi had already gotten out of the driver's seat. He greeted them with a bright smile, saying, "Good morning, everyone." He wasn't someone to hide away. He wasn't the type to act like a hermit in social situations, so there was no need to avoid anyone. Moreover, in his eyes, Lin Xinshin was already considered one of his own. So this was an excellent opportunity to declare his claim, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. "Good morning, handsome. Thanks for the fruit last time. It was so sweet. You and Dr. Lin are such a perfect match." Listening to their responses, Bai Ye's smile remained unchanged. "The fruit was good? Then I'll arrange for more next time. By the way, since we know each other now, whenever you have time, let Xinshin take you all out for a meal, my treat." Look at him, so generous. Alright, we're waiting for that meal. His grand opening undoubtedly left a great impression on everyone present. Even 2 or 3 female colleagues looked at Lin Xinshin with envy. They envied her for being beautiful and capable. Now she had a boyfriend who not only looked good but also had financial strength. That car worth hundreds of thousands was right in front of them. However, since it was almost time to start work, Bai Yi didn't chat with them for long. Soon, Lin Xinshin was walking towards the emergency department, surrounded by her colleagues. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, watching her back, suddenly remembered something. He quickly chased after her. "Xinshin, wait a minute." Lin Xinshin turned her head and found Bai Yi had already run up to her, handing over a ticket she didn't recognize. "Take this and find a way to arrange a vacation." After stuffing the concert ticket into her hand, Bai Yi turned around and left gracefully. Lin Xinshin stood there, dazed, looking at the item in her hand. "This is a concert ticket? What is it? Let me see. Oh my, it's a ticket for that concert in the city. I wanted to go but couldn't get one at all. Dr. Lin, your boyfriend is so romantic. I'm so happy, sis." Amidst the envious remarks from the others, Lin Xinshin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. At that moment, she let go of all her inner turmoil. It didn't matter if he really wanted to date her or what their relationship was. Sweetness was enough. After being single for 30 years, what's wrong with enjoying a little? So, she quickly waved her hand and said, "I'm happy today. I'll treat you all to milk tea later." About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi arrived at Yang's supermarket. From a distance, he could already see many relatives at the entrance, like the uncles he had seen at the hospital a couple of days ago. After he got out of the car, the relatives all gathered around. "Ye is here. Coming back from the capital is different. I've never seen this car before. Tisk tsk, Bai Yi is really doing well." Bai Yi completely ignored the compliments from his relatives. In fact, he had no intention of showing off in front of them. It was meaningless. Especially when his family was struggling, these people had helped a lot. If things were better now, it would be too much to act all high and mighty in front of them. So he obediently called out to them and looked at his uncle Bai Zihai, asking, "Uncle, why are so many of you here?" "They say that Yang Jiwei lost 30,000 yuan gambling online." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi thought to himself, as expected. He had suspected this when he received a call from his dad. He just didn't expect that in just 2 days, Yang Jiwei would escalate things and lose 30,000 yuan. To be honest, he was now somewhat financially stable. Spending 30,000 yuan himself wouldn't hurt him, but losing that amount would definitely make him feel miserable for a long time. What's the difference from throwing money away? While thinking this, he had already made up his mind to just watch the drama today and not get involved in his second aunt's family issues. He didn't want to end up with resentment if the problem wasn't resolved. He still vividly remembered the expression on Yang Jiwei's face when he had retorted him last time. However, just as he intended to stay out of it, the situation began to push towards him. Just then, Yang Jiwei happened to walk out of the supermarket. Their eyes met. The previously dejected Yang Jiwei immediately perked up, gritting his teeth and saying, "Since you don't treat my family as relatives, what are you doing here? Hurry up and get lost." As soon as these words were spoken, the relatives present were stunned. They thought they had come to resolve his gambling problem, so why were they arguing with Bai Yi? Even Bai Suyun, who usually spoiled her son, couldn't help but step forward and say, "What nonsense are you talking? That's your brother." "My brother?" Hearing these words, Yang Jiwei seemed even angrier, pointing at Bai Yi and saying, "Mom, you don't know, he came to our supermarket the day before yesterday to annoy me, and then went across the street to buy something. I heard he spent several thousand." "Are you serious?" Of course, the guy from the supermarket across the street even came over to brag about it. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyun's expression changed. She was willing to believe her son's words, especially in front of so many relatives, as it was basically impossible for him to lie. So, she quickly turned to Bai Yi and said, Bai, what do you mean by treating your brother like this? With so many relatives present, I want to ask you all, is this reasonable? The relatives present also showed difficult expressions. However, as elders, they really couldn't remain silent now. Among them, Bai's uncle pulled him aside and said, Yi, is what your brother said true? Half true, I did buy something on the other side. As for whether it disgusts him, if he thinks that way, I can't do anything about it. Before he could even enjoy the fruit, it was directly shifted onto him, and he felt a bit helpless. However, this didn't mean he thought he was in the wrong, so he admitted it very straightforwardly. But his attitude left the relatives even more confused. Those who were clear-headed could see that this matter shouldn't be so simple. After all, Bai was someone they had watched grow up. He was definitely not the kind of person who would turn his back on relatives once he had some ability. Yet, he had directly admitted it now. This left his uncles, second uncles, and aunts unsure of what to do. Of course, the ones reacting the most were Yang Jiwei and his second aunt, Bai Suyun. Yang Jiwei, looking at the calm Bai and then at the car park not far away, felt a surge of anger. He immediately stared at Bai, gritting his teeth and said, You still say you didn't disgust me? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been discovered. Yes, my son was just playing around, and you had to stir up trouble, making him argue with your sister-in-law. Bai Suyun chimed in. In fact, even now, she didn't think her son had any problem. It was just playing around. When she played mahjong, she sometimes lost hundreds of dollars. If it weren't for Bai Yi, she wouldn't have embarrassed herself in front of so many relatives today. Hearing the conversation between the mother and son, Bai Yi couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Ha, second aunt, do you want to hear what you're saying? He spread his hands helplessly and continued, Your son is gambling online. That's illegal. I found out and told my sister-in-law because I didn't want to see him continue to waste money. And now this responsibility has fallen on me? To be honest, he had seen unreasonable people, but he had never seen anyone this unreasonable. It was completely upside down. His words quickly received responses from the relatives nearby. Yeah, Suyun, Yi is doing this for your own good by telling Hongxia. We can't turn black and white upside down. We came here today to make Ji Wei control himself and not continue gambling. Sister, how can you still not tell right from wrong? As long as viewed from a normal person's perspective, Bai's actions had no problems at all. The words of the crowd were just fair words, but to Bai Suyun's ears, it sounded different. She felt that her family was being isolated by the relatives. Why should they all attack her just because of Bai's words, and say she couldn't tell right from wrong? Was it just because Bai Yi had grown wings now? The reason she had this thought was simply the disparity. In simple terms, before Bai Yi returned from the capital, their family was living the best life, and she had a sense of inexplicable superiority when facing relatives. But now the situation was different. Bai Yi had just returned and had directly distanced their family by a wide margin. This disparity inevitably made some petty-minded people unable to bear it. How much heart can a person who likes to show off in front of relatives really have? Bai Suyun was completely broken down, tears streaming down her face as she accused, Wu, you all are teaming up to bully us. Suyun, you can't say that recklessly, Bai Zihai said with a full sense of helplessness. Recklessly? The increasingly agitated Bai Suyun pointed at Bai Yi and said, He just admitted it. He came to our supermarket first, then went across the street to buy things. I, Bai Suyun, have never demanded that you must come to my house to spend money. But what does he mean by this? Isn't it just that he thinks he's capable now and doesn't need me, this useless second aunt anymore? Faced with her tearful accusations, Bai's elders felt a bit awkward. They had seen many storms, but when it came to their own younger sister throwing a tantrum, they truly had no way to handle it. In helplessness, Bai Zihai could only step forward and say, Stop crying, or outsiders will laugh at us. I'm not afraid. Anyway, I'm not the one who wronged my relatives. It's just right for everyone to come and judge. Hearing this, Bai's smile grew even wider. Others might fall for her act, but that didn't mean he had to. He immediately continued in a calm tone, Second aunt, raise your voice a bit more. Let everyone see how your son is gambling online. Do you still think it's quite glorious? As soon as he said this, Bai Suyun's voice indeed became smaller. Although she didn't think there was anything wrong with it, she knew it would be embarrassing if this matter got around to the neighbors. However, Bai Yi didn't stop there. By the way, I admit I bought things across from your house, but so what? Not only did I buy last time, but I'm going to buy again now. It just so happened that last time we met in the hospital, it wasn't convenient, and I still haven't given the elders a gift. At this point, he turned to look at the supermarket across the street. The supermarket owner, who had met him last time, was watching the drama with a face full of schadenfreude. No matter where they went, Competitors were enemies. Now seeing a competitor in trouble, he was overjoyed. But what he didn't expect was that while he was enjoying the show, he heard the big brother who had almost cleared out all the good cigarettes and liquor during his last visit shout over, "Brother, don't just watch, have you stocked up? Give me another round based on the last time I bought." Got it. With both the show to watch and money to make, the supermarket owner hurried back. But watching Bai Ye's antics, both Yang Jiwei and Bai Suyun became even angrier. Even the second uncle, who had been mostly silent, couldn't help but pull him back, advising, Yi, don't do this, what if we can't be relatives anymore? Second uncle, don't advise me, I support Bai Yi buying things across the street. Before the second uncle could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by son Hongxia, who had been inside making phone calls to ask for leave and had finally sorted things out and come out. She stormed over to Bai Suyun and her son, continuing, "Are you two blaming Bai Yi? What's wrong with him going across the street to buy things to avoid giving your son gambling money? In the end, wasn't it Yang Jiwei who lost it? I'll say it plainly, as long as Yang Jiwei doesn't change, we might as well close this supermarket. I'll just lie down at the entrance and see who will come in to buy," son Hongxia said very seriously, and as her words fell, she really made a move as if she was about to lie down at the supermarket entrance. Seeing this, Yang Jiwei quickly pulled her back. "Hey, what are you doing? Your situation is much worse than mine." Even being pulled, son Hongxia didn't stop her actions. This made Yang Jiwei's face turn bright red. But don't get it wrong, this wasn't a moment of realization and shame, but rather feeling embarrassed. Because of a previous argument, there were not only relatives but also many neighbors outside his supermarket. He considered himself the number one person in the area, so how could he really let his wife just lie down like that? So soon, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll change, isn't that enough? Will you still gamble in the future? I won't gamble anymore." Seeing his attitude, son Hongxia was already prepared to get up. After all, he hadn't completely ruined the family, life still had to go on. However, at that moment, Bai Suyun started to stir trouble again. "Look at you, you softy. A grown man, letting a woman scold you like this." As soon as she said this, Bai Yi and the relatives standing nearby were stunned. They thought the couple had reached a consensus and were about to reconcile. But then you start adding fuel to the fire? Is this what a mother should say? However, before they could say anything, son Hongxia had already stood up, her face serious as she said, "Listen to your own words. Who is really stirring up our relationship? Now that it has come to this, I won't indulge him anymore. I'm telling you, if you continue to let him do wrong, I will immediately divorce him. I won't live like this." The words, almost shouted out, made by Suyun, who was originally furious and disappointed in her son, suddenly have a clearer expression. She liked to stir trouble, but she could still understand the importance of her daughter-in-law in this family. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for son Hongxia, could she be living a leisurely life playing mahjong every day and wandering around? That was simply impossible. Because of this, she wisely fell silent. Even when Bai Yi received various cigarettes and alcohol from the supermarket owner and distributed them to the relatives, he didn't say another word. This made the development of the situation much simpler. In the end, it concluded with Yang Jiwei promising all the relatives that he would definitely not gamble in the future. Moments later, the relatives, who had gained quite a bit, gradually left. Bai Yi then invited a few relatives who lived farther away or were older into the car, preparing to take them home. On the way, Uncle Bai Zihai still felt helpless. Yang Jiwei is a good kid. How did he get involved with this? Isn't it because of her mother spoiling her? Just listen to what she said earlier. I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. Sigh, I hope he can really change. Bai Yi, who was driving, didn't interject. As a clear-headed young man, he knew that such matters couldn't just be changed by saying so. In the future, this issue would definitely arise again. But that had nothing to do with him. It's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. He had helped where he could, and from now on, he just needed to quietly watch the drama unfold. Things turned out pretty much as he expected. Son Hongxia, who had taken leave, was now staying in the supermarket watching, while Yang Jiwei and his mother returned to their home in the nearby community. As soon as they entered the house, he threw his hat on the ground. So frustrating, it's so damn frustrating. I'm spending my own earned money, what's wrong with that? Why do I have to let that white-eyed wolf Bai Yi laugh at me? Alright, son, just don't gamble in the future. But, as he spoke, Yang Jiwei took out his phone, showing the chat history with the customer service of that website. The content was basically an invitation for him to be one of the first customers on a new site. The benefit for the first batch of customers was that they could win a large sum of money through internal transactions, which they could then use for promotion. Seeing this, Bai Suyun's heart raced. Is this reliable? Reliable. I made money before because she told me what to bet on, but unfortunately, now I have no money. Just after making a promise, the phone used for collecting money at the supermarket had completely fallen into Sun Hongxia's hands. He no longer had the right to control it. However, before he could feel frustrated, Bai Suyun beside him mysteriously said, "It's okay, son, don't you still have your mom?" By the time Bai Yi returned to the Guanshanyu family, it was already past 9 in the morning. To his surprise, Li Sisi, who in his mind carried labels like neighboring young housewife, young mother, and yoga teacher who loves to wear stockings, was standing at his doorstep. It seemed she was specifically waiting for him. So after parking the car in the yard, Bai Yi walked out and curiously asked, "Sister, is there something you need from me?" Brother, I do have a bit of a problem," Li Sisi replied hesitantly, biting her lip. Seeing her expression, Bai Yi immediately thought that she was having stomach pains and wanted him to help massage it, but found it hard to speak up. As a man, of course, he felt it was his duty to help in such matters. Thus, he said quite naturally and openly, "Sister, is it about rubbing your stomach? Should we go to your house or mine?" Cough cough. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu coughed quite hard. Unconsciously, she recalled the warmth of Bai Ye's large hands covering her small belly from yesterday. As she thought about it, her sense of shame multiplied. But to be honest, she really did want Bai Yi to help her. However, unfortunately, Li Sisi's purpose today was not that. After forcibly controlling her wildly flying thoughts, she gently shook her head and said, "It's not that, not that. It's about my little Yuqing. The kindergarten is organizing a parent-child activity tomorrow. That's a good thing, beneficial for the child's physical and mental health." "Yeah, it is a good thing," but Li Yuqing boasted at school. "Sister, elaborate." Until now, Bai Yi still couldn't understand what Li Yuqing's kindergarten parent-child activity had to do with him. She boasted to her classmates that, "You are her dad," and when the teacher heard it, they required that parents must be present for the activity. So, you want me to go with you to participate?" Bai Yi blinked, feeling that this sudden father role was a bit too unexpected. Finally clarifying her intentions, Li Sisi nodded and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, I know boasting is not good, but she has never had a dad since she was little, and I really don't know how to teach her a lesson. By the way, if you don't want to, it's fine, you can just take a day off and not participate." "Don't!" After realizing, Bai Yi smiled. The little girl wanting to boast about him represented her recognition of him. If he didn't go, how disappointed would the little girl be? Just as he thought this, Bai Yi looked up and down at Li Sisi's curvaceous figure, casually glancing at the glimpse of shiny black stockings peeking out from her ankle, and said, "Sister, you wouldn't want your daughter to be hurt psychologically, right? So I'll help with this, but before that, could you help me with something? I'm quite anxious." "You want me to help, and you're quite anxious." Upon hearing this, Li Sisi was slightly taken aback, then naturally thought of it in a twisted way. This led her to feel a bit angry, thinking Bai Yi was somewhat disrespectful to her. So soon, her expression turned serious as, "Brother, although I am a single mother, I am definitely not a casual person. I could never agree to such an excessive request." A big question mark appeared in Bai Ye's mind. He thought to himself that he hadn't even said what he needed help with, yet Li Sisi reacted so strongly. However, he still said softly, "Well, I just wanted to ask if you could guide me in doing yoga. If not, that's fine." Bai Yi was speaking the truth. Because he had spent a night at Lin Jinshin's house, he had only gained 0.1 in physique from the system's gift today. This made Bai Yi, who was eager to become stronger, feel quite uncomfortable, and going out to ride a bike at this time would just mean inhaling exhaust fumes. Well, don't be fooled by the small size of the county, there is indeed a concept of morning rush hour, so he was just thinking about trying yoga to see if it could help improve his physique. Is this what you need help with? What else would it be? Did you think it was something else? Cough cough. It's nothing. Li Sisi's heart was already filled with shame. What was this? It was completely thinking of a petty person as a gentleman. Bai Yi not only helped her deliver her child when she was in pain but also came back to massage her. Today, when it came to her request, he agreed without a second thought. Mainly, Li Sisi herself felt that wanting Bai Yi to pretend to be her child's father at school was a bit excessive, but when it came to him needing her help, she found herself thinking about the neighbor's younger brother. How embarrassing, how shameful. Thinking this, she quickly changed her tone and continued, "No problem, brother. I just happen to have a place at home where I practice, so I can guide you anytime." "Alright then, I'll go change into sportswear and come to your house later." After responding, Li Sisi turned and left. Bai Yi walked back to his yard, feeling puzzled. He had a feeling that Lee Cece had definitely misunderstood something. After carefully sorting through their conversation, Bai Yi suddenly realized, damn, she thinks I'm a pervert. He admitted he wasn't a good person and wouldn't claim to be one. He even had a bit of a perverted side. But he wouldn't go so far as to threaten a neighbor's young wife and run a red light, right? A few minutes later, after changing his clothes, Bai Yi followed Lee Cece to the second floor of her house. This was a yoga room converted from a small bedroom. The floor was covered with a large mat, and a big mirror hung on one wall. After seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, sister, this is really professional. Well, you see, this is how I make a living. With a lingering sense of guilt, Lee Cece had already made up her mind to teach him well. So soon, she pointed to the floor and said, come on, brother, let's start with some basic movements to warm up. Got it. Since he came with the purpose of exercising, Bai Yi naturally focused entirely on it. But what he didn't expect was that those yoga poses looked simple but were actually very difficult. The amount of exercise was also greater than he had imagined. In just a short time, Bai Yi was already sweating quite a bit. Of course, part of the reason for sweating was that Lee Cece occasionally corrected his movements while guiding him. This inevitably made him feel a bit hot. Additionally, it must be said that exercising really consumes time. Before he knew it, over an hour had passed. After saying goodbye to Lee Cece and returning home, Bai Yi lay in the bathtub of the master bedroom and opened the system's attribute panel. Host, Bai Yi age, 30 physique, 63. 6 current status, unemployed, on a blind date activated aids, unemployment subsidy, physique enhancement, filial piety aid, hobby aid. Wow, an hour of yoga can increase my physique by 0.5. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Bai Yi felt very pleasantly surprised. In the past, when he rode a bike for over an hour, he could only gain about 0.3 at most. But today was just the first time doing yoga, and I've already improved so much. This made Bai Yi come up with an idea. How about, I drag Lin Jinshin to ride bikes every morning and then finally Cece to practice yoga? That seems feasible. With 100 points in fitness, transforming into an unparalleled strong man is just around the corner. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, compared to the increase in money, his health was the top priority. For this reason, he didn't mind spending a bit more time on exercise. However, just as he was planning in his mind, a message from his nephew Bai Hongyu popped up on his phone. Is there a car going to the city? Take me with you, it's urgent. What caught his attention were the words about going to the city. In fact, after receiving a consumption limit of 2 million to enhance his emotional value, he had already decided to go to the city for some serious shopping. Now that his basic living needs were absolutely guaranteed, how could he make himself happier? Bai Yi believed that collecting or other things could wait. The priority was to improve his quality of life, so a wave of crazy spending was essential. Anyway, this money will be spent sooner or later, so why not do it today? With his mind made up, Bai Yi opened his nephew's WeChat and sent a message asking, I remember you took a week off. What are you going to the city for? The other party didn't reply but directly called him. Uncle, are you going to the city? Yeah, but whether I take you depends on your reason. After all, he was the elder, and if he was going to take this mischievous kid out, he had to know the reason. Since their relationship was good and their interactions were more like friends, the other party quickly said mysteriously, Uncle, I'll tell you, but don't tell my dad, okay? Hurry up, or I'll leave by myself. No, I'll tell you. It's just that my goddess asked me out to play. Bai Hongyu's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Goddess. Hearing this term, which had already been turned into a derogatory term by the little fairies, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. How long has it been since school started, and you already have a goddess? Of course, she's my senior from the 3rd year, and she's so beautiful. City City, belonging to Longhua County, is a very ordinary 3rd-tier small city. On its own, it doesn't have much recognition, but once you mention the words summer resort, most people would have some impression. As a place favored by ancient emperors, where they would come to stay for a few months every year, the scenery speaks for itself. In short, it has beautiful mountains and waters. The development of CD City in recent years has also been quite good. It can be said to have everything it needs. At this moment, Bai Yi, who had picked up his nephew, was driving towards the Wanda Plaza in the city center. The distance wasn't too far, about 20 kilometers. Along the way, Bai Hongyu was like a lovesick little teddy bear, his smile never fading as he continuously shared stories about his so-called goddess. In simple terms, it was about a freshman who fell in love with a senior at first sight and has been pursuing her without any follow-up so far. By the end, Bai Yi couldn't help but tease, so, since she hasn't dated you, she's your goddess now? It's coming soon. She's the one who took the initiative to ask me out. Alright, good luck. To be honest, from his narration, Bai Yi didn't have high hopes for his nephew to have any follow-up with the goddess. However, he wouldn't say much. Young people in their adolescence usually don't turn back until they hit a wall in matters of love. Some even crashed into walls without looking back, and nothing anyone else said would have any effect. Fortunately, the destination he was heading to happened to be the same as theirs, which could help him keep an eye on things. After more than 20 minutes, Bai Yi parked the car in the parking lot and was pulled by his nephew to the second floor of Wanda Plaza. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, two girls in short skirts, despite the cold winter, walked towards them. From the youthful look on their faces, Bai Yi estimated that one of them was his nephew's goddess. The situation was pretty much as he had guessed. As the two girls approached, the one on the right said, "Bai Hongyu, why are you so late? My roommate and I are about to starve." "Oh, it's just a bit far, sorry. After apologizing, Bai Hongyu proudly introduced Bai Yi, "Uncle, this is my senior, Du Li, and this is her roommate, Zhang Mengyao." At the end, he quietly asked, "What do you think? Pretty, right?" Not bad." Bai Yi had to admit that both girls looked good, especially Zhang Mengyao on the left, who was the type of Korean beauty, scoring around an 8. And standing next to Du Li, her long legs were quite impressive. Upon hearing that Bai Yi was an elder, Du Li, who initially wanted to continue scolding, immediately toned it down. The two girls then greeted him properly, "Hello, uncle." "Hello, but don't call me uncle, just call me brother." Feeling the youthful energy around him, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you cold wearing so little in this winter? Aren't you afraid of exposure?" "As long as we stay in the mall with the air conditioning on, it's not cold at all," Zhang Mengyao explained cheerfully, stepping forward. "As for exposure, we're wearing safety shorts. If you don't believe me, look." As she spoke, she reached down to lift her skirt to prove her point. Seeing this, Bai Yi was completely dumbfounded and quickly stopped her, saying, No, you don't need to prove anything to me. Not to mention that lifting a skirt in public is inappropriate. Even if she was wearing safety shorts, what could possibly be appealing? Of course, he had to admit that today's female college students were really straightforward and generous. He remembered that when he was in school, the girls he interacted with were very conservative and reserved. However, as he was lost in thought, Du Li pulled Zhang Mengyao and whispered, "Sister, did you forget something?" "What? We didn't find our safety shorts when we left." Their conversation made Zhang Mengyao realize, and she blushed slightly as she pressed down on her skirt. At the same time, Bai Yi felt a sense of helplessness. This was a missed opportunity. He even thought about saying, "I don't believe you, maybe they had a compulsion to prove themselves?" Unfortunately, that was just a thought. After a few more casual chats, Bai Yi chose to part ways with the three of them. He figured it was better not to intrude on the young couple's date. Eating something delicious by himself was just as good. Bai Yi had already done his homework before coming and knew there was a seafood hotpot restaurant with an average cost of around 800. Since he was here, he had to eat well. However, just as Bai Yi confidently walked into the restaurant, he completely failed to notice that the three young people had just appeared on this floor as well. They watched him walk in with wide eyes. Almost instantly, Du Li exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, your uncle is going to eat seafood alone? Ah, what's wrong with that?" Bai Hongyu, who usually didn't pay attention to these things, didn't understand her meaning at all. This made Du Li roll her eyes. "This place is so expensive, even if I eat by myself, it would cost over 1,000. Indeed, I've always wanted to experience it, but unfortunately, I'm short on cash," Zhang Mengyao added from the side. "So expensive?" Hearing their conversation, Bai Hongyu was a bit surprised, but thinking of his uncle's seemingly bottomless wealth, he felt it was normal again. "It's fine, he has money. We don't need to feel sorry for him." Du Li fell silent. She thought, who the hell is feeling sorry for your uncle's money? Besides, shouldn't you be suggesting that we go eat here too? A bit angry in her heart, she completely failed to notice the smile that appeared on Bai Hongyu's face. He wasn't stupid at all. How could he not understand the meaning behind the goddess's words? However, a restaurant with an average cost of 800,000 clearly exceeded his spending ability. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but after going, he would feel sorry for a long time. In such a situation, playing dumb was undoubtedly the best solution. Look, didn't the two girls obediently follow him into the nearby budget restaurant? Now, let's talk about Bai Yi. After entering the restaurant, he went straight to the seafood selection area to place his order. Everything from lobsters to king crabs was on the list. A rough estimate showed that this meal would cost Bai Yi at least over 4,000. But he didn't feel sorry at all, because a big meal also provided emotional value for himself, making him happy. He could completely use the 2 million credit limit given by the system. However, just as he finished selecting the seafood and arrived at the dining table, he received a message from Bai Hongyu on his phone. "Uncle, I heard you went for a seafood feast? Save some for me." Aren't you on a date? It doesn't affect me. I'll find a chance to sneak over and eat without them knowing. 6. About half an hour later, Bai Hongyu sneakily approached. Seeing that there was still a large portion of food left on Bai Yi's table, he was immediately shocked. Wow, uncle, your meal is too good. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and sit down to eat, don't delay your date. Hee, okay. As mentioned before, although there was a significant age difference between the two, they interacted as friends, so Bai Hongyu was not at all polite. After sitting down, he started to stuff his mouth. While eating, he made a face of enjoyment. It's still great to eat with uncle. From what you said, is your date not enjoyable? I can only say it's average. After a pause, he put down the king crab leg in his hand and continued. By the way, uncle, they want to go shopping later, can you come with me? No, shopping is shopping, do you still need a guardian? Bai Yi said disinterestedly, curling his lips. The two little girls had decent figures, but their looks were a bit lacking. Compared to Lin Jianxin or their neighborly Cici, they were on a different level, so he really wasn't interested. Moreover, he had his own plans for today's spending. Upon hearing his refusal, Bai Hongyu couldn't even eat anymore and quickly pleaded, come on, uncle, just go with me. What's the reason? After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and continued, my goddess wants to go shopping, and in the end, isn't it still my money being spent? You know my situation, uncle, my allowance is limited. If you're there, she won't be able to ask for too much, right? You're quite clear-headed. Bai Yi was indeed quite aware of this kid's situation. His dad, who was also his older brother, was actually doing well, running a decent aquaculture business, but he had always raised his child in a poor manner and was very strict. Today, I took those two girls out for a meal, and I'm afraid it all came from my living expenses. As for him being clear-headed, Bai Yi was serious about that. In life, there aren't many men who can maintain such restraint. Instead, most of them go crazy with spending once they meet their ideal goddess. Among them, quite a few are just putting on a show. Bai Yi had a roommate in school who was like that. To pursue the so-called class flower, he crazily maxed out various credit cards and online loans, racking up hundreds of thousands. He did manage to win her over, but it's obvious there was no future there. I remember the last time I saw his social media, it seemed he was not only working a proper job but also delivering takeout to pay off debts. To this, Bai Yi could only say that the mindset of the post-00s generation is indeed ahead of its time. However, seeing Bai Hongyu's pleading expression, he couldn't help but ask, does that girl often ask you to buy things? Often, yeah. Today she wants me to pay for a cup of milk tea, and tomorrow she wants a little doll. Bai Hongyu continued honestly, these are small expenses, but she just hinted at wanting to change to an iPhone, which is basically asking for my life. A gold digger, huh? A bit like that, sigh. If I didn't really like her, I wouldn't have come today. As he spoke, Bai Hongyu's mood became somewhat downcast. At just 19, he only wanted to have a passionate campus romance, but this relationship seemed to require money at every turn. Perhaps, this is the helplessness of adulthood. Seeing his expression, Bai Yi found it quite amusing. Don't give me that. Since you know she's a gold digger, just stay away and look for someone better. According to your logic, if I don't spend a little, she wouldn't even consider being my girlfriend. I actually prepared 1,000 yuan, I can buy some not too expensive clothes. TSK, I just praised you for being clear-headed, and now you're being foolish? Bai Hongyu blinked, confused, and asked, Uncle, do you mean? Alright, just tell them to accompany me shopping first, and don't worry about anything else. Today, your uncle will teach you a lesson. Since his nephew was so desperate, Bai Yi didn't mind giving him a hand. After all, he needed to shop too, so it was a convenient arrangement. Soon, Bai Hongyu finished eating and left first. Bai Yi then leisurely ate a bit more before settling the bill and heading towards the restroom in the mall. He told his nephew to meet up after eating, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. However, just as he entered the restroom, he heard two familiar voices in the hallway outside. Are you saying that Bai Hongyu kid did it on purpose? What else? I just mentioned wanting to change my phone, and he ran off. He took so long to come back, and now he says we should accompany his uncle shopping. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Clearly, these two were Du Li and Zhang Mengyao. After nodding in agreement, Zhang Mengyao then said, but if his uncle is eating a seafood feast alone, he must be quite wealthy. If we go shopping with him, we might get some benefits. That makes sense. We just called him uncle. He can't just let us watch, right? Listening to the two girls' conversation, Bai Yi, who was relieving himself, couldn't help but chuckle, causing the stream to tremble. Gold digger, confirmed. And she's the type who likes to daydream and is ready to fish for money. Unfortunately, today is destined to disappoint them. If Bai Hongyu is half clear-headed, then this 30-year-old man is 100% clear-headed. No matter how much money he spends on his parents, Bai Yi wouldn't bat an eye. But spending money on a stranger, especially a woman who was clearly after his money? Not a chance. This has nothing to do with being rich or poor. It's about a man being able to do anything but absolutely cannot be a fool. Of course, that is his big nephew's classmate, and it's the material he will be teaching later, so Bai Yi definitely won't expose it now. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. After coming out of the bathroom, Bai Yi quickly joined the three. Perhaps because they had discussed it, the two girls were now very enthusiastic. They sweetly called him uncle repeatedly. However, they didn't notice that every time Bai Yi heard their address, he would slightly frown. He thought to himself, he had previously told them to call him brother, so why were they so oblivious? He was already not young, and being called that by them only made him feel older. With this emotional intelligence, they still wanted to gain benefits from him? Ridiculous. Standing beside him, Bai Hongyu went straight to the point and said, "Uncle, where do you want to go shopping? Let's go to the third floor and buy some clothes first." After saying that, Bai Yi stopped his internal complaints and led the group towards the third floor. The third floor of Wanda Plaza is a gathering place for various big brands. From LV to Dior to Gucci, all brands are available. This undoubtedly made the two girls even more excited. "Lily, hold it in, don't laugh out loud." I'll try my best. Regardless of how the two girls behind him were behaving, Bai Yi had a clear goal when he arrived on the third floor and walked straight into the Arc'teryx store. He was absolutely serious about improving his quality of life through clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Bai Yi had learned about the Arc'teryx brand before but had been deterred by its expensive prices. Now that he had the means, he certainly wouldn't shortchange himself. Those things he wanted to buy before but couldn't afford must all be arranged now. Fulfilling his dreams was also a form of emotional value, wasn't it? Upon entering the store, Bai Yi began to shop under the guidance of the sales assistant. Since he was at Arc'teryx, a shell jacket was a must. So soon, he locked his target on a black shell jacket. "I'll try this on, and please help me match it with a pair of pants." "Sure, sir, please follow me." In no time, Bai Yi was being led to the fitting room by the sales assistant, leaving the three followers standing in place. Among them, his big nephew Bai Hongyu curiously wandered around the store. The two girls, on the other hand, were whispering about the seemingly simple and plain clothes in the store. Didn't they say his uncle is rich? Why is he in such a store instead of going to all those big brands? Zhang Mengyao agreed. Exactly, I see these clothes are no different from what my civil servant brother usually wears. They should be very cheap. Wait a minute, I'm going to check the price tag. To confirm her thoughts, Dooley quickly walked over to a nearby display rack and found the same shell jacket Bai Yi had just looked at, pulling out the price tag. However, when she flipped the tag over and looked at the price area, she trembled all over. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened unconsciously. What the hell? Suddenly hearing a classic exclamation, Zhang Mengyao hurried over. "What's wrong?" "This. You should see for yourself." At that moment, Dooley felt her little heart trembling. The next second, a shocked voice came from beside her. "What the hell? What the hell?" Zhang Mengyao's reaction was no better than her roommate's. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary piece of clothing would cost over 40,000 yuan? That was equivalent to her entire living expenses for a year at school. "Isn't this too expensive?" As she spoke, she hurriedly put the tag back, afraid that she might accidentally remove it and have to pay. However, when she turned around again, she saw Dooley standing there with a smile on her face and a dreamy look in her eyes. She waved her hand in front of the other's eyes and asked, "Wake up. What are you thinking about?" Cough. "I was thinking about how much money someone must have to spend 40,000 yuan on a piece of clothing. Probably, to the point of treating money like it's nothing. Then you'd think, with that much money, he shouldn't be a stingy person, right?" Right. The two women became more and more excited as they talked, looking forward to their shopping trip even more. This led to an even warmer reception when Bai Yi walked out of the fitting room in his new clothes. "Wow, bro, you look so handsome in that outfit. So spirited. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a freshman at our school. You're not wrong, it really has that vibe." They showered him with compliments, leaving the sales assistant next to them completely bewildered. She thought, aren't those my lines? You've already said them all, what else can I say? As the one being flattered, Bai Yi smiled and asked, "Really looks good? Super good looking, so handsome. Alright then, let's check out." He was well aware of what the two were thinking, but those compliments still brought some emotional value. Plus, he genuinely thought the clothes were nice, so he had no reason to hesitate. Soon, Bai Yi swiped his card at the checkout. A windbreaker plus a pair of pants cost nearly 60,000 yuan. It's worth mentioning that this amount was directly counted towards the emotional value support provided by the system, so he didn't have to use his own money at all. One could only say that this brother of the system was truly ruthless with his words, yet very generous. Under such circumstances, Bai Yi felt even less pressure when spending. He immediately took the three of them to wander through various brand counters. A set of casual Dior wear, plus a pair of white collaborative sneakers, cost about 100,000 yuan. LV storage boxes, keychains, men's wallets, and other small items totaled 30,000 yuan. He bought everything from brands like Valentino. By the end of it, he had successfully spent 400,000 yuan. This truly confirmed the earlier statement from the two women about treating money like it's nothing. However, when they walked out of another counter, the two girls were no longer as excited as before. There was no way around it. Bai Yi had already spent so much money, yet they still hadn't received any benefits. Not even a cup of milk tea as a gesture, let alone those luxury items. This made both of them start to feel down, occasionally pouting to show their grievances. Noticing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, with their spirits dampened and lacking the emotional value brought by various compliments, he started to feel a bit fatigued. Spending money can be exhausting too, so he decided he had to boost their spirits again. After making up his mind, Bai Yi suddenly slapped his forehead as he walked and turned to say, "Look at my memory. I was so busy buying things for myself that I forgot about my nephew's classmates. Bai Hongyu doesn't matter, but do you two have anything you want? I can get you some gifts." As he spoke, he pointed at the luxury brand signs. Instantly, the two little girls' gloominess vanished, and their eyes lit up. Finally, this rich and generous uncle Bai Hongyu finally remembered us. Time to take off. Of course, the cheers were in their hearts. On the surface, the two remained quite reserved. Brother, the things you bought are too expensive. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to give them to us. This is indeed a common flaw of human nature. The more one desires something, the more reserved one becomes. Especially when accepting gifts from others, being a bit reserved makes one seem less greedy. If it were someone else giving gifts, they would probably play along with the coy act of wanting to refuse yet still accepting. But unfortunately, Bai Yi was not an ordinary person. He had anticipated that they would say this. As for what if they didn't hold back? Simple, just say the bank card limit was reached. It was perfectly normal for Brother Bai to have spent so much money, right? As he thought about it, Bai Yi turned to the girl who was clearly refusing yet had an expectant look on her face and said, "That's true, you are still students. Using these things would be too ostentatious, not appropriate. Then don't give it." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Hongyu, who was standing by, quietly gave a thumbs up. It had to be the little uncle. With just a few words, he had completely bypassed the issue of giving gifts to the two girls. The key was that it left them speechless. After all, I said I would give a gift, but you said you didn't want it. Who can you blame? Learning never stops. Just from this maneuver, Bai Hongyu felt he had to learn more from his little uncle. The two girls, upon hearing this, were completely dumbfounded. They thought, "We were just being a bit reserved. Why did you stop insisting on giving gifts? And what was this about students being too ostentatious? Who said students couldn't be ostentatious?" She couldn't even imagine how envious everyone would be if Bai Yi generously gifted them luxury items to take back to the dorm. Even something that cost just a few thousand would be enough to show off. But now it seemed clear that they were going to end up with nothing. This left both girls feeling a bit unable to accept it. After all, they were inherently vain. How could they easily give up when they were so close to luxury for the first time in their lives? So, after exchanging glances, Dooley tentatively spoke up, "Brother, I just saw a khaki bag from LV that looked pretty good." Yes, that bag was love at first sight," Zhang Mengyao quickly chimed in. In their view, after saying this, the big spender Bai Yi should understand their meaning and gift them that bag. However, their thoughts were quite beautiful, but unfortunately, everything had already been calculated by Bai Yi. If before he was just stirring up their personalities, what he needed to do next was to fundamentally cut off their chances of asking for something. About that bag, I don't really like things that are full of logos, so I won't buy it. After a pause, Bai Yi looked at his nephew and said in a teaching tone, "Look at your two classmates. Can you learn from them? Not only do they not want the gifts I offer, but they also recommend bags to me." Cough. "I understand, little uncle. I will learn from them. If they don't want gifts, then I won't want them either." His clever nephew understood how to cooperate very well. This made Bai Yi nod in satisfaction and continue, "Alright, your senior is still your senior. You should learn from her in terms of character. Alright, let's continue shopping. Let's see if there are any low-key items later to give you as gifts." This last sentence was still quite necessary. During his conversation with his nephew, the emotions of the two girls had already become incredibly dejected. This was absolutely not allowed. If they were dejected and might even turn to leave, then who would carry all the things I bought? In order to assert their presence, the two little girls were carrying more than Bai Hongyu, this big man. They were all about being well-behaved and understanding. Sure enough, their emotions were once again stirred by his words, and not only did they feel motivated, but their faces also lit up with smiles. How should I put it? They were still a bit too naive. If it were a more experienced girl, she wouldn't even consider going shopping without some benefits, let alone trailing behind, happily carrying bags. You don't release the hawk until you see the rabbit. That's the basic skill of that kind of person. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Yi led the three of them into the Patek Philippe boutique. That's right, he was planning to buy a watch. But because he had been poor before, his knowledge in this area was very shallow, or you could say he knew nothing at all. The few brands that left a deep impression on him were Patek Philippe, Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and so on. Among them, Audemars Piguet had some questionable operations targeting the Dragon country, so he dismissed that one. As for Rolex, Bai Yi felt it was a bit too common. Therefore, the Patek Philippe right in front of him undoubtedly became his first choice. Soon, as Bai Yi entered the counter, he was warmly welcomed by the sales assistant. "Hello, sir, welcome to Patek Philippe. The watches in this display case are all in stock. You can take a look and see if you like any. I can take them out for you to try." "Okay, I'll take a look first." Nodding in response, Bai Yi and the others gathered around the display case to look. At first glance, it could only be described as dazzling. The three college students felt overwhelmed because the prices of the watches inside were often in the hundreds of thousands. As for Bai Yi, he was genuinely a bit dazzled. Just from the perspective of appearance, the watches on display were actually quite beautiful. Fortunately, he was never someone who liked to get tangled up in decisions. When faced with uncertainty, Bai Yi's method was always to choose the most expensive one. After all, he still had a credit limit of 1.5 million, so he was completely unbothered. Soon, Bai Yi pointed to a watch located at the very top of the display case, which was even displayed separately, and said, "Let's take a look at this one." Noticing his action, the college students were once again dumbfounded, because they clearly saw that the price tag on that watch was marked at 1.5 million. Especially the two girls, after exchanging glances, understood each other's thoughts. "He's just looking. He probably won't really buy it, right? If he buys it, how rich must Bai Honyu's uncle be?" Regardless of their inner thoughts, the sales assistant was already beaming with joy, helping him take the watch out while introducing it. "Sir, you have great taste. The model you are interested in is the very classic Patek Philippe 5961P with complex functions. This watch is made entirely of platinum, and the 8 rectangular hands inside are all real diamonds. And look at the exterior. The transparent cover is made of sapphire crystal, and the bezel is set with 36 diamonds, weighing about 4 carats. By the way, the hand-stitched strap is also adorned with 22 diamonds, perfectly highlighting your nobility." While the sales assistant introduced it, she thoughtfully helped Bai Yi put the watch on his wrist. "Sir, look, it really looks great on you." Indeed, the other person's words might have been flattery, but Bai Yi wholeheartedly agreed. This watch made of sapphire, platinum, and diamonds was indeed very beautiful, and having so many functions and various prestigious applications on a watch was basically the pinnacle of watchmaking craftsmanship. To be honest, he really liked it. Although the price was a bit high, a watch like this, especially at the level on his wrist now, could even be considered a collectible. The collectible value of a watch is certainly not lower than that of ordinary antiques. Especially for some rare and precious wristwatches, their appreciation rate is like riding a rocket. After admiring it for a moment, Bai Yi, who had already made up his mind, turned to the two girls beside him and smiled, asking, "So, what do you think? Does this look good on me?" "It looks good. Really good. Bro, this watch is made for you." The two girls eagerly gave their affirmative answers. How could they say it didn't look good? This was a watch worth 1.5 million, and the diamonds on it were almost blinding them. However, while agreeing, the two remembered what had just happened at other brand counters. Every time Bai Yi liked something, he would ask them similar questions. As long as they said it looked good, he would always say 2 words, "Check out." And this time, Bai Yi didn't disappoint them either. He first smiled in satisfaction, then turned to the sales assistant and said, "I'll take this one, swipe the card." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment in the reception area, I'll prepare it right away." With that, the sales assistant hurried inside. From the expression on her face, it was clear that she would earn quite a commission from this sale. However, Bai Yi didn't mind, it was her job, and making money was expected. Moments later, he confidently took a seat on the sofa in the lounge area. The other three naturally followed, but compared to the flattery he received during his previous purchases, Du Li and Zhang Mangyao appeared very silent. There was no way around it. Once he said swipe the card, the two girls had a whole new understanding of Bai Yi's financial power. In a third-tier city, there were people who could buy luxury clothing, but those who could spend over $1 million on a watch were truly rare. Even if there were, they were not in a position to come into contact with them. In fact, even Bai Hongyu was shocked. Before this, he had only heard that his uncle had made a lot of money and bought a villa. But who would have thought he could be this wealthy? Noticing the unusual expressions on the faces of the others, Bai Yi didn't say much. He simply waited quietly for the sales assistant to bring the new watch, carefully inspected it, and then decisively swiped his card. This meant that Bai Yi had become the owner of a Patek Philippe. Things were looking up. Although this left him with only a few tens of thousands in spending power, Bai Yi was completely unbothered. It was already the end of the month, and in a few days, his limit would refresh. Perhaps the new limit would be even better than this time. Soon, the POS machine displayed a successful transaction of 1.5 million, and the sales assistant immediately approached with a smile, saying, "Mr. Bai, to provide you with better after-sales service, could you please add my WeChat?" Sure, having after-sales service was a good thing, so he didn't think much of it and directly showed his QR code. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhang Mengyao, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up at that moment. Bro, how about I add your contact too? Okay, you scan me. In no time, Zhang Mengyao looked at the message indicating her friend request had been accepted, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Her attitude of having struck gold made Du Li unable to resist opening her mouth, wanting to say she also wanted a contact. But looking at Bai Hongyu still standing nearby, she ultimately swallowed the words back down. Of course, this didn't mean she would give up. Seeing Zhang Mengyao succeed before her and looking so delighted, Du Li couldn't help but say, "Yao Yao, come with me to the restroom." "Sure, let's go." Soon, the two arrived at the restroom. But Du Li had no intention of going to the bathroom. Instead, she looked at her roommate eagerly and said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, push it to me." "Ha, what do you want me to push to you?" This was clearly an act of playing dumb. As roommates for 3 years, Zhang Mengyao knew her well. She understood that once she really pushed, Du Li would definitely launch a fierce attack. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter. But pushing Bai Yi, this mature and handsome guy, over would be like cultivating a rival for herself, and she wouldn't do something so foolish. "Give me Bai Ji's WeChat." After saying this, Du Li began to sense something was off. Wait, you don't want to keep it all to yourself, do you? What are you talking about? Zhang Mengyao, caught in her thoughts, immediately raised her voice to cover her embarrassment, then continued, "I just don't want you to let down Bai Hongyu. After all, you've already gone out on a date with him. What would it be like to contact someone else's uncle? Hey, I don't have anything with Bai Hongyu, so what's wrong with adding his uncle? Anyway, I'm not pushing. If you want to add him, you can do it yourself." Regardless of the plastic sisterhood drama, Bai Yi was watching the sales assistant help him with the invoice while looking at his nephew and said, "Nephew, have you learned anything?" "Well, uncle, with your crazy spending, I can't learn anything." Bai Hongyu was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He thought it would be an ordinary shopping trip, but he watched his uncle spend 2 million in a short time. And then he asked if he had learned anything. Anyone would feel overwhelmed. He wanted to learn, but he didn't have the capital. Am I talking about spending money? Didn't you notice anything when Zhang Mengyao wanted to add my contact information? I just felt like she treats your contact information like a treasure, just like when I just added my goddess. Exactly. So what can you conclude from that? Conclusion. After racking his brain, he slapped his forehead and said, "I get it, uncle. You want to tell me that money is for women to see, not for women to spend. Pa, what a scumbag theory. It's normal for two people in love to spend money on each other." Bai Yi was very dissatisfied with his nephew's statement and simply stopped being cryptic. "What I want to tell you is that regardless of whether you have money or how much you have, you should prioritize investing in yourself. Invest in yourself, make yourself better, and the girls you meet will also become better. On the contrary, if you invest money in girls, it will make them better, and then they'll meet more men who are better than you. Got it? Got it." Completely understanding Bai Ye's meaning, he felt enlightened. This reasoning was just too right. Many men just don't understand. They like to spend every penny on women, dressing them up to be dazzling and attracting a crowd of suitors. Yet they are very harsh on themselves, not to mention food and drink. Some men, despite having a decent income, don't even have a proper outfit and look scruffy all day. In such circumstances, how can a girlfriend not cheat? So men must understand the importance of investing in themselves and be willing to spend money on themselves. Look, even the sales assistant, being a woman, couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Bai, you are absolutely right. The first time I saw you, I felt you had an irresistible charm, much better than my boyfriend who earns 8,000 a month and spends 7,500 on me." This sounded like a joke, but anyone could see that this salesgirl really wouldn't mind having something happen with Bai Yi. Her fiery gaze couldn't be hidden anymore. They say life is the best teacher, something Bai Hongyu didn't understand before, but now he finds it very profound. After Bai Yi invested in himself, Zhang Mengyao, who was known as the beauty of the department at school, took the initiative to add him on social media, and after succeeding, she treasured it like a precious gem. Even the young woman's shopping guide in front of him, who had a good boyfriend, subtly expressed her desire to keep in touch with Bai Yi. The reality was right there, and he couldn't help but understand. Not only did he understand, but he also felt that he was frighteningly strong now. Well, the 1,000 yuan he originally planned to spend on Du Li had completely vanished from his mind. Bai Hongyu wanted to invest all his money in himself. He didn't seek to be as impressive as his uncle Bai Yi, but at least he wanted to become better. With that in mind, in his travel vocational college, where girls were not lacking, how could he possibly lack a girlfriend? It was impossible. Moments later, the two girls returned. What puzzled Bai Yi was that they seemed to have had a fight in the restroom, completely unlike their previous closeness of holding hands. However, adopting a better to avoid trouble attitude, he chose not to ask. You can't guess a woman's thoughts. No matter how much you guess, you won't understand. Moreover, it's quite normal for plastic sisters to have a quarrel. After leaving Patek Philippe, they wandered around the mall and bought some small items. Tomorrow morning, he would go to Li Yuqing's kindergarten for an event. Thinking that he should go all out, Bai Yi bought small gifts for every child in her class. It didn't matter whether he was a real dad or a fake one, even if it was just for a day, he absolutely couldn't slack off. Half an hour later, as Bai Yi brought the group to his underground garage, the shopping trip officially came to an end. Seeing the two girls put their shopping bags in the trunk and eyeing his car, looking like they wanted to get in but were too shy, Bai Yi didn't show any reaction. Instead, he turned to his nephew and asked, "Are you going back to school or coming home with me? Let's go home. There are still 3 days of vacation left." "All right." Bai Yi nodded and then looked at Zhang Mengyao and the other girl, saying, "Thank you for accompanying me shopping today. We're leaving now. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." If Bai Hongyu were going back to school, he wouldn't mind bringing the two along. But since it wasn't on the way now, there was no need to consider it. To put it bluntly, if it weren't to teach Bai Hongyu a lesson about how to spend money, he wouldn't even bother with girls like them. As for treating them to a meal next time, Bai Yi could only say that there would be a next time, and the time after that, and an endless number of times after that. Soon, the two drove away, leaving Du Li and Zhang Mengyao standing there in a daze. Zhang Mengyao looked at the taillights of the car fading away and murmured, "Seriously, not only did they not give gifts, but they didn't even say goodbye? Humph, they just looked down on you." Du Li, who hadn't added him on social media, chimed in sarcastically, "What good is having WeChat? Hee, you're just saying that because you can't have him. Your sister Zhang, have plenty of ways to deal with men like that." The method she spoke of, Bai Yi had seen half an hour ago when he parked the car at home. At this moment, he had returned to Longhua County and was waiting at a long red light. He took out his phone and saw that Zhang Mengyao had sent him a message. First, there was a photo. The content was a picture of her long, white legs starting from her short skirt, and at the very top of the photo, a hint of pink was vaguely visible. It seemed she was trying to tell him in this way, "Brother, I'm really a good girl, I'm not wearing any safety shorts." Besides the photo, there was also a message full of flirtation. Woo, I should have known better than to wear this out. It's really cold walking to the bus stop." Bai Yi didn't rush to reply. Instead, he deleted the photo and showed the message to his nephew, asking, "Let's see how you would respond now." Isn't she asking us for taxi fare? We must refuse." Exactly. Bai Yi felt very pleased with his nephew's awareness. "Since you're really awake now, let me teach you another trick. Use their own methods against them." After saying that, Bai Yi pressed the voice message button and spoke into his phone. "Oh, I'm so sorry, sister, I forgot to send you off, but I'm far away now, so just hang in there. By the way, don't feel sad, I'm feeling worse than you right now. I just spent too much money, my bank card has a limit, and now I can't even buy milk tea when I'm thirsty." It turned out that his words had a strong impact. Zhang Mengyao, alone in a taxi, excitedly slapped her thigh. "See, your sister has her ways. Look, he's even sending voice messages." His voice was so pleasant. Upon learning that Bai Yi had a limit and was now very thirsty, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. So, she began to show off. First, she sent a red envelope of 88 yuan, then followed up with, "That's so miserable, but it's okay, brother's milk tea is on me, make sure to get a large one." After sorting all this out, a smile appeared on her face. "Just wait, with my beautiful legs and a hint of pink lace, plus such sweet concern, how could I not win you over?" As for the 88 investment, she could only say it was for the future 888,888. Given how Bai Yi was spending money like crazy today, it was completely possible. But what she didn't expect was that the red envelope she sent was quickly accepted, yet she received no reply to her message. Am I being played? No, he must be driving. Yes, that's it. Meanwhile, on Bai Yi's side, he opened the red envelope and saw that 88 yuan had successfully been credited. This made Bai Hanyu's eyes widen. Huh? She really sent you money? Last time I asked Dooley to send me a pen, she wouldn't even part with it. Ha ha ha. After a hearty laugh, Bai Yi started the car and said earnestly, nephew, remember, when a man is handsome enough or charming enough, you don't have to pursue, girlfriends will naturally come to you. You can't even imagine how terrifying it is when a girl takes the initiative. Bai Yi believed there was nothing wrong with using the word terrifying. Back in college, there was a girl who pursued him, waiting outside his dorm for over a month. Eventually, after being rejected, she simply demanded Bai Yi give her a chance, saying if he didn't, she'd regret it for life and die with her eyes closed. He remembered that time. The next morning, because he was going to participate in Li Yuqing's school parent-child sports day, Bai Yi chose not to ride his bike. They said it was a sports day, so he believed he could at least improve his fitness a bit. He picked up his phone to check the time. It was only 7 a.m. Then, he saw a message from Lin Jinshin. The content was about how she was taking time off to attend a concert and would be very busy for the next few days. Not only did she have to work night shifts, but today she had to work 24 hours straight. This work schedule seemed quite normal for a doctor. Bai Yi forgot where he had seen a report stating that the medical profession had the shortest lifespan. He wasn't sure about the accuracy of that data, but working overtime like this was already enough to make one feel sorry. However, Bai Yi wouldn't impulsively say things like, don't go to work, I'll support you, or anything like that. Not to mention, their relationship hadn't reached that point yet. Even when he arrived, he hoped that his woman would have her own career and social life, rather than doing nothing all day and sticking by his side. Being clingy is not a good habit. So when replying to the other person, Bai Yi only said some encouraging words. Then he calculated in his heart that after kindergarten was over, he would go to the hospital to see her. Just after sending the message, Bai Yi had to get up early because of the knocking sound coming from downstairs. He quickly got out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and went to the first floor, where he saw Li Sisi, already dressed, smiling at him at the door. Checking the buttons on his pajamas, Bai Yi smiled and said, sister, come in and sit down. I'll go wash up now. Oh, brother, I'm not here to rush you out of bed, but to invite you to my house for breakfast. You made it? Ha, my cooking skills are not too bad. Alright, I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth now. With breakfast ready, how could Bai Yi miss the opportunity? So after finishing his sentence, he headed straight upstairs. Li Sisi, who was standing at the door, originally planned to go back first, but when she casually glanced into Bai Yi's living room, she saw a messy coffee table. Without hesitation, she slowly followed him in. Bai Yi had helped her so much today, it wouldn't be too much for her to tidy up his place while she still had time, right? However, when she arrived in the living room, she found that the coffee table was not messy at all. Instead, there were several shopping bags from various luxury brands, haphazardly placed there. She couldn't help but exclaim, brother, did you empty them all? Not that exaggerated, just ran out of clothes and bought a few things. Wow, this is what you call buying a few things? To be honest, Li Sisi, who ran a store in the county and lived in the same villa, was not in bad shape. The brands on those shopping bags were not something she couldn't afford with a bit of effort. But the point was to buy one, not to buy such a huge pile. However, she was someone who had seen big scenes and didn't dwell on these things for too long. Soon, she was carrying various shopping bags, following Bai Yi upstairs. As they walked, she said, since I'm here, let me help you put your clothes in the wardrobe. Then I won't be polite. He was actually quite clean and diligent about brushing his teeth and showering. The only thing he lacked talent in was organizing. He found it troublesome and would procrastinate for a day if he could. Now that a woman was willing to help him tidy up, Bai Yi couldn't ask for more. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the master bedroom, with Bai Yi washing up in the bathroom while Li Sisi busied herself in the wardrobe just a wall away. 10 minutes later, after placing his electric toothbrush on the sink, he came to the door of the wardrobe and asked, since you're here, help me figure out what to wear today to impress all those kids' dads. We're going to a parent-child sports meeting, not a competition for who looks better. Li Sisi laughed at his words. That won't do. Today is my first time being a dad. I have to look decent and not embarrass our girl. Although Bai Yi's words seemed like a joke, there was a serious undertone to them. Why did the little girl, Li Yuqing, boast to her classmates that she had a dad? Simply put, it was because she recognized him and thought Bai Yi was presentable. In such a situation, Bai Yi absolutely could not embarrass her. not only for the sake of pride but also because he was counting on her mother to guide him in yoga one-on-one. Upon hearing this, Lee Sisi was momentarily stunned by the phrase "our girl," her heart filled with mixed emotions, but he quickly reacted and began to choose carefully according to his request. After a moment, after deep consideration, Lee Sisi took down a set of casual clothes from the nearly organized hangers. "This outfit will do, it's not too formal, nor too casual, just right for this occasion." "Alright, I'll go with your choice." Half an hour later, after a satisfying meal, Bai Yi set off with Lee Sisi and her daughter. It's worth mentioning that when they first met, Li Yuqing, the little girl, was a bit shy. After all, she had lied at school and caused trouble for the neighbor big brother, so it was normal for her to feel guilty. However, after a couple of simple jokes from Bai Yi, she completely forgot about it. Now in the car, she was even more lively. "Brother, you don't know, I'm the big sister at school now." "Oh, that impressive?" "It's still you who's impressive. They all want to learn yo-yo from you." "Well, they're mistaken. I only teach little friend Li Yuqing. You're the best, brother." Listening to the little girl's sweet voice, Bai Yi felt quite pleased. He had secretly made up his mind to speed up the process of having a child for himself. Just look at how adorable she is. However, halfway through the drive, Bai Yi suddenly realized something was off and said, "Little Yuqing, what's my identity at your school today?" "You're my dad." "Then you have to change how you address me now." Dad." It was sweet, but after saying it, she covered her face with her hands out of shyness. Occasionally, a sound of suppressed laughter could be heard. Bai Yi was very satisfied with this and then looked at Lee Sisi and said, "Sister, it's your turn." "Ha, I have to change how I address you too." "Of course." Bai Yi kept his gaze forward and continued, "You wouldn't want little Yuqing to get exposed at school, would you?" Once this was said, it wasn't just Li Yuqing who felt shy. Lee Sisi's face turned red, and she really wanted to turn around and cover his mouth. She thought that such a handsome guy shouldn't say such things that make people lose their composure. But facing the neighbor's threat, what else could she do but comply for her daughter? Lee Sisi swallowed hard, then, with an incredibly nervous heart, shouted, "Dad, Daddy." When people are nervous, they can easily say the wrong thing. Especially after just hearing Li Yuqing call Bai Yi dad, Lee Sisi felt very flustered. This was understandable, but what she said was simply too explosive. It left Lee Sisi stunned at that moment. Bai Yi, who was called dad, was also taken aback. He thought, is this a bit too stimulating? There's a child right next to them. On the other hand, in the back seat, Li Yuqing, forgetting her mixed feelings of joy and shyness, said very seriously, "Mom, you can't steal my dad." "Ahem, sorry, Mom misspoke." Being called out by her daughter, Lee Sisi, who was already embarrassed, felt a wave of shame rush from her feet to the top of her head. At that moment, she felt the car was so hot, she wanted to get out for some fresh air. Unfortunately, that was just a thought. All she could do was mimic Li Yuqing's earlier actions, hiding her flushed face with her hands. "You can't see me. You can't see me." Seeing her expression, Bai Yi struggled to suppress his laughter. He had already given up on the idea of making Lee Sisi change how she addressed him. Taking advantage once was enough, continuing would be pointless. As for whether not changing her address would expose them, Bai Yi wasn't worried about that. Many couples call each other by their names, it's quite normal. At 7:45 in the morning, Bai Yi parked the car at the kindergarten entrance. He immediately got into character, opening the back door of the car with a flourish and picking up Li Yuqing as he walked towards the kindergarten. Finally recovering from her embarrassment, Lee Sisi actively came to his side, keeping pace with him. You wouldn't believe it, but the three of them walking those few steps really did have the vibe of a family of three. However, none of them noticed that several parents at the kindergarten entrance were watching them closely, some of them gritting their teeth. "It's him again. He just bought it a couple of days ago, and now he's back. Ah, so unlucky. I think this kid's family grave needs to burn fiercely for 49 days before he can marry someone like Lee Sisi. You're underestimating it, at least 81 days. No way, I'm going to set fire to my family grave later." Regardless of the chatter around them, Bai Yi and the others had already arrived at the entrance and were greeted by teacher Li Yuqing. She was a woman with a face that radiated peace and stability, probably in her 30s. Just from her appearance, one could tell she must have a good temperament. In fact, she did show a deep-seated gentleness when facing Li Yuqing and Lee Sisi. But when it came to Bai Yi, Teacher Wang's tone carried a hint of reproach. "You must be Li Yuqing's dad, right? It's been years. Why have you only just come? The kids at school are feeling inferior." "Ahem, sorry, I was working outside and not in the county," Bai Yi responded awkwardly. He thought he was just playing the role of a young dad, but instead, he had transformed into an irresponsible father. However, he didn't feel angry. This was the teacher's responsible attitude, which he had to support. Being busy is no excuse. You can't just leave all the kids to their mothers. Right, Teacher Wang is right. I will come more often in the future. That's more like it. Satisfied, Teacher Wang nodded and then turned to look at Li Sisi. Seeing her face still a bit flushed, completely different from her usual cool demeanor, she couldn't help but think of something else. But Teacher Wang didn't rush to tease. Instead, she gently covered Li Yuqing's ears with her hands and smiled. Having your husband back is refreshing. Look at the beautiful girl's complexion. It's much better than before. Refreshing? What the heck? Li Sisi was not a woman who didn't understand anything. She immediately grasped the implication. At that moment, she really wanted to shout that this was the aftereffect of just calling someone dad. But could she say that? Helpless, Li Sisi could only smile and say, maybe I've been eating well these days. Ah! Teacher Wang was a bit shocked by her words. Eating well? She had eaten plenty herself, and aside from the fishy taste, she didn't feel any other effects. Unfortunately, since Li Sisi was a parent and there were children around, she couldn't delve deeper into the topic. After some small talk at the entrance, Bai Yi and the others finally entered the kindergarten under Teacher Wang's guidance. After a bit of wandering, they quickly arrived at the middle-class classroom. At that moment, the classroom was already filled to the brim with people. The vast majority were children sitting at small tables and chairs in the center, with their parents standing beside them. As Bai Yi and the others appeared, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Is this the legendary dad of Li Yuqing? He's a bit handsome. No wonder Li Yuqing is pretty too. It turns out both parents have good genes. Alas, it was all a mistake. Mistake my foot. I'm right here. I was wondering why you rushed to drop off the kid. Turns out you were coming for the other parents. Accompanied by a male parent being pinched by the ear, shouting in pain. Most of the men present suddenly realized that today was not the day to be looking at Li Yuqing's mother, especially with their wives beside them. In an instant, most of the male parents hurriedly shifted their gazes away. Bai Yi, standing from a god's eye view, saw everything clearly. He understood the thoughts of the men. After all, Li Sisi had an extraordinarily beautiful face and a figure that could be described as devastatingly attractive. No matter the circle, she would always be the center of attention. But understanding or not, he wasn't a man with a big heart. Today, I am her husband. Why should you look? So, in front of all the parents in the class, he naturally took Li Sisi's hand and then, under the guidance of little Yuqing, walked towards a corner in the back row. Sovereignty must be declared. However, as they walked, Bai Yi found it a bit strange that Li Yuqing, a well-behaved child, had chosen a seat at the very back. Usually, that spot was occupied by mischievous kids, right? But after scanning the area, he understood. Compared to the other children, Li Yuqing was noticeably taller, even standing out like a crane among chickens. Li Sisi, as a single mother, really had a knack for raising her child. Just as he was thinking this and arriving at the last row, a man in a suit, about the same age as Bai Yi, with meticulously styled hair, smiled and said, "Hello, brother. Your daughter and my son are both in the last row. They are like kindred spirits. Let me introduce myself. Here's my business card." Upon receiving the card, Bai Yi saw the words Sunshine Hotel Management Company, Ltd. President written on it. Why does that name sound so familiar? In a small county like this, it was already impressive to exchange business cards upon meeting. Plus, with the Sunshine connection, Bai Yi instantly felt a bit itchy in his feet. He thought of the quite capable Chen Jingya. Immediately, filled with curiosity, he asked the man named Gao Shan, "Is the Sunshine Holiday Hotel?" "Yes, that's my property." "Oh, I thought that name sounded familiar, no wonder." A mysterious smile appeared on Bai Yi's face, while internally he lamented that rumors were not to be trusted. The rumors in the community said that the Sunshine Holiday Hotel was developed by a boss from the capital, and because of heavy investment, it had never been inspected since its opening. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. However, upon further reflection, Bai Yi found it quite reasonable. This industry, more or less, would have some gray areas. If the boss was from out of town and simply wealthy, for many, wouldn't that just make him an ATM? In comparison, a local boss with strength would find it easier to achieve that effect. By the way, don't think there are no capable people in the county. Countless high achievers and investors return to small counties with passion, only to face numerous obstacles in small circles. By the way, these small circles have another name, the county Brahmins. The smaller the place, the more it is a society based on personal connections. The Brahmins, relying on their deep-rooted networks, enjoy a much more comfortable life in the county than people in big cities. Upon hearing that Bai Yi knew about his hotel, Gao Shan also smiled and said, "Since we are already kindred spirits, how about we cooperate during the sports meet later?" Cooperation is fine, but I need to correct you on something. Bai Yi turned to look at Li Yuqing's dissatisfied little face and continued, "My daughter is sitting in the back because she's tall. Why is your son back there? Who's the older sibling, and who's the younger?" Gao Shan, also turning to look at his own short son, felt quite embarrassed. It's obvious, it's because of the mischief. But as parents, who would want to admit their child is not good? So he immediately thought of rebutting a few words. However, just as he looked over at Bai Yi, he noticed that he had pulled out a black card from a wallet that said VIP. Instantly, Gao Shan's face lit up with a smile. "Ah, brother, I get it. We have a good sister and a difficult brother here." There was no way around it. His long-standing principle was that the customer is king. The card Bai Yi took out was the highest-level membership card in his hotel. To put it bluntly, it was the biggest benefactor. Your son is not bad either, quite handsome. He had a feeling that this girl, Li Yuqing, seemed to have an inexplicable obsession with being the big sister. After calling her sister, she was all smiles. And with Gao Shan giving face, Bai Yi certainly wouldn't let anyone lose face, quickly continuing, "By the way, my name is Bai Yi. Let's cooperate well later and aim for the top 2. Absolutely, absolutely." Upon hearing this name, Gao Shan immediately had an impression. There was no way around it. Although there were quite a few consumers in such places in a small county, high-end consumers were pitifully few, not to mention those who would recharge 20,000 at once. It could be described as a rare occurrence. However, since the occasion was not right and their families were still present, he didn't say much more. Meanwhile, on Bai Ye's side, Li Sisi had already curiously leaned over. "Did you two exchange signals? What's that black card?" "Ahem, it's nothing, nothing." Although the energy he exuded was very positive, it really wasn't suitable to say out loud. Fortunately, before she could continue to ask, the teacher Wang, who had just received them, quickly walked in. Standing at the podium in front, she spoke, "Welcome, parents, to Blue Sky Kindergarten. In a moment, we will head to the playground to officially start the sports meeting. Before that, please cooperate with the last segment. Come up on stage with your child, and let the child introduce their parents. I hope in the future, parents can share more about their children's education and life experiences, allowing the children to grow up healthy." Soon, one by one, the little children, under teacher Wang's guidance, brought their parents on stage to introduce them. At first, everything was quite normal. However, as the process reached halfway, everything changed when a little boy brought his parent on stage. After the child introduced his name, the parent proudly said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Zhengda. Our whole family works in the banking system. I am the president of a bank in the county, and I hope all parents will take good care of my child. Thank you." Upon hearing this, many people, including teacher Wang, couldn't help but frown. Sitting at the back, Bai Yi thought to himself, as expected, "Just when I was thinking about the Brahmins of the county, now one has stepped up quite ostentatiously. Just look at that posture. It's as if he wanted to say, 'I'm the bank president, my son will take over my position in the future, so you all better show some respect.'" As for the others, they felt even more speechless. They thought, for a kindergarten event, you could just introduce your name, but why mention that the whole family works in the banking system and even state your position? Even Gao Shan couldn't help but whisper to Bai Yi, "How can a county bank president be so pretentious? You can only say the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds." Bai Laudi, wait until I get on stage, and see how I can make him uncomfortable. Great, an even more impressive Brahmin is here. Bai Yi didn't expect that a parent's ostentatious speech would actually spark a competition of identities among the parents. Next, the parents who took the stage to introduce themselves would, more or less, say similar things. From civil servants and leaders from various departments to factory owners and individual business operators, everyone who had something to show was unwilling to be outdone. Some parents without any background felt a bit embarrassed to be there. Among them, Gao Shan was holding back a surge of energy, just waiting for his turn to take the stage and show them what he was made of. However, before that, Li Yuqing was called up first. Seeing this, Gao Shan whispered, "Bai Laudi, go for it." "Ha ha ha, alright, is showing off really necessary?" Bai Yi had no such intention. In his view, these parents flaunting their status and careers in kindergarten were too immature. They simply did not understand what truly mattered in helping their children stand out. Soon, after Li Yuqing nervously introduced himself, it was time for him to speak. At that moment, many parents in attendance perked up their ears. They were very curious to know what kind of person could win over a beauty like Li Yuqing's mother. However, the development of the situation disappointed everyone. Standing at the podium, Bai Yi showed no intention of following their lead. He simply said, "The parents here are truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. But to prevent the children from being exposed to the bad habit of comparison too early, I just blocked my daughter Li Yuqing's ears. This is a little trick. Consider it my first piece of advice. Ha ha ha." As soon as he said this, many parents without connections, or those who disliked such behavior, laughed. A few others, led by Gao Shan, started clapping. "Well said, doing this in kindergarten, we shouldn't be afraid of teaching the kids bad habits." Oh, if only Li Yuqing's dad had come earlier, I would have blocked my child's ears too. Got it, got it. Of course, while some agreed, others found his words harsh. For instance, those who had already shown off on stage had rather unpleasant expressions. However, Bai Yi did not care about their thoughts. To put it bluntly, Li Yuqing was not in school with these parents, she was with their children. He didn't believe anyone would instruct their own kids in kindergarten to target Li Yuqing because of this. That would be a bit too outrageous. As for offending people, let's not even discuss whether that counts as stepping on toes, even if it did, so what? With his extraordinary confidence, Bai Yi felt unbeatable. In a few days, who knows who the so-called Brahmins really are? Thinking this in his heart, Bai Yi maintained a faint smile on the surface and continued, after learning about the parent-child sports day, I felt that the children must be happy and joyful today, so I brought little gifts for each child. After saying this, Bai Yi handed the backpack he was carrying to Teacher Wang, who was standing nearby. Teacher Wang, I'll need your help to distribute these. Of course. Teacher Wang accepted the backpack without hesitation. During this process, she shared a brief moment of eye contact with Bai Yi, her gaze filled with admiration. In kindergarten, it should be like this. There shouldn't be so much comparison. As long as the children grow up happily and joyfully, laying a good foundation for their future learning is already enough. Moments later, one toy after another was handed to the children. Bai Yi had chosen a wide variety of toys, including dolls, puzzles, and model cars, basically covering everything that children love. This led to every child being overjoyed upon receiving their toys. The scene was such that even some parents who were still disapproving of Bai Yi became calm. There was no way around it. After all, their precious children liked him. Of course, the happiest one was still Li Yuqing, standing on the podium. Not only was her back straight, but her face also wore a proud expression, as if to say, look at this is my dad. As the gifts were distributed, Bai Yi and the others made their way back to the back row. Along the way, several parents approached him to chat. Some expressed their gratitude, while others mentioned that their children would bring gifts for Li Yuqing tomorrow. This was something Bai Yi had anticipated. The gifts he gave would turn into reciprocations, shifting to Li Yuqing. Roughly speaking, it was equivalent to him giving gifts to the little one. As Bai Yi and the others returned, Gao Shan gave a thumbs up and said, Bai, you're awesome. Basic skills, no need to show off. Bai Ye's words were quite effective. In the following introduction segment, and even throughout the entire parent-child sports meeting, nothing unexpected occurred. It's worth mentioning that during the sports meeting, he indeed coordinated with Gao Shan, allowing their respective children to successfully take the top 2 spots in many events. Throughout this process, the two gradually became more familiar with each other. Until they said goodbye to the children, Bai Yi personally saw Gao Shan get into a luxury car with the license plate number 8888, and he enthusiastically said, Bro, I have something to do today, let's find a time to hang out together. After bidding farewell to the somewhat familiar Gao Shan, Bai Yi and Li Sisi got into their car one after the other. Bai Yi, thank you. She said this very earnestly. In just one short morning, she had seen many happy smiles on her daughter's face. This was very rare in the past. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Sister, you're being too polite. I had a lot of fun too, but you put in so much effort and prepared gifts for those little friends. It must have cost quite a bit. That's even less of a big deal. To avoid lingering on this topic, Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and said, Besides, I still need to ask you for help. Help! Seeing the mischievous smile on his face, Li Sisi felt an inexplicable panic. But after a few days of getting to know him, she had figured it out. This guy always liked to say things that could be misunderstood, but he was actually quite serious. So after a brief moment of panic, she smiled and asked, You want me to teach you yoga, right? Oh, you've learned to answer quickly. The parent-child sports meeting in the morning had given the parents quite a workout, and he had already increased his physical fitness by 0.3. But that wasn't enough. To reach peak physical condition as soon as possible, he wanted to keep up with yoga. No problem, I won't be going to class until tonight, so I can dedicate this time to you. Got it. Time quickly passed to noon. Bai Yi, whose fitness had increased by another 0.5, reaching a total of 64.4, declined the invitation to stay for lunch and prepared to head out. Lin Zhenxin was working hard, and he planned to go treat her to a meal as a reward. However, before he could even change clothes at home, he saw his sister-in-law, Sun Hongxia, dressed in standard sales attire, walking towards him from the other side of the community. She had an unmistakable look of anxiety on her face. Noticing this, Bai Yi had a premonition. His second aunt and brother were probably up to no good again. The situation was just as he thought. Sun Hongxia hurried over, barely catching her breath, and said, Bai Yi, what a coincidence to run into you, sister-in-law, what's going on? Your second aunt is making a scene at home, threatening to commit suicide. Bai Yi listened, looking completely bewildered. Suicide? What's going on? Sigh, I only have a vague understanding of it myself. Then let's go see what's happening. You're the most educated one among our relatives, so I thought you could talk to her. Let's go and see the situation. No matter how much he disliked it, she was still his own aunt. It was better that she hadn't come looking for him, but now that she had, it would be unreasonable not to go, especially since he knew his parents still cared a lot about these relatives. So soon, Bai Yi rushed into the yard and drove off. The distance wasn't far. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Yang family's supermarket. However, in broad daylight, the supermarket's main door was locked, and those passing by who wanted to go in to buy something simply turned to the opposite side. This made his sister-in-law, Sun Hongxia, feel very distressed. But there was nothing to be done. The lock on the door clearly indicated the seriousness of the family's problems. She couldn't afford to feel sorry for the money anymore. Bai Yi, who understood this as well, quickly followed her to the old-style residential area behind the supermarket. There was no elevator, so they climbed the stairs to the 5th floor. However, before his sister-in-law could open the door, Bai Yi heard his second aunt's sobs from inside. There were also Yang Jiwei's roars. I'm still doing business downstairs. Can you not make a scene? If the neighbors hear, they'll think I've done something to you. Seriously, it's not a big deal. Why are you acting like this? Upon hearing this, Sun Hongxia hurriedly took out her keys to open the door and immediately said, Yang Jiwei, how can you talk to mom like that? Yang Jiwei, sitting in the living room chair, was about to continue his complaints when he saw his wife return, but he swallowed his words upon seeing Bai Yi. Bai Yi, what are you doing here? Oh, I came to see who made my second aunt so upset that she wanted to commit suicide. You. Bai Yi's words left him speechless. He realized that this time, he was likely to be humiliated greatly. After all, today's events could be serious or trivial. If it was all family matters, it would be a family issue. But now that Bai Yi was here, it was clear that they couldn't downplay the situation. He wanted Bai Yi to leave immediately, but he had no reason to ask him to go, and he couldn't win an argument. Helpless, Yang Jiwei could only irritably say to Sun Hongxia, why do you have to bring relatives into our family matters? If I don't bring relatives, you'll be out of control at home. She had no intention of indulging him. As she walked toward Bai Suyun's crying room, she said, stop talking nonsense, I need to see how Mama's doing. No matter what her mother-in-law's personality was like or whether she had spoiled her husband, Bai Suyun had managed the household, the children, and everything else well despite being so busy, which made her very appreciative of her mother-in-law. Now that something had happened to her, it was impossible for her not to be anxious. As for Bai Yi, who had already entered the room, he naturally followed closely behind. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this gambling brother. Of course, he just stood at the door of the bedroom, listening, leaving the space inside for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. As soon as Sun Hongxia returned, Bai Suyun finally found an outlet for her emotions and poured out everything. The gist was that yesterday afternoon, because Yang Jiwei promised he could make money, she had given him her bank card containing all her savings. She thought she could make a small profit and improve her son's image in front of the relatives. Who knew that when she checked her phone today, the bank card that originally had 150,000 yuan had only a few dollars left? Realizing something was wrong, she hurried to find Yang Jiwei to ask. After a round of questioning, the result was obvious. In just one night, this guy lost all his money. After saying these words, Bai Suyun, with tears in her eyes, got up from the bed and then noticed that Bai Yi was standing at the door. Realizing this, she didn't shy away. Instead, it was as if she had found a savior. She immediately climbed out of bed, hurried to him, grabbed one of his arms with both hands, and said anxiously, Yi, you're a college student. You must have a way to get my money back, right? You have to help my second aunt. That's my uncle and aunt's retirement money. If I lose this money, I really don't know how to live. Listening to his second aunt's lament, Bai Yi felt a bit helpless. Now he understood why she was so desperate to commit suicide. In just one day, his retirement savings had dwindled to just a few dollars, and the son responsible for all this was yelling at him. If he were in her shoes, he probably wouldn't want to live either. But there was no choice, life had to go on. After all, who told her to have such a son? Just as he was organizing his thoughts to offer some comfort, Yang Jiwei hurried over. Right, Bai Yi, I remember you're a programmer, you can be a hacker, right? Help me get that money back. Once it's done, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope. Seeing him spouting nonsense with a serious face, Bai Yi rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a deity? Let alone whether he could do it or not, and regardless of its legality, did he really think those unblocked gambling sites didn't have tech experts behind them? Stop with the excuses. If you want to get the money back, tell me in detail what happened and why you went so big this time. It's just, they had a customer service contact me, saying they could help me make money. After listening to his stammering story, Bai Yi understood that he had fallen for a scam, a very low-level tactic, but often the most effective, because it magnifies a person's greed infinitely. Ultimately, the reason Bai Suyun lost this money was also due to greed, wanting to earn money beyond her understanding. Of course, Bai Yi wouldn't stand on a moral high ground to criticize them. After all, he had to admit that he was also a greedy person. So after thinking for a moment, he provided the best solution at that moment. Second ant, call the police. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiwei immediately exploded. No, what will I do if I call the police? It's still early, reporting it now is timely, but if you don't report it and the scammer transfers the money away, it really won't be recoverable. Bai Yi ignored him and continued to explain the stakes to Bai Suyun. It turned out his words were very effective. Hearing that her retirement money might be recoverable, Bai Suyun didn't care about anything else and immediately nodded, saying, then let's go quickly and report it. What are you looking at, you wasteful son? Hurry up and go. Such scams are very common, and the reporting process is quite well established. So it didn't take long for Bai Yi and the others to enter the police station and come out. With hope, Bai Suyun's mood improved a lot. The only one who looked like a wilted eggplant was Yang Jiwei, who was trailing behind. While inside, he had been educated quite a bit. They even told him to regulate his behavior, otherwise, he would also be brought in for education next time. Gambling online is illegal, and it's not just the scammers who are breaking the law. As for Bai Yi, he felt he had fulfilled his duty as a relative for his parents, so he thought about saying goodbye to them and going home to play games. But before he could say anything, a bank next to the police station caught his eye. Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he had the thought of setting up a pension for his parents, while also significantly increasing his own savings. In fact, after discovering at the temple that even spending on his parents' mental well-being could yield double returns, this idea took root. He planned to directly fund a fixed-term account, using the interest as his parents' pension. By doing this, he could achieve multiple benefits at once. Firstly, this model was different from directly transferring a large sum to his parents, sparing him the trouble of deceiving them or explaining the source of the money. Additionally, this could be considered a form of spending for his parents, allowing him to receive double returns for filial piety. In simple terms, his parents would receive a stable pension, and he would also see his savings grow, boosting his wealth. He was already wearing a watch worth 1.5 million, yet his savings were just over 1 million. Was that reasonable? The key was that he had just witnessed his second aunt's desperate situation due to the disappearance of her pension. This further solidified his resolve to provide his parents with security. No time to waste. Bai Yi quickly turned to Bai Suyun and said, second aunt, don't get too worked up. I have something to handle at the bank, you all can head back first. After greeting them, he headed straight for the agricultural bank in front of him, leaving the three of them to drive back on their own. However, as he walked, Bai Suyun spoke up, Jiwei, don't you have a high school classmate working at the agricultural bank? Why not get in touch and see if he can help Yi? She said this sincerely. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. Despite any past grievances, Bai Yi's help today warmed her heart. Of course, as an elder, she couldn't truly harbor hatred for the younger generation. That's right, isn't your classmate someone you get along with well? Sun Hongxia chimed in. However, Yang Jiwei, upon hearing this, was quite reluctant and a bit impatient as he said, all right, he's so capable, what can I do to help him? Regardless of when the three left, Bai Yi had already arrived in the bank lobby. Just as he was about to find a lobby manager to inquire about the situation, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Oh, old Wang. Indeed, standing not far from him, guiding the staff, was Wang Jingde, who had spread a bad atmosphere at the kindergarten that morning. He was the first to flaunt his identity. Speaking of which, he and Bai Yi had a sort of acquaintance born from conflict. Wang Zhengde had shown off at the kindergarten, only to be put in his place by Bai Yi's subtle yet effective approach, leaving him quite embarrassed. However, their interactions during the sports meet had changed some of his views. This person certainly liked to show off and seek face, but often, such people were the most reliable when it came to getting things done. Well, even if it was to save face, he had to get the job done. Upon hearing his call, Wang Jingde quickly turned around, a smile appearing on his face. Bye, my little brother, we just said goodbye this morning. What brings you here? Just to be clear, I'm not here to pull strings, I'm just here to handle some business. Ha ha ha, I never said you were trying to pull strings. After a laugh, Wang Jingde pointed to the back of the lobby and said, come on, the VIP room in there is still available, let's talk inside. Alright then, the bank president is personally handling my business. While saying this, Bai Yi followed him into the room. With someone he knew there, he might even get a better interest rate. Soon, the two entered a VIP room. Inside, there was also a man in uniform. However, after entering, Wang Jingde simply took his seat and said, little brother, go ahead, What business do you have? Let me see if I can help. It's nothing major. Just want to open a fixed-term account for my parents' pension. After stating his intentions, Bai Yi continued, but I have a condition. The interest must be paid monthly and deposited into my family's account. That's easy enough. How much do you plan to deposit? Let's start with 2 million. This was the amount he had come up with after careful consideration. Indeed, leveraging filial piety, he could easily swipe tens of millions or even over 100 million in one go. He had even thought that when he needed money in the future, he could just deposit into this fixed-term account to achieve a money-drawing effect. While this operation was feasible, the numbers were too large and would inevitably attract some people's attention. Comparatively, it was better to be a bit more conservative. In his plan, he intended to deposit money into the account every month, increasing the account balance while also giving himself some funds. Once the amount grew larger, he would withdraw the money to establish a trust fund for his family. With the accumulation of time, the money inside should be enough for his descendants to live in luxury for several generations. Bai Yi had grand ambitions, and the entire plan was far-reaching, so when he mentioned the 2 million, it felt somewhat understated. However, he forgot that this was a county bank. A deposit in the millions already counted as a major client, not to mention a fixed-term account. This led Wang Zhengde to stand up from his chair after a brief moment of shock. Come on, little brother, forget it, from now on, we'll each stick to our own business. You call me Old Wang, and I'll call you Brother Bai. Let's go, Brother Bai, to my office to have tea and talk. No need, just call me little brother. I think it sounds good, at least it makes me feel younger. Meanwhile, at the Yang family supermarket, with the three returning, they resumed operations. However, due to the significant financial loss, all three were very silent. Ultimately, it was Sun Hongxia who, with some hesitation, said, Jiwei, why don't you call your classmate? What if Bai Yi is dealing with some complicated business? What could be complicated? Yang Jiwei stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly thought that Bai Yi had changed so much since his last visit. Could there be something fishy? For instance, could this trip to the bank be about taking out a loan? Trying to maintain his high spending with a loan. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility. After all, when Bai Yi returned last time, he was still the same as before. It didn't make sense that after a year and a half, he would suddenly turn into a wealthy man. With this thought, he decided he had to call his classmate to ask. He used to be the most promising one in the family circle, but now, he was almost overshadowed by Bai Yi. If a single phone call could uncover some little secret, wouldn't that mean? Filled with inexplicable excitement, he even pressed the speakerphone button on his dialing phone. Soon, the call was connected. After a brief inquiry, the voice on the other end came through. Your brother? Is he a tall, handsome guy with the surname Bai? Yes, that's him. Confirming the target, Yang Jiwei, with mixed feelings, continued, old classmate, that's my brother. If he's doing any business, you have to help him out a bit. The purpose of saying this was, of course, to show off his generosity as an older brother in front of his wife and mother while also indirectly finding out what Bai Yi was actually doing at the bank. As long as the other party mentioned that Bai Yi was there for a loan, the pressure he had been feeling recently would dissipate. Yang Jiwei's plan was quite good. Unfortunately, the old classmate on the other end didn't follow his lead but quickly replied, You little rascal, your brother clearly knows our bank manager. How could I possibly help with anything? Your brother is currently in the president's office, having tea with him. Ah, the president is personally hosting. A bit shocked, he blurted out, How much is he borrowing? Does it really require the president to step in? What borrowing? Your brother is here to make a fixed deposit. After correcting his assumption, the person on the other end of the phone continued with an envious tone, By the way, what kind of background does your brother have? He's so impressive. He's depositing 2 million as a fixed term, just to give the interest to our parents as their pension. Listening to the voice on the phone, the three people in the supermarket were stunned, each with their own thoughts. Among them, Sun Hongxia, the sister-in-law, felt genuinely happy for Bai Yi's current achievements and his filial piety. Yang Jiwei was completely shocked, silently calculating how much interest a 2 million fixed deposit would yield. At the same time, he kept wondering where Bai Yi got so much money from. That's 2 million. As he thought about it, he felt increasingly unbalanced, causing his eyes to redden. As for Bai Suyun, who sat beside him, she could only feel a deep sense of disparity. Other people's sons not only renovate their parents' houses but also deposit 2 million as a pension, fearing their parents might suffer in their old age. But what about her own? In just one day, she had squandered her pension. Even after wasting it all, she didn't think there was anything wrong, and when she wanted to commit suicide, her temper was even worse than her own. The gap between them was self-evident. So after Yang Jiwei hung up the phone, still in shock, he couldn't help but say, Look at Bai Yi, and then look at you. Can't you learn from him? In fact, many parents use this kind of rhetoric to educate their children. Look at so-and-so's child. Why can't you be more ambitious? It sounds like a frustrated complaint, but to the younger generation, it carries a significant impact. Especially for Yang Jiwei, whose emotions were already off, this comment naturally became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing him to completely lose it. Yes, Bai Yi is great at everything, so why don't you let him be your son? Yang Jiwei, what kind of attitude is this? You've squandered my pension money, and you still have the nerve to argue? Now give me back my money. Setting aside the young family's pension dispute 2.0, Bai Yi, who was in Wang Zhengda's office, had successfully opened an account at the agricultural bank and transferred 2 million in 2 installments of 1 million each. Wang Zhengda was very supportive, promising an interest rate of no less than 60,000 yuan per year, paid monthly into the account he provided. Adding his father's 3,000 yuan pension, the couple's monthly income would look quite considerable. Of course, Bai Yi had already decided to transfer money into this account every month, so this interest was just the beginning. As he had anticipated, opening a pension account for his parents also counted as fulfilling his filial duty. After the double cashback, Bai Yi's savings successfully exceeded 3 million. Moreover, since this account could be used to withdraw money at any time, it could be said that Bai Yi had preliminarily achieved financial freedom. At least in the small county town, his economic strength was already quite impressive. After settling everything, Wang Zhengda poured him another cup of tea and smiled. Bai, you haven't had lunch yet. How about I arrange something for you? Any bank likely has a deposit collecting task, so someone like Bai Yi, who casually pulls out 2 million to support his parents, is undoubtedly a super potential stock, which is why he genuinely wanted to get closer to him. Sure, brother, then I won't be polite. Previously, he received a message from Lin Jinshin, saying that a patient from a car accident had been sent to the emergency room, and his lunch break was ruined. Under such circumstances, he indeed had no plans for lunch. Since someone was treating, what was there to be polite about? Moreover, as mentioned before, the smaller the place, the more it was a society of human connections. Bai Yi, who believed his family couldn't provide him with much help, was willing to make more friends. The more friends, the more paths there were. Why be polite with me? With that, Wang Zhengda walked to his desk and dialed a number on the office phone, saying, Lily, arrange a lunch for me, make it a bit more upscale. Moments later, a girl in a bank uniform knocked and walked in. Uncle, the restaurant is arranged. The term uncle made Wang Zhengda, who was still chatting, feel embarrassed. Seeing Bai Yi's half-smiling expression, he immediately stood up from his chair. Bang! He slapped the table and scolded, How many times have I told you, use titles when at work? Time flew by, and it was already the last day of October. In the past few days, Bai Yi had been living quite comfortably. Every day, he followed his routine of riding his bike in the morning, practicing yoga with Li Sisi in the morning, and now his physical fitness had reached a solid 67.3 points. He could clearly feel that his body was rapidly improving. At least he had gained quite a bit of strength compared to before. In his free time, he played games at home, occasionally checked on the old house that was under renovation, hung out with his childhood friend Xiao Jia, and got a foot massage. The only regret was that Lin Jinshin had been really busy these days, so busy that they hardly had time to meet. Fortunately, after such a busy few days, there was still a reward. For example, a 2-day holiday. Today was the day they had agreed to go to a concert, which would start at 8 p.m. Since it was quite late, he was worried that it would be past 10 p.m. by the time it ended. Considering the safety of driving at night, Bai Yi had already decided to stay overnight in the city. He swore there was absolutely no ulterior motive. As a person full of positive energy, how could he have any bad intentions? But when Bai Yi opened the hotel booking app, he encountered a serious problem. Should he book 1 room or 2? Booking 2 rooms wouldn't cost much more, but Bai Yi was unwilling. They had already shared a bed at Lin Jinshin's house, and now going out for fun would require 2 rooms? Was that reasonable? But choosing to book 1 room without the woman's consent would make it seem like he had ulterior motives. What should I do? Lying on the sofa at home, Bai Yi fell into deep thought. Fortunately, he was always very clever and could figure things out quickly. Sure enough, he had come up with an answer. Since it was inappropriate for him to take the initiative to book 1 room, he might as well take a step back to move forward. He would leave the choice to Lin Jinshin. Without hesitation, Bai Yi quickly sent his identity information to her. I found out I don't know your ID number when booking a room, so why don't you book it? After sending the message, he also transferred the money for the hotel booking. Of course, to show his sincerity and attitude, he transferred the amount for 2 rooms. After sorting this out, a mischievous smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. At that moment, Lin Jinshin was at home, and her colleague Huang Yali, a makeup expert, was busy working on her face. When she received Baye's message, she didn't think much of it and immediately started looking for a hotel. Since the concert wasn't featuring any big stars, most of the tickets had been sold to locals, so there were still many vacant rooms in nearby hotels. But just as Lin Jianxin found a target and was about to book, she froze on the spot. Should I book one room or two? After noticing her situation, Huang Yali curiously asked, "What's going on?" Bayi asked me to book a room, but, understanding Lin Jianxin's confusion, she immediately laughed. Dating is really nice, Still having to worry about this. If it were my husband, he'd probably want to sleep in a separate room. Oh, come on, don't laugh. I really don't know what to do now. This question is very simple. As someone who had been married for many years, Huang Yali took on a mysterious demeanor and said, "When you're struggling with this question, you actually already have the answer, right?" Well, Lin Jianxin had to admit that she made a lot of sense. If she didn't want to share a room with Baiyi, she wouldn't be struggling with this question at all. But as she thought about it, she blushed and said, "But I'm embarrassed. What if he thinks I'm a casual person or just after his looks?" That's easy. Just tell him there's only one room, and if you don't book it now, there won't be a place to stay. Is that okay? What's wrong with that? Seeing that she was still hesitating, Huang Yali had to put down her little brush and start teaching her. Forget about whether you want to or not, just think about the principles of the world. When going out with someone else, enjoying free meals and free fun, and then at the end saying, "We're just friends, thanks for taking me out, now I have to go home." Do you think that's reasonable? After she finished speaking, Lin Jianxin nodded thoughtfully. That's true. In such situations, I should have refused from the start or paid my own way, just like the other person. So what are you planning to do? What else can I do? Book one room. Exactly. Huang Yali felt very pleased. If her beautiful colleague continued to be single, she might as well grow cobwebs between her legs. Fortunately, she finally got it. Soon, Baiyi received Lin Jianxin's reply. Only one room left? He almost laughed out loud. He had just checked personally and knew that many hotels had vacancies. It was worth mentioning that Lin Jianxin even returned the money he had transferred to her, saying that the expenses for going out should be shared. Look, this is what a good girl is like. Not only can she help you with your troubles, but she's also willing to share everything. At 4 p.m., Baiyi picked her up at the entrance of Lin Jianxin's community. Today, she had clearly prepared carefully. Both her makeup and outfit had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. When he saw her for the first time, he felt a spark. Once in the car, Lin Jianxin, feeling shy under his gaze, quietly asked, "Do I look good?" "You look good. Who did your makeup?" "Sister Yali. She's really good at makeup and often jokes about quitting her job to become a professional makeup artist. She really has skills." In the past, Lin Jianxin's makeup was usually light, just to make her look more vibrant. But as he looked, Baiyi focused on her rosy lips and asked, "What brand of lipstick is that?" "Dior. Why?" "Big brand. I shouldn't get poisoned if I eat a little, right?" "Eat? Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." The 20-kilometer journey wasn't far, and when they arrived in the city, they had plenty of time to enjoy a hot pot meal. The taste was average, but the two of them were in a good mood for their date. By the time they reached the CD City Stadium, it was just 7:30 p.m. The concert had already started checking tickets, and there was a long line at the entrance. The ticket checking process went smoothly, and the two of them quickly found their seats. Here, I must commend Wang Xiaosong. As a resident of a demolition area, he is quite generous. The concert tickets are for the front row, the best seats. Amidst the noise, Baiyi sat down in his spot. Turning his head, he noticed Lin Jianxin was holding a glow stick she had just bought at the entrance, smiling at him. "I didn't even put on makeup. Why are you looking at me like that?" I just want to thank you for bringing me to the concert. This is my first time in my life." "If that's the case, I should be the one thanking you for letting me have this first time." "What do you mean letting you have it?" Lin Jianxin rolled her eyes, but the smile on her face showed she wasn't angry. She was still thoroughly enjoying this concert trip. However, while the two were chatting casually, waiting for the concert to start, two people came and sat down in the empty seats next to Baiyi. A man and a woman, both young, likely a couple. There was no denying it, they were too intimate, with the girl practically hanging off the guy. Noticing Baiyi's gaze, the young man wasn't angry at all. Instead, he said cheerfully, "What do you think, buddy? My girlfriend and I have a good relationship, right?" "Yeah, I can see that." Don't blame me for showing off my love, it's just hard to control my feelings." As he spoke, the guy proudly glanced over at Lin Jianxin, as if to say, "You two can't compete, just watch me show off my love." And he indeed did just that. After expressing his thoughts with his eyes and expressions, he turned to the woman in his arms and started kissing her. The passionate display made Baiyi feel a bit envious. Why did he suddenly feel like he was losing? Soon, he turned to Lin Jinshin, I want to. No, you don't want to. Seeing Lin Jinshin turn her face away shyly, Bai Yi's heart instantly found balance. Compared to the boldness of the girl next to him, he preferred Lin Jinshin's more reserved and cute demeanor. Looking back at the couple next to him, they might have already been suffocating from lack of oxygen. Go ahead and show off, who can outdo you? Fortunately, this situation didn't last long, as the concert officially began after a countdown on the big screen. A glamorous female star was singing her heart out on stage. From this moment on, the emotions of most of the girls in the audience were completely stirred up, singing along enthusiastically. This included Lin Jinshin and the girl who had just been showing off her love. To be honest, Bai Yi really wanted to join in, but unfortunately, in his daily life, he only listened to old songs by Zhou, Lin, Chen, and others. The newer songs being performed live were ones he had never even heard of, let alone sing along to. This left him in the best spot at the concert but unable to immerse himself in the atmosphere. However, he wasn't the only one feeling this way. The guy sitting next to him leaned over to chat loudly. Buddy, have you not heard a single song? Yeah. Bai Yi nodded honestly. We're the same. If I had known, I would have just gone straight to the hotel. What a waste of time. While complaining, he glanced over at Lin Jinshin, who was one seat away, and curiously asked, Is that your girlfriend? He had been too busy showing off his love earlier to take a good look. Now he realized that the girl sitting next to Bai Yi was on a whole different level of beauty compared to the one beside him. Even the star on stage couldn't compare to her. Sort of, Bai Yi replied. Sort of? Ha, you can fool your buddy, but don't fool yourself. The man, with a look of disbelief, continued, You probably haven't even pursued her yet. A beauty like that is hard to chase. He really felt that way. After all, from the moment they entered until now, the concert had already started for half an hour, and Bai Yi and Lin Jinshin indeed had no intimate actions. Especially compared to him and the girl next to him, it was obvious which pair looked more like a couple. Faced with his loud doubts, Bai Yi had no response yet when he felt something soft and damp on his face. Turning in surprise, he found Lin Jinshin looking at him with a smile. She was also pointing at the big screen on the stage. Then he realized that he and Lin Jinshin were actually on the big screen. After a brief moment of surprise, Bai Yi decisively leaned down and kissed her back. Although it was his first time at a concert, he had seen many clips online of the camera looking for couples during the event. At such moments, the kisses of couples would receive blessings from the entire audience. As expected, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Even the female star on stage couldn't help but exclaim, This pair is truly a match made in heaven, so perfect. Her words resonated with many people. Because of this, it wasn't until the camera moved away from the two of them that the venue quieted down again. Of course, the silence in the venue did not affect Lin Jinshin's unease. Yiga, I can't take it anymore. I feel like my heart is about to jump out. What should we do? How about I give you a massage? 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 Oh, I'm already like this, and you're still bullying me. Lin Jinshin, already shy to the limit, buried her head in his arms and said nothing more. He didn't make any more jokes, just gently stroked her back to convey comfort. After a moment, Bai Yi turned his head again, and what met his eyes was the envious gaze of his buddy. Dude, are you serious? Remember, I only play for real. He was in a very good mood now. Lin Jinshin and the girl were already reserved in this regard, easily blushing. But the fact that she was willing to initiate a kiss at this moment was indeed something to be happy about. This made him feel that the concert wasn't so boring after all. Of course, this was their personal matter, and Bai Yi didn't intend to show off anything. So he quickly pointed at the big screen, which was still searching for the next target, and said, Bro, don't worry, maybe you'll be next. In his view, this buddy loved to show off his affection, so he definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. He should be like the others in the audience, waving at the camera non-stop. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. The goddess who had just shown affection with him seemed very eager, but the buddy not only didn't seem excited but also showed a face of resistance and fear. That's how people are. The more they fear something, the more it tends to happen. Sure enough, the camera, after some twists and turns, locked onto the buddy's head. The female star on stage quickly asked, This friend, did you come with your girlfriend? As the words fell, the girl sitting next to him had already turned around, ready to receive a kiss. But to her shock, the man who had just been so affectionate with her suddenly extended a finger without hesitation. He shouted loudly, I came alone. As soon as he said this, the girl was stunned, feeling like a clown in her heart. Lin Jinshin and Bai Yi, sitting next to her, were also taken aback. They thought, it wasn't like this when you two were showing affection just now. Lin Jinshin couldn't help but lean in and whisper, Ego, why do I feel like something's off with them? No need to feel, it's just off. Leaning closer to her ear, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, Bai Yi continued, If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to enjoy a big surprise. This time, it was exactly as Bai Yi had imagined. Just after the camera shifted, the girl burst into tears. Whoa whoa. Seeing this scene, the big guy felt a bit numb, but thinking about what he had done, he could only play dumb. Hua hua, why are you still crying? How can you even ask? The girl, no longer able to hold back her grievances, looked up and shouted at him, Lu Lin, what do you mean by saying you came alone? Well, I was afraid my mom would find out. You see, my mom is really pushy about marriage. If she saw, I'd have to get married right away. But we just started, right? Smack! With a loud slap, the girl's hand struck Lu Lin's face hard. It left 5 bright red handprints that quickly appeared on his cheek. I'm not even afraid of my husband seeing, and you're afraid of your mom? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was stunned. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard something. But when he looked down and met Lin Jinshin's shocked gaze, Bai Yi understood. It wasn't a misunderstanding, they had encountered 2 masters of romance. Unfortunately, with things having escalated to this point, the outcome of their blunder was already sealed. The girl turned and walked away without looking back, shouting, we're doomed, this is the end. Her figure quickly disappeared, leaving Lu Lin standing alone in the cold wind. His expression was incredibly awkward. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Bro, where's that show of affection you had earlier? Get it together. Hey, you're pretty handsome, but why do you curse so much? Lu Lin smiled helplessly and continued, do you believe I didn't know she had a husband? If I had known, I would never have contacted her. I don't mess with other people's families. I actually believe that. When you mix in this world, you have to pay the price. Generally, people wouldn't provoke someone who was already married. Not to mention the risk of getting beaten up if caught. Who wouldn't be afraid that one day the one being cheated on becomes themselves? Besides, the person in front of him was just a stranger he had exchanged a few words with. There was no need for her to deceive him. But as he thought about it, Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. But when you say you're afraid of your mom finding out, I absolutely don't believe that. He. To avoid losing a whole forest for a little grass, I'll tell a little lie. It's not a big deal. After Bai Yi scored a 6, Lu Lin soon returned to his seat and began contacting other girls. It seemed he didn't want to waste the hotel reservation they had made in advance. Bai Yi wouldn't judge his actions from a moral high ground. He considered himself not a good person either. Being a flirt is just being a flirt. There's nothing to deny. Besides, even if someone else is bad, it hasn't affected him. On the contrary, Bai Yi, who had enjoyed a big surprise for free, was quite pleased. An hour later, a rather grand concert came to an end. As they walked out of the stadium, Bai Yi naturally took Lin Jinshin's hand. She cooperated, but her pace slowed down more and more. By the time they got back to the car, she had already started to lower her head like an ostrich. There was no helping it. The concert was over, and it was time for the hotel segment. Although it wasn't their first time staying in the same place, and even last time they had fallen asleep in each other's arms, that was at home and under the influence of alcohol. Today, however, there was a clear difference. Having started the car and turned on the air conditioning, Bai Yi quickly noticed her unusual behavior and immediately understood her thoughts. However, he did not offer any words of comfort. As someone who had been in a relationship, he knew very well that at such times, saying too much was equivalent to saying too little. The more you say, the more the girl will think. Instead, if you say nothing, as long as the girl likes you or has a good impression of you, she will mentally prepare herself. With this in mind, Bai Yi stepped on the gas and drove towards the hotel. The distance wasn't too far. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at the hotel and completed the check-in. Entering the 4-star hotel's king-size room, Bai Yi pointed to the small fridge on the cabinet and said, let's have a drink. Can you drink something cold? I want Sprite. Oh, let's wait until later to drink. Since it was confirmed that she could drink something cold, what did it matter? So, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi stepped forward and directly picked her up around the waist. The sudden action startled Lin Jinshin, but having mentally prepared herself in the car, she did not struggle. She just trembled a little and wrapped her arms around Bai Yi's neck. Yi, brother Yi, be gentle. The next morning, Bai Yi, who was used to getting up early for exercise, was awakened by his biological clock. Glancing at Lin Jinshin, who was hanging on him like a little cat, he felt that the gentle warmth was nice. At the same time, he felt a bit helpless, because at that moment, his entire right arm had completely gone numb. This situation could only be understood by those who had been in a relationship. Don't be fooled by how light a girl's head is. Try having it pressed on you for an entire night. Anyone would go numb. After moving his arm a little to relieve the numbness, Bai Yi was about to reach for his phone when he suddenly remembered something. Wait, last night I seemed to vaguely hear the system's notification sound? Soon, with curiosity, Bai Yi opened the system interface. Host, Bai Yi age, 30 physique, 67. For status, unemployed, in a relationship activated assistance, unemployment subsidy, physique enhancement, filial piety assistance, hobby assistance. Sure enough, the system had changed overnight. The previous matchmaking status that provided him with a house, a car, and a savings package was gone, replaced by being in a relationship. At the same time, the system brother made an appearance. Detected that you have a stable romantic partner, therefore the status of being in a relationship has replaced the matchmaking status. The two do not conflict. This status can be reactivated when you go on another matchmaking date. The 30-year-old host is not only unemployed but also has to support his parents, but no matter how hard life is, it cannot lack sweet love. Your love will be protected by this system, activating love assistance for you now. Love assistance, daily love subsidy of 1,314 yuan, monthly extension of 300 minutes, freely disposable. Note, today is November 1st, your hobby assistance limit has been updated to 3 million yuan, don't forget to pay for your own happiness. Looking at the text displayed by the system, Bai Yi was a bit dazed. The limit for hobby assistance had increased to 3 million, which he was very satisfied with. Now, the range of what he could spend on had become broader. He also liked the daily subsidy. Adding the previous unemployment subsidy of 888 yuan, it meant that every day when he opened his eyes, he could have an income of 2,202 yuan. Converted to a month, that would be 66,000 yuan. To be honest, having this kind of income while lying down was really enjoyable. This further strengthened Bai Ye's determination to retire. Working was out of the question. Every day was about eating, drinking, and having fun. Wasn't that nice? But what confused him was what exactly the so-called 300 minutes of monthly delay, which could be freely allocated, meant. As he pondered, Bai Yi was shocked. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? The system did not respond, but he understood that practice is the only standard of truth. Whether it was as he imagined, he could just try it out, right? Just then, Lin Zhenxin had been awakened by his unintentional movements. She rubbed her blurry eyes and mumbled, "Yigu, you woke up so early? Yeah, you should wake up too. I have a big treasure to show you." 40 minutes later, the system's love assistance delay turned into 290 minutes. Looking at Lin Zhenxin, who had fallen back into a deep sleep, Bai Yi silently gave a thumbs up to the system, giving it a big thumbs up. Even such rewards could be given. It had to be the tough and few-worded system brother. It had to be you. It was just a pity for Lin Zhenxin, who was already tasting forbidden fruit. Just look at those brows still furrowed in sleep. She must be suffering. Bai Yi, feeling a bit heartbroken, turned to check the time and found it was already past 9 in the morning, so he didn't disturb her sleep any further. Instead, he quietly got dressed and left the house alone. This month's hobby assistance quota had refreshed, and it had powerfully increased by 1 million. A monthly quota of 3 million actually allowed for a very broad range of spending. For example, he could go back to his small county town and buy a few houses, fulfilling a long-held dream of being a landlord. This could also be considered spending for emotional value. Another example would be participating in some auctions to satisfy his latest little hobby, collecting. But after thinking it over, Bai Yi still decided to buy a car. He had discussed this issue before. He was a car enthusiast. It was this passion that made internal combustion engine cars, especially high-powered ones, extremely attractive to him. And now that he had the means, of course, he had to fulfill his dream at the first opportunity. As for the current ideal L9, he thought it would be best to just give it to his dad, as he had said before. Of course, he had to admit that domestic cars had indeed found their own path. However, for someone like Bai Yi, who had a relatively young psychological age, they seemed a bit boring. His personality had always been to act decisively. So, half an hour later, Bai Yi had already arrived at the Auto City located in the suburbs of CD City. This was a third-tier small city, and there was no way to think about Ferraris or Lamborghinis. Although some showrooms had them, they were all second-hand, and how could the big toy he was buying for himself be second-hand? With this thought in mind, Bai Yi headed straight towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. It is worth mentioning that in those big cities, people are well informed and know that many brands are actually better than BBA. But in small county towns, Mercedes, BMW, and Audi are still hard currencies, still symbols of wealth. Taking his ideal as an example, although its price exceeds that of BBA's civilian models, its appearance is very impressive. But when driven out, the rate of people turning their heads is just not as good as theirs. The difference is not just a little bit. While feeling this way, Bai Yi had already walked into the Mercedes showroom. A young lady in uniform quickly approached him. "Hello, sir, welcome to Mercedes-Benz. How can I assist you? Show me the cars, the G-Class." "Sure, sir, you can go directly to the second floor. Someone will assist you there." "Thank you." Clearly, the first floor showroom featured some civilian models, like the E-Class sedan, etc. Cars like the S-Series or G-Series, which couldn't be sold in large quantities, were basically separated from these cars. However, what Bai Yi did not expect was that he had only walked halfway up the stairs when he heard a woman's voice from above. "With your performance, you still want to ask me out to watch a movie? I think you just want to eat shit." Now it sounded like a gold digger was humiliating a poor guy. At least, that was what Bai Yi thought. But soon, a man's voice came through, turning his thoughts around 180 degrees. "Boss, liking you is my business. It has nothing to do with performance. The key is that I've already bought the tickets. If you don't go, it's a waste. A waste is a waste. Anyway, if you don't make a deal today, I absolutely won't agree." Great, now the story had turned into a poor guy wanting to change his fate, trying to get a big performance from his female boss. He was walking while listening with great interest. The only thing that puzzled Bai Yi was that the man's voice sounded somewhat familiar. He thought it was an illusion. But as he reached the second floor, he saw a familiar figure. It was Lu Lin, whom he had met at the concert last night. To be honest, now dressed in professional attire, he looked quite decent and somewhat handsome. Standing opposite Lu Lin was a rather plump woman, not very tall, but exuding a wealthy demeanor. It was obvious that the conversation Bai Yi had just heard was between these two. As he arrived on the second floor, the other party quickly noticed his presence. After making eye contact, Lu Lin's face first showed shock, then quickly turned to embarrassment. Who would have thought that the brother he had met by chance at the concert yesterday would encounter him again at work? Of course, that in itself was not a big deal. However, this brother had witnessed his failure yesterday. But thinking about it, the guy was definitely not here to catch him. The only reason for appearing here was to check on the car. With that thought, a warm smile appeared on his face as he approached and said, "Wow, big brother. Ha, what a coincidence. Ah, it really can only be described as fate." While speaking, he had already come to Bai Yi's front, winking at him repeatedly. Seeing this, Bai Yi naturally understood that he was afraid he would say something inappropriate. In fact, even if Lu Lin hadn't hinted, he certainly wouldn't say anything. On one hand, he wasn't that bored. On the other hand, Bai Yi believed that young people today, especially men, faced a lot of pressure. Taking himself as an example, if it weren't for the system, he didn't think he would have a good life after returning to the small county. It would probably be about meeting a suitable woman through blind dates, then emptying all his savings to buy a house. Then he would start saving money, waiting for his parents to get older, and use the saved money to pay for medical expenses for both sets of parents. Many people lived such a life trajectory. In such circumstances, he was very happy to see someone who could take fewer detours and find alternative paths to save many years of struggle. So, in response to the other party's hint, Bai Yi quickly smiled and said, "I came to check on the car, and with you as a familiar face, I don't have to worry about discounts." "That's for sure, big brother. Look, this is the owner of this store, Zhang Yuan. With her here, you don't have to worry about discounts at all." Lu Lin was very emotionally intelligent. In just one sentence, he not only brought the topic back on track but also introduced his boss to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, who was standing by, cooperated well and smiled, saying, "Lu Lin's friend, then you're one of us. Just let me know which car you like, and I must give you a discount." "Ha, then I'll be polite with President Zhang." "Alright, you two take a look first, and if there's any news, let Lu Lin come to my office." With the sound of high heels clicking on the floor, the second floor showroom quickly left only Bai Yi and the other person. Turning to look at the relieved Lu Lin, he teased softly, "You kid are impressive, you can charm both young and old. Judging by your boss's appearance, she must be at least 35, right?" No, she's actually 34, and she doesn't have any kids yet." After giving him a thumbs up, Bai Yi sincerely said, "Alright, just for your boldness in going after your boss, you are definitely a talent." Ha ha ha. Lu Lin, who had been called out for pursuing his female boss, didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he appeared quite calm. "Whether I can win her over or not, I don't know. But Zhang is a good woman, worthy of a handsome guy like me." 6. Let's not talk about that anymore. Come on, big brother, little brother will show you around. Of course, he wasn't expecting Bai Yi to buy a car from him. Although he had previously made a deal with Zhang Yuan that if he sold a car today, they could go watch a movie together. The cars on the second floor of the Mercedes-Benz dealership were all priced at least 700,000 to 800,000. Lu Lin really didn't think that the big brother he had just met would have such financial strength. Maybe he was just here to take a casual look. The following events continued to unfold as he had anticipated. Under his guidance, Bai Yi first experienced the luxurious S400 sedan, then the G500, a rugged SUV that most men dream of owning, yet he remained indifferent throughout. By the end, his expression even showed clear disappointment. However, Lu Lin didn't think much of it. Anyone would feel disappointed when they encountered a car they liked but couldn't afford. Immediately, he comforted, "Big brother, don't be disappointed. You're better looking than me. Finding a rich woman should be a piece of cake. However, to his surprise, Bai Yi not only didn't feel comforted but rolled his eyes in response. What are you talking about? Having never entertained thoughts of wealthy women, he continued, but I am indeed very disappointed with your store. The space is not small, but there are too few cars, right? Where's the Maybach? Where's the AMG? That's right, he had actually come here with those two targets in mind. The former is ultra-luxurious under the Mercedes brand, while the latter represents extreme performance. But he had forgotten one thing: in a third-tier city, not only are there no stores for supercar brands like Ferrari, but high-end models from brands like BBA also rarely appear. This left Bai Yi quite troubled. Did he really have to go all the way to the capital to buy a car? Don't ask why he didn't go to the provincial capital. Not only is it farther away, but in the hearts of the people of Beihai, its priority is far below that of the capital in Tianjin. What was meant to be a complaint, however, sent a shiver down Lu Lin's spine. The young man from Beihai stood at attention. At this moment, he finally realized something was off. It turned out that this big brother's disappointment wasn't because the cars present were too expensive for him, but rather that they were too cheap. A big client. So, in shock, he tentatively asked, "Big brother, since we're familiar now, why don't you let me in on what car you're interested in?" G63, I suppose. This was Bai Yi's top priority. After all, he would mostly be staying in Longhua County. In small places, vehicles with higher ground clearance are easier to adapt to various road conditions. Moreover, looking across the entire north, aside from Dongshan province, which prefers cars like Passat or A6 with special attributes, most other places still prefer larger vehicles. This is particularly evident in the three northeastern provinces. The G500 currently in the showroom could meet this requirement. It was not cheap and had a good presence. But who said Bai Yi didn't want to pursue performance? G63. As a Mercedes salesperson, although he had never seen it in person, he was quite familiar with the prices and specifications. Knowing the price of this car was enough to buy several sports cars. As Lu Lin had a new understanding of Bai Yi's capabilities, he couldn't help but shake his head and exclaim, No wonder you could chase after a beauty like your sister-in-law." "What do you mean? Just because my sister-in-law is beautiful, you want to be friends with me?" "Of course not. I do want to be friends with you, but it's purely because of your personal charm." "Come on." Bai Yi didn't believe a word of what the other party said. He wasn't interested in such flattery and quickly changed the subject, asking, "Can you help me get a G63 in stock? If not, I'll just order one online." "Well, to be honest, big brother, the car you want is too expensive. I've never even seen one, but my boss should have resources in this area." Lu Lin made a gesture inviting him to follow and said, "Let's go ask my little brother." You have to admit, this kid's idea was quite reliable. After arriving at the office and explaining the purpose, Zhang Yuan casually picked up her phone to take a look and said, "In the capital, there is indeed a car that meets your requirements, but the price is a bit steep." "How much?" Bai Yi, already mentally prepared, remained calm. "That car is black on the outside and black on the inside, with a base price of 2.59 million, but it has quite a few options." Speaking about cars, she appeared very professional, showing Bai Yi photos on her phone while introducing, "Look at this matte black paint, the option costs 80,000, and the carbon fiber interior kit is 45,000, diamond pattern seats are 55,000, and just the carbon fiber steering wheel is over 10,000. Adding the purchase tax and other fees, the final price of this car will be at least around 3.6 million. Hearing the numbers she provided, Lu Lin, who was standing nearby, felt his legs go weak. That was nearly 4 million. Currently, the price of real estate in the center of CD City is just over 10,000 per square meter. This means the price of this car is enough to buy 4 houses that he had longed for but could never afford. As for Bai Yi, who was listening nearby, he appeared very calm. Spending 3.6 million on a car was indeed expensive, but he had the system to cover it, so there was nothing to fear. The key was that he knew this price was quite reasonable for a Mercedes G63. There wasn't even a markup. He remembered that last year, many people had to pay an extra several $100,000 just to buy a G500, not to mention the G63 in front of him. Of course, after careful consideration, Bai Yi found that he was quite satisfied with the car's color and options. If he were to order one from scratch, it would probably end up looking like this. Thinking of this, he curiously asked, "How long will it take for the car to arrive?" He really wants it? Zhang Yuan first looked at Lu Lin with confusion, wondering where this kid found such a wealthy friend. Then she spoke, "If you pay a 20% deposit now, I guarantee the car will arrive at the store within a week." "Alright, I'll swipe my card." Since he genuinely liked it, Bai Yi would definitely not be stingy with his money. So by the time he finished speaking, his bank card was already out. This left Lu Lin completely stunned. Big brother, so you really are a wealthy man? What wealthy man? I'm just middle class. Bai Yi, who had no intention of showing off, waved his hand casually and then looked at Zhang Yuan, saying, I'm risking it all for my little brother to go on a date with you, so you can't go back on your word. Zhang Yuan, who managed such a large 4S store, certainly couldn't be considered an ordinary person. After hearing Bai Ye's words, she realized that their previous conversation had been overheard. But he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he stood up and said generously, Ha, watching a movie with a handsome guy, I'm definitely not losing out. I won't go back on my word. Zhang, you're straightforward. Then I'll just go home and wait for the car to arrive. No problem. It's on me. After shaking hands with the other party, Bai Yi paid the deposit and signed the contract, preparing to head back. Before leaving the hotel, he only left a message for Lin Jianxin but didn't specify what he was doing. If she woke up and found he was gone, she would inevitably overthink things. Women, you can tease them, and you can grind them down, but you can never figure them out. Their thoughts are often more than you can imagine. Especially last night, Bai Yi had completely taken advantage of her. Soon, Bai Yi arrived by the car. At this moment, Lu Lin was still following behind, looking grateful as he said, Thanks, big brother. If this works out, you'll be like my reborn parents. Alright, it's not that serious. Heaven and earth can bear witness, he bought the G63 purely based on his own preferences. What he just said to Zhang Yuan was really just a joke, but clearly, this guy took it seriously. His current attitude towards Bai Yi could be described as deeply grateful. Anyway, big brother, you can rest assured, I know how to be grateful. You should be grateful to your married boss instead. Bye. A big man saying he knows how to be grateful made Bai Yi feel quite uncomfortable. He thought, isn't that something female streamers say to rich guys? So after saying that, he stepped on the gas and drove straight towards the hotel. Half an hour later, as soon as he opened the hotel room door, he felt someone crash into him. Clearly, Lin Jianxin had woken up. He instinctively pulled her into his arms and smiled. When did you wake up? About 10 minutes ago. Where did you go? Although she saw the message when she woke up, she still felt insecure. That's why she reacted so excitedly when Bai Yi returned. I went to buy myself a big toy. While explaining, Bai Yi gently stroked her hair and continued, Did you miss me? Cough. What does coughing mean? If you don't miss me, I'm leaving. Oh, no, I miss you, okay. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately felt displeased. What does miss me but it's not enough mean? What kind of attitude is that? Besides, he felt that the Lin Jianxin who was so good at sweet talk last night was acting very strangely now. However, before he could figure it out, he heard a burst of laughter from inside the room. Oh, I miss you but it's not enough, ha. Just say whether you missed him or not. Don't make it hard for Jianxin, I can testify, she really missed him. Hearing these voices, Bai Yi instantly understood that when he returned, Lin Jianxin was on the phone with her colleagues. This meant their conversation had been overheard. Damn, there's an assassin. After roaring in his heart, Bai Yi decisively hugged Lin Jianxin and walked into the room. Sure enough, on the bedside table, Lin Jianxin's phone displayed a group of women in white coats. Among them, Bai Yi had seen a few when he dropped her off at work last time. At this moment, Lin Jianxin had buried her head in his chest out of shyness, clearly preparing to just lie back and let her colleagues tease her. Fortunately, as a man, Bai Yi wasn't socially anxious. Until now, he had no intention of letting go of Lin Jianxin, and even said naturally, Family, do we look good? Next time when you all cuddle with your husbands, let me see too. Ha, I can't broadcast that scene when I'm cuddling with my husband. Anyway, it's one-on-one. I'll video call you tonight, so don't be shy. Exactly, looking won't cost you anything, and it's more fun. You've already called me family, how could I not show you? Which professions women are the least shy about these topics? They even throw around risque jokes. Bai Yi believes that doctors who have understood the mysteries of the human body during their school years are definitely among them. So, when a group of sisters invited Bai Yi to watch cuddling, he felt a bit embarrassed. At the same time, he had already recognized the reality that he couldn't compete with them. He didn't intend to linger on this topic and instead said, Since everyone is here, how about I fulfill my previous promise and treat you all to dinner tonight? This was something he had mentioned the first time they met at the hospital entrance. Upon hearing his words, the group was clearly very excited. After all, Lin Jianxin was the belle of their hospital, and now that someone had caught her attention, everyone actually wanted to get to know Bai Yi better. However, after checking their work schedules, everyone fell silent. Doctors, especially those in the emergency department, have very little free time, and with shifts and other commitments, it was impossible for them to reach a consensus. Helpless, the leader, Huang Yali, could only shrug and say, Let's put this meal on hold. we all have to work. By the way, Jinshin said you've been back for a few days, don't you have to work? In fact, Lin Jinshin often talked to her about Bai Yi, but the discussions were mostly about personality or relationships. They had never really talked about his work. From Huang Yali's perspective, it's quite rare for someone in this age group to have such a long vacation. Me? I've already retired, Bai Yi replied honestly. Retired? How old are you this year? 30. Then how did you retire? Our retirement age just got extended by 5 years. When this question came up, everyone present felt a bit off. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Bai Yi felt a bit reluctant to burst their bubble and smiled as he said, Don't ask, I just retired. Hey, there's a way to retire early, but you won't tell us. Eating alone. Come on, tell us, I want to retire early too. Faced with everyone's inquiries, even Lin Jinshin in his arms couldn't help but become curious. Come on, tell us, I want to know too. Sigh, I really can't deal with you all. With a smile on his face, Bai Yi said lightly, the prerequisite for retirement is to have enough years of service and pay the full pension, right? Right. So if I don't care about that little pension, can't I just step out of the 3 realms and not be bound by the 5 elements? How about that? Isn't early retirement quite simple? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the people on the other side of the video call changed. They looked increasingly uncomfortable. Here they were, humbly asking for advice on how to retire early, and he casually mentioned not caring about that little pension to retire early? Talk about infuriating. The key was that what he said was indeed true. In this day and age, those who can lie flat at 30 either have come to terms with life, choosing not to buy a car or a house, or even planning to get married, or they have made enough money at a young age to achieve financial freedom. From Bai Ye's words, it was easy to discern that he belonged to the latter. So soon, with Huang Yali saying, You're really infuriating, just wait until it's your turn to treat, I'll make sure to get you back. The video call was quickly ended. Lin Jinshin, who had been nestled in his arms, finally dared to lift her head and asked, Are you really retired? Retired? Yes, I'm not joking about that. Without the system, he might have opened a shop in the county town to support his family. But now, Bai Yi just wanted to enjoy the rest of his life. Working was out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. Well, if you ever need money, just tell me. I've saved a little over the years. Ha, I won't be polite with you. Listening to her soft-spoken words, Bai Yi felt deeply moved, but he wouldn't do something foolish like showing her his bank balance. Of course, he would never actually spend Lin Jinshin's money. He always believed that as long as they weren't married, it was better to keep financial entanglements to a minimum. He didn't know how many once inseparable young couples had parted ways over such issues. After lingering in the hotel for a while, the two finally checked out. Today was the last day of her vacation, and they certainly couldn't waste it all in the hotel. The key point was that it was useless in the hotel anyway. Lin Jinshin was almost crying and begging him for mercy. Thus, throughout the day, their figures appeared in the streets and alleys of CD City. They had local specialty lamb soup and baked pancakes, and also enjoyed almond milk made by artisans. They visited attractions like the Summer Resort and the Twin Towers. It's worth mentioning that although Bai Yi had been to these places as a local, the perspective during a date was definitely different, making everything seem so beautiful and splendid. Overall, Lin Jinshin's 2-day vacation was fulfilling and meaningful. Bai Yi also gained a lot. At least his previously inflated and restless heart had now completely settled down. It made him realize that as long as the mindset was right, there were beautiful sceneries everywhere in life. Take it slow, and everything would get better. It wasn't until near evening that Bai Yi sent Lin Jinshin back home. Because her mother was at home, he didn't go upstairs for dinner but drove straight to his old house. His parents were quite attentive to their house. Every couple of days, they would ask him to go on site and take some photos to supervise the progress in this way. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi appeared in the yard and met up with Xiao Jia. You're here. Yeah, my parents are curious again, so I came to take some photos for them. Just take them casually. Our progress is pretty good. Nodding in agreement, Bai Yi took out his phone and started snapping pictures. The old house was still in a state of disarray. Even the roof had been completely lifted, with no less than 7 or 8 workers busy inside. After completing his parents' task, Bai Yi turned to ask, Are these workers all under you? They don't look very young. Yeah, the youngest is already 50. It's hard to find work outside, so they can only follow me. Speaking of this, Xiao Jia also felt a lot of pressure. There were people relying on her for their livelihood, and it wasn't just one person. Well, I see they're working hard. Let's raise their wages and also improve the meals, ensuring every meal has fish and meat. You better think it through. That's quite a bit of money. I've thought it through. Let's do it. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run fast, you have to let it eat grass. Although he believed that with Xiao Jia around, he didn't have to worry too much about the quality of the house. Relying solely on that wasn't enough. Additionally, raising wages and improving meals seemed to require spending a lot of money. But all the expenses Bai Yi incurred on this house were doubled back by the system. In simple terms, the more he spent, the more he got back. The workers present might make a small profit, but Bai Yi would forever stand in a position of substantial gain. Seeing his determination, Xiao Jia didn't try to persuade him further. Instead, she excitedly ran over to announce the news to the workers. After that, the workers clearly worked even harder. However, upon returning, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my memory. I almost forgot that my parents wanted me to bring you home for dinner after meeting you. Are we going today? I'll call them to start preparing now. The market is just downstairs, so it's convenient." "Alright then." Speaking of which, Bai Ye's childhood friends' parents were all quite good to him. No matter whose house he went to when he was young, it felt like home, with plenty of good food and drink. Now that he was back, it was only right to visit them. Of course, he definitely couldn't go empty-handed. At 6:30 in the evening, Bai Yi arrived at Xiao Jia's neighborhood, carrying bags of various sizes. As he walked towards the house, he listened to her introduction. According to her, after the divorce, he had brought his parents to live with him. This way, he could take better care of them, and they could cook for him and tidy up the house. It was a win-win situation. Bai Yi fully agreed with his approach. At least with his parents around, he, a busy bachelor, wouldn't live in a messy place. However, as they chatted and walked out of the elevator, they found Xiao Jia's parents standing outside, looking at them eagerly. Next to them was a fully packed supermarket shopping bag, clearly just bought groceries. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi smiled and greeted, "Uncle Xiao, Auntie, I'm here to join you for dinner." The elderly couple exchanged glances, looking somewhat awkward. They had intended to invite Bai Yi for a meal to thank him for helping their son regain his life and helping him out of the shadow of divorce. But now, because the hallway lights were a bit dim, Xiao Jia didn't notice their strange expressions. As they walked towards the door, she said, "Didn't you say you could unlock with your fingerprints? Why aren't you going inside?" "Sigh, we can unlock with our fingerprints, but not going in is for other reasons." "Ha, what other reasons could there be?" It's Xiaowei who's back." Upon hearing the name Xiaowei, Xiao Jia froze on the spot. After a moment, she asked with red eyes, "So, she's the one at home who drove you out?" This Xiaowei was, of course, her ex-wife. Seeing his daughter's expression, Xiao Jia's father quickly said, No, it's us who." But before he could finish, Xiao Jia, with red eyes, had already rushed to the door. The way she was acting, it seemed she was ready to go in and confront her ex-wife. Fortunately, after analyzing the situation, Bai Yi had been keeping an eye on her, so before the door opened, he stepped forward and pulled her back. "Don't be impulsive, you can't fight." "No way, I used to be weak, letting her act like a tyrant in my house. Now that we're divorced, she still dares to come and drive my parents out." Xiao Jia really thought so. If he had to describe his life over the past few years in 2 words, it would be weak. His income was fully handed over, he scrimped and saved to give his pocket money to his parents, and he was constantly scolded by his ex-wife. After finally seeing everything clearly, he mustered the courage to get a divorce. Although he felt sad about it, the greater feeling was that he had been reborn. But now that woman had appeared again, and even drove his parents out, how could he not be impulsive? To be fair, Bai Yi understood his feelings very well. If he were in such a situation, he probably wouldn't be able to resist giving the other party a few hard slaps. He turned his head to glance at the 2 elderly people behind him, their faces filled with worry, and continued, "If there's a problem, we solve it. We're having a good life, let's not create trouble for ourselves. The most important thing is, don't let your parents worry." Upon hearing this last sentence, Xiao Jia was momentarily taken aback, and his emotions cleared up significantly. Indeed, he had received a big job from Bai Yi and had finally fulfilled his wish to have his parents live together. Compared to before, wasn't this a good life? So, after a few deep breaths, he said seriously, "You're right, I absolutely cannot make a move. That's the right mindset. As for what you say once you go in, that's your freedom." He knew very well that even if they calmed down, a verbal argument between the two was inevitable. Soon, Xiao Jia opened the door. Bai Yi was seeing Huang Weiwei again after several years. The last time they met was at Xiao Jia's wedding. Back then, she wore a smile for everyone, unlike now, where she sat coldly on the sofa, staring at Xiao Jia, the flesh on her chubby face trembling with each breath. To be honest, just by looking at her, one could tell that this woman was very difficult to get along with. The saying "the face reflects the heart" was quite appropriate in many cases. Just as Bai Yi had anticipated, as soon as they entered the room, the argument began immediately. Xiao Jia, taking the lead, stepped forward and pointed at her, saying, "Huang Weiwei, who told you to come to my house?" "Your house? This is my house too." Huang Weiwei showed no awareness that she was already divorced and continued with righteous indignation, "How many times have I told you not to let your parents live here? You just treat it like the wind blowing past your ears? Are you out of your mind? We're already divorced. If I want my parents to live here, who are you to stop me? Hearing this, Huang Weiwei remained unfazed. It's true we're divorced, but aren't you curious why I'm here today? I'm not curious because you're here for no good reason. Forget it, let me be clear, I'm here to remarry you. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Their thoughts were almost unanimous. It's only been a few days since the divorce, and she comes here, acting all high and mighty about remarrying? It seemed as if her remarrying Xiao Jia was a kind of charity to the Xiao family. But regardless of what others thought, she, lost in her own world, continued. But about remarrying, I have a few demands. Go ahead and say. Xiao Jia was so angry he almost laughed, but he still held back his fury, wanting to hear what outrageous demands she could come up with. First, after we remarry, this house must be transferred to my name. As a girl, I need some security, right? What else? Second, your parents must move out immediately. I don't want to deal with in-law issues. Keep going. Third, your income still has to be handed over like before. This one is non-negotiable. The last demand was stated with particular seriousness. She had heard at her family home that Xiao Jia had taken on a big job, and this time he could earn quite a bit of money. If she didn't firmly control it, the money would likely all be spent on his parents. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia finally couldn't hold back. He looked at her as if she were a fool and said, Huang Weiwei, I advise you to wake up. I can't accept any of your conditions, and there's no way I'm remarrying you. What do you mean by that? Huang Weiwei clearly didn't expect that after taking the initiative to come over, the answer she received would be like this. However, she didn't think much of it and even tried to justify herself. These demands of mine are just to give myself some security. I'm not really after your money. As soon as she said this, Bai Yi, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This girl really is something else. She keeps insisting that she doesn't care about money, yet her words never stray far from it. To put it bluntly, the reason these two ended up in a divorce is fundamentally about money. But now that they were all in the living room, his laughter was particularly noticeable. It also made Huang Weiwei fix her gaze on him, saying, Oh, I see. I was wondering how Xiao Jia changed so much. Turns out he learned bad habits from friends like you. He has indeed changed a lot, but he hasn't changed as much as you have. Bai Yi looked at her and said lightly, I remember you used to be a pretty good girl, not like now, so obsessed with profit. This wasn't just him talking nonsense. He remembered when Xiao Jia had just gotten married, their group of childhood friends was still praising him for finding a good wife. Generous, kind, and good in every aspect. From this, it can be seen that time really is a butcher's knife. It not only ages people but can also cause a complete transformation in one's character. You are Bai Yi? After staring blankly for a moment, Huang Weiwei tentatively asked, It's rare that you still remember me, your old friend. I remember when you got married, I gave the biggest red envelope. He casually reminisced about the past, and an unnatural expression appeared on Huang Weiwei's face as she listened. But no matter how she felt, Bai Yi continued, This is my buddy's family matter. I actually don't want to get involved, but he's an honest man and not good with words. I heard that you didn't let my buddy give money to his parents for medical treatment, and when you found out they were his parents, you changed your tune? Aren't you just bullying an honest person? Compared to the argument between Xiao Jia and the other party, Bai Yi's words were clearly more impactful. Huang Weiwei felt a bit ashamed and lowered her head. After all, what he said was indeed something she had done. If it were in her own home, she wouldn't think much of it, but now that it had reached Bai Yi's ears, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Well, everyone has a bit of pride, especially people from small places. What they fear most is having their dirty laundry aired for all to see. So, after thinking for a while, she began to defend herself. I thought he was lying to me. After all, his parents are in pretty good health. Do you believe that yourself? I believe. If you really believed it, why are you stuttering? Bai Yi wasn't a fool. How could he believe such nonsense? You can fool your trusting family, but don't fool yourself. Why do you have to speak so harshly? You think this is harsh? His smile grew wider as he continued. Let's be honest. You came here today to talk to Xiao Jia about remarrying because you're out of money, right? After spending these days together, he was clear about the situation of their divorce. He knew how their assets were divided. The house they were in belonged to Xiao Jia, and the savings, which amounted to about 100,000, all went to Huang Weiwei. In comparison, it seemed like Xiao Jia had gained. But it wasn't that simple. This house was something Xiao Jia had bought in full before the marriage, with the whole family's effort. Strictly speaking, it definitely belonged to him as premarital property. Yet he was still willing to give all the savings to her, as a final act of kindness. On the day of the divorce, Bai Yi had heard some things. He knew how resolute Huang Weiwei was about the divorce. So now that she wants to remarry, there's only one reasonable explanation: she's out of money and can't survive. Upon hearing this, Huang Weiwei reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, for bristling as she exclaimed, "What does it matter to you whether I remarry Xiao Jiao or not? Why do you have to meddle?" "See, you're getting anxious," Bai Yi said with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. "If I'm wrong, just prove it. You have mobile banking, right? Show me your balance. Let's see how much of the divorce settlement is left." I won't show you." Her tone was clearly lacking confidence. There was no way around it. Just as Bai Yi said, she was indeed out of money. Her father's medical expenses, including treatment and surgery, had cost over 100,000, and most of it couldn't be reimbursed. Of course, this didn't mean that health insurance was bad. It was just that she had been trying to keep up appearances, insisting on the highest standards for everything. After finally getting her father discharged from the hospital, her troublesome younger brother borrowed 50,000 from her under the pretext of doing business. But ever since she lent him the money, he hadn't returned home. After some inquiries, she found out he was now in the city with his girlfriend, living a lavish lifestyle. In this situation, Huang Weiwei understood that she probably wouldn't get the money back. Plus, she hadn't worked at all in recent years. Aside from serving plates at a restaurant, she had no life skills whatsoever. So after much contemplation, she ended up at the door today asking for a remarriage. However, these things she absolutely couldn't say out loud. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Let me say it again, this is between me and Xiao Jia." "Alright then, buddy, you say it yourself." "Remarry? Absolutely not. It's impossible to remarry in this lifetime." Xiao Jia was honest, but being honest didn't mean he lacked intelligence. After giving a resolute answer, he added, "I've finally gained my freedom. All I want to do now is shout, 'Farewell, cage.'" "Ha, that's not wrong. We're not lacking anywhere. Finding an understanding 18-year-old girl is a piece of cake." "Absolutely." Their words were quite reckless, but neither felt anything wrong. Especially Xiao Jia's parents, who had been silent on the side, looked at their spirited son with only relief in their hearts. Ever since Xiao Jia got married, there had been no light in his eyes. All he faced was the daily grind of making money and then coming home to endure various complaints. Fortunately, that spark in their son had returned. Although he was divorced and single now, he was still young and had the ability to earn money. Finding a new partner wouldn't be difficult. But where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Huang Weiwei was now feeling a bit overwhelmed. What she thought was a sure thing for remarriage had now gone off track. She wanted to turn and leave, but due to her circumstances, she had to awkwardly stand there. In the end, it was Xiao Jia's father who stepped forward and said, "Xiao Wei, you've divorced my son, but you need to look forward and not dwell on the past. It's getting late. You should head home." "Dad, I really want to remarry him. Whether you want to or not is irrelevant. My son doesn't want to." After a pause, his expression turned serious. "Before this, no matter how poorly you treated us, I never said anything harsh to you. But if you don't leave now, I'll have to call the police." Parents often make it hard for their children. Even if they feel wronged, they choose to endure. This was also the reason they had just been kicked out. But now that her own child has clearly stated that they won't remarry, what is there to be polite about? Do they really think that the elderly have no tempers? Who wasn't a hot-headed young person in their youth? After such words, Huang Weiwei left, looking back 3 times. Before closing the door, she said, "Xiao Jia, think it over again, I'll wait for your news." However, no one paid her any mind. Once the door was shut, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Uncle Xiao, that aura just now, does it remind you of your younger days?" "Oh, you've heard my story?" "Of course, my dad has told me plenty about how you drove big trucks and faced robbers with knives, charging at them with a pickaxe all by yourself." "Ha ha ha, a hero doesn't talk about past bravery. I don't have that ability anymore." Speaking of his glorious deeds from his youth, his face was filled with nostalgia, but he continued, "However, my cooking skills are quite good now. I'm going to stir-fry some dishes, and later we can have a good drink together." "All right." After agreeing readily, the Xiao family quickly got busy. Only Bai Yi became idle. Of course, he didn't insist on helping. Instead, he happily sat on the sofa. Just as Bai Yi took out his phone to scroll through videos to pass the time, he received a voice message from Li Sisi. He clicked on it, and Li Yuqing's sweet voice came through. "Brother, you haven't come home for 2 days, and my mom is very worried. She's been looking into your yard, so I quietly wanted to ask you, how much longer are you going to mess around outside?" Listening to the voice from the phone, Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle, but for a moment, he also felt a bit guilty. After all, the reason he didn't come home yesterday was indeed because he was messing around. However, that was just a fleeting thought. Facing the little girl's question, he quickly sent a voice message back, saying, "Don't worry about whether your mom is anxious or not. Little Yuqing, what did you just call me?" "Brother." think carefully about what you should call me. Ever since the kindergarten sports day, this little girl had been calling him Daddy. So now, with the change, Bai Yi really felt a bit unaccustomed. Therefore, he thought it necessary to correct this mistake. After a brief silence, the other party sent another message. This time, Li Yuqing's sweet voice had a hint of stealth. Daddy, I can only call you that quietly, otherwise, Mom will scold me. Ha ha ha, Yuqing is really good. I'll go back later and bring you a gift. Meanwhile, in the Guanshan Villa area, hearing Bai Yi say he would come back later and bring her a gift, Li Yuqing, who had been secretly playing with her mom's phone, immediately beamed with joy. Without caring about anything else, she hurriedly ran towards the kitchen with her phone in hand. While running, she shouted, Mom, my dad said he would come back later. Ah. Li Sisi, who was busy in the kitchen, paused for a moment, then turned around and said, You were secretly playing with my phone again. How many times have I told you not to call him Dad? You should call him brother. Your Bai Yi brother isn't married yet. If you keep calling him that, will he still find a girlfriend? Oh. After being scolded, Li Yuqing immediately turned and ran away. Leaving Li Sisi standing in the kitchen, looking at the dishes in the pot, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Although she was scolding her, she had to admit that after hearing the news that Bai Yi would be coming back today, she was genuinely quite happy. This emotion was complex. Li Sisi couldn't quite pinpoint the exact reason. Perhaps it was just not wanting to lose a friend. Living in a small county town is like this. Young people with ideals and ambitions are all running out. Many excellent people like Bai Yi have settled in big cities, so she really worried that her neighbor, friend, and yoga student might quietly leave. And once they left, it would be for a long time. Now, on Bai Yi's side, after waiting for about half an hour, the dining table at the Xiao family was filled with fine wine and delicious dishes. After taking their seats, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle Zhao's cooking is amazing. It looks like I need to come over more often for meals. Ha ha ha, it's all family here. If there's anything you want to eat, just let me know anytime. Then I definitely can't be polite with you. That's the spirit. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Jia had already filled everyone's wine glasses. The next moment, Uncle Xiao raised his glass and looked at Bai Yi, saying, I've watched you grow up. You were different from others when you were a kid, and I knew you would achieve great things. Now that you've returned in glory, Uncle Xiao is happy for you, but my ability is limited, so I can only host you simply at home. Also, the work you gave to Xiao Jia is like giving him a lifeline, otherwise, our family would be struggling. Come on, Bai Yi, let me toast to you. His words were filled with genuine emotion, causing Auntie and Xiao Jia beside him to have red eyes. The divorce had taken away all their savings. Life for the family was certainly not easy, but with Bai Yi's help, which was at least worth hundreds of thousands, their situation had improved. Although with this relationship, Xiao Jia wouldn't be able to earn a lot of money. As long as he stayed busy, there would be no pressure to make a living in this small county. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi stood up from his chair. No, Uncle Xiao, I can't take such great credit. You sit down and drink. If I say you have it, then you have it. As he finished speaking, he clinked his glass with Bai Yi's and took a big gulp of liquor. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi could only drink along and had to drink more than the elders. However, in his heart, he still felt he didn't deserve such credit. When he decided to renovate the old house, Bai Yi did intend to help Xiao Jia, but that was based on him being the contractor. Moreover, even if he really helped, it was still far from enough. After all, it was just a friend who was willing to cash out and lend him money during a difficult time. Helping out under such conditions was only natural. So after putting down his glass, Bai Yi quickly added, Uncle Xiao, Auntie, I grew up alongside Xiao Jia. It's only right for us to help each other. I don't believe that if it were me, you wouldn't help me. So, don't take these things to heart. In fact, his relationship with Xiao Jia was not as simple as just growing up together. They had played together since childhood. Bai Yi watched his first adult film at Zhao's house. That VCD was actually Uncle Zhao's. In short, given the deep friendship between the two, there was no need to express gratitude. Saying it would only make things feel distant. Bai Yi is right, we are buddies, and some things are just understood. Mom and Dad, don't overthink it, Xiao Jia chimed in, understanding his thoughts. Alright, we won't interfere in your brotherly matters. Come on, let's drink. The family feast lasted for more than an hour. By the end, Uncle Xiao was drunk, and Xiao Jia was also tipsy. Even Auntie couldn't help but drink a little and was now resting on the sofa. Even Bai Yi, who had a very good alcohol tolerance, felt a bit dizzy now. It might be because he recalled many things from his childhood, which amplified the effects of the alcohol. However, even so, he chose not to stay and instead found a designated driver to take him home. There was no way around it. Even when drunk, Bai Yi always remembered his promise to Li Yuqing that he would return home later. Yet, he still overestimated his condition. Not long after the car set off, Bai Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, had already fallen into a deep sleep. At 9 p.m. in the Guanchanyu Villa area, Li Yuqing rubbed her somewhat hazy eyes and looked at Li Sisi, who still had no intention of resting, and said, "Mom, go to sleep, don't wait for that big pig hoof." "What nonsense are you talking about? You sleep, I'm just handling some matters here." She said this, but her occasional glances out the window betrayed her. Just then, a light appeared outside, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a car approaching. Realizing something, Li Sisi immediately got up from the sofa, walking outside while saying, "You go to sleep first, I'll go take a look." After dropping this line, she dashed out. Li Yuqing was left helplessly saying, "Sigh, a mother who speaks one way and feels another. What can I do with you?" Quickly arriving outside the villa, Li Sisi saw Bai Yi's car parked next door. Just as she felt a bit happy, she noticed a stranger getting out of the car. Curiously, she asked, "Who are you? Where's Bai Yi?" "Hello, I'm the designated driver. The Bai Yi you mentioned is the owner of this car. He got drunk and fell asleep in the passenger seat." "Are you his family?" "Family, I suppose so." Since her daughter called him dad, it wasn't unreasonable to consider herself family. However, compared to this notion, she was more worried about the drunk Bai Yi, so she quickly went to the passenger side and, with the help of the designated driver, managed to lift the dazed Bai Yi out of the car. Before long, the designated driver sped away on his electric bike, leaving Li Sisi, who was struggling to support Bai Yi, standing there feeling awkward. She realized she didn't know the password to Bai Yi's house. How was she supposed to get him home? Helpless, she looked at his face, which was so close, and said, "Bai Yi, wake up. What's your home password?" Trying to take advantage of me being drunk to ask for my bank card password?" "I won't tell you, I won't tell." The drunken Bai Yi still had some reaction, but his response was completely off topic, and he ended up singing a little tune. This left Li Sisi feeling a bit troubled. After pondering outside for a moment, she gritted her teeth and mustered the strength to lead him toward her own house. That's right, she planned to let Bai Yi stay at her place for the night. Fortunately, her house was also a villa. While there weren't many rooms, there were still some empty ones. However, due to Bai Yi's weight, by the time Li Sisi got into the bed in the guest room on the first floor, she was already drenched in sweat. Still, she endured her fatigue, helped Bai Yi take off his coat and shoes, and thoughtfully placed a glass of water by the bedside. After everything was settled, she didn't rush to leave. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the sleeping Bai Yi, her mind filled with various thoughts. Is it really okay to let a man stay at home when I've only known him for a short time? But he's such a nice person, and he looks so charming. Speaking of which, the smell of alcohol he had when he was talking just now was quite pleasant. I can't think about this anymore. The more she thought, the more absurd it became, and Li Sisi realized she couldn't continue down this path. She immediately turned around and left without looking back. But after taking a shower and lying down in her own room, her heart still couldn't find peace. There was no way around it. Who told her that right below her was a man of such size? Gradually, her gaze towards the ceiling became hazy. Well, occasionally rewarding myself shouldn't be a problem. The next morning, Bai Yi woke up leisurely after a good night's sleep. Before he even opened his eyes, he sensed something was off. In his memory, his blanket had no fragrance, but now, a scent of lavender lingered at the tip of his nose. To be honest, it was quite pleasant. So Bai Yi found himself a bit reluctant to leave this cozy bed. However, when he finally opened his eyes and was met with a very unfamiliar environment, that feeling turned into panic. He clearly remembered that he had gone home yesterday. The ride-hailing order on his phone could prove it. At the same time, Bai Yi was certain that this was definitely not his home. And looking at the pink bedding all around, it was highly likely that this was a girl's place. Damn, am I going to be a corpse picked up? But my clothes are still on. Whether it was true or not, he had to check. So he quickly put on his shoes and quietly opened the door. It was at that moment that Bai Yi finally felt relieved. He had been to Li Sisi's house more than once and was quite familiar with it. Although he didn't know why he had slept here, as long as it wasn't some unknown woman who had picked him up, that was good news. He took out his phone to check the time and found it was already 8 a.m. Knowing that Li Sisi had probably gotten dressed by now, Bai Yi headed upstairs. Faintly, he could hear someone moving around above. But when he reached the second floor and looked towards the small living room, he was completely stunned. At that moment, Li Sisi was sitting on the sofa in the living room. In front of her was a large sock storage box, and in her hands, she held various colored stockings. Red, white, yellow, green, blue, everything was there. Li Sisi, who had been there all along, had actually heard him coming upstairs from the very beginning. At first, she felt a bit shy. After all, she had been thinking about him last night. But that feeling was fleeting. After all, besides the heavens and the earth, only she knew about it. So when Bai Yi appeared, she naturally smiled and greeted him. "You're awake, little brother. You fell asleep in the car last night, and I didn't know your home password, so I could only bring you back home. How did you sleep? Well, I slept very well. Hearing Baye's somewhat awkward response, Li Sisi found it a bit strange. When she followed his gaze and looked down, she finally realized. In an instant, a feeling of shame spread throughout her body. Yes, she was indeed a fervent enthusiast of stockings, finding them very comfortable to wear. So even when wearing long pants, she would wear a pair underneath. This had led to her having many at home, and she often had to organize them. But this was her private matter. She had never let anyone see it, let alone a big man like Baye. Yet, faced with Baye's peculiar gaze, she completely forgot to put them away and instead, almost unconsciously said, "Do you like them? How about I give you some? Give me? You want to give me some? Am I, Baye, in your eyes like this?" He could only say, she really had a keen eye. After blinking, he shyly asked, "Really giving? I don't want any that have been worn." Finally fully awake, Li Sisi's entire face turned red. She hurriedly put away the stockings in her hands while rolling her eyes, saying with a charming tone, "I take you as my little brother, and you want my stinky socks? Otherwise, how can I be a stinky little brother? Oh no, I won't talk to you anymore." Li Sisi, unable to withstand it any longer, simply pretended to be dead. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Yuqing's voice came from the side, "Mom, I'm awake." "Huh, brother, Dad, you're here too?" Baye, knowing that joking around should be done in moderation, stepped forward, picked up the little girl, pinched her cheek, and smiled. "Good morning, little Yuqing. It's the weekend today, why are you up so early? Do you want to go back to sleep for a bit?" No, I'm afraid if I wake up, there will be a little brother." "A little brother?" Hearing this, Baye burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Li Sisi, already feeling embarrassed, felt even more ashamed upon hearing this. She immediately put on a serious face and said, "Li Yuqing, what are you talking about?" "Well, I didn't say anything wrong. My classmates told me that because he stayed at his grandma's house for a while, when he came back, there was a little brother at home. So if you don't want a little brother, you have to keep a close eye on you guys. Right, Dad?" "Wrong." Baye decisively denied her statement and continued, "The process of making a little brother is very long, so you can rest assured." After all, he still had to learn yoga with Li Sisi, and he didn't want this little light bulb following him around. It wasn't that he had any improper thoughts about her mother, but many yoga poses would definitely make him feel very embarrassed in front of a child. As it turned out, his words carried a lot of weight in Li Yuqing's heart. Not only did she believe him, but she also obediently returned to the ground, yawning as she walked towards her bedroom, saying, then I'll sleep a bit more." Soon, the living room on the second floor returned to silence. Li Sisi, feeling apologetic and a bit shy, said, "I'm sorry, the child talks nonsense, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's fine, the little one just wants to monopolize Mom and Dad's love. What bad intentions could there be?" That was completely the truth. Baye himself was an only child and had firmly opposed his parents' idea of having a second child when he was young. However, this statement made Li Sisi think a bit more. A child wanting to monopolize Mom and Dad's love? Wait, did this kid really think of himself as my daughter's dad? Her face instantly turned even redder, and she felt a heat rising all over her body. Realizing she couldn't continue on this topic, she quickly stood up and changed the subject, saying, "You must be hungry, wait a moment, I'll go cook. After we finish eating, we'll start yoga." With that, she ran downstairs as if escaping. Baye, standing behind, looked at her graceful figure and suddenly thought of a question. This woman, Li Sisi, must have a huge contrast, right? On the surface, she was gentle and righteous, and she could cook well, but the charm that was deeply ingrained in her bones couldn't be hidden at all. It's just a pity that he couldn't see this contrast for now. Lost in thought, Baye turned around and went back home to wash up. He had drunk a lot of alcohol yesterday, and although he didn't feel a headache or any other discomfort due to the system's physical enhancement, the smell of alcohol on him was still a bit pungent. When Baye finished washing up and changed his clothes, he returned to find a sumptuous breakfast already laid out on the dining table at Li Sisi's home. Li Yuqing, who had taken a nap, was eagerly looking at him, saying, "Dad, come quickly, I'm so hungry." Coming. As he spoke, Baye, like a magician, pulled out a fairy wand from behind. "Little Yuqing, the gift I promised you yesterday is a bit late, don't blame me, okay? Wow, it's so beautiful." Compared to the yo-yo he had given her before, Li Yuqing clearly liked this gift much more. Holding it tightly in his arms, she said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, Daddy. Yuqing won't blame you. That's good, play with it." As he spoke, Baye naturally sat down at the dining table. Speaking of which, this gift was something he had brought back from a concert. However, because it was too cute, it seemed a bit out of place in his home as a grown man. just right to fulfill the promise he made last night. Listening to their conversation, Li Sisi smiled and said, "Just indulge her, sending so many gifts, she'll be spoiled sooner or later. So what? We have the means. As the saying goes, raise daughters with wealth, raise sons with hardship." At this stage, little girls are so adorable. Bai Yi thought there was nothing wrong with giving a few gifts. The key was that they weren't anything expensive. Breakfast quickly progressed to halfway, and while Bai Yi was scrolling through Douyin as a form of electronic entertainment, he suddenly came across a video of someone ice skating. At that moment, he felt a little excited. He remembered that during almost every winter weekend in his childhood, he spent time on the ice, riding ice scooters, playing ice games. During the new year, he would even use firecrackers to blow up the ice, which was quite fun. Now, in November, the lowest temperature in Longhua County was already around -10 degrees, and the ice on the river had long since solidified. With nothing to do, why not go play a bit? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he quickly looked up and asked, "Sister, are you going to the classroom today?" "Not until the evening." "Why?" As a yoga studio owner who had started her own business, her schedule was quite flexible. She had quite a few students, but the teaching hours were basically just 1 or 2 hours in the evening. "So that means you can spend the whole day with me?" "With you?" Li Sisi was slightly taken aback, then playfully scolded, "The child is still here. Watch your words." "Ha, I meant time." "Oh, time. What else?" His face was filled with innocence as he said, "It's just that little Yuching has the weekend off, and staying at home all the time isn't good. I just want to take you both out to have some fun." He definitely wouldn't say it was because he still had a childlike heart and wanted to play but needed someone to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Li Sisi secretly pinched herself. She was punishing herself for forgetting that Baiye's mouth was always like this, able to turn a good thing into something that made people blush. Meanwhile, Li Yuching, who was eating heartily, decisively put down her chopsticks and exclaimed with delight, "So, Daddy is going to take me out to play? Well, that still needs your mother's approval. Mom, hurry up and say something." Seeing her daughter's eager eyes, Li Sisi had no choice but to gently nod. "Then it's up to your brother to take us out to play." Speaking of which, yesterday, Teacher Wang from kindergarten sent a message in the group saying she wanted to take the kids for a parent-child activity and record a video to send to the group. Now we don't have to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Li Yuching immediately became excited. At the same time, she stretched out a hand to high-five Bai Yi. "Yay, we're going out to play." Once the outing was confirmed, the three of them quickly sped up their eating. After about 10 minutes, Li Yuching was already bundled up tightly in her down jacket by her mother. Next, they naturally had to wait for Li Sisi to change clothes. However, before going to the cloakroom, she took away the storage box filled with various stockings right in front of Bai Yi. It was clear that she was going to wear them today, but when she arrived at the cloakroom and was about to take out a black pair, she suddenly remembered Bai Yi's stunned expression when he saw her holding the socks in the living room. She recalled that one was gray, right? As she pondered, Li Sisi put the black socks back and switched to gray. He should prefer this color, right? Whether going far away or just outside the door, people's moods are always cheerful when they go out to play. This is especially evident in children. When Li Yuching learned she was going out to play, and that it was to go ice skating, her little face nearly blossomed with joy. To help her release her excitement and avoid getting tired before even reaching the ice, Bai Yi had to take out the karaoke microphone from the ideal car. This also meant that throughout the journey, the little girl's singing never stopped. It's worth mentioning that before heading to the ice, Bai Yi first arrived at the old house at home. To go ice skating, one needs an ice sled. Fortunately, his parents had always taken great care of his belongings, and even the ice sled he made in middle school was kept intact in the storage room. Although the yard was quite messy now, it wasn't hard to find. When he said goodbye to Xiao Jia, who was supervising, and returned to the car, Li Sisi curiously asked, "Is this also your house?" "It's my parents' house. It's being renovated. Living so close to your parents is really nice." Hearing this, Bai Yi felt a bit strange and curiously asked, "From what you said, do you live far from your parents? Where is your home?" "Well, it's just very, very far." "Ah, is your hometown not in Longhua County?" When it came to family matters, Li Sisi seemed reluctant to say much and quickly fell silent. But this only made Bai Yi more curious. A single mother with a child, whose hometown is not in Longhua County, what could be the reason for her to settle here? However, since she didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't keep pressing. After all, everyone, including him, has pasts they prefer not to mention. If he wanted to know, he can only discover it gradually through future interactions. At 9 o'clock in the morning, as Bai Yi turned the car onto a small road outside the county, the view for the three in the car suddenly opened up. In the distance was a mountain that was once full of trees in his childhood but was now bare. At the foot of the mountain, under the sunlight, the ice surface sparkled as a few people moved forward. The ice here was very wide and very clean. This puzzled Bai Yi, as this place was a skating paradise passed down through generations of local children. But after thinking it over, he felt relieved. Nowadays, every child who has entered elementary school has a smartphone. Even if they don't have a phone, they will have a smartwatch. The things they play with are completely different from his generation. Moments later, after parking the car by the river, Bai Yi quickly took the ice sled out of the trunk and placed it on the ice, turning around with a smile. "Come on, little Yuching, get on." Coming. Although her face was already a bit red from the cold, the little girl couldn't resist the temptation of the ice sled and quickly sat cross-legged on it. Normally, an ice sled requires 2 wooden sticks with nails at the front, and one must use their hands to push forward. But Li Yuching was too young to manage that. So, seeing her sit down, Bai Yi bent down and gently pushed, and the sled began to glide on the ice. This is so fun. Daddy, push me again, I want to play more. Coming, hold on tight. Watching the two having a great time on the ice, Li Sisi's mindset began to change. In the past, she thought she could raise her child all by herself. In fact, she had done so. Li Yuching was growing up healthily and had living conditions that surpassed many. But all of this was physical and material, neglecting the spiritual issues. From the moment Bai Yi appeared, to pretending to be her father at the kindergarten, and now playing together, the joyful smile on her daughter's face was something she had rarely seen before. Li Sisi gradually began to feel that the man, who was just like a child, competing with the little ones for the ice cart, seemed to have transcended the definition of a neighbor and was becoming increasingly important. Of course, she had many thoughts in her heart, but she didn't forget the main business. She stood by the river, took out her phone, and aimed it at the two on the ice, recording a video. After filming, she took a look and found it filled with laughter and joy. Li Sisi no longer hesitated and directly sent the video to the parents group of the kindergarten. However, what she didn't expect was that the video caused a huge stir in the group shortly after it was sent out. Wow, what's going on with Li Yuching's dad? How can he let the kids push him while ice skating? This place looks great. I want to take my child to play too. Can you send a location? Add Li Yuching's mom. Yes, send a location. My child saw the video and is insisting on going to play. Add Li Yuching's mom. In a very short time, many people in the group began to speak up. Well, aside from a few who mocked Bai Yi for being pushed by Li Yuching while skating, most were asking for the location, wanting to bring their kids over to play immediately. This put Li Sisi in a difficult position. With so many people in the group making requests, it would clearly be inappropriate not to provide it. But if she did, she wasn't sure if Bai Yi would be willing to play with them. After all, there were still a few parents in the group who were quite annoying. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Yi and Li Yuching had already skated a big circle on the ice and were just returning. Seeing her expression was off, he curiously asked, "Sister, what's wrong? You can see for yourself whether to let them come or not. You decide." After taking the phone from her hand, Bai Yi glanced through the chat records and didn't feel any resistance. Playing is more fun with more people. Moreover, he also saw the message from the bank president, Wang Zhengde. After their last meal together, they had almost become buddies. Now that his buddy wanted to come play, what was there to hesitate about? So, he decisively shared the current location in the group and detailed the way to get there via a shortcut before returning the phone to her. I let them come. After all, playing alone is the same as playing with a few people. Hearing this, Li Sisi truly felt relieved. If Bai Yi hadn't agreed, it would have been awkward for her to drop off the kids in the future. Thinking of this, she looked at Bai Yi and continued, "Thanks, little brother. What are you thanking me for? Come on, it's your turn." "What do you mean, my turn?" "Ice skating." Bai Yi pointed at the ice cart and said, "You're not just planning to stand aside and watch us play, are you?" To be honest, that was exactly what Li Sisi was planning. Having never played on the ice before, she felt an inexplicable fear from the start. She thought that if she went up, she would definitely fall. But even though that was her plan, such a downer thought was absolutely not something she could say. Maybe you guys should just play. I'll just watch." "That's not okay." Bai Yi waved his hand and said, "Little Yuching, come with me and drag your mom onto the ice." Coming. Hey, let go of me." It turned out that the unknown could bring fear. But after truly trying it, one would find that it wasn't so scary after all, and one might even fall in love with it on the spot. After being forcibly brought onto the ice by Bai Yi and playing for a while, she was completely immersed in it, having a great time. During the play, they also took out their phones to snap many photos, saying they wanted to keep them as mementos. It could be said that they were completely in love with the moment. Time flew by quickly amidst the fun. Half an hour later, 4 or 5 cars gradually arrived. Clearly, these were the parents who had just asked for the location in the group chat. It was the weekend, and many people had free time. Among those who rushed over with their children, some had met just a few days ago, so Bai Yi still had some impression of them. Others were more familiar, like Wang Jingde, who had helped him sort out his parents' pension accounts, giving him a stable way to access funds. Then there was Gao Shan, who had worked closely with him at the last parent-child sports meet, securing most of the top 2 spots in the events. It was worth mentioning that this person had previously looked down on Wang Jingde for showing off, but now he was starting to do the same. The Mercedes S-Class parked nearby, with several 8s in its license plate, was now sitting right there. The kids who came over didn't care, they were already playing on the ice. However, the parents present couldn't help but glance over. Of course, they were just looking, no one came over to chat. Just as Bai Yi had said at the kindergarten, it wasn't appropriate to engage in that kind of behavior around the children. This led to Bai Yi and the others naturally gathering together. Bai, you found a great place. Indeed, the ice surface is large enough, and the scenery nearby is nice. Not to mention ice skating, it would be great for camping too, but unfortunately, it's just too cold for us. Listening to the two, Bai Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's just an ice skating place. You two don't need to hype it up for me." Ha ha ha, others might not hype it, but you have to, Wang Jingde said seriously. It must be admitted that Bai Yi's savings account opened at the end of last month had greatly alleviated his pressure to attract deposits. Although the task ultimately wasn't completed, it wasn't as embarrassing as before. So, as the service personnel for such a big client like Bai Yi, it was only right to flatter him a bit. Gao Shan beside him nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, after our last collaboration, I felt Bai was someone worth getting to know. So, can I get a free foot massage next time I come to your shop?" That's definitely not possible. As soon as he heard free, Gao Shan immediately changed his tone. "I don't mind, but my technicians still need to make a living. TCH, if I hadn't inquired about your technicians and knew you take 70% of their earnings, I might have believed your nonsense." Bai Yi's words were purely teasing. The Sunshine Holiday Hotel where they spent was quite expensive. In this small county, it could be said to be in a league of its own. So even if they took 70%, the technicians would still earn well. The key was that Gao Shan could provide such a stable platform, so he deserved to earn that 70%. The two naturally understood his meaning and laughed in response. However, while they were laughing, Wang Jingde's wife, who looked at least 10 years younger than him, angrily walked over. As she approached, she complained, "Do you think these people are crazy? Just a few days ago, they refused to chip in for a phone for the teacher, and now they're starting again. Ha, what are they buying for the teacher now?" A look of helplessness appeared on Wang Jingde's face. "A phone for you to look at? It's driving me crazy." Since he was standing close, Bai Yi, with his good eyesight, clearly saw the content on her phone. It was a group chat for a class named Class 2, Year 3, at a certain elementary school. Bai Yi knew from their last meal together that Wang Jingde had an older son. The reason for Wang Jingde's wife's strong reaction was a message sent by one of the children's mothers. "Hello, family. The weather is getting colder, but I learned that our beloved class teacher, Teacher Kai, still walks to work every day. To make her commute easier and to better educate our children, I propose that we all chip in to buy Teacher Kai an electric bike. I've checked the price, it's 5,000 yuan. With so many people in our group, pooling together won't be a big burden." To be honest, when Bai Yi saw this, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Not to mention the person involved, Wang Jingde, who exclaimed, "Wait, is she out of her mind? Last time they bought her a phone, and now they want to buy her an electric bike. Are these people planning to cover Teacher Kai's dowry too? She just loves to show off." His wife also felt speechless. After venting, she looked at Bai Yi and said, "Our generation of parents really has it tough. We have to act like grandchildren in front of the teachers. If we don't contribute money, we have to be careful with our words to show our filial piety. What kind of situation is this?" Yeah, it really isn't easy. Although he didn't have children, he was old enough to understand a bit. So Bai Yi was very clear that the situation Wang Jingde encountered was not an isolated case. The first person to suggest crowdfunding for the teacher's electric bike, desperately wanting to show off, was not a rare occurrence. But as he thought about it, he curiously asked, "Is the person who suggested pooling money for this teacher's bike a class officer?" "I think so, she's the discipline committee member." "Then that makes sense, she's looking out for her own child." Damn! Hearing Bai Yi's analysis, Wang Jingde became even angrier. Looking out for his own child but dragging everyone else into it? How is that fair? The key point was that he suddenly remembered that before he refused to contribute money for the phone, his son had been removed from the position of sports committee member. At the time, he thought his child was just being naughty, but now it seemed it was not the case at all. As the conversation continued, Gao Shan also understood the reason behind it and immediately spoke up. "I think she's just using everyone's money to bribe the teacher." "Old Wang, you're a leader, you can't make such mistakes." At this point, Wang Jingde was about to explode with anger, but thinking of his eldest son still in school, he could only hold it in. I don't want to contribute, but what if the teacher gives my child a hard time? When it comes to issues involving children, parents are always like this. As long as the child is doing well, enduring a bit of hardship themselves doesn't matter. But standing aside, Bai Yi, as an observer, already had a solution in mind. So he quickly said, if we can't solve the problem, then let's deal with the person creating the problem. Right, you can report the teacher and help purify the school's environment. What you said is a solution, but reporting takes time. What do we do now? Look, this person has already started calling out names in the group for money. I'm next. Seeing his troubled expression, Bai Yi thought, people really can't be too honest, otherwise, they get morally blackmailed by others and don't know what to do. While thinking this, he raised his hand and made a gesture of one. You mean, I should challenge the teacher one-on-one? Nonsense, I mean you owe me a meal, I'll help you solve this. Ah, that's definitely a small problem. I'll treat today, and I'll invite General Gao too. As soon as he said this, Gao Shan looked very pleased. Although he had a lot of influence in this county, who would mind having one more friend? Bai Yi didn't care about that at all. Seeing him agree, he waved his hand. Come on, give me the phone. Oh, as Bai Yi took the phone and immediately started typing to speak in the group, Wang Zhengde, who was unsure of his intentions, looked very worried. Little brother, you can't just curse people in the group. Am I that uncivilized? Bai Yi didn't even look up, continuing to type on his phone. What kind of relationship do we have? Would I really pit my own kid? To deal with magic, you have to use magic. With you saying that, I feel relieved. Indeed, he and Bai Yi were getting along quite well now, almost like family. There was absolutely no reason or motive to betray his own. However, after his worries in this regard disappeared, he turned to look at his young and beautiful second wife and felt a bit strange. He immediately leaned in and asked her, Wife, are you wearing too little? Your face is all red from the cold. Cough cough. It's fine, it's fine. Let's first deal with our own child's matters. While the two were chatting, Bai Yi had already sent the first message in the class group. Seeing how attentive the parents are towards the teachers, I am truly moved, but after thinking about it, I feel it's somewhat inappropriate. You have to know, the group was already filled with parents one after another mentioning and asking for money. So as soon as the message was sent out, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. However, the replies they received could be described as a collective attack. This parent's words are misguided. The teachers work so hard for the children every day. What's wrong with us buying an electric bike? Exactly, when divided among everyone, it's not much. Don't say things that affect unity. If you don't want to spend money, just play dead. Now you come out to criticize? Isn't that inappropriate? Bai Yi didn't take these replies to heart at all. Instead, he found them quite entertaining. But the three people standing next to him began to get agitated. Wang Zhengde, in particular, had a stern face and gritted his teeth, saying, I think we've been too nice to them. Look, they're getting anxious again. After signaling everyone to calm down, Bai Yi smiled slightly and continued typing his reply. Everyone misunderstood. The reason I find it inappropriate is that it's too cold to ride an electric bike in winter. So I suggest we all chip in to buy the teacher a house near the school. After all, our housing prices aren't high, and when divided among everyone, it's not much. What do you all think? When the last message was sent, those who had been criticizing him fell silent. The entire group chat plunged into silence. Clearly, everyone was shocked by his suggestion to crowdfund a house for the teacher. An electric bike indeed doesn't cost much. Most parents might find it disgusting, but they could ultimately come up with the money. But buying a house for the teacher? Even though Longhua County is a small county, housing prices are over 6,000. Plus, houses near the school are considered school district properties, so the price would be even higher. Rounding it off, it would definitely be several $100,000. In such a situation, who would dare to speak up? The three people watching from the side all burst into laughter. Haha, little brother, it's still you. Awesome, I honestly didn't see that coming. Let them keep shouting. Why is everyone silent now? I'm dying of laughter. From these words, it was clear that they felt quite relieved, but Bai Yi thought that wasn't enough. If he hadn't had his fun yet, how could they be silent? So, he decisively started to mimic them, at mentioning everyone who had just criticized him in the group. Of course, the first one to be targeted was the parent who had suggested buying the teacher an electric bike. At Zhang Jihao's mom, from this parent's speech, it's clear that you are someone who truly considers the teachers. How about you take care of the house buying? At Jin Ying's parent, speak up. You just said not to disrupt the unity. A flurry of messages went out, yet no one dared to respond, each one playing dead. This situation made the three people nearby feel exhilarated. And Li Sisi, who had just come over, glanced at the situation on his phone and couldn't help but laugh, saying, What are you doing here, summoning the king of hell? Don't say, it's quite fitting. It's like taking attendance and not a single sound. However, at that moment, someone finally spoke up in the group. Teacher Zhang, thank you to this parent, but if the house is too expensive, let's forget it. I just need an electric bike to reduce commuting time and have more time for the children. Clearly, the teacher had noticed something was off in the group, and since she couldn't accept something as valuable as a house, she stepped up to speak. But this left Bai Yi feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Wait, she's still thinking about the electric bike? No way, we need to push harder. So he didn't wait for others in the group to echo Teacher Zhang's words and sent another message. Sorry, I overlooked it. Even with a house, Teacher Zhang would still have to walk to work. Then let's not stop at just that. Let's buy a car for Teacher Zhang too. I just visited the Mercedes 4S store a few days ago, and the Mercedes E is quite cheap, only over 400,000. By the way, if you all are unwilling to contribute for Teacher Zhang and the children, I can pitch in a bit more. It's not a big deal. After sending a few messages, Teacher Zhang fell silent. Bai Yi knew without thinking that she was clearly tempted. The current silence was just to see everyone's attitude in the group. What if there really was a house and a car? Wouldn't that mean stepping directly onto the peak of life? Unfortunately, she didn't receive the expected news. Instead, the originally considerate parents stood up to oppose Bai Yi's statements. Leading the charge was Zhang Jihao's mom, who had been the loudest from the start. This parent, you're talking about buying a house and a car for the teacher. Are you serious? Her words acted like a signal, and more people began to speak up. Zhang Jihao's mom is right. I see he can't even afford an electric bike and is just creating confusion. Exactly. What are you pretending for in the parent group? Do you have that kind of capability? We're all here for the teacher's good. What are you doing? Do you really think Teacher Zhang and we are fools? Faced with the barrage of messages in the group, some even resorting to personal attacks, Wang Jingde couldn't care less. Bro, fight back. At worst, I'll transfer my son. No need, if they say I'm showing off, then I'll show off. Ah, how to show off? Is that even a question? Isn't that rich guy Gao right next to us? As he spoke, Bai Yi opened the camera on his phone and aimed it at Gao Shan's Mercedes S600. Image, parents, no need to be so agitated. I'm out having fun, feeling great, and don't want to engage in a war of words with you. Whether I'm showing off or not, you'll know once you agree to sell a house and a car for Teacher Zhang. A single photo can often reveal a lot of information, but the one Bai Yi said only needed to show that big Mercedes and the 8888 license plate hanging behind it. People aren't stupid. How could they not understand the value represented by that license plate? Even if they suspected it was Bai Yi showing off, or perhaps just a casual shot taken by the roadside. But no one dared to stand up and question it again. Better safe than sorry. If this were true, it would directly offend the person involved. So after his message was sent out, the entire class group fell completely silent. Even Teacher Zhang, who had just been thinking about the electric bike, didn't dare to say anything anymore. However, just when Bai Yi thought the matter was over and was about to return his phone, he suddenly noticed that the name of the class group had changed. It was modified to Zhang Jihao's mom, single. After a slight pause, Bai Yi realized what was happening. The sister who had initially suggested buying the electric bike wanted to change her group name card to attract Wang Jingde, who was already seen as a big tycoon in everyone's eyes. She just got the wrong place, mistaking the group name for the group name card. This kind of mistake is quite common in life. For instance, Bai Yi once changed the name of his university class group, which embarrassed him for at least a week. Meanwhile, Zhang Jihao's mom and the group didn't notice her mistake at all. She did a complete 720-degree turn and said, "She's just doing it for the teacher's good, everyone shouldn't attack her. By the way, I added you as a friend, please accept that." Upon seeing this, Bai Yi finally couldn't hold back his laughter. However, he didn't reply but handed the phone to Wang Jingde, saying, "Haha, look, not only has the issue been resolved, but there's also a surprise. Brother Wang is so lucky." Just as he was about to say something, Wang Jingde felt a hand on his ear, then it twisted hard. The piercing pain twisted his entire expression. Ouch, ouch, wife, what are you doing? There are so many people here. So what if there are many people? If I don't take action now, are you going to add other single moms as friends? What single mom? Look for yourself. Wang Jingde's face was filled with helplessness, but he didn't dare to stop for a second, quickly opening the profile picture of Zhang Jihao's mom in the group. It was an anime image, depicting a man, a woman, and a child. Clearly a portrait of a family of 3, animated through special effects. She's using this kind of profile picture, and you say she's a single mom? If I add her, I wouldn't even know where I stand in her profile picture. The more Wang Jingde spoke, the more aggrieved he became, looking like a wounded little wife. The people beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, old Wang's family status, unmatched. Status? More like the younger brother's status? A small episode was easily resolved through Bai Ye's actions. This amusing incident also opened up the conversation among several people. The chat shifted from family matters to all sorts of topics. As they chatted, more and more parents began to join in. Not far away, the ice was filled with the cheerful laughter of children. The contrasting situations on both sides created a very harmonious atmosphere. The word leisure was vividly embodied at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. As lunchtime approached, parents began to leave one after another with their children. At this time, only Bai Yi, Wang Jingde, Gao Shan, and their families remained. Glancing at his watch, Wang Jingde smiled and said, "Let's go, brother, and Gao, let's settle that meal we owe today at noon. I have no objections. What do you think, Gao?" Bai Yi turned to look at Gao Shan beside him. In fact, even if Wang Jingde didn't plan to settle it today, he intended to take Li Sisi and her daughter out for a big meal. After all, no matter how happy it was to go out and play, it wouldn't be complete without a big meal to embellish it. Now that someone is treating, he has no reason to refuse. However, after hearing this, Gao Shan slowly shook his head and said, "Old Wang's meal can wait. Let me treat today. I recently have plans to open a restaurant, and today a chef is coming for an interview. Can you all do me a favor and come along to try the dishes?" Though he said try, there was no hint of modesty on Gao Shan's face. It should be noted that he was spending a large sum to bring in a head chef from the capital. Entertaining friends with this was not a big deal. "That's great, I can save on today's meal. Then let's go. Once Gao's restaurant opens, we will all be regular customers, so it makes sense to try it out." In just a few words, lunch plans were settled. A few minutes later, after they each retrieved their little ones from the ice, they set off in 3 cars. From the direction, it seemed they were headed towards the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. Well, Bai Yi was very familiar with this road, as if he were going home. In the car, the little girl Li Yuqing kept reminiscing about the ice skating trip from the morning, occasionally complaining to the two about a little boy who had tried to steal her ice cart. After soothing her for a while, Li Sisi finally had the chance to look at Bai Yi and said, "Brother, why don't you just take us back? Why? They are all real family, but you are still young. If you take us out to make friends, I'm afraid." She only said half of her thought, but the meaning was clear. To put it bluntly, her concern was similar to why she didn't want Li Yuqing to call him dad. She didn't want to hinder Bai Yi's prospects or affect his romantic life. Such a handsome young man, going out to eat with friends while bringing along the two of them. Although others might see them as a family, she knew better in her heart. If this caused Bai Yi to be delayed, Li Sisi felt she would regret it for a lifetime. "Sister, I don't like hearing that." Taking advantage of a red light that still had a few seconds left, Bai Yi turned to the back seat where Li Yuqing was and said, "They are a family, are we not? Little Yuqing, what do you think?" "Of course we are. That's right." Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, then leaned slightly towards Li Sisi and said in a voice only they could hear, "Sister, don't worry. Let's not talk about whether you've delayed me, even if you did. So what? You can always step in personally." "Step in personally? You mean I should introduce you?" To be honest, she did have resources in that area. Among Li Sisi's students, there were several young and beautiful girls from good families, but just the thought of introducing Bai Yi to someone else made her feel uncomfortable. It felt just like when Li Yuqing had her ice cart taken by other kids. However, after hearing her words, Bai Yi shook his head. "Introduce? What I mean is you can offer yourself. Let's also taste the life of being supported by a rich woman." "Oh, stop talking nonsense. The red light has changed. Focus on driving." "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing her face visibly redden, Bai Yi laughed wildly. He had said that Li Sisi had a big contrast. Just look, a little teasing and that charm ingrained in her bones couldn't be hidden. However, since the red light had already passed, he didn't say anything more. The car started moving again. Li Sisi, who was blushing from the teasing, turned her head towards the car window, trying to calm herself down. But the chaotic thoughts in her mind were not so easily settled. "Alas, if I really delay him, then I'm afraid I can only. About 10 minutes later, 3 cars stopped in the parking lot of the Sunshine Holiday Hotel, and under the lead of Gao Shan, they walked inside. As they walked, Bai Yi also heard Wang Jingde's little wife questioning him from the side. "Have you ever been here? Tell the truth. Never been? What are you avoiding with your gaze? Look me in the eye." I have to say, this combination of an older man and a younger wife is really entertaining. Logically, it should be Wang Jingde, the middle-aged uncle, who pays more attention to his little wife, but the result is quite the opposite. Perhaps, this is the law of nature. Soon, under Gao Shan's lead, everyone entered the hotel amidst the welcoming voices of several women in kipayos in the lobby. But just as they were waiting for the elevator to go upstairs, Bai Yi suddenly heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw Yang Jiwei walking over with a few similarly aged, seemingly unruly people, with their arms around each other's shoulders, heading in their direction. As they walked, they were saying things like, "I want a lot today, I have to arrange everything." From this, it was clear that these people gathered together were likely up to no good, but Bai Yi had no intention of getting involved. They were relatives, true, but relatives he didn't like were just that. To be honest, if it weren't for his second aunt being present, the Bai family would have probably cut ties with Yang Jiwei long ago. So after the other party noticed him, Bai Yi smiled and greeted, "Here to have fun? What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Bai Yi standing not far away, Yang Jiwei's smile immediately vanished, and his eyes widened. "What do you mean by that? You can come, but I can't?" He wanted to take on the role of the older brother and lecture Bai Yi, but the words got stuck in his throat. He suddenly realized that Bai Yi was not just his relative, he was also an adult, and a wealthy, unmarried adult at that. Comparatively, it was even more absurd for him, a married man, to be here, especially since there was a particularly beautiful woman standing next to Bai Yi. Clearly not someone who was here for casual fun. But just thinking about this made him even angrier. God knows what he had been through at home these past few days. His mother kept saying things like, "Look at Bai Yi, can you learn from him?" This led him to quickly turn cold and say, "I'm just here to find a friend, don't tell your sister-in-law." With that, Yang Jiwei took his so-called friends and headed towards another elevator. In the elevator, finally seizing the opportunity, Gaoshan asked, "Do you have a grudge against that guy? Do you want me to have someone kick them out?" "What grudge? That's my relative," Bai Yi replied honestly. To be honest, even if there was a grudge, he couldn't let Gaoshan kick out customers. This is a service industry. Kicking customers out in broad daylight would ruin business in the future. So while Gaoshan could say that, he couldn't actually do it. But after thinking it over, he felt that while kicking them out was not feasible, perhaps adding a little something to the bill to avoid letting his sister-in-law down would be acceptable. With that thought, Bai Yi wore a sly smile and whispered to Gaoshan, "Brother Shan, there's no need to kick them out, but you wait a moment. Ha ha ha, little brother, why are you so bad? But I like it." Just as their conspiracy ended, the elevator stopped at the restaurant of the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. After winding through several turns, they finally arrived at a large private room. Meanwhile, in the hotel's massage and leisure area, after changing clothes and using the restroom, Yang Jiwei returned to the massage and health area where his friends were. It was his first time here, and he was curious about everything. Of course, the most intriguing was the technician girls. In all of Longhua County, and even in most of CD City, who didn't know that the technician services here were good and the girls were beautiful? He had always been quite curious about it. When he opened the door to the private room, the scene inside did not disappoint him. Several technicians had already appeared around his friends. Each one was very attractive, and the high-slit kipaos they wore made him swallow hard. Faced with this situation, Yang Jiwei turned to the waiter beside him and asked, "What are the prices for their technicians?" "It's $398, sir." "Ah, $398 and they can be this beautiful? Then what about the $598 ones? They must be out of this world." He waved his hand with sparkling eyes and whispered, "Quietly arrange for me a $598 one. She must be better than their technicians." "Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away." Yang Jiwei nodded frantically, completely oblivious to the waiter's flushed face from suppressing laughter, looking very excited. "Us common folks are really happy today." Humming a tune, he lay directly on the massage table, waiting for the first service, backstepping. Turning to look at the cheapao technician girl next to him, stepping on his friends, made him even more restless. TSK, not only did I win a few thousand today, but I can also come to a place like this to enjoy. Damn, this is life. Before he could bask in his pride for long, Yang Jiwei heard a voice next to him that was sweet to the bone. "Hello, sir, I am the technician Jiao Jiao, and I will be stepping on your back now." Okay, come on, don't be shy." Upon hearing this voice, he felt a wave of tingling pleasure wash over him, completely forgetting to turn around to see what she looked like. Or rather, in his view, a woman with such a voice couldn't possibly look bad. However, at that moment, Yang Jiwei felt the massage table, which had seemed very stable, suddenly start to shake violently. "Ha, is there an earthquake?" The intense shaking of the massage table startled Yang Jiwei. Just as he was about to get up to check the situation, he felt a tremendous force on his back, pressing him down onto the massage table, unable to move. For a moment, he really thought there was an earthquake. Alas, my life is over. However, after waiting in despair for a moment, Yang Jiwei sensed something was off. Logically speaking, if it were really an earthquake, the people around him wouldn't be so calm. They would have been in chaos by now. Moreover, that tremendous force, while painful, was moving around. Realizing this, Yang Jiwei gritted his teeth against the pain and tried to turn his head to see what was going on. But just that one glance left him dumbfounded. He saw a chubby girl, big enough to fit four of her, standing on his back, earnestly and seriously stepping on him. Seeing this, Yang Jiwei, looking bewildered, asked, who are you? I'm Jiao Jiao, big brother. Ah, you're Jiao Jiao. He couldn't believe that the girl with such a sweet voice was actually this chubby girl in front of him, but the voice couldn't lie. Setting aside her figure, he still found that big brother sweet. Of course, Yang Jiwei definitely wouldn't think so now. He looked completely defeated and said, "Get off me, hurry up, are you trying to crush me?" Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao really got off him, but her chubby face showed clear grievance. However, Yang Jiwei didn't care how she felt and immediately shouted towards the door, "Waiter, coming, sir, is there a problem?" Seeing the waiter walk in, he immediately pointed and accused, "What's going on? Didn't I say my requirements? What's with this Jiao Jiao? Look at her size, if she really puts in some effort, she could crush me with one step." Ah, the waiter, who had received orders in advance, faced the accusation without a hint of panic, instead responding confidently, "So what? Didn't you ask for a technician weighing 598 pounds? Our Jiao Jiao just weighed in at 598 pounds, tall and all. Pounds? When did I ever say that word?" Yang Jiwei's face turned a bit purple with anger, and he began to speak through gritted teeth. "Could it be that you meant 598 yuan? The still calm waiter turned to the few people who had come with Yang Jiwei. "But your friends are all in the 398 price range." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few rough-looking men began to change. Noticing this, Yang Jiwei's eyes suddenly cleared up. Everyone came out to have fun, and the key was that he ordered a 598 technician but got his friends a 398 one, saying that was no different from insulting someone. Who would still be friends with him after that? The most crucial part was that Yang Jiwei was counting on these people to continue winning money every day. He immediately forgot about being angry, his eyes shifted, and he smiled, "Haha, it's still the waiters here at Sunshine Holiday who understand me so well. I didn't scare you just now, did I? Actually, I called you in to praise you." "Really? Sir?" The waiter blinked, looking expectantly. "Of course, my taste is different from others, I just like slightly plump. I like fat, the fatter the better. Hee, as long as you're satisfied, I'll go get busy now." Soon, the waiter left, his shoulders shaking slightly. It was obvious that he couldn't help but laugh as he turned away. If he hadn't received professional training, his laughter would have echoed throughout the hotel. Of course, he wasn't the only one laughing. For instance, the chubby girl Jiao Jiao was also beaming with joy. In fact, when she came here before, she had indeed applied for the technician position. But because the requirements for technicians here were very high, she was ultimately assigned to the kitchen. After working for 2 months, her weight had increased by over 20 pounds, but she had always harbored a dream of becoming a technician and making big money. She knew very well that a technician at Sunshine Holiday could easily buy a small BMW after just 2 years of work. Now, she had finally found a discerning customer who discovered her hidden talent in the kitchen. You could say Jiao Jiao felt quite touched. It was also because of this feeling that she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sorry, brother, my colleague lied to you about my weight." "Oh, so you don't weigh 598 pounds? For some reason, Yang Jiwei felt a strange sense of comfort. Perhaps it was because if there was no choice, then losing a little weight was better than nothing. However, after hearing his words, Jiao Jiao slowly shook her head. 598 pounds was my weight 2 months ago, now I'm over 600 pounds. I wasn't planning to tell you, but since you just said the fatter you are, the more you like. You're actually quite nice." Yang Jiwei, whose mindset had completely collapsed, really didn't want to continue the conversation. He had previously seen people online say that a woman's voice could be deceiving, and he was reluctant to believe it. But now, the truth was right in front of him. However, since he couldn't resist, he decided to close his eyes and enjoy it. And to convince his friends who were still staring at him, he waved his hand and said, "Come on, sister, let's continue with the project. Put in some effort, your brother can handle it." "Alright, I'm feeling great." Hearing the heart-wrenching cries from this side, the few men nearby exchanged glances and revealed inexplicable smiles. "I told you, our Weigo is not that kind of person, he wouldn't indulge in high spending himself. It's normal for a person to have a little quirk." Right, our neighbor, that bachelor, asked me to introduce him to a sister a few days ago, and his requirement was that she couldn't wash her feet, they had to be smelly. Looking at it this way, it's very reasonable that Weigo likes chubby girls. Meanwhile, on Baiye's side, at this moment, everyone had taken their seats at the large dining table, and exquisite dishes were being served one after another by the staff. The entire private room was instantly enveloped in delicious aromas. The children were all drooling, and even Bai Yi and the others couldn't help but feel tempted. Glancing at the freshly served, still bubbling boiled meat slices, he couldn't help but say, "Shan Gu, just tell me, when is the restaurant opening? I think I'll come every day. Indeed, just look at how well these dishes are made, there's no one like it. Wang Zhengde chimed in. Ha ha, it should be soon. Once I secure another investment, this restaurant will open immediately. After a pause, Gao Shan added, by the way, although we've only known each other for a short time, I trust your character. Are you two interested in doing some business together? Oh, I would like to, but I'm just a bank employee. I don't have that much money. But you can ask Bai Laudi, he's a rich guy like you. Oh, what do you mean by that? Since everyone present was considered an insider, Wang Zhengde spoke without hesitation, explaining, a few days ago, Bai Laudi opened a 2 million yuan fixed deposit account with me. At this point, the people present had little reaction. 2 million yuan is indeed a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but to Gao Shan and his family, it wasn't much. As for Wang Zhengde, he was a bank president. Although it wasn't his own money, being in control of so much money made him somewhat immune to seven-figure deposits. But when they heard his next sentence, everyone's expressions changed. This amount isn't that exaggerated, but do you know what he saved it for? It's to provide his parents with a pension through the interest. And judging by his tone, this 2 million is just the beginning. Upon hearing this, the people present could no longer remain calm. A 2 million yuan fixed deposit isn't much, but combined with its purpose and Wang Jingde's addition that it's just the beginning, it became quite intriguing. To save 2 million for his parents' retirement, how much strength must he have himself? Even the top-tier tycoons in the county couldn't help but exclaim, wow, no wonder I thought you were extraordinary when I first saw you. Turns out you have such strength. No, I'm just providing a little security for my parents. I don't have much money myself. Bai Yi, who was being pulled out to show off, remained very humble. He knew his own situation best. Being able to take out so much money was purely the confidence given by the system. If he only had 2 million in his pocket, he definitely wouldn't be willing to operate like this. But his words were clearly not believed by the others. Excessive modesty is another form of ostentation. Gao Shan directly defined Bai Yi's situation and then asked with great interest, so, what do you say? Do you want to do some business with me? Well, to be honest, facing his sincere invitation, Bai Yi hesitated, because it was foreseeable that doing business with Gao Shan would definitely be profitable. The strength of the county's Brahmins was no joke. The reason people are willing to share this money-making opportunity is probably because they want to make friends. Connections, after all, only grow more numerous over time. With more partners from various industries, his own business will become more stable. For Bai Yi, this is undoubtedly an opportunity, a chance to truly integrate into the small county town, into that little circle. But after thinking it over carefully, he shook his head firmly, let's forget it. It's not that I'm not giving Brother Shan face, it's just that I've already retired. For the next few decades, I just want to enjoy life and not get involved in these matters. Bai Yi spoke with a sense of openness, carrying a light and carefree feeling. This was completely his true feelings. Retirement is retirement. With a system in place, he no longer needs to start a business or invest to generate income for himself. As for that so-called circle, Bai Yi didn't care for it. If all his time for eating, drinking, and having fun was to be spent on socializing, he thought it would be better to find a job instead. How exhausting. The key for Bai Yi is that freedom is the most important thing. Connections? Just enough will do. As a law-abiding, patriotic good citizen, he doesn't have many opportunities to use such things. Hearing his response, Gao Shan was not angry. Instead, he felt envious, because he understood what Bai Yi meant. It was simply about financial freedom, wanting to enjoy life in the future without the hassle of earning a few bucks and creating a pile of trouble for himself. This contrasted sharply with his own life of working tirelessly every day. Hearing you say that makes me want to retire immediately, but I have hundreds of people waiting to eat under me. Sigh. No need to sigh, we just pursue different things. Some people like to be officials, some like to be bosses, and some enjoy the thrill of danger. Everyone is an independent individual, and their pursuits are naturally different. Brother, you make a good point. Nodding affirmatively, Gao Shan tucked away a hint of melancholy in his heart, stood up, and said, all right then, brother, let's not talk about business anymore. We'll just be good friends. Since the kids are here today, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. I'm the youngest here, so let me toast to both of you. Bai Yi decisively stood up, lowered his cup a bit, clinked glasses with the two, and then downed the barley tea in his cup in one go. After sitting back down, the three exchanged smiles, reminiscent of the bond of sworn brothers. Of course, any man would find it hard to resist such camaraderie. So, unknowingly, the relationship among the three grew much closer. After all, business partners represent one kind of relationship, while pure friendship is another dimension of emotion. Not long after, Gao Shan laughed heartily, since you call me brother, we should hang out more in the future. If you need anything, don't hesitate, your brother still has some connections. You know, I actually have something I want to trouble you with. Go ahead, brother. I really envy that license plate of yours. A new car is arriving in a few days. Do you have any resources to help me get a better license plate? Don't worry about the money. I'll handle that myself. Right now, his ideal car had a random license plate chosen at the vehicle management office. But the new toy, the G63, cost nearly 4 million. It shouldn't be treated poorly. I thought it was a big deal. Just wait for my news. Gao Shan waved his hand dismissively, as if getting a good license plate was as simple as having a meal. Thank you, Brother Shan. No need to be polite. Eat up, eat up. At 2 p.m., a satisfied Bai Yi, filled with happiness, arrived at the first floor of the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. It is worth mentioning that Gao Shan has no home in the county town and usually stays on the top floor of a hotel, so he came down just to see them off. At the moment of parting, he kept saying that Bai Yi and Wang Zhengde should definitely come to play with him when they have time. His words hinted that this big entrepreneur's life was very boring. Of course, Bai Yi, who also agreed with this person, would definitely not refuse. However, just as Bai Yi and the others were saying goodbye and preparing to head towards the parking lot, he suddenly noticed that Yang Jiwei had appeared again. Unlike when he arrived, he now looked haggard, limping as he walked, and his face twitched as if he was enduring great pain. Standing next to him was a chubby girl, accompanying him as she said, "Brother, you are Jiao Jiao's first customer. You must come often in the future. Jiao Jiao will miss you." If it weren't for the pain all over his body, Yang Jiwei would have probably run away long ago. Come again next time? He had already firmly decided in his heart that he would never come to such places again. There was no way to explain what he had experienced in the past hour or so. Of course, to avoid showing it in front of his friends, he still forced a calm expression and said, "Sure, I'll definitely look for you next time." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao's face beamed with a happy smile. Bai Yi, standing not far away, couldn't help but laugh and give Gao Shan a thumbs up. Brother Shan really has a talent for finding people. I can only say that there's nothing you can't think of. But Brother Shan can do anything. After laughing, Gao Shan leaned in a bit closer and said mysteriously, "I just checked the surveillance. He was well taken care of. Do you want me to copy a clip and send it to you?" "No need for that. Bai Yi truly felt it was unnecessary to watch. From Jiao Jiao's figure, he could already imagine what had happened during the massage. To summarize in 4 simple words, ultimate enjoyment. It could also be that after enjoying it, he felt resentment, or perhaps he was embarrassed by Jiao Jiao still being around. When Yang Jiwei ran into Bai Yi, he didn't say a word. He just lowered his head, pretended not to see, and brushed past. Bai Yi didn't care about this. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on the other party. As for their kinship, they weren't brothers, and after several previous arguments, they had long become strangers. If it weren't for his second aunt and the sister-in-law Bai Yi genuinely admired, they might have really become enemies. Moreover, deep down, Yang Jiwei might hate him for who knows what reason. Considering all of this, Bai Yi completely brushed it off. After saying goodbye to Gao Shan, he walked towards the parking lot with Wang Zhengde. But whether it was good luck or bad luck, just as they reached the parking lot, Bai Yi ran into someone familiar again. Brother Bai. Chen Jingya, riding a small electric scooter, greeted Bai Yi warmly upon seeing him. Although there had been some minor issues during their blind date, their subsequent interactions were very harmonious. Bai Yi thought her skills were good, and he would choose her whenever he came for a foot massage. As for Chen Jingya, she regarded him as a major client. She called him brother quite frequently. "Oh, coming to work?" Chen Jingya, who had just braked nearby, originally wanted to ask if he was there for a foot massage, waiting for her to change clothes. But when she saw Li Sisi standing beside him, the words immediately got stuck in her throat. She thought to herself, no wonder Bai Yi could find such a beautiful woman. Although she was also with a very cute little girl, according to her understanding of men, that was definitely a plus in the eyes of many. As for her mouth, she quickly said, "I almost forgot. I have some things to take care of. Let's get together another time." After saying that, she hopped on her little electric scooter and left. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly worthy of being the former Wang Zhong of the big city. She still had some ability to read the room, but why did he feel that Li Sisi's expression seemed to have some changes? Things were pretty much as he had thought. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi brought the mother and daughter back to Li Sisi's home. After playing all morning, Li Yuqing had already run out of energy and immediately ran to her room to rest. Bai Yi and the other person changed their clothes separately and went to the yoga room. It is worth mentioning that with her relatives gone, Li Sisi had already started to teach by example during the lesson. Every movement was first demonstrated by her. Her outfit had also changed from a tightly fitted casual outfit to yoga pants and a fitted tank top that highlighted her figure. allowing Bai Yi to enjoy the view while improving his physical fitness. However, today, the yoga session did not start immediately. At Li Cici's request, the two sat on the floor and started chatting. She wore a worried expression and asked, "Was that girl in such a hurry to leave because of me? I think I shouldn't go out with you anymore." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi knew she was talking about Chen Jingya. He also marveled at her sensitivity. Overall, this was actually a manifestation of insecurity. She was afraid that her presence would affect those around her, being cautious about everything she did. Bai Yi didn't like this mindset, so he decided to take the opportunity to guide her a bit. He wanted her to know that even if it affected him, it was okay, he could just make up for it. Having made up his mind, Bai Yi spoke, "It did affect me, but not in that way." "Ha, what do you mean?" "She is a therapist at the Mountain Brother Hotel. I used to go there for massages when I was tired. So she misunderstood that you were her sister-in-law and didn't mention the foot massage." "Ah, so that's how it is." Li Cici breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to that, Bai Yi getting a foot massage was really no big deal. To put it bluntly, when she was tired, she would occasionally go for a massage herself. This kind of thing was very normal. "Exactly, that's it." Nodding in agreement, Bai Yi wore his signature mischievous smile. "Sister, do you remember what we talked about in the car?" "What? About how you took the initiative after delaying me." He simply lay back on the yoga mat, lifted one foot, and waved it in front of her, saying, "Now that I haven't gotten my foot massaged, you should do it yourself." Glancing at his socks, which, although not smelly, had slightly darkened soles, Li Cici felt both shy and angry. She immediately grabbed Bai Yi's foot with one hand, while the other hand quickly moved closer. "Ah, sister, don't mess around, it's so ticklish. Ha ha ha, you little brat, I let you tease me, and now you want me to massage your feet. Today, I'll let you experience my power." After playing around for a while, the two finally collected themselves and began the yoga session. Time always flies when one is sweating. By the time Bai Yi finished dinner at Li Cici's house and left, it was already 7 p.m. At this time, Li Cici took Xiao Yuqing to the yoga studio to work. He returned home, lay back on the sofa, and summoned the system. At this moment, Bai Yi's physical fitness had reached 68.1. Compared to when he first returned to the small county, there had been a noticeable increase. This was directly reflected in his body. His health was improving day by day, and he could feel the difference very clearly. However, just as he continued to look at the system interface, he noticed that the unemployment assistance seemed to have changed. But before he could take a closer look, the system's notification came through. Detected that the host is facing difficulties due to unemployment and has refused investment opportunities to make money, which makes this system very heartbroken. Boo-hoo. Now upgrading your unemployment benefits. Unemployment benefit 2, daily payment of 2,000 yuan, already credited today. Please be patient while waiting for job opportunities, and also take good care of yourself. Believe that the current hardships are only temporary. We will definitely be okay. Looking at the series of reminders from the system, Bai Yi was both amused and exasperated. He was currently living in a villa, had bought a car worth several million, and was not lacking in friends or girls. One could say that in terms of material, spiritual, and physiological aspects, he was quite the winner in life, right? Yet even so, the system cried over his difficulties and directly increased the unemployment benefits from 888 to 2,000 yuan a day. This meant that, combined with the romantic assistance, he would earn 3,314 yuan every day upon waking up. By the end of the month, that would amount to nearly 100,000 yuan. I'm dying of laughter. What a good system that doesn't cry or make a fuss, but only feels sorry for its brother. At the same time, it was the first time he learned that the assistance could be upgraded. Did that mean that as long as he didn't work or start a business, the amount of assistance would keep increasing? Money that falls from the sky is definitely more enjoyable to spend. Lost in thought, Bai Yi happily hummed a little tune as he walked towards the study upstairs. It's worth mentioning that he planned to visit Lin Jinshin tonight. After their farewell yesterday, she had already thrown herself into work this morning, and right from the start, she was on a 24-hour shift, busy to the point of flying. Throughout the day, aside from sending him a message expressing her longing, she seemed to have disappeared. Under such circumstances, Bai Yi thought he should go check on her. He couldn't just leave her high and dry after everything. Of course, it was still early, and he had time to play some games or something. At midnight, after receiving a message from Lin Jinshin saying she had some free time, Bai Yi drove to the county hospital. However, upon entering the emergency hall, he didn't see her anywhere. There was only a nurse on duty at the triage desk. Fortunately, this nurse was one of the ones he had greeted in the parking lot last time, so she quickly recognized Bai Yi. "Oh, it's you. Here to see Dr. Lin? I couldn't sleep anyway, so I came to take a look." I see you're worried about Dr. Lin working the night shift. Facing the nurse's teasing, Bai Yi didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled calmly. That's not wrong to say. Well, you'll have to wait. A more serious patient just came in, and she's busy inside right now. As she spoke, she pointed to the treatment room not far away. Curious, Bai Yi quickly walked in that direction and looked through the glass on the treatment room door. What he saw was several medical staff gathered around a hospital bed, working intensely. Lin Zhenxin was kneeling on the bed, drenched in sweat, continuously performing chest compressions on an elderly woman. It was clear that she was performing CPR on a patient in shock. After just a quick glance, Bai Yi turned his gaze away. He admitted that he was a bit sensitive in this regard and couldn't bear to see such scenes. Soon, he left the hospital altogether. Of course, he wasn't going home. He was planning to buy some barbecue to treat these hard-working people. Fortunately, although the small county town lacks nightlife, there is no shortage of various restaurants near the hospital. So after walking a few steps, Bai Yi found a barbecue shop. By the time he returned to the hospital, half an hour had already passed. However, as soon as he stepped into the emergency hall, he noticed a dramatic change. On the left, there were family members of patients wailing loudly. On the right, medical staff were supporting each other. Lin Zhenxin, who could barely stand, was being helped by two nurses, constantly wiping her tears with her hands. From the situation at the scene, Bai Yi already knew the outcome of the patient. However, he didn't have time to think much and quickly walked up to Lin Zhenxin, taking her from the nurses and holding her in his arms. What happened? Why are you crying? Whoa, Bai Yi, I really tried my best. I couldn't do anything. Whoa. Lin Zhenxin, as if finding her anchor, cried on his chest. While crying, she intermittently expressed her self-blame. All right, stop crying. You're not a god, just do your best. This is probably something every emergency doctor experiences. Watching a patient's life slip away, knowing you have done everything you could, yet feeling powerless. Understanding this, Bai Yi also felt helpless. He could only gently stroke Lin Zhenxin's back and comfort her softly. It wasn't until about 10 minutes later, when the family of the patient had left to prepare for the funeral, that Lin Zhenxin's emotions stabilized a bit. She lifted her head, blinking her red eyes, still slightly choked up, and asked, "Why did you come to the hospital?" "Just to see you. And you ended up seeing my ugly side." "Not really, you still look pretty. Stop crying, I bought barbecue, let's go eat." One cannot remain immersed in sadness, especially in the medical profession, which requires one to maintain their composure at all times. So after stepping out of Bai Yi's embrace, she gathered all her night shift colleagues together. They all had a rather tasteless barbecue at the triage desk. Everyone, including Bai Yi, was silent and had little appetite. But this was already a way to distract themselves. At 1 o'clock in the morning, no more patients came in. Bai Yi was also led to the break room by Lin Zhenxin. There were 2 or 3 beds available for the night shift medical staff to rest. However, to give Bai Yi and Lin Zhenxin some space, no one chose to come in as a third wheel. With just the two of them, Lin Zhenxin had no reservations, directly snuggling into his arms, rubbing her head against him. "Miss me? I'm right here, don't be sad." After a while of being affectionate, Lin Zhenxin finally lifted her head, looked directly into his eyes, and said, "Bai Yi, I want to work at a big hospital in the city. Before, I thought my professional skills were fine, staying in this small county town would provide a stable job that was enough for a decent living, and I could help many people. But now," Lin Zhenxin was very responsible, so even though what happened earlier was not her fault, she couldn't help but question herself deep down. To prevent such things from happening again, she was very eager to improve herself. Therefore, going to a big hospital became inevitable. "Do you agree? It's okay if you don't, I can resign. At worst, I'll just change careers," Lin Zhenxin said very seriously. Although she was reluctant to give up her career, when faced with the man who made her taste the sweetness of love, she would still choose the latter. She felt that she was somewhat influenced by love, willingly giving up a career she had worked hard for years to achieve for a relationship that had just begun. Emotions are truly magical. If being love-struck is what it is, then Lin Zhenxin has that courage. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but want to tease her. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Resigning? Huh? That works, then you'll have more time to spend with me." Then I'll go first thing in the morning." Her expression was one of struggle, yet her answer was resolute. This display still moved Bai Yi quite a bit. However, he was just joking. He had mentioned before that compared to a woman who devoted herself entirely to him, clinging to him without doing anything else, he preferred an independent woman with her own social life and career. This independent woman was not the kind of rural feminist seen online. She was a complete person, capable of surviving in society without relying on a man. In this context, he actually supported Lin Zhenxin in fulfilling her life's value within the limited time she had. Simply keeping a canary for himself was meaningless. Everyone has their own pursuits. With this in mind, Bai pulled her into his arms again and softly said, "I was just joking. Would I really let you leave a career you love? If you want to go to the big hospital in the city, go ahead. It's only 20 kilometers away. We can still meet anytime." "Are you serious?" "Of course. Am I the kind of person who loses ambition and drags others down with me?" He lowered his head and gently kissed Lin Jinshin on the cheek, continuing, "Don't worry, I support your decision. Just let me know when you want to go for the interview, and I'll take you. Hee, you're so nice. As for the interview, I think I'll study for a couple of days first, then ask a senior from the medical university in the city for help." With her thoughts confirmed, Lin Jinshin felt a weight lift off her shoulders, and she became much more relaxed. She even leaned in to give him a sweet kiss. The next day, after confirming that Lin Jinshin had gone home to rest, Bai Yi began his routine workout. He cycled for an hour and a half, then practiced yoga with Li Sisi for about 2 hours. By 10 in the morning, he checked his physical condition and saw it had reached 68.6. He was very satisfied with this rate of improvement. However, just as he was feeling pleased and preparing to go upstairs to play games to pass the time, his childhood friend Xiao Jia brought him some news. Another childhood friend, Wang Hongwei, would be arriving at the station in the morning. It was said he was bringing his girlfriend back for the new year. Although it seemed a bit early to be returning for the new year in early November, Bai Yi was still quite happy. Unlike the pure brotherly feelings he had for Xiao Jia, Wang Hongwei's life trajectory was quite heartbreaking. As mentioned before, in Longhua County, many students were influenced by gang culture, forming cliques and causing trouble in school. Bai Yi was one of them, but fortunately, he pulled back and focused on his studies after entering high school. Wang Hongwei, however, seemed to have loyalty ingrained in his bones. In a sense, it completely changed his life. In the second year of middle school, he was expelled for helping someone fight, becoming a so-called social drifter. He then left the small county town and struggled in society. After reaching adulthood, he worked in a KTV in the capital with a group of friends. Then, due to his sense of loyalty, he ended up fighting with a customer in the establishment. Unfortunately, leaving school meant the punishment was not just expulsion but over 2 years of imprisonment. After getting out, he reportedly became much more honest and went to work in an electronics factory in the south. Speaking of which, Bai Yi hadn't seen him in at least 4 or 5 years. Of course, the bond between childhood friends wouldn't fade away with the passage of time. He really wanted to see if this kid had turned into someone respectable. Well, he brought his girlfriend home for the new year, so it should be good, right? With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, Bai Yi quickly set out, first picking up Xiao Jia and then hurrying to the train station. Meanwhile, in a sleeper car of a train, Wang Hongwei looked at his girlfriend, who was holding her phone with a very unnatural expression, and said, "Shanshan, your parents are calling you like crazy again?" But I don't dare to answer. Actually, I want to advise you to think it over again. If you really take that step, there will be no turning back." "What do you mean by that? You don't want me anymore, right?" Hearing this, Wang Hongwei panicked and quickly waved his hands, saying, No. As long as you're willing to be with me, I will definitely treat you well with my life." "Way good, just hearing that is enough. He. While grinning foolishly, Wang Hongwei's expression became increasingly determined. Soon, the train arrived at the station. "Let's go, my buddies are here to pick us up." After responding, the girl called Shanshan took the initiative to hold her boyfriend's hand. As they got off the train, she kept looking around. She wanted to take a good look because, barring any surprises, the small county would be her future home. Inside the station, Bai Yi and Xiao Jia were already standing at the exit, scanning the crowd of people coming out. Finally, Xiao Jia spotted Wang Hongwei and raised her arm, calling out, "Hongwei, over here." Upon hearing the call, Wang Hongwei immediately locked his gaze on the two, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He had originally thought Xiao Jia was coming alone, but he didn't expect to see Bai Yi, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Unconsciously, his steps quickened. In no time, the four of them gathered together. It was essential to hug a good friend after a long time apart. But when it was Bai Yi's turn, he cleverly dodged Wang Hongwei's embrace and smiled at the petite, cute girl behind him, who looked like a typical southern girl, saying, "Wait a moment, let me hug my sister-in-law first." As soon as he said that, the girl's face turned red, and she looked flustered. Wang Hongwei gently pushed him and jokingly scolded, "Behave yourself, don't scare my wife." Alright then, welcome sister-in-law to Longhua County." Thank you. Tisk tsk, look at this shy southern girl, you really hit the jackpot. Ha. Wang Hongwei laughed proudly. However, after the jokes, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you back home? Didn't you say you'd only come back for the new year?" "I couldn't make it outside, so I came home to enjoy my old age." "Really? Xiao Jiao rolled her eyes and said, "Is that even a question? You don't know who Bai Yi is? Among us, he's the most capable. He's financially free now, back to enjoy life." "I believe that." Nodding in agreement, Wang Hongwei continued, "This kid always gets ahead of us in everything. I remember when we were still playing King of Fighters in the arcade, he was already climbing mountains with his female classmates. Ha ha ha, what does that have to do with anything?" Seeing the topic go off track, Bai Yi simply stopped engaging with them, directly grabbing the suitcase next to his sister-in-law and turning to say, "Let's go, or we'll miss the second bus." With him leading the way, the others naturally followed closely behind. During this process, Wang Hongwei introduced them, letting Bai Yi meet his girlfriend, whose name was Rong Xiaoqian. However, after getting in the car, Xiao Jia couldn't help but curiously ask, "Xiaoqian, tell me the truth, what do you see in him?" To be honest, Bai Yi was also very curious about this question. Or rather, anyone pulled in off the street would likely have the same question. Perhaps it was because he had lost his youthful charm too early. After middle school, Wang Hongwei hadn't grown any taller, standing at about 165 centimeters. Coupled with a stocky build and naturally darker skin, if one were to summarize him in 4 words, it would be little black chubby guy. In contrast, Rong Xiaoqian, not to mention her figure, simply didn't match up with his looks. Of course, this wasn't to belittle their buddy, rather, it was a different kind of compliment. Just then, before Rong Xiaoqian could say anything, Wang Hongwei proudly declared, "My wife, okay? She's from Hangzhou, I met her while working there. You guys can just be envious." "Wow, a girl from Jiangnan, and a local from a first-tier city?" "That's right," Wang Hongwei answered without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Rong Xiaoqian, who had been silent, finally spoke up, "I think Wei Guo is great. You should ask him what he sees in me." "Tsk, look at that. Jiangnan girls are just different." Indeed. Not to mention anything else, just this one sentence was enough to make Bai Yi genuinely happy for his buddy. A girl with a household registration from a big city willing to wholeheartedly build a life together, and now she was even following him to a small county town. Isn't that a sign of good fortune? Perhaps this was a compensation for Wang Hongwei's difficult first half of life. Although he had largely brought it upon himself, the suffering was real. Thinking of this, Bai Yi smiled and asked, "I can see you two are in a good relationship. When do you plan to get married?" "Tomorrow." "Ha, we're getting our marriage certificate tomorrow. If today weren't the weekend, I would have wanted you to take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now." "Wow, that's so sudden." Both Bai Yi and Xiao Jiao were shocked. Going back home today and getting the certificate tomorrow? So Xiaoqian came with her household registration? When this topic came up, Rong Xiaoqian appeared very excited and eager, quickly explaining, "No need, our marriage law has changed. We can get a marriage certificate anytime and anywhere with just our ID cards, no household registration needed, and no need to seek parental consent." "Is that so?" Xiao Jia felt a bit outdated. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, who was driving, was much more perceptive and immediately sensed something unusual in her words. He asked, "From what you said, your parents don't agree." "Well," Rong Xiaoqian fell silent. Sitting next to her, Wang Hongwei hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Yeah, her parents are very opposed, so she eloped with me." "So you plan to get the certificate first and then deal with it after the fact." Impressive. After hearing this news, Bai Yi could only exclaim impressive and nothing more. Not only was he dating a girl from a big city, but he was also eloping with her to get the certificate. This story sounded somewhat magical. But upon reflection, aside from the increasingly serious gender divide and the bizarre comments flying around online, there were indeed quite a few similar examples in real life. Some even skipped the marriage part altogether and went straight to getting pregnant, achieving the effect of cooked rice. In short, this world is not lacking in love-struck minds. When girls get love-struck, they can be even crazier and more reckless than boys. Turning to look at the determined Rong Xiaoqian, Bai Yi felt a sense of admiration. So brave. "Aren't you afraid her parents will come after you?" "Of course I'm afraid, but they're not coming today. Anyway, I have to get married to her first, otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace," Wang Hongwei said seriously. But as soon as he finished speaking, a man's voice came from Rong Xiaoqian's phone. "Xiaoqian, your mom and I are on the highway now. We'll be in Longhua County soon. Just stay calm, and we'll talk when we meet." Instantly, Rong Xiaoqian panicked, feeling completely at a loss. Wang Hongwei, the man who had taken someone else's daughter away, also began to panic. He immediately patted the seat in front of him and said, "Bai Yi, run." Just a moment ago, he had said they didn't need to face it today, and now the other person's parents were rushing over. He was truly at a loss. The key point was that, from any angle, this matter was indeed not handled well by him. Even if he had really taken his girlfriend away, he had no reason to make the other party stay. Run? Where to run? Hearing his words, Bai Yi did not speed up. Instead, he pulled over to the side of the road. Then he turned around and continued, "They've already arrived. If you run now, how will you face them later? Are you really going to abandon your parents?" To be fair, if the other party's family hadn't chased after them, they would have just gotten their certificate. After all, the young couple was in love, and there was nothing wrong with that. But now that they had come all the way from the highway, if they still wanted to run, that was a different matter. After his words, Wang Hongwei quickly calmed down. Because, just as Bai Yi said, you can hide from the first day of the new year, but you can't hide from the 15th. Not to mention anything else, could he really expect his girlfriend to completely abandon her parents? Even if she was willing, Wang Hongwei didn't want to do something that lacked a man's responsibility. He wasn't particularly capable, but when it came to taking responsibility, he was definitely reliable. So soon, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wife, you contact your parents. Let's go meet them. But, what if they make things difficult for you? Don't worry, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. As long as we are firmly together, what does it matter if they make things difficult?" After saying this, he looked at Bai Yi and said, "Brother, I need to trouble you today. Help me pick up my parents and then have a meal together. Just consider it giving me some courage." To put it simply, the person he trusted the most in his heart was Bai Yi. As long as this brother was around, he wouldn't feel so panicked. It's not a big deal, just keep your mindset steady. For Wang Hongwei's lifelong matter, the group quickly divided their tasks. Xiao Jiao was responsible for booking hotels, restaurants, and so on. Bai Yi was in charge of driving the couple to pick up Wang Hongwei's parents. It's worth mentioning that they lived in a village on the outskirts of the county, and the two elders made a living from two large greenhouses built by the village. You wouldn't believe it, the greenhouses were thriving. Plus, Wang Hongwei usually sent a good amount of money home, so the two elders had a bit of savings. Upon seeing their future daughter-in-law for the first time, their first reaction was joy, especially Wang Hongwei's mother, who held Rong Xiaoqian's hand and asked about her well-being for a long time. When they heard that her parents were about to arrive and that they would be meeting soon, they accepted it with pleasure. This really reflects the value of having some savings. If the family had no money, the parents would probably be completely stunned right now. After going around in circles, the time reached 11:30 a.m. Bai Ye's car appeared at the highway exit of Longhua County. According to Rong Xiaoqian, her parents had driven over as soon as they found out she had bought train tickets to this area using her identity information. They hadn't stopped for a second on the more than 1,500 kilometers journey, except for refueling. This also showed how angry her father was. So it was necessary to come here to pick them up and show proper hospitality. Bai Yi was genuinely afraid that once the other party got out of the car, they would rush over with a knife. There was no way around it. He had to think from their perspective. If someone were to elope with his future daughter, it would be mild to say he would want to chop them up. A few minutes later, a BMW X5 with a Zhujiang license plate appeared in everyone's sight. From Rong Xiaoqian's tense expression, it was clear that the people in the BMW were her family. Soon, they parked behind Bai Ye's car. Then, a middle-aged man and woman got out, one on each side. Fortunately, the situation Bai Yi was worried about did not happen. Rong Xiaoqian's father did not immediately go to find trouble with Wang Hongwei. Instead, he glared at his daughter and said, "You little brat, have you grown wings? You've learned to elope with others. Oh, don't scold me yet. Let me take a good look at my daughter first." Her mother, not caring about being angry, hugged and held Rong Xiaoqian, then circled around her to examine her closely, as if afraid she was missing an arm or a leg. Once she confirmed everything was fine, she complained, "What's wrong with you? Your dad and I thought you were going to be kidnapped by human traffickers. You scared us to death." "Oh, I'm fine, Mom." Upon hearing this, Rong Xiaoqian certainly didn't want her parents to misunderstand Wang Hongwei, so she quickly began to introduce everyone. "Weiga, uncle and auntie, these are my parents, Rong Jichong and Bai Hui." At this moment, Wang Hongwei no longer had the grand ambition to take the girl to get a marriage certificate. He just timidly called out uncle and auntie. As for his parents, they were honest and simple, and having never experienced such a scene, they immediately fell silent after greeting. This led to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Helpless, Bai Yi had to step forward and say, "Uncle and auntie, I'm a childhood friend of Hongwei, welcome to Longhua County. It just happens to be noon, and Hongwei has arranged a place to eat. How about we go over first? We can talk about other things while we eat." "Childhood friend, huh?" Nodding, Rong Jichong curiously asked, "What's your name?" "I'm from the same clan as auntie, my surname is Bai, and my name is Bai Yi." "Alright, young man, not bad. I'll give you face and treat you to a meal." With that, Rong Jichong pulled his daughter and walked towards the BMW. Clearly, the family of three had a lot to talk about. Moments later, the two cars drove one after the other towards the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. Indeed, Bai Yi had previously arranged for Xiao Jia to contact Gao Shan. While booking the hotel, he also brought over the chef they had dined with yesterday. Unlike yesterday's free meal, today's meal would be on Wen Hongwei. Well, it wasn't that Bai Yi couldn't afford it, but he didn't want to overshadow the main event. He would help with what he should help with in his good friend's major life event, but he absolutely wouldn't interfere where he shouldn't. During the drive, Bai Yi noticed that Wen Hongwei kept turning his head to look back and couldn't help but say, "Stop looking, they've come all this way, can they just turn around and drive away? Hee, I'm just worried." No need to worry too much, judging by their attitude, it shouldn't be a big problem. Really? Pretty much. Bai Yi had always been good at reading people, especially in situations where the other party was clearly angry but still didn't speak harshly. He could tell that Rong Jiqiang and his wife were very cultured. Generally, such people wouldn't make things difficult for others and would respect their children's choices. Plus, with Rong Xiaoqian's firm decision, Wen Hongwei's relationship was likely to be set in stone. About 20 minutes later, the two cars arrived at the parking lot of the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. Xiao Jia, who had arrived early, had been waiting there for quite some time. He immediately led a group of people towards the restaurant upstairs. It turned out that the place Bai Yi chose was not wrong. As one of the few reputable places in the county town, entering the hall made Rong Jiqiang's expression much calmer. When he learned that his daughter had been brought to a small county town, he was quite displeased. Although he was open-minded and didn't mind his daughter marrying far away, marrying into a small county town was hard for him to accept. Rong Xiaoqian had never suffered any hardships growing up. However, now, looking at the luxurious hotel in front of him, he began to change his view of this small county town. At least it proved that this place was not impoverished. However, when everyone got on the elevator, Rong Jiqiang noticed a few girls in high-slit kipayos, wearing stockings, accompanying them, and his expression began to change. It wasn't until those girls stepped out first that he turned to Bai Yi and asked, "What's the deal with them? This place isn't inappropriate, is it?" It's worth mentioning that he originally wanted to ask Wen Hongwei, but that guy was busy exchanging flirtatious glances with his daughter, which was infuriating to watch. How could it be? It's all very proper. Bai Yi smiled and explained, "Uncle, speaking of these service staff, we have to mention our northern bathing culture." Bathing has culture? It does. You might not understand since you've lived in the south for so long, but once you experience it, you'll definitely fall in love. If you have time tonight, we can take you to experience it, and you'll understand. Upon hearing that he would be taken to experience it, Rong Jiqiang was clearly tempted. But after sneaking a glance at his serious-looking wife beside him, he straightened his expression and said, "Ahem, let's not talk about that for now, let's discuss serious matters." Then let's talk about serious matters first. Bai Yi said this, but in his heart, he had already noted the matter down. He understood men's contradictory nature all too well. Not talking about this? That was not a rejection but rather a very clear acceptance. Sure enough, any man would find it completely irresistible. Unless, like Yang Jiwei, who was clearly arranged by a technician weighing over 600 pounds. Of course, regardless of what happened later, Wen Hongwei's lifelong affair was more important at the moment. As the group entered a small private room, the dining table was already set with many delicacies and a few bottles of Maotai liquor. However, when the waiter filled everyone's glasses, Rong Jiqiang did not intend to start eating just yet. Instead, he fixed his intense gaze on Wen Hongwei. "Wen Hongwei, right? I think you owe me an apology." "This, uncle and aunt, I'm sorry." He stood up like a good child and obediently apologized. There was no way around it. He had taken the precious daughter away and was now caught. The attitude is quite sincere. Rong Jiqiang nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Rong Xiaoqian. "And you, that day you confessed to me, I only said I was not satisfied, didn't say you had to break up immediately? You, on the other hand, eloped directly, not planning to have your parents anymore?" No. I was just afraid you would make things difficult for him." "Nonsense, look at the current situation. Who is making things difficult for whom?" After a bit of sarcasm, Rong Jiqiang decided not to dwell on this topic any longer. After all, it was still something his daughter had done. What more could he do, even if he was angry? Moreover, based on his understanding of his daughter, he knew that the decision to elope was most likely hers. This little heartless cotton had too much wool of her own. So soon, he began to get to the point. "I heard from Xiaoqian that Hongwei used to work in operations at a media company. What are your plans for the future?" "I plan to start a business in the county town and open an MCN agency. It's still somewhat related to my old profession." Over the years, he had worked many jobs and eventually joined an MCN company as a streamer operator. This opened the door to a new world for him. So before coming back, he had already planned for this aspect. Now, speaking in front of his future father-in-law, he felt quite confident. "So how much savings do you have?" "Well, I currently have 100,000 yuan in savings. As soon as this topic came up, his confidence vanished. Fortunately, his parents were still nearby. His father-in-law, Wang Qizhem, quickly added, not just that, Hongwei has sent a lot of money home over the years. Your mother and I have been saving it, and together it adds up to at least 300,000. Regarding this amount, Rong Jiqiang showed no reaction. Instead, he looked at Wang Hongwei with some surprise. You brat, taking my daughter away, but you're quite filial to your own parents. Well, seeing his buddy was already flustered, Bai Yi smiled and said, we have several childhood friends, and while I won't comment on their character, none of them are unfilial. So Uncle Rong can rest assured, he will definitely treat you and auntie like his own parents in the future. Ha, you really know how to talk. Rong Jiqiang laughed heartily at this, then picked up the chopsticks in front of him and said, Alright, if I keep asking, my daughter will say I'm making things difficult for you, so let's leave it at that. You two can talk however you want, but let me be clear, no more eloping. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the private room instantly relaxed. Even Wang Hongwei, who had been too nervous to speak, now perked up, raising his glass and saying, Uncle Rong, Aunt Bai, I was wrong about the eloping thing, so I toast you both to apologize. Just as Bai Yi had anticipated. After a lunch that was quite pleasant for both hosts and guests, the young couple's relationship received the approval of both sets of parents. They just needed to talk for a while longer before they could bring up the topic of marriage. Both were very satisfied with this outcome, their faces beaming with joy. Of course, Bai Yi and Xiao Jia, who had come to help, were also busy, constantly finding various angles to drink with Rong Jiqiang and his wife. The whole process could be described as quite intense. By the time they had Rong Jiqiang drunk under the table, even Bai Yi, who was very confident in his drinking capacity, was swaying a bit while walking. Because of this, he had no choice but to book a room in the hotel, then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. An entire afternoon passed quietly in his dreams. At 7 p.m., after driving all night and drinking who knows how much baijiu, Rong Jiqiang finally woke up. Massaging his head, which felt like it was about to split open, he got out of bed and noticed his wife was still sleeping beside him. His daughter, Rong Xiaoqian, was sitting not far away, smiling at him. Dad, you're awake. It's already 7? Yeah, I brought you dinner. It's on the table. No. After checking the time on his phone, Rong Jiqiang said with strong disappointment, Wake your mom up. We're leaving now. We're never coming back. Ha, what's this about? Hearing her father's words, Rong Xiaoqian immediately panicked. You clearly agreed during lunch. What does agreeing at that time matter? I hate people who don't keep their word. Not keeping your word? After trying to recall, Rong Xiaoqian helplessly shrugged. Are you talking about the bathing culture? That wasn't Wang Hongwei, it was his friend who said that. I don't care, you are who you associate with. If his friend is untrustworthy, how good can he be? I thought that young man was quite decent, he must be someone important. Seeing that her dad really intended to get up and put on his shoes, Rong Xiaoqian felt a bit uneasy. However, just as she was considering whether to turn around and run, her phone rang. Realizing it was a call from Wang Hongwei, she quickly answered and switched to speaker mode. Baby, what's up? Cough, don't call me baby yet. It's your brother Bai. Has our uncle woken up? Ah, yes, he has. Alright, I've arranged everything for this project. Let him eat something, then come to the second floor. With that, the call was abruptly ended. The father and daughter exchanged glances. Dad, why not just skip the shoes and wear slippers instead? Your suggestion is quite constructive. Rong Jiqiang unhesitatingly tossed aside the half-worn shoes and, feeling a bit awkward, said, Cough, daughter, you know, I'm here on a trip. I have to experience the local culture. You understand, right? I understand. As long as she didn't have to leave with him and could be with Wang Hongwei, Rong Xiaoqian said she could understand. Then when your mom wakes up, we'll see how to explain it. Sunshine Holiday Hotel, Leisure Area. As previously mentioned, this is a comprehensive leisure venue that combines bathing, spa, and massage, and is known as the best in Longhua County and quite famous in the entire seedy city. At this moment, sitting in the second floor lounge, besides Bai Yi and his childhood friends, was the hotel owner, Gao Shan. Of course, he wasn't there to generate income for his business but specifically to find Bai Yi. After sitting down beside him, Gao Shan said softly, Little brother, the license plate number you mentioned yesterday has some leads. So fast? Yes, there are two numbers, one is 55,555, the other is 77777. You can choose one. After a pause, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, Go through legal auction channels. By the way, both numbers are 300,000. Awesome, brother Sean. Listening to him, Bai Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising his big brother. The reliability and speed of his work exceeded his expectations. After all, such numbers are rare and sought after by many. But with Gao Shan's help, not only was it resolved in a day, but the price was also quite favorable. Bai Yi wasn't very familiar with the value of 5 consecutive numbers, but from the information online, even in small 3rd or 4th tier cities, it would probably be over $1 million. This also showed that even though he had categorized Gao Shan as the top Brahmin in the county, he still underestimated his power. At the same time, Bai Yi was very clear that he owed a significant favor this time. He would have to find a chance to repay it in the future. Of course, such matters could just be kept in mind. In social circles, friendships are built on actions. So on the surface, he calmly said, "Just 5 sevens, that's my lucky number. Brother Shan, give me a card number, and I'll transfer it to you right now. No rush, I'll send you my WeChat later. For now, you enjoy, I won't disturb you." "Alright, Brother Shan, thanks. No need to be polite, I'm off." With that, Gao Shan hurriedly left. Bai Yi sat there, feeling delighted. Sensing his mood, Wang Hongwei couldn't help but ask, "What's up, did you win the lottery?" "Ha, something like that. You wouldn't believe it, but Bai Yi really felt a bit like he had won the lottery. Who would have thought that one day he could afford a car worth millions and even get a license plate that would turn heads? Life, truly, is beyond words. Bai Yi isn't just winning the lottery, he's completely taking off. Xiao Jia stared at the ceiling, letting out a heartfelt sigh. In recent days, he had interacted the most with Bai Yi. However, the more they interacted, the more he felt that having such a friend was truly a stroke of luck. From the initial lack of budget and the reluctance to set a limit on renovating the old house, to learning that Bai Yi had bought a villa and was driving a car worth hundreds of thousands. Then today, he was given a contact number, allowing him to book hotels and restaurants through someone else. It was only at the end that he realized the person hosting him was the owner of the Sunshine Holiday Hotel beneath his feet. To be honest, he was stunned at that moment. As a local, he was well aware of the significance of this owner, who could even be described as a legendary entrepreneur from a small place. Such a person was also a friend of Bai Yi, so saying he had taken off was not an exaggeration at all. Of course, the most important thing was that Bai Yi, who had already crossed class boundaries, had not changed much. How brothers should interact remained the same. When it came to helping out, there was no hesitation at all. Not to mention that he was currently living off the projects Bai Yi had given him, just taking the matter of Wang Hongwei as an example. If he hadn't been there, that guy would probably have run off with his girlfriend on the spot. Where would there be the current happy situation? Saying all this is unnecessary. Bai Yi didn't intend to delve deeper into this issue. Fortunately, at that moment, Rong Jiqiang finally appeared. After joining the three, he asked with a stern face, "Is this place really that interesting? Uncle, can we still trick you?" Seeing the other party clearly looking forward to it but still wearing a scrutinizing expression, Bai Yi almost laughed out loud. But considering that he was his buddy's future father-in-law, he could only hold back and say, "Uncle Rong, have you ever seen a dragon?" "A dragon? Isn't that something from mythology?" "Not at all, we really have a dragon here. Come on, let me take Uncle Rong to see it." A dragon was something relatively common in the north, but as a native southerner, Rong Jiqiang completely didn't understand its significance. So when he heard about the dragon, he really thought there was one, and couldn't help but ask, "Really? Is that the origin of Longhua County?" Just follow me, we're going to see the dragon head right now." With that, Bai Yi stopped explaining and led the group toward the bathing area. Before starting other activities, taking a nice bath was essential. Seeing his confident demeanor, Rong Jiqiang's curiosity was completely piqued, and as they walked, he looked around like Lu Lao visiting the Grand View Garden. As for his two childhood friends, they both wore mysterious smiles, especially Wang Hongwei, whose face was starting to turn red from holding back laughter. There was no helping it, taking his future father-in-law to see a dragon was indeed a bit bizarre. But regardless of what people thought, the journey to see the dragon was steadily progressing. Rong Jiqiang had also transformed from initial resistance to enjoyment. The reason for his resistance was that he found it hard to accept so many people bathing together in a bathhouse. But after soaking in the big pool and steaming in the sauna for a few minutes, he was completely won over. He immediately declared that his previous baths were truly a waste. This also made him look forward to the upcoming activities even more. Throughout this process, Wang Hongwei appeared very happy. After all, that was his future father-in-law, and the higher the acceptance from his family, the greater the chance he would have to be with Rong Xiaoqian in the future. Well, if they could get the blessings of both parents, who would want to elope with their girlfriend? His happiness was evident on his face. Until the group emerged from the bathing area and arrived at a private room door with 4 massage beds set up, next to which stood young ladies in high-slit kipeos. After discovering the situation inside, Rong Jiqiang's expression changed immediately. He turned to Wang Hongwei and said, "You just wait for us at the door." Why? The smile on his face instantly froze. Why are you asking me why? Look at how those girls inside are dressed. If you go in, how can you face my little chin? But you also. Alright, are you still bringing me into this? Rong Jichang, without a hint of embarrassment, continued, I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt. Let's not even mention that this place is legitimate. Even if it weren't, I came with a critical attitude. Listen to your uncle, you can't handle this place, so let me take care of it. No matter how much he tried to argue, Wang Hongwei ultimately stood obediently at the door. He was furious inside. A critical attitude? Just look at Lao Dang's expression of enjoyment. What is he criticizing? He really wanted to record what was happening inside and send it to Aunt Bai. Of course, that was just a thought. He couldn't afford to provoke them. Helpless, he could only secretly grumble in his heart, if you won't let me massage your feet, then I'll have your daughter do it for me later. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Rong Jichang, looking thoroughly pleased, said sincerely, Xiao Bai, I finally understand what you mean by bathing culture. Ha, I'm glad you like it, Uncle Rong. Others might not know, but Bai Yi was enjoying himself quite a bit. Because Wang Hongwei was unable to come in, the technician originally arranged for him was now free. But since the money had already been spent, it couldn't go to waste. So Bai Yi simply called him over, and with 2 technicians working on him, one above and one below, the focus was on a 360-degree massage. I like it. I'm even thinking about whether I should come live here after retirement. This was indeed his true thought. Setting aside the shock of seeing the dragon today, just the fact that Rong Xiaoqian was an only child was enough. As a parent, no one wants to be far away from their children. Moreover, CD City is a full 1,500 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Then I will definitely welcome you with open arms. From the other party's words, it was clear that Wang Hongwei's lifelong affair was probably settled. The appearance of the dragon was time-limited. Soon it was 9 p.m., and after all the activities were over, Rong Jichang returned to his room to rest, satisfied. Bai Yi also bid farewell to his 2 childhood friends amidst Wang Hongwei's various expressions of gratitude. In addition, he received a transfer from the other party. But don't misunderstand, this wasn't a red envelope, but rather the expenses he had previously covered. Bai Yi was completely unreserved and accepted it directly. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. It's fine to share meals and drinks casually, but when entertaining someone else's future father-in-law, there's no need for him to pay. After leaving Sunshine Holiday, Bai Yi planned to go back and play games. There was no helping it. After sleeping soundly from being drunk during the day, he felt particularly energetic now. If he didn't feel sleepy by 2 or 3 in the morning, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. However, as he drove home, he noticed a graceful figure standing at his doorstep from a distance. From her figure, he could tell it was Li Sisi. This made Bai Yi feel quite strange. Normally, at this time, Li Sisi should have been asleep. Could it be that she had something to find him for? With this doubt, Bai Yi quickly parked next to her and opened the passenger window, calling out, Sister, get in the car, it's cold outside. The temperature outside was a chilling -11 degrees. Li Sisi, who had been waiting for who knows how long, had her face slightly blue from the cold. So before she got in, Bai Yi adjusted the air conditioning to the highest setting. Accompanied by a familiar scent of lavender, Li Sisi appeared in the passenger seat. Rubbing her hands together, she said, Why are you only back now? As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized something was off. Because no matter how you heard it, it sounded like a wife complaining about her husband coming home late. So she quickly added, Ahem. What I mean is, it's late, and it's dangerous outside. Boys need to take care of themselves when they're out. Ha, but I'm back now, right? Not noticing the awkwardness in the other person's words, Bai Yi smiled and asked, Sister, you weren't waiting here just for me, were you? Ah, no, I was just feeling a bit down and wanted to get some fresh air. Really? Really? She spoke with certainty, but Li Sisi's gaze kept darting away. She was genuinely feeling guilty. After all, she had indeed come to find Bai Yi at first, wanting to chat and ease her discomfort. After realizing he wasn't home, she had been wandering outside for a few minutes. She just didn't expect to run into him directly and be confronted with such a question. Alright then, I believe you. After a smile, Bai Yi asked, Why are you still feeling down? Is it because Xiao Yuqing is being naughty? Or is it the students at the yoga studio causing trouble? Neither, it's just me being sentimental. Feeling the warmth returning to her body, she slumped in her seat, staring blankly ahead, and said, What do you think the meaning of life is? Such a profound question. I think it's profound too. When I was younger, I thought my life would be exciting, that I would live in a big house. But once I actually had it, I realized the meaning of life isn't in having a big house. No matter how big the house is, people live the same mundane life, without ups and downs, not exciting at all. As she spoke, Bai Yi understood that this sister felt bored with her mundane life. It made sense, she was probably a year or two older than him. While he was still enjoying life, she had settled into a monotonous routine because of Li Yuqing's presence. After a few years, it was no wonder she found it dull. The key point was that most single mothers endure the difficult loneliness and solitude. Thinking about this, Bai Yi shared his perspective on life. I believe that a person's life is over 30,000 days long. It seems long, but in the universe, it's just a moment, not even a speck of dust. After living for 100 years, no one will remember that we were ever here, and even our descendants will forget our names. So in this short time, there's no need to seek any meaning, just find ways to make yourself happy. Of course, if you had to say there is a meaning, it's to live happily. In fact, Bai Yi was already doing this, enjoying life, playing with the world. Hearing such words, Li Sisi nodded seriously. What you said makes a lot of sense, but how do I make myself happy? Well, think carefully about what you want to do the most right now. After thinking hard, she said, I guess I want to do something exciting. When life is too mundane, people inevitably seek some excitement. It's human nature. Besides, before this, she was a girl who loved riding roller coasters. But after Li Yuqing appeared and she found herself in a small county town, she hadn't tried any exciting activities since. Exciting? Bai Yi blinked and asked softly, was the car ride exciting enough? Hey, talking casually with you again, the flirtatious words just come out. Rolling her eyes dramatically, Li Sisi lightly tapped his shoulder. Ha, no more joking, buckle your seatbelt. Why? No way, let's go find some excitement first. Manhwa County is very small, and the only amusement park has basically no attractions that can thrill adults. As for haunted houses, that's even more out of the question. But as a local, it's quite easy to take someone out for a bit of thrill in the dead of night. Bai Yi knew a place that was perfect for a man and a woman to have some fun alone. So, after Li Sisi fastened her seatbelt, he drove off. In no time, they had left the county town and entered the national road line with many villages. As they drove further into the remote area, with no vehicles in sight, Li Sisi began to panic. Unable to hold back, she asked, Brother, where are you taking me? Scared? Bai Yi chuckled and said, Don't worry, sis, I promise to take you to a good place. You think you can sell me off? Your sister is not just some whiny little girl, she has strength and means. Ha, that's the spirit, keep that attitude. After a simple joke, Li Sisi's tension eased considerably, but when she continued to ask where they were going, Bai Yi simply remained silent. Since they were looking for excitement, what was the point of revealing it in advance? Finally, after about 10 minutes, Bai Yi stopped the car. All right, we're here. Oh, stepping out of the car, Li Sisi used the car's headlights to look ahead. She realized this was not a tourist spot, all she saw were fields. And because it was winter, the fields were bare, lacking any beauty. This made her even more curious. Brother, what's so fun about this place? Why don't you look to the left? To the left? Following his direction, she saw a dark entrance. As if discovering a new world, Li Sisi immediately turned on her phone's flashlight and leaned in to peer inside. This is an air raid shelter? That's right, you wanted some excitement, so I brought you here for an adventure. It had been mentioned before that Manhwa County is the hometown of a first-class combat hero, with many touching stories. These people and events left behind a valuable spiritual legacy, and the only traces remaining are the memorials and these defensive facilities. Bai Yi remembered coming here to play as a child, and he had a rough memory of what was inside. He recalled that back then, his friends would bring their female classmates. While playing, they would either blow out candles or pretend their flashlights had died, only to be met with the girls' screams. Unfortunately, the old Bai Yi never played such tricks, but perhaps he could make up for that regret today? Meanwhile, Li Sisi, now realizing what was happening, stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with fear. She thought about how she did want some excitement to spice up her boring life, but running out to such a desolate area in the middle of the night to explore an air raid shelter felt a bit too thrilling, even bordering on terrifying. To be honest, she started to miss her warm bed. So, she quickly said softly, brother, how about we just go back? Sis, weren't you the one who wanted some excitement? Now you're backing out? I'm not. Oh come on, backing out is backing out. You can just say it. I'm not backing out at all. Faced with Bai Yi's teasing remarks, Li Sisi, for some reason, was unwilling to admit that she was scared. It was also because of this thought that she straightened her chest and said, I'm just afraid you'll be scared. Then you don't need to worry, when I'm scared, I'll naturally burrow into your arms. Bah, you're just talking big. Ha ha ha. As they chatted, Bai Yi had already reached the entrance of the cave, then stepped onto a small dirt slope and entered the air raid shelter. He then extended a hand and said, Come on, let me see who's really scared. Bring it on, who's afraid of who? Her words were defiant, but Bai Yi could clearly feel the slight tremor in the hand she offered. After all, no matter how mature she was still a girl. Exploring a place like an air raid shelter was bound to be frightening. However, knowing for sure that it was safe inside, Bai Yi didn't suggest going back just yet. Seeking thrills, he decided to give her a big adventure today. Soon, the two of them were inside the air raid shelter. The flashlight on their phones illuminated the pitch-black environment. The interior was a large space entirely made of concrete, with a long corridor and several small rooms subdivided on the sides. And because hardly anyone came here, it was quite tidy aside from the dust. This situation eased Li Cici's nerves considerably. I never knew there was such a place in Longhua. Not only is there this, but there are quite a few more. Zipping up his windbreaker, Bai Yi continued, but those are all on the mountain. We can't go there in the middle of the night. Ahem, this place is already pretty good, really good. Pretty good? Seeing her emotions stabilize and seemingly not scared at all, Bai Yi felt displeased. He brought her here to seek thrills, and now she wasn't scared? That was unacceptable. So, Bai Yi turned his eyes and said, "Sis, hand me your phone first." "Why?" "Because our phone batteries are limited, we need to conserve them. As the one leading the way, I obviously need to hold all the flashlights." Although she felt something was off about his words, in such an environment, Li Cici had no choice but to comply. So, she quickly handed over her phone. After sorting this out, Bai Yi smiled in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go, our adventure officially begins." The air raid shelter wasn't very long. At the end, it was just over 100 meters. Plus, with openings on both sides, there was quite a bit of wind inside. From time to time, the howling of the wind could be heard. To Li Cici's ears, it was almost equivalent to the cries of ghosts and wolves. The key was that with only one phone providing light, visibility was visibly reduced. All of this was stimulating Li Cici, making her cling tightly to Bai Yi's back, even reaching out to grasp his clothes firmly. As everyone knows, when a person is highly tense, they can easily startle. Sure enough, the one walking in front accidentally kicked a brick. With a bang, he felt something soft make intimate contact with his back. A pair of arms quickly wrapped around his waist. What happened? What happened? This. Now Bai Yi finally understood why those male classmates were so keen on bringing girls here. The adventure hadn't even reached halfway, and it was already like this. Who could withstand it? Bai Yi believed he didn't have enough self-control to handle it. So, he decisively turned off the phone's light, broke free from her embrace, and then pulled her into his arms. Inhaling the lavender scent on Li Cici, he couldn't help but say, "Sis, you smell so good." Li Cici, who was completely locked in his embrace, quickly calmed down. Now she knew that Bai Yi, who was walking ahead, was fine. Instead, it was she who was in trouble. Amid her inner panic, a strange sense of security also arose within her. It was as if, in his arms, even in a completely dark environment, she felt no fear at all. It was this feeling that left her, a capable and strong woman, utterly numb. She simply couldn't bring herself to struggle against it, nor did she truly want to. Helpless, she could only tremble and say, "Bai Yi, calm down, I'm your sister." "Let me correct you, you're the neighbor's sister." "Then are you just going to bully the neighbor's sister?" The tremor in Li Cici's voice became more pronounced. "Let me go, your sister is a middle-aged woman, not suitable for you." A middle-aged woman? Upon hearing this term, Bai Yi became even more excited. They say young people don't know how good a middle-aged woman is. Can't I enjoy something good? Li Cici didn't know what to say. She felt that the more she spoke, the more excited Bai Yi became. In the pitch-black environment, apart from the richness of the moment, all she could hear was his heavy breathing. Thus, her emotional changes were very evident. "Sister, do you have anything else to say?" "Nothing, I'm done talking." "Well, then I'm going to kiss you." Don't. Even Li Cici herself didn't know how she had gone from resisting at first to sinking into it and finally to acquiescing, experiencing an internal struggle. All she knew was that by the time Bai Yi let her go, breathing had become incredibly difficult. After a few deep breaths, she finally escaped from the state of oxygen deprivation. Then she reached out a hand and slapped it against Bai Yi's chest. "I used to say you only knew how to talk big, but now I realize I was wrong. You little rascal must have been planning to bully me from the very beginning." "Sister, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal. It's only natural for me to have my eye on you, right?" Bai Yi, still holding her tightly, openly admitted it. From the moment he first saw her, he had felt a spark. This was the most normal reaction of a normal man, nothing to deny. Who says that being attracted to someone can't be considered love at first sight? Look, isn't it already more than halfway there? Hearing his shameless words, Li Cici didn't get angry. She just felt shy deep down, her face burning hot. If they were in a bright place, she might have turned and run away out of embarrassment. But in the dark environment of the air raid shelter, her courage had grown significantly. She immediately buried her head in his chest and softly said, "Then you don't want to think about how we should get along given today's situation? And can you take your hand away? I'm feeling really ticklish." Ahem, sorry, reflex. Bai Yi removed his hand from where it shouldn't be, his face not flushing and his heart not racing as he continued. "We'll just get along as we should. Anyway, since Xiao Yoking already calls me dad, you can't just let me be the emperor without letting me have my way, right?" "Ah, whatever you say goes." Li Sisi knew things weren't that simple, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Ever since Bai Yi appeared, both she and her daughter had been moving in a positive direction. Her daughter had become more confident and cheerful. As for herself, she had transformed into something entirely different. Bai Yi's presence filled many voids in her heart, making her finally feel that she wasn't just a tool in a monotonous life, but a woman. In fact, ever since the last time she stayed at home, she had already realized that she had lost her resistance to this younger brother. The actions that transcended friendship were just a matter of time. As for the future, she didn't care. One happy day is better than none. Anyway, her brother was infatuated with her, and she couldn't resist, so why not just close her eyes and enjoy it? Seeing her adopt a submissive attitude, Bai Yi felt a stir in his heart and said, "Sister, isn't today's adventure exciting?" "It's too exciting, so much so that I might lose myself in it." Shall we go home now?" Let's go home. I'm afraid Yaching will wake up and worry if she can't find me." "Then you should worry about yourself first, not the child." With that, Bai Yi turned on the flashlight and pulled Li Sisi towards the exit of the air raid shelter. Adventures could happen any day, but today, the most important thing was to seize the moment. Following behind him, Li Sisi could clearly see the current situation. But what could she do? She could only reflect on herself, feeling that life was dull and insisting on being dramatic, wanting someone to take her to find excitement. Now, here she was, being dragged into an air raid shelter for a good gnaw. Quite thrilling indeed. Of course, despite her thoughts, she had already prepared to give up resistance and had no intention of resisting Bai Yi. She just felt a bit nervous. However, as the two of them walked to the entrance, each lost in their own thoughts, they discovered that heaven had given them a big surprise. Crawling out of the air raid shelter, they were greeted by a sky full of swirling goosefeather snow. In the short span of about 20 minutes since they entered, a thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the ground. This showed just how heavy the snowfall was. Li Sisi, who had been holding his hand, seemed to regain some of her girlish excitement upon seeing the heavy snow. "Wow, it's snowing so heavily." As she spoke, she took out her phone and started taking pictures frantically. Bai Yi understood her reaction. He now knew that Li Sisi probably came from the south and had never seen such heavy snow, so it was normal for her to be excited. Bai Yi was now considering a serious issue. "With this much snow, we can't see the road at all. We need to wait for the snow to lighten up before heading back." "Great, that's wonderful." Li Sisi, who had finished taking pictures and got into the car, immediately raised both hands in approval. Sister, you seem very happy?" I am a bit." Not only was she seeing the heavy snow, but she also didn't have to worry about being tormented when she got home. The key was that she saw Bai Yi, who had bullied her, and with the gloomy expression on his face, her mood was quite good, making her words a bit arrogant. However, this arrogance only lasted for a moment. At that moment, Bai Yi, with a mysterious smile, said, "You're too early to be happy. Ideal classmate. I'm here. Activate camping mode. Activate big bed mode. Today, I'll let you experience the power of domestic cars." Domestic cars, whether pure electric or extended-range vehicles like the Ideal L9, have always been controversial. However, these controversies are mostly reflected in the motors and batteries. As for refrigerators, color TVs, and big sofas, they are truly leading the way. With Bai Yi's command, the back seat of the car automatically began to fold down. In no time, a wide double bed appeared. Watching all this, Li Sisi couldn't help but start to complain. "Wait, what are they doing researching this function in a perfectly good car? Isn't this quite convenient?" She didn't directly answer the question of convenience, just blushing and looking out the window. "If I run now, will I still make it?" "It's too late." After saying that, Bai Yi pulled her over. Don't shout, no one can hear you here." In the desolate wilderness, amidst the swirling snow, the Ideal L9 inexplicably began to sway. The next morning, Bai Yi slowly woke up from his warm bed, turned to look at the empty side, and then checked his phone to see a message from Li Sisi, which made him smile happily. "I went back first. Don't let anyone know about us, including Yuching." One can only say that Li Sisi is quite cautious. Yesterday, they took advantage of the lighter snow to return home, and Bai Yi had forcibly taken her to his house. But to avoid being discovered by his daughter, they quietly slipped away at 4 in the morning. As for why they didn't want everyone to know, Bai believed she still hadn't gotten over that mental hurdle and felt their relationship wasn't at the stage where it could be made public. Faced with this situation, he wasn't planning to pressure her. After all, he had already secured her, so everything else could come slowly. Moreover, this kind of underground relationship was quite interesting. Well, at least he felt very happy when he looked at Lee Sisi. By the way, what made Bai happy on his phone wasn't just the message from Lee Sisi, but also one from Lu Lin. The content was simple, just notifying him that the new car would arrive at the store on time in the afternoon, and he could pick it up anytime. This was good news. With the license plate already arranged on the other side of the mountain, he had been eagerly anticipating it. He immediately replied, "I'll be there on time in the afternoon." After sorting everything out, Bai prepared to get out of bed. Although picking up the car was an afternoon affair, daily yoga was essential. The key was that his relationship with the yoga instructor had deepened, and he needed to apply the moves he had learned. However, just as his feet touched the slippers, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected that you have a stable romantic partner. The state of being in love has already been activated. A bit chaotic. This system is analyzing the current situation. No, how did the host fall in love again? Analysis complete. As a dragon among men, it is reasonable for you to be picky about your partner, and having more choices is also reasonable. The life assistance system, to show support, is now upgrading your romantic assistance. Romantic assistance has been renamed to Happy Again, Bro. Happy Again, Bro Assistance. Daily happiness subsidy of 2,628 yuan, monthly extension of 600 minutes, freely disposable, and 5 gin of tiger bone wine per month, bro. While being happy, take care of your health too. Looking at the information displayed on the system interface, Bai's mood undoubtedly improved even more. Sure enough, the system only cared about itself. Even though he had confused it, it still didn't scold him for being a scumbag. It even doubled the previous romantic assistance and added 5 gin of tiger bone wine every month. As the saying goes, a system's product must be a premium one. One could tell without thinking that this wine must be powerful. Although Bai was young and had daily physical enhancement assistance to help him recover to his best state, he still had an old man at home. Besides, if this thing was given as a gift, I believe no man would refuse it. For example, Wang Zhengde, the big bank president, married a much younger wife, so the pressure must be considerable. Well, next time they meet, he must bring some. With these plans in mind, Bai quickly washed up and went out. At this time, Li Sisi had probably already sent the child to school, just in time to have a little time to clear the snow. The snow had fallen heavily last night, and as soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. Stepping on the snow in the yard, his entire foot could sink into it. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of crunching snow, Bai opened the gate to the yard. He then saw his sister-in-law, Sun Hongxia, coming out of Li Sisi's yard with a few people. They were holding shovels, brooms, and other tools. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" "Here to serve you, the big homeowner." As she spoke, Sun Hongxia grabbed a broom and rushed into his yard to start shoveling snow. With her leading the way, the others quickly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the yard had turned into a scene of bustling activity. Faced with this situation, Bai could only think that the high property fees of Guanshanyu were justified. Even the sales staff had been brought in to help the homeowners clear the snow. This busy work lasted for over 20 minutes. Once his yard was cleaned up, Sun Hongxia prepared to leave with her team. Watching his sister-in-law work, Bai took the opportunity to offer everyone a cup of hot water. "Impressive, sister-in-law. So many people listen to you, you're like a leader now." This was a heartfelt compliment. He had mentioned more than once that Sun Hongxia was truly capable. She managed both home and work with ease. It was no surprise to him that someone like her would become a leader. However, after hearing his words, Sun Hongxia, who should have been happy, showed a hint of bitterness. After taking a sip of hot water, she said, "What leader? I'm planning to resign." "Why? Isn't the salary here pretty high?" "It is high, but someone has to manage the supermarket, and your second aunt isn't cut out for business." After hesitating for a moment, Sun Hongxia couldn't help but ask, "By the way, do you know what Yang Jiwei has been up to these days?" "Not at the supermarket?" "Hell no, he leaves early and comes back late every day, and when he gets home, he reeks of smoke. He's a full-blown chain smoker." "Well, I don't know about that." Bai suddenly remembered that the last time he saw a few of Yang Jiwei's friends at Sunshine Holiday, they all seemed rather shady. They didn't look like decent people at all. But he wouldn't say anything now. On one hand, he didn't want to get involved in such messy matters, fearing it would affect his mood. On the other hand, it wasn't right to judge someone based solely on appearances without any real evidence. Moments later, Sun Hongxia left with her team to continue working at other homeowners' houses. Bai stood there, lost in thought. He was considering whether he should hire a nanny and a cook. Living in the villa was quite nice, it was spacious and very private, but it also had a downside: it was hard to keep tidy. Especially for someone like him, who didn't enjoy cleaning, it was a big challenge. For instance, if it hadn't been for Li Sisi helping him organize last time, his shopping bags would probably still be lying on the coffee table. Just now, his sister-in-law had come over to help him avoid the snow shoveling, which sparked an idea in him. Hiring a nanny to help maintain the tidiness of the house seemed very feasible. After all, he was now earning several thousand every day. As soon as he opened his eyes, hiring a nanny who didn't live in would be completely stress-free. The key was that with just a little financial investment, he could have a clean and tidy home, which would definitely improve his mood every day. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became, and he was already considering how to find someone. As for the cook, there was no rush. Since the cook would be responsible for his daily meals, he had high standards. At the very least, they should be comparable to the one Gao Shan had brought from the capital, right? Such people were rare and should be sought after slowly. Just as he was planning this in his mind, a voice came from beside him. "Oh, Bai Dagoran, are you on guard for my family?" He looked up to see that it was Li Sisi, who had just returned after dropping off her daughter. Today, she has changed significantly compared to before. For instance, her complexion has noticeably improved, and her eyes are filled with charm. The subtlety she exudes is the unique allure of a mature woman. In this regard, Bai Yi can proudly say, "Look, this is my achievement." However, noticing something off in his gaze, Li Sisi realizes she's about to face trouble and immediately wants to turn and leave. But before she can take a step, Bai Yi pulls her into his embrace. "Teacher Li, where are you going?" "Oh, we're still outside, stop messing around." "Alright then, let's go inside and learn yoga. You have to teach me well." "Is the yoga you're talking about serious?" A whole morning of yoga left Bai Yi feeling quite fulfilled. Under Li Sisi's careful guidance, his physical condition has reached a solid 69 points, about to break through the 70 barrier. This made him feel even more that following her to learn yoga was the right decision. The experience, well, those who understand will understand. As afternoon approached, Bai Yi had to temporarily bid farewell to the gentle warmth and took a taxi to the city. At the CD City Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, before Bai Yi could even get out of the taxi, Lu Lin rushed out from inside, running and shouting, "Damn, big brother. Hey, shouldn't you have already caught up with your female boss and achieved financial freedom, no longer needing to work?" "Not at all, I still love my job." Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. "Speak plainly." "Well, I just didn't catch up." "Really?" Nodding affirmatively, Lu Lin continued, "The date went quite well, but the next morning she told me that if I wanted to date her, I had to accept her test." "What test?" "I don't know." Suddenly, his face was filled with a strong sense of justice as he said earnestly, "I thought to myself, the only ones who can test me are the party and the people. Who is she to test me? So I simply refused, and that was the end of it." 6. Who would have thought this guy was a principled scoundrel? But I have to say, his approach was quite right. Some people insist on adding a so-called test to a mutual affection, allowing themselves to make all sorts of unreasonable demands. To put it bluntly, in a relationship, men and women are equal. Who has the right to test whom? Thinking this, Bai Yi patted his shoulder and praised, "Well done. It's nothing, let's go, big brother. Your car has arrived, and I took a look, it's really handsome." "Yeah, let's go." Following Lu Lin, Bai Yi quickly arrived at the delivery center located behind the showroom. The delivery center was bustling with activity. More than a dozen staff members in uniforms stood on either side, some holding fireworks, others carrying flowers. Clearly, these were all prepared for the car delivery ceremony. Behind the crowd, Bai Yi's long-awaited toy, the Mercedes-Benz AMG G63, was parked. With its square body and oversized wheels, it looked quite robust. Unlike the ordinary G500, the G63's body color and body kit appeared sportier, filled with a sense of combat. The moment Bai Yi saw the actual car, he couldn't help but nod in approval. Not to mention the staggering price of 3.6 million, just the appearance was already perfect in his eyes. As Bai Yi walked into the delivery center, the staff nearby immediately began to applaud. The sound of clapping echoed continuously. It wasn't until the dealership owner, Zhang Yuan, approached that the applause gradually subsided. "Mr. Bai, I'm glad to fulfill your request. I've brought the car you like." "Ha, thank you, General Manager Zhang. Your efficiency is top-notch." Originally, it was agreed that the car would arrive within a week, but it only took a few days. Because of this efficiency, Bai Yi had a good impression of the female boss in front of him. As for the story between her and Lu Lin, what did it have to do with him? Not at all. I should be the one thanking you. Zhang Yuan said seriously, the car you chose is the most expensive one we've ever sold. It's really made my shop shine. Haha, alright, let's stop flattering each other and get to the payment. Sure thing. Since he had increased his daily spending limit through mobile banking in advance, the payment went very smoothly. Including insurance, luxury car tax, and so on, the total came to 3.68 million. Of that, 3 million was from the system's hobby assistance limit, and the remaining amount was paid by Bai Yi himself. With his parents' retirement account in place, he felt no pressure at all. As he officially signed the contract and checked that the car was in good condition, the grand car pickup ceremony began. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the fireworks were set off by the staff, and colorful ribbons flew everywhere. Holding a bouquet of flowers, Bai Yi stood in front of his big toy and took a cheerful photo. Congratulations, Mr. Bai, on acquiring the G63. Congratulations, congratulations. It wasn't until about 10 minutes later that the staff left at Zhang Yuan's instruction. This meant Bai Yi could now drive the car away and head to the vehicle management office in the city to get it registered. According to the arrangements from Gaoshan, someone was already waiting for him there. However, before he could get in the car, Zhang Yuan leaned over again and said, "By the way, Mr. Bai, when you have time, check your phone, I'll add you to a group." "What group?" "It's our luxury car enthusiasts group in CD City. There are many fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged ladies in there." "Alright, I'll check it out." He wasn't particularly interested in fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged ladies. The only reason he was willing to join the group was out of curiosity. In the past, when he didn't have the means or capital, he often saw various topics related to luxury car clubs online, and there were rumors that the scene was chaotic. The earlier you entered, the sooner you could enjoy it. However, all of that felt very distant from his previous self. As a third-tier small city, CD City didn't have sports car clubs, but groups like this one probably had a similar nature. So Bai Yi was curious, was this circle really that chaotic? Soon, he received an invitation from Zhang Yuan to join the group. The group name was very ordinary, simply called CD City Car Enthusiasts Group. To be honest, when he noticed that the name didn't include the words luxury car, he really thought the people in the group would be quite low-key. However, once he entered the group, he realized he had overthought it. At that moment, a dispute was unfolding in the group chat. Or rather, a group of people with nicknames based on car models were attacking one person. "At House Xiang, aren't you always flaunting your Ferrari? Why are you selling your car now? At House Xiang, I've disliked you for a long time, now you're being called out. At House Xiang, speak up, call me brother, maybe I can treat you to breakfast next time I see you. Everyone, stop cursing him, we're not in the same world anymore." From these snippets, Bai Yi roughly grasped the situation. It seemed that this person named House Xiang had offended some people in the group before, and now for some unknown reason, he was selling his car and was being attacked by everyone. The words were filled with a sense of superiority. To be honest, seeing this made Bai Yi a bit disappointed. Is this what they call a luxury car group chat? As the best group of drivers in CD City, they are surprisingly bickering like children. This group feels kind of pointless. Ahem. Today is an exception, usually, it's not bad. Zhang Yuan felt a bit awkward but took the opportunity during the chaos to introduce the new member, Bai Yi. At Bai Yi, we have a new top-spec G63 owner in CD City, everyone welcome. This statement stirred quite a reaction in the group. However, the luxury car owners who had just been cursing fell silent. The only ones responding were the girls with single in their usernames. But Bai Yi didn't even glance at the specifics. What kind of good person would fish in a group like this? Compared to that, it was more important to get the license plates sorted out quickly. So, after a moment, Bai Yi bid farewell to Zhang Yuan and headed towards the vehicle management office, accompanied by Lu Lin, who had been sent to accompany him. However, after just acquiring a big toy, Bai Yi was busy getting used to the new car. There was no helping it. As a member of the AMG family, the G63's power seemed endless. A gentle press on the pedal would instantly push him back into the seat with immense thrust. This feeling was incredibly exhilarating. Indeed, electric cars accelerate faster and provide a stronger pushback sensation. But when it comes to driving pleasure, nothing could compare. Especially since his big toy had a considerable roar. Combined with a tough, sporty, and aggressive appearance, it turned heads everywhere. Even Lu Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but say, as expected of my big brother, "You look so cool driving the G63 with one hand." "Shut up, you should say that to the girls." I'm just speaking the truth." Amidst the banter, Bai Yi parked at the vehicle management office. A woman in professional attire, around her 30s, quickly approached him. "Are you Mr. Bai, my last name is Bai. Are you sent by Brother Sean? Yes, Mr. Bai, nice to meet you. Mr. Gao has already arranged everything. Just hand me the purchase contract and related documents, and I'll take care of it. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. Taking the documents Bai Yi handed over, the woman moved swiftly, showing no signs of delay. The conversation between them made Lu Lin sense something unusual. Big brother, did you arrange a good license plate for the new car? Isn't that normal? I guess it is. After a moment of surprise, Lu Lin found this very reasonable. After all, he had just bought a car worth nearly 4 million, and it was a full cash purchase. With such strength, there were probably not many in all of CD City. Could he really be short on money for a good license plate? However, just as he began to acknowledge Bai Yi's strength and wondered what number would come out next, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the roar of an engine from behind. Vroom vroom vroom. The sound was so loud that it was hard to ignore. Even Bai Yi turned curiously to look in the rearview mirror. What caught his eye was a shiny Ferrari emblem. It was a Ferrari 812, a GT sports car worth several million, with a very classic streamlined body. But as he looked, Bai Yi felt increasingly familiar with the car. Moments later, he remembered. The brother who had just been attacked in the group was using this car as his avatar. He never expected to run into him here at the vehicle management office. What surprised him even more was that the person getting out of the Ferrari was striding directly towards him, looking quite furious. You're the one who just joined the group, right? In order to fit into their circle, they all chased me here, haha. Are you trying to humiliate me by selling cars now? Then you can start. A series of words left Bai Yi completely bewildered. Wait, do you have a persecution complex or something? Aren't you the G63 owner who just joined the group? That's me. Then it's settled, I'm Hao Xiang. And then? Being inexplicably treated as a hypothetical enemy, Bai Yi felt a bit helpless. However, before he could say anything further, Gao Shan's subordinate, who had just left, returned. In her hands, besides Bai Yi's paperwork, she was holding 2 blue license plates. The string of 7s on top left Lu Lin, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, dumbfounded. 1, 2, 5. Holy crap, 5 7s? He had thought the license plates Bai Yi arranged might be good, but he never expected them to be this good. To put it mildly, just the value of these 5 7s could rival that of an ordinary Maybach. The key was that this kind of thing couldn't just be obtained with money alone. Meanwhile, Hao Xiang, who was standing aside with a face full of indignation, was also drawn to the license plates. Soon after, his face turned visibly red. He realized he had probably made a huge blunder. Over the past few days, he had been ridiculed by the people in the group, which had left him feeling very oppressed. So when he saw Bai Yi's car earlier, he naturally assumed that those people were not satisfied with just verbal taunts and had started sending people to humiliate him offline. That was why he had approached Bai Yi, seeking humiliation. But after seeing the 5 7s on the license plate, Hao Xiang realized he had completely overthought the situation. Not to mention the price of the car, just this license plate already represented a lot. Someone with such strength would have no need to mingle with those who were even beneath him in the past. One could even say they were from entirely different worlds. Meanwhile, Bai Yi didn't care what he thought. Seeing the license plates being brought out, he quickly got out of the car and, with Lu Lin, installed the plates one after the other. In no time, his big toy was completely assembled. To be honest, the blue license plates somewhat affected the car's aesthetics. But if the number on it was 77,777, it would be a whole different story. In any case, Bai Yi was very satisfied. It's worth mentioning that after everything was settled, he arranged a red envelope of 6,666 for Gao Shan's subordinate. They had been waiting since noon, and the job was done so efficiently. If he didn't show some appreciation, he wouldn't feel right about it. A big red envelope was well deserved. As for the favor from Gao Shan, up until now, he hadn't figured out how to repay it. He could only take it slow. Just then, after struggling internally, Hao Xiang slowly walked up, lowered his head, and said, bro, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. No need to apologize. The other party's attitude was sincere, and he hadn't said anything particularly unpleasant, so Bai Yi didn't take it to heart. After waving his hand to indicate it was no big deal, he curiously asked, what kind of grudge do you have against those people in the group? Grudge? Not at all. Speaking of this, Hao Xiang shook his head with a bitter smile. Not only do I have no grudge, but when I was doing well before, they all played behind me, often eating and drinking off me. I used to think I had good relationships, but when I ran into difficulties a few days ago, I went to them for help, and the result, you've already seen. Goodness. Bai Yi was still willing to believe what the other party said. As the saying goes, one fears their brother's suffering, yet also fears their brother's driving a Land Rover. When you're doing well, some people, despite genuinely believing you don't deserve it, will will still eagerly follow you around, taking advantage of you. But once you encounter some problems that prevent them from benefiting, these people will immediately turn against you, ready to kick you when you're down. There are countless examples of this in life. Even Bai Yi has experienced it himself. For instance, when he was promoted to team leader while working in the capital, the situation among his team members was quite similar. But once he was pushed out of his position, those same people quickly changed their tune and joined Duzimu in criticizing him. If the workplace is like this, one can only imagine how it is in a chat group that flaunts its luxury car status, reeking of vulgarity. Listening to the conversation between the two, Lu Lin, who was nearby, grasped the situation and said, "Then just leave the group. Don't interact with anyone in the future, and it'll be over." That's true. Do you think they can chase you down and attack you in real life? I don't know, but I want to see their reactions when I turn my life around. Hao Xiang, who was about 23 or 24, had a stubborn look on his face. Isn't life just a series of ups and downs? I believe I'll be fine. At that time, I want them to understand what it means to have 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Don't underestimate the youth in poverty. This sounded a bit juvenile, but Bai Yi still agreed with him. No matter what caused the upheaval, some people will crumble after losing everything, fading into obscurity. Yet others can truly rise again through their beliefs. That's a good thought. Keep it up, young man. I will. After nodding firmly, Hao Xiang suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead, saying, "Sorry, I can't chat any longer. I need to transfer the car to the buyer and then take someone to see a house." A house? Upon hearing these two words, Bai Ye's heart stirred. In fact, after securing the new car, he had planned to buy an apartment in the city, preferably near the affiliated hospital. The reason was simple. He didn't want Lin Jianxin to live in the hospital dormitory. From what he understood, Lin Jianxin Sr. was now the director of the city's affiliated hospital. With that connection, plus her outstanding abilities at the county hospital, she wouldn't have to worry about interview questions. She could just breeze through the process to get hired. This meant she might soon be working in the city. The distance between them would then stretch to 20 kilometers. In such a situation, if busy Lin Jianxin still had to live in a dorm, they really wouldn't have to meet at all. Additionally, this year, housing prices had already dropped to their lowest point in recent years. Currently, properties in the city center had fallen below 10,000, making it an excellent time to buy. Therefore, buying an apartment in the city seemed very necessary. So, before the other person could turn to leave, Bai Yi asked, "How many apartments do you have?" "About 4 or 5, all currently for sale." "Do you have any near the medical university's affiliated hospital?" "Actually, I do. It's just a few hundred meters away. A luxuriously decorated 2-bedroom apartment that was just renovated 2 months ago and has never been lived in." Hao Xiang realized the implication behind his words, so he provided a detailed introduction. "Bro, are you looking to buy a house? You should check mine out. It's an absolute steal." "Sure, let's take a look, but no rush. You finish the transfer first." Okay, I'll be quick. Just wait a moment." He left in a hurry, but when he returned about 10 minutes later, Hao Xiang looked very downcast. He kept glancing back as he walked, mumbling about how he would definitely buy the car back in the future. However, once he got into Bai Ye's car, he forced a smile and said, "Let's go, bro. I'll take you to see the house now." "Alright, don't be too sad. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come." Right. If you buy a new car in the future, remember to find me." Lu Lin chimed in from the side. Just those two simple words of comfort almost made Hao Xiang cry. "Bro, stop talking. As long as you like the house, I'll break my bones for you." "Ha, if you say that, I might have to comfort you again." After the joking, the atmosphere in the car lightened up a lot. Bai Yi and the others tacitly refrained from asking what difficulties he had encountered. With the car and house combined, the funds they could raise were almost in the tens of millions. After all, even if someone wanted to run away with the money, it had nothing to do with them. But just then, a news push on Bai Ye's phone directly resolved his confusion. Dahui Group's 58-year-old head, Hao Jian, unexpectedly passed away. The will clearly states that all assets are left to his 25-year-old spouse. Once a prominent second-generation rich kid, now reduced to a pauper overnight? The phone displayed a local news push. The content was comprehensive, even showing a photo of the unexpectedly deceased Hao Jian and his young wife. Looking back at the frowning Hao Xiang, there was indeed a bit of resemblance. Just based on that, Bai Yi could almost confirm that the second-generation rich kid who became a pauper overnight in the news was right in front of him. The other party could easily sell off some assets to raise nearly 10 million in funds, which is not something an ordinary second-generation rich kid could do. And as a local, Bai Yi knew about Dahui Group. It was one of the few listed companies in CD City, with a wide range of business. This included the private high schools in the city that every student dreamed of getting into. The market value was around 2 billion. Considering all of this, Bai Yi felt a bit sorry for Hao Xiang. Originally living a life of luxury, someone who could be considered a wealthy second generation on a national scale, now not only had his old father passed away, but all the assets had also fallen into the hands of a stepmother who was only slightly older than him. Bro, don't look at me like that, I really will give you a discount. It's not about the discount. Bai Yi waved his hand and asked, are you in a hurry to raise money for a lawsuit? Hao Xiang's eyes immediately became wary when his thoughts were hit upon. But when Bai Yi showed him the content on his phone, he relaxed again. Yeah, I had a very, very good relationship with my dad, so that must have a problem. Since they were already at this point, he simply didn't beat around the bush and spoke frankly. But Lu Lin in the passenger seat looked completely confused. Big brother, what are you guys talking about? What lawsuit, and what's with the will? You can see for yourself. As he spoke, he handed over his phone and prepared to start the car. After all, the most important thing now was to go see the house. If they could find a suitable one, it would be a little help for this poor kid. There was no way around it, such a huge inheritance lawsuit had truly frightening lawyer fees. However, before his hand could even touch the G63's start button, Lu Lin's voice came through again. Hey, isn't this my old classmate? She really took off, inheriting the assets of the Dahue Group's boss? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, realizing the issue was not simple. Meanwhile, Hao Xiang in the back seat became very excited. He grabbed Lu Lin's arm and urgently asked, do you know the woman in the photo? I know her, she was my classmate in nursing school, Lu Ruan, but that's not right. Her English name is Lisa, and her Chinese name is Li Feifei. As he spoke, disappointment appeared on Hao Xiang's face. He had originally thought he had encountered someone who knew the other party, and that things might take a different turn. But now it seemed that it was not the same person at all. But after listening to his introduction, Lu Lin, who had not yet realized the problem, confidently said, what Li Feifei? She is Lu Hua. I saw her at our class reunion a few days ago. I wouldn't recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Speaking of fate, it's really amazing. During the reunion, she said she was about to take off and promised to give everyone a fruit phone. At that time, we all thought she was just bragging, but now looking at it, her worth has already surpassed 1 billion. By the way, I still have a video. While speaking, he pulled out a clip from his phone. In the video, Li Feifei, or rather Lu Hua, was blushing and holding a wine glass, dreaming about her future. Just wait, in a few days, I'll arrange jobs for all of you and give each of you a phone. Just splashing water. Seeing this, Bai Yi, who had already begun to suspect something, turned to Hao Xiang and asked, brother, what did your dad die from? And when did he pass away? He had a sudden heart attack, and it was 4 days ago. He fell ill that day and was gone. 4 days ago? Bai Yi pointed at the video, which showed a timestamp of 10 days ago. Then how did she know 5 days in advance that she was about to take off? As he spoke, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but think of conspiracy theories. Based on what he knew, everything seemed to indicate that Hao Jianda, or the Dahue Group, had encountered a major crisis. The current outcome also aligned with his suspicions. Hao Xiang, who should have inherited part of the estate, ended up with nothing, which completely contradicted his claim of having a very good relationship with his father. Considering all of this, his thoughts were not unfounded. The key was that he wasn't the only one thinking this way. For instance, Lu Lin, who had only just understood their conversation and sorted out the situation, was already pale with fear. He had initially just wanted to complain about an old classmate suddenly becoming a rich woman. Who would have thought that the way this old classmate became wealthy was so unexpected and filled with oddities? He wasn't a fool. How could he not see the stakes involved? But was this matter not a bit too big? Just thinking about the stakes made him feel scared. As for Hao Xiang, he was almost grinding his teeth. I said my dad was in such good health. How could he just be gone? How could she dare to do this? By the end of his words, tears streamed down his face, and he simply broke down in the car. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi didn't know how to comfort him. Experiencing such a thing, how much pressure would one feel? Later realizing that his father was likely set up, how much hatred would that bring? Those who haven't experienced it truly cannot understand. In helplessness, he could only softly say, don't do anything impulsive. Protecting yourself is also very important. Brother, I understand. After wiping his tears, Hao Xiang turned to Lu Lin and said, brother, can you go with me to the police station? I want to find out how my dad really died. Stammering for a long time, he didn't know whether to refuse or agree. If he agreed, he would have to bear considerable risk. Who knows what kind of existence the person behind this setup is? But if he didn't agree, Hao Xiang's eyes, which seemed completely shattered, made him genuinely feel heartbroken. In a state of indecision, he could only look at Bai Yi. He had come along to get the license, and since he had been calling him Big Brother earlier, it was only natural for him to see Bai Yi as a pillar of support. Big Brother, what should I do? Faced with this question, Bai Yi also found it somewhat difficult to answer. After all, the one who has the clues, and possibly the evidence, is not him, and he is not the one who will bear the risks later. After thinking it over, he could only say, the only advice I can give you is to follow your heart. First, ask yourself if you want to or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the car fell into silence. Hao Xiang looked at him with anticipation, waiting for his answer. Lu Lin, on the other hand, appeared very troubled, but it didn't take long for his expression to become resolute. Damn it, let's do it. I, Lu Lin, am quite the flirt, but who doesn't have a sense of justice? Now that we've encountered this situation, if I don't help, I'll definitely feel guilty for the rest of my life. As soon as he said this, Hao Xiang's tears fell again. Brother, don't worry, no matter if it works or not, I will definitely not treat you poorly. There's no point in saying that. Let's go, we're going right now. A few minutes later, Bai Ye's car stopped in front of the police station. Watching the two walk in, he drove straight to the affiliated hospital of the medical university. Hao Xiang had already sent the address of the house, the password, and everything else to his phone, so he could easily go see it himself. As for the outcome of the two going to report the case, Bai Yi remained optimistic. On one hand, technology is advanced now. As long as there is a problem, it can basically be investigated. On the other hand, even someone like him, who doesn't pay much attention to local news, had already received notifications, so one can imagine how big the inheritance case of Hao Xiang's family had become. With such a high level of attention, there was basically no need to worry about anyone causing trouble from other angles. This could be considered good news. It must be said that after hearing Lu Lin's words just now, he had a change of opinion about this person, and this act of stepping up might just become an opportunity to change his life. Relying on a rich woman is nothing compared to encountering one's benefactor. Lost in thought, Bai Yi arrived alone at the Yudu Garden community near the affiliated hospital of the medical university. It is worth mentioning that the affiliated hospital is the only top-tier hospital in CD City. Its location is right in the center of the center. Therefore, the houses here are undoubtedly prime real estate. When he entered the house, he felt even more satisfied. The completely modern luxurious decoration, various furniture and appliances are all complete, and everything is brand new. Some protective films on certain items haven't even been removed yet. This made Bai Yi decide on the spot to take this 98 square meter house as a cozy place to meet Lin Jianxin. In his view, buying a house itself is not troublesome. The most troublesome part is the subsequent decoration and various large purchases. Now that he has found a place that meets his aesthetic standards and doesn't require him to arrange anything himself, what is there to hesitate about? With this thought in mind, he quickly informed Hao Xiang of his intention. The other party's response was also very straightforward. The price is 900,000, and the contract can be signed at any time. It was clear that Bai Yi had successfully found a bargain. Not only did he get a significant discount on the house price, but the decoration and the complete set of high-end appliances were almost like a gift. Hao Xiang is a good guy. With such a supportive little brother, he, as the older brother, naturally couldn't be vague. So he simply asked for a card number and transferred the money over. After all, the other party is in need of money right now, and since he couldn't help in other ways, he could only lend a hand in this manner. However, after he finished transferring the money from his personal account, he was left with only 2 million. This made Bai Yi quite dissatisfied. His buddy was already on a roll. The money in his bank account had to keep increasing. So, he decisively transferred another 2 million to his parents' pension account. You have transferred to your parents' pension, complying with the filial piety assistance rules, and a cashback of 4 million has been credited. Looking at the system's reminder in his mind, Bai Yi finally smiled with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, old Wang will call soon. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Not even a minute had passed when Wang Jinda's call came in. Ha, brother Bai, are you depositing money into your fixed account again? Well, mainly for your KPI, old brother. That's my brother for you. Ha. Wang Zhengde laughed heartily, but as he laughed, his mood suddenly dipped. I really want to have a few drinks with you, but I can't. I'm injured and still in the hospital. What happened? Don't ask about it. Once I'm better, I'll definitely arrange something for you. After a few more simple exchanges, the call was abruptly ended by the other party. During the conversation, his evasiveness about his injury made Bai Yi very curious. He couldn't be hiding some unspeakable issue, could he? It seems the plan to deliver the tiger bone wine needs to be moved up a bit. The key is that he can also take the opportunity to bully Lin Jianxin. In the evening, Bai Yi, who had first gone home to fetch a pound of tiger bone wine, appeared at the Longhua County Hospital. With Lin Jianxin still on the night shift and not arriving for a while, he headed straight to the inpatient department. Before coming, he had already found out the location, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. But to his surprise, just as he walked through the long corridor and reached the door of Wang Zhenda's ward, he found Gao Shan coming from the other side. "Oh, brother Shan is here too? Well, our brother Wang is injured, so I had to come and pay a visit." After a pause, he curiously asked, "Did you sort out the license plate issue?" "It's all done. I still have to thank you, brother Shan. After this, I'll treat you to a meal." "No need, my family is waiting for me to go back for dinner, and it was just a small matter, no need to worry about it." Hearing Gao Shan's nonchalant words, Bai Yi could only sigh inwardly. There's a reason why some people can do business well and grow it. Take Gao Shan, for example. They hadn't known each other for long, but as long as the other party recognized you, he would genuinely help when needed. And even after you owed him a favor, he wouldn't care at all. Now that Wang Zhengde was injured, he was the first to come and check in. The way he conducts business is all about being practical, reliable, and meticulous. With such a way of dealing with people, who could hold a grudge against him? Admiring him in his heart, Bai Yi simply gave up on the idea of arranging dinner and said, "Then let's do it another day. Let's go see if old Wang is still able to get up. At his age, that's really a possibility." As they joked, the two pushed open the ward door. It was a private room, containing only a bed and a separate bathroom. Inside the room were only Wang Zhengde, lying on the bed, and their little sister-in-law. Wang Zhengde's left leg was wrapped tightly in layers of bandages. Seeing this, Bai Yi pretended to be disappointed and said, "Oh no, so brother Wang hurt his leg. Hey, what did you think I hurt? It looks pretty serious. What happened? Cough, cough, don't ask, don't ask." Wang Zhengde quickly waved his hand, clearly not wanting to reveal the reason for his injury. But the little sister-in-law, peeling an apple nearby, showed him no mercy. She rolled her eyes and said irritably, "The reason he got hurt is one word: cheap. The kid built a nice snowman, and you had to go and kick it. Didn't expect there to be a fire hydrant inside, did you? Looking at your leg, let's see if you'll still be cheap in the future." As soon as the little sister-in-law finished speaking, Wang Zhengde pulled the blanket over himself completely. There was no helping it. This was just too embarrassing. Bai Yi and Gao Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister-in-law, you can't blame my brother Wang. Who can resist kicking a snowman when they see one on the road? Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death. Kicking a snowman is something every northern man has done. Unfortunately for old Wang, his luck wasn't great, as he was reprimanded by a fire hydrant. Hearing their words, Wang Zhengde's sense of shame diminished significantly. He immediately crawled out from under the blanket and said, "Wife, did you hear that? I'm not the only one with this hobby. You guys just help him out." With the two of them smoothing things over, the younger sister-in-law had nothing more to say. She simply went out to get food, leaving the space for the three men. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai Yi pulled out the tiger bone liquor he had in his pocket. Since he had rushed back to get it, he could only use a large mineral water bottle to hold it, so it didn't look very appealing. However, the amber liquid in the transparent bottle immediately caught the attention of the two men. "What is this?" Facing their puzzled expressions, Bai Yi smiled and explained, "I thought brother Wang had kidney problems, so I brought the family heirloom tiger bone liquor." Damn, tiger bone liquor? Even the sickly Wang Zhengde completely ignored Bai Yi's comment about his kidney issues, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Wait, is there still such a thing these days?" Absolutely genuine. As he spoke, Bai Yi opened the cap of the water bottle. Instantly, the small hospital room was filled with a rich aroma of liquor. Mixed with the scent was a hint of traditional Chinese medicine, but it wasn't overpowering. Instead, it invigorated the senses. This left Wang Zhengde no time to think, and he waved his hand, saying, "This smell is so tempting. Come on, little brother, pour me some." "Are you sure you want to drink now?" "Of course. Kicking a snowman is uncontrollable, and encountering good liquor is the same." He said this with conviction, laughing, "Let's go, just right while your sister-in-law is not around." "Alright then, I'll pour you some." Bai Yi, equally curious about the effects of the liquor, didn't try to dissuade him. Even facing his eager gaze, he didn't look for a cup but carefully poured a capful. Soon, the cap filled with the amber liquid appeared in Wang Zhengde's hand. Without a second thought, he brought it to his lips and downed it in one go. What a good liquor! After savoring it for a moment, Wang Zhengde's eyes sparkled as he said, "This liquor clearly has a high alcohol content, but it doesn't burn going down. Once it hits the stomach, I immediately feel warm all over. To be honest, this is even better than the Matai and Wuliangye I've had. Quick, give me some more." Let's skip it. This liquor isn't suitable for excessive drinking." Instead of pouring more for him, Bai Yi took the cap back and poured a little for Gao Shan, saying, "Brother Shan, give it a try, the portion I promised you is still in the car." I knew it. How could my little brother forget me? He also downed it in one go. Then he gave a similar review to Wang Jingda's, even expressing a greater fondness for the liquor. Completely captivated by the tiger bone liquor, he lost all interest in staying in the hospital room and pulled Bai Yi outside. Once it was confirmed that Wang Jingda wasn't seriously ill, he didn't refuse. Soon, Wang Jingda's young wife returned to the hospital room with 2 lunchboxes. However, before she could ask about the whereabouts of Bai Yi and the others, she witnessed a shocking scene. There lay Wang Jingda, a look of enjoyment and reminiscence on his face. There was nothing wrong with that, but at this moment, fresh red blood was actually flowing from his nostrils. This really scared her, and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Old Wang, what happened to you? Don't scare me." "Ha? What happened?" He hadn't realized he was bleeding from his nose and was busy planning in his mind how to persuade his wife to let him have a drink. Although he couldn't drink because he was injured, tiger bone wine should be good for his condition, right? "You're bleeding from your nose." "Ha?" He instinctively reached up to wipe under his nose and indeed saw a streak of bright red on his hand. But faced with his wife's anxiety, he was not flustered at all. Instead, he looked excitedly at the mineral water bottle filled with tiger bone wine beside him. No wonder he felt full of energy not long after drinking. However, as he thought about it, he turned his gaze back to his wife. "It's fine, dear, don't rush to eat. You go lock the door first." "Ha? Why close the door? Hurry up, I really need to." Meanwhile, on Bai Ye's side, after getting the wine for Gao Shan in the parking lot, the two said their goodbyes right there. The other party was going back to have dinner with family and enjoy a good drink. As for him, he returned to the emergency hall once again. It was already past 6 in the evening, and Lin Jinshin was likely busy with work. However, upon arriving at his destination, he didn't see her anywhere. Fortunately, due to the barbecue dinner last time, most of the medical staff in the emergency department recognized him. So soon, a young girl came up and said, "Handsome, Dr. Lin was called in for a talk by our director, just over there in the lounge." "Thanks." After expressing his gratitude, Bai Yi headed straight for the lounge. The director wanted to talk? He suspected it was probably about her resignation. Speaking of which, Lin Jinshin was indeed a decisive person. Once she decided to resign to improve herself at a big hospital, she submitted her resignation letter to the hospital the very next day without any hesitation. It was quite normal for leaders to want to persuade someone like her, a top talent in a county hospital, to stay. But when Bai Yi arrived outside the lounge, he unexpectedly overheard the conversation inside. And this conversation was filled with some unusual undertones. "Our hospital has trained you for so long, and now you just want to leave? That's right, your resignation is in accordance with the rules. But after we've invested so much in you, don't you feel any gratitude? By the way, I heard you're in a relationship. Your resignation is probably because of a man. If you ask me, you're just too young and naive to want to resign because of a man. Think about it, if you work hard for a few more years, I can help you sit in my position. What kind of man wouldn't you be able to find? What the hell, your resignation may be compliant, but what about the fact that the organization trained you? Isn't this pure workplace PUA?" Bai Yi, who had been fighting in the workplace of the capital for many years, was very familiar with this kind of manipulation. As for the later comments about working hard for a few more years, it was nothing more than an obvious empty promise. Moreover, the words were filled with various belittlements towards him, the person involved. To be honest, Bai Yi felt quite uncomfortable listening to it. Fortunately, Lin Jinshin's voice soon came out. "Director Wang, I'm resigning just to improve myself. It has nothing to do with my boyfriend. Besides, no matter how good a man is, he can't compare to me. Look, your stubbornness is coming back again." The woman called Director Wang continued earnestly, "Jinshin, I've been through this. I know that feelings are fleeting. What's most important for us women is to be strong ourselves. Yes, in a moment of impulse, you want to resign to live with him, doing laundry and cooking every day, becoming a full-time housekeeper. At first, people will be grateful, but after a few years, they will feel that everything is taken for granted. Do you want to become a breeding tool for men?" Director Wang was getting more and more outrageous, and in the end, he even started throwing punches, making Bai Ye's scalp tingle. Inside, Lin Jinshin looked speechless. "Let me reiterate, I'm resigning to study at a big hospital. As for my private life, that's my own business. Director Wang, you should stop talking about it." "Hey, so you're going to talk to your director like this when you're resigning, huh?" At this point, the lounge fell into silence, and the atmosphere had clearly reached freezing point. Fortunately, Bai Yi, standing at the door, could no longer hold back. It was one thing to play workplace PUA, but what did throwing punches mean? And after realizing that these tactics were ineffective, to directly use her position to try to pressure him was truly excessive. So, Bai Yi decisively reached out and knocked on the door of the lounge. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door opened, and Lin Jianxin, who was barefaced yet still beautiful, appeared before him. Upon seeing Bai Yi at the door, her previously helpless expression immediately vanished, replaced by intense surprise. "Ah, what are you doing here? I happen to have a friend hospitalized here, so I came to see you." While responding, Bai Yi had already noticed a woman in the lounge, around 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance but heavily made up. At that moment, she was staring at him intently, her eyes filled with strong dissatisfaction. To be honest, this hostility was somewhat inexplicable, but seeing her sharp and sarcastic look made everything seem reasonable. For some people, it can be said that one cannot judge a book by its cover. However, after hearing her outrageous words earlier, it was clear that her appearance reflected her heart. By the way, didn't someone on the internet once compile statistics showing that those who make such outrageous statements often have similar facial features and voices? Bai Yi had brushed this off before, but now it seemed to hold some truth. Faced with her hostility, Bai Yi had no intention of sitting idly by. Under her watchful gaze, he reached out and pulled Lin Jianxin into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. This immediately made Lin Jianxin's face turn crimson. As for Director Wang, her eyes were already blazing with anger. She immediately stood up from her seat and sneered, "So you're Lin Jianxin's boyfriend?" "Yes, and you are?" "I'm the head of the emergency department." As she said this, her face wore a clear air of arrogance. It was as if just stating this identity would make Bai Yi immediately obedient. Clearly, this title gave her a strong sense of superiority. Of course, in a small county hospital, the director still held considerable sway. Ordinary people might indeed be intimidated by her, but unfortunately for her, she was facing Bai Yi. Let's not even mention that she was just a county hospital director. Even if she were the head of a city hospital, so what? There are many hospitals in the world, he could just switch to another one. So he didn't indulge her at all, smiling lightly as he said, "Oh, so you're Jianxin's superior. Didn't she already submit her resignation letter to you? Hurry up and approve it, we're quite anxious." "You." Seeing that he was not only unfazed but also openly discussing the resignation in front of her, Director Wang was so furious that she nearly ground her teeth to dust. But now that the lounge door was open, it was clearly not the time to shout and scream. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Whether I approve it or not is my business. She can leave if she wants, but our hospital." "Stop right there." Bai Yi really didn't want to hear any more of that PUA rhetoric, so he interrupted the other person before they could finish, saying, "Stop with the talk about how we should cultivate her, as if she hasn't contributed to the hospital at all. In fact, the work she does is the hardest. Look, these consecutive night shifts have given my family a real dark circle." His words were indeed true. From what Bai Yi understood, the two most exhausting departments in the hospital were the intensive care unit and the emergency department. Once things got busy, it was definitely day and night without rest. In comparison, the other departments in the county hospital, which already had limited medical capabilities, were relatively easier. At least they wouldn't have the non-stop situation like the emergency department. So now, although Director Wang was full of anger, she really had no way to refute him. To say that the work in the emergency department was easy? That would be a lie. Helpless, she could only turn around and say, "The emergency department is indeed a bit tough, but we also want to train her more." "Train?" Bai Yi scoffed, continuing, "I see someone wants her to keep working herself to the bone so they can get promoted. What are you talking about?" Director Wang's eyes widened instantly, and she was so angry she almost jumped. But inside, she felt very flustered, because she really did have such plans. Ever since Lin Jianxin joined the emergency department, the entire department's operational capabilities had directly improved and were steadily rising. During this time, she had received many hints from above, saying that her work was good and that she should put in more effort, even mentioning something about the vice president retiring. But at this critical moment, the core member Lin Jianxin actually wanted to resign. How could she accept that? It was also because of this that today's conversation took place. Unfortunately, despite using PUA tactics and brainwashing, it had no effect at all. Instead, her boyfriend directly voiced this out. In summary, it was certain that Director Wang was on the verge of breaking down. And after breaking down, she turned to Lin Jianxin, putting pressure on her. "Lin Jianxin, are you just going to watch your boyfriend make unreasonable demands?" "No, Director Wang, I think what he said is very right." Lin Jianxin was indeed very young, but that didn't mean she wasn't smart. If Director Wang truly valued her and wanted her to stay, she wouldn't say such outrageous things. Plus, after their daily interactions, How could she not know what kind of person the other was? She hadn't exposed it before simply because they were colleagues and wanted to part on good terms. But now that she dared to target Bai Yi, there was no way she would indulge that. So, facing Director Wang's surprised gaze, she continued, Director Wang, there are some things I won't say directly. After all, there are so many colleagues outside still working. I hope you can save some face for yourself. Oh, look at you two. Now you're in sync. That's for sure. And don't think you can block my resignation letter because I'm a local. You can't bully me. To put it bluntly, the small county town is just that small. Who doesn't have some connections? At least her family had some influence in the medical system. Otherwise, her family wouldn't have agreed to let Lin Jianxin study medicine in the first place. This profession is really not that easy to navigate, not to mention the hard work. The key is that if you don't have some connections, unless your education and abilities are particularly outstanding, otherwise, you have to endure it to the limit. Want to stay directly in a big hospital? Basically impossible. And from Director Wang's fluctuating expression, it was clear that Lin Jianxin's words had an effect. She had originally thought that since the mask was off, she could use the resignation period to let Lin Jianxin work hard for her promotion while also making things difficult for her. But now it seemed that this was clearly not going to work. What left her helpless was that after thinking it over, she realized she had no way to deal with the other person at all. In such a situation, it was inevitable to become more and more angry the more she thought about it. So, she simply steeled her heart and looked at Lin Jianxin, saying, What I just told you is pretty straightforward, right? Do you really think the man in front of you can be trusted? Ah, here we go with the punches again, haha. Seeing the other party come at her with this again, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Director Wang, you're a doctor. You should know that menopause is a condition that needs treatment, right? But I can understand that your professional skills aren't up to par. But if you're not going to treat it, why come out here to disgust people? Always talking about how men can't be trusted. And what about free babysitters and breeding tools? Is it because no man likes you that you've started to hate men? After a pause, Bai Yi looked at Lin Jianxin and asked, By the way, is Director Wang married? Married? No, she's still single, but there have been rumors in the hospital that she's been on at least 100 or 80 blind dates. Ah, that's reasonable. Bai Yi truly found it reasonable. Why could she throw punches so easily? The most likely reason was that no man wanted her. Over time, it was inevitable to develop resentment. And then, unwilling to admit her own issues, it naturally turned into what was called hatred for men. Listening to his laughter, Director Wang felt a sharp pain in her heart. This kind of talk made her, who always considered herself an independent woman, feel deeply humiliated. Fine, you're great, truly a perfect match. It was obvious that she had been hit where it hurt. But this was a hospital, and she wasn't in the right today, so no matter what, she couldn't make a scene here. So, after gritting her teeth and leaving that remark, she quickly walked towards the exit. It seemed she wanted to play the game of out of sight, out of mind. Ahem, Director Wang, remember to submit your resignation letter. Ha, our little temple can't accommodate big Buddhas like you. Don't bother coming tomorrow. Moments later, the lounge was left with only Bai Yi and Lin Jianxin. After pulling her into his arms again, Bai Yi smiled and asked, You had a fight with your boss. You won't blame me, right? Of course not. If it weren't for you, I might have been fooled by her, and I wouldn't have been able to leave so quickly. Ah, just keep praising me. Lin Jianxin being fooled? Impossible. This girl knew exactly what she wanted in her heart, and once she made a decision, there was no turning back. But thinking about it, she had always placed herself in a lower position, using this method to provide emotional value to Bai Yi. For example, when Bai Yi wanted to help in the kitchen, she would say that wasn't something a man should do, telling him to relax and wait for dinner. Or, for instance, the morning after a concert, she would say he was too perverted, and if he kept bothering her, she would die. Not at all. Just speaking the truth. Snuggling into Bai Yi's embrace, Lin Jianxin turned her head to look at everything in the lounge, her mood suddenly dropping. Sigh, even though the boss is difficult, I really can't bear to part with those colleagues. Don't think about it. The promise I made to treat you to a meal still stands. You can invite them out. Speaking of which, Bai Yi had a good impression of her colleagues, especially the cheerful Huang Yali, who was now considered his friend. If they were to say goodbye, a meal was certainly in order. However, to prevent her from dwelling in a bad mood, Bai Yi changed the subject and asked, By the way, when are you planning to go for the interview? Do you want to take a few days to rest? No rest. I'll go tomorrow afternoon. I'm afraid if I rest, I'll get lazy. Ha ha ha, alright then, I'll go with you tomorrow. Woo woo, you're so nice. The emergency room doctor was very busy, so Lin Jianxin definitely didn't have much time to accompany him. After about 10 minutes of boredom, Bai Yi simply had a quick meal outside and then returned home. At this time, the lights in Li Cici's house were off, probably because she had taken Li Yuqing to the yoga studio for class. Bored out of his mind, Bai Yi decided to play some games. It was during this process that he received a call from his parents. The content of the call was to ask him to arrange a family gathering as a housewarming party. Bai Yi did not refuse this request. Not to mention that he had already moved into his new home for many days, it was also a good opportunity to collect back some of the cash gifts he had given out before. Well, although he hadn't been home for years, he hadn't skipped on sending money out. Additionally, he could tell that his parents were a bit bored in the countryside and wanted to gather with relatives. Besides his parents' call, Bai Yi also received a message from Wang Zhengde. Bro, what you sent me isn't tiger bone wine, it's basically steel essence. After drinking it, the damage dealt is real, hard and long-lasting. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that by the time I finish a bottle, my family will have an extra third child. Thanks, bro, as soon as I get better, I'll find you to drink. Looking at the lengthy message from the other party, which resembled a small performance, Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. Little sister-in-law, oh little sister-in-law, you're in for it. The next day at noon, after a happy and pleasant morning, Li Sisi, who was still being bullied despite her teachings, didn't even have time for lunch and fell into a deep sleep. This was in stark contrast to Bai Yi, who was feeling refreshed. The key was that during this process, his physical condition had already reached 69.5, about to enter the next watershed. However, this also meant that Bai Yi missed out on lunch. But he wasn't worried at all. After all, Lin Zhenxin's cooking was quite good. He had just received a message from her saying she had woken up and was preparing to make lunch herself. So soon, Bai Yi drove out in his brand new G63. Meanwhile, in a rural house in a small village near Longhua County, a group of people was gathered around a table, shouting and making a ruckus, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Among them, a man with a buzz cut and a terrifying scar on his face looked at his cards with excitement and said, "Ha ha ha, my luck is unbeatable today, bring on the money." Hey, what's going on today? Yang Jiwei glanced at his ridiculously small cards and felt utterly defeated. Clearly realizing that there were scammers in online gambling, he didn't stop there but shifted from online to offline. What made Yang Jiwei happy was that he felt like a gambling god, winning no matter what he played. In just a few days, he had already won tens of thousands of yuan. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 months' income at the supermarket. In such a situation, it was inevitable that he would become increasingly entrenched and unable to extricate himself. Then, it evolved from playing mahjong to pushing pai gao, and the stakes kept getting higher. But today, he discovered that his luck had vanished. In just one morning, not only had he lost all the money he had previously won, but he also borrowed 50,000 yuan from the dealer on site. However, after pushing all the money in front of him to the dealer, he realized that the borrowed money was also completely lost. Realizing this, Yang Jiwei's eyes instantly turned red. Yes, he was losing his mind. But knowing that his luck was bad today, he could only helplessly slump in his seat, waving his hand and saying, no more, I can't continue today. Hey, it's just a little money lost." As soon as he said he was done playing, the scar-faced man exchanged glances with a few others beside him and then said, "Who doesn't know that you, Yang Jiwei, opened a supermarket and make money easily? You lost just a little and you want to back down? My supermarket definitely makes money." When it came to his supermarket, Yang Jiwei's sense of superiority immediately surged. He couldn't compare to Bai Yi, that was true. But these people in front of him, one and all, were basically unemployed drifters, completely incomparable to him, a somewhat successful person with a little savings. Of course, his thoughts were also influenced by the flattery he had received from this group over the past few days, which had muddled his mind. But you really can't deny that such flattery is effective. So, with his sense of superiority rising, Yang Jiwei slammed the table and said, "You're right, what's a little money? Come on, bring me some more. I don't believe I can be unlucky all day today." As soon as these words were spoken, the others at the gambling table immediately brightened up. Exactly, this is the character of Boss Yang. My brother Yang has always been tough and not much of a talker. When has he ever failed? Indeed, and don't worry, brother Yang, those who like chubby girls definitely won't have bad luck. Let's not mention how extravagantly Yang Jiwei was spending money. At this moment, Bai Yi had already arrived at Lin Zhenxin's home. Temporarily away from her job, she seemed very relaxed. The lunch she prepared for him was much more sumptuous. Spicy shrimp, boiled meat slices, and mushu pork, 3 dishes that were quite appetizing. Bai Yi enjoyed it so much that he directly finished 2 large bowls of rice. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhenxin smiled brightly. "You like it so much? Then I'll make you more in the future." "Don't mention it. If it weren't for you having to dedicate your life to the great cause of saving lives, I'd want to tie you to my side and have you cook for me all day." "Cut it out. You're just being silly." After rolling her eyes, Lin Zhenxin looked at him sideways and said, "And what about me doing nothing? If you have the ability, take your hand off my leg." "Ahem, you have a point. I really need to consider giving you more responsibilities. As he spoke, Baiye's hand, which was resting on her leg, gradually moved upward. However, just as his hand began to move, a series of beep 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 sounds of a password being entered came from the entrance door not far away. Almost in an instant, Lin Jinxin quickly pulled his hand away and said anxiously, "Oh no, it must be my mom coming to find me. You need to leave quickly." "Ha, I'm supposed to leave through the window? Do you know what floor your house is on?" Then you can hide in my room." "That's possible, but I'm thinking about a question." Bai Yi remained seated, smiling as he asked, "If we're not stealing or robbing, why do we need to hide?" Right. Realizing this, Lin Jinxin slapped her forehead, cursing herself for being foolish. Because she hadn't brought a boy home to meet her parents before, her first reaction was panic. But after coming to her senses, she found that she wasn't stealing or robbing. She was openly dating Bai Yi, so why should she hide? What was there to hide from? In fact, this was a good thing for her. Although it wasn't a formal meeting with the parents, letting her family know about Baiye's existence would mean no more painful blind dates in the future. Turning to see Bai Yi already standing up preparing to greet her mom, Lin Jinxin felt even better. She couldn't remember when she had seen a saying online, "A man who is after your body or truly likes you can be judged by how far he goes to meet your parents." This saying might not be entirely true, but Baiye's recent behavior was very reassuring. Just as they were talking, the time was short, and outside, Zhao Dongmei had already pushed the door open and walked in. And at the moment she stepped through the door, she shouted, Jinxin, come out. I heard you quit the hospital." That's right, she was here to demand an explanation. She had already decided before coming that she would give Lin Jinxin a good talking to. If she wanted to quit, fine, but she didn't even discuss it with the family. However, before she could finish her sentence, an unexpected situation interrupted her. "Why is there a man in my daughter's house? He looks a bit familiar." Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Yi took the initiative to greet her, saying, "Hello, Auntie, nice to see you again. You're the one who fixed the plumbing last time?" That's me." Remembering the little joke from last time, Bai Yi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly added, "Sorry, Auntie, I'm not a plumber, I'm a friend of Jinxin's. I just said that as a joke." He said this because he didn't want to leave a bad impression. However, what he didn't expect was that Zhao Dongmei was more open-minded than he imagined, even to the point of being liberal. Instead of being upset, she looked excited and said, I understand. You young people like to play around with fancy things, it's perfectly normal. This is called role-playing, right? So, that means I'm part of your play." After Zhao Dongmei finished speaking, Lin Jinxin was frozen in place, unsure of what to say. Bai Yi, standing beside her, was also sweating a bit. Aunt Zhao seemed to understand all the young people's jokes. The key was that she was right. At that time, he and Lin Jinxin did treat each other as tools. However, faced with her strange gaze, Bai Yi could only grit his teeth and say, No, Auntie, I'm a serious person, that was really just a joke." "Oh, I already said it's fine." Waving her hand dismissively, Zhao Dongmei pointed to the sofa and said, "You're Bai Yi, so I'll call you Xiao Bai. Sit down, don't just stand there." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Looking at the handsome Bai Yi in front of her, her mood brightened. So after sitting on the sofa, Zhao Dongmei decisively set her daughter aside and started asking Bai Yi all sorts of questions. From family background to how they met, she asked everything very clearly. When she learned that they were middle school classmates and had run into each other at the hospital not long ago, she felt they were even more compatible. She was someone who kept up with the times and valued romance. The fact that they were once classmates and met again years later was enough to imagine a romantic movie. Besides, wasn't this a classic case of childhood sweethearts? Of course, when parents are evaluating their children's partners, romance is never the top priority. The most important thing in life is still bread. So soon, Zhao Dongmei casually asked, "Xiao Bai, you used to work in the capital and now you're back. What are you planning to do?" I've already retired." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yi spoke honestly. Although this wasn't good and could easily give the impression of being unambitious, it was just how he felt. Bai Yi wasn't someone who was good at making things difficult for himself. He just went with the flow. As for lying, it was completely meaningless. However, what he didn't expect was that after hearing Bai Yi say he had retired and didn't plan to work anymore, Zhao Dongmei's expression showed no change. She still smiled and said, "In your young people's circle, this is called lying flat, right? I understand this, life is so short, and you should live the life you want. Auntie, you are absolutely right." Bai Yi gave a thumbs up and continued, "But Auntie, don't worry, my retirement and laid-back life are because I have no worries in life. I will definitely not live a hard life in the future. Haha, I believe you. Besides, our family has some savings. As the only son-in-law, I can support you." She said this very seriously. Perhaps this is the advantage of a small county town. The cost of living is very low. Supporting a son-in-law is really not a burden at all. Moreover, Zhao Dongmei, as a woman with life experience, had a good eye for people. Just from Baiye's relaxed demeanor, she could tell that his circumstances were quite good. Well, someone burdened with a mortgage and car loan, who can't afford to eat if they don't work for a month, could never have such a relaxed vibe. So where do you live now? Do you live with your parents? No, when I came back, I bought a house over at Guanshanyu. Guanshanyu? That's a villa area. A simple answer directly confirmed Zhao Dongmei's thoughts. It made her realize that Bai Yi was not an ordinary slacker but someone who had achieved financial freedom and returned to enjoy life. Both were not working hard, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. In short, Bai Ye's good economic condition was good news. Although she didn't mind supporting her son-in-law, a poor couple often faced many quarrels. In Bai Ye's case, that was completely absent. However, listening to her mother's increasingly realistic questions, Lin Jinxin finally couldn't help but say, "Mom, don't ask anymore. Bai Yi still has to take me to an interview later." Interview? Just thinking about it makes me angry. Zhao Dongmei immediately changed her expression and said irritably, "You've grown wings, huh? You quit your job and are going to interview elsewhere without even telling the family. Well, I was afraid you wouldn't agree. So you decided to act first and report later?" Lin Jinxin felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to respond. After all, the decision to quit was made in a moment of impulse, and after getting Baiye's agreement, she immediately went ahead with it. She had even completely ignored her family's feelings throughout the process. Fortunately, at that moment, Baiyi gently said, "Auntie, please don't blame her. Going to the affiliated hospital will definitely be better for her development." The affiliated hospital? Huh? That could work. Hearing that her daughter didn't plan to change careers but was just thinking about working at a big hospital in the city, Zhao Dongmei's expression improved a bit. "Right, it's not too far, and it won't cut off our contact." "Yes, that's the most important thing." Satisfied with Bai Yi, Zhao Dongmei didn't want to lose her hard-won son-in-law just because her daughter was changing jobs. So after a pause, she looked at Lin Jinxin and said, "I forgive you for quitting, but let me make it clear first, you can't just focus on work. You have to meet with Xiao Bai often and not neglect him." "Can you do that?" I can. How should she put it? Seeing her mother treating Bai Yi almost like a son and warning her not to neglect him, Lin Jinxin felt a bit hurt. She really wanted to loudly question, "Who exactly is your daughter?" How could she know that after quitting, she would be scolded as soon as she walked in the door? But after Bai Yi's one sentence, her entire attitude made a 980-degree turn. The contrast between the two was simply astonishing. Of course, compared to a little hurt, it was much more important that Bai Yi formally met her family and received support for changing jobs. Meanwhile, at the affiliated hospital of the medical university in CD City, a woman wearing a director's badge on her chest said to the bespectacled man in front of her, who looked refined, "Xiao Zhang, do you still remember the junior I mentioned to you before? Are you talking about the stunning beauty in the photo you posted on your social media? That's right, she'll be coming to the hospital soon. You can come with me to pick her up, and I'll introduce you." "Ah, thank you so much, director. I'll treat you both to something delicious." The man's face lit up at the memory of the breathtaking photo he had seen earlier. "No rush on that, I'm just making the introduction. Whether it works out or not depends on your own efforts." At 3 p.m., a brand new G63 appeared in the parking lot of the affiliated hospital, attracting various gazes. Inside the car were Bai Yi and Lin Jinxin. "Your new car is so cool, but it's too flashy. I can't even count how many people took pictures of us on the way here." "Huh, doesn't that just prove that my money wasn't wasted?" Bai Yi replied with a smile. He knew that it was hard to achieve such an effect just by driving a Mercedes G63. The high rate of turning heads was mainly due to the license plate number 77777. This cost him 300,000, but the impression it gave off was worth far more than 5 million. That makes sense. After nodding in agreement, Lin Jinxin recalled how Bai Yi had deliberately driven fast on the road just to make her scream, and her face flushed slightly again. Unfortunately, she was currently assessing the situation at the hospital. As the only third-class hospital in CD City, it had 2 campuses, one new and one old. They were currently at the old campus. In terms of environment, it was quite average. However, looking at the bustling crowd in the outpatient hall, one could tell the hospital standing in the hearts of the citizens. Basically, people from the 8 counties and 3 districts would choose to come here for any difficult-to-solve ailments. Therefore, the medical standards must be quite good. It was also for this reason that Bai Yi had firmly supported her decision to work here. Soon, Lin Jinxin, who had regained her composure, naturally linked her arm with his and said, "Let's go, my senior is waiting for me inside." "Okay, let's go." Without a hint of nervousness about the upcoming interview, the two slowly walked toward the outpatient hall of the hospital. After passing through the spacious hall and taking the elevator to the second floor, Bai finally met the senior who had been mentioned several times over the past few days. She was a woman around 40 years old, not particularly attractive, but her eyes were bright. Standing next to her was a man of the same age as Bai, dressed in a spotless white coat. What puzzled Bai was that even though he had never met the other person, they both looked shocked after being introduced, especially the man, who not only appeared shocked but also had an inexplicable hostility in his gaze. This was a bit baffling. However, before he could figure it out, Lin Jinshin had already stepped forward to greet her and introduced, "Senior, this is my boyfriend Bai. This is my senior Li Ziyuan, who has taken care of me a lot over the years." After the introduction, Bai calmly extended his hand and smiled, "Hello, senior. Thank you for taking care of Jinshin. It's nothing. Cough cough. Your boyfriend is quite handsome," Li Ziyuan said, feeling very awkward. In her impression, the junior had always been single, and her family was quite anxious about it. That was why she thought of introducing her to a decent guy, but she never expected that she would bring her boyfriend to the interview. This left her unsure of how to introduce the man beside her, Zhang Mingyuan, directly in front of Bai as the boyfriend she was introducing. Clearly, that was not an option. However, just as she was still pondering what to do, Zhang Mingyuan beside her had already reached out his hand first, looking at Lin Jinshin and saying, "Hello, I'm Zhang Mingyuan, currently the deputy chief physician at our hospital." "Ah, hello." She ignored his handshake invitation and simply responded flatly. This made Zhang Mingyuan feel quite hurt. He thought to himself, he had already mentioned his position as deputy chief physician. Why was she still so cold? Did she not understand the significance of achieving this at his age? Li Ziyuan, who witnessed this scene, felt even more awkward. After thinking for a moment, she chose to ignore it and got straight to the point, saying, "Let's go, Jinshin. I'll take you for the interview first, and we can catch up later." "Thank you, senior." And so, the four of them walked into the hospital. However, gradually, they split into two camps. Li Ziyuan and Zhang Mingyuan walked in front, while Bai Yi and the other person held hands, following behind. As they walked, they whispered to each other, "Did you notice? That guy is interested in you. Most likely your senior is planning to introduce you to him." He was quite perceptive, able to analyze the situation just from their expressions a moment ago. "Alas, this is my fault. I should have told my senior earlier. But don't worry, she's really nice and respects me a lot." In fact, it was proven that Lin Jinshin's senior was indeed very good. As they walked, she tilted her head and whispered, "Xiao Zhang, I didn't think of this, I'm sorry. I'll introduce you to someone good later." In Li Ziyuan's view, since the other party already had a boyfriend, who was very handsome and they seemed sweet together, the introduction today was already off the table. This was entirely out of good intentions. However, what she didn't expect was that Zhang Mingyuan, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head and said, "No need for an introduction, director. I think Jinshin is great just as she is." "Ah, but she has a boyfriend. So what?" Zhang Mingyuan shrugged and said firmly, "A boyfriend is not a husband. I'm a top student in medicine, with a good job and family background. I still have a chance, right?" "Ah." She blinked, not knowing what to say, her heart filled with regret. Why did she have to play matchmaker for someone else? Now, she had directly arranged a rival for a handsome guy she had never met. The key was that it was clear he wasn't planning to back down. Lost in thought, she turned to look at Lin Jinshin and found that she seemed even more beautiful than before. Given the current situation, it made a lot of sense. If she were a man, with a chance to pursue such a stunning beauty, she probably wouldn't give up easily either. Alas, what a mess. Of course, no matter what, the interview still had to continue. In no time, Lin Jinshin had already entered the HR department for her interview. As the head director, Li Ziyuan went in with her. Left outside waiting were Bai Yi and Zhang Mingyuan. Two unfamiliar men, one of whom had forcibly considered the other a rival, made the atmosphere inevitably awkward. Fortunately, Bai Yi had a strong inner self and didn't feel anything was wrong, calmly finding a place to sit. On the other hand, Zhang Mingyuan, as a hospital employee, appeared restless. To be honest, if he were a few years younger, he would have definitely confronted Bai Yi by now. But right now, Bai Yi hadn't provoked him, so there was no reason to draw swords. That said, as long as he wanted to pursue Lin Jinshin, this man in front of him was already considered a rival. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. So, it should be fine to go up and strike up a conversation to gather some information, right? With this thought, Zhang Mingyuan looked at Bai Yi, showing what he believed to be a friendly smile and said, "Hey, which unit are you from, bro? Who are you? If you're being overly familiar, that's quite presumptuous." Bai Yi's temper was actually quite good, especially after returning home from the capital and achieving preliminary financial freedom with the system. He had lost any trace of resentment, and his attitude towards everything was very calm. After all, to be happy every day, a good mindset is essential. However, being calm doesn't mean he was a pushover with no temper at all. More often, it was a mindset of you don't offend me, I won't offend you. But Zhang Mingyuan in front of him was quite outrageous. Just a moment ago, when he tried to shake hands with Lin Jinxin and was rejected, he didn't even glance at Bai Yi. It was clear that all his little thoughts were written on his face. So, if you're going to dig a hole in front of me, how could Bai Yi tolerate him? Absolutely not. Bro, who the hell are you calling bro? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan's face instantly stiffened. How can you talk like that? Is there something wrong with my words? Bai Yi remained expressionless, looking directly at him and said, do you still think you're being polite? That's enough. I'm not your bro, and I'm not interested in getting to know you, just stay quiet. Strictly speaking, the other party really couldn't be considered his rival. With Lin Jinxin's looks, there were many who liked her. If he counted every one of them, wouldn't he be exhausted? So, Zhang Mingyuan in front of him was just the most brainless one among them. Bai Yi felt it was a waste of time to even acknowledge such a person. With this thought in mind, after finishing his words, he simply turned to look at his phone. The message displayed was from Hao Xiang. The content was roughly about how he and Lu Lin had been cooperating on an investigation today, and they would have time to come find him tomorrow to sign the contract and transfer the house. After understanding this, Bai Yi didn't think much and quickly told Li Sisi that he probably wouldn't be going back tonight. His rain and dew should fall on Lin Jinxin now. However, he didn't take this matter to heart and completely failed to notice that Zhang Mingyuan beside him had a face that was alternating between green and white. As the youngest deputy chief physician at the affiliated hospital, he was already used to being revered by everyone. Whether it was the doctors, nurses, or various patients and their families, who spoke to him without the utmost respect. Meeting someone like Bai Yi, who seemed to completely disregard him, was truly a first. This made Zhang Mingyuan feel extremely humiliated. The look he cast at Bai Yi was almost fiery. But facing such disregard, what could he do? He couldn't just start a fight in the hospital, right? That would definitely bring him no benefits. After thinking it over, Zhang Mingyuan could only resentfully think to himself, just wait and see, let's see who can laugh last. Meanwhile, in the HR office, the interviewer hadn't arrived yet, so the interview venue only had Lin Jinxin and Li Ziyuan for the time being. Taking advantage of this gap, the two started chatting. Junior, I have to apologize to you because I didn't know you had a boyfriend, that Zhang Mingyuan is. Is he trying to introduce me to someone? I noticed it a long time ago. Lin Jinxin, who didn't take this matter to heart, casually smiled and continued, no need to worry about it, senior, you had good intentions. No matter the current situation, the fact that someone was trying to introduce her to a partner without knowing she had a boyfriend was definitely a good intention, especially since she had often complained to her senior about her family pressuring her to find a partner. I'm glad you understand, but I just heard Zhang Mingyuan say he doesn't plan to give up. Not giving up? Anyway, I won't bother with him, whether he gives up or not is his business. Dealing with such matters, Lin Jinxin was quite experienced. She directly adopted a high-handed attitude, completely ignoring him. As long as the other party wasn't a chosen sycophant, after hitting a wall a couple of times, they wouldn't be a nuisance anymore. What I'm worried about now is whether he will make things difficult for your boyfriend. Zhang Mingyuan has great professional skills, but he's quite petty. Make things difficult for Bai Yi? Then let him fend for himself. Although out of respect she hadn't delved too much into Bai Yi's life, she could still glean some insights from the little details. For instance, the new car that had shocked her all day today. She searched online, and that car cost at least over 3 million. And then there was that license plate, which was a rare find in the entire CD city, a symbol of power in itself. As for Zhang Mingyuan, he was, to put it nicely, an associate director, to put it bluntly, just an ordinary doctor. He could be a bit arrogant in the hospital, but outside, he was simply incomparable. Of course, just the thought that Bai Yi might be put in a difficult position made her resent Zhang Mingyuan. She even resolved in her heart that if the other party dared to pull any nonsense, she would report him for harassment at the first opportunity. She would nip any potential trouble for Bai Yi in the bud. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyuan, seeing her confident demeanor, felt a bit puzzled. Clearly, it was someone else causing trouble for her boyfriend. Why should Zhang Mingyuan be left to fend for himself? Could it be that the handsome guy named Bai Yi was not simple? However, before she could figure it out, the arrival of the interviewer interrupted her thoughts. With Li Ziyuan accompanying her, and given Lin Jinxin's qualifications and capabilities, the interview process went very smoothly. Not only was she hired on the spot, but they also agreed that she would start work the next day. This last part was actually Lin Jinxin's proactive request. After the last incident, her desire to improve had never been so strong. Now that everything was finally settled, she certainly wanted to start work as soon as possible. As the two chatted and laughed while leaving the HR department, they noticed Bai Yi and Zhang Mingyuan sitting on opposite sides of a long bench, with the seats in between empty. It was clearly a rather tense situation. However, upon seeing this, Li Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least they hadn't started arguing on the spot. Noticing the two coming out, Bai Yi stood up and smiled. How did it go? Smooth? It went super smoothly. I start work tomorrow, under the senior sister. As she spoke, Lin Zhenxin quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with his, her face beaming with joy. That's great. Let's celebrate with a big dinner tonight. No problem. It's on you, Sister Zhenxin. Seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, Zhang Mingyuan felt a pang of jealousy, but he had to admit that Lin Zhenxin's success in the interview was good news. There's a saying that goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. So even though he felt uncomfortable, he quickly walked over and said, Zhenxin, congratulations on your successful interview and becoming a part of the affiliated hospital. Wait, who are you? Why are you calling me Zhenxin? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. No wonder they came from the same bed, their way of speaking was so similar. However, Zhang Mingyuan, who had been asked who are you twice in a short time, was different from his previous anger. Not picking up on the meaning behind the words at all, he thought Lin Zhenxin was just so excited about her successful interview that she had forgotten about him. After all, they had only just met, which was understandable. So soon, he flashed what he considered a charming smile and said, Zhenxin, you must be forgetful, I'm Zhang Mingyuan, also your senior sister's subordinate. His performance made Li Ziyuan feel a bit dizzy. I used to think this guy was just a bit petty, but who would have thought he was actually this foolish? If I had known bringing him out would be so embarrassing, I shouldn't have gotten myself into this trouble. Lin Zhenxin's response was even more straightforward and blunt. Ugh. She pretended to feel nauseous for a moment, then said irritably, Stop it, I don't know you, so don't call me disgusting, thanks. Zhang Mingyuan finally realized that she was deliberately humiliating him, and his face turned visibly red. There was nothing he could do. Being called out like this by a girl he had his eye on felt worse than being killed. However, after thinking for a moment, he didn't get angry. Instead, he shot a glare at Bai Yi. It was clear he attributed Lin Zhenxin's attitude to Bai Yi's earlier complaint. Otherwise, how could she have been fine when entering but came out with a different demeanor? As he pondered, he felt a bit happy inside. But don't get it wrong, it wasn't that Lin Zhenxin's scolding made him feel good. Rather, he believed that Bai Yi's act of complaining was a sign of insecurity, proving that their relationship was far from as solid as it seemed. For Zhang Mingyuan, who was ready to swing a hoe, this was definitely good news. Just then, Li Ziyuan, worried they might really start arguing in the hospital, changed the subject and said, Zhenxin, did you bring your luggage? Let me take you to see the dorm. Sure. She had prepared a large suitcase to dive right into work. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Mingyuan felt even happier. After all, he lived in the hospital dormitory, so this brought them even closer. However, just as he was about to step forward to show off and say something about taking care of each other in the future, Bai Yi's voice came over. No need to stay in the dorm, I bought a house earlier, planning to give Zhenxin a place to stay. When did this happen? That's none of your business, I just thought it would be inconvenient for us to meet if you stayed in the dorm. Why are you so nice? I was planning to settle down first and then rent a place outside. At that moment, Lin Zhenxin was genuinely touched. Throughout the day, Bai Yi had met her mother and subtly helped her out during their conversation, protecting her. Now, having successfully passed the interview, she discovered he had arranged accommodation for her outside. So thoughtful, simply too thoughtful. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Zhenxin immediately dove into his arms, rubbing her head against his chest. Alright, your senior is watching, or she'll start laughing at you. I don't care, just let me snuggle for a bit first. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that she finally emerged from Bai Yi's embrace, blushing as she said, Sorry, senior, for keeping you waiting. It's fine, it's normal for a couple to be affectionate, Li Ziyuan said, her face showing a clear anti-smile. Seeing her cherished junior in a good relationship made her happier than anyone. But as she smiled, she curiously asked, Where's the arranged house? Do you want me to drive? Just take my car, the house isn't far, it's in Yudu Garden. Wow, that's really close. As they spoke, Bai Yi led the two women toward the parking lot outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyuan, who was seething with jealousy and ignored, silently followed behind. After the plan to take care of each other in the dormitory fell apart, he felt a bit dazed. On one hand, he couldn't accept that Bai Yi was living with the goddess. On the other hand, it was because of the name Yudu Garden. Having worked at the affiliated hospital for a while, he had always had plans to buy a house. He had also looked at some nearby neighborhoods, including the Yudu Garden. There was no way around it. Even some cheap houses in the city center were beyond his reach, let alone the Yudu Garden, which was priced above market value. In such circumstances, how could he get close to the action? To put it bluntly, even if he went there to rent a place, it wouldn't affect the sweet cohabitation of that couple at all. Not to mention Bai Yi, who could afford to buy a house in Yudu Garden, his conditions were already far better than his. In short, saying that his world had collapsed would not be an exaggeration. This led to him feeling dazed as he walked out, completely unsure of what to do next or how to stop someone from living with his goddess. However, what he didn't expect was that as they arrived at the parking lot, not only did his world collapse, but the very ground began to shake. Because right before his eyes, Bai Yi walked straight up to a black G63 and opened the door. Looking to the side, the number 77,777 was glaringly bright. He was completely stunned. There was no way, if everyone were ordinary people, he could still compete with confidence. Zhang Mingyuan admitted that the other party was much more handsome, but looks weren't everything in life. But look at Bai Yi, was he an ordinary person? It was terrifying. Feeling defeated, Zhang Mingyuan stopped in his tracks and turned to leave. He couldn't compete at all, but he could run fast. Meanwhile, in Bai Yi's car, sitting in the back seat, Li Ziyuan first glanced back at Zhang Mingyuan, who had not followed, and then turned to say, as expected of my junior, your boyfriend really has some skills. Now she finally understood why when she said Bai Yi might be put in a difficult position, she told Zhang Mingyuan to fend for himself. Just look at this car and that license plate, how intimidating. In response to her praise, Lin Jinxin smiled but said nothing. After all, she didn't know what kind of strength Bai Yi truly had, so she kept quiet to avoid being seen as materialistic or showing off. Instead, Bai Yi naturally smiled and said, the strength is okay, but I've admired sisterly for a long time. You really know how to talk. Faced with his friendly demeanor, Li Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of guilt. Bai Yi, I need to apologize for today's incident. Hold on. If you're going to say that, it's unnecessary. If you really want to apologize, just invite my big brother over tonight and treat us to dinner. Definitely. A new house that caught Bai Yi's eye was naturally no problem. Both Lin Jinxin and Li Ziyuan, who came to help, fell in love with it at first sight. Li Ziyuan, surveying the ultra-luxurious decor in the room, couldn't help but exclaim, this house is amazing, even better than my wedding house back then. As for Lin Jinxin, she was more concerned about the money issue. She quietly pulled Bai Yi aside and asked softly, this house must have cost quite a bit, right? I bought it from a friend, it was very cheap. Considering the current housing prices here, being able to secure the house for 900,000 was indeed a steal. Not to mention, the decor in the house alone would cost at least 600,000 to 700,000 to install. Rounding it off, saying that Hao Xiang sold it to him for half the price wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. After hearing his words, Lin Jinxin suddenly pouted, quick, tell me how much. Why are you asking this? I want to give you half the money. Pouting, she still expressed her true thoughts. She really liked this house, so moving in was a certainty. But she thought that Bai Yi shouldn't be the only one paying. On one hand, this was their little home together, and it should naturally be paid for by both of them. Otherwise, if Bai Yi paid for everything, wouldn't that mean she was being kept? For someone like her, who valued independence and was striving hard in her career, this was very hard to accept. On the other hand, she currently felt a lack of security. To put it bluntly, what Bai Yi was showing her made her feel anxious, and she wanted to do this to increase her own sense of security. If they bought a house together, at least it would mean she was helping Bai Yi. Seeing him now with a serious expression, Lin Jinxin quickly explained, don't overthink it, I just think since we're living together, we should share the costs. Who says buying a house is solely the man's responsibility? I want to share the burden with you. Is that really how you feel? Of course. Alright then. At first, Bai Yi was quite confused, but after hearing her explanation, he was genuinely touched. Especially the part about who said buying a house had to be the man's task. He could only say that such a good girl was rare. In today's society, who knows how many girls see marriage as an opportunity to turn their lives around. No matter how reckless they are before marriage, as long as they find a man to marry, they can not only get a hefty bride price but also move into a new house and drive a new car. This situation is only getting worse. In comparison, Lin Jinxin's way of thinking seemed incredibly precious. So after some thought, Bai Yi nodded and said, the total price of the house is 900,000. You can decide how to handle it. Installments are also fine. Although he wasn't short on money, he felt it was only right to support a girl with such a positive outlook. No need for installments. I can give it to you right away. Oh, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy lady. Is being a doctor really that lucrative? Doctors make money? In private hospitals, sure, I make a few thousand a month, but this girl has her own ways. Saying that, she directly called her mom, Zhao Dongmei, in front of Bai Yi. "Mom, I want to buy a house, send me the money." It turns out that having a normal outlook on life is closely tied to the education one receives from their family. After Lin Zhenxin explained the current situation and learned that Bai Yi had secretly bought a house in the city, Zhao Dongmei immediately stated that their family should support half of it, and she was very happy about it. After all, if they were buying a house together, then the next step shouldn't be far off, right? With this thought in mind, the 450,000 for the house quickly arrived in Bai Ye's account. But when he mentioned going to transfer the ownership tomorrow and writing both their names on the property deed, Lin Zhenxin was unwilling. "Just write your name. I trust you. The key is that tomorrow is my first day at work, and I'll be very busy." Well, okay, great. Now it felt like she was the one getting the better deal. To be honest, this feeling was quite strange. After all, in all his years, he had never had a girl willing to invest so much in him. One could only say that Lin Zhenxin was truly a remarkable girl. After spending 2 hours in the new house, it was already 6 p.m., and outside had completely darkened. The three of them, led by Li Ziyuan, headed to a nearby hot pot restaurant. It wasn't very upscale, but it wasn't stingy either. As soon as they entered, a rich aroma wafted over, invigorating Bai Yi, who had been hungry for a while. Just from the smell, he could tell that this place should have good food. Shortly after they settled into a small private room, Li Ziyuan's husband, Yu Donglai, finally arrived. After mutual introductions and greetings, Bai Yi carefully observed the other person. From his immaculate business attire, it was clear that he was likely a white-collar worker. He looked to be around 40 years old, always wearing a cheerful expression on his face. From the first impression, Bai Yi evaluated him as someone who must be an honest person. Of course, this honest person was a compliment, not implying a mere backup. The key was that he had found a good wife too. Since entering the private room, Li Ziyuan had been asking about their well-being and even took the initiative to help take off his down jacket. He was quite attentive. When the dishes were about to be served, Yu Donglai opened the wine bottle in front of him and called out to Bai Yi, saying, "Our junior sister's boyfriend looks really spirited. Today, the two of us should drink a bit more." However, before Bai Yi could respond, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A man, clearly much younger than Yu Donglai, walked in naturally. I said the voice sounded familiar, and it really is old Yu. The man came to Yu Donglai's side, patted his shoulder, and continued, "I remember telling you before I left work that the report had to be on my desk by tomorrow morning. You weren't at the office working overtime, you ran out to eat hot pot?" Hearing this, Bai Yi and the other two women frowned. This person had just walked into their private room without knocking, and now spoke so disrespectfully. His words conveyed a clear message. He didn't regard Yu Donglai as a person at all. After all, if he treated him as a friend, how could he come over during a gathering to say such things? As the person involved, Yu Donglai's expression was also very unpleasant. After all, today not only was his wife present, but also her junior sister and her boyfriend. Those words had effectively thrown his face to the ground and stomped on it. Yet he still held back his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Director Zhu, I just came out to eat. I'll go back and finish it later." "That won't do. I just received news that the report is needed tonight. If not, you should skip the meal and go back to work." This sounded like a negotiation, but the content left no room for Yu Donglai to refuse. It made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something foul, wanting to stand up and explode in anger, but having to suppress his fury since he had just started the job. The person referred to as Director Zhu then played the good guy, smiling at Bai Yi and the other two, saying, "Sorry, our Chuanyu company has just started and is very busy, so we have to let old Zhu go back to work." Very busy, yet had to work overtime? Bai Yi thought, since it was so busy, why wasn't the supervisor working overtime at the company, instead of forcing Yu Donglai to go back as if he had been captured? To be honest, Yu Donglai's experience reminded him of his own past. When he first entered the workplace, Bai Yi was just as cautious, afraid of offending anyone. But in the end, this approach did not earn him respect, only endless work tasks. Any leader liked to dump work on him. Until one day, he couldn't take it anymore and made a scene in the group with the company chairman present, which ultimately got him fired. Well, the ending wasn't great, but since then, Bai Yi had learned from his mistakes and fundamentally prevented such situations from happening again. Additionally, he pondered the name of Chuanyu company that had just been mentioned. It felt so familiar. With curiosity, he opened his phone and entered the group he had joined earlier but had not spoken in yet. To his surprise, as soon as he opened it, he saw a group member with the nickname of the chairman of Chuanyu company just speaking. Glancing at the person's avatar, Bai Yi recognized him. He had also participated in the previous attack on Hao Xiang. However, at this moment, he was pulling for investments in the group. "Family, why is no one replying? Our company is preparing to start the second round of financing. Can you support us? Where is everyone? Come on, someone help me out here. I mean, when we were calling each other brothers before, everyone was eager to give their lives for me, but now that there's an issue, they've all disappeared? At this point, Bai Yi found the situation increasingly interesting. First of all, it confirmed that the supervisor Zhu in front of him was deliberately making things difficult for Yu Donglai, and one could even describe it as bullying. After all, judging by the comments in the group, this person's company was on the verge of collapse. What busy business could there be that required obsessing over whether a report should be submitted tonight or tomorrow? Additionally, this also validated Hao Xian's earlier statement. The seemingly glamorous luxury car owners in the group were all quite real. He glanced at his phone, and in that fleeting moment, Yu Donglai had already gone through an internal struggle and rationally achieved a final victory. So soon, he stood up and said to Bai Yi, "Sorry, brother, work is still more important. Let's drink together another day." It was certain that he felt frustrated, but what could he do? If he were 10 years younger, he would have slapped the guy right there. But now, his child was already in middle school, and his parents at home were getting older, their health declining day by day. On top of that, there was still an outstanding mortgage, and with all these shackles, he simply couldn't afford to act impulsively. After all, as a man, even if he felt wronged, he couldn't put all the pressure of life on his wife. It was also because of this consideration that he decided to swallow his anger. "Sigh, it's not easy to find a new job at my age, just bear with it, and it will pass." Thinking this, he prepared to get up from his chair. However, before he could make a move, Li Ziyuan's hand pressed down on his shoulder. "You sit down, no matter who comes today, I'm not letting you go work overtime." "Wife, what I? Just eat your meal, if it comes to it, we won't do it anymore." She spoke very decisively. Li Ziyuan certainly knew her husband was working hard, especially since he found a new job recently, working day and night. Because of this, she had also become more diligent at work. Since they were a family, they should work hard together. But effort and suffering were completely different matters. Especially when that so-called supervisor bullied Yu Donglai right in front of her, it was even more unacceptable. Anyway, she was already prepared to have her husband quit. However, because of his words, the atmosphere in the private room became strange. Originally, seeing that Yu Donglai was really going to work overtime, Supervisor Zhu was feeling pleased, secretly marveling at how useful his power was. Who knew that a sudden intervention would push him back? Of course, he definitely wouldn't give up easily. So soon, he shifted his gaze and said, "This must be your sister-in-law, right? She should support old Yu's work. As one of my key staff, I'm just giving him a chance to train and learn." Supervisor Zhu spoke with righteous indignation, as if not letting Yu Donglai put down his chopsticks to work overtime was hindering his future. But in reality, men over 40 in the workplace only had the role of being beasts of burden. What future was there to speak of? Training and learning opportunities? It was truly a case of learning until old age. So, upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha. What? I'm here helping old you. What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at what?" Bai Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "Laughing at you being an idiot, thinking you're someone just because you're a lousy supervisor, showing off in front of my sister and brother-in-law. Hurry up and get lost, don't ruin my appetite here." "Oh really? You dare to insult me?" Zhu, the supervisor who had just been scolded, was trembling with anger as he pointed at Bai Yi and said, "Do you believe I can fire him right now? I really don't believe it. When can a supervisor fire a colleague?" Zhu was momentarily speechless because he truly didn't have that authority. Anyone who has worked should know that unless someone is exceptionally capable or has connections with the boss, a supervisor's power is very limited. It's fine to catch someone being late occasionally, but firing a colleague? Don't even think about it. After all, to fire an employee, the company has to pay real money. Seeing his defeated expression, Bai Yi smiled even more happily. Perhaps it was a way to vent for his former self. He felt genuinely good inside. However, he also understood that this kind of bottom-level persecution of the bottom level is very common in any workplace, especially those who are unworthy of their positions. As soon as they gain a little bit of power, they immediately apply it to others who are also at the bottom. This is a result of a lack of education and also human nature. Once someone challenges these types of people, they quickly become cowardly and revert to their true selves. Faced with Bai Yi's mockery, Zhu didn't even dare to confront him directly. He could only look at the soft target he thought was Yu Donglai and said, "Yu Donglai, do you still want to work here? Let's not even talk about whether you have the authority to fire me. Encountering a bully like you as a supervisor, I really don't want to work here anymore. Now get out of this private room." Finally, Yu Donglai erupted in silence. He recalled the treatment he had received at the company recently and thought about the series of actions from the other party, which completely trampled on his dignity. For the sake of his family, Yu Donglai could endure it, but now that the mask had been torn off, What was there left to endure? As a man, he believed he should stand in front of his wife. The outburst of emotions made him glare at Supervisor Zhu, as if he would immediately strike if the other dared to say another word. This completely frightened Zhu. After his lips trembled twice, he didn't say anything harsh. He just ran to the door of the private room, and as the door was about to close, he finally spoke, "You don't lie, you wait for me." The next moment, the private room finally fell silent. The irritable Yu Donglai felt a bit better and looked at Bai Yi and Lin Jianxin, saying, "Sorry, because of a small person, you had to witness this farce." "There's no farce, on the contrary, I really admire you, brother Yu," Bai Yi said seriously. He wouldn't mock someone for not being tough just because he was now wealthy and no longer had to struggle for a living. A man, especially a married middle-aged man, carries pressure like a mountain. As a fellow man, Bai Yi understood that feeling. Lin Jianxin, sitting beside them, also smiled and said, "My senior sister praised you for being hardworking and diligent before. I really admire you too." Sigh, hardworking and diligent, I thought that was a good quality of mine, but reality tells me it's worthless. While lamenting, Yu Donglai turned to Li Ziyuan and said, "Sorry, dear, I might be unemployed again." "It's okay, your wife is the head of the hospital, she can support you." Seeing the affectionate way the two looked at each other, Lin Jianxin smiled happily. Perhaps because she was also in a sweet situation, she loved seeing such scenes and envisioned a future in her heart. But at that moment, Bai Yi became the one to spoil the mood. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, wait, don't rush to get sentimental. My brother Yu isn't unemployed yet." "Ah, but he has already offended the supervisor to death." "Yeah, that Zhu has a particularly good relationship with the manager. I'm probably going to lose this job." The couple appeared very anxious, while Lin Jianxin, who understood Bai Ye's character, knew he wouldn't act without reason. So, she quickly turned her head and asked, "Are you saying you have a way?" "Ah, just give me 2 minutes." Without much explanation, Bai Yi took out his phone and began to act. He first opened the group chat and added the contact information of the so-called chairman of Chuanyu Company. After being accepted in seconds, Bai Yi, with a mischievous smile, sent a message saying, "What a coincidence, General Manager Chen, your employee is discussing an investment with me, and I just saw your message in the group." After sending the message, he even raised his phone and took a picture of Yu Donglai. Of course, Bai Yi, who had rejected cooperation with Gao Shan, would never invest in such a half-dead company. The reason for doing this was actually to help Yu Donglai gain some benefits and vent his frustrations. On the other end of the phone, Chen Dongsheng looked at the message on his phone, his eyes sparkling with surprise. He recognized the person in the photo, knowing that the other party was a very hard-working new employee. He just didn't expect that not only was the person hard-working, but they could also help him relieve his worries so soon after starting. This was simply an angel sent from heaven. Before this, all the good brothers he had contacted had not responded at all, and he felt utterly desperate. Now, looking at the message Bai Yi sent, he truly felt a sense of hope emerging from despair. As for the authenticity of this matter, Chen Dongxing believed there was no need to worry, because he also had an impression of Bai Yi, the new person in the group. That was a G63 owner, a top presence in their group. By the way, the threshold for that so-called luxury car group was just a Porsche 718, which was enough with a few $100,000. Thinking of this, he immediately began to flatter, replying, "What a coincidence, brother. By the way, where are you? I'll come over right now for a face-to-face talk." "No need for that, I have a good impression of your employee, just talk to him." As soon as this message was sent, Bai Yi directly put down his phone, looked up and smiled, saying, "It's done." "Done? What's done?" Suddenly, this sentence confused the other 3 people present. But just then, Yu Donglai's phone went ding-dong. He picked it up and saw that it was a friend request from a boss he didn't even know. After realizing it, he couldn't help but turn pale. It really is a petty person seeking revenge from morning till night, directly asking our boss to personally fire me. But it doesn't matter, I'm already mentally prepared. Muttering to himself, he directly accepted the friend request. After all, if he was fired, the company would have to compensate him. He was already prepared to collect the money. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Dongsheng indeed transferred him money, but it was completely unrelated to the firing matter. "Chen Dongsheng has transferred you 20,000 yuan. Old Yu, you've done a good job. I've seen it all, now keep up the good work. Take this money, treat President Bai well, and strive to secure his investment." Looking at the thoughtful words on his phone and the large red transfer, Yu Donglai's mind instantly recalled Bai Ye's words. "It's done." He finally understood what Bai Yi meant by done. However, now Yu Donglai was not in a hurry to be happy, nor was he in a hurry to collect the money. Instead, he stood up and looked at Bai Yi, saying, "Xiao Bai, did you invest in Chuanyu Company for me?" Confused, "Huh? That company is chaotic in both management and business. It can't possibly make any money." "I know." After waving his hand, Bai Yi continued, I can't possibly invest, or rather, he can't possibly pull in investments, so the company you're in now is not far from closing down. What I'm doing is giving you time to find a new job and letting him give you some deserved benefits. Look, Manager Chen is still quite generous, offering 20,000 right off the bat. That's enough for us to eat hot pot many times. As his words fell, Lin Jianxin couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, exactly. Brother you, hurry up and take the money. After working so many extra hours, you finally see the overtime pay. That's true, but what other benefits you can still fight for depends on your own efforts, brother you. Listening to their conversation, the young couple sitting across felt a warmth in their hearts. Among them, Yu Donglai's eyes even became a bit misty. Oh, stop with the useless talk, pour the wine. Meanwhile, in the next private room where Bai Yi was, after some embellishments, supervisor Zhu finally convinced the manager sitting at the head of the table to agree to report to the boss and directly fire Yu Donglai. Under his urging, the manager immediately called Chen Dongsheng. However, before the call connected, he already felt incredibly pleased. You like to go against me? Huh? Now I'll make you cry out loud. Soon, Chen Dongsheng's voice came through the speakerphone. Hello? What do you want? Ahem, Manager Chen, I need to report something to you. The manager at the head of the table immediately began his performance. Some employees in our company have a negative work attitude, defy their leaders, and refuse to execute the tasks assigned by the leaders. Just fire them. It's that Yu Donglai who just joined not long ago. Supervisor Zhu just asked him to come back to work overtime, and he almost hit him. The manager still hadn't noticed the boss's tone was off and continued, You don't lie. This person is simply a rat droppings in the company. But before he could finish, the phone erupted with a roar. What the hell? You don't lie is helping me with something big, and you want him to go back to work overtime? If he doesn't go back, you want to fire him? You idiots, I start at 8 in the morning. How did I end up with these brain-dead employees? After cursing for more than 10 minutes, Chen Dongxing finally felt a bit relieved and said without courtesy, Let me tell you, don't you dare provoke Yu Donglai, treat him like a Buddha. If he gets unhappy, I'll fire all of you. No, firing still has to give you money. I might as well make you clean the toilets at the company, at least that would save some. Now get lost, don't disturb my rest. With a ding, the call was abruptly hung up. The few people in the private room looked at each other, stunned. However, gradually, they turned their gaze to Supervisor Zhu, scaring him to the point of almost crying. No, I didn't know. Damn you, I almost got sent to clean the toilets because of you, and now you tell me you didn't know? Shu, your mother is gone. About 10 minutes later, after a few drinks, the atmosphere on Bai Ye's side became increasingly good. But just then, Supervisor Zhu walked in with a few strangers, toasting and helping them settle the bill, each showing their utmost sincerity in apologizing. However, in the end, they were all chased out by Yu Donglai. After learning from Bai Yi that the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, he had already made up his mind. So now, the apologies from these people seemed irrelevant. As for their claim that if they weren't forgiven, they might be assigned by Chen Dongxing to clean the toilets, what did that have to do with him? The most important thing now was to drink a few more glasses with Bai Yi. He had a feeling that Bai Yi might very well become his most powerful connection in the future. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. After sending the drunken couple, Yu Donglai and his wife, off in a car, Bai Yi, who hadn't driven there, took Lin Jianxin's hand and walked towards their new home. On the way, 30-year-old Lin Jianxin bounced around like a little girl, quite excited. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi smiled and asked, Why are you so happy? Of course, just think about our current life, and then think about the days when no one loved me, when there was no hope at all. I'm so happy. Then I can only say, you're too early to be happy. What do you mean? Bai Yi leaned closer with a mischievous smile and whispered in her ear, Since you're not working the night shift today, isn't it time to pay your dues? What are you talking about? I don't understand. She pretended to be clueless, but her face was already so red it completely betrayed her. It's okay if you don't understand, I'll take care of it automatically. Who's paying whom is still uncertain. Knowing she couldn't escape, Lin Jianxin began to feel indignant. She was studying medicine, so she understood that at the beginning, it was indeed the boys who were more proactive. But as time went on, the roles would reverse. The one who had to pay dues regularly would become the man. But little did she know, Bai Yi was a cheat. With a system reward of 600 extra minutes each month, that was no joke. He wouldn't even use them all. Lin Jianxin, today was destined for some suffering. The next morning came quickly. Even after a late night, Lin Jianxin still got up early to report to the hospital. After all, it was her first day at work, and she took it very seriously. Bai Yi stayed in bed, sleeping in. He didn't have anything important to do today, He just needed to transfer the ownership of the new house to his name in the morning and then head back to Longhua County in the afternoon for his housewarming party. The gathering with relatives was set for the evening at the 3-star Longshan Hotel. The price wasn't high, and after deducting the meal expenses from the gifts received, he should still make a little profit. He didn't care about the amount, but as long as the money he had given out in the past could come back, he would be satisfied. However, while sending out invitations to each relative, he also took on a task for himself, to swing by the university town and pick up his nephew, Bai Hongyu. Just as he was planning his day, there was a knock on the bedroom door. He slipped on his slippers and opened the door to find Hao Xiang and Lu Lin standing side by side outside. "Hey, big brother. Hey, big brother." The synchronized greeting made by Ye's vision go dark. "You two are so in sync. Are you together now?" "Ha, big brother, don't say that. I'm a pure straight man. I have plenty of girls chasing me. He doesn't stand a chance." All right, come in." With that, he opened the door, and the cold air from outside rushed into the room. Soon, the two settled onto the sofa. After handing each of them a cup of hot water, he curiously asked, "How did it go with what you were doing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lin immediately perked up. "My classmate Lu Tsuehua really has a problem. The police just did a little investigation, and before even getting the autopsy report on Hao Xiang's dad, she just ran away." "Ah, she ran away?" No. Fortunately, Hao Xiang was cautious and sent someone to keep an eye on her. Before she could board the flight to Southeast Asia, they caught her and she's currently being investigated by the police. That's good news. It was foreseeable that this woman named Lu Tsuehua still had a lot of money that belonged to Hao Xiang. If she managed to take it outside, it would be impossible to get it back. TSK, barring any accidents, our young master Hao Xiang is about to make a grand return. Sigh, what return? I just want to find out the cause of my father's death. At this moment, a calmness that seemed to see through the world appeared on Hao Xiang's face. As for money and status, what belongs to me is mine, and I won't take a single cent that doesn't belong to me. You think so clearly? Yeah, I've really figured it out these past few days. Look at my dad, he fought his whole life for money, and what was the end result? Shaking his head gently, he continued, if the company really comes back, I don't plan to show off in front of those clowns anymore. I just want to give back to those who helped me during my low times. In the past, he thought that as long as he could get his assets back, he would definitely want to show off in front of those who had stepped on him. But realizing that his father might not have died of illness, Hao Xiang found his previous thoughts quite ridiculous. Awakening to this realization, he just wanted to cherish his life, stay away from bad people, and repay those who extended a helping hand during his low times. Lost in thought, he turned his gaze to Bai Yi and Lu Lin. An unexpected argument at the vehicle management office made him understand what it meant to make genuine friends. Lu Lin, having just met him, was willing to help him report to the police without expecting anything in return, and now he had become a witness. As for Bai Yi, after being inexplicably provoked by him, not only did he not blame him, but he was also willing to transfer the full payment for the house to him without signing a contract. In his view, Lu Lin's willingness to help was also related to the big brother in front of him. This was not to deny Lu Lin's contributions, but after a few days of contact, Hao Xiang had already realized that this guy had a bit of cowardice in his character. No matter what you do, you need to have a backbone to have the courage. Lost in thought, he took out the contract he had prepared from his backpack and said gratefully, Big brother, thank you for trusting me so much. Let's sign the contract first and then go for the transfer. I should thank you for selling me this house at such a low price. Ha. While speaking, Bai Yi took the contract from him. After carefully reviewing it and confirming there were no issues, he then signed his name with a flourish. At noon, after completing the property transfer and successfully obtaining the property certificate, Bai Yi bid farewell to Hao Xiang and Lu Lin, then drove to the Petroleum Institute located in the university town of CD City. Just hearing the name, one might think this school is quite prestigious and high-end, but in reality, it's just an ordinary college, or rather, in this third-tier city, it only has a junior college. As for good universities, there are hardly any in the entire Beha province. The only first-tier university in the province is not even located within the province but in the directly governed city of Tianjin. It's worth mentioning that Beha province not only lacks good schools, but the college entrance examination is also hellishly difficult, with absurdly high score thresholds. Driving to the school gate, he couldn't help but recall his own college life, feeling a mix of emotions. Fortunately, he wasn't someone prone to sentimentality, so after a brief moment of distraction, he started the car again and drove into the school. Moments later, Bai Yi parked in the parking lot and called Bai Hongyu. The call was quickly connected, but the response he received was quite strange. Uncle, wait for me a moment, I have something to deal with. His tone sounded very downcast, as if he had encountered something difficult to handle. However, when Bai Yi sent him another message, there was no reply at all. This left him a bit bewildered. The child had been excited in the morning, saying he wanted to return to the county with him to celebrate the housewarming. Why was something off now? He was genuinely worried that something had happened. Bai Yi was indeed a bit concerned about this nephew, who had always had a good relationship with him. So after thinking for a moment, he found the tall girl he had met last time while shopping and added her contact information, Zhang Mangyao. This was one of the few connections he had at the Petroleum Institute. However, their chat history was still stuck on the last time she transferred him 88 yuan for milk tea. As for her subsequent messages, Bai Yi had not replied at all. If it were someone else, it might have been a bit awkward, but for someone like him, it was not a big deal at all. He directly ignored the previous chat content and sent a message saying, "Sister Mengyao, do you know where my nephew is right now? Oh, did my brother come to our school? Yeah, I'm here to pick him up but I can't reach him now. Let me ask, hold on." After many days, this girl was still as enthusiastic as ever towards Bai Yi. Not only did she reply instantly, but she also offered to help. This showed how deep of an impression Bai Yi had left on her during their last shopping trip. It didn't take long for Zhang Mangyao to send another message, but this time, the content made Bai Yi frown. "Brother, he didn't answer my call, so I contacted his roommate. He said, Bai Hongyu stole something and is now trapped in the dormitory." Stealing something? Looking at these unfamiliar three words, Bai Yi found it hard to believe. How could he not know someone who had followed him around since childhood? Bai Hongyu was a playful person, often skipping classes to hang out or simply going home to rest. But he was very clear-headed and cautious, never participating in anything that might be dangerous or against the rules. He was always very honest with everyone. Now you say he stole something? Bai Yi couldn't believe it at all. Of course, whether it was true or not could only be determined by seeing it for himself. Thinking of this, Bai Yi replied, "I'm at the parking lot, can you take me to their dormitory?" No problem, just wait for me there, brother." Just like the last time they met, Zhang Mangyao hurried over wearing very little. Under the reflection of the remaining snow on the ground, her long legs looked even whiter. But perhaps because she had rushed out without having time to put on makeup, her overall appearance had dropped a level. Plus, her face was pale from the cold, making her look a bit disheveled. However, Bai Yi wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things now. After meeting up with her, he headed straight towards the boys' dormitory in the school. The distance wasn't too far, and when they entered the dormitory, they encountered no obstacles. Perhaps the dorm supervisor had gone upstairs to see the commotion. As he expected, the two of them arrived at the third floor of the boys' dormitory via the stairs and saw a crowd gathered to watch. From deep within the crowd, a girl's hysterical voice could be heard. "You were closest to me in the classroom, and now I found headphones that look exactly like mine on your bed. You still say you didn't steal them? Return my headphones to me right now, or I'm calling the police." As soon as these words were spoken, several boys in the crowd began to respond. "Yeah, how can you, a big man, steal a girl's headphones? Why don't you hurry up and return it? It's really embarrassing to be in the same school as someone like you. I suggest we call the police and have them arrested." "Exactly. Our teachers are all here, and you still want to resist?" From a distance, Bai Yi noticed that his big nephew, standing in the center of the crowd, was already surrounded, his face flushed. But it was clear that it wasn't out of shame, but anger. He was staring fiercely at the girl opposite him and said, "These headphones were bought by me. What right do you have to say I stole them? Is it not allowed for someone else to have the same headphones as you? Hey, you're still being stubborn, huh?" The girl looked around and continued, "Anyone who knows you here knows you're stingy. You probably don't even have much pocket money, but those fruit headphones cost at least 2,000 yuan. You say you bought them yourself? Oh right, I see you're also holding a fruit phone. That wouldn't be stolen too, would it? Everyone, check and see who lost their phone." Listening to every word, Bai Hongyu was shaking with anger, but he still forced himself to control his emotions, trying hard not to throw a punch. Meanwhile, Zhang Mangyao, standing at the back of the crowd, asked with a worried expression, "Brother, what should we do? Should I go up and prove it? I believe the boys here would still trust me." "No need, I'll handle it." Bai Yi was now certain that his big nephew was innocent. The things being said were just too absurd. Just because you have the same headphones as me, it means you stole them? You usually don't spend money, so you definitely wouldn't buy such expensive headphones for yourself. There was not a shred of substantial evidence, just empty words. The ridiculousness of it all made him chuckle. Lost in thought, Bai Yi made his way through the crowd and stood next to Bai Hongyu. Upon seeing him, Bai Hongyu, filled with grievance, nearly cried out, "Uncle, I really didn't steal anything." I believe you. Don't panic." Upon hearing their conversation and realizing Bai Yi might be a guardian, the girl's eyes flickered with hesitation. But in the end, She gritted her teeth and stubbornly said, "You're his guardian?" Just in time, he stole my headphones and used them. Pay me back. Wait a moment. Bai waved his hand, signaling her to calm down, then looked around and asked, "Who is their teacher?" I'm their counselor, Lu." A woman in her 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, stepped forward. Hello, counselor. You say our child stole something and brought so many people to block the door. Do you have any evidence? Like surveillance footage? Well, we don't have surveillance for now, but the situation is already very clear. No evidence at all, just her empty claims. How is that clear? He found it unbelievable. Teacher Lu, maybe you should think about what you're saying. Counselor Lu was left speechless because, as it stood, there was indeed no footage of Bai Hongyu stealing anything. Everything was based on what the girl said, but she felt her reasoning was sound. Bai Hongyu had always been low-key in class. It was reasonable to assume he didn't have much pocket money and couldn't possibly afford such expensive headphones. However, facing the doubts of a student's guardian, as a teacher, she clearly couldn't say that. Looking at the many students beside her, she could only stubbornly say, "We're still in the suspicion phase. Bai Hongyu still has a chance to prove himself." A chance to prove himself? If I hadn't come, you all would have probably convicted my child. Bai Yi said irritably, turning to his nephew, "Where did you buy the headphones? Do you have a receipt?" "I bought them at Wanda, and I have the receipt. I just took it out, but they don't believe me, saying I forged it, and they insist on checking my payment records." Bai Hongyu felt even more wronged as he spoke. "But uncle, you know I had to buy these things without my parents knowing. So the payment records, I deleted them." As soon as he finished speaking, a few of his roommates immediately came out to testify. "Yeah, I saw him delete that record. We were all there when he bought the new headphones. We can all prove it." Unfortunately, their testimonies had no effect. That girl had seized on the fact that he couldn't provide the payment record and wouldn't let go. "You all live in the same dorm. Who would believe what you say?" To avoid returning my headphones, he even forged a receipt, which is illegal. Now you're giving me a law lesson. Bai Yi scoffed. "Do you know that spreading rumors and defamation, along with extortion, is also illegal?" "TCH, I'm not scared. If you have the ability, bring out the payment records." She said this with confidence. If he could have brought them out, Bai Hongyu would have done so long ago to prove his innocence. Why wait until now? What do you mean by that? Are you saying I illegally forged a receipt? Let's call the police right now and see who is lying. As he spoke, Bai Hongyu took out his phone to call the police. But his action was stopped by the counselor. Don't rush. The teacher isn't letting you call the police to give you a chance. Do you really want to hold out until the end?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was truly losing his patience. "Goodness, you all are so sure he stole something, right? Teaming up to bully an honest person?" Bai Ye's anger was gradually rising. He immediately looked at his nephew and said, "Don't listen to her. Call the police right now. If it comes to it, your uncle will help you transfer to another school." "Okay, I'm calling now." Seeing him actually dialing the police, Counselor Lu felt a pang of panic. She wanted to stop him, but seeing Bai Ye's fierce demeanor, she didn't dare to say anything more. After all, she could silence the students, but she had no way to deal with the parents, especially since he had just said that if it came to it, he would help transfer schools. As for the girl who insisted Bai Hongyu had stolen the headphones, she was even more anxious. There's a saying that those who wrong you know better than you how wronged you are. Whether her headphones were lost or if Bai Hongyu stole them, didn't she know herself? Now that she saw he was really going to call the police, it was only natural for her to panic. Lacking any ability to handle pressure, she couldn't help but say, "Bai Hongyu, think carefully. If you really call the police, I absolutely won't accept a private settlement." That's enough. The person who won't accept a private settlement might not be you. Bai Ye's attitude undoubtedly made the girl even more anxious. Just as he had said, those who wrong you know better than you how wronged you are. Did Bai Hongyu steal the headphones? At first, when she discovered the headphones were missing, she was indeed very certain. But after seeing that receipt, she understood that it was probably something he bought himself. However, at that time, she had already brought a large group of people, along with the counselor, to humiliate him for a long time. For the sake of her own face, or perhaps out of malice, she wanted to claim Bai Hongyu's headphones as her own. She could never admit she was mistaken. If she were to ask herself, the real reason would lean towards the latter. After all, the headphones Bai Hongyu had were genuine Apple products, while the ones she lost were just cheap knockoffs bought from a discount site. The price is even less than 1/10 of the genuine product. In such a situation, Who could resist the temptation of turning high-quality counterfeit headphones into genuine ones? To be honest, when the counselor pressured her not to call the police, she thought this matter was already a sure thing. After all, he deleted the payment records himself, leaving no evidence. But once the call to the police was made, the situation changed. This matter simply couldn't withstand investigation. Lost in thought, she turned to look at the few boys she had called over, then glanced at the counselor, only to find them all plunged into silence, which made her even more anxious. With no other choice, she had to soften her tone and said, I think we shouldn't waste the police's time. This is our school's internal matter, and we can handle it ourselves. It wouldn't be good for the school if it gets out. Mainly, I still want to give Bai Hongyu a chance. Upon hearing this, Counselor Lu, startled by Bai Yi, immediately came to her senses. Right, this little matter can be handled by the school itself. The key is that your child really can't provide any substantial evidence. Having the police come wouldn't be good for you. After hearing this, Bai Yi felt somewhat speechless. Wasn't this female counselor being a bit too biased? His own nephew had already provided strong evidence like a receipt, yet she turned a blind eye. A female classmate casually claimed the receipt was fake, and she believed it without question. He really doubted how such a person became a counselor. This was just bullying honest people. With such thoughts, Bai Yi said seriously, "Let me remind you, you are a teacher, and in front of so many students, please maintain fairness and justice." Without waiting for the counselor to argue, he interrupted and continued, "And who said we can't provide other evidence?" Just moments ago, after learning that his nephew's headphones were purchased at Wanda, Bai Yi had already thought of a solution. As everyone knows, shopping malls offer various levels of VIP services based on spending amounts. Bai Yi had spent over 200,000 in a short time on watches and clothes at Wanda. That day, he directly became the highest level Black Gold member. The membership benefits were quite substantial, including free parking, dedicated service personnel, and exclusive car pickup and drop-off services at any time. So, as a Black Gold VIP, what could be the big deal in asking them all for some evidence? As for the issue of invading someone's privacy, he just needed to explain the situation and the relationship. Soon, in front of everyone, Bai Yi called the dedicated service personnel assigned to him by Wanda, and for the sake of transparency, he kindly put it on speakerphone. The call was connected within a second, and a sweet female voice came through the phone speaker. "Hello, Mr. Bai, esteemed Black Gold card member of Wanda. I am your dedicated customer service representative, Xiao Zhang. How may I assist you?" The voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. The mall has a Black Gold card? Wanda even arranged a dedicated customer service for him. Who is this person? I've learned something new, really learned something new. Amidst the chatter, Zhang Mengyao, who knew everything, spoke up. The Black Gold card at Wanda requires spending 2 million within 12 months. As she spoke, her gaze towards Bai Yi was filled with admiration. It was easy to tell that in Zhang Mengyao's mind, he was incredibly impressive. But no matter how she thought, her words still shocked many people. For instance, the girl who insisted Bai Hongyu stole the headphones turned pale instantly, and Counselor Lu felt her scalp tingle. She finally realized something was off. A family spends 2 million at Wanda every year, and their child needs to steal headphones at school? Of course, it's not to say that children from wealthy families won't steal. In fact, some who aren't short on money still take pleasure in gaining an advantage. But the probability of that happening is really too low, especially since they just presented the receipt. Unfortunately, after Bai Yi made this phone call, she had already lost the chance to make amends, because while everyone was discussing, he had already briefly explained the current situation. The exclusive customer service representative responded decisively, giving her 10 minutes to send all the evidence proving that Bai Hongyu bought the headphones to his phone. By the time the call ended, the scene was already silent. Almost everyone understood that this theft incident involving headphones, which had caused a stir in half the school, was likely about to take a turn. The girl who lost the headphones now felt completely disheveled in the wind. Even though the school's heating was sufficient, she still felt very cold. There was no way around it. She was about to present new evidence, and the police were already on their way. Time was running out for her. Under such immense pressure, she began to think about leaving. So, she gritted her teeth and said to Bai Hongyu, "Classmate Bai, I think I might have misunderstood you. Let's just say you bought the headphones, and let's drop this matter today." After saying this, she turned to leave. "No, you stand right there. What do you mean, let's just say I bought them? You've slandered me for so long, almost dragging me out for a public shaming, and now you want to leave?" Seeing that he was about to turn the tables and regain his innocence, how could he let her go? So he directly spread his arms and blocked her path. Faced with this situation, the girl began to sweat. "Then I'll apologize to you, is that okay?" "I'm sorry. No, you can't leave now. I've apologized to you. What more do you want? Hearing such classic lines, Bai Yi couldn't hold back anymore. Ha, girl, don't be ridiculous. How am I being ridiculous? Setting aside the facts, does Bai Hongyu have no fault at all? If he hadn't been so ostentatious, taking out the headphones to use, how would I have suspected him? 6. Classic, all classic. Clearly, she was a girl no older than 20, yet she could spout classic quotes so easily? One can only say that those online martial artists have done a lot of harm. Of course, just based on these 2 sentences, this girl's skills were still too shallow. Thinking she could just leave like this was clearly wishful thinking. After all, his nephew wasn't a sycophant. Even the senior Dooley, whom Bai Yi had met before and liked so much, hadn't spent a single penny on her. Now, to suddenly turn him into a fraud and humiliate a female classmate for so long, how could he let it go easily? So at this moment, he still firmly blocked her in front. Coupled with the onlookers nearby, the girl found it impossible to move. As for the boy who came with her, he wasn't a fool either. Even a fool could see that this matter was about to be reversed. Otherwise, why would she want to leave now? If he went up to help, wouldn't that make him an accomplice? The police would arrive soon. In this situation, the only one who could stand up was the counselor. She slowly approached Bai Yi and softly said, Mr. Bai, let's not escalate this matter with the children. She has already apologized. Are you saying I must accept her apology? Sure enough, once a teacher gets involved, they can really lead the children astray. Look at what these 2 are saying. It's almost identical. It's as if even if someone committed murder, as long as they apologized, everything would be fine. No, what I mean is, after all, she is still a child, a student. If she gets taken away by the police, wouldn't that ruin her future? Ha ha ha. After holding back laughter for a while, Bai Yi said irritably, ruin her future? Don't you think that if I weren't here today, my nephew would be expelled from school and his future ruined? That hasn't happened yet. Stop talking nonsense. You don't think I won't make things difficult for you, do you? After throwing that back at her, Bai Yi continued, there's no way this can be settled privately. With a teacher like you, I'm really afraid the school will arrange a special program for her to upgrade her degree and guarantee her further studies. As soon as this was said, the boys in the dormitory who had come to watch burst into laughter. Clearly, everyone recalled many outrageous social cases. Support! Such slander must be dealt with seriously. I recorded the whole thing. I'll send it to the principal's email later. Bro, you're amazing, a true role model for us. Our school absolutely cannot have similar incidents. Amidst the commotion, the girl who had lost her headphones and the counselor were completely stunned. The former's legs began to tremble, unable to imagine what was to come. As for the latter, she was praying frantically that Bai Yi wouldn't get any evidence. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't be able to stay at this school. Unfortunately, such thoughts were destined to be in vain. Just 5 or 6 minutes had passed when Bai Yi's phone started ringing with ding-dong sounds. Upon opening it, it was indeed evidence sent by customer service representative Xiao Zhang. The content was comprehensive, including surveillance footage of Bai Hongyu at the fruit phone store that day, as well as payment records, invoices, and so on. To help prove Bai Hongyu's innocence, Bai Yi simply turned his phone around and displayed the evidence in front of everyone. With irrefutable evidence, the crisis of being wronged was completely averted. However, this also led to the girl who had slandered him becoming the target of everyone's ire. Various accusations and insults followed one after another. Wow, you really wronged him. I said from the beginning she was just talking, with no evidence at all. And our counselor was helping that girl the whole time. If it weren't for this guy showing up, Bai Hongyu would have really been in trouble. I'll be damned. How dare you slander someone in school like this? The furious shout from a hot-headed guy snapped the completely dazed girl back to reality. Then she put on a pitiful look and said to Bai Yi, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I just made a mistake. There was no need to escalate it like this." Mistake? Show the evidence, bring out the payment records and invoices. It's impossible to bring them out. She couldn't possibly show her order from Pinduoduo and say she wanted to exchange a counterfeit for a genuine product, could she? However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. That's an ironclad rule. Soon, a girl who had just arrived said, "Wow, it's so lively here. I mean, you could just buy another pair of headphones for a little over $100 from Pinduoduo. Why make such a big deal out of it?" As soon as this was said, everyone present was dumbfounded. Headphones bought for a little over $100 from Pinduoduo? Why did she slander Bai Hongyu for using her headphones for an exchange? As for that girl, her face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and then her legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Inside, she could only repeat 2 words endlessly: "It's over. It's over. It's over." The following events became very simple. With ample evidence and many witnesses, the girl who had slandered Bai Hongyu was taken away. As for the counselor who helped turn black into white, there was no need for Bai Yi to intervene. not long after, he was called to the principal's office for a talk. When the crowd dispersed, the Petroleum College's official account released a statement. The content was roughly that the other party had been expelled, and it advised students to regulate their behavior and the like. By the time Bai Yi learned about this, he had already brought Bai Hongyu and Zhang Mengyao to the outside of the boys' dormitory. "Uncle, it's good to have you here. Woo woo woo. Don't cry, get up. Alright, I just found a good one recently, should I send it to you to enjoy later? Get lost." A colorful joke made his nephew relax a lot, and then Bai Yi turned to Zhang Mengyao, whose face was slightly flushed, and said, "Thanks for today. It's just lunchtime. Why don't you join us for a bite?" Sure. She had been wanting to get closer to Bai Yi, so she definitely wouldn't refuse. The nodding was no different from a chick pecking at rice. However, after receiving the response, Bai Yi didn't set off immediately. Instead, he looked Zhang Mengyao up and down and said, "I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. There's a condition for treating you to a meal." "What condition? Do I have to pay?" "I can do that. What are you thinking? Go back to your dorm and put on some clothes." At such a young age, learning to be graceful instead of warm, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? As someone who had been through it, Bai Yi knew all too well. The mistakes made in youth would eventually come back to haunt you. With the way this girl was dressed now, it wouldn't be long before she ran into big problems. Under Bai Yi's reminder, Zhang Mengyao hurriedly left. He then took his nephew and headed towards the parking lot first. Along the way, Bai Hongyu kept scrolling through various group chats and the school forum on his phone, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Bai Yi didn't need to think to understand his thoughts. After experiencing this incident, he had directly become a prominent figure in the school. The level of discussion about him on campus was at its peak. As a young boy, he had never experienced such things before, so it was normal for him to be enjoying it. However, understanding was one thing. Bai Yi quickly reminded him, "You still need to study hard in school and not get involved in unnecessary things. At your age, improving yourself is the most important." Although he was in a vocational school, such institutions often taught practical skills. At least in the future, he wouldn't have to rely on his family and could support himself without much trouble. "Don't worry, uncle, I understand." Bai Hongyu nodded seriously in response. In fact, ever since the last time he went shopping with Bai Yi and realized that a man must be strong himself, he had undergone significant changes. He studied more diligently and hadn't skipped a single class. His previous habit of buying little milk teas for senior girls had been completely abandoned, and he now spent his money on himself. He had changed his phone, upgraded his headphones, and his daily meals had improved by more than one level. This feeling was truly refreshing. Not only had his life become more fulfilling, but he also felt more confident. And the benefits didn't stop there. In just a few days, the number of female classmates reaching out to him had noticeably increased. In school, especially for someone like him in his second year, most other male classmates were still quite childish. As long as he showed more maturity than them, it was easy to stand out and attract many people's attention. Because of this, he was even more determined to learn from his uncle. In the future, he would rely on his own abilities to change his fate, live in a big villa, and drive an expensive car worth hundreds of thousands. However, when the two arrived at the parking lot and saw Bai Yi get into the G63 with the license plate number 77777, his mindset began to crumble. How the hell was he supposed to learn from that? If it were that domestic car from before, with a bit of effort and some persuasion with my dad, I might have had a chance to buy it. But this one, it might just cost me my life. With various complaints in mind, he took a seat in the passenger seat, examining the car's interior while saying, "Uncle, promise me you'll date less." "Ha, why?" "Because there are already so few good girls in CD City, you need to contribute to the overall situation." After a pause, he explained, "Think about it, if you date a girl with this car, after breaking up, her standards will definitely not be lower than yours." "So what? But she has friends, right?" "Her friends will also have to meet your standards. If you date more, it becomes a chain reaction, and what will we poor guys do in the future?" Don't worry. Your uncle is very restrained." You can't deny that this kid's reasoning is quite valid. There are indeed many such situations in life. Otherwise, how could the saying about a woman protected by a lion falling for a wild dog be so common? Of course, Bai Yi would never disrupt the market for his male peers. The reason isn't restraint, but picky eating. Moreover, he's not someone who is good at spending money on girls. Take the house he just transferred ownership of today. For instance, he never thought of adding Lin Jinshin's name. Instead, now that he has received the other party's money, the property deed only has his name, which inevitably makes Bai Yi feel a bit guilty. Well, that didn't stop him from confidently taking the money, Time quickly passed to the afternoon. After dropping off his nephew and agreeing to meet for dinner later, Bai Yi returned home. Unfortunately, Li Sisi wasn't at home, so she couldn't guide him in practicing yoga. After messaging to ask, he learned that she had gone to a parent-teacher meeting at the kindergarten. Now that it's the end of the year, it won't be long before Li Yuqing is on vacation. Fortunately, he had been practicing for a while and could manage on his own. So soon, Bai Yi skillfully arrived at Li Sisi's yoga room and began to exercise in a somewhat proper manner. After more than an hour, the results of his workout were quite good. By the end, his physical attribute had already broken through the 70 mark. Delighted, Bai Yi took a quick shower and drove out again, heading towards the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. According to the message from his childhood friend Wang Hongwei, his future in-laws were about to leave. Since they had shared some good times together, it was necessary for Bai Yi to see them off. After all, with Wang Hongwei's connection, there would surely be many opportunities to interact in the future. However, when Bai Yi arrived at the hotel, before he could find Wang Hongwei, he was blocked at the entrance by Gao Shan. It was as if he had been waiting specifically for him. He immediately pulled him aside and whispered, "Bro, do you still have that tiger bone wine? I want to buy some. You can set the price." "Ah, did you finish the wine I gave you last time?" "Of course not. That wine is too strong. I only dare to drink 1 bottle cap a day. I'm really afraid of a nosebleed." With a knowing smile that all men understand, Gao Shan continued, "I want to get some for my dad." "Sure, I still have some left. I'll have my errand boy bring it to you later." "You haven't mentioned the price yet." "Hey, brother Shan, aren't you insulting me? I can't possibly charge you for this little wine." "Don't say that." He would never ask the other party for money. On one hand, he gets that wine every month, and being young and strong, he can't finish it all, so giving some away is no big deal. On the other hand, Gao Shan is someone he has no complaints about. He gets things done quite effectively. If you ask for a little wine and still charge money, it's somewhat disheartening. Then I won't be polite. Thanks." After a serious thank you, Gao Shan's expression became much more earnest, and he turned to ask, "By the way, what's your friend Xiao Jia like?" "What's Xiao Jia like?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question, but just a moment later, he realized the underlying implication in the other person's words. His childhood friend had caught Gao Shan's eye and encountered an opportunity that could change his life. Of course, how it would unfold still depended on Bai Yi's answer. He's somewhat of a self-sacrificing type. When he got divorced recently, he'd rather end up with nothing than not give all his money to his ex-wife. At that time, he even wanted to cash out his Huabei to lend me money. Understanding that this could be a chance for his brother, Bai Yi didn't go on a long-winded boast about his friend but instead laughed and made a couple of jabs. However, Gao Shan's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Willing to go bankrupt rather than keep a penny for himself and give all his savings to his ex-wife? To most people, he would seem foolish, but from Gao Shan's perspective, that was a sign of responsibility. As for lending money to a friend even when he had nothing, didn't that just prove he was a loyal person? Anyone in business would want to work with someone like that. So, it sounds like his character is beyond reproach. That's for sure. He got divorced because his ex-wife was unfilial and wouldn't let him bring his parents to live with him. After a pause, Bai Yi continued, "With someone so filial, how bad could his character be?" "That makes sense. The thing I hate most in life is unfilial behavior." Nodding in agreement, Gao Shan had an idea in mind. "Remember I mentioned I want to open a restaurant?" "I remember. Where are you planning to build it?" "Right next to my hotel. There's a large empty space over there. As for the construction, I plan to hand it over to Xiao Jia." "Oh, that I have to thank you on behalf of my childhood friend, Brother Shan." "No need. Mainly after getting to know him, I think this kid is really reliable." "That's true." Bai Yi's thoughts were confirmed. Xiao Jia had indeed encountered a chance for a complete turnaround. If the renovation project of the old house he offered could allow him to live with his parents, then the project Gao Shan provided was the opportunity for him to earn his first pot of gold. After all, with Gao Shan's financial power, coupled with his previous high-priced recruitment of chefs from the capital, this restaurant couldn't possibly be small. Just the investment in construction alone would require at least several million. This also meant that Xiao Jia had boarded this big ship. Once there's a first collaboration, there will be a second. Of course, the premise for a follow-up is that the first collaboration goes smoothly. However, Bai Yi was very confident in Xiao Jia. Just as the two were talking, Wang Hongwei, Xiao Jia, and the Rong family appeared in his line of sight, pulling their suitcases. Noticing this, Gao Shan immediately said, "All right, brother, you get busy first." "Okay, we'll talk later." After bidding farewell to the wealthy man, Bai Yi quickly walked over. When he reached the group, he smiled and said, "Uncle Rong, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We haven't even had a good time yet." "There's no choice, there are still matters in Hangzhou, so I have to head back early. But this trip has been worthwhile." Rong Jiqiang's words were heartfelt. He hadn't stayed long in Longhua County, but the novelty was abundant. Not to mention seeing a real dragon, he had also visited many places under Wang Hongwei's guidance. His impression of this small county surrounded by mountains was quite good. It's worth mentioning that what left the deepest impression on him was the Martyrs Cemetery that influences every person from Longhua County. This is just the beginning. If you ask me, you should just come here to celebrate the new year. Don't say that. I'm actually quite tempted by this proposal. You have to know, this time it's just the two of them leaving, while Rong Xiaoqian insists on staying behind. So when they reunite later, it would be a beautiful thing. However, no matter how you think about it, they still have to leave now. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi and the others stood in the hotel parking lot, watching Rong Jiqian's BMW grow smaller in the distance. The atmosphere on site was a bit gloomy. Among them, his sister-in-law Rong Xiaoqian had tears streaming down her face. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi could only say softly, "The new year isn't far off. There's no need to cry." "Exactly, we'll go to Hangzhou to pick up the elders then," Wang Hongwei added from the side. Really? Really? When have I ever lied to you? Alright then. At this point, Rong Xiaoqian's mood improved a little. Before long, the young couple took a taxi home. Living life, they certainly couldn't stay in a hotel forever. As for Bai Yi and Xiao Jia, they shifted the topic to serious matters. Yi, brother Shan talked to me yesterday, and now I'm feeling really conflicted. He wants to give you a big project? You know? Stopping in her tracks, Xiao Jia said with strong hesitation, "It's a big project, at least several million. I'm afraid I won't do well, and I'm also worried it will affect you. After all, he found me because of you. You're completely overthinking it. Brother Shan said he thinks you're reliable, which is why he wants to give you a chance." After clearing himself of any concerns, Bai Yi continued, "You don't need to worry about affecting me. As for whether you can do it well, you'll only know if you try. Anyway, I think this is one of the few opportunities in your life. Whether you can turn things around depends on this one." "So you mean I should take it?" "Yes, you must take it. But taking on such a project can't just be person to person. I need to register a company or something." "I really don't understand." For someone with a low level of education and only specialized knowledge, this was indeed a challenge. But in Bai Ye's mind, he thought of someone. Lin Jinshin Sr., Yu Donglai. After drinking together last time, he had learned all about him. He knew that the last company he worked for was a real estate company. His position was that of a project manager. That was quite relevant to the field. If he could bring him on board, it would be a strong alliance with Xiao Jia, and everything would be resolved. However, this strong alliance was just his idea. Whether the two could get along still depended on Xiao Jia to negotiate. After all, he had no intention of investing in his childhood friend's company, let alone participating in management. So, Bai Yi simply sent Xiao Jia Yudonglai's contact information. "I'm introducing you to a talent. Whether you can bring him over depends on you." "Thanks, bro." Looking at the VX business card displayed on her phone, Xiao Jia's hands trembled a bit, and her eyes became moist in an instant. She felt that the most correct decision she had made in her life was to be friends with Bai Yi. People, no matter how ambitious, cannot succeed without the right opportunities. For someone from an ordinary family with no background, wanting to establish a foothold in society and carve out a space for themselves truly requires a benefactor. Often, an opportunity is more important than one's own abilities, and the Bai Yi in front of her was precisely her benefactor. But seeing his expression, Bai Yi rolled his eyes. "Here we go again. This is an opportunity you seized yourself. Cherish it well. But if you really want to thank me, don't forget to take me for a foot massage when you make money." Alright, I still have to pick up my parents, so I'll head out first." After dropping this line, Bai Yi got into the car without looking back. However, just as he drove a little way, he heard Xiao Jia singing again. My old father, because he had delayed some time sending Rong Jiqian, Bai Yi didn't waste any more time and sped away, accompanied by Xiao Jia's song. Once he entered a road with fewer vehicles, the accelerator felt heavier under his foot. There was no way around it. If he delayed picking up his parents, he would surely be nagged for a long time. Yet, on his way to the countryside, in a single-story house in a certain village, a man with a scarred face weighed his phone in his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "How did you find out? The big boss of the supermarket was supposed to be reliable, but he lost 200,000 and now has nothing? Can he really pay me back? Big brother, Yang Jiwei still has money, but it's all with his wife. He said the same thing to me, shouting about going home to get the money to pay us back. But he was supposed to pay back at noon today, and there's been no news from him at all." As soon as this was said, the few people present fell silent. After several days of planning, they had finally launched a netting operation against Yang Jiwei yesterday. After successfully cleaning him out of the money he had on him, he even borrowed 200,000 from them. It was obvious that this money had also been lost back to them without a doubt. This led to Yang Jiwei leaving with his phone and ID card pressed down by them. He was supposed to come back at noon today to pay and continue playing. But now, they were still waiting. After all, they weren't really friends, and they were starting to suspect whether this guy had just run away. Just then, a young man who had gone for a massage with them last time said thoughtfully, "By the way, he has a very wealthy brother. I heard he lives in the Guanshanyu Villa area and drives a Li Xiang L9. That car, Big Brother should know, anyone who can buy it is basically not short on money." His words were indeed not wrong. In reality, people who can spend hundreds of thousands on imported or joint venture cars might not necessarily be very wealthy, but those who can spend that much on a domestic car are definitely not poor. The key point in his words was another piece of information. Yang Jiwei's brother lives in Guanshanyu. That was the only villa area in Longhua County, a place everyone aspired to. So, upon hearing this, the scarred face was immediately intrigued. "So you mean we can go find his brother for money? But we can't even get into Guanshanyu. It's simple, Big Brother, Yang's phone is right here with us." "Ah, right, hurry up and find his brother for me." About 10 minutes later, a hurried Bai Yi finally entered the village. Just as he took out his phone to notify his parents and relatives to come out, he received a call from Yang Jiwei. Why is he calling me?" Bai Yi felt confused. When he was still a worker and life was tough, they occasionally kept in touch. Most of the time, it was Yang Jiwei who reached out, asking how his work was going. Regardless of whether his intention was to seek superiority or genuinely check in on a relative, Bai Yi had always categorized it as the latter. However, ever since he returned, their relationship had dropped to freezing point. He hadn't sent a single message, let alone made a call. With confusion, Bai Yi slowly pressed the answer button, and a strange voice quickly came through. "Are you Yang Jiwei's brother?" "Yes, who are you? He owes us 200,000, and we can't reach him. Can you help him pay it back?" Listening to the voice in the phone receiver, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. His phone had been stolen, or perhaps it was just a scam call, or maybe he really owed money, and now the call was coming to him? In that moment, he remembered what his sister-in-law had said earlier, that Yang Jiwei had been coming home late and leaving early these days, not caring at all about the supermarket matters. This had led her to consider resigning. Coupled with this phone call, it was clear that this guy had not been up to any good lately, but to expect Bai Yi to help him spend money? That was just a daydream. So, he said bluntly, "Get lost." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. This left the scar-faced man and his gang dumbfounded. Did he just curse at me? Ha! How dare he? So arrogant, Yang Jiwei's brother, really arrogant. Filled with anger, the scar-faced man quickly called back. Unfortunately, after several attempts, it was always busy. Clearly he had been blocked. In desperation, he could only send Bai Yi a text. "Kid, it's only right to pay back debts. If you don't want your brother to get into trouble, you'd better behave." However, the text was sent out like a stone sinking into the sea, with not a single response. This made the scar-faced man furious. "Yang Jiwei, don't let me catch you." He saw the message, but just smiled, not intending to respond. On one hand, he had just received a call from his parents, who were traveling in 3 cars with some relatives towards the county town. On the other hand, Bai Yi, who had already been more than generous, really didn't want to get involved in his mess anymore. He didn't want anything to spoil his good mood for receiving gifts today. However, it was worth mentioning that there was someone even happier than him. That was Dad, Bai Ziru. Looking at the luxurious interior of the G63, he smiled and said, "Son, you really got a new car? What about the old one? I kept it for you, just waiting for your legs to get better." Hearing this, Bai Ziru was almost jumping with joy. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of being a worker, he could still admire such a good car at his age? But amidst the excitement, there was also an inexplicable sadness. It takes 100 days to heal from a broken bone. With him still needing crutches and a wheelchair to go out, driving was out of the question for the time being. So soon, the joy on his face faded, replaced by disappointment. "Alas, it's a pity I can't drive now. I remember, didn't Mom have a driver's license? Oh, that was so many years ago." Although tempted, Lu Ruan, with a clear self-awareness, quickly waved her hand and said, "And having a driver's license is useless. I can't drive at all." "Ha, how did you get it then, Mom?" "Well, I paid to get the license." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi instantly understood. His mom had taken a shortcut back then. She might not have even touched a car when she got the license. This kind of situation was actually quite common in the small county back in the day. Even until now, this kind of practice might still exist. Then there's no way around it. If you're really in a hurry, should I find a driver to use for now? Absolutely not. You spent quite a bit on our pension, right? Don't spend any more money on us. They had already received several thousand yuan in pension last month, and on that day, they had garnered a lot of envy from relatives. After all, combined with his original retirement pension, the couple's monthly income was almost 10,000 now. The key was that this money didn't have to be spent by Bai Yi, allowing them to fully enjoy their later life. So, what kind of good life they could lead with that money didn't need much introduction. Alright, anyway, the car is there. We'll talk about it when you get better. Seeing that his parents were very resistant, Bai Yi didn't say anything more. Although it was foreseeable that as his wealth accumulated, there would definitely be no shortage of service staff to take care of their family in the future, the process of accumulating wealth could also gradually change their consumption habits and attitudes towards life. All of this had to be done slowly, to avoid putting too much pressure on his parents. By the time they returned to the county town and arrived at the Longshan Grand Hotel, it was already 5:30 p.m. Timing-wise, it was just right. However, from what he learned from his parents, many relatives had already arrived in the private room ahead of time. Just as he parked the car, he saw Yang Jiwei, looking dejected, walking out of the hotel with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Upon noticing Bai Yi and his parents, his expression became even more miserable. He felt bitter inside. Just yesterday, he had lost a lot of money in a very short time, even leaving his phone and ID with someone else as collateral. He had originally planned to go home to get money and quickly return to recoup his losses. However, Sun Hongxia's attitude was very firm: no money, no life. This left him feeling very helpless. What was even more helpless was that he still had to attend Bai Ye's housewarming party for moving into the villa. To be honest, this was more painful than being killed. Now, seeing Bai Yi laughing and chatting with his parents, the family looking relaxed and happy, only made the atmosphere at his own home, which was now lifeless, feel even worse. However, as he watched, he suddenly realized something. He hadn't seen Bai Ye's car today. Could it be a rental that was due? With this thought in mind, after greeting Bai Ye's parents, he couldn't help but ask, "I didn't see your car today?" "Oh, I got a new car." After saying this, Bai Yi took out a car key with the AMG Apple Tree logo and pressed the lock button. A click sound came from the G63. Following the sound, Yang Jiwei's mindset instantly exploded. Although he didn't understand cars and could only see the Mercedes logo on the wheels from his position, the size of that Mercedes spoke for itself. For a moment, he could only express his astonishment, stammering, "You changed cars so quickly. What about the old one?" "Gave it to my dad." Bai Yi said this casually and then walked into the hotel with his parents, leaving Yang Jiwei in a state of confusion in the cold wind. He had changed to a big Mercedes so quickly, and the previous car worth hundreds of thousands was given to his dad? How wealthy was this kid Bai Yi? You really should die. If it were an ordinary person, seeing a relative become successful wouldn't be so extreme. The first reaction should be whether they could benefit from it. But Yang Jiwei was different. He had never thought much of Bai Yi and had always felt a sense of superiority over this younger brother who had gone to college. His thought process was probably, so what if he was a college student? He was still just working like a mule. But now the situation had changed. Moreover, he could already anticipate what would happen once the news of the car gift spread. At the very least, his mother, Bai Suyun, would definitely have something to say. She would say things like, "Look at how filial Bai Yi is." Just as he was thinking about this, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yang Jiwei thought of a quick way to make money and help himself turn things around. These past 2 years, these relatives have been doing well, especially Bai Yi's family. So, if I ride on their coattails, it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, I've been in business for so many years, my credibility is there. Soon, a complete plan formed in his mind. He immediately forgot about smoking, clamping the unlit cigarette behind his ear, and walked towards the hotel. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was already so busy collecting money that his hands were cramping. In the private room that could accommodate 30 to 40 people, it was very lively at this moment. Some relatives directly took out cash and placed it in front of him, while others transferred money through WeChat. Among those with a more distant relationship, they gave 500 yuan, while those closer to him didn't give less than 1,000. In just a little while, Bai Yi had received no less than 20,000 yuan. It could be considered a significant return on the money he had given out over the years. As for his parents, they were all smiles, unable to close their mouths. Their child had succeeded, becoming someone praised by every relative. They couldn't help but feel proud. Anyway, every time someone complimented Bai Yi, their smiles grew even brighter. However, just as the atmosphere in the private room was so positive, Yang Jiwei had quietly come to Bai Suyun's side and whispered, "Mom, where's Hongxia? She went home to check on the supermarket. Just bring back some food later, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Yang Jiwei felt that today's situation was stable. After all, apart from Sun Hongxia, no one else knew that he urgently needed a large sum of money. So, he simply didn't answer Bai Suyun's question. Instead, he knocked on the table to attract everyone's attention and said, "Everyone, let me say a few words. Today, with so many relatives present, I genuinely feel happy because it means we are all doing better. However, as a middle-aged member of the family, I believe that if there's an opportunity to improve everyone's lives, we can't just keep it to ourselves. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Yi, as if to say, yes, I'm talking about you, you little brat. He continued, right now, I have a good project that can lead everyone to make money, but it requires 300,000 yuan in startup capital. I wonder if you all are willing to trust me. Ahem, just a reminder, I could have done this myself, but seeing so many relatives here, I really can't do it alone. You wouldn't believe it, but when he finished speaking, a few relatives were indeed tempted. After all, apart from the successful Bai Yi, the one who could make money the most was Yang Jiwei. The good project he mentioned should be quite promising, right? Jiwei, what kind of project are you talking about? How much can it earn? Oh, it's still Jiwei, thinking of us relatives when there's a chance to make money. How much do we need to invest? Amidst the discussions, Bai Suyun, Bai Ye's second aunt, felt proud. Look, her son was doing well. As for Bai Yi himself, he was suppressing his laughter and opened his phone. Oh, the debt collector has sent several messages. Your brother owes me money and still dares to scold me? You, if you have the ability, take me off your blacklist and answer the phone. I'm angry, and the consequences will be serious. Alright, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble. To be honest, this was the first time Bai Yi had been bombarded with messages. Moreover, the other party was adopting a threatening tone, saying they would catch him. However, these words held no power over Bai Yi. This was a society governed by law, and his private life was quite simple. The other party couldn't just storm into his house, right? The security in the Guanxinyu Villa area was quite responsible. Looking at the content on his phone and then at Yang Jiwei, who was shamelessly boasting that his project would definitely make everyone money, everything made sense. Why did he owe so much money outside? Upon careful thought, the reason could only be gambling. Otherwise, what was he doing coming and going every day? Coupled with his current behavior of enticing relatives to invest their savings with promises of high returns, it was clear he was using their money to cover his debts outside. After realizing this, Bai Yi knew that his cousin brother was beyond saving. There was no need to mention gambling. It was quite common in small towns. But to set his sights on his own relatives and even target his parents was truly excessive. Just then, as it seemed that the relatives over there had been sufficiently coaxed, Yang Jiwei approached Bai Yi's parents with a smile and said, so, how about it? You two invest a little, and let me help my brother Bai Yi save up some dowry? Let's leave it to your brother to decide, said Bai Ziru and Lu Xiujuan, who had never done business in their lives, turning to look at Bai Yi. Of course, it wasn't just his parents waiting for his stance. After all, Bai Yi was currently the most successful and accomplished among their relatives. Therefore, his opinion was very important. In fact, a few more distant relatives had already decided that as long as Bai Yi invested, they would follow suit. Faced with the various gazes from others, Bai Yi's response was very straightforward: I won't invest. My parents and I won't compete with you for money. As soon as these words were spoken, some who had been very tempted began to backtrack. As for Yang Jiwei, who was on the verge of success, his expression instantly turned very ugly. In his view, what he had said was already perfect, and they were just one step away from success. But when it came to Bai Yi, he seemed to be opposing him at every turn. In an instant, his mindset inevitably became unbalanced. This led him to glare at Bai Yi with anger and say, Bai Yi, I know you have money now, and you're not the same as before, but you can't forget your roots. Are we relatives just someone you look down on? Everyone thinks this project is reliable, yet you refuse to participate? Do you know that this is delaying your parents from making money? A series of words directly placed a heavy label on Bai Yi. It was as if not participating in his investment project meant looking down on all relatives and being unfilial to his parents. After he finished speaking, his second aunt, Bai Suyun, also stood up to echo, yes, Yi Jiwei has good projects, and the purpose is to help everyone make money. If you don't participate, isn't that affecting our unity? The back and forth comments from the mother and son completely brought the previously lively atmosphere in the private room down to freezing point. Other relatives didn't even dare to breathe. They knew that the protagonists today were Bai Yi's family, and the dishes hadn't even been served yet. How could they just start criticizing him like this? It was simply ruining the occasion. They even wondered if Bai Yi would directly kick them out. However, the development of the situation far exceeded their expectations. Bai Ziru and Lu Xiujuan were indeed very angry about their actions, but Bai Yi himself just found it amusing. Helping everyone make money? It was likely that Yang Jiwei was filled with bad intentions, just waiting for the relatives' money to fill his own holes and continue gambling. As for directly kicking the other party out of the private room, that would be too easy on him. If he couldn't get money and then attacked him at his housewarming banquet, then Bai Yi couldn't be blamed for letting the relatives present watch a grand show. With a decision in his heart, Bai Yi decisively picked up his phone and replied to the debt collector, "What are you calling me for? I'm in the XX private room of Longxiang Hotel right now, come here. If you don't come, you're my grandson. After sending the message, Bai Yi completely ignored Yang Jiwei in front of him and turned to his second aunt, Bai Suyun, saying, "Second aunt, what is this talk? My brother just said that he doesn't lack this money, he just wants to help the relatives make some money. If I participate, wouldn't that mean I'm taking away the money that the relatives could earn? To put it bluntly, he doesn't lack investment money, and I don't lack that little bit of profit either." Wait a minute, your brother, is he just bragging here because he doesn't have any investment money? As the words fell, Yang Jiwei, who was the target of the remark, trembled all over, his gaze flickering and not daring to respond. But Bai Suyun, unaware of the truth, still spoke with strong confidence in her son, saying, "Who can't come up with 300,000? Besides, you don't lack money. Do your parents lack money? In this day and age, who doesn't want to make more money? Ahem, second sister, we don't lack money either." Bai Zero, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but speak up. "Yi Yi has set up a pension for us, now we don't have to do anything, and we earn over 10,000 a month, that's enough." Instantly, the private room was in an uproar. A couple earning over 10,000 a month in pension? What kind of fairy tale life is that? With this income, they could indeed say they don't lack money. Because of this news, Bai Yi naturally received another wave of praise. "This kid Bai Yi is really too filial. Others may not envy, but we envy Bai Zero and his wife for raising such a child. Look at Bai Yi, my child is over 30 now, doing nothing at home, just letting us support him. What's that? My child insists on starting a company and has already lost our pension." The relatives spoke one after another, leaving Yang Jiwei and Bai Suyun in silence. The former was silently contemplating how to shift the topic to his own investments. It was fine if he couldn't get Bai Ye's money, but if other relatives could chip in, 300,000 wouldn't be a big problem. As for the latter, she was feeling sour inside. Her own pension had been depleted by her son, while other people's sons made their parents receive so much pension every month. Comparing people makes one furious. However, facing the relatives' praises, Bai Yi did not indulge in them. After saying a few polite words, he called the staff to hurry up with the dishes. The performers were already on their way, and if they didn't eat soon, they would go hungry tonight. Bai Ye's housewarming banquet finally began. During the meal, he refused several offers to drink, citing that he still had to drive, and then focused on eating. For some reason, Bai Yi always felt that the taste of his hometown food was a level better than what he had eaten in the capital before. No matter who made it, the taste was quite good. From his own perspective, this was probably due to his relaxed mood. However, while he was enjoying his meal, some people had completely lost their appetite. For example, Yang Jiwei, who still had a big hole to fill. He was really anxious inside. After all, the people he owed money to knew the address of his supermarket. In such a situation, if he wanted to keep the supermarket running, there was no other way but to pay back the money. Even if he ran away now, it wouldn't help at all. With this anxiety, he began to frequently toast various relatives, intentionally bringing up the project. You really can't say that his successful image in the eyes of relatives over the years didn't play a role. Aside from some who dared not invest after seeing Bai Yi refuse, he still secured a few. One family invested 50,000, which was enough to fill the hole and still have capital to turn things around. Well, right now, he genuinely wanted to help his relatives make money. After all, in his view, he was just having a bit of bad luck. Who knows, maybe tomorrow when he plays again, he could turn his underwear inside out and offer incense to the god of wealth, and in a day, win big tens of thousands. With the big stone in his heart finally set down, Yang Jiwei couldn't help but feel ambitious. He even raised his glass and said to the several relatives who had agreed to invest, "You all believing in me is giving me face, rest assured, I will definitely help you make money. Haha, then we can just wait for Jiwei's good news. As long as there's profit to be made, how could we treat you poorly? Right, once we have the earnings, we can't forget about Jiwei." Each of their faces was lit up with the joy of impending wealth. Some even wanted to take out their phones right then and there to transfer money to Yang Jiwei. This made him feel quite pleased. Money, isn't it just within reach? Remember, it's not just you, Bai Yi, who has influence among relatives. My name, Yang Jiwei, is equally effective. However, before that relative could finish entering the bank card number, Bai Ye's voice came through. Ahem, my suggestion is to wait a bit longer. Don't transfer the money just yet. If it were someone else saying it, the relative might have ignored it. But coming from Bai Yi, one of the few college students in the entire family, they had to listen. So that relative decisively locked the phone screen, looking at him in confusion. Yang Jiwei, who had his good fortune interrupted, completely lost his composure, slamming his cup down on the table and angrily rebuking, "Bai Yi, I don't care about your investment, but what are you doing? You're delaying our relative's business. Are you going to take responsibility for that?" Responsibility? You still have the nerve to talk about responsibility. Bai Yi met his gaze directly, continuing calmly, "Have you thought about the consequences of accepting his money today?" Consequences? Of course, it's to help them transfer the money. The response came quickly, but it clearly lacked confidence. After all, not everyone is good at lying. Many people, when lying, show their nervousness through their body language. Their argument once again drew everyone's attention. Among them, second aunt Bai Suyun was particularly eager to stand up and speak, trying to defend her son. But before she could make a move, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a man's voice rang out. "Who the hell is Bai Yi?" The next second, a scar-faced man, followed by 4 or 5 others, swaggered in. They looked quite arrogant. However, once they entered the room and saw the situation inside, that arrogant aura completely vanished. Who would have thought that a private room could hold so many people? After he entered, several men immediately picked up their bottles. Clearly, they were ready to fight at the slightest provocation. It's worth mentioning that the men from the Bai family generally have a bit of a tough gene and are very protective of their own. They absolutely do not allow their children to be bullied. For example, Bai Hongyu's father once charged into a school alone to confront 3 bullies who had picked on his sister, and he ended up paying a hefty medical bill. The same principle applies to Bai Yi. They didn't care why these people had come to find Bai Yi. Their first reaction was that if they dared to bully someone, they would beat them up. Of course, alcohol played a role in this. It was precisely because of the sudden arrival of these few people that attention was diverted, leading no one to notice that the previously aggressive Yang Jiwei had already hidden under the table. As for Bai Yi, he had already stood up, looking at the scar-faced man and saying, "Were you the one who just called my name?" As he spoke, several older relatives, along with his nephew Bai Hongyu, had already come up behind him. Seeing this, the scar-faced man was clearly intimidated. He stammered, No, it was a misunderstanding, I misunderstood. Bai Gu, you all continue eating, I'll just leave now." He was just a petty thug, not a real gangster. Usually, he could get away with bullying honest people, but when faced with a crowd or someone tougher, he backed down faster than anyone. But as soon as he heard that the other party was leaving, Bai Yi became unhappy. "You guys are leaving after my buddy has set up the stage? Where am I supposed to watch the show?" So, he waved his hand to interrupt the other person's turning motion and said, "You just called and texted me to collect a debt, and now you misunderstand? I think it's better if we clarify things." As soon as these words were spoken, the relatives present were a bit confused. These few people were asking Bai Yi for debt? What was going on? Did he really need to borrow money from these second-rate guys? However, their confusion didn't last long, because Bai Yi quickly continued, "You were right before, it's only natural to pay back debts, but why are you looking for me regarding the money Yang Jiwei owes you? You understand the principle that debts have owners, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire private room erupted. "Ha? Yang Jiwei owes them money? No way, he just said he wasn't short on cash and wanted to help everyone make money. Damn, this kid isn't trying to use our money to pay off his debts, is he? Hey, where's Jiwei? He was just here." Before they could find Yang Jiwei, Bai Suyun stood up, her face filled with disbelief. "Who are you? How could our Jiwei owe you money? You better clarify this now, or I won't let it go." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately perked up. Clarifying things was a must. So, he looked at the timid scar-faced man and added, "Did you hear that? If you don't clarify, you're slandering my relative, and with so many of us here, we won't let it go. By the way, it's better to confront these issues face to face." As he spoke, Bai Yi walked around the table toward the other side. As he walked, he muttered, "Hey, where's my brother Jiwei? He was just here saying he wanted to help us make money." In no time, he reached the spot where Yang Jiwei had been sitting, and under everyone's gaze, he suddenly squatted down. Sure enough, at that moment, Yang Jiwei was crouching under the table, trembling. Seeing Bai Yi squat down and discover him, he felt incredibly awkward, and to avoid being found by the debt collectors and disrupting his money-making plan, he could only grit his teeth and make a should gesture with his hand. His eyes were filled with pleading. To be honest, if the other party hadn't targeted him just now and hadn't deceived the relatives, Bai Yi would have been willing to give him some face. But unfortunately, Yang Jiwei had already burned all his bridges. So Bai Yi completely ignored his gestures and pleas, saying to himself, "Look at my brother, he used to be able to drink a lot, but now he hasn't had much to drink and has run under the table. Get up, there are so many relatives here, it's embarrassing." "No, Bai Yi, what do you mean?" Yang Jiwei lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. What kind of joke could there be about being under the table? Instead, if he went out now, it would create a huge joke. Not only would he be disgraced in front of all the relatives, but even the money he had just gotten would go down the drain. Those who had promised to invest in him would probably each want to punch him. "You made this mess yourself, and you're asking me what I mean?" Bai Yi replied, then raised his voice to continue, "Come out, or my second aunt will start to worry. Or should I find a few brothers to lift you up? He was paralyzed. Looking at Baiye's half-smiling expression, Yang Jiwei was completely paralyzed. The key point was that, with Baiye's words, many relatives had already squatted down, looking at him with eager eyes. Their gazes were filled with scrutiny. At that moment, he realized, Baiye was doing this on purpose, retaliating for what he had just done to him. He also understood the current situation. He had no choice but to go out. After realizing this, Yang Jiwei could only force a smile and said to his relatives, "Sorry for the laughter. I haven't drunk in a long time, and now that I do, I'm feeling a bit tipsy." As he spoke, he awkwardly crawled out from under the table. Once he stood up, he even took the initiative to look over at the scar-faced man, pretending to be calm as he waved his hand and said, "Oh, how come you guys are over here too? I was thinking of contacting you after dinner." His intention was clear. Once the relatives' gathering was over, everything would be easier to discuss. However, the scar-faced man was not cooperating at all. Or rather, he was unwilling to cooperate. Just moments ago, he had lost face in front of his younger brothers because of Baiye. There was no way around it. After all, Baiye didn't owe him any money. But now that he found out Yang Jiwei was also here, it was a different story. There's a head to every grievance and a master to every debt. With the IOU and other evidence in hand, he naturally became the one in the right. As for the methods they used against Yang Jiwei, as long as he didn't say anything to his younger brothers, who would know? With such thoughts, the scar-faced man's submissive expression vanished, replaced by anger. "Yang Jiwei, you've made it hard for me to find you. When are you going to pay back the 200,000 you owe me?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present instantly understood. So it was Yang Jiwei who owed money? Being pressured for debt in front of so many relatives made Yang Jiwei feel as if the sky had fallen, especially as he caught a glimpse of his mother's disappointed and pained expression from the corner of his eye. Even the person who had just promised to invest in him was looking at him with eyes that seemed to be on fire. In such a situation, it was impossible for him to admit it. So, facing the questioning from the man, he could only blink to signal and say, cough cough, brother how, don't say that. When did I owe you money? That was an investment, and I've already found the money." "Investment? What are you talking about? Hurry up and pay me back." Damn! He thought he had made himself very clear. As long as he didn't cause a scene here, he could pay them back after the meal. But Brother Hao acted as if he didn't understand, only demanding money from him. His eyes and expression were filled with wisdom. At that moment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly about the lack of education. It was truly frightening. Faced with a man who hadn't even finished elementary school, he felt utterly powerless. However, the current situation couldn't be avoided just by feeling powerless. In desperation, he had to step forward quickly and whisper in the other man's ear, "Are you stupid? Don't make a scene here. Once I'm done here, I'll contact you to transfer the money. Hey, you owe me money and you're calling me stupid." Brother Hao was immediately displeased. "If I were really stupid, how could it be you who owes me money, not the other way around? Stop talking nonsense. You just want to drag this out and then run away. Anyway, the IOU is right here. You owe me 200,000, and you must pay it back today." While saying this, Brother Hao directly took out the written IOU. From a distance, people could clearly see Yang Jiwei's name on it, along with a red handprint. With such strong evidence presented, the relatives present looked at him with changed expressions. Even Bai Suyun, who usually defended her son fiercely, was now slumped in her chair, covering her face with her hands. Perhaps she felt embarrassed. After all, it was her child who had brought shame to the whole family in front of so many friends and relatives. Or maybe she was heartbroken, unable to hold back her tears. Well, having such a big filial son, anyone would cry. As for Yang Jiwei, the person involved, his face turned red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had embarrassed himself to the extreme, but faced with such ironclad evidence as the IOU, he knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. He simply spread his hands and said with a defeated attitude, "With all this fuss, I have no money and my life is at stake. Why don't you just kill me and then pay me back? Look, you're not pretending anymore, right?" Upon hearing this, Brother Hao was not the least bit flustered. As a seasoned player, he had seen too many similar situations and had even summarized them. From then on, they had one more prerequisite when choosing targets: the other party must have a weakness. What was Yang Jiwei's weakness? He had a physical store, and his business was doing quite well. "No problem, then let's go to your supermarket and do the checkout. We'll stop when we've collected 200,000. You dare!" Whether it was from gambling online before or owing 200,000 later, Yang Jiwei had never taken it to heart. Even now, being called out in front of so many relatives, he felt more embarrassed than anything else. He had no real worries about the future. As long as the supermarket at home was there, everything would be fine. Don't be fooled by the supermarket's small size, it could steadily earn 10,000 to 20,000 a month. The current situation wouldn't affect his future life at all. But now it was different. The debt collectors had directly targeted his back path. Especially after spending these days together, Yang Jiwei was very clear about who these people were. Well, when it came to being shameless, they were all experts. But in the face of his threats, Brother Hao showed no signs of fear. Why wouldn't I dare? You owe me money and won't pay it back, so I dare to ask for it. Let's go, we're going now. As he spoke, Brother Hao waved his hand and prepared to leave with his men. In this situation, the one who was scared was naturally Yang Jiwei. His previously angry expression vanished, replaced by a fawning smile as he stepped forward to block them, saying, Brother Hao, I will pay, but it's too late now. I will definitely sort it out by tomorrow morning. Definitely by tomorrow morning? Definitely. Mainly because my supermarket is still there, I can't run away. Humph, as long as you understand. After threatening him with a sidelong glance, Brother Hao turned and walked toward the exit of the private room. However, as he passed by Bai Yi, he wore an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, it's purely a misunderstanding between us. By the time his words fell, the figures of the group had already disappeared, but the private room remained silent. With such an unexpected turn of events, everyone was at a loss for words. Only a few of Bai Ye's elders had gathered around Bai Suyun, fearing she might suffer from excessive sadness. This silence lasted for more than a minute. Feeling like a thorn was stuck in his back, Yang Jiwei finally reacted and bolted out. His awkward retreat left the relatives exchanging glances. This kid was doing quite well before. How did he end up like this now? Sigh, thank goodness for Bai Yi, otherwise, I would have really transferred that 50,000 to him. Exactly, this kid clearly has money at home, yet he comes to deceive us. Everyone must keep their eyes open and try not to have any financial dealings with this kid. What a pity. Among the people's words, there were complaints and venting, but more were expressions of regret. To put it bluntly, whether it was Bai Yi or Yang Jiwei, they were both children that the elders had watched grow up. If you compared them normally, there would definitely be differences. But in the end, regardless of their achievements, weren't they all their own children? But now, Yang Jiwei had taken a wrong turn. However, regarding Yang Jiwei's current predicament, Bai Yi believed it was inevitable. People might earn money beyond their understanding due to luck, but in the end, that money would also be returned to society due to various unforeseen circumstances. Of course, with so many years of accumulated wealth and stable income channels, as long as Yang Jiwei stops now, life would still be prosperous. But with his petty personality, is that even a possibility? Anyway, Bai Yi held a pessimistic view. His housewarming party ended quickly after the unexpected incident. After bidding farewell to his relatives one by one, Bai Yi took his parents back to his villa. Speaking of which, this was the first time his parents stayed overnight at his new home. But it was just for this one day. According to his father's words, in the countryside, every day is either wandering with chickens or big pigs trotters, and the key is that it's all organic, healthy meat, which can help his injury recover and allow him to drive his new car sooner. Bai Yi didn't say much about it. Although this would cause some trouble for his uncles, it wasn't a big deal. A few days ago, he had already transferred his parents' living expenses. It's worth mentioning that at first, they were unwilling to accept it, and it was only through his second sister, Lu Jia, that he successfully sent the money. Now that his parents wanted to stay in the countryside longer, they could stay for a while. After all, it would still take quite some time for the new house to be completed. Once he settled his parents in the guest room on the first floor, Bai Yi returned to his room, and it was already 9 p.m. After chatting with Lin Jinshin on video for a few minutes, he was ready to rest. It's worth noting that on her first day at the new job, Lin Jinshin encountered overtime. However, she was in good spirits and felt fulfilled. Also, Zhang Mingyuan, who had previously shown interest in her, was quite proper today, polite throughout without any hint of crossing boundaries. Bai Yi was quite satisfied with this. Although this kid wasn't the brightest, he still had some self-awareness. However, just as he hung up the phone and was about to turn off the lights to rest, there was a knock on the door outside the bedroom. Thinking it was his parents looking for him, Bai Yi opened the door without a second thought. But what met his eyes was not his parents, but Li Sisi, who was holding a blue stocking in her hand. After they locked eyes, she raised the stocking with a flirtatious smile and said, "How about this color today?" Good, very good." Completely unaware of the noise downstairs, Bai Yi pulled her into the room. Of course, he wasn't afraid of his parents seeing her. After all, as a single man, having a woman come over late at night was quite normal, right? His parents might even be very happy. What Bai Yi was afraid of was her current state. If his parents saw her, they would really think he was a pervert. However, Li Sisi, unaware of the situation, didn't realize anything was off. After being pulled into the room, she nestled into his arms and said sweetly, "Hey, you only didn't come back for one night. Why are you so anxious? By the way, I noticed 2 pairs of slippers missing on the first floor. Did you have guests today?" "Not guests, it's my parents." "Ah, then what about the slippers they wore? I'll go help you clean up, so I don't forget when I leave in the early morning." Over the past few days, Li Sisi had completely immersed herself in the role of Baiye's woman. Coming over at night, helping to tidy up the house, was just a daily routine. After hearing her words, Baiye awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Is there a possibility that they are in the guest room on the first floor right now?" "Ah, no way." Upon hearing this news, Li Sisi was instantly startled and turned to make a run for it. After all, she had positioned their relationship as a pure secret affair. If Baiye's parents caught her, how would she explain it? Would she say, "Yes, I'm here to mess with your son"? Hey, you've come all this way, why are you leaving? What if you don't leave? What if your parents find out you're sneaking out late at night with a young widow? How am I supposed to explain that? Upon hearing this, Baiye's eyes lit up. Even more exciting, wasn't this just what he wanted? "Sis, if you're going to say that, then there's no way I'm letting you go." "But, shoo, hold on, don't make a sound. You don't want my parents to catch you, do you?" The next morning, when Baiye woke up, Li Sisi was already gone from the bed. It was clear she had quietly slipped away in the early hours of the morning again. This had become their usual way of interacting, and he had gradually gotten used to it. Since there was still snow outside and many roads were unsuitable for biking, Baiye simply tightened the blanket around himself, planning to stay in bed a little longer. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and was surprised to see it was Du Zimu calling. After their last encounter at Lin Jinshin's house, where he had given Du Zimu a piece of his mind, he had already blocked him. Baiye thought he would never have to deal with him again, but now the guy was reaching out. After a moment's thought, he pressed the answer button. The next second, an angry voice came through. "Baiye, tell me the truth, why did Qingqing resign?" "Su Qing resigned?" Baiye was genuinely surprised by this news. Having worked together for a long time, he knew Su Qing well enough to understand she was the type of person whose emotions in life were very stable. Of course, this stability might stem from her good family background. Her job was just a way to enrich herself. This was fundamentally different from people like Baiye, who worked to earn money. Additionally, he had heard more than once that Su Qing was a relative of the company's director. This rumor was confirmed by the fact that Su Qing didn't have to work overtime, making her one of the few privileged individuals. In fact, after he learned he had been laid off, she had even approached him, saying that if Baiye wanted to return to the company, she could help him out. However, Baiye, who had no intention of accepting her advances and was feeling disheartened, had rejected her without a second thought. Therefore, it was quite strange for someone like Su Qing, who should have been on the rise, to resign at this time. Naturally, he wouldn't indulge Du Zimu's questioning over the phone. "Du Zimu, are you out of your mind? Why are you asking me about someone else's resignation? You're still pretending, huh? You must have tricked her into leaving. You idiot." Baiye spat out those 2 words and hung up the phone. He thought about calling Su Qing to ask about the situation, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. Since he had already distanced himself from the capital and returned home, it meant there was basically no chance for them anymore. He was still the one who had let her down, so it was better not to disturb her now. Half an hour later, Baiye finally finished washing up and went downstairs. His parents had already finished breakfast and were sitting on the sofa, talking on the phone with relatives. But it wasn't a casual chat, they were inquiring about the young family's situation. From snippets of conversation, Baiye learned about the aftermath of last night. First, early this morning, the debt collectors had come knocking, causing quite a commotion. But after a fierce argument, Sun Hongxia, the woman in charge of the family finances, managed to pull out 200,000 yuan to settle the debt with Yang Jiwei. However, right after that, in front of everyone, she announced she wanted a divorce. It was unclear whether Yang Jiwei was scared or angry, but he vanished on the spot. Yes, a man in his 30s just up and left home. After the call ended, Baiye's parents couldn't help but sigh. Bai Zero sighed, "This child, why does he have to get involved in gambling of all things? Who says otherwise? Their family had such a good life, and yet they had to court disaster, wasting the good fortune of that wonderful daughter-in-law, Hongxia. After all, they were relatives, and with such a situation arising, the parents, who valued these matters, couldn't help but feel a bit sad." Facing this situation, Baiye smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, let's not worry about other people's children for now. I'm really hungry." Alright, I'll go make breakfast right now. Ha, Mom is the best. Around 10 a.m., the Bai family of 3 appeared in their old house. If you were to say what the elderly couple was most concerned about now, the the first would definitely be his lifelong affairs, and the second would have to be this house. Due to the snow, construction had temporarily halted here, but the previous timeline hadn't been short, so the house had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. The designs had already taken shape. This made his parents nod in approval. At this rate, we should be able to move into the new house by spring next year. Almost, but we still need to deal with things like formaldehyde, which will take some time. Good things are worth waiting for, haha. After understanding the situation of the house, the elderly couple was in a good mood. They even stayed in the yard for half an hour before heading outside. However, just as they stepped out of the yard and locked the door, they noticed a group of people walking towards them. Among these people were men and women, old and young. More than half of them were familiar to Bai Yi. They were neighbors from the alley. Bai Zero and Lu Ruan, who had lived here for most of their lives, had a good relationship with these people. So it wasn't long before someone greeted them, saying, "Oh, old Bai is back. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime." "What nonsense! I was waiting to come back and catch a rabbit from your house for a meal." "Get lost. My rabbit is a pet, not for eating." After a joke, the uncle across from them looked at Bai Yi and said, "You kid are impressive. Just back and already renovating your parents' house. You bought a house for yourself too, right?" "I did, Uncle Lee. How's your daughter Zhaodi doing?" Li Zhaodi was quite a prominent figure in their alley. As a child, she was the leader of the kids, often leading them to fight with children from other streets and alleys. She looked like a little punk, right? But in reality, she was fiercely protective. Anyone who dared to bully Bai Yi and the others had to pay for it. The key was that she was also a top student, attending a 985 university and later being recommended for graduate studies. After graduating, she got a job at a research institute. Every time they mentioned Zhaodi, Uncle Lee would always wear a proud expression. Bai Yi asked this to compliment him. After all, he had acknowledged Bai Yi's accomplishments first. However, this time, Uncle Lee's expression seemed a bit pained. "Sigh, she can do whatever she wants. I can't control her." "Ah, what's going on?" "Yeah, old Lee, what happened to Zhaodi?" Bai Zero, equally curious, followed up with a question. "Well, she just came back yesterday, insisting she doesn't want to work outside and wants to take the civil service exam at home." Uncle Lee's face was filled with frustration as he continued, "You all know the situation around here, right? Many departments haven't paid salaries for half a year." Bai Yi didn't understand the local financial situation. He only found it strange in his heart. Was there a wave of resignations recently? He had just learned that Su Qing had resigned from his former company that morning, and now the sister who had played with him as a child and even helped him fight was also resigning from the supposedly prestigious research institute. After hearing this, Bai Zero immediately said, "Indeed, our civil servants have no future compared to her research institute." "What is that child thinking?" "I don't know either. When I asked her, she wouldn't say anything. The more I pressed, the more she simply moved out." Sigh. As he spoke, Uncle Lee couldn't help but look at Bai Yi and asked, "By the way, Bai Yi, you have a good relationship with my Zhaodi. Why don't you help me ask her?" "Well, I'll ask, but I have to say up front, I won't persuade her." Indeed, the research institutes in big cities offer better prospects and income than becoming a civil servant in a small county. But no matter how bad it is, it's still someone else's choice. He wouldn't act like a monk, trying to persuade someone to change their mind. Bai Yi, who had already laid flat himself, had no standing to urge others to aim higher, right? "Alright, just help me ask. When you're done, come back, and Uncle Lee will prepare the rabbit for you." "Don't! Your pet rabbit is so cute, don't stew it, make it spicy. You say how to make it, and that's how we'll do it. Ha ha ha, deal." Once everything was settled, Bai Yi directly called Li Zhaodi in front of everyone. The call connected quickly, and a cheerful voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Yi, what made you think of calling me?" "I heard my sister is back, so I hurried to invite you for lunch." "You choose the place." "That sounds great, someone else is treating for lunch now." There weren't many words exchanged, they just agreed to have lunch together before hanging up. "Alright, Uncle Lee, don't overthink it. Just prepare the rabbit and wait for me. I'll go drop off my parents first." Okay, drive slowly." After a trip back and forth to the countryside, it was already lunchtime. Bai Yi received the location on his phone and quickly arrived at a homestyle restaurant called Fumanuan. From the sign at the entrance, it was clear that this was a newly opened place. As he parked and walked through the front door, he saw a man and a woman standing not far away. The woman was short, slightly plump, and wore black-framed glasses. This was Li Zhaodi. She wasn't particularly striking but could be considered cute. As for the man, he looked quite sunny, dressed in an administrative suit, and had a strong presence. To be honest, seeing the two of them standing together hand in hand, Bai Bai Yi instantly understood. The reason she wanted to return home to take the civil service exam was because she was in a relationship. In fact, when a stable person suddenly seems to have changed, it's often due to relationship issues. Take gaming as an example. When your regular gaming partner suddenly becomes unstable or doesn't log in for many days, you can bet they are off dating. Oh, I was wondering why you came back at this time. Turns out you found yourself a brother-in-law? Stop joking. The carefree Li Xiaodi rarely showed a shy expression. After a moment, she introduced the two. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Zicheng. This is my neighbor's younger brother, Bai Yi. As their hands shook, Zhao Zicheng slightly raised his head and said with an air of superiority, your family is behind the first primary school, right? That area has been planned for many years. Is there any news now? Hearing this, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. He thought, could this person be some kind of leader? Otherwise, why would he randomly mention planning? No news at all. It's probably a lost cause. A few years ago, there might have been a chance for relocation, but in today's overall sluggish real estate market, forget it. After hearing his words, Zhao Zicheng showed a knowing expression and said, no rush, let me put in some effort later, this matter can be handled. Exert some effort? Easy enough? Although he still felt that not demolishing the house was better, after all, the renovations had just begun. Moreover, he wasn't lacking in that little bit of compensation money. How much could a demolition in a small county town really provide? But facing Zhao Zicheng's remarks, Bai Yi felt quite baffled. He always had the feeling that the other party was just showing off a sense of superiority. It could even be said that he was showing it quite obviously. It was as if whether Bai Yi's house would be demolished was entirely up to his words. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi curiously looked at Li Xiaodi and asked, sister, what department is your boyfriend a leader in? He speaks so grandly. Oh, he's preparing for the civil service exam. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng straightened his back even more. The expression on his face was as proud as could be. The posture made Bai Yi almost laugh out loud. This person really had all his thoughts written on his face. So, he deliberately made a surprised expression and exaggeratedly said, oh wow, preparing for the civil service exam? No wonder he says he can solve the demolition issue for our family. The mention of the civil service exam made Zhao Zicheng straightened back bend a little. The way he looked at Bai Yi also started to change. After all, preparing for the civil service exam was currently his proudest achievement, and being called a civil service candidate directly trampled on that pride. Soon, Zhao Zicheng couldn't help but say, what's wrong with being a civil service candidate? Nothing at all, it's quite good, quite good. He said it was good, but Zhao Zicheng saw his half-smiling expression and felt that it was somewhat sarcastic. Of course, Bai Yi was indeed being sarcastic. In this small county town, being a formal civil servant or having a public institution job was indeed something to be proud of. In the marriage market, it was a strong asset. But for someone who was just a civil service candidate and might not even pass, showing off superiority seemed a bit premature, right? This kind of boastful behavior, which hadn't even hit the mark, was really hard to like. Besides, with such a personality, could he really be a good official? Bai Yi didn't believe it. So, for a moment, a bit of tension arose between the two. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Xiaodi, sensing something was off, quickly spoke up. All right, let's go to our seats first. Standing here is delaying their business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng gave Bai Yi a deep look, then broke free from the arm he had been holding and walked straight into the restaurant. This left Li Xiaodi completely stunned. Wait, you can't just leave me. There was a hint of grievance in Li Xiaodi's tone. Before this, she had been quite happy to introduce her boyfriend to a childhood playmate, now one of her few friends. She thought this was a sign of progress in their relationship. After all, for a couple to develop to the point of discussing marriage, the first step wasn't meeting the parents, but introducing each other's friends. Regardless of gender, if you've been dating for a while and still don't know any of each other's friends, then you need to think about whether the other person is sincere. However, Zhao Zicheng ignored her pleading voice and continued to walk ahead. In no time, he had left the two far behind. Facing this situation, Bai Yi smiled and said, your boyfriend has no resilience at all. He can't handle being called a civil service candidate. He admitted that he had intentionally provoked the other party just now, but now he felt no pressure at all. After all, it was Zhao Zicheng who had inexplicably shown off and flaunted his superiority first, right? He just didn't expect that this person was indeed not very deep and was easily triggered by a single remark. Sigh, he usually is quite generous. I don't know what's up with him today. Wait a minute, Xiaodi. How could a woman as strong as you become so love-struck? Love-struck? Hearing these three words, Li Xiaodi was slightly taken aback. After a moment of silence, she softly asked, am I that obvious? Actually, I've been feeling quite out of sorts lately, like something's not right with me. Too obvious. Just the way he brushed you off just now, according to your old personality, you should have slapped him across the face. Don't talk nonsense, I haven't hit anyone in years. Isn't it a matter of hitting or not? Bai Ye's statement was indeed a bit exaggerated, but that was just Li Xiaoti's character. After all these years of interaction, the best description for her would be a few words: fierce, strong-willed, tough, and absolutely not one to suffer any loss. Looking at how cautious she was around her boyfriend now, it was like seeing a different person. One could only say that being in love has nothing to do with personality. Basically, everyone has had similar experiences. However, it was probably because Li Xiaoti had been too focused on her studies back then that she started to have issues after entering the workforce. Who says being in love isn't a kind of illness? I understand what you mean, but this isn't the time to talk about that. Let's eat first. Are you sure we can still eat? Absolutely. If he gives you another cold shoulder, I'll get angry. Perhaps it was a habit from childhood to protect her. Bai Yi, this neighborly younger brother, had long been automatically classified as family, and his priority was naturally higher than that of her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded slightly and said, "Then let's give my sister some face." Moments later, the two arrived at a private room in the restaurant. The newly renovated restaurant had a pretty nice atmosphere. At this time, the staff served them barley tea, and the rich aroma filled the entire room. The only unfortunate thing was Zhao Zicheng's gloomy expression at that moment. However, Bai Yi didn't care how he felt. He went straight to a seat inside and called the waiter to order. Throughout the process, he didn't ask for the other person's opinion and made all the decisions himself. This was also one of his habits when interacting with Li Xiaoti. When it comes to ordering, one must have a strong opinion. Of course, it was easy to see from Zhao Zicheng's even uglier expression that he was not in a good mood. Unfortunately, this was directly ignored by Bai Yi. After the waiter left, he poured a cup of barley tea for Li Xiaoti and said, "Sister, I heard from Uncle Li that you're planning to resign from the research institute? Ha! Are you the rescue sent by my dad? I'm the rescue bot with a reward of your family's rabbit. Damn, I've been wanting to eat it, but he wouldn't let me, and now you get it for cheap." Li Xiaoti had somewhat anticipated that Bai Yi was sent by her father, but because she understood her friend well, she didn't feel angry at all. After a brief complaint, she spoke truthfully, "The research institute is great in every way, but it's just too busy. I was thinking it would be nice to be closer to home and also closer to my boyfriend." That's a good thought. As mentioned before, Bai Yi didn't plan to advise her on anything, love or career. Everyone has their own choices in their hearts, and no matter which one they choose, it can't be easily changed by someone else's persuasion. Clearly, Li Xiaoti wanted to firmly choose love. To be fair, if the person she met was right, such a choice would definitely be correct. Civil servants have their own advantages, and with her abilities, her future might not be any less promising than at the research institute. Who knows, she might soar to great heights. But looking at Zhao Zicheng again, Bai Yi found it hard to evaluate. "I think it's great too. By the way, I came back and saw your house being renovated. Are you still going to work in the capital?" "Not going. I'm just going to relax in our little county. Isn't that nice? You're so carefree, not working anymore?" "Yeah, I've retired." As the conversation reached this point, Li Xiaoti's eyes revealed a deep envy. Lying flat, strictly speaking, is a derogatory term. But how many young people today don't want to lie flat? Not to mention outright retirement, at least many have already chosen to lie flat in their relationships, not planning to marry, and even if they are married, they don't intend to have children. The purpose of this is simply to make their lives a bit more comfortable. So, to say that one doesn't envy Bai Ye's way of lying flat in retirement would definitely be a lie. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng's expression improved significantly. When he was being criticized for being in a preparatory stage, he felt genuinely uneasy. Even though he had great ambitions and firmly believed he could achieve results, strictly speaking, he was currently unemployed. To put it bluntly, anyone with a job would be better off than he was now. But now that he heard Bai Yi had retired, his confidence surged. At least he was still preparing for exams. How could a person who was living off their parents and lying flat compare to him? Perhaps it was this newfound confidence that made him feel superior. So, taking advantage of a lull in their conversation, Zhao Zicheng, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally said, "Lying flat isn't a good way to live. You can't expect your parents to support you for a lifetime, right? Why don't you consider taking the civil service exam? If you're lacking confidence, getting a job in the system isn't bad either. I happen to have all the materials you need and can help you." His tone was quite sincere, but even a fool could tell he was mocking Bai Yi, labeling him as a member of the lying flat generation. To be honest, if it were someone else who was lying flat, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Bai Yi. As someone well-versed in social dynamics, Bai Yi knew exactly how to silence such people. So, he completely ignored Zhao's words and instead pretended to be in great pain, clutching the side of his thigh. "Ah, it hurts. What happened? What happened? It feels like something just poked me. He pretended to search around, and when he pulled his hand out, there was a car key. As everyone knows, Bai Yi never deliberately keeps a low profile and doesn't like to show off unless someone insists on giving him a grand stage to do so. Take the current situation, for example. Zhao Zicheng pretended to offer help but actually categorized him as a lying flat type. In such a scenario, Bai Yi had no choice but to showcase his capabilities. Just as he expected, the moment the car key appeared, Zhao Zicheng's face turned bright red. Although he didn't know what the apple tree emblem on the key represented, he could still recognize the distinctive shape of a Mercedes key. Witnessing the change in Zhao's expression, Bai Yi found it amusing, but he maintained a very natural demeanor, saying, "This thing is just a burden, it keeps poking my hand." "Oh, great preparatory stage master, can you understand my pain? Great preparatory stage master?" The moment those words left his mouth, Zhao Zicheng was stunned. Understand his pain? Who has a car key in their pocket and still gets hurt? It was obvious he was just showing off. And he was doing it in a way that left Zhao with no recourse. After all, it was Zhao who first flaunted his superiority, and then he was the one who said Bai Yi couldn't rely on his parents and needed to help others take the civil service exam. Who would have thought that this person could still drive a Mercedes while lying flat? This must be because he was financially free to lie flat, right? After all, he was someone who could take the civil service exam. He might have character flaws, but he was definitely not a fool. With just a little thought, he could understand that Bai Yi was not simple. His thoughts were further confirmed by Li Zhaodi's next sentence. Truly my brother, having achieved financial freedom, he hasn't forgotten to help Uncle Bai and Aunt Lu with their house renovations. I see the project isn't small. It must cost hundreds of thousands, right? I don't know the specifics yet. Let's talk about it later. He didn't answer the question directly but looked at Zhao Zicheng and casually said, "When I decide to take the civil service exam one day, you better take care of me." "Ha, no need to mock me here." Zhao Zicheng stood up, looking unconvinced, and continued, "You have the capital, so you can just lie flat. It has nothing to do with me. But remember, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young and poor. Lanhua County isn't big, who knows, one day you might need something from me." "Zhao Zicheng, are you trying to scare my brother?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhaodi immediately stood up from her chair, glaring at him. There was no way around it. The threat in his words was too strong. As the saying goes, the common people don't fight with officials. No matter how rich a person is, when faced with someone in power, they have to lower their head. Even if he were to pass the civil service exam, he wouldn't immediately become an official. But the most troublesome often comes from the little devils. Considering Zhao Zicheng's words and expression, it was clear he intended to get back at them later. So Li Zhaodi couldn't take it anymore. She felt incredibly disappointed in her boyfriend. Since they met, his various actions had been quite baffling. Clearly, it was his show of superiority that caused the issue. Bai Yi had only responded slightly, and he couldn't handle it. "Fine, you still shouted me for him. You two enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you." After throwing down this remark, Li Zicheng turned and walked out. He left with such decisiveness. This made Bai Yi feel quite relieved. Eating with someone you don't like is truly torturous. Now, he felt the atmosphere in the private room had improved significantly. As for what he said, Bai Yi took it all as a joke. Not to mention whether he could pass the exam, even if he did, so what? With the connections Bai Yi had accumulated in such a short time, he was not someone Zhao Zicheng could mess with. Moreover, this is a society governed by the rule of law. With his advantages, could he really be intimidated by a mere civil servant? Don't be ridiculous. And as Zhao Zicheng left, Li Zhaodi didn't stop him, nor did she chase after him. She just angrily slapped the table and turned to comfort Bai Yi, saying, "Bai Yi, don't panic. You have your sister to protect you." "Ha, I'm not panicking at all. Let's hurry and eat. Now that no one is bothering us, it's quite nice." Sigh, who would have thought he would be so pathetic today? "It drives me crazy. Indeed, sis, I'm starting to doubt if your eyes are working properly." After a pause, Bai Yi asked seriously, "So tell me, how did someone so petty and showy catch your eye?" "I thought, my sister is at least a 985 graduate student, and her job is 10 streets ahead of his. It's completely mismatched." Now that there were no other distractions, Bai Yi said whatever was on his mind. Hearing this, Li Zhaodi smiled helplessly and explained, "High school classmates, we reconnected at a reunion 6 months ago. At that time, I thought he was down to earth and looked quite spirited." "Looks are subjective. I won't argue with you, but down to earth? Oh no, my sister's eyes must really be blind. How can someone who loves to show off and feels superior over the slightest thing be considered down to earth? Isn't that the standard for being overly ambitious? Oh, I only found out today that he has two faces. Now that you mention it, I understand." Bai Yi thought the same. Whether man or woman, in the early stages of a relationship, they are very good at disguising themselves. Various flaws need to be slowly discovered over a long period of interaction. Then what do we say now? Continue seeing him? What else can we do? Helpless, Li Xiaodi took out her phone. Look, he's here to apologize now. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi leaned in to take a look. Xiaodi, I can't get along with your brother. I didn't control my emotions well. I'm sorry. You guys can have this meal by yourselves. I'm going home to rest for a bit. Message me when you're done. To be honest, the other party's attitude was quite sincere. This made Li Xiaodi, who was already a bit love-struck, start to hesitate. It was clear she was considering forgiveness. However, as she looked, Bai Yi noticed something unusual. Zhao Ziqing's profile picture was of a small dog on a leash, but the leash was broken at the edge of the picture. As an active internet user, Bai Yi was quite familiar with this profile picture. If nothing unexpected happened, this was a couple's profile picture. The other one should be a girl holding the dog leash. But looking at Li Xiaodi's profile picture, it didn't match at all. Seemingly sensing that his expression was off, Li Xiaodi couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong? Did you guys use couples' profile pictures?" "No, we're too old for that." After instinctively answering, Li Xiaodi suddenly realized, "Wait, you mean he used a couple's profile picture?" "Yeah, and it's the kind where someone is holding the dog." Could it be a mistake? Other profile pictures might be possible, but this one, basically impossible. What kind of good person would use that kind of profile picture alone? After giving a definite answer, Bai Yi even asked her to send over the other party's profile picture and used an image recognition app to check. As a result, he directly found the other half's profile picture. At this point, Li Xiaodi had no choice but to believe it. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Damn, I'm going to find him right now." Finding him now is useless. Mainly, there's no evidence to prove he lied to you. He would never admit it. In this situation, any sober person could understand what was going on. But without evidence, there was really no way to pin it down. What if he just insisted he liked that picture? You make a good point. What I need to do now is find evidence. Once the seed of doubt sprouts, it quickly grows into a towering tree in a person's heart. Not to mention, a couple's profile picture was already right in front of her. After dropping this line, Li Xiaodi began searching for clues on her phone. Bai Yi, who witnessed her series of actions, was already shocked. After searching in VX without results, she started transferring to various apps. She didn't miss any, like Weibo, Xiaohongshu, etc. Using the contact features of each platform to find friends, going around in a big circle. Finally, after more than half an hour, she discovered evidence on the other party's Douyin. Zhao Ziqing's Douyin profile picture was exactly the same as his VX one. But unlike VX, which is a pure messaging app, Douyin is a short video platform. So, to see other people's comments, you don't need mutual friends. Everything is public and transparent. As long as you haven't been blocked, you can see it. Now, Li Xiaodi found the other half of his couple's profile picture in a recent video he posted. After clicking on the other party's homepage and taking a look, Li Xiaodi gritted her teeth and said, "Found it." Are you sure it's her? No way she can escape. Look at the background of the woman in the video. I've seen the photos. It's Zhao Ziqing's house. Goodness. Now Bai Yi finally understood. Don't mess with women. In this situation, the detective attribute would erupt, and no matter how deeply you hide, it can be pulled out. Fortunately, he never liked to share his life online. Looking back now, that was indeed very wise. After a brief analysis, Li Xiaodi said decisively, "It's confirmed. He not only deceived me but is also living with another girlfriend. So should we break up with him now?" "No way, that would be too easy for that scumbag." Seeing the expression on the other person's face, Bai Yi knew that Zhao Ziqing was in trouble. It had been said before that Li Xiaodi never suffered losses. Anyone who provoked her would be retaliated against. To add a point, she never waited overnight for revenge. Look, she couldn't care less about being heartbroken, and immediately stood up and said, "Let's go, I'm going to his house with you." "Do you know the address?" "I do, I sent him a gift before, and I was curious why he didn't let me write my real name. It turns out he was too timing and afraid of being exposed." "Alright, let's go." After responding, Bai Yi also put down his chopsticks and followed her outside. It's worth mentioning that after realizing something was off, he had been eating vigorously. The decision proved to be quite clear. After getting the car from the parking lot, Bai Yi drove Li Xiaodi straight to the outskirts of the county town without stopping. About 10 minutes later, the two appeared at the entrance of an old residential building. Li Xiaodi, who was still fuming, didn't hesitate and directly knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" Zhao Ziqing's voice came from inside the house, and after a moment, the door slowly opened. But upon seeing the two people standing outside, Zhao Ziqing's face instantly filled with panic. He was completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to sincerely apologize when Li Xiaodi contacted him. Now, the two had come to his home. But considering his situation, he didn't have time to think. He hurriedly stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him, then pretended to be calm and said, "Xiaodi, what brings you here? Ha, didn't expect this, did you? No need to wait 30 years for the east and west of the river. We meet again so soon." Seeing the panic on his face, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. However, Li Xiaodi didn't have such a good attitude. She said sternly, "I'm here to see your sweet life with your girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Zhao Ziqing's heart sank, and his face began to pale. "You're not wrong, my life with you is indeed very sweet. Don't talk nonsense, the girlfriend I'm talking about is not me. Then who else could it be? Let's not talk about this here. Come on, there's a coffee shop near my house, my treat." His intention was naturally to quickly leave the doorway. However, Li Xiaodi completely ignored his words, standing there, staring at him. Just then, footsteps were heard from inside the room again. In a moment, the door opened once more, revealing a young girl with a pure appearance, wearing a scarf, and holding a spatula. Seeing the three standing at the door, the girl was momentarily stunned, then warmly said, "Ziqing, is this your friend? Why are they standing at the door? Quickly invite them in." A collision of worlds. When the girl stepped out after opening the door, Zhao Ziqing felt darkness before his eyes, and his mind went blank. He was completely paralyzed. But no matter how he thought, Li Xiaodi had already extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Zhao Ziqing's other girlfriend. Nice to meet you." Other girlfriend? Upon hearing this, the spatula in the girl's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Looking at Zhao Ziqing with disbelief, she asked, "Ziqing, is your friend joking with me?" Yes, she's joking with you." Zhao Ziqing, who had no idea how to respond, could only go along with her words. He kept winking at Li Xiaodi, trying to send signals. But how could she, here for revenge, possibly cooperate? "Zhao Ziqing, I'm not joking." After cursing, she handed her phone to the girl. "You can see for yourself whether it's a joke." The content displayed on the phone was, of course, the chat history. Looking at the sweet words on the phone, the girl began to tremble uncontrollably. "Zhao Ziqing, how could you do this?" When Li Xiaodi first mentioned this, she had trusted her boyfriend enough to think it was a joke. But now, the evidence was right in front of her. The various words in the chat history nearly broke her heart. Looking again at Zhao Ziqing, who was lowering his head and remaining silent, the girl suddenly pulled him and continued to ask, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation? You've already seen it. I have nothing to explain." From this, it was clear that Zhao Ziqing had given up. Or rather, he had no other way out besides giving up. The collision had already happened. There was no room for remedy. After all, he had no superpower to erase the memories of those present. At the same time, there was a thought in Zhao Ziqing's mind. That is, since the two had already collided, could he keep one of them? As he thought about it, he turned his gaze to Li Xiaodi. This woman, whether in terms of education or family background, far surpassed him. The key was that she was a romantic, even willing to quit her job at a major research institute to return to a small county to take civil service exams for him. If he could keep her, then not only would he not lose today, but he would also be liberated. Having silently made up his mind, he directly ignored the pained expression of the girl beside him and turned to Li Xiaodi, saying, "Xiaodi, listen to me. I was planning to break up with her, but she kept pestering me. Now that you're here, I can cleanly break up with her in front of you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaodi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Inside, she was frantically criticizing herself for ever being attracted to such a person, almost risking her entire life. She couldn't bear to think about how dark her life would be if she really married someone like this. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, standing aside, could only sigh in his heart at how shameless this guy was. At this point, he was playing the card of sacrificing the pawn to save the king. And he didn't care at all about the girl's feelings. His words were quite outrageous. Look, the girl at the door." After hearing this, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Woo, Zhao Ziqing, you can't treat me like this. How have I treated you? To be honest, I've wanted to break up with you for a long time." Since he had decided to abandon the other person, Zhao Ziqing simply cut off all ties. "You haven't even been to college. What common topics do we have? Look at me, I graduated from a prestigious university, and once I pass the civil service exam, I'll be a state official. Do you think you're worthy of me? Fan Wenjing, enough already." He said these words, of course, with the intention of driving Fan Wenjing away, but more so, it was the long-standing thought deep within him. He had planned countless times to break up with her after the exams. It was just a bit earlier than he had intended. As the saying goes, the first sword after reaching the shore is to cut off the one in your heart. Zhao Ziqing's sword was not without its edge. However, what he didn't expect was that these words, which could already be considered a form of personal humiliation, did not drive Fan Wenjing away. Instead, they made her stop crying instantly and fix her gaze on him with a look full of hatred. "I don't deserve you? Zhao Zicheng, you've been back preparing for the exam for over a year now. During this time, you've eaten my food and drunk my water. I paid the rent for this place, the clothes on your back were bought by me. Have you ever spent a single cent on me? To put it bluntly, as long as I don't buy toilet paper, you'll have to use your hand to wipe. Yes, I may not be well educated, but I work harder than anyone else. Everything you have is earned by me working 2 jobs. And yet you cheated first, and now you say I don't deserve you? Why don't you think carefully about who really doesn't deserve whom?" Every word she spoke struck directly at Zhao Zicheng's heart, making him feel as if his soul was being continuously flipped and roasted on a grill. Beyond that, his greatest feeling was embarrassment. Embarrassment in front of Bai Yi and Li Xiaodi. He remembered not long ago, he had said that lying flat was wrong and that one shouldn't rely on their parents. Now, however, the fact that he was living off someone else was exposed. In his complex emotions, he roared, "Fan Wenjing, stop talking. Zhao Zicheng, you did something disgusting. Why shouldn't people talk about it?" After learning about Fan Wenjing's experience, Li Xiaodi, as a fellow girl, began to feel sympathy. "What she said is completely valid. It's you who doesn't deserve her." Strictly speaking, she had no conflict with Fan Wenjing. After all, they were both victims kept in the dark, and it was normal to empathize and unite. Not to mention them, even Bai Yi couldn't hold back. "Dude, you're such a scumbag." As a man, Bai Yi knew all too well how precious good girls were these days. "She worked 2 jobs a day to support your food and drink, to help you prepare for civil service exams. In fact, when he first arrived, Fan Wenjing was even cooking for him in the kitchen. It was obvious that he was living a life where everything was handed to him. A girl like that, in today's society, should be as rare as a national treasure giant panda, right? But what this guy did was truly scummy. Yes, he's a scumbag," Li Xiaodi echoed from the side. "Xiaodi, can you not call me that? It makes me feel sick." Watching the disgust in her eyes, Zhao Zicheng finally realized that his plan had failed. He couldn't keep either of the 2 girls present today. The key was that one of them was his source of living expenses. Without Fan Wenjing, he wouldn't have his next meal. As for Li Xiaodi, she was someone he had planned to team up with in the future to help him turn his life around. Losing so much at once, saying the sky was falling would be an understatement. But what he didn't expect was that what awaited him next was a complete collapse. He saw Fan Wenjing extend a hand and calmly say, "Aren't you going to cut ties with me? Then pay me back. I'm not counting the money for meals, for the living expenses, tutoring fees, and half of the rent I've given you over the past year. It totals 50,000 yuan. Wait, why do you have the right to ask me for money? I didn't borrow it from you. Fine, then go take the civil service exam. Once you're done, I'll call to report you." As for other matters, Zhao Zicheng could still play dead and not care. But when it came to reporting him after he finished the civil service exam, he was completely panicked. And at that moment, he recalled the advice of a senior from a tutoring class. "Ji Chang, our studies are crucial right now, but the most important thing is to keep a low profile. You mustn't cause any trouble outside, otherwise, with just one report, no matter how well you perform, it will all be for nothing." After realizing this, Fan Wenjing's words felt like a gun pressed directly against his forehead, sending a chill from his soul straight to the crown of his head. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng finally lost the last shred of dignity and roared in despair, "What do you mean by that? Do you want to ruin me? You ruined our relationship first. Now I just want to take back what rightfully belongs to me." Having completely given up, Fan Wenjing showed him no mercy and continued, "If you can't get it back, what does it matter if I ruin you? I damn it." While shouting in anger, he raised his hand as if to strike. However, before his arm could come down, the quick-witted Li Xiaodi kicked him in the stomach. Zhao Zicheng stumbled and fell to the ground. "What's wrong? You still want to fight?" Ignoring the pained expression on his face, Li Xiaodi looked down at him and said, "You beast, try touching her." After all, she had grown up fighting with a group of boys. Although she wasn't as strong as them, she was fierce. That kick used all her strength. "Ah, you dare hit me, Sitting on the ground, Zhao Zicheng clutched his stomach, howling in pain. Yet, as he shouted, he tried to get up and fight back. Just then, Bai Yi stepped in front of him and said calmly, "Bro, hitting women is not a good habit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng's movements halted. There was no way he could take on 3 people, especially not someone as tall and strong as Bai Yi. Seeing the situation, Bai Yi continued, "She has done so much for you, and you don't even know how much of a discount she gave you on that 50,000 yuan. And you say she wants to ruin you and even want to hit her? To put it bluntly, can you even call yourself a man? My business has nothing to do with you." Zhao Zicheng retorted defiantly. "How does it have nothing to do with me?" Bai Yi pointed at Li Xiaodi and said, "She's my sister. If you deceive her, do you think I will let you off the hook?" and I advise you to speak nicely now, or else, you can try it. His words were purely a threat. In today's rule of law society, Bai Yi, as a law-abiding citizen, wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in any illegal activities, but for Zhao Zicheng, who was like a startled bird, that should be enough. In fact, just as he thought, the moment those words left Bai Yi's mouth, Zhao Zicheng began to imagine the worst. Who was Bai Yi? A laid-back youth. But not just any laid-back youth. He was someone who could completely avoid work, enjoying a lavish life in a small county town, driving a Mercedes-Benz whose model he didn't even know. With someone like that, how could Zhao Zicheng believe he had no background? If he could find a way to remedy the threat of being reported by Fan Wenjing before, now Bai Yi's words had become the last straw that broke the camel's back. After all, the former was about money. At worst, he could make an excuse for his family to scrape together some funds, which wasn't a big deal. But this man in front of him was not his friend, and their relationship was very poor. Just moments ago at the restaurant they had established a hostile relationship after only a few words. Lost in thought, Zhao Zicheng slumped helplessly on the ground, feeling numb all over. However, for the only way out he had left, he had no choice but to yield. After a moment of contemplation, he got up from the ground and sincerely said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted out. It's all my fault. As for Fan Wenjing's money, give me 2 days, and I will definitely return it to you." Once he finished speaking, he turned around and ran downstairs, clutching his stomach. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. With his departure, only Bai Yi and the other two remained. For a moment, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Zhaodi graciously took Fan Wenjing's hand and said, how about I go in and chat with you? Ah, please come in, please come in. Bai Yi, who was following the two, entered the rental apartment. The old community from over 20 years ago couldn't be expected to have any new renovations. Now, wherever he looked in the room, there were already chipped pieces of furniture, and the floor had several places that were already warped. The main theme was old, filled with traces of time. But old as it was, the room was exceptionally clean, with no sense of clutter at all. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. It wasn't perfume, but the scent left after mopping the floor with laundry detergent. This also showed that Fan Wenjing was a capable and tidy person. Even if she just came back at noon to cook a meal, she would clean the floor thoroughly. While he was looking around, the two girls had already sat down on the sofa and started talking. From this conversation, Bai Yi learned that the other party had been with Zhao Zicheng for 3 years. From a long-distance relationship at first, to him coming back to take civil service exams, Fan Wenjing directly rented a place, and they officially cohabited. To support Zhao Zicheng's studies and exam preparations, she worked 2 jobs a day. Bai Yi's assessment of this was that she was burning herself out, because now he could clearly see the frostbite on her hands. Those little sores looked painful. As a fellow woman, Li Zhaodi had completely forgotten her own heartbreak from being deceived by a scumbag, her heart now filled with sympathy. Sigh, it's a good thing to see through such a person early. Don't be too sad. Actually, being sad is fine. But what I can't accept the most is feeling that these sacrifices are not worth it. Speaking of this topic, Fan Wenjing couldn't help but shed tears again. I thought that as long as I treated him well and supported him in getting an ideal job, the future would definitely get better. But it didn't. He only thinks it's a given and increasingly puts all the pressure of life on me. Even so, I have no complaints, but he actually said that I am not worthy of him. Does that mean I should die just because I don't have a degree? Seeing her getting more and more agitated, Li Zhaodi didn't know how to comfort her. In desperation, she could only look at Bai Yi for help. Ahem. Receiving the signal, Bai Yi's mind started racing. He really wasn't good at comforting people. However, when he saw the spotless window on the balcony, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart and asked, "Sister, did you clean the house yourself? How is it so clean? My windows are already dirty beyond recognition." Well, my first job was cleaning rooms in a hotel. And the second? I was affiliated with a housekeeping company, taking on some window cleaning jobs. No wonder, no wonder. After learning this, Bai Yi's thoughts gradually became clear. Just a few days ago, he was still thinking about where to find a non-residential nanny for his home to maintain cleanliness. Now, the target had appeared directly. The key was that it was quite relevant to the profession. With a decision in mind, Bai Yi quickly asked, "So with these 2 jobs, you should be earning quite a bit each month, right? Almost able to earn around 8,000 yuan. Although she found it strange that he asked this, Fan Wenjing still answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt that this income was quite reasonable. In those big cities, if one worked 2 jobs, even if they were both manual labor, earning over 10,000 a month was not difficult. But in Longhua County, a small county, an income of 8,000 a month was definitely considered a high salary. She remembered that when she went to that restaurant today, there was a job advertisement posted at the entrance. It showed that the salary for a full-time waiter was only around 3,000 yuan. This also indicated that Fan Wenjing was indeed very capable. Moreover, the way she kept her home so clean and her efficient demeanor made Bai Yi appreciate her even more. So after nodding slightly, he smiled and said, "I have a job that suits you, no need to work 2 jobs, and the monthly salary can be set at 8,000. By the way, you can get insurance." "What do you mean? Are you interested?" His family wasn't a state-owned enterprise, they just wanted to find a family nanny, so there was no need for a housing fund. But as long as she worked at home, she would be considered one of their own. Paying for insurance wouldn't cost much at all. If you calculate it carefully, the money earned in 2 days from the system would be enough to cover her full salary. As for the hassle of providing insurance for employees, Bai Yi had already made plans. Well, it could totally be registered under a company like Gaoshan. No need to work 2 jobs, a monthly salary of 8,000, and you even provide insurance? For his sudden offer, it would be a lie to say Fan Wenjing wasn't tempted. Not to mention the difficulty of working 2 jobs, just the insurance alone was very appealing. Why do people pursue stable jobs? It's actually because of social security. A stable unit means the possibility of receiving a pension in the future, ensuring a secure life. But often, the hardest manual laborers do not receive such guarantees. Even if their salary exceeds that of some white-collar workers, their lives are completely different. Because of this, she had a moment where she wanted to disregard everything and agree right away. But the last shred of rationality made Fan Wenjing suppress her impulse and ask, "Can I ask what exactly the job is?" "Just cleaning my house every day, keeping it tidy. I'm a bit messy myself." "Ah, just this job, and you offer so much money? And insurance?" Fan Wenjing's face was filled with disbelief, almost asking if he was a scammer. "Don't think it's easy. My house is very big." This was also one downside of having a villa, the space was too large, and there were too many rooms. Cleaning it up was indeed very troublesome. At that moment, Li Zhaodi, who understood his thoughts, helped to add, "Don't worry about him being stingy. The car he drives is worth millions. He's quite a rare big spender." After all, she was someone who had seen the world and had a rough idea of the prices of some cars. However, since it had nothing to do with her and she didn't intend to take advantage of Bai Yi, she just smiled when she saw it and said nothing. Now, seeing that the Fan Wenjing she cared about didn't believe it, of course, she had to mention it, hoping to help her seize this opportunity. For a young girl, enduring the hardship of working 2 jobs for a long time would eventually lead to a breakdown. Perhaps it was the special bond between sisters, but Fan Wenjing easily sensed the sincerity on Li Zhaodi's face. And then, she believed it at that moment. "Then I'm willing to give it a try." "Okay, add me on WeChat. I'll send you the address, just come over tomorrow." Thank you. After finalizing the arrangement and chatting for about 10 more minutes at the other person's house, Bai Yi and Li Zhaodi chose to leave. Back in the car, Li Zhaodi smiled wryly and said, "Well, I guess my relationship wasn't a total waste, at least it helped my brother find a nanny." "Sis, you might be at a loss, but I'm forever in the black, ha." Having resolved something that had been on his mind for several days, Bai Yi felt quite good. However, his sister had just gone through a breakup, so after a brief smile, he became serious and asked, "Now that you don't have a boyfriend, when do you plan to go back to work?" No, since I'm back, I have no intention of going back." "Ha? Really staying?" "Yes, your Uncle Lee and the others are getting older, and I really want to be closer to home. Now that I don't have a boyfriend, I can take better care of my parents." Just as Bai Yi had said before, the people around him had their shortcomings. Some were irresponsible in relationships, but none were unfilial. However, based on his understanding of Li Zhaodi, he felt that things weren't that simple. As he suspected, after a brief silence, Li Zhaodi gritted her teeth and said, "Did you forget? I'm the kind of person who seeks revenge from morning till night. That kick today was just the beginning. I want to take the civil service exam. His target position only accepts the top candidate, and I want it." "Wow, what if you don't pass?" "Hey, who do you look down on? Just him? I could take him with one hand." "What if? Then what can I do?" "Call to report him. After all, I'm one of the victims. As long as I'm here, he can forget about entering the government department and exploiting the common people." "Nice." After giving a thumbs up, Bai Yi said, "You're the best, sis. Of course, if he dares to deceive me like this, I will make him understand the harshness of society." "Alright, I support you, but first, call Uncle Lee, the rabbit can be slaughtered." Right, I'll call him now." The next morning came quickly. It was another weekend, and Bai Yi felt that the snow outside had been mostly cleared, so he went out for a bike ride for an hour and a half. When he returned home with a fitness score of 76, he found Fan Wenjing already waiting at the door. Her small frame looked quite reserved. "You're here, have you eaten breakfast?" I have, boss. Ha, no need to call me boss, just call me Baigu. After parking his bike in the yard, Bai continued, let's go, I'll show you around my home. Okay, Baigu. After a quick tour of the house, Fan Wenjing's only comment was 6 words. Your house is really big, really nice. No matter how nice, it's just a place to sleep. Waving his hand casually, Bai smiled and said, so this place will be yours from now on? Don't worry, Baigu, I will do a good job. He wasn't mistaken. Fan Wenjing was indeed very efficient. After assuring him, she immediately got to work. Not wanting to disturb her further, Bai turned and walked outside. Today, Li Yuqing didn't have class, so breakfast should be served a bit later. It would be just right to go now. However, before he even reached the door, his phone chimed with a ding-dong. Picking it up, he saw a message from Su Qing. Bai, I'll arrive in Longhua County this afternoon, remember to pick me up. Ha, why are you coming to my area? So close, so beautiful, heading to Hebei for the weekend. Looking at the message on his phone, Bai couldn't help but laugh. So close, so beautiful, heading to Hebei seemed to be a widely circulated slogan now. But Su Qing, are you really coming just to see the scenery? I feel embarrassed to call you out. In fact, after learning about the other party's resignation, Bai had anticipated the current situation. Su Qing was a very persistent person, with strong initiative. She had mentioned wanting to come here to visit him, so it was almost a certainty that she would come. However, combining her resignation with this visit, Bai had a feeling that this girl was not just coming for fun, there must be other plans involved. Thinking of this, Bai replied, you really came, huh? Longhua County doesn't have much to offer in terms of fun. I just missed you, came the reply a moment later. And who says there's nothing fun? I could totally toy with your feelings. So, am I a must-play attraction? Ha, you could be. Since she had already said that, Bai had no reason to refuse. Anyway, he had nothing else to do today, so he might as well treat it as a day out. Soon, Bai clarified her arrival time and agreed to pick her up. 2 minutes later, after finishing 2 days of work, he finally headed towards the neighboring courtyard. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Su Qing sat in front of her vanity, her smile stretching from ear to ear. At that moment, all she could think about was going to Longhua County to toy with Bai's feelings. This had become her biggest goal for the trip. Although in their relationship, Su Qing had always been the pursuer, while Bai had consistently rejected her and kept his distance. Now, even though he agreed to let her visit Longhua County, who was really toying with whose feelings was still uncertain. Recalling all the hints and confessions she had made to Bai, especially when she was drunk, Su Qing's face flushed slightly. But then again, since it was all just for fun, what did it matter who was playing whom? The key point was, they say a day apart feels like 3 autumns. After such a long time without seeing each other, Su Qing was no longer the same. She had learned many new tricks to win over men online. She just had to wait until they met to apply them one by one. This time, I will turn the tables. Little Bai, just wait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital, Du Zimu was in a very good mood. It was the weekend, and he had just reserved a table at a Western restaurant. With sweet fantasies in his mind, he messaged Su Qing, Qing, I'm off today. How about dinner and a movie tonight? At that moment, he felt for the first time that Su Qing's resignation was a good thing. At least she would have more free time, and he could ask her out whenever he wanted. Previously, Su Qing had always refused him, saying she was busy with work and had no time. Although they worked at the same company, he knew she had never worked overtime and always had weekends off, but he never thought much of it. Whatever the goddess said was what it was. But now that she had resigned, she couldn't use work as an excuse to refuse him, right? However, what he didn't expect was that Su Qing, who usually took half an hour to reply, actually responded instantly this time. This sent Du Zimu into a frenzy of joy. But when he hurriedly opened his phone to check the message, he was completely stunned. I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to Hebei to have fun today. Gotta go, talk later. 886. Hebei? In fact, it was quite normal for people from the capital to go to Hebei for a weekend getaway. After all, it was very close, and the cost-effectiveness was much higher than in the capital. But the sensitive Du Zimu immediately thought of Bai Yi. That guy was from Hebei. Could it be that she resigned just to find Bai Yi? Thinking of this, Du Zimu felt a wave of panic wash over him. He quickly asked, are you going to find Bai Yi? 1 minute later, there was no reply to the message. 10 minutes later, there was still no response from her phone. Those who enjoy being a licking dog know that the waiting process is extremely long and torturous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every second feels like a year. Moreover, various uncontrollable thoughts flood the mind. She quit her job to find Bai Yi. She wouldn't be planning to stay in Hebei, would she? Is it possible that their relationship has progressed, and I'm still in the dark? Damn it, Su Ching isn't really in that guy's arms right now, is she? I'm going crazy. After waiting for more than 20 minutes without any news, Du Zimu completely lost it. He made a bold decision right then. Chase to Hebei. His own happiness must be fought for. After making up his mind, he dialed the HR department's number. Auntie, do you still remember Bai Yi? Do you have any information on him? Yes, that's him. Could you please take a picture of his household registration address and send it to me? Time quickly moved to noon. Bai Yi, who had already booked a hotel for Su Ching, appeared at a familiar highway exit in his G63. According to the location information just sent by her, he should be almost there. As it turned out, his estimation was correct. Not even 2 minutes had passed when a Toyota Alphard slowly parked behind his car. As the back door of the business vehicle opened, a stunning figure came into view. Su Ching was very beautiful, with an exquisitely shaped oval face, porcelain-like fair skin, and a pair of captivating big eyes. She had become the talk of the office building on her first day due to a candid photo. Later, her popularity only grew, making her the belle of the entire industrial park. Her beauty was evidently striking. Logically speaking, a girl who is pursued by so many should have some aloofness. However, there was none of that in her. For instance, right now, after getting out of the car, Su Ching was running towards him. While running, she shouted, Bai Yi, I missed you so much. Come give me a hug. Hey, hold on. Are you trying to take advantage of me right after we meet? Bai Yi teased, reaching out to gently press down on her little head. Hey, I thought I should be the one at a disadvantage. Then thank you, let's not let you be at a disadvantage first. Ha. After a round of playful banter, the two got into Bai Yi's car. Is that your driver in the back? Do you want me to arrange a place for him to stay? No, just let him arrange it himself. After a casual wave of her hand, Su Ching smiled as she looked him up and down. You haven't lost any limbs, and you're driving a big G. It seems you've taken good care of yourself without me. It's a pity, though, that after such a long time without seeing me, you didn't bring me a gift. Boo-hoo. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Ching put on a pitiful expression. Her misty big eyes and pouting lips were truly heart-melting. This was, of course, one of her tricks learned online to charm men. According to what she read, men, to some extent, have a bit of a macho attitude. So, if a girl appropriately shows some vulnerability, she can achieve her goals while also giving the man a sense of accomplishment, making him cherish her even more. To be honest, there is some truth to this. As the saying goes, women who know how to act spoiled have good fortune, and that's why. But who is Bai Yi? He is Lao Dang. Moreover, he knew Su Ching quite well. He understood that she was a quirky person with excellent acting skills. For example, there was a time at the company's annual meeting when she pretended to be drunk, constantly leaning into his arms, and in the end, Bai Yi had no choice but to take on the task of sending her home. But once the venue for the annual meeting was set, she acted as if nothing had happened and invited him to watch a movie. This shows that Su Ching had many clever ideas. As for the gift for their reunion after several days, who said Bai Yi hadn't prepared anything? But since she wanted to play along, he had to cooperate. Thinking of this, Bai Yi smiled and said, Who said I didn't prepare a gift? Ah, really? Where is it? Upon hearing that there was indeed a gift, Su Ching immediately forgot about acting and looked at him with eager anticipation. Seeing her expression, Bai Yi's smile widened even more, and then he spread his empty palm and said, Do you believe I have a small cake in my hand? I don't believe it, there's clearly nothing there. Don't believe it? Then I'll unwrap the packaging first. Saying this, Bai Yi pretended to fiddle with his palm with the other hand. Come on, stretch out your hand to help me hold the box. Oh, Su Ching indeed cooperated and extended one hand, laying it flat in front of Bai Yi, allowing him to grab at the air and place it in her palm. Then, Bai Yi pretended to grab something in his palm and brought his hand to his mouth, saying, strawberry-flavored small cake, delicious. No, where's the small cake? You're clearly eating air. So, you still don't believe me? I don't believe it. Seeing her disbelief, Bai Yi mischievously pointed at her still outstretched palm and said, Since you don't believe it, why are you helping me hold the box? Ah, I can't believe it. Su Ching's eyes widened in an instant. Her mind was filled with one thought, I can't outsmart him. He plays with me as if he's just teasing a child. However, just as she was internally scolding herself for being useless, Bai Yi's voice came again, Open the armrest box in front of you and take a look. Ah, let me see. With a click, the armrest box of the G63 passenger seat opened. What appeared inside, if not a strawberry small cake? At that moment, she forgot the shame of being toyed with and was instead filled with joy. You really bought me a small cake? Yeah, I remember you like sweets, so I brought you to eat. Let's have some cake first. Ah, Bai Yi, you're the best. Excitedly taking out the small cake, Su Cheng immediately started to show off. As for the issue of not being able to outsmart Bai Yi, hadn't she said before, who's playing with whom? Just based on this strawberry small cake, she was more than willing. Su Qing's welcome banquet was arranged at a restaurant called Lu. Since it had been a year or two since she last came here, Bai Yi had forgotten the taste. But in his impression, the food here could really reflect the local characteristics of Longhua County, just right for entertaining friends from out of town. However, just as the two of them sat down at the dining table and hadn't even had a chance to look at the menu, Su Qing's phone started ringing incessantly with ding-dong sounds. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi curiously asked, "Is something going on? What could it be?" Du Zimu was on holiday today and said he wanted to treat me to a meal. It's so annoying. Then do you want to tell him? Forget it, who has time to deal with him? Still immersed in the strawberry small cake, she really had no mood to entertain the buzzkill Du Zimu. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for their previous colleague relationship, she would have blocked him long ago. Now that she had finally sat at the same table with Bai Yi, how could she let him ruin it? Not a chance. And soon, she directly switched her phone to silent mode and tossed it aside, saying, forget him, we agreed today, no one is allowed to play with their phones while eating. Isn't that a bit much? In this day and age, who can control themselves from playing with their phones when they're out? No way, in this day and age, who can control themselves from playing on their phones? At this moment, at the Longhua County train station, Du Zimu, feeling the biting cold wind, looked at the series of messages on his phone that had received no replies, feeling numb. That's right, she had chased after him, but until the train arrived, she had not replied to any messages. In his heart, he believed that Su Qing would never intentionally ignore his messages. Even when he called Bai Yi, no one answered. As for things like WeChat, he had tried to contact her too, but all he got back was a big red exclamation mark. After thinking it over, Du Zimu felt that the only one who could make Su Qing seem to have evaporated from the world was Bai Yi. They can't be. No way, absolutely no way. Although he felt it was impossible, a sense of unease gripped his heart. That suffocating feeling drove him to quickly leave the station and get into a taxi. About 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped in an alley. Looking at the nearby bungalows, Du Zimu scoffed, I thought you were really going home to enjoy life, but you end up living in a place like this? A sense of superiority surged within him, and after getting out of the car, he held his head high and began searching the alley. Thanks to the house number, it wasn't difficult to find. But when he stood in front of Bai Ye's old house and knocked for a long time, there was still no response from inside. Bai Yi, open the door. I know you're home, hurry up and open the door. You had the guts to steal Qingqing, now you have the guts to open the door. After shouting for a while, there was still no response from inside. This made him even more anxious. Could it be that they were really inside? He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off all those bad thoughts. But even shaking his head made him a bit dizzy, and it didn't help at all. Driven by this mindset, Du Zimu glanced at the not-too-high courtyard wall and had a thought. I'm Bai Ye's former colleague. I'm worried because I can't reach him, so it's normal to check in through special means to confirm he's not in danger, right? In the next moment, he reached out, grabbed the top of the wall, and pushed himself up with his legs. You wouldn't believe it, the guy had some skills. In no time, he was on top of the courtyard wall. However, just then, a woman's roar came from behind him. Hey, who are you? Get down now. Seeing a strange man standing on the courtyard wall, Li Zhaoti's expression grew increasingly serious. Just moments ago, she had been at home trying to convince her parents. It's worth mentioning that last night's rabbit feast had led her parents to initially accept her idea of staying behind to take the civil service exam. Of course, Bai Ye's good words and reputation played a crucial role in this. As the most well-regarded good kid in the entire alley, his status in the eyes of the neighbors and elders was quite high. So today, what she was doing was consolidating her work to prevent her parents from regretting it later. But before she could say much, she heard someone shouting next door. Curiosity led her outside, only to bump into a stranger climbing over Bai Ye's wall. Having always regarded him as a younger brother, and now feeling even more grateful, Li Zhaoti immediately exploded with anger. She casually picked up a brick from the roadside and charged over. Meanwhile, Du Zimu, standing on the wall, was completely bewildered. When he had just climbed up, he noticed that although the courtyard was clean and tidy, it clearly looked like construction was underway, and he had already realized that he had misunderstood. But before he could come down, a fierce woman holding a brick appeared below him. Startled, he quickly said, No, I'm not a bad person. Not a bad person? Come down and talk. Okay. Struggling to climb down from the wall, Duzimu hurriedly explained, Hello, do you know Bai Yi? I'm here to find him. Climbing over the wall to find him? Li Xiaodi scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. Ahem. I just couldn't find him and got anxious. Keep making up your story. The excuse he imagined could hold water in his mind, but to Li Xiaodi, it was full of holes. Why would he come to his old house, which was under renovation, instead of his new home? Even if he didn't know where the new house was, if they were really friends, he must have a phone or WeChat, right? Because of this logic, she felt even more that the man in front of her was suspicious. Tell me, are you here to steal something? What's worth stealing in this rundown yard? Rundown yard? The materials in his current yard alone are worth over 200,000. After a moment of surprise, Duzimu quickly explained, No, I'm really here to find Bai Yi for something important. Oh right, I was his boss when he worked in the capital. Although he was worried about being mistaken for a thief, an inexplicable competitive spirit made him tell a little lie. The truth was, on the day he resigned, Bai Yi left in the morning, and his appointment only came down in the afternoon. But he thought it didn't matter, just say I'm his boss now. However, he didn't expect that this statement would make Li Xiaodi even more convinced that something was off with him. Bai Yi had indeed worked in the capital for a long time, but this person in front of her was his boss? Come on! He had just returned for a short time, moved into a villa, and was driving a G63 worth millions. A person so impressive wouldn't be the type to climb over someone else's wall. With this thought, Li Xiaodi showed an expression of having seen through him and said, If you say your line of work is keeping up with the times, do you even do background checks before targeting someone else's home? No, what do you mean by that? Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know what you want to steal? Forget it. I have important things to do. I won't talk to you anymore. Not finding Bai Yi at his registered residence undoubtedly intensified his sense of urgency. His thoughts became a chaotic mess. The only thing he was certain of was that he had to find Bai Yi and Su Qing first, ensuring they couldn't make any progress. So after dropping that line, Duzimu turned around, eager to leave. But to Li Xiaodi, his behavior naturally looked like someone trying to escape after being exposed. So, without hesitation, she quickly raised the brick in her hand. Bang! Caught off guard, Duzimu felt a hard object make intimate contact with the back of his head. Immediately, his eyes began to sparkle with stars. His whole body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Dazed, very dazed. In his muddled state, he still heard a woman's voice. Hey, I want to report a theft. No rush. I've already got him under control, one hit and he's down. No, don't call the police. I have important things to do. Shut up, or I'll hit you with another brick. Leaving aside Duzimu's tragic encounter, at this moment, Bai Yi was finishing up his lunch. They say it's a joy to have friends come from afar. Especially this girl, who had been pursuing Bai Yi in the capital and now followed him to a small county town. This undoubtedly brought Bai Yi a significant emotional boost. To put it simply, what man doesn't like being pursued by a girl? Or is it that he seeks recognition for himself? The most important thing is that he didn't have the conditions before. When interacting with the other party, he never placed himself on the same level as Su Qing. He had to admit that there was a bit of inferiority complex at play. But now it's different. With the system he possesses, he can maintain a calm heart no matter who he faces. In this way of interacting, he naturally discovers points he hadn't noticed before. For example, Su Qing is someone who really pays attention to others' thoughts. When facing him, she can be described as being extremely cautious. Even when a new dish is served, the first bite is always given to Bai Yi. Alright, don't keep pouring me water and serving me food. Are you trying to be a waitress? I just want you to eat more. For some reason, being able to take care of Bai Yi gives her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and makes her very happy. But as they were eating, she suddenly remembered something. She recalled that last time when Duzimu provoked Bai Yi in the work group, a very beautiful girl stood up for him. At that time, she thought that girl was probably Bai Yi's sister. However, this matter had always lingered in her mind. If she were to act according to her previous character, she would have directly asked by now, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to accept the answer. This made Su Qing feel very conflicted. Noticing the unusual expression on her face, Bai Yi curiously asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Well, I was just thinking, after returning from the capital to the small county, how many girls would be around you?" Then it can only be described as a night of revelry. He was honest and liked to speak the truth. But Su Qing, upon hearing this answer, clearly didn't believe it. If you dare to revel every night, what will you do? You'll just be picking on soft persimmons. Thinking carefully, Su Qing indeed had no way to deal with Bai Yi, and continued, "You can't say I'm one of them, right?" Then Then you can write an application, and I'll consider it. Ha, can't I get a direct pass? There's no such mechanism. Humph. Amidst the jokes, the question Su Cheng wanted to ask still remained unspoken. But internally, she had come to some understanding. Since she couldn't control Bai Yi, it was better to treat it as if nothing had happened and enjoy herself. Being too entangled in those thoughts would only spoil the mood. Lunch ended quickly, and on the way to the Sunshine Holiday Hotel, the two discussed where to go for fun. In the end, they settled on just two places, the summer resort and ice skating. Going to the summer resort in winter is actually quite a nice experience, especially being able to see the world's shortest river, a hot river, which doesn't freeze even in temperatures below -10 degrees, along with the spectacle of rising steam. The last time Bai Yi, a local, saw it was when he was still a child. However, just as they were about to head out after dropping off their things at the hotel in the mountains, Bai Yi received a call from the police station. "Hello, this is the South Street Police Station. Are you Bai Yi?" "I am. What's the matter?" "We have a suspect here who climbed over your wall and was brought to us by a concerned neighbor." To be honest, when he heard this, Bai Yi really thought a thief had targeted him. Although the old house was snowed in and wouldn't be able to resume work until tomorrow, the various building materials piled inside were definitely worth a lot. But the next sentence from the police officer left Bai Yi completely stunned. "And he keeps insisting that he knows you. We're calling to confirm." What's his name?" "Du Zimu, he says he was your former boss?" At that moment, Du Zimu's urgent voice came through the receiver. Bai Yi, it's me." Almost instantly, Bai Yi understood what was going on. This kid actually followed him back to his hometown, and he didn't even know how he found out his family's address, even trying to climb over the wall. Then, after being sent to the police station, he was still lying. "Who the hell do you think you are?" To be honest, even though they weren't exactly friends and had always been at odds, Bai Yi was still willing to give Su Ching some face as long as he came over normally. But what this guy was doing now was a bit disgusting. First, he found out Bai Yi's registered residence, then he showed up at the door and even tried to climb over the wall to get in? Wasn't that just pure idiocy? And after being treated as a thief and sent in, he thought of asking Bai Yi to vouch for him? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Thinking of this, Bai Yi smiled faintly and said, "Officer, I know this person, but he is not my superior, and we have a bit of a grudge. Now he suddenly comes to my house and wants to climb over the wall into the yard. I seriously suspect his motives. Please investigate thoroughly." "Understood, we'll leave it at that for now." Just before the call ended, Bai Yi heard the officer's voice, still lying. "He says you're not his superior at all, now tell me the truth." It was easy to foresee that Du Zimu was in for a tough time. After hanging up, Bai Yi briefly recounted the phone call's content, leaving Su Ching in shock. Du Zimu came? He even climbed over your wall? No, is this guy sick or something? After a couple of complaints, Su Ching suddenly remembered she still had a phone. Picking it up, she couldn't help but rub her forehead. Missed calls, 18 of them. Unread messages, 54. All of them, without exception, were from Du Zimu. "Ching, did you go to find Bai Yi? Hurry up and answer me. I'm really anxious." "Ching, I've also come to Longhua County. Where are you now? Let's hang out together." Ching, Bai Yi is not a good person. You mustn't let him touch you." The seemingly bombarding messages were getting more and more absurd. He sent me so many messages, I didn't even look at them." While saying this, she handed her phone over with a speechless expression. "If I had known he was like a sticky plaster, I would have blocked him long ago." Let me see what's going on." After flipping through the dense messages, which numbered in the dozens, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy is too funny, making it sound like I'm some kind of bad person, and if you come, you'll get your kidneys taken. But you can tell he's really anxious. What does that have to do with me? It's really ridiculous. No need to care, I just need to say one thing to make him even more anxious." "What do you mean?" Bai Yi didn't answer her question but directly used her phone to reply to Du Zimu, saying, "Stop sending messages, I'm afraid Bai Yi will misunderstand." Watching the message go out, Su Cheng immediately burst into laughter. You're so bad. I just wanted to give him a surprise. Surely when Du Zimu comes out of the police station and sees this message, he will be very surprised, right? A few minutes later, the two completely put this matter behind them and set off to have fun. The first stop, the summer resort. As a signature attraction of CD City, it was enough to play for an entire afternoon. Things went pretty much as Bai Yi had estimated. When the two of them came out of the summer resort and had a special meal in the city before returning to Longhua County, it was already past 7 p.m. At this time, it was still a bit early to rest. After browsing the kangaroo app for a while, Su Ching suddenly suggested, "Bai Yi, how about we go soak in a hot spring?" "Hot spring? If you want to go, I'm all in." A few years ago, several hot spring wells were discovered in Manhwa County. Along with that, various hot spring resorts sprang up. It was said to be quite popular, with people from the capital, Tianjin, and surrounding cities coming here to play. However, the local Bai had never been even once. Alright, I'll treat. As she spoke, Su Qing began to make selections on her phone. As she browsed, she suddenly found something that caught her eye. Villa Courtyard Private Hot Spring, Ultimate Enjoyment. Oh, what does this private hot spring mean? Can we drink special soup while soaking? It does sound quite enjoyable. The environment looks good. This is the one. Guided by the navigation, the two arrived at Manhwa County Hot Spring Town around 8 p.m. As the name suggests, this is a town built around the hot spring wells. The overall architectural style is of an ancient charm. Occasionally passing by a courtyard, they could see steam rising from within. This heightened their anticipation for the hot springs. Moreover, the rumors they had heard earlier were not unfounded. The entire hot spring town had a considerable flow of visitors. The large parking lot was nearly full, with license plates from various places. Getting out of the car, Su Qing appeared very excited. Soaking in hot springs, I'm feeling great today. Ha ha ha, is it really that much? Anyway, I'm just happy today. In fact, ever since she met Bai Yi at noon and then went to the legendary summer resort, her mood had remained quite cheerful. Standing next to Bai Yi, the deep-seated sense of satisfaction made her feel that coming to Manhwa County was definitely the right choice. Perhaps it was the love for the place, as she, who had never left the big city, surprisingly began to like the small county beneath her feet. Their courtyard was not too far from the parking lot. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of a two-story villa with a courtyard. Having already paid, Su Qing eagerly entered after inputting the password provided online by the vendor. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she was stunned. Don't get it wrong, it wasn't that the environment in the courtyard was bad. On the contrary, the furnishings inside were quite nice. The main body of the Chinese-style villa had floor-to-ceiling windows, and the lights were on, clearly revealing the clean and tidy rooms inside. The steaming hot spring pool was in the villa's courtyard, right next to them. The pool was not small, enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. The reason she was stunned was that when she was selecting the place earlier, her mind was filled with thoughts of private hot springs, possibly involving soup. She had overlooked the emphasis on privacy and safety. Now, entering the courtyard and seeing the solitary hot spring pool, she finally reacted. Wait, the private hot spring means a private hot spring pool, right? What else could it mean? Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. I thought it was soup for us to drink. Ha 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 ha. His laughter made Su Qing's face turn bright red, her heart filled with shyness. A private hot spring, just the two of them. And while soaking in the hot spring, they had to wear swimsuits. When you think about it, what's the difference from being completely open with each other? Looking at her flushed face, Bai Yi could understand her thoughts at that moment. Although he felt that it was quite normal for men and women to be in the same hot spring pool, especially with all that steam inside, what could you even see after going in? However, to show respect, he took out his phone and said, Alright, I'll book another room next door. But before he could unlock his phone, Su Qing stepped forward and placed her hand over the screen. Don't book it, since we're already here. Cough cough, mainly because the pool is so big, there's really no need to waste money. Is that really how you feel? Absolutely. Do I look like someone who wastes money? Her words were firm, but her face was getting redder. Indeed, being in the same hot spring pool with Bai Yi was a very shy thing. But shyness aside, it was absolutely unacceptable to ask Bai Yi to book another room. This wasn't about money or waste. To put it plainly, she knew very well what this trip to Manhwa County was for. The opportunity was right in front of her. She couldn't back out just because she was shy. With that thought, Su Qing felt a surge of strength throughout her body. Sister is back in action. After boosting her own morale, her shy expression disappeared, and with an inexplicable boldness, she turned and said, I'm going to change clothes first, wait for me. You wouldn't believe it, but after she built up the atmosphere like that, Bai Yi inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation. He vaguely remembered that one day this summer, Su Qing had worn a cool dress when she came to find him at his rental in the capital. However, due to the long time that had passed and being tied up with work, he had no time to discuss any romantic feelings, so he had decisively rejected her. Now he only vaguely remembered that this girl, who usually wore either loose casual clothes or formal attire, had quite a nice figure. As it turned out, his impression was not wrong. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Qing appeared before Bai Yi, wearing a bathing suit and wrapped in a bath towel. Well, the swimsuit provided by the hotel was brand new, but they only had size options, and she couldn't choose the style. Yet, this very ordinary, extremely ordinary swimsuit was worn by Su Qing in a way that created a different effect. Her long, straight legs, with a hint of pale skin, gave a breathtaking impression. Although most of her upper body was covered by the bath towel, the slight outline that was visible was enough to showcase her perfect proportions. Coupled with her shy expression at that moment, she exuded a complete youthful charm. This was in stark contrast to the mature allure that someone like Cece possessed. Wow, I never noticed before, your figure is really great. Huff, huff, the figure is good, but it doesn't withstand the cold. Although she was very aware of her own figure, receiving Bai Yi's compliment made her feel quite good. However, the noticeably colder temperature in Manhwa County compared to the capital turned her into a shivering contestant from Dragon Country. Seeing her shivering all over, Bai Yi pointed to the hot spring pool beside them and said, "You should get into the hot spring quickly. I'll come after I change." Without waiting for a response, Su Qing dashed into the hot spring pool as if she had received a command that must be executed. Once the warm water enveloped her, she came back to life, exclaiming, "Ah, so comfortable. Bai Yi, hurry up, I'm waiting for you." Waiting is fine, but no peeing in the pool. Hey, why are you cursing? Ha ha ha. After the joke, Bai Yi walked into the room and soon found his swimsuit on the coffee table in the living room. A pair of square swim trunks. After the transformation, Bai Yi looked at himself in the mirror not far away, feeling incredibly fortunate to have obtained the system. In the past, he undoubtedly struggled with some insecurities. Issues like body image anxiety, work anxiety, and financial anxiety had been troubling him all along. However, ever since he acquired the system, it seemed that all his problems had been effortlessly resolved. Take his physique, for instance. After breaking through the 70 threshold, his abdominal muscles had already begun to show. At least now, when he went out, Bai Yi no longer felt embarrassed. Everything about him was moving in a positive direction. At the same time, Bai Yi was very much looking forward to what kind of strength his body would achieve when his physical fitness reached 100. He wasn't greedy, he didn't wish to be able to punch a cow to death, just hoping for a life free of illness and disaster, living to a ripe old age. With dreams of a bright future in his heart, Bai Yi opened the door to the villa and dashed out. Running along, it was indeed cold, but as soon as one foot entered the hot spring, the chill vanished in an instant. His entire body was enveloped in warmth. Once he submerged himself completely in the water, the only word to describe it was bliss. It was also his first time soaking in a hot spring, and he fell in love with it immediately. Meanwhile, across from him, Su Qing had been observing him the whole time. Faced with the clearly defined abdominal muscles, she swallowed hard and said, "Bai Yi, you really have been hiding your talents, huh? You have abs. It's not bad, I've been seeing good results from my recent workouts, ha ha." His words were actually an explanation of the changes in his body. They had been colleagues for nearly 2 years, who didn't know each other well. Back when Bai Yi wore formal attire, his beer belly was quite noticeable. Su Qing clearly accepted his explanation and quickly said with envy, "Speaking of which, I really envy your life now. The county town may be small, but it has everything you need. The key is that you live carefree, completely for yourself." "That sounds like you have a lot of worries," he replied. Without even mentioning what he knew about her past, just the fact that she arrived in a Beijing-registered Alfred business car today, along with a very professional full-time driver, already showed how extraordinary she was. "Sigh, there are indeed many worries, like the problem of not being able to pursue you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi looked up in shock. Through the mist, he could clearly see the longing in her eyes. Honestly, her words left him at a loss. Besides that, Bai Yi felt a bit touched. Everyone has their emotional moments, especially when a girl has been persistently pursuing you for so long. She even traveled over 200 kilometers just to chase him back to his hometown. Any man would feel moved, right? However, faced with such a piercing gaze, Bai Yi could only respond half-jokingly, "Still haven't caught you? We're both soaking in the same hot spring." "Ha, that's true." Looking at Bai Yi, who was so close, Su Qing's previous longing instantly disappeared. There was no way around it. Compared to her previous attitude of keeping people at arm's length, their relationship had made significant progress today. Of course, Su Qing was not someone easily satisfied. When it came to matters of the heart, she was proactive. She understood the principle of pressing the advantage. No, it should be the principle of pursuing victory. So, she suddenly began to move closer to Bai Yi. Hidden by the steam, Bai Yi truly didn't notice. When he suddenly turned around, he found a fair figure about 20 centimeters away from him. Startled, he couldn't help but splash some water onto her and said, "You came over without a sound. Are you going to give me a scrub? Hey, what's wrong with me getting closer to you? Do you really need to splash water on me?" And just like that, a water splashing battle in the hot spring officially began. After a minute or two, both of their heads were already soaked. "Ha ha ha, you splashed me water. Now you know how it feels, right?" During this process, the distance of 20 centimeters between them was unknowingly closed again. Meanwhile, at the Nanjia police station in Manhwa County, "Check your belongings. If everything is fine, you can leave." Thank you. No need to thank me. if you're chasing a girl, just chase her. Don't go climbing over other people's walls in the future. I absolutely won't. Listening to the police officer, Du Zimu quickly promised. This trip to the police station ended without him getting a meal, and he had to explain that he was in Longhua County to chase a girl, even getting a colleague from the company to provide remote proof before he was released. It wasn't easy, it was really not easy, and at the first moment of regaining his freedom, he couldn't care less about his growling stomach but immediately found his phone to turn it on. It was already nearly 9 p.m., even if Su Qing was busy, she should have replied by now, right? During the process of turning on his phone, Du Zimu was still praying that she was really just in Hebei for fun, and not in this unfortunate place of Longhua County looking for Bai Yi. But that's how life is. What you fear is what comes. Good news, Su Qing replied. Bad news, the reply told him to stop messaging, worried that Bai Yi might misunderstand. The sky completely fell. Whether it was hunger causing low blood sugar or just being unable to accept the cold words in front of him, he felt dizzy. No, this can't be. I don't believe it. This was originally meant to be a self-comforting thought, but as he thought about it, he really noticed something was off. The longer you know someone, the more you understand them. He had been insisting on messaging Su Qing for so long. How could he not understand her tone? Or rather, when she was annoyed before, Su Qing would just not reply for a few days and then say she forgot. But she would never say such ridiculous things. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he gritted his teeth. You Bai Yi, I knew you were no good. Not only did you make me stay in the police station for so long, but you also forced Qingqing to send me this kind of message. Wait, forced? As if he had found direction, Du Zimu quickly turned around and grabbed the police officer who was about to leave, saying, Brother, I need to report a situation. My female colleague has been out of contact since she came to Longhua County to find Bai Yi, and I seriously suspect her current situation is unsafe. Looking at the serious Du Zimu in front of him, the police officer was suspicious if he had really become a fool for chasing after someone. Your goddess is looking for her god, and she might not want to be disturbed by you. A love-struck fool, isn't it normal for her to go out of contact? If she took you everywhere, that would be abnormal. However, since he received such information, as a police officer, he naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone. Then I'll call and ask, you stay quiet. Okay, please be quick. Quiet. When Bai Yi received the call and learned that the police were inquiring about Su Qing's safety, he was a bit confused. She's right next to me, she's doing fine. Should I let her talk to you? Want to see her situation on video? To be honest, facing the police officer's request, Bai Yi was a bit bewildered. But since he had nothing to hide, and since they were inquiring about Su Qing's safety, he decided to cooperate. So Bai Yi directly agreed and let the other party add him on WeChat through his phone number. Soon, the call was hung up. What's going on? It can't be another trick by Du Zimu, right? Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Just use the bath towel to cover what needs to be covered. Upon hearing this, Su Qing kept adjusting the bath towel, teasingly saying, Aren't I wearing a swimsuit? I'm just petty and like to keep things to myself, okay? In this private courtyard, Bai Yi was quite happy with himself, but it was better for others to stay out of it. How many men in this world aren't a bit petty? Although their relationship hadn't reached the point where he could be petty, but Su Qing was willing to cooperate. Look, as soon as Bai Yi said he was petty and wanted to keep things to himself, she smiled so happily. If it weren't for her modesty, she might have even said something like, I'll give you everything to eat. The other party acted quickly, and as soon as Bai Yi accepted his friend's invitation, a video call came in. However, he didn't accept it right away but checked Su Qing's protective measures again. What Bai Yi didn't know was that his demeanor made Du Zimu at the police station even more certain of his thoughts. He pointed at the phone that had been unanswered for a long time and said, Comrade, look, he's feeling guilty. He doesn't even dare to answer now. No, I'm not in a hurry. What are you so anxious about? The young policeman rolled his eyes. Just be quiet. Even if he answers, you can't say anything. But he doesn't dare. Before he could finish his sentence, the policeman's phone showed that the video was connecting. Noticing this, he shot a glare at Du Zimu before turning to look at the phone. Under his gaze, the phone screen flickered, and two people huddled together appeared on the screen. Bai Yi was shirtless, while Su Qing was wrapped in a large bath towel. Not knowing that they were soaking in a hot spring, he turned to look at Du Zimu. I told you, this guy has become a fool for love. They're like a newlywed couple. How could they have time to deal with you? Of course, due to his identity, he couldn't say this out loud. Even after seeing the two in the video, he still confirmed, May I ask if this is Ms. Su Qing? Yes, it is. Okay, someone reported to us that you might be in danger, so I just wanted to confirm your safety. Do I look like I'm in danger? Having confirmed that it was Du Zimu causing trouble, she felt very speechless. After finally getting to spend time alone with Bai Yi, especially in such an intimate setting as a hot spring. Why couldn't this guy just be quiet for a moment and not jump in at this time? Anyway, she had already decided that she would block him as soon as possible. Unaware of all this, Du Zimu, upon hearing Su Qing's voice from the phone, became anxious. He completely forgot the young policeman's words and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Qing, it's me. If you've been kidnapped, just blink, and I'll come to save you right away. Hurry, let me see Qing." As he spoke, he tried to grab the policeman's phone. Because he acted so quickly, he actually succeeded. Soon, Du Zimu's round face appeared on the video screen. His mood was undoubtedly very excited. Just think about his day. He had been rushing to Manhwa County since morning. Then, after climbing over a wall and getting hit with a brick, he was taken to the police station after a simple bandaging, and he hadn't eaten anything all day. But the most tormenting thing wasn't his body, it was his heart. He couldn't stop thinking about what he would do if something really happened between Bai Yi and Su Qing. And now, having the chance to see Su Qing, how could he control himself? But when he finally got his hands on the phone, he almost wanted to throw it away immediately. Because in the picture, Bai Yi wasn't even wearing clothes, just showing off his chest muscles that made him feel inferior. As for the Su Qing he had been thinking about, she was wrapped in a bath towel, but that was definitely not something to be happy about. This left him completely stunned, staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what was in front of him. On the contrary, Bai Yi, upon seeing him, smiled calmly and waved his hand, saying, "Old Du, we meet again." This cheerful demeanor completely broke Du Zimu's defenses. He directly ignored the police officer coming over to grab the phone and glared at Bai Yi, roaring, "What the hell did you do to Qing?" This expression only made Bai Yi smile even more. Although he understood Du Zimu's feelings at that moment, as a fellow man, who hasn't charged forward for love at some point, but given that he had used unknown means to get his address and even wanted to climb over the wall to get in, he felt that Du Zimu didn't deserve any sympathy. To put it bluntly, the current breakdown was what he deserved. However, before he could answer the question, he felt Su Qing lean towards him, one arm naturally wrapped around his. "What are you talking about? What could Bai Yi do to me?" Su Qing glanced at the phone camera, then turned to Bai Yi and said affectionately, "You should be asking what I did to Bai Yi." After saying this, she lowered her head and gently kissed Bai Yi on the cheek. This left Bai Yi completely stunned. One could even say he felt a tingling sensation all over, his heart itching, and Du Zimu, who witnessed all of this, was also left dumbfounded. But unlike Bai Yi's feelings, he felt weak and utterly lost. There was no way around it. No matter how eager he had been before, that was just imagination. Seeing it with his own eyes was an entirely different matter. However, because of his daze, the police officer successfully retrieved the phone, saying, "Sorry to interrupt you. It's fine, we support your work." After a polite remark, the video call was abruptly cut off. Looking at Du Zimu, who seemed to have fallen apart, he helplessly spread his hands and said, "I told you not to look, not to speak. You had to grab it, now are you comfortable?" Du Zimu, who didn't know what to say anymore, was left speechless. All right, just take it easy. Matters of the heart can't be forced. Thank you for the comfort, officer. Not really comfort, mainly because those two are a perfect match. I see you have no chance. Those two are a perfect match. I see you have no chance. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Du Zimu's mindset to completely explode. For him now, the only good news was that he could finally leave the police station. But as he walked out in a daze, looking at the myriad lights of the small county town, he felt a deep sense of regret. Regret for rushing to this unfamiliar place. Coupled with the scene he had just witnessed, his day trip in Manhwa County would likely be unforgettable for a lifetime. In stark contrast to his helplessness was Bai Yi, comfortably soaking in the hot spring. After the video call was cut off, he turned to Su Qing, who had pulled away again, and said, "What's wrong with you, taking advantage of me?" Mainly because he actually yelled at you. I wanted to help you vent." After a pause, Su Qing smiled and said, "How about I let you take advantage back? If you say that, then I'm not sleepy anymore." To be honest, if it were those more reserved men, they might really not dare to retaliate. But Bai Yi has always been someone who dares to think and act. So, right after saying that, he pulled the other person over. Accompanied by a splash of water from the hot spring, he had already lowered his head to kiss her. There was no way around it. The atmosphere had built up to this point. If he hesitated any longer, it would make him seem unromantic. He didn't know how long it had been until he felt the person in his arms breathing more and more heavily, clearly on the verge of holding her breath to the limit, and only then did he let her go, smacking his lips and saying, "All right, revenge is done." You really kissed me." With disbelief and an uncontrollable sense of excitement, Su Qing, who had forgotten she was in his arms, blushed and stared up at him with wide eyes. "Why wouldn't I dare? I believe in settling scores, no matter how far. But do you know that women can be petty? If you retaliate against me, I will retaliate back. Then you better be careful. I'm toxic. Ha, what kind of toxic? Seeing the confusion on her face, Baye's signature mischievous smile reappeared. Kissing me will cause an allergic reaction, and your stomach will swell up. My stomach will swell up? Su Qing, hearing this for the first time, was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted and rolled her eyes dramatically. Whose stomach is going to swell up with you? Ha, so what do you say? Are you going to retaliate? It's just that I was too hasty earlier and didn't get to taste your flavor. At this point, Su Qing, who was already feeling shy, finally recalled how he had played with her like a child in the car earlier. Back then, she couldn't outplay him. Now, with this slightly perverted game, she still couldn't outplay him. The thought of him wanting to taste her flavor made any girl blush. Not to mention, he had just come so close to her mouth, almost sticking out his tongue to taste. Faced with this situation, Su Qing decisively backed down. She quickly distanced herself from him and said, No, I can't take it anymore. My heart is about to jump out. I need to calm down. She said to calm down, but after the hot spring ended, as Bai drove her back to the hotel, Su Qing's mind was still a tangled mess. Of course, the most profound feeling was surprise. How long had she been pursuing Bai? If she counted the time, it had been almost 2 years. During these 2 years, she had made quite a few efforts, but the results were minimal. Although she had never thought of giving up, disappointment was inevitable from time to time. But now, in just one day, she had made such progress with someone she had pursued for 2 years. How could that not be surprising? Driven by this mindset, as soon as she returned to her hotel room, she threw herself onto the bed. Then she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Before long, silly laughter came from inside the blanket. He. Meanwhile, on Baye's side, knowing that her feelings were quite complicated, he chose not to seize the moment. Some things are better taken slowly. Although he had the chance to take everything at the hot spring villa, when he dropped her off at the hotel, he could have easily forced his way in for a drink. But there was no need. What is his will always remain his. Whether it's a day earlier or later, the difference isn't significant, but slowing down often yields better results. He already had a simple plan for this. As for why he suddenly chose to accept her, Baye's thoughts were actually quite simple. In the past, he had rejected her out of insecurity, feeling unworthy. To put it simply, for a stunning beauty like Su Qing, who would want to refuse if the conditions allowed? But now things are different. He has the confidence to face everything. So whether in life or in love, what he needs to do is please himself. Whatever makes him happy, that's what he will do. Many might think Bai is selfish, but life is short, just a few decades. As long as he is happy, what does it matter if he is selfish? After all, he feels that his life is quite wonderful now. As for the potential for a battlefield in the future, it's still within a controllable range. From the fact that Su Qing didn't ask Lin Jinshin about this, he could tell that the other party was deliberately ignoring this aspect. Of course, there's no point in saying too much. Future matters should be left to time. After leaving the Sunshine Hotel, Bai Yi was ready to go home and rest. However, at a red light, he opened his phone and found a text message from Du Zimu. Wishing you happiness, I won't disturb you anymore. This brief message was quite unexpected for Bai Yi. Based on his understanding of Du Zimu, this person was quite the petty individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have previously mocked him in the work group when he was feeling smug. But now it seemed he had become magnanimous? With various doubts, Bai Yi replied, I've reached my hometown, let's meet up, send me your location. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? That's enough, on my turf. Do you think I would let you bully me? Not to mention whose home ground it was. Just looking at Du Zimu's flabby appearance, Bai Yi, who was tall and strong, could easily kick him into the sewer. So the one who should be worried was actually Du Zimu. And indeed, he hesitated for quite a while. But being in a strange city and having just experienced a significant blow in life, he really wanted to find someone to talk to, even if that person was the one who took away his goddess. So in the end, he sent his location. About 10 minutes later, standing by the roadside, Du Zimu saw a huge G63 with the license plate 77777 pull up beside him. Damn, this can't be Bai Yi, right? Before his suspicion could settle, the passenger window of the G63 slowly rolled down, revealing Bai's handsome face. Get in. Oh. In a daze, Du Zimu awkwardly opened the car door and clumsily got in. At that moment, he was genuinely shocked. Because he clearly saw the car's license plate, he could be certain that this was definitely not a car Su Qing would drive. So there was only one explanation. This car belonged to TM Bai Yi. His feeling was akin to two guys who, despite their conflicts, were both poor buddies, and neither would look down on the other, only for one of them to later reveal that he was a super rich second generation. The disparity was self-evident. Especially in his heart, Duzimu had always thought that aside from being better looking and more capable than him, Bai Yi was inferior in every other way. For instance, today when he saw Bai Yi's old family courtyard, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, believing that his family conditions were incomparable. But now, seeing it, it was completely different. Not only was the car worth millions, but it also had a license plate that must have cost a fortune to acquire. With all sorts of chaotic thoughts in his mind, Duzimu turned to look at Bai Yi beside him. He was even more handsome now, steering the wheel with one hand. Of course, as a pure straight man, he definitely wouldn't be swayed, but he couldn't help but say, "You really should die." Ha ha, can't handle it? Understanding his meaning, Bai Yi laughed and continued, "But don't worry about it, just pretend you didn't see." "Do you mean this car isn't yours, and you won't be driving for someone else?" With this thought, Duzimu felt much better. To put it bluntly, unless it was a life-and-death friendship, who wouldn't be wary of a friend driving a Range Rover? Moreover, they weren't even friends, but rather people with conflicts. However, what he didn't expect was that Bai Yi couldn't take it anymore after hearing this. "I said that to avoid showing off, and yet you come up and label me as the driver, even trying to take away my new car? No way." So, he decisively pulled down the sun visor above him, took out the registration for the G63 from the compartment, and held it up to Bai Yi's face. "Look, whose name is written on it? Damn!" With such solid evidence, Duzimu had no room to refute. "What I meant to express just now is that none of this has anything to do with you. I won't spend a single penny on you." 6. What else could Duzimu say? No matter how much bitterness and jealousy he felt inside, he could only digest it himself. After all, Bai Yi was right. Even if he had more money, it wouldn't be spent on him. Bai Yi, however, didn't care what he thought and quickly started the car, driving towards a nearby barbecue restaurant. It was already close to 10 p.m., and he was indeed a bit hungry. Late-night barbecue was a pretty good choice. About 10 minutes later, the two settled in the main hall of the barbecue restaurant. After ordering, Duzimu proactively went to grab a few bottles of beer. Everything that had happened today had hit him hard. Even now, he still felt gloomy inside, so he really wanted to drink away his sorrows. However, in response to his actions, Bai Yi immediately said, "Just so you know, I still have to drive home later, so no drinking." "What a pity. I was planning to trick you into drinking a bit and then report you for drunk driving. You really are a shameless little man." Shameless. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. In fact, Duzimu had never shied away from the fact that he was a little man. He actually thought there was nothing wrong with it. In the workplace, being a nice guy often led to a bad end. Take Bai Yi as an example. No matter how well he was doing now, he had been cut off despite being nice to everyone in the workplace. But Duzimu didn't have time to gloat now. He first downed the beer in his cup, then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Right now, I'm not a little man, I'm a clown, chasing all the way here, and I can't even see the person. Speaking of which, I really envy you. You don't have to do anything, and they come looking for you." While saying this, he carefully recalled what had happened today. Dozens of calls, dozens of messages, and he hadn't received any replies. Su Qing hadn't even glanced at him. Even during the video call at the police station, she had kissed Bai Yi right in front of him. You have a very clear understanding of your own position. With no way to refute and not wanting to comfort him, Bai Yi simply picked up the playing cards on the table meant for customer entertainment. Coincidentally, the first card he drew was a big joker. He immediately handed it over and said, "You dropped your ID, keep it safe." "Damn, you took her away and now you're humiliating me like this?" "If you say I took her away, I don't agree." After shrugging, Bai Yi continued, "Isn't it possible that even without me, she still wouldn't choose you?" This was a painful truth, but it was also a fact. Not to mention the issues of material and appearance, Su Qing's standards for a partner were probably for a sunny, cheerful big boy. But Duzimu was nothing like that. A person with heavy thoughts might do well in the workplace, but when it came to matters of the heart, it might not be so useful. This, if it were in the past, the fantasizing Duzimu would definitely not admit to this statement. But now, he just nodded and said, "You're right. So, I guess I've helped you a bit, letting you throw away your fantasies and look for your next goal, right? Does that mean I should thank you?" Duzimu was a bit speechless. "No need for thanks, just pay for this meal. Not a single cent for me?" "Of course not." Bai Yi, who would never repay kindness with resentment, generously admitted. He then added, "And one more thing, I don't know how you found my home address, but it's certain that Su Qing is very angry, and your job is basically over." Upon hearing this, Duzimu fell completely silent, drinking without a word. His mind felt like a movie playing, showing scenes from a long time ago. Among these scenes were Bai Yi's care for him when he was a leader, and also how he was amazed by Su Qing, treating Bai Yi as a rival and trying every means to get rid of him. But in the end, All these images turned into bubbles. It wasn't until half an hour later, when Bai Yi, full and ready to leave, finally spoke, I should take responsibility for my mistakes. This is probably our last meeting. I wish you well in the small county. May you earn $1 million a year. Damn, are you cursing me? Wishing for $1 million a year? For Bai Yi, that was a pure curse. He was unhappy at that moment, turned around, and packed some skewers. He had to make this kid lose some money. When he got back to the car, he still felt that the blessing was too malicious, so he simply transferred $2 million to his fixed account. Only when the system's double cashback of $4 million arrived did he smile and drive home. And the things he packed were not wasted at all. As soon as he got home and opened the door, he found Li Sisi lying on his sofa. Is Xiao Yuqing asleep? Yeah, asleep. Wait, her mood seems off. Looking up in her direction, Bai Yi noticed the unmistakable disappointment on Li Sisi's face. Not knowing the reason, he could only ask, what's wrong? Feeling down? A bit. Why? Because you found a nanny. After a moment of surprise, Bai Yi asked in confusion, isn't it normal to find a nanny? Are you jealous because of this? What jealousy? I just feel that now the task of tidying up the house doesn't fall to me. So doesn't that mean I won't be needed soon? What kind of talk is that? I just don't want you to work too hard. Taking care of kids is tiring enough. Then I can't just take advantage of you and not do any work. Hearing this, Bai Yi understood. After all, she had unknowingly placed herself in a lower position. She felt that maintaining a lower relationship with Bai Yi was her taking advantage, like an old cow eating tender grass. Looking at Li Sisi, who was lying on the sofa with a graceful figure, he smiled and said, you're completely overthinking it. I really need you. Look, I even brought you barbecue. Ah, that's so nice. However, the overly sentimental Li Sisi was instantly distracted. But Bai Yi just placed the barbecue on the coffee table without any intention of opening it. But you have to wait to eat the barbecue. Why? You said you can't just take advantage, so let's work first. Li Sisi blinked, confused. But wouldn't eating first give us more energy? No way, the barbecue is spicy, I'm afraid it will hurt. Ah, no, you can't. I just brushed my teeth. The next morning in the blink of an eye, after an hour and a half of daily cycling, Bai Yi's physical condition successfully reached 71 points. After directly going to Li Sisi's house for breakfast, he received a call from Wang Zhengde. Little brother, did you deposit money into the account again last night? I said, old Wang, you're a bank president, why are you always watching my account? He, who told you to be a little tycoon? Whether I can take it a step further depends on you guys. Hearing the deeper meaning in his words, Bai Yi quickly thought of something. He then asked, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Sean is coming to support your career, right? Smart. You're a little tycoon, he's a big tycoon, and he finally agreed to open an account with us. Then I really have to congratulate you, Brother Wang. Bai Yi thought about it too. Gao Shan really knew how to make friends. Being able to help him secure a license at a bargain price of 300,000 means he can open a deposit account at the branch where Wang Zhengde works. Although people of that level wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket, being able to secure a small portion of Gao Shan's deposits at this small county branch would be enough for Wang Zhengde to gain many benefits. No need for congratulations, let's have lunch at Gao Shan Hotel. I'm treating, you have to come. Okay, but I have to bring a friend. Today is the weekend, a day that should be spent having fun, but in this cold winter, the only thing left to do is ice skating. But he couldn't just have Su Qing stay on the ice all day, right? Otherwise, by the end of the day, she would definitely catch a cold and have a fever. In this situation, taking her out for a meal is also a good choice. After eating, they could go have some fun on the ice. After playing and getting tired, they could return to the hotel for some relaxation. Just perfect. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zhengde immediately replied, no problem, you can bring your family along, it won't cost your brother anything. Alright, because of Su Qing's presence, Bai Yi gave up his yoga class in the morning. Once Fan Wenjing came to work, he drove towards Sunshine Hotel. However, after arriving at the hotel, he didn't message the other party but directly took the hotel's black card upstairs. As the highest level VIP here, smooth access is the most basic right. Meanwhile, in the suite of Sunshine Hotel, Su Qing, who had tossed and turned all night and hardly slept, was standing in the bathroom, looking at her reflection in the mirror, sporting dark circles under her eyes and a haggard face. Su Qing, you really are disappointing. It's just a little snack. Is it necessary to be so excited that I couldn't sleep all night? Sigh, how am I supposed to go out and meet her like this? Her self-talk was soon interrupted by a knock on the door. Thinking it was hotel staff, she suddenly had an idea. She remembered a little trick to eliminate dark circles. using a boiled egg for a hot compress. So, she decisively opened the hotel room door. But what came into view was not hotel staff, but Bai Yi, the one who had kept her up all night. Realizing this, Su Qing almost reflexively turned around and raised her hand to cover her haggard face. Unfortunately, her movement was still a bit late. Bai Yi walked into the room while saying, "Those dark circles are so big, did you reward yourself last night? Even though we're still young, we need to exercise restraint." "I didn't." Feeling extremely embarrassed, Su Qing didn't care about her dark circles or haggardness anymore and quickly turned around to continue. I just had insomnia." "Oh, is it because of the bed? Or because you were thinking of me?" "It must be because of the bed." "Really? Then I'll leave, you should adapt and hurry up and sleep." Seeing that he was really about to leave, Su Qing, who clearly knew she couldn't win this game, gave up struggling. She quickly stepped forward and plunged into his arms, saying a few words. "Oh, I just missed you too much." Alright then, I won't go." Now that they were so close, Bai Yi noticed that the other person's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious she hadn't slept a wink all night. Realizing it wasn't a good time to bully her, Bai Yi simply bent down sharply and picked her up by the waist. Su Qing, startled, exclaimed. What are you doing? You can't. Quiet." Ignoring her struggles, he carried her to the window and tossed her up, saying, "It's not your turn to be sassy, close your eyes and sleep." "I didn't." "Where's the fire?" Su Qing's voice grew softer, as she recalled that her earlier protest was indeed quite heated. Bai Yi, however, paid no mind to her thoughts and lay down beside her, starting to play on his phone. Of course, to avoid disturbing her rest, he kept the volume very low. "Stop talking, sleep." Faced with Bai Yi's sudden dominance, she felt no urge to resist. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. After staring at Bai Yi for a moment, she fell into a deep sleep. Hearing her breathing grow heavier, Bai Yi was quite satisfied with her response and turned his attention back to his phone. It was now November, and the annual Singles Day in Longwa was just a couple of days away. Naturally, what should have been a day for handsome men to huddle together for warmth had long been turned into a shopping festival by capitalism. In the past, Bai Yi wasn't very interested in such marketing tactics disguised as holiday celebrations, but today, he realized there were quite a few things he needed to buy. For instance, many of the household items at home needed to be stocked up. Additionally, when he sent his parents back to the countryside last time, he noticed that they were still wearing clothes he had bought for them 2 years ago. This was the case for most ordinary families in Longwa. Parents wouldn't even buy a single piece of clothing for themselves, yet they were generous with their children. They would spend tens of thousands on a phone or thousands on sneakers without batting an eye. While this might sound normal, Bai Yi, as their son, had always blamed himself for being neglectful. He was so focused on setting up a pension for his parents that he overlooked the fact that even if they had money, they probably wouldn't spend it easily. But it didn't matter, if they were reluctant to spend, Bai Yi would just do the shopping. Moreover, the money he spent would be returned to him at double the amount. Thus, Bai Yi began to shop frantically online according to his parents' sizes. Anything he found appealing and that matched his parents' taste, he grabbed. An hour later, he had selected 7 or 8 outfits and shoes for his parents before finally stopping. Of course, he only paused buying clothes. After all, with clothes sorted, his mom would need some gold jewelry or bags to match, right? His dad was about to become the proud owner of a new Ideal L9, so it was only reasonable to get him a classic Rolex Submariner, right? After he paid for everything he wanted to buy, he realized he had spent over 600,000 online in such a short time. One could only say that online shopping really burns through money quickly. However, Bai Yi didn't feel a twinge of regret at all. The system's cashback of 1.2 million had already arrived. Additionally, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his bank account balance had reached a new height. He was not far from 10 million. The morning quietly passed. Receiving the news from Wang Zhengde, Bai Yi, along with the already awake and somewhat recovered Su Qing, headed towards the restaurant on the 3rd floor. As they walked, she said from behind, "Are all the people eating with us today your friends?" "Yes, they are all friends." Then isn't it a bit rude for me to come empty-handed? Should I go buy some good wine or something?" "Don't bother, one of those friends is the owner of this hotel, so we have plenty of wine." Naturally taking her hand, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Just focus on enjoying the meal later, the chef's skills are quite impressive." No matter how conflicted Su Qing felt, the two quickly arrived at the private room on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, they found only Gao Shan and Wang Zhengde inside. One of them was holding a cigarette, puffing out smoke. However, at first glance, Bai Yi noticed something unusual on Wang Zhengde's face and said, "I say, brother Wang, why don't you give me your wife's number?" I need to have a word with her. Our brother Wang isn't young anymore, he shouldn't be so reckless. Just look at those dark circles under his eyes, he looks so haggard. Ha, you have to blame this on yourself. As a seasoned man, Wang Zhengde was not afraid of such colorful jokes and continued confidently that tiger bone wine was too potent. It made me think I was rejuvenated, and I had to start planning for a third child. And guess what? The wine was gone in just a couple of days, and I was brought back to reality. Tell me, isn't this your fault? Anyway, I don't care. Get me some more tiger bone wine. That's how it is. Bai Yi nodded with a smile and said, Brother Wang is actively responding to the national call. I really have to support him. Ha ha ha. I knew little Bai had a high level of awareness. In the midst of the jokes, Wang Zhengde got the tiger bone wine he wanted, and his face was almost beaming with joy. However, noticing that there was a girl behind Bai Yi who looked like a movie star, he quickly composed himself and asked, Is this your sister-in-law? She's really beautiful. This is Su Qing, from the capital, here to visit me. Without directly answering the question about his sister-in-law, Bai Yi turned to Su Qing and said, This is Wang Zhengde, and this is Gao Shan, the owner of this hotel. You can just call them brother like I do. Okay, Brother Shan, Brother Wang, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. It must be said that Su Qing was different from those bold girls from the capital. She had a sweet demeanor at her core. Not only was her voice sweet, but her expressions and posture were also charmingly sweet. This led the two older men to instantly take on the role of elders. Gao Shan directly took a bag from the side, pulled out a bundle of 100 yuan bills, and said, Since it's the first time meeting my sister-in-law, I must give a red envelope. Here, take it. Yes, you should give a red envelope for the first meeting. Wang Zhengde immediately agreed. But awkwardly, he wasn't a businessman and didn't have that much cash on him. Helpless, he turned to Gao Shan and said, Quick, help me give mine, I'll transfer it to you later. Sure, no problem. And so, the 100 yuan bills turned into 2 bundles. Watching this scene, Su Qing felt a bit bewildered. This isn't good, is it? It's fine, just take it. This is our custom, Bai Yi interjected. He had a good relationship with these 2 older brothers, and such exchanges of courtesy would definitely be frequent in the future. Whether Su Qing accepted the money or not wouldn't affect his future gifts. Upon hearing this, Su Qing didn't hesitate at all and immediately went up to take the money. She didn't lack money, but receiving this large red envelope as Bai Ye's girlfriend was definitely something to be happy about. I like this custom. With a cheerful smile, Su Qing took the cash from the other person's hand, saying, Thank you, 2 brothers. What are you thanking us for? We're all family with Xiao Bai. That's right, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to us anytime. After successfully handing over the money, both of them wore broad smiles. This was not only an acknowledgement of their younger siblings but more so an acknowledgement of their brother Bai Yi. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Bai Yi had always given a solid and reliable impression. In terms of dealing with people, he was equally impressive. Not to mention anything else, just the tiger bone wine he brought out was probably worth more than 20,000 yuan. After the little incident, the group quickly became familiar with each other. As dishes were served one after another, the atmosphere became very lively. It is worth mentioning that Su Qing, who had only been here for 2 days, was completely conquered by the local specialty cuisine. When it came to eating, she was quite enthusiastic. However, just as they were halfway through their meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside the private room. It should be noted that the Sunshine Hotel had spent a fortune on renovations, and the soundproofing was excellent. The fact that they could hear the noise outside was enough to prove how lively it was out there. As the owner, Gao Shan immediately sent a waiter to inquire about the situation. A minute or 2 later, the returning waiter gave them an unexpected answer. Mr. Gao, someone tried to dine and dash, and they were caught by the security department. Is that so? Someone is trying to eat for free at my place? Gao Shan was shocked. Although he worked in the service industry and encountered all sorts of people, this was the first time he had come across someone trying to dine and dash. Well, she claims to be a food blogger, and she said coming here to eat is giving us face. Does that mean I have to pay her? That's what she said. After being caught, she asked us for advertising fees, and if we don't pay, she said, she would ruin our reputation. Good grief. Gao Shan, who usually maintained his composure, was so infuriated that he laughed. He immediately stood up and said to Bai Yi and the others, You guys keep eating. I'm going to see what's going on. Let's go together. Bai Yi quickly stood up as well. Of course, he didn't expect to be of any help. He just wanted to watch the drama unfold. He had heard online that some food bloggers were quite arrogant, not only dining and dashing but also using negative reviews as threats to extort protection money from businesses. But that was just hearsay. Now that he could witness it in real life, how could he not go take a look? The moment to broaden his horizons had arrived. With him leading the way, Wang Zhengde and Su Qing quickly followed him out of the private room. At that moment, the restaurant lobby was bustling with activity. Many staff members in uniforms and some customers had formed a large circle. Looking inside, they saw two plump women tugging at several security guards. Or rather, they were shouting. One of the women was gripping a security guard's collar, loudly declaring, "Do you dare to illegally detain me? Do you know who I am? Do you believe that with just one word, I can make your entire hotel go bankrupt? Now, get your boss out here." Just as Bai Yi arrived to witness the whole scene, he exchanged a glance with Su Qing, and they both understood each other's thoughts at that moment. With such arrogant words, how wild must she usually be? As the owner, Gao Shan could no longer hold back. Stepping forward, he said, "No need to call. I am the boss here. So, you are the ones trying to dine and dash at my place? Dine and dash?" Seeing that the boss really came, the woman not only showed no fear but became even more arrogant, saying, "Many restaurants and hotels are begging me to go, but I wouldn't even glance at them. I just happened to pass by here to eat, and that's giving you face. However, since you say I'm eating for free, let's talk about the advertising fee. My quote is open and transparent, 100,000 yuan. Tisk tsk, you really dare to ask for that?" Facing her words, Gao Shan couldn't help but marvel. "What if I don't give it? I made the offer, and of course, you have the right to refuse. And I also have the right to tell my fans the truth about your restaurant." As soon as she said this, the entire place erupted in an uproar. Whether it was the staff or the customers dining there, everyone looked shocked. Not only is she eating for free, but she also wants 100,000 from President Gao? This is what a store-exploring blogger is like. It's really faster than robbery. Impressive. I think she might as well just rob directly. Why go through all these processes? I suggest calling the police. The crowd's words were clearly heard by the store-exploring blogger, but even upon hearing the words, "call the police," she was not the least bit flustered. She had seen this kind of scene many times. There were even those who really called the police, but in the end, what could they do to her? In the end, they still had to obediently hand over the money, right? Since it had been like this before, she naturally believed it would be the same this time. So soon, she took out her phone, opened Douyin, displayed her personal information, and said, "Call the police if you want. I, fat sister, have grown from 0 to over 1 million followers, and I've dealt with many unscrupulous businesses. Who do you think you are? You really can't say." Her self-introduction made Gao Shan hesitate. If she were just an ordinary store-exploring blogger, he wouldn't care. Even if she deliberately smeared the hotel, it wouldn't have much impact. But a blogger with over 1 million followers has significant influence, especially since she was a local internet celebrity in CD City. If she said something bad, the loss to him would be too great. It was as if she could see through his thoughts. The woman who called herself Fat Sister continued with a smile. "So, how about I give you some time to think? Alright, I've been in business for so many years, and you're the first one to anger me. So what?" Seeing her arrogant expression, Gao Shan had already silently made up his mind to stand firm. On one hand, his company's legal team was not idle. He could easily fight this lawsuit until she went bankrupt. On the other hand, there were so many people watching. If he compromised just because she was a million-follower internet celebrity, how would he survive in Longhua County in the future? He would be laughed at if word got out. In short, even if he quit this hotel, he would never give out that 100,000. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who was standing next to Bai Yi, suddenly tugged at his arm. "Do you think I should help Brother Sean?" How to help? I'm still recording here, planning to hand it over to the police later." "No need, solving this so-called store-exploring blogger is just a phone call away." "Is it that powerful?" "Just average. I just received Brother Shan's red envelope, so it wouldn't be right to sit by and do nothing. But whether to help or not, it's up to you to decide." Seeing her face filled with strong confidence, Bai Yi said, "If it's not too much trouble, then let's help a bit. This sister is just too arrogant." In his understanding, every industry has its good and bad. You can't just condemn everyone. But this fat sister in front of him was just too obviously bad. Not only was she eating for free, but she also dared to directly ask for 100,000 yuan in advertising fees in public. "If you don't give it, I'll have to truthfully tell the netizens about the hotel situation." It's easy to imagine how she might slander it. To be honest, this is really too arrogant. Even if she secretly approached Gao Shan and quietly asked for the so-called advertising fee, she might still succeed. In business, it's very taboo to ruin one's reputation over a small amount of money, but she insists on asking for it right in front of so many people. From this, one can imagine that the other party is probably used to doing such things regularly, so accustomed that she completely disregards the judicial authorities, thinking that with over 1 million fans, she can do whatever she wants. If we switch perspectives and consider if we were a service industry merchant encountering such a person, we would feel quite helpless too. Either pay up or wait to be slandered. or even face online bullying. It's a situation where neither side wins. And now that Su Qing says she can solve the problem, that would naturally be the best outcome. So soon, Bai Yi waved his hand towards Gao Shan and said, "Brother Shan, come over here for a moment." After a while, Gao Shan approached with a puzzled expression. "What's up, little brother? I can handle this, you don't need to worry. It's not me, it's Su Qing." Upon hearing this, Su Qing took out her phone and made a call. Then, while waiting for the other party to answer, she smiled and said, "Brother Shan, don't worry, just watch." This left Gao Shan completely baffled. Just a moment ago, he was planning to call the police to have the other party arrested first, then find a PR team to take action. It was so obvious that they were extorting 100,000 yuan, even a net celebrity with 10 million fans would be in trouble. Of course, to achieve this, the funds he needed to invest wouldn't be just 100,000 yuan. But now, seeing Su Qing so relaxed and telling him not to worry, and just to watch, he couldn't help but wonder if this sister-in-law was not an ordinary person. Thinking about this, combined with the fact that she came from the capital, it seemed quite possible. Regardless of how he thought, Su Qing's call had already been connected. Although she deliberately kept some distance, certain words still reached Bai Yi and the other's ears. "Uncle, I'm out having fun and encountered a bad net celebrity trying to extort me. Call Sister Pang to check the store, she has over 1 million fans." Yes, that's her. "You handle it first, and I'll send you the video evidence later." Alright, let's not talk about it for now." After putting away her phone, Su Qing walked back with a smile and said, "With me here, it's no problem. Brother Shan can now act freely." Okay. Gao Shan was completely stunned. Is it really that easy? Just a few words and it's all settled? Of course, even though he felt confused, he was still willing to believe it. To put it simply, he could doubt Su Qing, whom he had just met, but he couldn't doubt Bai Yi, who lived in Longhua County. This little brother is quite reliable. Last time he said he would get some tiger bone wine for his dad, and within half an hour, the errand was done. The key was efficiency. Moreover, he truly didn't believe that Su Qing would dare to take on this matter at this time if she didn't have some real skills. After realizing this, he turned confidently to look at the woman who called herself Sister Pang. But before he could return, she impatiently walked over. "I said, can you handle this? A big boss like you is so slow." The woman standing next to her also smiled and said, "If you ask me, we shouldn't do the advertisement for him anymore. Let's go back and help them say some good words for free." Go back? Gao Shan, who was already prepared to confront them, felt even more confident at this moment and said bluntly, "You probably won't be able to go back until your expenses are settled. Manager Zhang, call the police." "Okay, boss." The restaurant manager, upon receiving the order, wasted no time and directly made the call. In the face of this situation, the two women remained completely unfazed. The plump woman boldly stated, "What's the use of calling the police? At worst, when they arrive, I'll just give you the money. But after that, you can't blame me." The threat in her words was very obvious, so much so that Bai Yi couldn't hold back any longer. "What gives you the confidence to be so fearless?" "Of course, it's my fans. Over 1 million of them, and if each one spits, they could drown your shabby hotel." The plump woman held her head high, her face full of arrogance as she spoke. It was as if, with those fans behind her, she was invincible in the world. However, her arrogance didn't last long. Just then, seeing the other party trying to show off, Su Qing directly became displeased. "If you calculate the time, you should have already lost your fans." "Ha, do you think you're a deity? Lost my fans?" Completely oblivious to the meaning behind her words, the plump woman once again displayed her Douyin personal information page, saying, "These are all my family who trust and like me." "Do you want me to lose my family?" Since the phone screen was facing Bai Yi and the others, she couldn't see the situation on it at all. But Bai Yi and the others standing opposite could see it clearly. Originally showcasing many store visit videos and collaboration information, the page had now completely turned gray. The videos were gone, the recruitment information was gone, and over 1 million fans had been wiped out. Even the name of her store visit account had disappeared, replaced by a string of garbled characters. Anyone familiar with Douyin would know that this situation meant her account had been banned. Noticing this, and combining it with her confident expression when she mentioned family, Bai Yi finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Ha! According to your words, your family is gone now." As soon as this was said, the plump woman's expression changed. "How can you insult me? Ha! Didn't you say your fans are family? Now that you've lost your fans, doesn't that mean you've lost your family? I lost you." While she was thinking of cursing, she turned her phone around to see her family. But just one look made the curse die on her lips. No, I have so many family members?" Almost instantly, cold sweat began to flow down the plump woman's forehead. She had been right before, What supported her to be so arrogant in front of the merchants? Without a doubt, it was these loyal fans. As long as they were there, those merchants she targeted could only accept their bad luck. As for exposing them online, the fans would be the first not to believe it. Because of these fans, she had completed her class leap, transforming into a big internet celebrity and becoming wealthy. But now, she watched helplessly as all her fans disappeared. How could she not panic? No, it must be my internet lagging. In her panic, she began refreshing her homepage over and over again. However, the result remained the same. And when she opened the notification messages, she saw content that made her vision go dark. You have been penalized for violating platform order. Penalty result, permanent ban. This information was right in front of her, leaving no room for disbelief. This caused the plump woman's mentality to completely collapse, and her legs began to weaken, unknowingly collapsing to the ground. Impossible. How could all my family be gone? At this moment, her state could only be described as tragic, but this result made the onlookers feel greatly satisfied. The retribution came so quickly? Directly banned. Indeed, I just searched, and there's no trace of this person. Boss Gao is amazing, taking down a celebrity with over 1 million fans in such a short time. Deservedly so, such a shameless influencer contributes nothing to society. Meanwhile, on Baiye's side, 3 big men almost simultaneously gave Su Qing a thumbs up. Awesome, sister-in-law. So impressive. Was it really just a phone call? Among them, the most shocked was definitely Baiye. He had thought Su Qing's family must be quite powerful, but he never expected it to be to this extent. To directly make a celebrity with over 1 million fans disappear without any evidence? One must know that Byte is one of the top internet companies in the Dragon Country. What kind of power does it take to achieve this? Honestly, he was a bit afraid to think about it. However, Su Qing remained very calm in response to their praise. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "Just a casual thing." What a casual thing. Let's go back to eating. They had already stepped out in the middle of their meal, and now that the once arrogant influencer was wailing, it was indeed bad luck to stay any longer. Just as the 4 turned to head back to the private room, the chubby woman behind them came rolling over. She then sat on the ground, pleading, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. I didn't recognize the Great Mountain, please let me go, unlock my account. It's not easy for me, the house and car at home are all bought on loan. Without income, I'm done for. Arrogant as she wasn't stupid at all. Knowing that she hadn't reported herself before and everything was normal, the sudden permanent ban on her account meant that someone among these people could influence Douyin, so seeking their forgiveness was the only remedy she could think of. Unfortunately, Baiye and the others merely sidestepped and walked past her. Even Su Qing, this girl, showed no sympathy for her plight. There's a saying that she didn't realize her mistake, she realized she was in deep trouble. Although what the chubby woman faced wasn't life-threatening, it wasn't far from it. Not to mention the incident of dining and dashing today. In the past, she had offended at least 80 people while scamming money from those businesses. To put it bluntly, if any one of them stood up to report or sue her, it would be enough for her to spend many years in prison. The key was that this situation was very likely to happen. After all, when she was scamming others, she was so arrogant that she practically offended everyone. But times had changed. Now, the family members who used to protect her had all disappeared. The chubby woman, fully aware of her situation, certainly wasn't willing to give up. But when she tried to catch up again, she was met by the security guard she had just humiliated by grabbing his collar. Don't chase after them, just wait here for the police to arrive. No matter how the big influencer was collapsing, Baiye and the others had already returned to the private room to continue eating. They hadn't drunk any alcohol before because Wang Jingda's injury hadn't healed. But after experiencing such an incident and bearing the weight of great favors, they opened a bottle of Mao Tai. First, he poured himself a full glass, then personally filled Su Qing and Baiye's glasses with juice, and raised his glass, saying, "You two really are my lucky stars. Great kindness is unspoken, all in the wine." After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. At this moment, Gao Shan was not just putting on an act, he was genuinely grateful from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Su Qing's intervention, he wouldn't have known how to wrap things up today or what price he would have to pay to resolve the issue. To put it more seriously, she had helped him preserve his career. Seeing him so earnest, Baiye could only smile helplessly. "Why are you thanking me?" As he spoke, he pushed the juice aside and poured himself a glass of wine. There was no way around it. he felt unworthy of such gratitude. Su Qing's knife had been too swift, everyone had been caught off guard, and she had resolved the matter directly. One could only say that the big internet celebrity known as Fat Sister was truly unfortunate. She happened to come over today to stir up trouble and ran into someone who could cut her down in one fell swoop. As the person being thanked, Su Qing didn't follow his lead in drinking. She simply stood up, took a sip of juice, and smiled, saying, "Brother Sean, there's no need for that. You are Bai Ye's big brother, and I just received your gift. How could I not help when you're in trouble? Haha, in that case, my gift was definitely worth it." Sensing the strong smell of liquor in the room, Wang Jingde couldn't hold back any longer. "Wait, whether it's worth it or not, can you guys take care of me? I want to drink too." "You might as well forget it. If you drink now, won't your little sister-in-law beat you when you get home? Who do you look down on? In my house, I'm the one who calls the shots." Bai Yi and Gao Shan didn't believe him. Although that little sister-in-law was young, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. She had a strong personality. However, since the two of them were already drinking, they couldn't just let him suffer in envy. Reluctantly, Gao Shan took the wine bottle and walked over. "Just so you know, only 1 cup. 100 cups, just 100 cups. Drinking with people who get along well always leads to losing control over the amount. For instance, by the time lunch was over, Bai Yi already felt a bit dizzy. Gao Shan, who had initially suggested drinking, was now sprawled out asleep in the hotel suite. Wang Zhengde, who had said he would only have 1 cup, was now on the phone with his little sister-in-law, professing his loyalty. "Honey, I love you so much. You've been drinking again, right? Just wait and see how I deal with you later." As for Bai Yi, he was helped back to the hotel suite by Su Qing. Once he lay down on the bed, he didn't care about the smell and started to help him take off his shoes. After covering him with a blanket, she thoughtfully poured a glass of warm water and brought it to his lips, softly saying, "Here, drink some water." "Thank you. No need to thank me. Just drink the water and get a good sleep." Looking at her gentle demeanor, Bai Yi suddenly remembered something that made him feel very guilty. Originally, the plan for today was to take her ice skating, but once the drinking started, he lost control completely. With Su Qing leaving tomorrow, which was Monday, it really felt like he shouldn't have let it come to this. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask, "You're leaving tomorrow, and we haven't even gone ice skating yet. Isn't that my fault?" "Not at all," Su Qing replied without hesitation, her face showing satisfaction as she continued. "Although our story has just begun, these 2 short days have been unforgettable for me. And it's just ice skating, we can do it anytime." What she said was completely from the heart. In Su Qing's own plans, she would definitely come to Longhua County often in the future, and she even had thoughts of settling down. In this context, there was no need to worry about this half-day's time. Compared to going out to play, she was more concerned about whether Bai Yi would feel unwell after drinking. At the same time, she made a decision in her heart that when she went back, she would definitely learn how to make hangover soup. She could tell that Bai Yi, playing with those older brothers, definitely couldn't avoid drinking in his life. Learning how to make hangover soup was very necessary. However, after hearing her words, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Unforgettable for a lifetime. Anytime for ice skating. He began to realize that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Who said ice skating could only be done during the day? Playing on the ice at night not only felt better but also offered more room for maneuver, allowing him to truly make Su Qing unforgettable for a lifetime. As he thought about it, a complete plan emerged in his mind. Then, taking advantage of Su Qing's inattention, he opened his phone and sent a series of messages to Xiao Jia. After receiving the reply of "No problem, leave it to me," he finally put down his phone with satisfaction. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Time quickly arrived at 6 p.m. Due to the early sunset in winter, it was completely dark outside. This made Su Qing finally realize that after waiting for the dawn again, she would have to leave Longhua County, leaving behind Bai Yi, with whom her relationship had just begun to progress. Reluctantly, she began to cherish the time even more and became even clingier. Even during dinner, they had to hold hands. From time to time, she leaned her whole body against Bai Yi, drawing various envious glances from those around them. After dinner, the two returned to Bai Yi's car. Su Qing reluctantly said, "Can you stay with me a little longer today, okay? When did I say I wouldn't accompany you?" After smiling to reassure her, Bai Yi started the car and continued, "Besides, I'm taking you to a place now." "Where are we going so late?" "Don't ask, you'll know when we get there." No matter how curious she was, Bai Yi drove on, lost in his own thoughts. This made Su Qing feel both nervous and excited. Of course, after driving for a while, her feelings added a bit of strangeness. Why is he driving down all these small roads? As she looked around at the bare but densely packed little woods beside them, she couldn't help but cross her arms and said, "You're not planning to take me to wander in the little woods, are you?" "Little woods?" After a moment's reaction, Bai Yi almost laughed out loud. You wouldn't believe it, but there were indeed many legends about this little woods nearby. For example, when he was in high school, a buddy brought his lover here and was caught by his fiancée, who was about to get married. After a big fight, only the lover got hurt. That buddy's wedding with his fiancée went as planned, but on the wedding day, the lover jumped from the top of the new house. Thinking back, Bai Yi really felt this place was a bit eerie, so he pressed the gas pedal a little harder. Of course, seeing Su Qing's terrified expression, he couldn't help but want to tease her. You found this out? This place I carefully selected is not bad, right? I don't believe it. She was just joking. In the middle of winter, unless absolutely necessary and unable to afford a hotel, who on earth would date in the little woods? Could it even be possible? Moreover, judging from Bai Yi's respectful behavior towards her in the hotel, Su Qing would never believe it. Don't believe it? That's just right. At this point, Bai Yi directly parked the car, looking through the windshield ahead, where a large expanse of ice was already visible. Indeed, this was the feng shui treasure land he had brought Li Yuxing to play before. And Su Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, of course, noticed the situation ahead. She immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Are you taking me to play on the ice? We are lucky, the moon is big and round tonight. Even without the car lights, under the moonlight tonight, visibility on the ice is quite good. At least there's no worry about tripping over something." It's a bit strange. He remembers that when he was a child, as long as the moon was big enough, the nights in Longhua County would be very bright. On the ice, it was no different from daytime. But now, things are no longer like they used to be. Lost in thought, Bai Yi locked the car and, with an excited Su Qing, headed onto the ice. It was her first time ice skating on the river, and she was quite clumsy, needing to hold onto Bai Yi's arm at all times. Yet inside, she was very excited. There was curiosity about skating and joy from Bai Yi keeping his promise to bring her out to play even in the middle of the night. In short, Su Qing felt very happy. But not long after they started skating, Bai Yi said beside her, "You stay here and play for a bit, I'm going to the bathroom." "Are you having kidney issues? You just went before we left." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What are you talking about? I drank too much water." "Ha ha ha, hurry up. Okay, don't skate too far." After giving a reminder, Bai Yi turned and walked to the other side. Over there, he had arranged a little surprise for her that afternoon. Meanwhile, Su Qing, watching him leave, didn't think much of it, so she continued to awkwardly glide on the ice by herself. However, gradually, she began to feel something was off. It's common knowledge that men take less time in the bathroom than women. But Bai Yi had been gone for 7 or 8 minutes and still hadn't returned. Looking around at the empty surroundings, there was not a trace of him. At this point, Su Qing started to panic. Bai Yi, where are you? Come out quickly, I'm a bit scared." After trying to call out a few times without any response, she felt even more frightened. There was no choice, the nearby mountain caused her voice to echo. As a young girl, who wouldn't be scared at this moment? Su Qing was almost in tears from fear. In a moment of desperation, she dared not shout anymore and took out her phone to call Bai Yi. Just then, she heard a loud bang not far away. With a bang, a burst of flames shot into the sky. The next second, the flames exploded in the sky, looking incredibly brilliant. At that moment, Su Qing couldn't care about being scared. She was completely mesmerized. And this was just the beginning. Under her gaze, more and more flames shot into the sky, transforming into brilliant flowers that bloomed in the air. For a moment, everywhere her eyes landed became bright. Vaguely, Su Qing saw a tall figure walking slowly towards her, illuminated by the dazzling light. Who else could it be but Bai Yi? Completely captivated by the scene before her, Su Qing forgot her fear. She also forgot that she was on the ice. The only thought in her mind was to go to him, to be in his embrace. Perhaps it was the power of romance. She, who had never skated before, managed not to fall while running towards him. In no time, she dove straight into Bai Yi's arms. Whoa, why are you being so romantic? I can't take it. Ha ha ha, you can't take it? Looking down at Su Qing, who was tearful in his arms, Bai Yi raised his hand to wipe her tears. "Stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't be able to see the fireworks." His words had an effect. Hearing this, Su Qing immediately forgot about crying and hurriedly took out her phone to start taking pictures. Among those photos were the fireworks in the sky and the two of them standing under the fireworks. In the photo, she smiles radiantly. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the bang 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 sounds finally stopped. Bai Yi expressed great satisfaction with the effect of this fireworks show. Spend a little money, achieve great things. With Xiao Jia's connections, these fireworks cost over 10,000 yuan in total. Adding the fees for notifying the fire department, it came to nearly 20,000. But the effect achieved was unparalleled. Just look at now, Su Qing is completely hanging on him. He believes that if he took her to the small woods now, she would definitely not refuse. Of course, Bai Yi certainly did not have such a penchant. As everything quieted down, Su Qing blinked her eyes and looked at him, saying, "Thank you, this is all so dreamy. Next time you come, I'll take you to see something even bigger." "That sounds great. If I come next time, what if I never leave? Then we can see each other every day. We have the means for that. Ha ha ha." After staying on the ice for about 10 more minutes, the two satisfied individuals returned to the car and headed towards the hotel. They had enjoyed the romance, but now it was time to get down to business. Meanwhile, in a rental apartment in the capital, Du Zimu, who had just returned to the capital in the afternoon, looked at the dismissal notice on his phone, revealing a bitter smile on his face. For his own happiness, he had traveled hundreds of miles without blinking an eye. But now, the result left him feeling foolish. He even felt deep down that Bai Yi was right, he really was a clown. But upon reflection, he could only blame himself. After all, from the very beginning, Su Qing had clearly rejected him, giving him not a shred of hope. It was he who had been pestering her. As for blaming Bai Yi, after this trip, he realized that he truly was not worthy to be his rival in love. Whether it was looks, ability, or family background, he was lacking in every aspect. One could even say they were completely from different worlds. Of course, this did not stop him from being jealous of Bai Yi. For instance, right now, as Du Zimu opened his moments, he saw Su Qing's post from 10 minutes ago. "With the person I like." This image was, of course, a selfie of Bai Yi and Su Qing under the brilliant fireworks. Almost the moment he saw it, Du Zimu's teeth clenched in frustration. "Bai Yi, you really should die." While complaining, his inner dog tendencies began to spiral out of control. He couldn't help but think that if Su Qing was so happy with him, they deserved to be together. So, he quickly commented below the post, "Wishing you both happiness and a long-lasting relationship." When this comment was sent, Du Zimu's heart was bleeding. Yet, he kept refreshing the page. He wanted to see how Su Qing would respond to him, but the reality proved that he was overthinking it. Not even a minute after the comment was posted, he refreshed again and found that the post had disappeared. Curiously, he opened Su Qing's moments and saw a shocking line of text. "The other party has set their moments to be viewable by friends only." Instantly, Du Zimu felt numb. "Damn it, why did I comment so pathetically? Now look, it's been deleted. From now on, I won't even be able to see the goddess's happy life." Sob sob sob. No matter how heartbroken Du Zimu felt at that moment, at this time, Bai Yi had already arrived at the hotel parking lot. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Qing, although aware of the warning signs, couldn't resist her reluctance towards him and asked, "How about we go up for a glass of water?" "We can go up, but let's skip the water to avoid frequent bathroom trips. You say I have kidney deficiency." "Ha, I was just joking." After laughing, Su Qing made a scared expression and continued, "And if you don't drink water, what will you do in the morning?" "Protect you. Today we played with fireworks, which is like playing with fire, but you might wet the bed." "You're scaring me again. I haven't wet the bed since the 4th grade. You're quite proud of that." 4th grade? In Bai Yi's memory, he hadn't wet the bed since he was 4, but that didn't matter. Starting today, her record of not wetting the bed since the 4th grade would be completely shattered. Bai Diguanren was destined to be a record terminator. "Whether I'm lying to you or not, we'll know when we go up. Come on, let's go." The next morning, despite feeling reluctant, Su Qing had to leave because of some family matters. Before parting, the two stood by the car, embracing for a long time. "I should be back soon, take care of yourself." "You too, I'll find time to visit you in the capital." "Hee, when you come to the capital, I'll take you to eat a lot of delicious food." Although he had stayed in the capital for many years and knew there wasn't much good food there, Bai Yi still smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, it's a promise." "Well, I'm leaving. Go on, sleep well in the car. You didn't get much sleep last night." Hearing him mention last night, a blush appeared on Su Qing's pretty face. The specifics couldn't be elaborated on, but she was clearer than anyone that Bai Yi was definitely not lacking in vitality. With a shy feeling, she slowly turned and walked towards the nearby Alfred. Just before getting in the car, she couldn't help but turn back and remind him, "Our secret can't be told to anyone." "Ah, don't worry." After a burst of laughter, Bai Yi continued in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I absolutely won't tell anyone about you wetting the bed. Hey, I'm not talking to you anymore." With a playful pout, Su Qing turned and got into the car. The automatic door of the Alfred slowly closed. By the car Su Qing was in gradually drove away from the Sunshine Hotel. Bai Yi stood in place, waiting until she disappeared from view before letting out a deep breath. No one likes farewells, and he was no exception, especially now that he had just begun to taste sweetness. Of course, he only felt a momentary sadness. After all, this separation was for a better reunion in the future. They say that a short separation is better than a new marriage, so when they meet next time, Su Qing, the super sweet girl, should be even sweeter, right? When that time comes, he would savor the flavors well. And for now, his wonderful life must continue. Not planning to return to the hotel for a nap, Bai Yi simply walked towards his car. Because of Su Qing's arrival, he had been slacking off in his training. Today, for both emotional and logical reasons, he shouldn't be lazy anymore. He had to learn yoga from Li Sisi. But just after he got in the car, the system's prompt sound came again. Detected that the host has once again obtained a stable romantic partner. While being unemployed, you can still eat a lot and well, which shocks the system while also feeling gratified. Please continue to maintain this. To show encouragement, your romantic support has been upgraded again. Happiness has increased again, brother. Support details: daily happiness subsidy of 5,200 yuan, monthly extension of 600 minutes, freely disposable, and 10 gene of tiger bone wine per month. Looking at the system's reminder, Bai Yi felt very touched. Originally, the subsidy was 2628, and it suddenly increased to 5,200. Just from this income, he could earn over 150,000 a month, plus the daily unemployment subsidy that also came in. Now Bai Yi had successfully achieved earning $1 million a year just by lying down and doing nothing. To be honest, this was something he had once dreamed of. He even once thought that as long as he could reach this standard, he would definitely be the happiest person in the world. But now it seems, it's just like that. He can only regard this money as living expenses. Human desires are endless. Even the most stable person will have their desires magnified by improved material conditions. With 1 million, they want 10 million. And when they actually have 10 million, they will wonder if they can have 100 million. This is human nature, and it cannot be changed. But in Bai Ye's view, there is no need to be anxious about this, because the magnification of desire is a good thing for him. To put it simply, what drags people down is their unfulfilled desires. But with Bai Ye's advantages, what is there that he cannot satisfy? Even if he encounters something he can't afford, he can just spend a little money. It's really not difficult at all. So, the infinitely growing desire will only bring him infinite joy. Just enjoy the fun of it. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. However, just as he was about to collect his thoughts and start the car to go home, his phone suddenly chimed with a ding-dong. He picked it up to see that it wasn't a message from anyone, but a news alert. The content of the alert shocked him. The final showdown in the Dahui Group chairman's inheritance battle. The beautiful stepmother turns out to be a femme fatale? The Dahui Group is the company owned by Hao Xiang's family, so Bai Yi clicked in without a second thought. Perhaps because this matter had caused quite a stir, it was being followed by various sectors of society. At the beginning of the news, there was a police report. The content roughly stated that after investigation, the suspect Lu Ruan, using the alias Li Feifei, with the help of her team, deliberately created opportunities to encounter and fall in love with the chairman of the Dahui Group. After getting married, she caused his death through some drug and forged a will. The content above was clear at a glance, but the clearer the situation became, the more terrifying it felt to Bai Yi. His previous assumptions about the situation were completely correct. This was entirely aimed at the Hao Xiang family's business. Even more frightening was that Lu Ruan was not alone, but part of an entire team? Wow, these people really have guts. Fortunately, due to a chance encounter at the vehicle management office, Hao Xiang realized something was wrong and rushed to report it to the police. Now that the situation was so clear and the police had made a determination, it was believed that Hao Xiang's privileged lifestyle should have returned completely. He remembered that during a previous chat, he said he had no business talent and would find a professional manager once the company was back, only playing a supervisory role. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Before Bai Yi could put down his phone, a message from Hao Xiang had already come through. Bro, I've sorted it out here. The people who killed my dad have been caught. Brother, take care. No matter how many billions he is worth now, encountering such a thing is definitely a huge blow. Thanks, bro. By the way, Lu Lin and I are on our way to Longhua County. Quickly send me your home address. So you're coming uninvited? It's just that we haven't seen each other for a few days, and I kind of miss you. Nonsense. Miss him? Bai Yi didn't believe a word of it. However, since they were coming over so suddenly, they must have something to discuss, so he didn't hesitate and quickly sent over his home address. After sorting that out, Bai Yi started the car and drove towards home. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the main entrance of the Guanshanyu Villa area. But before he could drive in, he was distracted by the lively scene at the nearby sales center. The Guanshanyu Villa area is undoubtedly the king of houses in the small county. The wealthy people in the county take pride in being able to live here. Although it hasn't sold out yet, Bai Yi notices that there are quite a few people coming to look at the houses every day as he passes by. However, today, the sales center is particularly lively. People are packed inside and outside, surrounding the entire building tightly. For a moment, Bai Yi thought there might be homeowners organizing a protest, which is not uncommon in the current real estate downturn. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. "How long are you going to hide from me? I'll give you 5 minutes to come out." Almost immediately upon hearing it, he recognized it as Yang Jiwei's voice. It was clear that he had come here to cause a scene, shouting for someone to come out. He must be looking for Sun Hongxia. Realizing this, Bai Yi simply parked his car to the side, then got out and walked toward the crowd. Being tall and strong, it wasn't difficult for him to push through the throng. Before long, he found himself at the front of the crowd. As expected, standing in the center was Yang Jiwei, holding a large red banner. "Guanshanyu Sales Office, return my wife and child." Upon reading the words, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. If he didn't know that Sun Hongxia was quite popular at the sales office and even had a chance for a promotion, he might have thought the staff at Guanshanyu had kidnapped her. From the discussions of the onlookers nearby, it seemed they thought the same. Wait, does this mean his wife is being held by the sales center? It seems so, otherwise why would he make such a banner? In such a large villa area, how could they do something like this? Oh man, this guy is so miserable. Listening to the chatter around him, Yang Jiwei felt very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. "You like to block me, huh? Let's see how you block me this time." Meanwhile, Bai Yi, standing at the front and still unnoticed, quietly messaged Sun Hongxia to understand the situation. "Sister-in-law, what's going on? Are you really being kidnapped? How could that be? He's just a madman." It turned out that just a few days ago, after gambling away most of their savings, he had stormed out of the house in a fit of anger. But when he returned yesterday, he found that he wasn't the only one who had left. Sun Hongxia and the child were gone too. The family supermarket was left with only Bai Suyun struggling to keep it afloat. Due to her poor management and interpersonal skills, the supermarket's revenue had plummeted. By yesterday, it had dropped by a third compared to before. How could Yang Jiwei, who had always relied on the supermarket as his safety net, accept this? So he contacted Sun Hongxia, demanding she come home. But the answer he received was a firm refusal. She and the child would not return unless he agreed to a divorce. How could Yang Jiwei, who was counting on Sun Hongxia to manage the supermarket while he enjoyed life outside, agree to a divorce? Thus, he rushed to the sales office early in the morning, only to be met with a closed door. All the staff inside were united with Sun Hongxia and had even arranged for security to keep him out. This undoubtedly infuriated Yang Jiwei, prompting him to unfurl a misleading banner. After learning all this, Bai Yi looked at Yang Jiwei, who was proudly holding the banner, and felt speechless. His brother perfectly exemplified what it meant to squander a good hand. Living in a small county with a business, a house, a capable wife who could manage everything at home, and a child who was very understanding, no matter how you looked at it, this was the picture of a life winner. Those so-called successful people, how many of them are happier than him? But people are afraid of self-destruction, because gambling not only wiped out his mother's pension but also left the family's savings nearly depleted. To be fair, even at this point, his situation is still quite good. At least the properties and houses are still there. He could just accumulate again. As long as his relatives don't encounter any disasters or illnesses, isn't life still a happy one? But he just won't. His wife is angry because of his mistakes, and instead of comforting her, she goes to his workplace to cause a scene. You could say he's really asking for it. Bai Yi has never seen a big man like him engage in such antics, pushing himself to the edge of being forsaken by everyone. Of course, he probably understands that Yang Jiwei's intention is to make his sister-in-law, Sun Hongxia, completely lose her job. Then she could go work in a supermarket as the boss's wife, and he would be liberated as the boss, free to do whatever he wants. To be fair, his plan is quite good, except he forgot that Sun Hongxia is a very opinionated person. Sure enough, Bai Yi's phone buzzed again with her message. "It doesn't matter, I can give up my job, but I must divorce him." Even Bai Yi, as the younger brother, could feel the determination in her tone. But Yang Jiwei never considered this aspect at all. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the sales office. Bai Yi recognized him as the manager of the sales office. He often saw him and his attitude towards the homeowners was decent. The man quickly approached Yang Jiwei and said irritably, "Yang, are you even a man? Hongxia is working her ass off, and here you are causing a scene at her workplace?" His intention was, of course, to remind him to stop making a fuss, or else Sun Hongxia might lose her job. However, who would have thought that Yang Jiwei's goal was exactly that? So upon hearing this, his expression turned aggrieved, and he turned to the onlookers, saying, "Look, they won't let me see my wife and kids, and now they say I'm not a man. I think if I don't make a fuss today, that would be the real unmanly behavior. After a pause, Yang Jiwei looked at an elderly lady nearby and asked, Auntie, do you think I'm right? Right, Auntie supports you. The elderly lady, having formed her opinion first, immediately expressed her support. This made Yang Jiwei's heart bloom with joy. The feeling of gaining support from others was incredibly satisfying. Feeling somewhat addicted, he turned his gaze to another side. What do you think, old man? Am I a man? What's wrong with making a fuss for your wife and kids? Young man, you're very manly. Bro, he asked several people in a row, and the answers were almost identical. With each person's support, his smile grew wider. But just as he shifted his gaze to the center, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Instantly, his smile froze. Quickly ask me if I support you. The one saying this was, of course, Bai Yi. He had been happily watching the fun, but Yang Jiwei suddenly turned around and locked eyes with him. In such a situation, he felt he had to answer this question, lest he deceive others while also deceiving himself into thinking what he was doing was right. However, faced with his question, Yang Jiwei was left dumbfounded. Not only did he avert his gaze, but his expression also lost control, appearing quite flustered. Inside, he was still frantically complaining. Damn it, my perfectly good plan, how did it get ruined by him? No way, if he reveals the truth, today will be a disaster. Looking at the crowd of onlookers beside him, Yang Jiwei couldn't bear to think about what would happen if these people found out the truth. Would he be drowned in their spittle? Especially since he had just been very arrogant, interacting with various uncles and aunts. With that thought, he quickly raised his head and shot a warning look at Bai Yi, saying, Bai Yi, our family's matters are none of your business. Oh, just a couple of days ago, you were trying to con my parents out of money in front of me, and now you say it's none of your business? Bai Yi's words successfully reminded him of the last housewarming party. Undoubtedly, that was the most humiliating day of his life. In front of all his relatives, his face was thrown to the ground and trampled on. So now, thinking back on it, Yang Jiwei's expression was still very unpleasant. I said, you take care of yourself and don't meddle in our family's affairs. Oh, with your trivial matters, I can't be bothered. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiwei actually felt a sense of relief. What he feared was that Bai Yi would expose him in front of so many people. But what he didn't expect was that after saying this, Bai Yi's face broke into a mischievous smile as he continued, I won't meddle in your affairs, but you know, I have a good aptitude for learning, and I love answering questions. Answer what questions? Who asked you? Yang Jiwei replied irritably. That's fine, I learned to buzz in for answers when I was in elementary school. After a pause, Bai Yi smiled and said, I think you're not a man, not even a normal person. This wasn't an insult. Bai Yi genuinely thought so. Any normal person wouldn't do such things. With a good life ahead, why would one ruin themselves to such an extent? If he said he had no issues in his heart, Bai Yi would be the first not to believe it. Yang Jiwei felt very uncomfortable upon hearing this. Well, being called out like this by someone younger than him in front of so many people would make anyone uncomfortable. So his immediate reaction was to retort. However, the words that came to his lips were swallowed back down. There was no way, he couldn't afford to provoke Bai Yi, at least not now. What if he retaliated, and Bai Yi directly revealed all his secrets? Wouldn't that mean he couldn't get his wife and kids back, and he would become a laughingstock? In this situation, he could only glare at Bai Yi and say, I'm your brother, and this is how you talk about me? Then how do you want me to talk about you? Bai Yi's retort left him speechless. However, the onlookers began to express their discontent. For instance, the uncle who had just called Yang Jiwei a real man stood up and said, Young man, why are you speaking like that? What he's doing is to find his wife and kids. As a younger brother, you won't help, but why are you siding with others? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Yi instantly became the focus of the crowd, even becoming a target of their ire. Wait, this guy isn't with the people from the real estate office, is he? Looks like it. What a pity, looking so good but not doing good things. Joining outsiders to pit against his own brother. What kind of person is that? Listening to these comments, Yang Jiwei, who was already enjoying the support, initially felt great. But as it went on, he couldn't help but start to panic. It's a simple principle. Now these people were saying Bai Yi was in cahoots with the real estate office to deceive him and prevent him from seeing his wife and kids, which was definitely slander. He had to prove himself, right? To prove himself, he had to reveal the actual situation, right? Wouldn't that mean all his little matters would be exposed? No way, absolutely not. So, he didn't dare to give Bai Yi a chance to speak and quickly said, No, he's not in cahoots with the people from the sales office. He's a good person, everyone has misunderstood. At this point, he had completely bewildered those who were speaking up for him. They were thinking, what's going on? Just a moment ago, tensions were high, almost to the point of a fight. And now that we're helping you, you're explaining for someone else? This is too absurd. And just then, an even more shocking situation occurred. You haven't misunderstood. I am from the sales office, Bai Yi said, completely disregarding his attempt to explain, speaking very confidently. To add credibility to his words, he even looked at the sales office manager and asked, Manager Wu, I'm not wrong, am I? Ahem, you are the owner of Guanshanyu, so whatever you say is what it is. Manager Wu, who was simply trying to protect his subordinate, was also quite confused. He had previously known that the owner Bai Yi was the brother of Sun Hongxia's husband. When he first saw him, he was very uneasy. If the owner took action, he wouldn't know what to say. But now, seeing that he was actually an ally? Of course, not understanding the situation was fine. The key was to go along with what the owner said. Whatever the owner said was the truth. After hearing the conversation between the two, some of the more clear-headed onlookers began to realize that something was off. One by one, they stopped talking and turned their attention to Yang Jiwei. They wanted to see what was going on with this person who had come over with a banner to cause trouble. Whether they could make sense of the situation depended on him. However, to everyone's disappointment, Yang Jiwei was now completely numb. He had no idea what to do. With Bai Yi not giving him any face, how could he say anything? Was he supposed to start a brotherly competition in front of so many people, claiming he was on his side? That would just be asking for trouble. He had come today to find his wife and child. After thinking it over, Yang Jiwei, who couldn't come up with a strategy, simply rolled up the banner and said, No, I can't do this. I feel so uncomfortable. I think I'm getting depressed. I need to go to the hospital immediately. He couldn't afford to provoke anyone, so he decided to wait until the afternoon to come back. He could also switch to a new batch of onlookers. This batch isn't very good. They're clearly not easy to fool. Time to slip away. To be honest, he had thought this through quite well. He just didn't expect that Sun Hongxia, who had been observing the situation from upstairs, would finally lose her patience upon seeing him causing trouble and making Bai Yi endure various lectures. I don't care anymore. If I lose my job, I lose it. Can I really starve to death as a living person? With this mindset, she hurried downstairs and walked out from the adjacent building. Yang Jiwei, what exactly do you want to do? At that moment, Yang Jiwei was just about to leave, still contemplating how to continue causing a scene in the afternoon. Then he heard Sun Hongxia's voice coming from behind him. Immediately after, he heard Manager Wu say, Why are you coming down? I can handle this, you. He wasn't clear about the rules of other developments. However, Guanshanyu aimed to create a prestigious image for the county and required both property and sales staff to be extremely mindful of their image. If anything detrimental to the company's image occurred, they would be fired immediately. That's why he had chosen to come out himself at the beginning, to prevent Sun Hongxia, this hard-working employee, from losing her job because of her husband's mistake. To be honest, finding a high-paying job in a small county is really difficult. It doesn't matter anymore. I can't let you all take the blame for me, Sun Hongxia said, having completely come to terms with it. Since she had already come down, she was prepared. However, when their words reached Yang Jiwei's ears, it gave him a feeling of hope amidst despair. He had been contemplating whether to change his approach in the afternoon, but now it was completely unnecessary. With Sun Hongxia coming out, under the witness of so many people, the studio was definitely not going to be saved. Therefore, apart from going home with herself, she had no other choice. Thus, he decisively turned around, putting on a surprised expression and said, Wife, you're out. I'm here to take you home. Home? Seeing the insincere expression on his face, Sun Hongxia couldn't help but laugh in anger. You're not here to take me home. You clearly want me to go home and earn money for you so you can continue gambling outside, right? Yang Jiwei, the savings at home, and your mother's pension, have all been squandered by you. Isn't that enough to wake you up? But it doesn't matter if you don't wake up. I'll divorce you. Do whatever you want. Since she had already decided to divorce him, Sun Hongxia naturally had no concerns about saving his face. The key point was that ever since she stepped out, those onlookers had been looking at her with strange eyes, as if she were the villain. How could she, already so hurt, accept that? Her words instantly caused an uproar, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Damn, I thought this guy was off. He lost the savings and his mother's pension to gambling? What a beast. What the hell? There's a twist. So that's how it is, girl. I support you in divorcing that gambling dog. That gambling dog deserves to die. Amidst the chatter, Yang Jiwei's face turned a deep shade of purple. He truly didn't expect that the Sun Hongxia who had always treated him so well would now show him no mercy at all. Not only did she directly reveal the situation, but she also made him the target of the onlookers' backlash. And this backlash was continuously escalating. Surrounded by the crowd, he could only stand there, silently listening, while frantically thinking of countermeasures. Unfortunately, at that moment, Bai Yi had already stepped outside the crowd, missing the spectacle of his expression. There was no helping it. Lu Lin and Hao Xiang had already arrived. The two got out of a Maybach S680, smiling as they waved at him. Damn, big brother. Damn, big brother. The synchronized greetings left Bai Yi speechless. Have you two really become close? Don't be awkward, big brother. I'm not, I didn't, don't say that. After a series of denials, Hao Xiang looked towards the crowd curiously and asked, Bai Go, what's going on over there? Don't mention it, my brother and my sister-in-law. After briefly explaining the situation, they were both successfully infuriated. Is there really such a man? How could there not be? And I feel that my sister-in-law will most likely go back with him. Why? In the absence of a job, a woman with a child has no other choice, right? After thinking it over, they felt Bai Yi was right. Indeed, after losing her job, his sister-in-law could still find many jobs. At worst, she could wash dishes to support herself. But in a small county, high-paying jobs were not that easy to find. This also meant that the quality of life for the child would definitely decrease. In such a situation, a mother could not help but consider her child. However, after pondering for a moment, Hao Xiang suddenly said, as long as we don't let her lose her job, wouldn't that work? Do you have a way? If possible, Bai Yi was still willing to help his sister-in-law. Not to mention the appreciation for this person, but previously, they had treated him and her parents well. There must be a way. I'm not good at making friends, but my dad is. The development company behind Guanshan Yu is a friend of my dad. Well, although my dad is no longer around, this little matter should be no problem. In the midst of speaking, he had already taken out his phone and started making a call. As expected, before he had even said a few words, he shot Bai Yi a done deal look. To be honest, at that moment, Bai Yi had a deeper understanding of the term rich second generation. Ordinary people have to put in so much effort and endure so many grievances for a good job. But the resources that rich second generations are born with allow them to easily obtain everything, always a step ahead. Of course, he was just a bit emotional about it and didn't think too much. After all, even though he wasn't a rich second generation, his future children would be. Now, back to Yang Jiwei in the center of the crowd. The issue Bai Yi had just mentioned was also on his mind, and he had already started to apply it. He first pleaded desperately, saying that he would absolutely never gamble outside again, then changed his expression, trying to appear sincere, and said, I'm sorry, Hule, but your work issue might cause you to lose your job. But it's okay, just take the child home. I'm really worried about you two being out here. I'm worried you won't have enough to eat or wear, sigh. It turned out that his words really had an effect. Sun Hongxia, who had been unmoved before, immediately softened at the mention of the child. Yes, she could completely support herself. But what about the child? These days, raising a child is no small expense. Now, with a stable job that pays over 10,000 a month about to be lost, how would she support the child? For a moment, she found herself in a dilemma. Just then, a more alarming situation occurred. Manager Wu's phone rang, and when he picked it up, his face changed instantly. Oh no, it's a call from General Manager Zhang. This General Manager Zhang is the overall head of the Guanshan Yu project. Since the project was completed, he had returned to the headquarters, and usually, his deputy managed the work here. It's worth mentioning that Manager Wu had a good relationship with the deputy and had originally thought about helping to negotiate a lighter punishment. At least he could help Sun Hongxia keep her job. But now, with this phone call, he had to abandon that idea. There was no way, he was just a manager at the sales office. To put it nicely, he was a manager. To put it bluntly, he was just a salesperson. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to keep his own job. After hearing his words, Sun Hongxia, who was very familiar with the company's situation, quickly understood her own predicament. After a brief moment of entanglement and reluctance, she gritted her teeth and resolutely said, Manager Wu, I'm very grateful to you, but if the company holds me accountable, then let me bear it alone. But, there's no but. Just answer it. The issue she faced could be said to be due to her poor judgment and bad luck in people, but she had never thought of dragging others down with her. Moments later, despite feeling extremely helpless, Manager Wu still pressed the answer button. In that instant, both he and Sun Hongxia had very grim expressions, but their performance almost delighted Yang Jiwei. Sure enough, as long as there's a bit of a fuss, her job, which she relied on, will be lost. Now you have to obediently come home with me, right? Of course, no matter how happy he felt inside, he maintained a very composed exterior. Sure enough, while Manager Wu was on the phone, he pretended to be sympathetic and leaned over to Sun Hongxia, saying, Wife, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. But don't worry, even if you lose your job, our family can still support you. Sun Hongxia didn't know how to respond. After living together for so many years, who could not understand each other? She could roughly guess what was on his mind. But what could she do now? Feeling helpless inside, she couldn't help but look up at the sky, feeling unworthy for herself. That's right, unworthy. Compared to her husband's deceit, this was even harder for her to accept. To be honest, the savings she had worked so hard to accumulate over the years were lost completely in a single day at the gambling table by her husband. Anyone in her position would think the same. However, just as she was losing hope for the future, Manager Wu, who had intentionally distanced himself while on the phone, unknowingly raised his voice. What? Zhang, are you sure you're not mistaken? Okay, I've noted it down, don't worry, we'll definitely do a good job. This voice made Sun Hongxia feel a hint of something unusual. After all, logically speaking, if she really had been fired, Manager Wu, who was always good to all his colleagues, wouldn't be so happy. However, Yang Jiwei, who was unaware of this, completely brushed it off. In his view, it was a done deal that Sun Hongxia would be fired from the company and would come home with compensation. So seeing her so happy, he couldn't help but say, look, you're about to lose your job, and he's still so happy. Unlike me, who can only feel sorry for my wife. What the hell are you feeling sorry for? Manager Wu, who had just hung up the phone, was instantly furious upon hearing this, a grown man, not doing his job, and still playing the green tea act. How disgusting. How am I being green tea? Is it wrong to feel sorry for my wife? If you had this awareness earlier, would Hongxia have to fight for a divorce with you? Cut it out. She's about to be fired by you guys. Our family's matters have nothing to do with you. Wait, who said she was fired? As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Jiwei's expression froze. Not fired? Then what was the phone call you just took about? He wasn't the only one curious. Sun Hongxia was also eagerly asking, Manager Wu, what's going on? Just now, President Zhang called to inform me that not only are you not fired, but you've also been promoted. Manager Wu's face broke into a brilliant smile. Congratulations, from now on, you are the manager of our sales department, overseeing all affairs here. What is a surprise? This is it. She had thought she was going to be fired and was completely stunned. Her heart was filled with disbelief. Not only not fired, but promoted? Could it be that she was living in a dream? But no matter how she thought about it, Manager Wu continued on his own. Also, don't feel pressured about taking my position. I've also benefited from your good fortune and got promoted. Benefited from my good fortune? What does that mean? What else could it mean? President Zhang personally called him. Things had become even more surreal. Not only was she not fired but promoted, and it was a personal call from the chairman of the head office? What was going on? After thinking for a long time, she couldn't believe she had such great power. But as she thought about it, she suddenly thought of someone. Bai Yi. Among the people she knew, wasn't this brother the most capable one? Now that her predicament had suddenly been resolved, she couldn't think of anyone else but him. Thinking of this, she began to look around, wanting to find Bai Yi's figure. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yang Jiwei was completely bewildered. Wait, what does this mean? No dismissal? She's getting promoted to manager? What, your wife's job is safe, and you seem disappointed? It's not about being disappointed or not. If you don't dismiss her, how can she come home with me? After all his plans were disrupted, Yang Jiwei started to speak without thinking. He was really anxious. Previously, she was just a salesperson, and she had the confidence to divorce him. If she really got promoted to manager, what would happen then? As Sun Hongxia's husband, he had vaguely heard that the manager of the sales office here could earn over 20,000 yuan a month. However, what he didn't expect was that his subconscious words would directly provoke public outrage. The elderly who had just supported him instantly turned against him. What's wrong with you, young man? It's one thing to gamble irresponsibly, but why do you want your wife to be unemployed? I think he just can't stand to see others do well. Such a man is too scary. The girl must divorce him. Yes, divorce. As long as you don't want to, no one can take you away today. Lies can only ever be lies. Even though he had just successfully deceived himself, he was now exposed in the face of reality. The crowd was not made up of fools. Their eyes were sharp. Faced with this condemnation, Yang Jiwei no longer dared to respond and could only look at Sun Hongxia with pleading eyes, saying, Wife, come home with me? I haven't seen the child for several days. Having become the target of public scorn and unable to continue the commotion, all he could do was play the emotional card. However, Sun Hongxia, who had long seen through his thoughts, directly ignored his plea. Not only did she ignore him, but she also waved to the other side of the crowd. Bai Yi. What's up, sister-in-law? Bai Yi, who had been quietly watching, walked over with two younger brothers. What's going on with my promotion? Oh, my friend happened to come to visit, and he knows your company's boss, so he helped out a bit. Helping was just helping. Bai Yi wouldn't pretend to be modest or do good deeds without taking credit. Although he didn't expect any return, it was just a casual favor. But he had to make the favor known. Otherwise, how would others acknowledge your kindness? Moreover, this time, it wasn't even him but the rich kid Hao Xiang who had stepped in. You see, Hao Xiang really enjoyed helping others and then receiving thanks. After Sun Hongxia expressed her gratitude, he waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Hee, just a casual thing." Listening to their conversation, Yang Jiwei finally understood what was going on. He immediately glared at Bai Yi and said, "Bai Yi, it's you who's behind this. I'm messing with your grandpa." Bai Yi, tired of talking to this unreasonable person, retorted without courtesy, "Didn't you always say you treat my sister-in-law well? Why are you saying I'm behind this now that she's been promoted? Don't think everyone else is a fool who doesn't understand your little schemes. Get lost, just seeing you annoys me." Since his housewarming party last time, it had become a consensus among the relatives to keep their distance from Yang Jiwei. Bai Yi thought the same way. It wasn't because he was afraid of being deceived or anything like that. Rather, in Bai Yi's view, to maintain the good life he currently had, he had to stay away from bad people. Otherwise, he would end up dealing with troublesome situations every few days, affecting his mood. Perhaps it was the intimidation of his presence, or maybe it was just too embarrassing to stay here any longer. But the usually stubborn Yang Jiwei surprisingly did not retort this time. After a moment of standing there in a daze, he left in a huff. With no excitement left to watch, the onlookers quickly dispersed. The only ones remaining were Bai Yi and his two friends, along with Sun Hongxia and Manager Wu. Manager Wu seized the opportunity, adopting a humble demeanor as he stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Bai, and these two gentlemen, thank you." Now he understood all too well that his promotion was entirely due to Bai Yi and the other two. "I should be the one thanking you for protecting my sister-in-law. No need for that. As her superior, I should do this." I must say, Manager Wu was someone who made one feel very comfortable in both speech and action. Moreover, his ability to read the room was quite strong. Just as Bai Yi had gathered with his two friends, he immediately spoke up, "By the way, Mr. Bai, since your friends are here, we should celebrate. I just happened to have a few sheep slaughtered at home today. How about I bring one over to liven things up? A whole sheep, huh?" To be honest, if he had mentioned a certain weight of lamb, Bai Yi wouldn't have felt much, but a whole sheep was a different matter. There was no way around it. He had never had much money before and had been working all the time, so he was quite unfamiliar with roasted whole sheep. Now that he had this opportunity, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. When he turned around, he found that Hao Xiang and Lu Lin had similar expressions. At that moment, he had made up his mind. "That sounds great. Please, Manager Wu, bring the sheep over. By the way, how much is it? I can pay you now." "No. You have shown me kindness. If I take your money, that would be too ungrateful of me, Wu Qian. Just forget about it. I'll bring the sheep over shortly." With that, he didn't give Bai Yi a chance for pleasantries and turned to run off. "Alright, looks like someone is treating us to lunch. Hee, roasted whole sheep, roasted whole sheep." Soon, after bidding farewell to the still-dazed Sun Hongxia, Bai Yi returned to the car, driving his Maybach into the villa area. This luxurious vehicle belonged to Hao Xiang's father. However, now that Lu Tsuihua had entered the picture, all assets naturally fell into Hao Xiang's hands. Once they returned to Bai Yi's home, he had no time to chat with the two and instead began making arrangements in earnest. There was no way around it. None of the three were particularly skilled in the kitchen, let alone capable of roasting a whole sheep, so it was quite necessary to borrow a chef and equipment from Gao Shan. Along the way, he could also invite some friends over to gather. For instance, his two childhood friends from the county town, as well as Gao Shan and Wang Zhengde. Notably, when he contacted the latter two older brothers, both responded with laughter that men would understand. Their replies were mostly the same. "Going to your house for a meal? Don't worry, little brother, I can keep a secret. I absolutely won't spill anything." They were just teasing Bai Yi. After all, they had met at their children's kindergarten. Although they had become familiar with each other, they already knew he had gone to help Li Sisi that day. But given how well he matched with Li Sisi, who would believe that they were just friends? As for the new sister-in-law who had just been sent off today, it's normal for young people to be a bit flirtatious. It's even more normal for buddies to cover for each other. Half an hour later, after getting everything sorted, Bai Yi returned to the living room to find Hao Xiang and Lu Lin sitting proudly on the sofa, looking like elementary school students who had just seen their teacher arrive. "What do you two mean? Why are you so nervous coming to my house?" No, bro, sit down. We have something to tell you." "Oh, let me see what you have to say." With confusion, he sat down beside the two of them and saw Hao Xiang take a file out of his bag, seriously handing it to him, saying, "Bro, now that my issues are resolved, it's thanks to you and Lu Lin's help. This is my small token of gratitude." "What on earth is this?" To be honest, his serious demeanor really piqued Bai Yi's curiosity. He immediately took the file and flipped to the first page. A line of large black font caught his eye. "Car purchase agreement?" As he continued reading, Bai Yi's expression began to change. "Lamborghini. Wait, This is the purchase contract for a Lamborghini Revuelto. After carefully flipping through it, Bai confirmed that this was indeed a Lamborghini purchase contract, and it was for a Revuelto. What? What does this mean? Bai clearly saw that the contract stated it had been fully paid, and his name was written in the car purchase information section. It's a gift for you. His reaction made Hao Xiang, who had carefully prepared the gift, very satisfied. Bro, my family had an accident this time. If it weren't for you and Lu Lin, I might not have had a chance to turn things around. Now that I've reclaimed everything that belongs to me, how could I not prepare a big gift for you? But this, isn't it a bit too much? You have to know, the Revuelto is not just any sports car. This is Lamborghini's latest V12 engine model, affectionately referred to as the new Big Bull by countless car enthusiasts. It's Lamborghini's new flagship. The starting price is over 6.2 million. Note the word starting. For a sports car, if you want a better experience, you have to add some options, right? Plus, with luxury car purchase taxes and other additional fees, to take this car home, you would need to spend at least over 8 million. Even a careless choice of options could push it over 10 million. And on the purchase contract in Bai's hands, the amount clearly stated was 9.5 million. To be honest, this gift is too big. So much so that even Bai, who had gradually desensitized to monetary figures, was shocked. However, after hearing his words, Hao Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Compared to what I've reclaimed, this amount of money is nothing. He wasn't being pretentious. As mentioned before, Dehuai Group is one of the few listed companies in CD City, currently valued at over 2 billion. Before Hao Xiang's father passed away, he held over 51% of the company's shares. Aside from the value of the shares, his father was also someone who liked to save money and manage finances. As a result, he currently has over 300 million in cash at his disposal. In this situation, he felt that spending 10 million to gift his good brother a car was hardly a big deal. And to make Bai feel more at ease accepting it, he added, "Originally, I was planning to give you some of our company's shares, but that was too complicated, so I had to give up. On one hand, having suffered a loss before, I want to keep the company firmly in my hands this time. On the other hand, we might not distribute dividends every year, which is completely meaningless. Later I thought, since we are connected through cars, gifting you a cool sports car also fits your handsome image." Hao Xiang's words were undoubtedly filled with sincerity, but looking at the contract in his hands, Bai still felt conflicted, mainly because, in this matter, he believed he hadn't done much and could only barely be considered to have helped a little. Now the rewards far exceed his efforts. The other thing is, the house he bought from the other party was given to him at quite a discount. However, seeing him still struggling, Lu Lin beside him spoke up, "Big brother, just accept it. If you don't, what am I supposed to do?" "Oh, from what you're saying, did he also give you a sports car? How could that be? Even if he did, I couldn't afford to maintain it. A sports car isn't just about having it at home. There are other expenses. Just the insurance and the fuel consumption, which is like drinking oil, are burdens that an ordinary family can't really bear." Brother, I gave Lu Lin two choices. One was 10 million in cash, and the other was to work at my company as the vice president. Let me guess, he definitely chose the latter, right? You know me well, big brother. Lu Lin, who was caught in the act, couldn't hide his smile and said, "Now I'm already the vice president of Dehuai Group. Alright then, we should congratulate our president Lu properly." Ha ha ha. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lu Lin, he understood this person quite well. Simply put, he was a scumbag who could keep a clear head when it came to money. However, no matter how many young girls he was involved with, his refusal of the 4S shop owner's test last time showed a glimpse of his character. At the same time, because he had his principles, he believed that since he encountered it, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He chose to step up and then soared high. From a salesperson at a 4S shop, he transformed into the vice president of a listed company. It's not an exaggeration to say that his annual salary starts at $1 million. For this, Bai genuinely wished him well. After all, he took on the risk, and it's only natural to receive rewards now. So, big brother, just accept it. Otherwise, how am I supposed to continue being a vice president? That's right, if you don't accept, his vice president career ends today. Faced with the urging of the two, what else could Bai do? He could only put the car purchase contract behind him and say, in that case, I'll accept this generous gift. Since the gift giving had already reached this point, and they even used moral coercion, if he continued to hesitate, it would seem very pretentious. On the other hand, although the sports car was expensive, it wasn't a big deal for him. Making friends is all about reciprocity. At worst, he could accept this generous gift now and return the favor later when the opportunity arises. Alright, congratulations to Big Brother for becoming a Lamborghini owner. Congratulations, bro, haha. Thanks. You can't say otherwise, Bai Yi, now a Lamborghini owner, was indeed quite happy. What man doesn't like sports cars? The thrill of speed and passion that makes your hormones surge. The feeling of driving on the road, with the engine roaring, and a 100% head-turning rate, who wouldn't want to experience that? The only regret was that Bai Yi had to wait for the car again. According to the contract, his car wouldn't arrive in CD City for at least half a month. He also thought of something. His family's yard was already full. Whether it was the ideal L9 or the G63, both were quite large and had filled up his yard. When the new car arrived, he would face a situation with nowhere to park. However, after a moment, Bai Yi came up with a solution. That was to buy another villa. Having lived here for a while, he was very clear that the villa on the other side of his house hadn't been sold yet. As long as he could secure it, he would not only have a place to park his beloved car but also gain a lot of extra space. It was even very feasible to have one for living and the other completely turned into an entertainment space. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, so he directly sent a message to Sun Hongxia, inquiring about the price of the villa next door. However, before the other party could respond, Li Sisi pushed the door open and walked in. "Brother, you're back. Who are they?" Bai Yi had not returned all night, and now that she finally saw his car in the yard, Li Sisi rushed over. Little did she expect that there were still two unfamiliar men sitting in the room, leaving her momentarily stunned. As for Hao Xiang and Lu Lin, upon seeing a stunning beauty enter, they immediately stood up. "Sister-in-law, hello." Regardless of whether it was true or not, a beautiful woman had come to find Bai Yi, so calling her sister-in-law was definitely not wrong. After calling out, the two of them unconsciously looked at Bai Yi, their eyes filled with envy, especially Lu Lin, who was already envious to the point of being speechless. "As expected of my big brother, he's doing so well." It should be noted that he had seen Lin Jianxin at the concert last time. Now, with a different person, the quality was still on the same level. How could one not be envious? Hearing the two speak in unison, Li Sisi's face instantly turned red, and she felt flustered inside. She quickly waved her hands to deny it. No, I'm not sister-in-law." "No, you are." Bai Yi, who had already stood up, stepped forward and took her hand, introducing her. "This is Hao Xiang and Lu Lin, my two little brothers." Li Sisi felt conflicted. On one hand, she thought she was older and had a child. Even if she now had an extraordinary relationship, she still didn't want to hold Bai Yi back. That's why she denied it so vehemently. But after Bai Yi introduced her to his friends and clearly stated that she was sister-in-law, her heart began to swell with excitement. So, while feeling conflicted, she smiled and said, "Hello, you all chat, I don't want to disturb you." "There's nothing to disturb." After stopping her, Bai Yi continued, "A few more friends will come over for dinner later. We're having a whole roasted lamb, so you should stay here." "Is that okay? What could be wrong with that?" Waving his hand dismissively, Bai Yi pulled her down onto the sofa. Li Sisi was a woman who was gentle, beautiful, intelligent, and very hardworking. She possessed all the virtues of a woman. The only flaw was that she was overly cautious about life. To put it bluntly, she was insecure and lacked confidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so entangled in her relationship with Bai Yi, insisting on keeping it underground. Although in some sense, her actions were beneficial to herself, Bai Yi was more concerned about her mental health. He was not a heartless man who only cared about enjoyment without considering maintenance. How could a stunning beauty feel insecure while interacting with others? That was clearly not right. Bai Yi did not know what kind of experiences had shaped her current mindset. However, he had already thought of a solution. That was to make friends. People, when alone for too long or living a monotonous life, can easily develop psychological issues. Her previous struggle with the meaning of life was a living example. From Bai Yi's perspective, whether it was the wife of Gao Shan or Wang Zhengda's little wife, they were all very cheerful types. If she could interact with them more, he believed it wouldn't be long before she would be back on track. So, sensing that she was still conflicted, Bai Yi leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Today, friends will also bring their families over, so you can chat with them. You can't just revolve around me and Xiaoyuqing all day, you need friends too." "That's not true, I still interact with students every day." "No matter, just listen to me." To make her give up her struggle, Bai Yi's words were somewhat domineering, but to Li Sisi's ears, they were more charming than any sweet talk. She could feel that the little man holding her hand was genuinely considering her feelings, and at any moment, he was very, very concerned about her emotions. While feeling touched inside, she leaned closer to Bai Yi's ear and said, "Thank you. Once your friends leave, I'll reward you properly. If you're going to say that, I'll just tell them not to come. Ha ha ha. No being too eager." After rolling her eyes with a charming flair, Li Sisi accepted the proposal to stay and quickly got into character. "Alright, you all chat for now. With so many friends coming, your place must not have enough supplies. I'll go prepare some things." At noon, Bai Ye's home was very lively. The cars in the yard had been moved out, replaced by a huge barbecue grill. Several people dressed in chef's attire were preparing a whole sheep sent by manager Wu. These people were the staff from Gaoshan Hotel. However, the liveliest scene was still inside the villa. On the living room sofa, Bai Yi, Gaoshan, Wang Zhengde, as well as Xiaojia, Wang Hongwei, and Hao Xiang and Lu Lin were chatting while drinking tea. Their accompanying women, along with Li Xiaodi, were arranged on the second floor, discussing topics among women. It is worth mentioning that the enlightened Li Sisi had fully embraced her role and was busy attending to the guests. One could say that all of Bai Ye's friends were present. Not many, but definitely very close. Each one could lend a helping hand in his times of trouble. It is said that birds of a feather flock together, and Bai Yi felt this saying held a lot of truth. When a group of unproductive people gathered, they would do some unbelievable things, possibly even breaking the law. But when a group of reliable people came together, the effect was definitely positive. Just look at now, they hadn't even discussed opportunities yet, and the bank president Wang Zhengde had already brought in several clients for himself. Those without deposits indicated they would only use the cards opened at his branch, while those like Hao Xiang, who had deposits, directly helped him solve a large part of his deposit collecting task. This made the old man laugh so hard his face was crooked. Haha, I said Bai Laudi is my lucky star. As long as we gather, it's all benefits. You're not wrong, it really is like that. Gao Shan immediately added. Just yesterday, Bai Yi had asked his second sister-in-law Su Qing to help him resolve a big trouble. Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled and said, since I'm a lucky star, you all better treat me well. He didn't dare to claim to be a lucky star, but it was indeed a happy thing that he was getting along better with those around him. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he finished speaking, Wang Zhengde raised his phone and took a picture of him. What does that mean? How could it be? You said to treat you well, so I thought I'd print your photo and put it up. Don't worry, it will definitely be well fed and well watered. Come on, treat me like a person. I thought you were going to use my photo for online dating. As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted in the living room. However, the fulfilled Wang Zhengde, upon hearing this familiar yet strange term, showed a nostalgic expression on his face. Especially when everyone else was laughing, his expression became very apparent. This immediately piqued the curiosity of several people. Old Wang, you wouldn't have really done online dating, would you? The microphone is yours. Please share your story. After the internet became widespread, online dating had become very common. Back in Bai Ye's student days, he had a female online friend with whom the chat content was ambiguous. Although they never officially got together, it was definitely a nice memory. And with the development of the internet, online dating had only intensified. The province of Beha, where they currently are, is known online as one of the major provinces for online romance. It can be said that young people have a high acceptance of online dating. But the problem is, Wang Zhengde is not a young person, he is an old hand. Now that he has learned that the other party might have had an online romance, who can resist the curiosity? He is very likely one of the first batch of online daters. Listening to everyone's teasing, Wang Zhengde, as an old hand, does not feel shy at all. Instead, he proudly says, so what? Although I am older than all of you, my mindset is young. Back when I was playing QQ, I met a lot of female online friends, and each one wanted to date me. So, are you saying that your online romance partner is one of these female friends? Bai Yi asked curiously. Well, I was only a sophomore at the time, and QQ had just developed its video function, so with my looks, it's normal to be a bit popular, right? Ha ha ha, you can't deny it. Although Wang Zhengde looks quite overweight now, with a prominent beer belly, you can tell from the contours of his face that he was probably quite handsome when he was younger. Attracting some girls online was not a problem. However, before he could bask in his glory for long, he heard his sister-in-law's voice from the stairs. What's going on? It sounds like my old Wang is bragging. No, you heard wrong. It's definitely not me. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, the others laughed even harder. This situation left Wang Zhengde feeling very helpless, and he didn't dare to continue boasting. He quickly changed the subject and said, don't just laugh at me, as if none of you have ever had an online romance. I really haven't, Bai Yi said confidently. Flirting with female online friends definitely can't be considered online dating, right? Besides him, Gao Shan, Hao Xiang, and Wang Hongwei all claimed they had never had one. Only Lu Lin, with a smile on his face, said, I've lost count of how many I've had since middle school. Well, that fits his scumbag persona perfectly. However, as they chatted, Bai Yi noticed that Xiaojia, who was sitting nearby, had suddenly become unusually silent. It was as if he had vanished. To be honest, if it were someone else who was more introverted and went quiet in front of new friends, Bai Yi could completely understand. But Xiaojia is a genuine social butterfly. He could chat with strangers for half a day, let alone the fact that more than half of the people present knew him. Thinking of this, Bai Yi instantly realized something was off. It felt like he was deliberately hiding himself, not wanting others to notice him. With this thought, when Bai Yi turned to look at his expression, he could see a hint of guilt. Wait, something's not right. With this one sentence, everyone quieted down, and Bai Yi turned to Xiao Jia and asked, Xiao Zong, do you have something to say about online dating? No, I'm not online dating. When the focus suddenly shifted to him, Xiao Jia's first reaction was panic. So what he said was no different from a confession. I didn't say you were, but looking at your reaction, something's going on, right? Upon hearing this, the others also reacted. Wang Hongwei, who was also a childhood friend, widened his eyes and said, from what I know about Xiao Jia, he really is acting strange right now. Now it's Xiao Zong's turn to share his story. Come on. Faced with the eager gazes of the others, Xiao Jia was almost sweating on his forehead. But in the end, he hesitantly opened his mouth and said, well, I am indeed online dating recently, with a girl from the city, and I'm planning to meet her tomorrow. Good for you. After hearing this news, Bai Yi did not laugh at him. There was nothing funny about it. In fact, ever since his divorce, as a friend, he had been quite worried about his mental state. It's fine not to date, but it's best not to go too long without interacting with women. Otherwise, at best, he would lose the skills to interact with girls, and at worst, he would become a simp. Just look at the many simps online, and you can find a common characteristic among them. That is, they usually have no contact with girls, making it impossible to dispel the allure. Once they do come into contact, they unconsciously place themselves in a lower position and then seek to exchange their efforts for emotional balance. Don't underestimate this mindset. Countless men have been ruined by it. Now that he knows his friend is indeed in a situation, he is certainly happy for him. Well, I also thought it was unreliable, so I was planning to talk to you after we meet. Since it was already brought up, Xiao Jia didn't feel embarrassed and continued, just in time. The Yudonglai you introduced me to was free, and I want to go to the city to meet him, so I thought I'd see him first. If you want to meet, then meet. Who knows, it might be a good match. Oh, by the way, I'm going to the city tomorrow too. We can go together. Lin Jianxin, who just started working at the new hospital, was very busy and tired. But every day, without fail, she expressed her longing for him, and it was only right to go see him, to soothe her heart that had been hurt by work. Going to see Xiao Jia's blind date and eating some gossip was completely secondary. Just then, a man in a chef's uniform walked in and said, Bosses, the whole roasted lamb and other dishes are almost ready. Shall we start eating now? Yes, let's start now. Sitting in the living room, Bai Yi could smell the delicious aroma wafting in from outside. Now that everything was finally ready, there was no reason to keep waiting. So, Bai Yi waved his hand and led the way to the dining room. His gathering with friends was very successful. Almost everyone had a great time at his place and enjoyed the food immensely. The only downside might be that they didn't drink. But there was no helping it. He had indeed been drinking quite a bit these past few days and needed to take it easy. Nevertheless, the gathering continued until 4 p.m. before it finally ended. As guests bid farewell one after another, his housekeeper, Fan Wenjing, began to tidy up the room. As for Bai Yi himself, he was slumped on the sofa, holding Li Sisi. So, did you have fun chatting with them? Yes, they are all nice people, and we even made plans to go shopping together. That's great. Since you have more free time, it's good to go out and explore. Brother. Thank you. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback and asked, thank me for what? Thank you for taking care of my feelings and introducing me to friends. Don't say it, sister. Let's go upstairs and thank me in the bedroom. Thank you. Li Sisi thanked him profusely, and by the time she finished thanking him, the sky outside had completely darkened. But the emotions in her heart had not faded at all. Instead, she felt that her current life was so happy it seemed unreal. With her whole body hanging on him, Li Sisi, with tears in her eyes, said, You really shouldn't be so good to me. What if one day you don't want me anymore? I would be very sad. What kind of talk is that? Is it wrong for me to treat you well? Feeling the tears drop onto his chest, Bai Yi felt a pang of heartache. To him, everything he was doing felt completely normal. He hadn't spent money on her or done any romantic gestures. Everything was very plain. Yet she still felt deeply moved. This made Bai Yi very curious about what kind of experiences could have shaped Li Sisi into such a sensitive person. Out of genuine curiosity, Bai Yi reached out to wipe her tears while saying, Sister, tell me about your past. Past? Yeah, you're a southerner who settled in a small northern county. There must be some reason behind it. Well, do you really want to hear? I do. He could see that Li Sisi had many things hidden in her heart, and if he didn't take the opportunity to ask during this emotional moment, he didn't know when he would have the chance again, and that was indeed the case. According to Li Sisi's original thoughts, she had no intention of telling Bai Yi about her past. But now, lying in his arms, with her heart full of him, the desire to confide was unprecedentedly strong. So soon, she bit her lip and softly said, "Let's start with my family." As she spoke, the growth story of a young girl unfolded before Bai Ye's eyes. She was born in Sioux City, a pure southerner. Besides her parents, she had a younger brother who was 5 years younger than her. Throughout her upbringing, Li Sisi encountered no setbacks. After enduring a tough high school period, she entered a good university as a dance art student. Then she smoothly found a job. Everything seemed to go well. However, a year into her job, her closest friend passed away from cancer, leaving her with a 1-year-old little girl. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was shocked. "This little girl is Li Yuqing? She's not your biological child, right?" "Whether she's my biological child, don't you know in your heart?" "Well, I have some idea." He had always found this a bit strange. After all, there is a significant difference between women who have given birth and those who haven't. As for the possibility of a cesarean section, Bai Yi was sure she didn't have any scars over 1 centimeter. "I see, sister, please continue." "Well, her husband went abroad and never came back, and with no other family, the only one she was close to was me. No matter what, I had to keep this child by my side." The subsequent story was a huge blow for Li Sisi. In simple terms, after her friend passed away, she left not only little Yuqing but also a substantial insurance policy. The amount was considerable, totaling 3 million yuan. According to common sense, with this money, along with her decent income at the time, raising the child would be no problem at all. However, at that time, Li Sisi's brother brought his girlfriend home. With no money to buy a wedding house, the girlfriend was unwilling to consider marriage, and naturally, her family began to think about that money. After she clearly refused, her family did not give up. Each time they asked her for money, the words became increasingly harsh. "Use this money to help your brother. The child won't know when she grows up. She's not even your biological child. Why are you being so serious about it? Ungrateful, we raised you this big, and this is how you repay your family? If you don't give us money today, we'll sever ties." Such words continuously assaulted Li Sisi's spirit for a long time, leaving her in a state of utter distress. The final result was that, in order to avoid being a brother-supporting demon with the money her friend had exchanged her life for, she severed ties with her family. After being harassed for a long time, she had no choice but to take the child and flee far away. After moving around to several places, she finally settled in the small county of Longhua. She stayed there for several years. After sharing her experiences over the years, Li Sisi was already in tears. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi could only gently stroke her back and softly say, "Don't cry. If you hadn't gone through these experiences, you wouldn't have met me. Everything is destined." Her experience was somewhat bizarre, yet very reasonable. Although people's qualities are steadily improving now, not every family can truly achieve fairness. Especially when faced with immense wealth, family members inevitably develop inappropriate thoughts. What happened to Li Sisi is quite common in life. However, most girls in similar situations choose to endure, using the money their husbands worked hard to earn to buy cars and houses for their brothers. "Well, you're right, I'm very satisfied with my current life." "Ha ha ha, as long as you're satisfied, that's good. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll cook today." "No, let me cook for you instead." Not giving Bai Yi a chance to refuse, she wiped away a tear and prepared to get out of bed to cook. Just as she stood up, Li Sisi couldn't help but continue. "A few days ago, my brother contacted me. I don't know if they will find me. So what if they do? In our territory, can they bully you?" Bai Yi didn't care about this at all. "Don't worry, I'm here for everything." "Okay, everything is up to you." The next morning, after riding for an hour and a half, Bai Yi had just returned home when he found Xiao Jia standing at his door. He had very obvious dark circles under his eyes, clearly not having slept well. So after parking his bike, Bai Yi smiled and said, "So nervous about meeting in person that you couldn't sleep?" "I'm not a child, it's not that serious." Waving his hand, Xiao Jia said helplessly, "The reason I didn't sleep well is that she asked me a question before going to bed yesterday." "What question?" "She asked what I would do if the real person looked very different from her photos." "You tell me, how could I sleep?" "Ah." Bai Yi nodded seriously. Indeed, anyone would probably have trouble sleeping. There's no way around it. The question itself was already quite revealing. "Sigh, I was thinking, what if I just don't go?" "That won't do. If you don't go, how can I watch the show?" "No, wait, you haven't even met yet. You have to give her a chance." Not going was definitely not an option. Bai Yi was genuinely curious about how much the reality of the online dating partner differed from the photos. He was just too curious. In the end, the two set off. The weather was nice today, with plenty of sunshine. Driving with sunglasses on, Bai Yi faced the blazing sun as he headed into the city. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Jia occasionally glanced at her phone, looking very tense. It made sense. No matter how old you are or what you've been through, facing an online relationship that was almost like opening a blind box would make anyone nervous. Half an hour later, the G63 stopped outside an old community in the Shuangqiao district of CD City. According to the introduction from the girl, Bai Yi learned that his online dating partner was also from a county in CD City. Because of work, she rented a place here with her best friend. After learning this, Bai Yi realized one thing. So your best friend will come to meet us today, right? That's what she said. Alright, let them come now, I want to see how it goes. If the girl came alone, Bai Yi would think that this meeting was likely to go smoothly. But bringing a best friend undoubtedly added many variables. Of course, the specifics would have to wait until they met. They didn't have to wait long. 2 minutes later, two girls appeared at the entrance of the community. The two were about the same height, roughly around 165 centimeters. But the difference in their figures was quite significant, one being plump and the other slim. The slimmer one looked to weigh just over 100 pounds, and her figure seemed quite decent. The person who was a bit overweight isn't too exaggerated. By visual estimation, their weight definitely doesn't exceed 160. With their appearance, the two people in the car have been comparing photos. Almost immediately, it was confirmed that the relatively thinner one was Xiao Jia's online dating partner. Not bad, the difference from the photo isn't too big, Bai Yi commented sincerely. If she could score a 7 with the help of beauty filters, the real person she was seeing now would be in the 6 range. The difference really isn't that significant. Although the other party was also made up, compared to those who showed up using online pictures, this was already quite decent. Bai Yi had seen more than once online where someone went from an online romance to reality, and a beautiful woman turned into a 300-pound tank. As for Xiao Jia, who came to meet her online partner, she was very satisfied. So, she quickly opened the car door, got out, and waved to the two, shouting, "Xiao Wei, over here, over here." Ah! Upon hearing the voice, the two girls immediately looked over. However, their subsequent reactions could be described as worlds apart. The one referred to as Xiao Hui, upon seeing Xiao Jia get out of that big Mercedes, instantly brightened up. She then quickly rushed in her direction. In no time, she gave Xiao Jia a big hug. In contrast, the friend following her showed an unmistakable look of fear, standing there in a timid manner. However, caught up in the excitement of her online partner, Xiao Jia couldn't care less about her friend's state and could only stand there stiffly, saying, "Hey, there are so many people watching, let them watch." Looking at Xiao Jia's somewhat handsome face and then at the huge car beside her, she continued, "But I feel a bit angry right now. Why? You said you were from an ordinary family, yet you showed up in a big G to pick me up." This sounded like a complaint, but the smile on her face couldn't hide the fact that it was quite the opposite. In her heart, she had already convinced herself that she had found a treasure of a boyfriend online. A very low-key rich second generation looking for true love online. A big G. There are hardly a few in the entire CD city, okay? Saying he's from a rich family is not an exaggeration at all. Under the influence of excitement and happiness, she immediately said, "Now tell me the truth, and I'll consider whether to forgive you." "Ha, I've always been telling the truth." Still pretending, pointing to the G63 beside her, she continued, "You call this an ordinary family? Oh, this is my buddy's car. He happened to come to the city, so I came along." "Buddy's car? I thought you were a rich second generation. You've read too many CEO novels, right? There aren't that many rich second generations in the world." This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured directly over her head, leaving her feeling a huge sense of disappointment. Where's the promised blind box that turned out to be a rich boyfriend? How did it turn into an ordinary family? Noticing her expression, Xiao Jia had already realized that this girl wasn't quite right, but still asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, nothing. In fact, she had already determined that Xiao Jia wasn't her type. If it weren't for the big G, she thought she could still manage to connect a bit. But now, with such a huge gap, how could she force herself to continue? However, thinking about it, she had already done her makeup, so she couldn't just leave without even having a meal, right? That would be too much of a loss. Additionally, she recalled something she had seen online. When dating a boyfriend, don't be too anxious, you can also check out his buddies. Now, right in front of her, wasn't there a buddy who really drives a big G? After thinking this through, she felt much better. As she stepped out of Xiao Jia's embrace, she smiled and said, "Let's go out and have some fun." With that, she bypassed Xiao Jia and prepared to open the passenger door. It was because of this action that Xiao Wei saw Bai Yi inside, and in an instant, she was struck by his handsomeness. "He's so handsome." While she wholeheartedly agreed with that statement she had seen online, she was also incredibly grateful that she hadn't left right away. If she had left, wouldn't that have meant missing out on a fortune? However, just as she placed her hand on the door handle, she found that the door wouldn't open no matter what. Well, this was, of course, Bai Ye's intention. You see, when Xiao Jia had just gotten out of the car, he had lowered the window a bit to eavesdrop, so he had heard everything they said quite clearly. Knowing that this girl was not a good person, how could he let her sit in his passenger seat? Absolutely not. And facing Xiao Hui's puzzled gaze, he lowered the window completely and said, "Hold on, let me have a little chat with my buddy. Xiao Jia, get in the car." Coming. Understanding his meaning, Xiao Jia didn't care how awkward it was for Xiao Hui. She got into the car right in front of her. The next second, both the window and the door were shut. In this situation, Xiao Hui was completely dumbfounded. Being ruthlessly rejected when trying to get in the car, and now turning to leave didn't feel right either. Just then, her best friend walked over and said, "Is he mad because of what you said about the car? So what? I just want to pursue a better life." But he said from the start that he comes from an ordinary family. "Hey, whose side are you on, mocking me like this?" No, I just think maybe we should go back." No way, absolutely not. She had gotten up early, put on beautiful makeup, and hadn't even eaten a meal just to go back? That was absolutely out of the question. Moreover, there was a stunningly handsome guy in that car. If she left now, Xiao Hui would never be satisfied. Seeing her determined expression, Yi Huan felt helpless and regretted coming out with her today. But as her best friend, what could she do? She could only endure the awkwardness and continue waiting there. Meanwhile, the conversation between the two men in the car was very straightforward. "You got what that girl meant, right?" "I got it. It's such a pity. I thought I had found true love." "Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Quickly help me think about what to do now." Online dating had just begun, and encountering such a situation made Xiao Jia feel quite helpless. Of course, he wouldn't blame Bai Yi. In fact, he was quite grateful. If Bai Yi hadn't driven this car, the other party wouldn't have exposed herself so quickly. After this, who knows how much money and emotion he would have wasted. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi, without much thought, smiled and said, "My suggestion is, don't miss out on good girls, and don't waste time on bad girls. Since we're here, let's have breakfast together tomorrow." Forget it, with this situation, I've completely lost interest in her. After glancing out the window, Xiao Jia continued, compared to her, her best friend seems much more normal. From the first impression, Xiao Hui's best friend indeed seemed much more normal. Her reactions proved that she was a decent girl. Don't tell me you're interested in her best friend. I might be a little. Wait, are you serious? I'm serious. I really think she's quite appealing. Although she's a bit chubby, chubby girls are potential stocks. That's true. Bai Yi strongly agreed with the statement that fat people are potential stocks. He remembered back in middle school, there was a chubby girl in his class. Due to her weight, she was always very self-conscious, like a little transparent figure. Later, she transferred to another school. When they met again in high school, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. Especially her friend, Pan Hui, had very well-defined features. If she could lose some weight, she would look great. What a pity, she's Pan Hui's friend. No chance to get to know her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi disagreed. What do you mean no chance? Didn't you just say, good girls shouldn't be missed, and bad girls shouldn't be wasted? Since you want to waste, then don't miss the other one. But, given the current situation, how can I get to know her? Simple, just watch me. Friends? He admitted that true friendship existed in this world. However, based on Pan Hui's earlier performance, Bai Yi didn't think their relationship was that deep. Or rather, he didn't believe Pan Hui had deep feelings for her friend. Someone had previously analyzed that a girl with a good figure and looks usually had a friend in a different situation, meant to highlight herself. Of course, up until now, he was just guessing. But whether it was true or not, why not test it out? So, he gestured for Xiao Jia to pay attention, then rolled down the car window and called out, "Hey, girl, what's your name?" "Ah, my name is Pan. Not asking you, hold on." Upon hearing Bai Yi ask for her name, Pan Hui was still happy. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Realizing something, Yi Huan pointed to herself, feeling a mix of disbelief and fear, and said, "Are you asking me?" "Yeah, what's your name?" I'm Yi Huan." "Alright, then you get in the car first. We have something to say to you." "Ah." Yi Huan, completely confused, unconsciously walked towards the back seat of the car. After noticing this, Pan Hui felt very upset. Why? Why did he lock the car when she was about to get in, and interrupt her when she was saying her name? Then, right in front of her, invite her friend to get in and whisper? Seeing Yi Huan actually preparing to get in, she felt a surge of anger and shouted, "Yi Huan, what do you mean? What's wrong with me? You still ask me what's wrong? You're just going to leave me here and get in the car yourself?" I just wanted to ask your boyfriend what he was thinking. Cut it out. Others may not know you, but I know exactly what you're thinking. You just want to steal him from me. What do you mean by that? To be fair, as someone self-aware, Yi-hwan's earlier thought was genuinely just to help Pan-hui find out the situation. After all, waiting outside the car like this wasn't a solution. But she didn't expect her friend to say such things about her. For a moment, she felt very wronged. However, Pan-hui's anger was not yet vented, and she continued to shout, "That's exactly what I mean. Stop pretending. How disgusting. If you want to get in the car, go ahead, but if you do, we're done." This left Yi-hwan completely stunned. Meanwhile, in the car, Xiaojia, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but say, "Is this what friendship is? So fragile?" It's normal, plastic sisterhood is very common these days, but they've already reached this point. How could Yi-hwan get in the car? Don't worry, she'll get in by herself. Bai Yi wasn't a love guru, but he understood human nature quite well. If boys get into a fight, they are likely to resort to physical confrontation without much fuss. But when it comes to girls, the instances of pulling hair are far fewer compared to the emotional manipulation. At this moment, Yi-hwan felt extremely angry. Clearly, everything I did was for you, even willing to accompany you early in the morning to meet a male friend online, and now you want to cut ties for no reason? To put it bluntly, even a clay figurine has some temper. Not to mention how she felt now, that her best friend completely disregarded her as a person, merely a tool that could be summoned and dismissed at will. Under such circumstances, she naturally couldn't apologize. Instead, her most genuine reaction was, "The more you don't want me to do something, the more I will do it." With this thought in mind, Yi-hwan said with a grim expression, "If you want to cut ties, then let's cut ties." After saying that, she turned around and opened the door of the big G. Seeing this, Xiaojia quietly gave a thumbs up and whispered, "Wow, you guessed that? How did you do it?" Now he understood that Bai Ye's success was no coincidence. Just this ability to clearly calculate people was enough for him to look up to. It's nothing, just practice makes perfect. After working in the capital for many years, Bai Yi hadn't made much money, and his health was deteriorating day by day. But apart from that, he had gained something. At least in terms of understanding people, he had his own insights. Just from Pan-hui's initial performance, he could already determine what kind of person she was. Predicting the next move of these two young girls was not difficult at all. During their exchange, the furious Yi-hwan got into the car. After closing the back door, she asked, "If you have something to say, hurry up." Initially, she thought about helping her best friend get closer to Xiaojia, at least to smooth things over. But after the earlier commotion, she completely abandoned that idea. Even getting into the car was just to annoy Pan-hui. She had even planned that as long as Bai Yi and the others asked about Pan-hui, she would feign ignorance and let them do as they pleased. However, what she didn't expect was that the questions they asked were not about her best friend, but about herself. From her perspective, it was the handsome guy Pan-hui had her eyes on, who turned around with a friendly smile and asked, "Let me introduce, the guy sitting next to me is Xiaojia, divorced." "Ah, that's nice. What about you? Do you have a partner?" I don't have one." Caught off guard by this topic, she instinctively answered, "What a coincidence, I think you two are quite a match, let's go out together." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi started the car and drove off. He didn't even care that there was a girl waiting outside. Pan-hui was in despair. Originally, after her best friend got in the car, she wanted to turn around and leave. But just thinking about the handsome guy sitting in the car made it impossible for her to move her legs. She comforted herself, thinking that they would let her in soon, and then she would find a reason to kick Yi-hwan out. But the three people in the car seemed to have forgotten about her entirely. Did they just drive off like that? Wait, I haven't gotten in the car yet. No, wait for me. After running behind the car for a while and shouting frantically, Pan-hui finally realized the problem. They hadn't forgotten about her, they were deliberately not letting her in. Realizing this, her expression gradually twisted. "Yi-hwan, you fake sister, I must cut ties with you, ah." Meanwhile, in the car that was getting further away, Yi-hwan turned back to look at her best friend flailing on the road, completely bewildered. "What's going on? How did you take me away? You're not planning to kidnap me, are you? My family is really poor, I don't have any money." "You're overthinking it." While steering the wheel, Bai Yi explained with a smile, "Aren't you both single? Xiaojia is too, you two might as well get to know each other, who knows, you might both find someone." Upon hearing this, Yi-hwan unconsciously glanced towards the passenger seat. Xiaojia was very slim, but not short, and her looks definitely placed her among the handsome crowd. So, in terms of first impressions, she was certainly satisfied. But as she thought about it, she couldn't help but say, "But, he's my best friend's online dating partner? What does my involvement mean? Best friend?" After a pause, Bai Yi continued, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought she was your enemy, shouting at you on the street and wanting to cut ties. That's true, Lu Ruan, I don't see you two as best friends. She doesn't treat you like a person. When it came to her lifelong matters, Xiao Jia would definitely take charge, quickly adding, in my opinion, if you want to cut ties, then cut them. Let's just consider today as getting to know each other and have some fun together. What do you think? I don't know. I have to say, today's situation is a bit absurd. I originally came to support my best friend in her online dating venture, but my best friend didn't even get in the car, and her date took me away instead? If I really spend the day with them, with Pan Hui's petty nature, she would probably go crazy, right? But then again, Bai Yi and Xiao Jia are right. What kind of best friend behaves like this? For a moment, she really didn't know what to do. After hearing her uncertain response, Bai Yi and Xiao Jia didn't say anything more. Well, there's no need to persuade her further. Since she was already in the car and hadn't clearly refused, didn't that mean she agreed? The reality turned out to be pretty much as he expected. As they drove around the city and stopped at an arcade to grab a few toys, Lu Ruan, who had been confused at first, was already getting into it. The topics between her and Xiao Jia gradually increased. Of course, Bai Yi, as the supportive friend, played a crucial role in this. However, as someone with serious matters to attend to, he certainly couldn't keep being a third wheel. Especially since it was approaching noon, Lin Jianxin would probably have a little over an hour of break time, which should be well utilized. So soon, he left the two of them at the mall and went off on his own. It's worth mentioning that before he left, Xiao Jia sweetly called him foster father repeatedly. This made Bai Yi, who was playing the old father role, feel quite pleased. Well, watching the people around him getting better, even Xiao Jia, who was divorced, was working hard to start anew, it was perfectly fine for Bai Yi, as a witness, to feel happy about it, right? They say when one person achieves success, even their pets rise to the occasion. As someone who had hit the jackpot, he didn't seek to elevate everyone to the same level. He just wanted every person who treated him sincerely to have a basic, fulfilling life. This was also one of the pleasures he enjoyed after retirement. Half an hour later, at the affiliated hospital of CD City, after parking the car, Bai Yi carried the lunch he had just bought outside and headed to the department where Lin Jianxin was. Since he had never been there before, he was a bit lost. But he wanted to surprise Lin Jianxin, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, by showing up unexpectedly. With no other choice, he could only search slowly. Fortunately, Bai Yi was lucky. After wandering through a third of the area, he spotted a familiar figure walking out from a nearby office. Zhang Mingyuan, the guy he had sent Lin Jianxin to for an interview last time, who had tried to poach her right in front of him. After a few days, the other party seemed unchanged on the surface. It was only after recognizing Bai Yi that Zhang Mingyuan's attitude made a complete turnaround. Brother Bai, you're here. Looking for Dr. Lin? Hello, I happened to be nearby, so I came to see her, but I got a bit lost. Not one to turn away a smiling face, Bai Yi naturally didn't put on airs. His demeanor eased Zhang Mingyuan's mind, and he stepped forward enthusiastically, saying, I just finished work, let me take you there. Is it a bother? Not at all, brother Bai, just follow me. The rebellious Zhang Mingyuan of the past was nowhere to be seen. He not only led the way but even knocked on the door and pushed it open when they arrived. To be honest, Bai Yi hadn't expected such treatment. Once he entered the office, he found not only Lin Jianxin but also her senior, Li Ziyuan. As soon as Lin Jianxin saw the person she had been thinking about, she stood up in surprise and said, how come you're here? You didn't tell me in advance. It's not far anyway, what's the point of saying anything in advance? After placing the food he had brought on the table, Bai Yi turned and continued, since our senior is here too, let's have lunch together. Oh, my partner was just saying I should invite you to dinner, and here I am, mooching off your meal instead? Upon seeing Bai Yi, Li Ziyuan was also all smiles. She was well aware that her junior's boyfriend was quite an impressive person. Not long after their last meal, someone had approached, wanting to collaborate with Yu Donglai. Tonight, they would be discussing starting a company together, especially since that partner was bringing a big project alone. As a partner, Yu Donglai was certainly benefiting a lot. So brother Yu's collaboration is going to work out, right? I'm definitely going to join for that meal. It will definitely work out. Anyway, our old Yu has said that even if we have to sell everything we own, we must seize this opportunity. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Bai Yi was very optimistic about the collaboration between Xiao Jia and Yu Donglai. One was his childhood friend, and he knew how reliable the other was. The other was a middle-aged man with a family, a mortgage, and children. Even if he wasn't reliable, life would force him to be. Together, these two could be considered a strong alliance. Plus, with the support of a big player like Gao Shan, it could only be described in 4 words, a promising future. During their conversation, a lot of information was revealed. Even without understanding the specifics, Zhang Mingyuan could roughly grasp that Bai Yi had likely helped Li Ziyuan's husband, and now they were going to collaborate on a startup. This made him feel quite fortunate. Fortunate that he could understand, and that his earlier attitude had been very good, not off-putting at all. Simply put, even if it didn't help him, it avoided offending anyone and kept him out of trouble. With that thought, he spoke up, "Brother Bai, you all enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now." "All right, thanks. No need, goodbye." Soon, Zhang Mingyuan left. With no outsiders around, Lin Jinshin immediately linked her arm with his and asked curiously, "By the way, weren't you two at odds last time? Why is the attitude so good now?" "What else could it be? It's my charm." "Indeed, I think your charm is quite strong." Lin Jinshin nodded in agreement. She truly thought so. If it weren't for his charm, how could she, having been single for so many years, fall for him in such a short time? Her boyfriend was simply unbeatable. Listening to the couple's conversation, Li Ziyuan couldn't help but chuckle. While wishing the two well, she also marveled at her junior's innocent thoughts. Bai Yi is not an ordinary person. A single word from him can change a person's fate. Just a license plate can scare Zhang Mingyuan into a cold sweat. Under such circumstances, how could his attitude be anything but serious? If it were someone without any principles, they would have started flattering him long ago. After chatting for a few more minutes, the three of them began to gather around a table to eat. However, during this process, an elderly lady, around 60 years old, with gray hair and wearing reading glasses, pushed the door and walked in. Although she was old, she was full of spirit. Her white lab coat was spotless, and the badge on her chest read Vice President. It was clear that she was one of the top leaders of the affiliated hospital. Upon entering the office, the old lady did not pay any attention to the unfamiliar Bai Yi but instead looked at Li Ziyuan and asked, "Shaoli, are you free? I need to talk to you about something." "I'm free, Director Wang, please have a seat." Li Ziyuan immediately stood up and made room. "No, I won't disturb your meal. I just have a personal matter, so I'll keep it brief." "Sure, just go ahead, Director." Wang Chunhua, a bit embarrassed, continued, "Are you financially comfortable? Can you lend me 5,000 yuan? I'll pay you back when I get my salary at the beginning of next month." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was completely stunned. To be honest, a vice president of a top-tier hospital is definitely part of the high-income group. Not to mention $1 million a year, but at least several 100,000 should be expected. Why would she need to borrow money from her subordinates, especially for 5,000 yuan, which is neither too much nor too little? Hearing this, Li Ziyuan quickly reacted and said, "I have it, but is it possible that the university student you sponsored this year is asking you for money again?" "Yes, they said the school needs the fees. I have the money, but you know, my husband has not been well recently." "I understand, Director Wang. I'll transfer the money to you right now, but I just find it a bit strange." While taking out his phone to make the transfer, Li Ziyuan couldn't help but say, "Didn't you just lend her 6,000 last month? Now you're giving her money again. Is Shanghai Jiaotong University trying to squeeze you for money? Or is it possible that the girl is scamming you?" No, that girl studies very hard. She's a good kid. You're just spoiling her." Listening to their conversation, Bai Ye's expression changed. Borrowing money to support a university student? Director Wang's heart is too kind. As if sensing his surprise, Lin Jinshin immediately leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Our director Wang Chunhua and her husband are legendary figures. Because they were injured before, the couple has no children. Given her income, they should be living a good life. But they are both great. They use all their money to support various students. Over the years, they have supported at least dozens of university students." Wow! After learning a bit about their story, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a deep respect. Many middle-class families struggle to support one university student, and Wang Chunhua has directly supported dozens? What does that even mean? The couple's entire life savings must have been completely invested. Just from this point, he felt immense admiration. To be honest, not coercing people with conditions to do charity, but those who are genuinely doing charity deserve respect. However, while feeling admiration, Bai Yi found it a bit strange. It was now late November, and it wouldn't be long before the university would be on break. How could there still be so many fees? Especially since just last month, she had given 6,000 yuan. Strange, this matter was filled with oddities. To be honest, from Bai Ye's perspective, the reason for asking for money was quite insufficient and too frequent. After all, he had some understanding of general sponsorships before. Generally, sponsors only cover students' tuition fees and do not take on living expenses. Moreover, the cost of attending university in Longwei is quite low, typically just over 10,000 a year for a student. However, now the other party has asked for more than 10,000 in just 2 months, which is clearly unreasonable. Just as Bai Yi was puzzled, Wang Chuanhua's phone rang. She brought the phone closer to take a look and smiled, saying, "She's calling. She must be a bit anxious." There was no blame in her tone, only a sense of indulgence. After saying that, she prepared to press the answer button to inform the other party that she would be over shortly. Noticing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but say, "Director Wang, I think you should ask her about the purpose of this money. Since the money is being given, you should know how she plans to use it, right? It's also for the good of the student." Upon hearing this, Wang Chunhua was slightly taken aback and asked, "Oh, who is this young man?" "Director Wang, this is Bai Yi, her genuine boyfriend," Li Ziyuan quickly introduced. "This young man is really handsome. He deserves our sincerity." After a compliment, Wang Chunhua nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Let's listen to her together." Bai Ye's words were very tactful and reasonable. As a sponsor, it is only logical to understand the specific use of the money. Of course, in Wang Chunua's heart, the main thought was still to give Li Ziyuan some reassurance about the loan. So after connecting the call, she pressed the speakerphone button. Soon, a woman's voice came through the phone, "And Wang, how's that money coming along? The school is urging me quite a bit. The counselor keeps calling, making it hard for me to concentrate on my studies." To be honest, the attitude in asking for money was quite good, but the content was rather absurd. Not to mention what fees the school could possibly have at this time. Just the idea that the counselor was constantly calling and affecting her studies was ridiculous, and it wasn't just Bai Yi who found it absurd. Among the four present, who hasn't been to university? The counselor isn't a debt collection agency. How could they chase after you for money? Because of this, Lin Jinxing couldn't help but mutter softly, "The more I listen, the more I feel this sounds fake." "Don't rush, let's see what she says next." Bai Yi patiently continued to listen. Meanwhile, Wang Chunhua, who completely believed the other party, clearly didn't realize anything was amiss. She expressed her concern, saying, all right, after I hang up, I'll transfer the money to you." "That's great, thank you, Aunt Wang. I'll hang up now." Wait, Auntie still has a question for you." Upon hearing that the money could be transferred immediately, the girl was clearly very excited and was about to hang up. After hearing that Wang Chunhua had another question, she eagerly said, "Please ask quickly." "It's nothing else, I just want to know what the school needs this money for." At that moment, in the dormitory of a girl from Modujiaoda, Xiudi, who was holding the phone, was completely stunned. She felt a wave of panic. In the past, whenever she asked Wang Chunhua for money, as long as she said it was for the school, Wang Chunhua would always transfer it directly. This led her to naturally assume that this time would yield the same result. So before asking for money, Xiudi hadn't even thought of an excuse. This resulted in her being stumped by the question, completely unsure how to respond. In desperation, she could only turn her brain to find a plausible reason while replying, "And Wang, this is what the school needs. You treat me so well, how could I possibly deceive you? I know you wouldn't lie to me. I just want to understand a bit more," Wang Chunhua quickly explained to avoid hurting the girl's feelings. After hearing this, Xiudi, whose heart had been tightly wounded, instantly relaxed a bit. Then, in a spoiled tone, she said, "I knew it. You're just like my mom. We have the best mother-daughter relationship. As for the use of this money, it's just the normal tuition and miscellaneous fees for school, collected in advance for the next year." In her view, as long as Wang Chunhua didn't suspect her, all she needed to do was say a few spoiled words and provide a reason that wasn't too outrageous, and the money should be secured. And indeed, just as she thought, upon hearing her sponsored college student say this, Wang Chunua's heart softened immediately, without considering whether it made sense. People are kind, which is a good thing, but being too kind can easily lead to being taken advantage of. However, just as she was about to comfort the other party and hang up to transfer the money, Bai Ye's voice came from beside her. "Wait a minute. I'd been to college, and I've never heard of paying tuition and fees a year in advance." He wasn't someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs, but seeing an elderly woman who had spent her life helping others, even lending money to support college students, about to be deceived, he couldn't hold back any longer. He wasn't sure how much the tuition and fees were, but he was certain that this girl must have incurred some expenses at school. Shanghai Jiaotong University is a good school, a key university. This means the school certainly doesn't lack that little bit of money from students, and it's impossible for them to charge in advance. As soon as he said this, Lin Jinxing and Li Ziyuan immediately stood up to show their support. "Yes, Director Wang, how could Shanghai Jiaotong University do such a thing? Shouldn't we confirm this again?" Listening to the three of them, Wang Chunhua felt a bit troubled and confused. On one hand, since she started sponsoring her first college student in her youth, she had always believed in them. This year's sponsorship was no exception. But on the other hand, although she was older, she wasn't a stubborn old fossil who couldn't listen to others, especially since what Bai Yi and the others said made a lot of sense. Of course, the one who reacted the most was the woman on the other end of the phone. And Wang, is there someone next to you? What do they mean by this? It's simply an insult to my character. Cough, Xiaodi, don't think like that, they mean well. Mean well? I think they have ulterior motives. In the dormitory, Xiaodi was sweating. If she had known there was someone next to Wang Chunhua, she would have thought of a reliable reason. But once the words were out, like spilled water, there was no room for change regarding the reason for asking for money. In a moment of desperation, she could only resort to the method of feigning grievance, speaking in a tearful tone, "Wowo, and Wang, I feel so wronged. Wowo, I feel so wronged." In her imagination, as long as she used this trick, Wang Chunhua, who always responded to requests, would surely soften her heart. However, what she didn't expect was that this would have the opposite effect. Wang Chunhua was indeed a kind person, but she wasn't a fool. Don't forget, she also held the position of deputy director at a top-tier hospital. In terms of administrative level, that was quite high. For someone like her, saying she had seen countless people was not an exaggeration. In the past, she could overlook various loopholes because of trust, but when faced with something too outrageous, she couldn't help but think. It was a simple question: if the reason you provided is unreasonable and someone raises doubts, then you should provide evidence to prove it. This isn't self-incrimination. Any formal charges from the school would have clear notifications. Yet, before she could even say 2 sentences, the girl was crying about feeling wronged. What was the difference from confessing? Thinking of this, Wang Chuanhua's tone lost its previous indulgence as she said, "Xiaodi, you don't need to feel wronged. They aren't doubting you, let's just show them the evidence." Evidence. Xiaodi's cries grew louder. How could she, relying solely on her words, produce any evidence? What made her even more at a loss was that Xiaodi could completely sense the change in Wang Chuanhua's tone. For a moment, she truly began to feel wronged. Why was it that someone who used to send money directly without hesitation was now dragging their feet? Why not just give the money and be done with it? Of course, she couldn't say that. In the absence of evidence, she could only stick to her strategy, gritting her teeth as she said, "And Wang, are you doubting me too? Yes, my family situation is very poor, and you have really helped me a lot. But the poor also have dignity. Why should my character be insulted like this?" In just a few sentences, she elevated a matter that could be resolved with a simple proof to the heights of dignity and character, even adding the halo of being a poor, disadvantaged person to herself. This made Bai Yi unable to help but think that this girl had learned too many things at school. Lost in thought, he spoke up, "Director Wang, I think this girl is really very sad right now. Let's investigate this ourselves. If the situation is as she says, I'll cover her expenses and double it." His words were completely reasonable. However, upon hearing this, Wang Chunhua immediately replied, "No need, I'll cover this money myself." Then she continued on the phone, "Xiaodi, did you hear that? Hurry up and send over the school's notice so Aunt Wang can transfer the money to you." Xiaodi felt a chill run down her spine, a sudden wave of fear washing over her. Letting them investigate themselves, or providing the school's notice to prove herself? No matter which option, she wanted to scream, "I can't do it." Especially the former. What if they really investigated? Wouldn't that be the end for her? Thinking of this, she even felt a shiver of dread. Under the influence of this fear, she no longer dared to think about the 5,000 yuan that was about to be in her hands. Forget it, those who trust me don't need me to prove myself. So the Aunt Wang I have always respected isn't truly helping me. At this point, the call was abruptly hung up. Wang Chunhua, holding her phone, stood there in a daze, her expression frozen. This child, did we misunderstand her? It was clear that the last sentence from the other party, sounding utterly heartbroken and unwilling to argue, had a significant impact on her. However, Bai Yi, who knew that if someone was lying, they would abandon all concerns and say anything, was completely unconcerned. In fact, he believed that the more the other party played this game, the more it proved there was a problem. If we missed something, we can clarify it through investigation. Shifting the chair beneath him, Bai Yi said, "Director Wang, please sit. I'll make a call." Moments later, he called Li Xiaodi. Normally, such matters only required a phone call to the school, but to avoid truly misunderstanding someone and causing emotional harm to the female college student, he needed more detailed and accurate information. Coincidentally, Li Xiaodi was attending university in the Magic City. Perhaps she knew someone from Jiaotong University? It turned out that no matter where she went, the big sister was someone who could make many friends. After hearing a brief introduction of the situation, she said, "I just happen to have a friend who works as a counselor at Jiaotong University." "Wait a moment, I'll make a call." "Alright, it's still my sister who is reliable." After a brief exchange, Bai Yi hung up the phone and turned to say, "We should have results soon. Come on, Director Wang, let's grab a bite together." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Jiaotong University in the Magic City, Xiaodi took a few deep breaths, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She felt angry and scared. After all, it was a deception, and fear was quite understandable. As for the anger, it was entirely because the 5,000 yuan she was about to get had flown away because of a few inexplicable people. What kind of people are they, meddling in others' affairs? And that Wang Chunhua, the deputy director of a top-tier hospital, why would you sponsor me if you have no money? Just then, her phone chimed with a ding-dong. Picking it up, she saw it was a message from the rich second-generation girl in the next dorm. Xiu, we agreed to go shopping now, what do you say? Looking at the message and then glancing at her balance, Xiu thought again about the 5,000 yuan that was slipping away, and her anger grew. But with no other options, she could only reply, you guys go ahead, I'll join next time. You're not out of money, are you? How could that be? I just bought too much last night, it's a limit issue. Besides, you know my capabilities, right? Then it's fine, just spend my money first, and you can pay me back later. Sister, you're the best. Moments later, Xiu got up from her bed and took out one designer piece after another from the box beside her. Back to Bai Ye's side, after about 10 minutes, Li Xiaoti's call came back. This call directly tugged at the hearts of the four present, especially Wang Chunhua, whose expression was quite conflicted. She really didn't want to hear bad news, but if it was indeed bad news, the one who had put in real money couldn't just be kept in the dark, right? The call was quickly connected. Bai Yi pressed the speakerphone and asked, Sister, what's the situation? I've found out, but little brother, my blood pressure is a bit high right now. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi realized that she might have really found out something troubling. However, he didn't rush to ask further but looked at Wang Chunhua beside him. Director Wang, maybe you shouldn't listen? After all, she was an elder. If she heard bad news and got upset, it would be counterproductive. How can that be? I need to confirm what's going on with that child Xiu. What if she's encountered bad people? I'm crying. Even if she had guessed the outcome in her heart, she still didn't give up the last glimmer of hope. She was still genuinely worried about the other person. After all, if it weren't for her extremely kind nature, she wouldn't have spent her life sponsoring college students. Helpless, Bai Yi could only say into the phone, Sister, please tell me the situation. According to the information you provided, Xiu is a poor student who needs sponsorship to attend university, right? Yes. After hearing Bai Ye's response, Li Xiaoti's voice noticeably rose as she continued. But the information I found is quite different from what you said. In Xiu's mind, she's a rich second generation, quite generous with her spending. Not only does she often treat her classmates to meals, but she also just got the latest model of a fruit phone last month. Oh, and besides the phone, her clothes and shoes are all designer brands. To put it simply, she's the envy of everyone at school. Now do you understand why my blood pressure is high? Listening to Li Xiaoti's voice on the phone, Bai Yi let out a deep sigh. How could he not understand? Clearly a poor student who needed to use Wang Chuanhua's hard-earned money to attend university, she had transformed into a wealthy princess at school. Not only was she wearing designer clothes and shoes, but she had also upgraded to the latest fruit-themed smartphone last month. It was obvious where the 6,000 yuan Wang Chunhua had sent last month had gone. When he turned to look at Dean Wang, he found her completely stunned. Her face was very pale, and her lips trembled slightly. How could this happen? She was clearly a good child, and she told me she was working hard to ease the pressure at home. How could she do something like this? But no matter how much she didn't want to believe it, Li Xiaoti's words stood firm, and all signs indicated that these words were indeed true. At least they were more credible than Xiu, who started crying after just 3 sentences. Faced with this situation, Wang Chunhua felt very distressed. The girl she had supported and cared for had been deceiving her all along, treating her like an ATM. Coupled with the thought of her husband still lying in a hospital bed, needing the hospital to cover his medical expenses, and her recent firm promise to lend money, everything seemed so ridiculous. At this moment, after a lifetime of giving support, she began to question her life. Seeing her expression, Lin Zhenxin and Li Ziyuan quickly went over to support her. Dean Wang, don't worry, we can just ask for the money we gave her back. Yes, knowing someone's face but not their heart, finding out early is actually a good thing. The 2 women comforted her softly, while Bai Yi stood silently to the side. He understood Wang Chuanhua's feelings at this moment. He could also somewhat grasp what Xiu was thinking. Ultimately, it boiled down to 2 words: inferiority. With the development of the internet, an ordinary person could easily come into contact with things that did not belong to them, like luxury brands, luxury cars, and mansions. To avoid being looked down upon, some people with weak willpower would try various means to cling to those things that were not theirs. Those fake rich second-generation individuals online, even if heavily in debt, still maintain their facade. It's the same principle. But unlike those who go into debt to show off, Bai Yi, who understood her thoughts, did not feel pity for her, only disdain. Because the money she squandered was Wang Chuanhua's support fund, money given with good intentions. Moreover, she treated her benefactor as an ATM, trying every possible way to cheat her out of money. Honestly, is this something a person can do? Faced with this situation, Bai Yi couldn't help but say, Dean Wang, I think I'll just call you Aunt Wang. What are you thinking now? Should we try to get the money back? No, I won't pursue it. Shaking her head helplessly, Wang Chunhua continued, that money, if not given to her, will go to other children, but my support for her ends here. Do you plan to continue supporting university students in the future? Of course, this is a commitment I made with my husband. I can't stop just because of one disobedient child. Wang Chunhua, whose mood had calmed slightly, added, and for every bad child, there are good ones. The end of the year is approaching, and many children will come to see me. Bai Yi found it hard to comment on something that others had committed to for a lifetime. After all, people's pursuits are completely different. But now he felt that if this matter ended here, it would be too lenient for her. It wasn't that he was overly aggressive, but rather that the other party had gone too far, which was infuriating. Just then, Li Jiadi's voice came through his phone again, you don't need to discuss it anymore. The counselor I found has already gone to the school leaders to report this. She will definitely learn a lesson. That's good to hear. In Bai Ye's view, when one makes a mistake, they must pay the price. Not to say one should be beaten to death, but at least they should learn a lesson. Upon hearing this, Wang Chunhua did not insist any further, simply saying, it's better to be educated in school than to be educated by the law and society. After saying this, she turned and walked out of the office. Li Ziyuan, one of the students, followed her with a look of deep concern. However, just before leaving, she turned back and said, since Bai Yi is here, I'll give your family a heartfelt afternoon off. Go enjoy your sweetness. Soon, only Bai Yi and Lin Jianxin were left in the office. Feeling heavy-hearted, Lin Jianxin leaned into his arms, resting her whole body against him as she said, what's wrong with people these days? Director Wang has worked so hard all her life, doing good deeds, yet she still has to be let down. People are always a mix of good and bad, Bai Yi replied, pausing before asking, by the way, what illness does Aunt Wang's husband have? Speaking of this makes me even angrier. Director Wang's husband is in the early stages of cancer and is still hospitalized. If it's in the early stages, it should be treatable, right? It can be, but the costs. The hospital hasn't confirmed whether they will cover it yet. In that case, let's go, take me to the payment center. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi retrieved his bank card under the astonished gaze of the hospital staff. Indeed, he had directly paid for Wang Chuanhua's husband's medical expenses. According to Lin Jianxin, for the surgery and subsequent care to achieve the best results, it would require over 200,000 yuan. To ensure everything was covered, Bai Yi simply paid 300,000 yuan. This made Lin Jianxin, who had been watching the whole process, feel somewhat uneasy. Of course, it wasn't that she was worried about the money, but rather that she was concerned about Bai Ye's impulsiveness affecting her own life. So, after leaving the payment center, she immediately whispered, after giving away so much money, do you still have any left? Should I transfer some to you? It's just a small amount, don't worry. This was not Bai Yi being arrogant. Not to mention that he currently had a stable and efficient way to make money. Even his 10 million in savings made this 300,000 yuan seem like a drop in the bucket. The reason he did this was for peace of mind. If he hadn't come to the hospital today and met someone as admirable as Wang Chunhua, he definitely wouldn't have acted this way. But since he had met her and learned about the elderly person who had spent a lifetime doing good deeds, now facing difficulties yet still persevering, he felt he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. You see, now that the money was spent, he felt much more at ease. However, what he didn't expect was that just as Bai Yi was holding Lin Jianxin, preparing to return to their love nest for a nap, the system suddenly chimed with a notification. Ding! Detected that you are doing charity. Even when facing unemployment, supporting a family, and bearing the high costs of a passionate relationship, you still unhesitatingly extend a helping hand in the face of hardship. 300,000 yuan given without hesitation has moved this system. You are so understanding of righteousness. How could this system stand by idly? Now activating charity support for you. Charity support, all expenses you incur for doing good deeds will be covered by this system, fully reimbursed. This charity support has been successfully triggered, and 300,000 yuan has been credited. Looking at the content displayed by the system and feeling his phone vibrate with the notification of the deposit, Bai Yi gave a thumbs up in his heart. This is a good system, it really comes through when needed. Aside from always making him sound particularly miserable, as if Bai Yi were living in the wind and rain, there's nothing wrong with it. Right now, it has even given him an unlimited boost for charity. The phrase powerful support is fully realized. At that moment, Bai Ye's brain started to turn. The first thing he could confirm was that he didn't plan to use this to become famous or to be seen as a great benefactor by the world. He also didn't want to selflessly dedicate himself like Wang Chunhua, only to be treated as an ATM by those with ulterior motives. Although the system was paying for everything, money that falls from the sky should be spent meaningfully. Otherwise, wouldn't Bai Yi become a slave to money, scattering cash everywhere and being a tool? So, how to use this charitable boost still needed careful planning. Lost in thought, Bai Yi took Lin Jianxin out of the hospital and headed towards the nearby building. Meanwhile, in the inpatient department of the affiliated hospital, having calmed her emotions and breaking free from an indescribable disappointment, Wang Chunhua, accompanied by Li Ziyuan, arrived at her old partner's hospital room. Just as they entered the room, they heard a voice from inside. "No, I must be discharged today. Mainly, I can't afford the hospital fees. If I stay any longer, won't I become a freeloader?" "No, Uncle Zhang. Our director personally instructed that you absolutely cannot be discharged now." Seeing Wang Chunhua and Li Ziyuan appear, the elderly man referred to as Uncle Zhang immediately felt he had found a breakthrough and quickly said, "Old Wang, you're just in time. Hurry and help me get discharged." "Discharged? Don't even think about it. I'll call my relatives to sell the old house and pay for your treatment." "But didn't we agree before?" "I've changed my mind." According to their previous agreement, he wouldn't treat this expensive illness and would use the money for something more meaningful. After all, he was almost 70 years old. He just didn't expect that after the events of the afternoon, Wang Chuanhua's mindset had changed. Supporting college students was still important, but her partner's health couldn't be neglected. Facing her partner's confused gaze, she said, "One can't always live in the emotions they create for themselves. One can't just treat others kindly while living in suffering, right?" The old man, upon hearing this, looked even more bewildered. He thought, "What on earth is going on?" But before he could say anything, the doctor who had just argued with him received a phone call. The moment she answered, her eyes widened in shock. Moments later, after hanging up, the doctor exclaimed excitedly, "Great news! A person named Bai Yi has paid 300,000 for Uncle Zhang's fees. We can arrange the surgery immediately." Upon hearing this, aside from Li Ziyuan who remained relatively calm, the elderly couple was completely stunned. Once Wang Chunhua processed the information, she quickly asked, "Bai Yi? Isn't he Xiao Zhengxin's boyfriend?" "Yes, he's a big boss," Li Ziyuan replied. Although she didn't know exactly what he did, from what had been shown so far, he probably didn't care about the 300,000. "Big boss or not, I can't accept this money. Hurry, you need to find him." "No need, Director Wang. He left a message when he made the payment." "What message?" "He said you two have warmed many people with your kindness, and now that you're older, it's time for you to feel that warmth." He also said not to contact him. He wants to enjoy some time alone with his partner this afternoon. In an instant, the gazes of Wang Chunhua and her partner met. Their already somewhat cloudy eyes were filled with tears at the same time. Magic City. In a shopping mall near Jiaotong University, Xiu Di walked out of a brand counter, holding a beautifully crafted shopping bag. The few girls accompanying her were in a similar situation. As they walked, one of them couldn't help but say, "You better pay me back that 3,000 yuan quickly. After all, my family isn't as wealthy as yours." "Don't worry, it's just a small amount. I'll give it to you tomorrow," Xiu Di replied, but inside, she felt uneasy. However, her ingrained vanity wouldn't allow her to turn back now, in front of so many sisters, to return the items. After thinking it over, she could only plan to contact Wang Chunhua once she got back. She believed that by then, there would be no one beside her. This old lady is so easy to fool. Just as she was mentally planning and thinking about continuing her shopping, she received a call from her counselor. "Xiu Di, where are you? Come to the academic affairs office immediately." Hearing the counselor's unusually serious tone, she immediately sensed something was off. She deliberately moved away from her friends, lowered her voice, and asked, "Counselor, I haven't done anything wrong. Why do I need to go to the academic affairs office?" "Why don't you think carefully about whether you've done anything wrong?" Seeing her still pretending to be innocent, the counselor, who usually treated Xiu Di quite well, could no longer contain her anger and gritted her teeth, saying, "Hurry up and come, the principal is waiting for you here." The principal? Jiaotong University in Magic City is not an ordinary school. The principal holds a very high position, and she had hardly seen him since enrolling. Now the counselor said the principal was also waiting for her in the academic affairs office? Realizing something was wrong, Xiu Di's face turned pale. She had done many foolish things out of vanity, but she was quick-witted in this regard. Without much thought, she realized that the school must have found out about her deceiving her sponsor. Otherwise, why would there be such a commotion? In an instant, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Xiu Di was scared. Scared that the wealthy heiress persona she had painstakingly built would be ruined in an instant, and scared of how her classmates would view her if this got out. Of course, she was even more afraid of the impending punishment from the school. With all these emotions swirling inside her, she hung up the phone, disregarding the friends waiting for her, and turned to run out of the mall. At that moment, she didn't know where to go, but it definitely wasn't back to school. Xiao Di simply couldn't bear the impending storm. Meanwhile, in the Academic Affairs office of Jiaotong University, the counselor looked at her phone that had gone to a busy signal, bewildered. She hung up on me, she probably ran away. Unrepentant. An elderly man with a square face on the office sofa said with a serious expression, she is trying to single-handedly ruin the foundation we've built over the years at Jiaotong University. Yes, Principal Chen, I think this student must be severely punished. Then expel her, and we need to issue a notice to the entire school. A notice to the whole school? Principal Chen, isn't that a bit hasty? We haven't even seen the student in person. They hadn't considered the implications, mainly because they didn't have any substantial evidence without questioning the student. If there were a reversal, the school's leadership would be in a passive position. However, Principal Chen remained unmoved and said firmly, do it my way. You may not understand the situation, but I know who her sponsor is. That is a person worthy of being called great. We can't let them feel disheartened. About 10 minutes later, all the faculty and students of Jiaotong University received a notice from the school. The content of the notice was simple and blunt. Due to freshman Xiao Di's misconduct in misusing donor funds for extravagance, our school has decided to expel her. Such an announcement caused a stir throughout the school. After all, in the eyes of some students, Xiao Di was a wealthy heiress, the envy of everyone. But now you suddenly tell me that she has behaved poorly and squandered the charity funds? Because of this unusual situation, the notice issued by the university began to spread rapidly throughout the city and even across the country. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it turned into a nationwide headline. However, Bai Yi was temporarily unaware of all this. Or rather, he had been so busy all afternoon that he had no time to pay attention. But as evening approached, Bai Yi had to let Lin Zhenxing go, returning her to the noble cause of medicine. Well, Lu Ruan had given her the afternoon off, but she was expected to work overtime in the evening. This left Bai Yi, who had no plans to return home tonight, feeling quite lonely. Fortunately, he had some connections in the city. For instance, Hao Xiang was officially taking over the family business, Dehui Group, today. Until he found a reliable professional manager, he needed to be present at the company. Especially since it was the end of the year, there would likely be a lot of work. Accordingly, with his arrival at the company, Lu Lin, the vice president, would also be taking office. As the older brother, it was only right for him to check in. Without buying any gifts, Bai Yi greeted Lu Lin on his phone, then set the navigation to head straight to Dehui Group. As one of the prominent enterprises in CD City, the company headquarters was certainly not far from the city center. In about 10 minutes, Bai Yi, driving, spotted the Dehui Group building. It was at least a 30-story skyscraper, looking quite impressive. However, as he got closer and glanced at the entrance, he immediately changed his mind and couldn't help but laugh. There was no way around it. Lu Lin, who was waiting for him downstairs, looked utterly ridiculous. A suit can really highlight a man's temperament, but only if it fits properly. For instance, the suit that was clearly 2 sizes too big for Lu Lin made him look like a child wearing adult clothes. Coupled with his obviously styled hair that shone under the sun, it appeared very comical. Unable to hold back, Bai Yi got out of the car at the entrance and laughed. Did you style your hair like an adult and put on a handsome suit? Ah, big brother, I didn't have a mirror, and I can't pee either. Whether I'm handsome or not, I know in my heart. To be honest, when he finished getting ready that morning, he thought he looked quite handsome. But upon arriving at the company and noticing the strange looks from his colleagues, he began to sense something was off. After running to the restroom to check himself in the mirror, his confidence completely crumbled. Feeling increasingly wronged, he wore a pained expression and said, I've been feeling bad about this all day. Please don't laugh at me, big brother. Ha ha, alright, I'll try to hold it in. Of course, as the older brother, Bai Yi was very considerate of his younger brother's feelings. So after having his laugh, he stepped forward and patted Lu Lin's shoulder, saying, There's no need to feel bad, your fundamental issue right now is just one. What issue? The identity shift happened too quickly, and your temperament hasn't caught up. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin immediately agreed, yes, that's exactly the feeling. So how should I resolve it? No need to resolve it, the key to my statement lies in the shift of identity. After a pause, Bai Yi glanced at the receptionist who was constantly looking over, and continued, with your identity as Vice President Lin, even if you wore overalls to work, people in the company would still treat you like a true fan. Is it really like that? You should think back carefully. I don't believe you can't feel it. Although he had never been a major leader, he had learned many truths during his time in a large factory. In this society, what matters most about a person is not what they wear, but their identity. As long as one doesn't become a duck, identity is the strongest charm halo for a man. I don't know how many big shots wear the simplest clothes all year round, yet wherever they go, they are surrounded by admirers. And Lu Lin, as the vice president of Dehue Group, still held a very transcendent status. The saying clothes make the man had to be reconsidered. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Lu Lin, who had been conflicted, quickly recalled what had happened today. He then realized it was indeed the case. Every colleague he had met had shown him great respect, and no one cared about what he was wearing. The repeated calls of President Lin made him feel like he was floating. Thinking of this, he felt much better and pulled Bai Ye towards the company. "Thank you for your guidance, brother. Let's go. Hao Xiang is still waiting for you upstairs." A minute or two later, the elevator stopped at the top floor of Dehue building. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Gao Xiang appeared before him, smiling warmly. "Welcome, brother, to provide guidance." "Don't mention it. I'm just here to congratulate Chairman Gao on his new position." "What chairman? If it weren't for necessity, who would want to work? Come on, brother, let's talk in the office. Lead the way." Gao Xiang's office was large and luxurious, measuring at least 300 to 400 square meters. There was also a side door, likely a resting space exclusively for the chairman. However, after a brief observation, Bai Ye's gaze was drawn to the computer screen on his desk. "Oh, you play LOL too? It's just boring at work, so I play a bit." After explaining, Gao Xiang's eyes lit up as he continued. "Do you play too?" "I do, but I'm older now, so my skill level is average." "That's okay, come on, while it's not off work yet, let's team up." "Team up? But you only have one computer?" "It's just a computer, it's a matter of a phone call." Next, Bai Yi witnessed the capabilities of a capitalist. In no time, the large desk was filled with 5 computers. Why not 3? According to Gao Xiang, it takes 5 people to make teaming up interesting. For this, he even had 2 female secretaries drop their work. One can only say that humanity's development of female secretaries is still quite incomplete. Once the game started, they played until the end of work hours. After the 2 female secretaries wiggled their hips to say goodbye to the 3, Gao Xiang waved his hand and said, "Think about what you want to eat. Today, I'm treating. Then I need to think carefully." While speaking, Lu Lin took out his phone. Of course, this wasn't about taking advantage of Gao Xiang, but he genuinely believed he should treat Bai Yi well. Not to mention that he had directly or indirectly changed his life. Just the fact that he had enjoyed a whole roasted lamb dinner at his home yesterday meant he had to repay that kindness. However, when he unlocked his phone, he was caught by a news headline displayed on the screen. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. After finishing the article, he let out a sigh and said, "Phew, I never expected there were such people in our CD. It's a pity that a good heart was exploited by bad people. Truly despicable." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately thought of Wang Chunhua, whom he had just met today, and curiously asked, "What's going on?" "You can see for yourself, brother." After taking the phone, the first thing that caught Bai Ye's eye was a bold black news headline. "What a sin! Wang Chunhua, a kind-hearted person from CD City, sponsored a college student but was tricked into becoming an ATM. Shanghai Jiaotong University, the student has been expelled and has apologized on behalf of the students." Looking at the content on his phone, Bai Yi was a bit dumbfounded. This matter blew up so much in just one afternoon? It should be noted that this news was not from a local media outlet, but from the national Xinhua Daily. This alone was enough to prove that the situation had completely evolved into a social event. Moreover, it wasn't just a big deal, even Wang Chuanhua's name was directly exposed. With various doubts, Bai Yi began to search carefully. It turned out that this afternoon, a notice from Shanghai Jiaotong University had ignited the internet. Naturally, the incident attracted the attention of many reporters. At the same time, another student who was also sponsored by Wang Chunhua noticed it and, with the intention of standing up for her, revealed everything. In an instant, the entire internet was in an uproar. Countless netizens began to voice their support for Wang Chunhua. An elderly person who has spent her life doing good deeds is treated like this? Does anyone know that student's surname Chiu? I'll teach her how to be a decent person. Calm down upstairs, don't get yourself involved. But this student really deserves it. What kind of heartless person can do such a thing? Looking at the criticisms from netizens, Bai Yi felt genuinely happy for Wang Chunhua. Because of this incident, her story was exposed and became well known among the vast number of netizens, and now so many people were feeling wronged for her and sympathizing with her plight. Such strong social emotions must bring her something very positive. At least, it would prevent the elderly couple from being left with no support in the future. Regardless of the reasons, the government departments would definitely take good care of them. As for the negative impact, that was certain. Well, now that her name was known, it wouldn't be long before all her identities would be dug up. By that time, it might affect the elderly woman's work and life. Of course, None of this had anything to do with Bai Yi. In any case, no matter how much they dug, they wouldn't find anything on him. His peaceful little life would not be disturbed by anyone. Throwing Wang Chuanhua's matter completely out of his mind, Bai Yi and the others quickly set off in his car. The destination was a restaurant where the average cost per person was around 2,000. Along the way, Hao Xiang kept introducing the restaurant, saying how great it was. To be honest, Bai Yi was quite curious about what he said. After all, the most expensive meal he had ever eaten was the seafood hot pot that cost over 1,000 at the mall last time. A place with an average cost of 2,000 was a first for him. However, just a few minutes later, before the three of them had even gotten out of the car upon arriving at their destination, they noticed that the expression on Hao Xiang's face was off. Following his gaze, they saw an old yellow Lamborghini Gallardo parked next to their car, also known as the Little Bull. Hey, isn't that the car of the guy who cursed you in the group before? Speaking of which, Bai Yi knew Hao Xiang because of this Little Bull's owner attacking him in the group. In his impression, this person's words were extremely harsh, practically wishing to stomp Hao Xiang to death. And since they had interacted more, Lu Lin also knew a bit about these matters. He immediately asked seriously, "So, should we smash this guy's car?" His idea was to repay hatred with hatred and grievances with grievances. There was no need to be polite to someone who kneels when things are good and stabs you in the back when things are bad. However, after hearing this, Hao Xiang fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, "Forget it, it's not worth it." In difficult times, he truly experienced what it meant to feel the coldness of the world and what it was like when the wall falls and everyone pushes. At that time, he must have been angry, thinking that once things got better, he would make those people pay. But after a period of reflection, now that he has truly recovered and regained everything, the desire for revenge has faded significantly. Of course, this doesn't mean he has no temper. Rather, it is because Hao Xiang's inner self is growing. Previously, he was a carefree rich second generation, only needing to seek revenge and settle scores. But now the situation is different. He is the helmsman of the Double Group, bearing the income and happiness of thousands of families on his shoulders. They say circumstances force people. The current situation is that reality is pushing his thoughts to mature, leading to a complete transformation in his mindset compared to before. After saying forget it, he turned his attention to Bai Yi, who had the most experience among the three, and asked, "Brother, what do you think? I agree with your approach, but do you still feel uncomfortable inside?" Bai Yi replied with a smile, "A little. Then there's no need for that. Given your current situation, not seeking revenge is the best revenge. Just let him watch you get better. That might be more painful for him than killing him. The ultimate torment, after all, is to attack the heart." Considering how his buddy used to be so eager to stab him in the back and kick him when he was down, seeing Hao Xiang doing well now, directly taking over the company and worth over 10 billion, must be enough to make him grind his teeth in frustration. After all, the capital he uses to show off is just a Lamborghini Gallardo. This old model from over a decade ago is worth even less than $1 million. The gap here is simply too vast. Besides that, the other party has to ponder two questions. One is whether the now elevated Hao Xiang would seek revenge. The other is whether he would feel regret, wondering if he hadn't stabbed him in the back, would he have soared alongside Hao Xiang? These two questions are enough to leave a lasting mark on the big brother's heart. Hao Xiang, who is usually very clever and quick to understand, instantly grasped his meaning and then smiled, giving a thumbs up, saying, "It's still you, brother, you're absolutely right. Then let's go, let him see how well I'm doing now. Let's go." Soon, the three entered the restaurant, a place with an average cost of over 2,000 per person. The environment was naturally impeccable. As a regular customer here, Hao Xiang also enjoyed the treatment he deserved, with a manager-like person ready to take them to a private room. However, after glancing around the hall, Hao Xiang declined the offer, pointing to a seat near the window, saying, "No need, let's sit over there." Following the direction of his finger, Bai Yi saw a man and a woman sitting at the adjacent table. The man had yellow hair. "Is it him?" After confirming with a nod, Hao Xiang continued, "This guy isn't good looking. His only way to pick up girls is to spend money." "That's perfect. Being so close, we can learn a thing or two. We must learn well." After exchanging a glance, the three of them walked over to the adjacent seat with mischievous smiles. To create a better learning environment, they deliberately lowered their voices. Additionally, with piano music always playing in the restaurant, the other party completely failed to notice the three people sitting next to them, still focused on the girl in front of them. Little did he know, he wasn't the only one looking at the girl. "Hey, this guy isn't that great, but the girl he found is really beautiful, like a fairy. Indeed, she looks like she just graduated from school, with a pure vibe about her. Shoo, they haven't served the dishes over there yet. They should have just arrived. Let's listen to what they're saying." In the next moment, the three men all leaned in to listen. the conversation between the two people next door gradually became clear. Young, Mr. Yang, are all the interviews for your company held in restaurants? Not necessarily. Where the interview is held depends on how the other person looks. Cough cough. It mainly depends on whether I find you appealing at first sight. I just feel that you are a talent. Ah, well, let me explain my situation then? Sure, go ahead. My name is Shinsiyu. I'm 22 years old. I graduated from Beihai University of Science and Technology. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin couldn't help but quietly comment, "This is a setup to lure people into interviews. Isn't it a bit shady?" Well, this is one of the common tactics used by bosses. Is that so? I had no idea. Seeing his confused expression, Bai Yi smiled and said, "This brings us to the direct hiring model by bosses. As long as you have a company and post a job for a female secretary on the direct hiring platform, you'll discover a new world. Many high-scoring beauties will not only come to you but also send very complete information. Even the photos are unedited headshots." At this point, not only Lu Lin but even the wealthy second-generation House Xiang, who was surrounded by girls, felt like he had discovered a new world. Direct hiring by bosses can be used like this? Isn't this common knowledge? Tisk tsk, it really is broad knowledge from the big brother. Learning by doing, learning by doing. The three men's low-key discussion did not affect the interview next door. After introducing herself, the girl named Shinsiyu handed over her resume and said, "Mr. Yang, you can take a look at my complete resume." No need to look at this. After pushing the resume back, Yang Wei immediately took on the role of an experienced actor, showing a troubled expression as he said, "Xiao Shun, you are very outstanding, but you know, the competition for positions in various companies is fierce, and our company is no exception. I just remembered that the position you interviewed for has already been filled." Ah, this. Seeing Shinsiyu caught off guard and looking very flustered, Yang Wei felt pleased in his heart and continued, "However, I have another position here that is quite suitable for you." This little tactic of first suppressing and then raising expectations really yielded good results. As soon as she heard there was another position, Shinsiyu quickly asked, "Mr. Yang, what kind of position is it? Can I handle it?" "Of course, as long as you have hands." After giving her confidence, Yang Wei's true intentions finally surfaced. "The position is my life assistant." Life assistant? Yes, don't worry about the salary. It won't be less than 10,000. At this point, Shinsiyu had already sensed something was off, but she still held back her doubts and asked, "Then what are the specific job responsibilities?" "Very simple, just take care of my daily life. You know, as an elite like me, I have many social engagements and often stay out late, so I need you to live in my house." If she felt something was a bit off before, with his last statement, it felt completely wrong. Life assistant? Taking care of daily life and needing to live at home? This sounds exactly like being kept. Almost instantly, Shinsiyu's expression turned serious. "Mr. Yang, I see that this job isn't just about having hands. It's about being pretty, right? So what? Anyway, I have to pay a salary, and it's normal for me to find someone pleasing to the eye. You think it's normal? Then let it be normal, but I'm not suited for this position, excuse me." With that, Shinsiyu completely gave up on the interview, picked up her bag beside her, and prepared to leave. As an educated college student, she couldn't allow herself to take on such a job. Just as she was about to get up and leave, Yang Wei showed no signs of urgency. "How about 20,000? 30,000 a month? Can you earn that much working normally?" After raising the offer twice, Shinsiyu remained unmoved. As she truly seemed ready to leave, Yang Wei began to lose his composure. 40,000, is that okay? Just 1 week. I'll give you that money. Don't go too far, that's my bottom line. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yang, but I'm not the kind of person you think I am. You should spend your money on those who need it. Faced with his increased offer, Shinsiyu showed no signs of wavering and turned to leave. Seeing her truly about to walk away, Yang Wei completely broke down. "I ordered the food, and you're just leaving like this? If you want to leave, fine, but pay for half of the meal, about 3,000. Upon hearing this, Shinsiyu was stunned and turned back to say, "No, you insisted on having the interview here, and I didn't order a single dish. Why should I pay you? I don't care, either you stay and eat now, or you give me the money." Since it had come to this, Yang Wei, completely letting go of himself, adopted a rogue attitude and continued, "If you don't have the money, I can call the police." You! Shinsiyu felt speechless. Just for an interview, how did she encounter such a rogue boss? What terrible luck! However, it was impossible for her to stay and eat. She had already thought it through. At most, she would pay half of the meal cost and then take half of the food to go. In any case, she couldn't let this so-called Mr. Yang take advantage of her. However, before she could make a move, she heard laughter from a nearby table. Ha ha ha. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached both of their ears. Immediately, Yang Wei interpreted it as mockery directed at him. Having already failed at flirting, how could he tolerate this? Before he could even stand up, he said irritably, "Who is it, laughing so much? Don't say, I really do like to laugh." The person who said this was none other than Bai Yi. As everyone knows, he had received professional training and generally wouldn't break into laughter unless he couldn't help it. Just now, hearing Yang Wei's failed attempt at flirting and angrily asking for half the money, he simply couldn't hold back. He just didn't expect that this person would break down and start attacking him. In such a situation, could Bai Yi let him off? So he immediately stood up, walked in front of Yang Wei, and looked at him with a smile. "To be honest, you offered 4,000 for such a beautiful girl, and you called it your bottom line? Your bottom line is quite low. You tell me, who wouldn't laugh in this situation? Now I'm going to laugh right in front of you. You, who are you?" Looking at the handsome guy in front of him who spoke so rudely, Yang Wei felt unfamiliar but immediately backed down. The reason was simple. How many ordinary people could afford to eat in this restaurant? If he insulted someone and they didn't retort, Yang Wei would definitely keep talking. But now that Bai Yi was right in his face, it was a different story. If he had to back down, then he had to back down. However, what he didn't expect was that before he could figure out the situation, another man's voice came from the side. And this voice, he found extremely familiar. "Who the hell is my brother to you? Do you want to stand up and see who I am? Hao Xiang." With unparalleled surprise, Yang Wei sprang from his seat as if propelled by an electromagnetic catapult. Confirming that the person sitting next to him was indeed Hao Xiang, he spoke with a complex expression. "It really is you. Did you come specifically to find me?" After all, Hao Xiang's family matters had made the news, and as someone connected to it, he naturally had seen it. Moreover, upon learning that Hao Xiang had taken over the inheritance, Yang Wei had been on edge, fearing retaliation. But after waiting 2 days and noticing that Hao Xiang hadn't attacked him in the group chat, he had finally relaxed a bit. However, encountering him in real life reignited that sense of fear immediately. "You think too highly of yourself. What makes you so special that I would come looking for you?" Hao Xiang scoffed lightly and said, "But speaking of which, you really are going downhill. You can't even charm a girl and are asking her for money. Ha ha ha. Man, after years of navigating the dating scene, this is the first time I've seen such a gem." Lu Lin chimed in from the side. It was reasonable for a man to ask a girl to split the bill if a blind date didn't go well. After all, they had no relationship, and no one owed anyone anything. But Yang Wei's intentions were not pure. He had deceived the young girl into coming over, and now asking for money after his scheme failed seemed quite despicable. Yang Wei, who was being mocked, turned as red as a monkey's backside. Yet, facing Hao Xiang and the others, he didn't dare to lose his temper and could only argue, I was just joking. Shinsiyu, you can leave now." He wished for Shinsiyu to disappear immediately to avoid further embarrassment. However, upon hearing his words, Shinsiyu was displeased. "No way, I have to give you this money. It's just 3,000 yuan, and we must settle it. Otherwise, you might come looking for me again later, and that would be bad luck." Seeing her disdainful expression, Yang Wei immediately exploded. "Am I giving you face here?" If it were Hao Xiang or some handsome guy he didn't know in front of him, he might not argue back. But why should someone here for an interview speak to him like that? "I think it's me giving you face." Since he had already torn the facade with someone whose intentions were not pure, Shinsiyu had no reservations and said bluntly, "What's wrong? Are you going to hit me? I can just call the police to report today's situation." Now that we live in a society governed by law, she truly wasn't afraid of him getting physical. The online jokes about someone punching a Benz or kicking a Land Rover, while exaggerated, held some truth. If it came to blows, compensation would definitely follow. In fact, one could say that anyone willing to fight you is undoubtedly your benefactor. Moreover, Shinsiyu could see that the few people next to her were not on good terms with Yang Wei, or rather, Yang Wei was very afraid of them. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps these three would back her up, and as it turned out, she was a very clever person. After her words, not only did Yang Wei freeze, unsure of what to do, but Bai Yi and Hao Xiang also exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. That was, to pull this girl over. If seeing a better off Hao Xiang made Yang Wei anxious, then bringing over the girl he had his eyes on would be enough to drive him crazy. This psychological tactic needed to be intensified. Thus, Bai Yi quickly nodded and said, "The big sister is right, you need to completely cut ties with such people. How about this, you give half the money, and then come over here to eat with us. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Shinsiyu showed a conflicted expression. To put it plainly, a meal costing 3,000 yuan was far beyond her means. The money has already been spent, and if I take it back to eat, it would lose some of its essence. at least the taste would be greatly diminished. In this situation, eating with this handsome guy in front of me is also a good choice. But what's troubling is that this Yang Wei is not a good person. So, can the 3 people who are his enemies be good people? Especially the one who invited me to dinner, looking so handsome, clearly a scumbag. On Bai Ye's side, it wasn't hard to see her thoughts. However, he didn't extend another invitation. Instead, he directly looked at the restaurant manager beside him and said, "Do as I say, no problem? No problem, no problem. We will help this lady with her dishes. Alright, let's do it." If it were an ordinary young man, he would probably act like a sycophant, chasing after her with another invitation. This approach might succeed, but it could also lead to a very serious situation. That is, it would create an imbalance in status between you and the girl. From then on, you'd have to cater to her. As a mature man, Bai Yi couldn't do such a thing. When the girl is conflicted, he would directly help her make a decision. For example, right now, he settled the matter with just a few words. The restaurant manager, receiving the order, had already dashed off to take care of things. Shinsiyu, a rather beautiful girl, sat down next to Bai Yi, looking completely bewildered. To be honest, at this moment, she was a bit scared. But since she had already sat down, what else could she do? It's worth mentioning that the reason she sat next to Bai Yi was that the 2 little brothers were quite sensible. During the process of giving up their seats, they suddenly gave a thumbs up, as if saying, "Big brother, awesome. You guys just learn from this." On this side, the 3 men exchanged glances, while on the other side, Yang Wei looked like he was about to explode with anger. Not only had he lost face to Hao Xiang and the others, but now the carefully chosen girl had also been taken away by them? This was even more painful than being killed. But facing the now formidable Hao Xiang and the person whom even Hao Xiang respected greatly, he ultimately did not explode in silence. He just sighed deeply and plopped down in a chair. "I'm tired, just let it all end." Of course, the 3 of them next door didn't care at all about what he was thinking. Shortly after the restaurant manager left, exquisite dishes began to appear on their table. Some were arranged by the restaurant, and some were bought by Shinsiyu for 3,000 yuan. Well, the characteristics were quite obvious, only half. Just as the dishes were almost finished, Shinsiyu remained tense, not moving her chopsticks or speaking. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi turned his head and smiled. "It's just a meal, why so tense? Am I that nervous? Aren't you nervous?" Feeling the sweat in her palms, Shinsiyu couldn't keep up her tough facade. Seeing her like this, Bai Yi found it quite amusing. An inexplicable sense of mischief rose in his heart. "How about we drink a little to ease the tension? Don't worry, if you get drunk, I'll be responsible for taking you home." No, that's not necessary." Shinsiyu's whole body stiffened, clearly even more nervous. Just kidding." Bai Yi, who understood that teasing others should be done in moderation, then said, "Let's eat quickly. This is your 3,000 yuan worth. It would be such a waste not to eat. Or are you very wealthy and don't care about this money?" You wouldn't believe it, but his words actually had an effect. As soon as the topic of 3,000 yuan came up, Shinsiyu's nervousness disappeared instantly, and she picked up her chopsticks to show off. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. You can eat our dishes too. No need to ask you for money." "No need, thank you. Do as you wish." The little girl who had just left school was inevitably timid. This reminded Bai Yi of his own experience when he first left school and started interning. He was lucky. His internship was at a large company with a great atmosphere. The leaders and colleagues were nice. But as a newcomer, he didn't even dare to stand up and toast during gatherings. It wasn't until the end of the party that he secretly cursed himself for being useless. Well, at that time, he was quite similar to the current Shinsi, and if he had to sum it up in 2 words, it would be so green. Of course, this kind of fear, as long as it wasn't a mental issue, was quite easy to resolve. All it took was to become a bit more familiar with strangers. Sure enough, halfway through the meal, Shinsi started to talk more. She quietly glanced behind her and then asked softly, "Do you think this is good?" "It's okay. Do you think it's not good?" "To be honest, this dish is not as good as the fast food place downstairs from my house, and it's not enough. I spent 3,000 yuan, what a loss." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi burst out laughing. "Ha, your evaluation is very real. I also think it's not good." Right. Only you rich second-generation kids would come here to be the big spenders. People are like this. Once they start complaining, they can't stop. But what she said made Hao Xiang feel very uncomfortable. After all, he was the only rich second-generation person at their table. Choosing to eat at this restaurant was also his decision. This made him feel a bit awkward. Is it really that bad? Seeing his expression change, Shinsi finally realized she had said something wrong and quickly tried to remedy it. What I mean is that you guys are not very smart." No. Oh, forget it. I'm sorry. I'll just eat my food." Nervous and blank-minded, she simply gave up struggling and started to eat. In her view, as long as she got through today, she probably wouldn't have any more interactions with these few people. They were the type who could eat lavishly at a 2,000 yuan restaurant without a care, while she, if she couldn't find a job soon, might not even be able to afford fast food downstairs. It could be said that they were completely from different worlds. I have to say, the girl's expression was very genuine. Although her words were a bit harsh, Bai Yi and the others weren't angry. Instead, they were all smiling. They could tell that Shenxi had no malice. She was just complaining about the food that cost 3,000 yuan but wasn't good. As for being a big spender, many times, isn't that what wealthy people are equated with? At least for this meal, Hao Xiang also found it tasteless. I used to think it was quite good, but this time it really doesn't have that flavor. Maybe because you used to come here just to show off, the food was secondary. It seems that is indeed the case. Of course, regardless of whether it was good or not, the three of them still participated in the Clean Plate campaign under Shenxi's influence. There was no way around it. This girl was eating while mumbling something about having spent money and needing to finish everything. It made them feel embarrassed to waste food. However, after half an hour, Shenxi, who had started eating first, left first. Her departure seemed like a signal. It encouraged Yang Wei, who had been quietly eating alone, to muster the courage to come over. He put on a serious and repentant expression, approached their table, and bowed deeply. "Brother Hao Xiang, I was immature before, and I'm here to apologize to you now. I hope you can forgive me. I didn't blame you, so what is there to forgive?" Hao Xiang appeared indifferent on the surface, but inside he felt secretly pleased, reflecting on how the other party had acted during his low point, and now seeing him in such a humble state. It truly echoes that saying, "The way of heaven is a good cycle. Who can escape the judgment of the heavens?" However, his words, when heard by Hao Xiang, immediately took on a different flavor. "You haven't blamed me? Doesn't that mean he can still cling to this big leg like before?" Almost instantly, a flattering smile appeared on his face as he said, "Bro, I knew you had the biggest vision." "Wait, who's your bro? Who are you joking around with?" Hao Xiang rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Can't you see we're still eating? Stop being annoying and get lost." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's face turned red again, standing there in a dilemma. But the three at the dining table completely ignored him, chatting among themselves. Faced with this situation, he finally understood that Hao Xiang's words didn't mean he wasn't blaming him. Rather, from now on, he didn't regard him as a person at all. In an instant, Yang Wei's heart was filled with regret. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world, and after experiencing the ups and downs of life, Hao Xiang would no longer be soft-hearted like before. Their previous friendship was like Yang Wei's time. No matter how hard he tried or what medicine he took, it couldn't last even a minute. All he could do was leave in fear, hoping he wouldn't be retaliated against. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi and the others left the restaurant. As soon as they got in the car, Lu Lin said with regret, "Big bro, that girl just now was really pretty. Why didn't you go for it? What kind of talk is that? Do you think I'm a teddy bear, loving every girl I see? Isn't that what big bro is?" The two, knowing Bai Yi was not lacking in women, turned their gazes toward him. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi remained unfazed, shrugging and saying, "Not really a teddy bear, I'm just naturally promiscuous." In this regard, he could be completely at ease. After all, he really was quite unrestrained and couldn't bring himself to act like a whore while maintaining a facade of virtue. It was better to admit it openly and be straightforward. It's still my bro. Yeah, we have so much to learn." After a moment of reflection, Hao Xiang continued, "It's a pity we probably won't see her again. If there's fate, we will meet again. To be honest, if we think from her perspective, it's better she doesn't run into my bro. Just escaped from that wolf Yang Wei, and now she encounters my bro the tiger? Damn, keep cursing." As it turned out, Bai Yi and the girl had no fate for the time being. After dropping off two younger brothers at home, he headed straight to the affiliated hospital. It was now 8 p.m., not long after Lin Jianxin got off work. However, when he met Lin Jianxin at the hospital, she didn't seem in a hurry to go home. Instead, she mysteriously pulled him toward the inpatient department. As he was being led away, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on? Isn't it inappropriate to be in a place like this?" "What do you mean? It's Director Wang who wants to see you." Does she really have time to see me?" Although he had been eating out, Bai Yi had his phone and was aware of the situation online. By now, the media had uncovered that Wang Chunhua was the vice president of the affiliated hospital. From that moment on, many reporters rushed to the hospital. They learned a lot about Wang Chunhua's deeds from the staff. This led to the entire incident becoming even more sensational. There was no helping it. Wang Chunhua had been donating and supporting college students for decades without asking for anything in return, even continuing to donate money while her own husband battled cancer. Her story was simply too positive. People were going crazy. It could be said that the entire internet was feeling for this elderly woman. Don't mention it, those reporters are too crazy. If it weren't for being in the hospital, who knows what kind of chaos they would have caused. I can probably imagine. A few minutes later, under Lin Jinshin's guidance, Bai Yi entered a hospital room where a security guard was standing at the door. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Wang Chunhua and an old man with white hair bowing to him, saying, "Thank you, young man." Hey. Bai Yi couldn't bear the two elders bowing gratitude and hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. "You two mustn't do this, or I won't be able to stay here. Quick, get up, let's sit down and talk." After some persuasion, the two elders finally sat on the hospital bed. Bai Yi and Lin Jinshin sat across from them. "When I found out today that you paid for my husband's medical expenses, I was completely stunned. Even now, I can't think of how to repay you. If you ask me, you should just take the money back. We don't need to worry about the medical expenses. I still have an old house back in my hometown. If I sell it, it should be enough." "Don't do that. If you sell the old house, where will you live after retirement?" Because of Lin Jinshin, he understood Wang Chunhua's situation very well. He knew that she was currently living in a house provided by the hospital, but the property rights belonged to the hospital. If they sold their old house, how would they live when they got older? To be honest, this was partly due to the two being too kind. They had selflessly given up countless opportunities to obtain property rights for others. "We all have pensions. Renting a place isn't a big burden. And Wang, you don't need to think like that. I helped you without asking for anything in return." After a pause, Bai Yi continued, "Just like when you helped those students, did you ever think about getting something back?" This question didn't even need consideration. If they really wanted something in return, these two doctors who supported dozens of college students only needed to make a few phone calls, and those students probably wouldn't need to sell their houses to see a doctor, nor would it be Bai Yi's turn to step in. However, upon hearing this, Wang Chunhua still looked worried and said, "But you're so young, and you and Jinshin aren't married yet. You've given us so much money, you don't need to worry about that." Waving his hand, Bai Yi revealed a confident smile. "You don't know me well enough. I'm a pure nouveau riche. 300,000 is nothing to me. Lin Jinshin can vouch for that. Yes, he's very wealthy. The car he drives is worth millions. You don't need to think so much." In front of other colleagues, she had always been very low-key. Even though there were rumors circulating in the hospital that her boyfriend was a big tycoon, Lin Jinshin had never mentioned these things. After all, how much money Bai Yi had was his own and had nothing to do with her. Even after marriage, it would still be considered premarital property. But to put the two elders' minds at ease, she had to be a bit high-profile this time. It turned out that her high-profile approach had a good effect. The two elders temporarily forgot about the 300,000 and looked at Bai Yi in surprise. "So young. So accomplished. It's okay, haha." After a laugh, Bai Yi turned to ask, "Uncle and aunt, do you know you've become famous?" "Well, yes, we know. My husband and I have been worried about this." Wang Chunhua felt very anxious. Having worked diligently in the hospital her whole life, she once thought her life would just be like this. In a few years, she would retire, find a nursing home with her husband, and spend a few years in leisure. After 100 years, she would fade away like a speck of dust in this world. But who would have thought that she, who still had 3 or 4 years until retirement, had actually become famous? Just today, there were hundreds of reporters invited by the hospital. It could be said that in just one afternoon, she had become a sensation nationwide. The impact on Wang Chunhua must be immense. Bai Yi, who understood her mindset very well, comforted her, saying, "This situation was unexpected, but we should still think positively. At least you and your uncle can still enjoy a lot of good food. The key is that in the future, when you support students, no one will dare to deceive you." That makes sense. Wang Chuanhua's boss agreed wholeheartedly. Kindness is one thing, but when someone tramples on their kindness, that's a different matter altogether. It's worth mentioning that with Wang Chuanhua's sudden rise to fame, a university student named Xiu Di had already become the target of online attacks. Some photos were dug up and circulated everywhere online. As for the comments from netizens, Bai Yi took a look. He could only say they were extremely harsh. "Well, since the incident has already happened, you two should think positively and let your uncle focus on his surgery. Once he recovers, if you still have the idea of supporting others, you can bring me along." He was very serious about this. After receiving charity assistance that could be 100% reimbursed in the afternoon, Bai Yi had been contemplating how to use it. After much thought, he arrived at only one answer. Charity can be done, but he absolutely cannot stand in the spotlight. Indeed, there are many benefits to doing charity: impact, making the money from the system more reasonable, and even if he were to establish a charity fund, he could completely manage the trust fund he had previously envisioned for his parents and family. But Bai Yi believed that the more important thing was the peaceful life he currently enjoyed. He had no need for influence. Why make such a big name for himself while enjoying life? In this case, Wang Chunhua, a truly kind person, could be a good partner. At least he wouldn't have to worry about her embezzling his money. To put it bluntly, as a vice president of a top-tier hospital, if she wanted to be corrupt, she would have retired long ago. It was impossible for someone her age to still be working hard in the hospital, unable to even pay for her partner's medical expenses. After hearing his words, Wang Chunhua was slightly taken aback. You still want to donate money to those people after seeing what happened to me? We can't just condemn a whole group of people for one mistake. Bai Yi smiled and continued, as long as we do things properly, there's no need to worry too much. Properly? What do you mean? That's a matter for the future. Let's wait until your uncle is better before discussing it. Since the plans were not yet finalized, Bai Yi didn't intend to paint a grand picture for the elderly. Seeing that the two were calming down emotionally, he stood up and said, "All right, uncle and aunt, your health is the most important thing right now. I'll head back first and come to see you again in a couple of days when things settle down." A few minutes later, after bidding farewell to Wang Chunhua and her husband, the two appeared on the small path outside the hospital ward. You have to admit, the environment here is quite nice, giving a tranquil feeling. As they walked, Lin Jianxin, who had been holding onto his arm, reflected on the harmonious scenes between Wang Chunhua and her partner and couldn't help but ask, "What do you think it will be like when we grow old?" "Let me think." After pretending to ponder for a moment, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Based on how much you're working overtime now, you'll probably be in a wheelchair before I am when we're older. By then, I'll push you to the square." "Ah, what are we going to the square for?" Lin Jianxin asked innocently. "So you can watch me dance square dance with other charming old ladies." "Hey, I thought you were going to say something romantic, not just being a person." The next morning, after saying goodbye to Lin Jianxin, who had gone to work early, Bai Yi returned to Longhua County alone. At this point in time, he had already completed his yoga session, bringing his physical fitness score to a perfect 72. He was very satisfied with the progress of his physical enhancement, mainly because he had truly invested time. Aside from occasionally slacking off due to unavoidable circumstances, he had basically stuck with it. Well, he was a bit tired, but the feeling of his body slowly improving fascinated him even more. However, just as he returned home and prepared to take a bath, he received an unexpected phone call. It was his second uncle, Bai Zai, on the line. The content of the call was even more unexpected. "What? Your brother went to propose to his blind date's family and wants me to go with him?" "Yeah, you know your brother, he's a quiet one, can't even say a word when he gets to someone else's house. If you have time, you should go with him." Listening to the voice on the phone, Bai Yi was a bit stunned. You see, accompanying relatives to propose is a task that requires a person of high moral standing. Otherwise, when they arrive at the girl's house, they might not even be able to speak. "Wait, has my brother become so impressive in the eyes of our relatives now?" This invitation caught him off guard. However, facing his second uncle's request, Bai Yi still agreed. His uncle was right. Unlike his restless brother Yang Jiwei, Bai Junyan from his second uncle's family was an absolute honest man. After graduating from a technical school many years ago, he had devoted himself to the welding industry, earning a living for his family. Now he had become a master welder, but despite being 3 years older than Bai Yi, he had never married. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he was just a bit dull and completely clueless about interacting with girls, which led to poor results in blind dates. Now that he had finally met someone he wanted to settle down with, it was only right for his younger brother to lend a hand. After all, this wasn't about borrowing money, it was a matter of a close relative's lifelong happiness, so helping out was nothing. Speaking of which, Bai Junyan had treated him quite well. Although they didn't keep in touch much, during their school days, he would send him a big red envelope every year to encourage him to study hard. Now it was time to return the favor. With that thought in mind, Bai Yi also took 2 packs of huazi and 2 bottles of mutai from home, considering it a contribution to the bride price. 20 minutes later, the G63 appeared in Longhua County's Naohai camp. His second uncle Bai Zai's home was just a short distance from the entrance of the camp, so from far away, he saw his uncle's family standing at the door, looking in his direction. After he parked nearby, they all rushed over. "Bai Yi, you changed cars again? So impressive. That license plate must be worth more than the car itself." Listening to his second uncle and the others, Bai Yi smiled as he got out of the car. "I'm here to help my brother propose, I can't let the Bai family lose face." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Bai Junyan, who was dressed in a suit for the proposal and looked quite presentable. If it weren't for his dark skin from years of sun exposure, he would definitely be considered a handsome guy. "Brother, you're getting married soon, and I'm the only one left in our generation. The pressure is on." "Ha, if I can make you feel pressure, your parents should give me a big red envelope." "Sure, when you get married, I'll arrange a big one for you too." After some small talk, Bai Yi brought the conversation to the main topic. "So, where is the girl from? Is her family easy to deal with?" "Her family is from a rural area. As for whether it's easy to deal with." At this point, a look of fear appeared on Bai Junyan's face. "Her parents are fine, they're honest people, but I heard that her brother just came back from out of town and has been insisting on finding a better match for his sister." "Is that so? Could it be that they want to sell his sister?" "That can't be. Her brother is a small boss outside. He only rushed back after hearing that I was going to propose." "Alright then, I'll go with you to meet him." After understanding the situation, Bai Yi was quite curious about how difficult the other party's brother really was to deal with. As the time was almost up, the second uncle's family began to load various betrothal gifts onto the car. There were quite a few items. Besides some cigarettes and liquor, there was also a bride price of 88,000. Well, in this small place of Longhua County, the bride price is basically at this level. A few minutes later, Bai Yi set off with his extremely nervous cousin. Meanwhile, in a regular house in a small village, a man in a leather jacket, looking quite fashionable, stood alone in front of the chicken coop in the yard. "No way, I don't agree to you killing the rooster." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. "I haven't even agreed to his proposal yet, and you want to kill chickens and geese? What if it really happens? Won't he just ride on my sister's head and poop?" "Brother, what are you talking about?" A slender woman standing opposite him had a look of speechlessness on her face. The aunt standing next to the woman didn't have such a good attitude. She walked up and gave him a slap on the head before saying, "Your sister is finally getting married. Don't make trouble here. Just go wait somewhere." "I won't." "Mom, don't you think my sister deserves a better man?" "Hey, I think I was too gentle just now." Seeing his mother about to hit him, the man quickly dodged. Then he continued to act stubborn, squatting down on the ground and saying, "Anyway, I don't care. If you want to kill the rooster, just step over me." "Alright then." A minute later, the man with obvious footprints on his leather jacket walked to the door looking aggrieved. While watching the end of the road, he couldn't help but mutter, "What the heck?" making it seem like I'm the one being unreasonable. Just wait. If I think you're not good enough for my sister, I absolutely won't agree." However, just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of a large black car slowly driving towards him out of the corner of his eye. No way, a G-Class. The characteristics of the Mercedes G-Class were very obvious. Anyone who knew a bit about cars could recognize it at first glance. This made him glance at his own BMW 5 Series beside him and instantly feel it was no longer appealing. Wait, have the people in the village become this wealthy? What surprised him even more was that the G-Class, which completely occupied his line of sight, began to slow down not far from him. The next second, it came to a stop right in front of him. As he watched a G63 with the license plate 77777 stop in front of him, he was undoubtedly a bit stunned. After all, in his impression, he was the best among the younger generation in the village. He had opened a small company outside and drove a BMW 5 Series. Even in the county, that was a top-tier existence. But now, he began to feel confused. However, before he could figure it out, he saw the driver's window of the G63 slowly roll down, revealing a handsome face. "Hey buddy, can I park here?" Sure. Wait a moment, I'll move my car a bit forward." His experience in starting a business outside told him that the person in front of him was definitely not simple, and it would be great to build a good relationship. After all, he had come to the village, maybe he could even become a relative? With this thought, he got into the car without looking back and gave up his prime parking spot. Meanwhile, in Bai Ye's car, witnessing the operation of Bai Junyan, he couldn't help but curl his lips. My partner's older brother seems quite nice. Is it this person? It should be. She said her brother drives a BMW. That's indeed impressive. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he was willing to move his car to give Bai Yi a parking spot left a good first impression on him. To be honest, he had originally thought he would have to put on a show and assert some dominance over his cousin's brother-in-law, but now it seemed that might not be necessary. At the same time, he felt a genuine sense of relief, because it was certain that he was somewhat sensitive when it came to marriage issues between men and women, and one could say he had a strong aversion to the unscrupulous. If this brother-in-law turned out to be a good-for-nothing who wanted to rely on his sister to get rich, he would definitely drag Bai Junyan away. He couldn't just stand by and watch his brother jump into a fire for the sake of marriage. However, after their brief encounter, this scenario could basically be ruled out. Moments later, Bai Yi parked the car back in its original spot and got out with Bai Junyan. He then turned to his future brother-in-law and said, "Brother, thanks a lot. You're really nice. What are you thanking me for? We're not that old, it's normal to be a bit modest with each other. Look at our brother's perspective." After giving a thumbs up, Bai Yi turned to Bai Junyan and continued, "This brother-in-law is really great. You hit the jackpot. Indeed, from the very first meeting, he gave me a refreshing feeling." Before they set off, his family had reminded him countless times to speak less but to be sweet-tongued. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who is smiling. As long as your words are pleasant, others won't be too difficult with you. Listening to their conversation, brother-in-law Lu Chang was quite enjoying it. But before he could bask in his pride, something about the conversation started to feel off. Brother-in-law? Hit the jackpot? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Chang suddenly realized and waited for Bai Junyan to say, You are my sister's partner? Yes, brother, nice to meet you. Your perspective is so broad. I need to learn from you. Confused, he shook hands with him, feeling a bit awkward. My perspective is broad? What a load of nonsense. If I had known you were the welder trying to take my sister away, I would have turned against you right away. Letting you have the parking spot and shaking your hand? No way. But now that things had developed to this point, it was too late for him to turn against him. He could only force a smile and say, "Hello, I'm Lu Pingping's older brother, Lu Chang." His face couldn't change, but his tone had already turned cold. This left Bai Junyan, who had initially felt reassured, a bit bewildered. He wondered if this sudden change in his future brother-in-law's attitude was a bit too abrupt. With this thought in mind, he unconsciously turned to Bai Yi. It was clear that he was relying on this capable younger brother as his backbone. Receiving the signal, Bai Yi immediately gave him a reassuring look. He had already figured it out. Lu Chang hadn't recognized his cousin at first and thought they were just strangers. Otherwise, how could his attitude change so quickly? But realizing this, Bai Yi wasn't worried at all. Everyone has their own personality traits, and such traits can often be weaknesses. Just based on the smile he couldn't hide when Bai Yi praised him earlier, it was clear that Lu Chang was someone who preferred soft approaches and liked to feel recognized and appreciated. So, having found the key weakness, wasn't it easy to win him over? Bai Yi could only say, it was easy to win him over. So soon, he stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "Brother Chang, my brother mentioned before that you are a good person, and now that I see you, it's true. We should keep in touch more in the future. I like making friends like you." It turned out that his strategy was completely correct. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang, although he wanted to maintain his previously aloof demeanor, couldn't help but feel joy inside. After all, the person in front of him was someone who drove a G63. For someone like him to say he was a good person and that he liked making friends like Lu Chang, who had always longed for recognition, felt a swell of happiness in his heart. This led to their hands quickly shaking, and the cold expressions on their faces disappeared, replaced by smiles that couldn't be hidden. "Alright, we should keep in touch more." "Sure, Brother Chang, lend a hand. To show our respect for you, we brought quite a bit of stuff." "Oh, you brought things?" "Of course. Knowing you were at home, I even brought 2 bottles of treasured mitai for you." "You are too polite." Amidst the repeated calls of Brother Chang, he gradually lost himself. When they reached the trunk of Bai Ye's car, he discovered there were indeed many gifts, including mitai and huazi, and he became even more excited. He waved his hand and said, "I'll handle it myself. You guys don't need to worry." "Ah, that's not good. What's wrong with that? You are the guests. Just wait for me." With that, he unhesitatingly started moving a lot of things, running towards the yard beside them. From the looks of it, he was really prepared to handle everything himself. Witnessing his attitude shift multiple times in a short period, Bai Junyan couldn't help but say, "Does this mean he has accepted me? Not a big deal." After giving a positive answer, Bai Yi continued moving things while saying, "He's not as hard to deal with as I imagined. You could even say he's quite simple." "Simple? Yeah, just need to coax him a bit, and with a little flattery, he'll open up to you. In fact, there are many people like this in society. Their common trait is often a difficult childhood, having suffered hardships, leading to a sense of inferiority. For someone like Lu Chang, who has established himself in a city and built a business, the sense of inferiority is certainly alleviated, but the aftereffects are still evident. That is, a desire for recognition from others, especially a desire for recognition from those stronger than themselves. Bai Yi, who drove over in a G63, clearly fit this characteristic. And just as he had said, such people become obsessed with the sense of achievement that comes from being recognized, and then they open their hearts to others. Moreover, people like this tend to be more loyal than ordinary folks. They will die for those who understand them, which is well reflected in their behavior. Listening to him, Bai Junyan felt a mix of admiration and confusion. But now the situation was clear. The the legendary difficult-to-handle brother-in-law had already started moving things on his own, leaving no room for doubt. "Alright, I'll listen to you, brother. After some time, you'll know how to get along with him. Let's go, we should move things too." Lu Chang indeed opened his heart, but how could they really let him do all the moving? Bullying the brother-in-law on the day of the proposal was not a good habit. Soon, Bai Yi and the others each carried gifts, walking towards the yard. The Lu family's yard was not small, and judging by the houses inside, it seemed to have been renovated in the past 2 years. It looked quite nice. As they entered the yard, they saw about 7 or 8 people of all ages, men and women, walking out of the house. These people were Lu Chang's relatives. They probably knew Lu Chang had come and brought many gifts, so they were called out to help. However, after encountering him in the courtyard, Bai Junyan, the new son-in-law, became the center of attention. "So this is Bai Junyan? He looks quite handsome in a suit, even better than in the photos. The young man seems quite spirited. Come on, let me see what the new son-in-law looks like." Amidst the chatter, a slender woman with a score of 7 in looks ran out and said, "Oh, stop teasing him, he's getting shy." Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Bai Junyan indeed felt embarrassed, and his face was a bit flushed. However, due to his dark complexion, it was completely unnoticeable. This could be considered a benefit of having darker skin. As someone who came to accompany the proposal, Bai Yi certainly couldn't let his brother feel awkward, so he immediately smiled and said, "My brother isn't very good at talking, and he's nervous about the proposal. He didn't rest well yesterday, so please be understanding, uncles and aunts. Also, if you want to tease someone, just tease me, I'm open to it." His words elicited a burst of laughter, which helped bridge the distance among everyone. After a few more jokes, people went out to move things. Bai Yi then looked at the girl who had just spoken and smiled. "Wow, my brother doesn't make a move unless it's impressive. He found me such a beautiful sister-in-law." Hello, you're Bai Yi, right?" "Yes, Bai Yi." Your brother has mentioned you. Come in and sit down, you're still holding things." "Alright." With the aunts and uncles stepping in, the task of moving things naturally didn't fall to Bai Yi. The two were led by Lu Pingping to a room inside. It was quite warm due to the stove, but when Bai Yi took off his coat, he found Bai Junyan sitting on the con, his face filled with tension. He looked completely stiff. In light of this situation, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Brother, don't be nervous. Once we get past this hurdle, happy days are ahead." Lu Pingping was a very generous woman, and she handled things quite well. She complimented this brother who only knew how to work and make money. With these two contrasting personalities together, life would generally not be too bad. Meanwhile, after arranging the two, Lu Pingping walked briskly to the next room. She was, of course, very happy that someone she liked was coming to propose. However, as soon as she entered the room, she saw her parents and brother standing there with serious expressions. At that moment, her good mood diminished significantly, and she couldn't help but say, "Brother, what are you doing? I've already said I really like him and am willing to marry him." "It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't do anything. It's Dad who." What's wrong with Dad?" In response to her inquiry, Father Lu gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on with the Bai family? If they can't find someone, they could have brought their parents too. But instead, they brought a younger brother. Does that mean they look down on our family? When proposing, why is it necessary to have someone of high moral standing and reputation accompany them?" One reason is to ensure that the man can speak and won't be deliberately put in a difficult position. The other reason is to give face to the woman's family. In some places, a convoy is arranged during proposals just to show respect for the woman's family, bringing honor to them. In this context, Bai Junyan bringing his younger brother made the older couple feel somewhat disrespected, as if they were being looked down upon. Upon understanding their thoughts, Lu Pingping felt relieved. If it were another issue, she wouldn't know how to resolve it. But having spent enough time with Bai Junyan, she was certainly not unfamiliar with his younger brother, Bai Yi. So, she quickly stepped forward to explain, "Mom and Dad, is it possible that his younger brother is the most impressive person in their family?" That young man? Her parents clearly didn't believe it. "What's wrong with being young? He may not be very old, but he's really impressive." Remembering what Bai Junyan had said before, Lu Pingping continued, "His brother used to work in the capital, and after coming back, he bought a villa in Guangzhou, and he saved a few million for his parents' retirement, sending them several thousand every month. He's in retirement now, he doesn't need to work at all. And he drives a Li Xiang L9, which costs over 100,000, more expensive than my brother's car." Listening to her every word, the old couple was stunned. Is that impressive? They thought they were being underestimated, but now they were told that this young man was the most impressive? This twist was a bit hard for them to digest. Just then, Lu Chang spoke up, "Pingping, you need to update your information. The car he drove over today is a G63, costing 3 to 4 million, it could buy 10 of my car. Also, you should go outside and check his license plate. 5 sevens, that's too exaggerated. Millions, and the license plate is 5 sevens. The old couple exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. In their impression, the Bai family had many relatives, but there really wasn't anyone that impressive. But now the facts were right in front of them, and the person was sitting next door. In this situation, they had to consider not whether they were being underestimated, but whether the food they prepared was enough. Hosting such a person was not an easy task. So soon, the old couple expressed their concerns. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang fell into deep thought. To be honest, the food they prepared today was definitely enough, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat all present. It was absolutely sufficient to entertain someone who came to propose. But recalling Bai Ye's highly approving attitude towards him earlier, he felt it wasn't enough. If the other party took him seriously, he absolutely couldn't fall short. Isn't that what friendship is about? Now that a friend had come to visit, he definitely couldn't let them down. So after thinking for a moment, he walked outside while saying, "No, the food isn't enough, I'm going to slaughter our big goose." Wait, brother, that big goose still needs to lay eggs. At worst, I'll buy another one tomorrow, let's do it today. By the time he said this, Lu Chang had already rushed out in a hurry. Before long, the Lu family of 3 in the room heard the miserable cries of the big goose. Of course, they didn't feel sorry, instead, they felt relieved. Thankfully, they hadn't shown a bad face when the other party first came in. Otherwise, how would they wrap things up now? And today, Lu Pingping, who was being proposed to, just felt happy. With Bai Yi as her brother, today's matter was definitely going to go smoothly. Time quickly passed to noon, and after chatting for a long time with Lu family's relatives, Bai Yi and the others were invited to the dining table. Looking at the various hearty dishes on the table, he was somewhat flattered. Wow, am I celebrating the new year at your house? This is just the beginning. When you come to my house for the new year, it will definitely be even more lavish. Brother Chang is too generous, but this is enough, all my favorite dishes. With the word generous, Lu Chang's face almost blossomed with a smile. As long as you like it, sit down, let's eat and chat. Okay. After responding, Bai Yi sat down nearby. The others followed suit. However, gradually, Bai Yi noticed something was off, because all the men sitting down now are from the Lu family. Those interesting ants, along with Lu Pingping, quietly exited the room. This made Bai Yi unable to help but frown. As a local, he was very familiar with the customs here. He knew that in the past, when hosting guests, women were not allowed at the table. They could only wait until the guests and the male host finished eating before having the leftovers. But that was in the past, now it was 2024. And what reason was there to not let women sit at the table to eat? So, Bai Yi didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks but turned to Lu Chang and said, "Brother Chang, this table is so big, everyone can sit together. Let's invite them all to eat. Mainly, with so much food, if we don't eat quickly, it will get cold. Then, I'll call them back." Seeing that Bai Yi didn't seem to be just being polite, he decisively got up to call them. In fact, the reason for doing this was that the Lu family was intimidated by Bai Yi and wanted to show the best hospitality. Or rather, they didn't want to be criticized on this front. While he was calling people, he couldn't help but admire Bai Yi's character. He was truly amiable. Not only did he not have a trace of hostility, but he also treated everyone with a friendly attitude. Even with the unrefined ant who swore a lot, he could chat very well. Such a personality was indeed rare, and it turned out that Bai Ye's actions not only earned Lu Chang's admiration but also the support of the Lu family's women. After the ladies sat at the table, Bai Ye's large bowl was immediately filled with various meats. Even Bai Junyan benefited a lot. For instance, one particularly crafty ant immediately declared, "You're all good young men, once you marry Pingping, I'll take care of the new quilt. I guarantee it'll be more comfortable than those that cost thousands." With this opening, others were not willing to be outdone. To put it bluntly, they were all people who had lived for half their lives, who didn't have some skills. This led to the wedding decorations and paper cuttings being contracted out in no time. Bai Junyan and Lu Pingping couldn't help but smile widely. Who could resist the support of their own relatives when they had reached the stage of meeting the parents? Of course, these were all matters for the wedding. What needed to be confirmed now was the engagement. To truly reach that step, they still needed to discuss practical issues. As the atmosphere at the dinner table grew livelier, Lu Pingping's seemingly honest father spoke up, "Junyan, I heard from your parents that after the engagement, you'll buy a house?" "Yes, Uncle Lu, I've saved enough money over the years to buy a house in full." "In full? That's good. There won't be much pressure after marriage." Upon hearing that it was a full payment for the house, Lu's father nodded and then asked, "What about the car?" When it came to the car, Bai Junyan's face showed difficulty, but he quickly spoke the truth. "Well, because I need to pay for the house in full, I'll have to postpone buying a car." Hearing this, the people present didn't think much of it. After all, he wasn't a big boss. Being able to buy a house in full was already quite good. Otherwise, Lu Pingping would have to help pay the mortgage after marrying him. Sitting next to them, Bai Yi was quite familiar with the situation of the second uncle's family. To help Bai Junyan start a family, they had practically sold everything they had. They took out all of his savings, plus the savings of the elderly couple. Buying a house, along with an 88,000 yuan betrothal gift and various wedding expenses, would probably exceed $1 million. With such a large expenditure, if they wanted to buy a house and a car, the second uncle and his wife might have to sell blood. However, seeing how smoothly things were going today, plus the fact that this cousin treated him well, Bai Yi had an idea at that moment. Why not put in some effort and make it perfect? He thought of something and acted on it. Soon, during a break in the discussion among the crowd, Bai Yi spoke up. Life without a car is indeed inconvenient. Just right, I see my brother and sister-in-law are a good match, and my sister-in-law's family is so nice. Let's just go all in. I'll sponsor the car. But let's be clear, it's just a domestic car worth tens of thousands. After all, he wasn't their parent, and besides, there were other relatives involved. Being able to save up for a car worth tens of thousands was already quite impressive. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as this proposal came out, Lu Chang on the opposite side was not pleased. No way. My sister is getting married. As her brother, how can I not contribute? I'll buy the car. Heaven and earth can witness that when Bai Yi said they were a good match and that the Lu family was great, it was all from the heart. But unexpectedly, this directly provoked Lu Chang, prompting him to take over the car buying matter on the spot. Ah, Brother Chang, why are you competing with me? Well, don't blame me. I just want my sister to have a better life in the future, Lu Chang said with a smile. With his personality, plus the fact that Bai Yi treated his sister so well and praised the Lu family, how could he hold back? Fortunately, Bai Yi had already mentioned that it was just a car worth tens of thousands. That wasn't too much pressure for him. After all, he only had this one sister, and she would only get married once in her lifetime. Spending some money was only right. His statement immediately garnered support from others present. Indeed, for a sister's wedding, the brother should give a car. Exactly, Bai Yi, don't compete, let him pay for it. Right, mainly because you treat Ping well, it's not a big deal for everyone to chip in. Amidst the chatter, the matter of the car was settled. This left Bai Yi a bit helpless. He wanted to contribute, but now he couldn't? Of course, if he really wanted to help, he could definitely find a way to assist the young couple. After a little thought, he came up with a general direction and then looked at Lu Pingping and asked, Sister-in-law, how's your job going? I used to work as an accountant in a small company, but the company went bankrupt recently. Oh, accounting major? Yes, that's what I studied in college, and I have the certification. Alright then, since Brother Chang is taking care of the car, I'll add something else for you and arrange a job. As the saying goes, it's better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. Just handing out money felt a bit cliché. In the face of such a huge expense, that little bit of money didn't mean much. It was better to directly arrange a stable job for her, which could also help her brother in life. As for what kind of job? As Wang Jingda's good brother and a major client of the agricultural bank, it wasn't hard for him to secure a job position. In fact, many people with savings arrange jobs for their children this way. The bank is also very happy to get the children of major clients, or even the clients themselves, to work at the bank. Not only can they contribute to the bank, but they might also bring in more deposits. The key point was that Lu Pingping was an accounting major, which was a perfect fit. As soon as he mentioned arranging a job, everyone present became excited. What is the hardest thing for young people these days? Without a doubt, it's finding a job. Especially in a small county, a good job is even harder to come by. Arranging a job? That's great. Indeed, Pingping is a good kid. It's just hard to find a job in a small county. What kind of job is it? Is it suitable? Lu Pingping, the person involved, already had a hopeful expression. There was no way, she really didn't want to just be a housewife. Even Bai Junyan, who had always been a silent type, just lowering his head to drink, couldn't help but ask, Brother, are you serious? This can't be anything but serious. Let's do it now. As he spoke, Bai Yi took out his phone. However, he didn't call Wang Jingda directly. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Before making the call, he needed to give this brother, who was eager to make progress and had been holding on to big clients, a little surprise. So, before that, he first transferred 3 million to his parents' pension account. Before long, Bai Yi's phone began to vibrate wildly. Among the messages was a notification of 6 million with double cashback, as well as a call from Wang Jingda. After glancing at the curious eyes of those around him, Bai Yi smiled and pressed the answer button. Little brother, you deposited more pension for mom and dad again? That's almost 20,000 in interest this month. This time it's not just for that. Mei Ling, I have a favor to ask of you, so I need to arrange some benefits first. Hey, you little rascal, do you take your brother for a stranger? After a moment of playful complaint, Wang Zhengda asked, what is it? As long as I can do it, your brother will go through fire and water for you. Ha ha, it's not that serious. I just have a relative who majored in accounting and is looking for a job. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. After a moment, Bai Yi hung up the phone and then noticed that everyone at the dining table was looking at him with eager expressions. He immediately looked at Lu Pingping and smiled. It's done. Report to the Agricultural Bank on South Street in the county on Monday. Oh, and bring your ID. Upon hearing this, the older people had no reaction, but Lu Pingping stood up directly from her chair. The Agricultural Bank? The job you found for me is at a bank? That's right. The person I just called is the bank manager. If you have any issues when you get there, just look for him. He's one of us. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Pingping was so excited that tears were almost falling. She was a professional in this field and naturally knew how rare a bank job was. In fact, after graduating, she had worked hard for it. But the final result was that her qualifications were insufficient. But now, with just one phone call from Bai Yi, and without even mentioning her qualifications, he had secured her a job. Thank you. I will definitely cherish this job. Won't cause you any trouble, and will strive to become a full-time employee. She wasn't swept away by joy. She still thought that Bai Yi had found her a temporary job. To become a full-time employee, she would still need to work hard. However, after hearing her words, Bai Yi smiled and shook his head. Sister-in-law, you're about to marry into our Bai family. How could you be a temporary worker? That's impossible. Just go. Once you arrive, you'll be a full-time employee. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Pingping immediately took the wine glass from Lu Chang beside her and said, brother, sister-in-law doesn't know how to speak. It's all in the wine. As soon as she finished speaking, she downed a full glass of white liquor in one go. To be honest, such behavior is not very good for a girl. But none of the elders nearby stopped her. They might not know how rare a bank job is, but they certainly didn't need any introduction to how desirable a position as a full-time employee in a state-owned enterprise is. The gift Bai Yi had given was worth this glass of liquor. And it wasn't just her. Lu's father, Lu's mother, and Lu Chang all followed her example. From the looks of it, they treated Bai Yi as a benefactor. This made Bai Yi, who had been holding a drink, have to refill several times. Well, because he couldn't drink while driving, but he absolutely couldn't neglect the etiquette. After dealing with all this, he casually waved his hand and said, my brother gave me a lot of living expenses when I was in school, and now that I have the ability, it's certain that I will help him. I can't guarantee anything else, but my sister-in-law marrying into the Lao Bai family will definitely not lead a hard life. If everyone thinks it's fine, shouldn't we set a date for my sister-in-law to marry my brother as soon as possible? Today's proposal visit not only gave the Lao Bai family enough face but also directly secured Lu Pingping's job. Even Lu Chang, who initially opposed, is now almost a die-hard fan of Bai Yi. Under such circumstances, how could there be any reason to refuse? Thus, Lu's father decisively said, yes, marriage is a big deal. Junyan, when you go back, let your parents check the dates too, and we'll compare notes to choose the best one. Okay, Uncle Lu. With an excited heart, Bai Junyan immediately agreed. As the topic progressed to this point, today's proposal journey came to a perfect end. The outcome was mutually satisfying. You can't say it didn't make Bai Yi breathe a sigh of relief. If they hadn't agreed, it would have been fine, but since they took it on, they had to do it well. At the very least, they couldn't embarrass their parents. However, it seems that the results from this trip absolutely exceeded expectations. Time quickly moved to the afternoon. Bai Junyan, who had basically settled his lifelong affair, returned home. As soon as he arrived, he was pulled into a room by his family. How did it go? What happened? Hurry, don't rush to drink water. Tell us what's going on. To say that Bai Ye's second uncle and his wife were most concerned about Bai Junyan's lifelong affair. They even directly invited Bai Yi out for this. But even with the most capable person in the family present, their worries were inevitable. And because he was in a good mood and had drunk quite a bit, Bai Junyan had a silly grin on his face. It's done, hee. Done? Great. So your marriage is set, is that what you're saying? It's set. He gave a definite answer with a smile that didn't fade. Bai Zai excitedly slapped his thigh. I knew that as long as Bai Yi went along, there wouldn't be any surprises. Yes, Dad, my brother is amazing. He settled everything with just a few words. By the way, he even introduced Ping to a bank job in front of the Lu family, a formal employee, with a position waiting for her. To say that Bai Yi could handle this matter, they were not surprised. That kid grew up in front of them and has always been very reliable. As long as he agreed, he would definitely work hard. But now, not only did he help a lot, but he also introduced a bank position for their future daughter-in-law? Isn't that like giving their family a solid job? Thinking of this, Bai Zai murmured, our family owes Bai Yi a big favor. Also, you all remember, this matter must not be leaked, to avoid causing trouble for him. The Bai family has many relatives. Which family doesn't have someone of Bai Yi's age? So once those people find out, who knows how much trouble it could bring to Bai Yi. In fact, he himself wasn't very worried about this issue. After all, Bai Yi has an absolutely mature personality. He's not a rookie who doesn't know how to refuse. The reason he helped Bai Junyan was that the latter treated him well. Those relatives with whom he had little interaction, as long as they dared to come knocking, he would dare to kick them out directly. As for the issue of those relatives speaking ill of him, Bai Yi thought, that wouldn't affect his daily enjoyment of life. As for the Lu family, after tidying everything up, the family of 4 gathered together. Among them, Lu Pingping looked at Lu Chang and said, brother, are you really planning to give us a car? Isn't there any pressure on your business? If there is, I'll discuss it with Bai Junyan. We can always rely on ourselves to earn money to buy it. After all, both of us are working, so getting a car won't take long. What pressure could there be for a car worth tens of thousands? Lu Chang waved his hand, signaling her not to persuade him further, and continued, you don't really think I said I wanted to give you a car because of the higher-ups, do you? Isn't that the case? Of course not. I see that Bai Yi treats his brother really well, and I know you two will have a good life in the future, so I decided to give you a car to help him treat you better. Bai Yi, although young, is really capable. Look, I just managed to get the car for you, and now you can go work at the bank. That's true. Lu Pingping thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. How could a car worth tens of thousands be compared to a job with a stable position? To be honest, with Bai Junyan and her salary, they could save up for a few months and buy it outright. Listening to the conversation between the siblings, Lu's mother suddenly felt a bit teary-eyed. In the blink of an eye, your little sister has a good job, and her partner's income isn't low either. They will definitely have a good life in the future. Mom, that's not just a good life. Pointing at himself, Lu Chang continued, one is a state-owned enterprise employee with a stable position, and the other is a master welder earning 10 to 20,000 a month. Their life will definitely be more comfortable than mine as a small boss. Alright, as long as they live well, the family will be satisfied. When the time comes, that 88,000 yuan betrothal gift will be treated as a dowry. No matter what the two families were thinking now, Bai Yi had already moved on. What he needed to do next was to quietly wait for their wedding. However, when he returned home, he saw Li Yuqing leaning on the wall, her big eyes blinking at him. Oh, isn't this my little girl? Where's your mom? Dad, Mom went to work. I'm so bored. Can you take me to find her? Hearing this, Bai Yi remembered that every weekend and holiday, Li Sisi would usually go to the yoga studio early to work. Faced with little Yuqing's invitation, he thought for a moment and said, alright, stay there and don't move. Dad will come and carry you. Speaking of which, he had known Li Sisi for so long but had never been to her workplace. He didn't know what her state was like while working. After thinking about it, he was quite curious. Moments later, after fastening Yuqing's seatbelt, he drove off. Li Sisi's yoga studio was located in a shopping mall in the center of the county. Business was pretty good, with about 5 or 6 people coming to learn every day. Coupled with the not-so-low-class fees, Li Sisi was definitely part of the high-income group. She could earn at least 40,000 to 50,000 a month. Since it was the weekend, when Bai Yi arrived in the afternoon, he immediately saw several women in yoga outfits doing yoga poses under Li Sisi's guidance. To be honest, Bai Yi found it a bit dazzling. The atmosphere in this place was indeed a bit heavy. As the two appeared in the classroom, they instantly became the focus of the room. However, the reactions of Li Sisi's students varied upon seeing the suddenly entered man. Some felt embarrassed, their expressions and movements quite unnatural. Others were bolder, not only throwing flirtatious glances at Bai Yi but also putting more effort into their poses. As for Li Sisi herself, she immediately stood up and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how come you're here? I was just bored, so I came to see you," Bai Yi said with a smile. At home and in the yoga studio, Li Sisi's demeanor was indeed different. During one-on-one teaching at home, she was just a pure neighborly young woman, but she possessed many yoga skills. However, here, her face bore the seriousness of a yoga instructor. The contrast was quite strong. Just as Bai Yi was sizing her up, Li Yuqing suddenly popped out from behind him. "Mom, I'm here too." Got it. Yuqing, you practice with the aunties for a bit, and we'll go to the office to talk about some secrets, okay? Without waiting for Li Yuqing's response, she grabbed Bai Yi and headed towards a nearby glass door. Faced with this situation, Li Yuqing couldn't help but pout. If you're dating, just date. What secrets are there to talk about? Don't talk nonsense. Do you even know what dating means? Lee Cece, caught by her daughter, felt a wave of shame wash over her, and an inexplicable heat surged through her. But she still managed to hold it in and said sternly, "No nonsense, at your age, you shouldn't even know what dating means. TCH, you two hurry up, I won't be a third wheel." The clever little Li Yuqing turned and walked away. Seeing this, Li Cece felt quite helpless. Kids being too smart wasn't necessarily a good thing. On the other hand, Bai Yi found the little girl's antics amusing and smiled happily. Moments later, the two appeared in a small office. It was really small, only enough for a desk and two people to stand. This led to the lavender scent from Li Cece constantly invading his nose. "Why didn't you give me a heads up so I could prepare?" "It's fine, I just prepared a gift for you." "Ah, there's a gift?" Seeing the expectant look on her face, Bai Yi opened his palm to reveal a chocolate-flavored lollipop. "Ha, I'm already an adult, and you're using a lollipop to cheer me up? Just tell me if you like it." "I like it, how could I not like it?" Although she felt that her relationship with Bai Yi should be kept low-key, she couldn't resist this little sweetness typical of normal couples, so she quickly reached out to grab the lollipop from his hand. However, when she picked it up, she realized something was off. The lollipop seemed to be connected to something, extending into his sleeve. "What are you dawdling for? Pull it out." Oh, not quite understanding, she could only follow Bai Yi's instructions and pull it out little by little. At first, she pulled out 5 lollipops that were connected. Just when she thought it was over, she discovered a Dior logo peeking out. "Ah, lipstick. Don't stop, keep pulling. There's more?" After a minute or two, the contents of Bai Yi's sleeve were finally emptied. In Li Cece's hands were the hottest lipstick shades from various major brands. Since they were at the mall, and there happened to be a beauty store downstairs, it would be a bit unreasonable not to bring back some gifts. So Bai Yi had prepared carefully. This made Li Cece, looking at the string of lipsticks in her hands, so moved that she was almost in tears. Whoa, how can you be so thoughtful? I can't take it." "Then let's hug." The beautiful woman in his arms held tightly around his waist. It was clear that she was overwhelmed with emotion. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. Although Li Cece had a high income and a very good quality of life, she really lacked in emotional aspects. Just a little gesture from him, and she couldn't handle it. This had nothing to do with the lipsticks. He believed that if it were just a few lollipops, she would have reacted the same way. Of course, in our lives, lipstick is still a powerful tool for attracting girls. Big brands, almost all major luxury brands, have lipstick products, so it's very presentable. The key point is, lipstick is cheap. The most popular lipstick costs only 200 to 300 yuan. And if you give one as a gift, isn't that a huge profit? Even for someone like Bai Yi, who gives them out in bulk, it hardly costs much, but the effect achieved can far exceed expectations, making it a great value. After embracing for a moment, Li Cece's emotions finally eased a bit, and she looked up at him with longing eyes and said, "Thank you, it's so nice to have you." "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." As he spoke, Bai Yi tore open a lollipop wrapper and brought it to her lips. After she held it in her mouth for a moment, he asked, "Is it sweet?" Especially sweet." "Oh, then let me have a taste." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi took the lollipop out and leaned down to kiss her. Hey, weren't you just going to taste the candy? Why are you tasting me instead? You don't understand, this is the correct way to enjoy candy." Meanwhile, outside Li Cece's office, shortly after the two entered, Xiao Yuqing was surrounded by the aunts present. "Yuqing, who is that uncle to you? Is he married?" Yeah, if he isn't, introduce him to the aunts, and the aunts will buy you big toys." "Oh my, he's so handsome, I totally love him." "Sigh, he's way more charming than my husband." You should have seen it. As soon as he walked in, my unfinished action was immediately completed. Those with husbands, don't speak, there are still singles here. Hearing the aunts chatter, Li Yuqing immediately felt displeased. After breaking free from one of their embraces, she said seriously, "No, that's my dad, you can't introduce him to you." "Dad? Wow, our teacher Li really knows how to pick them, going straight for such a quality guy." "That's it, we can't compete. I said those two were off earlier, now who knows what they're doing in the office." Once this was said, they all felt it made sense. After all, the shortest among them had been learning from Li Cece for 3 months, so they were quite familiar with her. They knew she usually had no contact with any men, just working hard to raise her child. They just didn't expect that with one move, she would reach the peak and find someone who looked strong and was so handsome like Mo Yang. This led everyone to look at the closed office door with eyes full of uncontainable envy. However, just as they were discussing, the door to the yoga studio was slowly pushed open from the outside. Immediately after, a young man's voice came from outside. "Excuse me, is Li Cece working here?" As the voice came, the several women present turned to look at the door. There stood 4 young men. They were all quite young, with the leader looking to be in his 20s, not bad-looking, and somewhat resembling Li Sisi. But seeing their aggressive demeanor, it was clear they were not here for a friendly visit. "Are you looking for Teacher Li?" "Yes. We have something to discuss with her." Upon hearing the question, the leading young man immediately broke into a smile. After responding, he turned to his partner on the right and whispered, "See, we found her. Remember, listen to my command later. No matter what, we have to take her away." Meanwhile, inside the office, because it was just a simple partition, the sound insulation was very poor. The two inside could hear everything happening outside clearly. This led to Li Sisi stiffening her body upon hearing the voices from outside. The originally sweet smile turned into an unsightly expression. Noticing this, Bai Yi softly asked, "What's the matter? Do you know the people outside?" It sounds like my brother's voice." Well, that was quick. After learning about Li Sisi's past and hearing that her brother might have found her, Bai Yi had anticipated this day would come. Greed clouds the mind. Knowing that Li Sisi had millions in her hands, her family, who had already shown their greedy side, would not easily give up. Of course, there was also the possibility that Li Sisi's family had suddenly realized their mistakes and wanted to reconnect with their daughter. But that possibility was slim. However, Bai Yi was not going to concern himself with their intentions. As long as he was there, Li Sisi would not suffer any grievances. It was still the same statement, Longhua County was his territory. On his own turf, how could he let outsiders bully him? Absolutely not. Just then, Li Sisi's phone chimed with a ding. After checking the message, her expression grew even heavier. "My brother is coming with 3 people. They definitely don't have good intentions. I'll go out by myself. You just wait here for me." "What are you thinking? I'm a man, and you're telling me to let you go face this alone?" As a true man, Bai Yi would never allow such a situation to happen. Even if there were 4 people, what of it? Because knowing the other side had numbers, Bai Yi would never be foolish enough to go out alone to play the hero. So what if there were many of them? It's not like no one knows how to deal with a crowd. Even if they came with good intentions, it's always better to be prepared. With that thought, Bai Yi pulled Li Sisi back and took out his phone to send a message to Gao Shan. After receiving a reply, he smiled and said, "All right, let's go see what your brother is up to." Upon hearing this, Li Sisi did not follow his pace. She stood there, her face filled with worry. "Bai Yi, maybe you shouldn't go out. My brother is quite a jerk. What if you—" "Never mind, this is my issue. Let me face it." "What do you mean your issue? This is our issue." Bai Yi grabbed her hand and walked towards the door, saying, "They're blocking the entrance. If I don't face this with you, how can you still dare to crawl into my bed later? Stop dawdling. Let's go." "All right, first bring Yuqing into the office. Don't let her be upset about this." To be honest, his words might sound a bit harsh, but to Li Sisi, they were worth more than 1,000 sweet nothings. They even made her feel that everything in Longhua County now paled in comparison to meeting such a man. In her memory, no man had ever stood in front of her to shield her from the storm. Just as she was still immersed in warmth and emotion, Bai Yi had already opened the door and stepped outside. Immediately, he spotted the 4 people standing at the entrance. At first glance, Bai Yi felt they were all rough around the edges, not like normal people. As it turned out, his instincts were correct. If they were normal people, seeing their sister after years apart, they would have greeted her warmly, right? But the younger brother, who bore some resemblance to Li Sisi, immediately locked his gaze onto Bai Yi. His eyes were filled with wariness. According to his original plan, today he had to take Li Sisi away, back to their home in the south, no matter what, even if it meant forcibly taking her back. Although it might cause a huge commotion, searching for a runaway sister and bringing her back home could be considered reasonable. But the appearance of a strange man threw his thoughts into disarray. Who is this person? My sister's kept man? She wouldn't have spent all her money on this man, would she? If that's the case, what will happen to our family's money? It was also the sense of crisis that made Li Dongdong completely ignore his long-unseen sister and instead fixate on Bai Yi, asking, "Who are you? What is your relationship with my sister? Who am I?" Upon seeing the other party's reaction, Bai Yi instantly understood his thoughts. There was no way to hide the impatience written all over his face. It felt as if he had stolen several million from him. From this, it was clear that this little brother had come over with no good intentions. Realizing this, he thought there was no need to be polite anymore. So, he smiled and said, "Take a guess. Let me first eliminate one wrong answer for you. I am not your father." If it were someone else, Bai Yi might have responded with "I am your father." But for the person in front of him, who was scheming against his own sister, he decided to let it go. How unlucky. You, Xiao Dongdong, who had just been teased by Bai Yi, was clearly a bit angry. It was at this moment that he remembered his sister Li Sisi and asked, "Sister, who is this person? What does it have to do with you?" Li Sisi, who had just sent her daughter to the office, replied coldly, If this brother had shown a bit more enthusiasm, she might have given him a better attitude out of the dwindling familial affection. But since he came in with this attitude, especially targeting Bai Yi, it was impossible for her to show any good face. After being teased and then confronted, Li Dongdong was so angry he laughed. Alright, I see it clearly now. You haven't come home for years just for this man, right? If you really are that impressive, to abandon your family for a kept man. Li Cici's expression remained unchanged as she said lightly, whether I abandoned my family or my family abandoned me, you know in your heart. Besides, weren't you all going to sever ties with me? So don't call me sister anymore, I have no brother like you. Reflecting on her past experiences with her family, Li Cici felt a deep sense of despair. Now, facing Li Dongdong, she was filled with resistance, so her words were very resolute. The way she spoke made it seem like she was truly ready to cut ties with them. This startled Li Dongdong, whose mind was filled with millions. Severing ties? Absolutely not. At least not until the money was handed over. His wife, who loved wealth over poverty, was still waiting for money at home. If he couldn't bring Li Cici back, he might face divorce shortly after getting married. So seeing her so serious, Li Dongdong panicked. His tone softened immediately. Ahem, sister, please don't be angry. I came this time to take you home. Mainly, mom and dad miss you a lot. Miss me? I think you all just miss my money, making it seem like you have deep feelings for me. If it were an ordinary soft-hearted girl, she might have been unable to bear this remark. But Li Cici was completely unfazed, because she had been deceived by her family too many times. She remembered how many times she had refused requests to hand over money and had even moved out. In the end, it was Li Dongdong, under the guise of family affection, who tricked her back home and locked her in her bedroom. If she didn't give money, she wasn't allowed to go out and was completely denied food. That day, after jumping out of the second-floor window, she swore she would never fall for such tricks again. It was from that moment on that she finally realized her family had lost their sanity because of money, capable of doing anything. Well, a significant part of the reason she had run so far was because of this. We don't want your money, mainly because you are my sister, the daughter of our parents. Saying this made Li Dongdong feel quite guilty, but he couldn't help but say it. At the same time, he hesitated in his heart, wondering whether he should go up and kidnap her now. Meanwhile, the situation in the yoga studio had already attracted the attention of some nearby merchants. Many people had gathered to watch. What's going on? I heard this person is Boss Li's brother? It should be, he looks quite similar. I was the first to arrive, and I understood that Boss Li ran away from home and came here. Now the family has come looking for her. The surrounding discussions made Li Dongdong, who was still in a dilemma, suddenly brighten up. A seemingly perfect plan surged in his mind. It would definitely be bad to use force in front of so many people, especially with a man whose identity was unknown nearby, and people that Li Cici knew. But as long as he found a reasonable excuse to take her back, wouldn't that solve everything? By that time, perhaps there would even be kind-hearted people willing to help him take her away. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and his initial panic disappeared. In its place was a face full of grievance. And then facing the crowd of onlookers, he said, "What you don't know is that my sister not only ran away from home but also took all our family's money, which is 3 million. And when I got here, I found out she was using that money to keep a toy boy." This complete distortion of the truth made Li Cici tremble with anger. She felt quite unfortunate to have such shameless family members. Yet, such outrageous words were still believed by some. Oh, so Boss Li is that kind of person? I knew it, always dressing so flamboyantly. Turns out she was seducing men. Exactly, I thought she didn't look like a good person from the first day I saw her. Her audacity is too much, taking away millions without leaving a way out for the family. All these comments came from the nearby merchants, most of whom were female bosses. Bai Yi, who had been listening, found it quite amusing. Sure enough, female competition was everywhere. Even though the situation was still uncertain, those who couldn't stand Li Cici's beauty had already jumped out. Of course, while some questioned, others chose to believe. The group of yoga students present all came to stand behind Li Cici. To put it bluntly, after spending so much time together, who could not understand each other? Moreover, they were consumers of Li Cici's class. How could they not be clear about her ability to make money? If she wanted to keep a toy boy, she wouldn't need to take money from home. To put it bluntly, with Li Cici's looks and figure, if she really wanted money, men would line up outside the mall to offer it to her. But all this time, they had only seen Bai Yi as a man. Given all this, they couldn't tolerate the slander from those outside. You need to provide evidence when you speak. What is this empty talk? Exactly. Our teacher Li treats you well, often giving you fruits and such. How come you can't appreciate it? A bunch of ungrateful wolves, disgusting. Undoubtedly, the support from these students deeply moved Li Cici. But Li Dongdong, who had already made plans in his heart, completely ignored their words and said to himself, sigh, although she took the money from home, after all, she is family, and my parents still miss her. That's why they sent me to bring her back. But now I'm even thinking about whether to tie her up and take her back. As soon as these words were spoken, several business owners who had already taken the opportunity to kick someone when they were down immediately began to support him. In such a situation, tying her up is also a way out. Yeah, taking 3 million from home, and you didn't call the police to catch her, that's already a great mercy. Tie her up, take her back to apologize to your parents, and then work to pay off the debt. Listening to the voices around him, Lee Dongdong felt overjoyed. Who would have thought that the plan he came up with on the spur of the moment could be so perfect? Now, even if he took Lee Cece away in front of so many people, no one would be able to say anything. After all, he had already stood on the moral high ground. As for the man next to Lee Cece, although he looked quite strong, he was just one person, in the face of so many of his own. What could he do? Thinking of this, he looked at Lee Cece and said, "Sister, I have no choice, don't blame me." After pretending to say something, he waved his hand. "Brothers, let's do it." Instantly, the other 3 men who had been prepared began to act. Faced with this situation, Bai Yi had already stood in front of Lee Cece, ready for battle. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the yoga studio. Then, a somewhat hoarse and fierce voice came from outside. "Come on, everyone step aside." The voice was very penetrating and distinctive, causing everyone present to look towards the door. But just by looking, many people were left dumbfounded. Standing at the door were a uniformed group of muscular men in suits, at least 20 or 30 of them. Moreover, all of them had the same buzz cut, making people feel uneasy. "Big brother, we're here." A booming voice from the leader made everyone's hearts skip a beat, and Baye's body trembled. There was no way. He recognized the burly man leading the group as the security captain of the Sunshine Hotel owned by Gao Shan. Every time he went there, the other party would call him Brother Bai, so they were somewhat familiar. The people behind him were naturally the security guards under him. But what puzzled Bai Yi was why these guys came not in security uniforms but in matching black suits. And with their uniform formation and the undeniable fierce aura, were they preparing to cosplay as gangsters? But then Bai Yi understood. When he had messaged Gao Shan earlier, he mentioned that a few people were coming with bad intentions and might resort to violence. As a result, the big brother really came through, not only bringing so many people at once but also arranging such a strong lineup. Turning to see Zhao Dongdong's fearful expression, Bai Yi suddenly had a bold idea. It seemed that cosplaying as gangsters wasn't such a bad idea after all. Perhaps he could directly resolve the trouble surrounding Lee Cece in one go. With this thought, Bai Yi nodded slightly. Since you're here, have the brothers wait outside for now. We don't need you to act just yet." "Understood," the leader responded, and the 20 or 30 buzzcut men lined up neatly in 2 rows, blocking the entrance of the yoga studio completely. People outside couldn't get in, and those inside naturally couldn't get out. Even the onlookers were directly blocked inside. This led to a complete silence in the classroom. Everyone had their own thoughts. Among them, the students in the classroom kept stealing glances at Bai Yi, feeling that this man was simply too charming. How long has it been, and so many people have been gathered? Li Dongdong and the 3 buddies he brought along felt like their legs were about to crumble. They usually acted like punks, but at most, they were just spirited young men. But now, those standing at the door looked like a well-trained team. Not to mention there were 20 or 30 of them. Even if there were only 2, they would be scared. To be honest, if Bai Yi had let them in just now, those with timid hearts might have even wet themselves. And the crowd that had just come in to watch, especially the few older sisters who had made sarcastic remarks about Lee Cece, were now pale with fear. If they had known that the man next to Lee Cece could summon so many people, who would dare to speak ill of her, so they could only huddle together, trying to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. They were afraid Bai Yi would remember what they had just said and target them. In fact, Bai Yi was indeed contemplating how to deal with them. However, this matter wasn't urgent. The key was still Lee Cece's family. He turned to Li Dongdong and asked with a faint smile, "Who did you just say you wanted to kidnap?" I wasn't, big brother, you heard wrong. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Li Dongdong immediately cowered, a fawning expression appearing on his face. "I'll ask you again, who did you just say you wanted to kidnap? If you don't answer truthfully, you should consider the consequences." Upon hearing the word consequences, Li Dongdong didn't dare to think further and quickly said, "My sister, I said I wanted to kidnap my sister. No, I don't plan to kidnap her anymore." "Oh, with you being such a weakling, bringing along 3 little sidekicks, you dare to come and kidnap someone." At this point, Bai Ye's eyes sharpened as he said, "Have you really never seen a gang before?" Perhaps bolstered by the imposing figures of the suited men nearby, Bai Yi indeed exuded a bit of the aura of a social boss. His words carried a strong presence. This caused everyone present who felt guilty to tremble in fear. A gang? Considering the burly men standing outside, it completely matched up. And under his gaze, Li Dongdong's legs went weak, and he knelt down. Big brother, I didn't mean that, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ah. Bai Yi didn't expect this guy to be so spineless. He had just started his act, not even fully into character, and here he was kneeling? What surprised him even more was that, while his gaze wandered, he accidentally glanced at Li Dongdong's three little brothers. Just that one glance made the three of them immediately follow Li Dongdong's lead and kneel in unison. After seeing this, Bai Yi felt a bit bored. Why couldn't there be a tough nut to crack, so he could indulge in the thrill of being a social boss? But upon reflection, Li Dongdong's lack of backbone was indeed a good thing for him. Scaring him wasn't the goal, the main thing was to resolve the issue. With that in mind, Bai Yi's expression softened as he said, "Your attitude is decent, but I still dislike your slanderous behavior towards Li Sisi. Now, just tell me, what is the real situation? Rumors are easy to spread, but hard to dispel. If he didn't clarify things today, then tomorrow, the entire mall staff would know about the lies he fabricated. How would Li Sisi's classroom continue to operate then?" So, restoring the truth was indeed necessary. After hearing this, Li Dongdong felt a bitterness in his throat. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. People are the same, no matter how dirty their hearts are, they won't feel any shame. But to speak out those sordid matters was truly difficult for him. However, it didn't matter, for the words he couldn't say, Bai Yi would naturally help him. "Give you 3 seconds to say something, if you don't blame me for not giving you a chance." 3. Before even counting to 2, the already fragile Li Dongdong began to panic. No, I'll say it. My sister didn't take the money from home. It's us who are eyeing the 3 million she has. Oh, so it's your parents and you, right? In your plan, how do you intend to use this money? Well, my mom said to give me 2 million to buy a house and a car, and they will keep 1 million for retirement. Alright, sounds like a clear plan. After a pause, Bai Yi asked again, "Have you thought about what your sister will do if you give her all the money?" If you stutter again, I'll increase the pressure. No, my parents said she's heartless. Once she gets the money, she'll act like she never had this daughter. As soon as those words came out, Li Sisi, who was standing next to her, suddenly softened and leaned against him. After all, those words came from her parents. Although she had long recognized the reality, hearing such words from her younger brother was something no one could accept. It proved that there are differences even among parents. Not every parent deserves their children's filial piety. Some parents treat their children as tools. Even when faced with benefits, they would not hesitate to abandon them. After gently patting her a couple of times to comfort her, Bai Yi softly asked, "What do you think now?" "I just want to sever ties with them and not let them disturb my life anymore." With things having developed to this point, and such words coming from her younger brother, this familial bond was irreparably broken. Of course, compared to that, Li Sisi wanted her current life to be more stable, to take good care of her daughter and then snuggle up with this little man beside her. As for everything else, Li Sisi felt tired and didn't want to have any more entanglements with the past. I understand. Nodding, Bai Yi turned his gaze back to Li Dongdong and said, "So, what are your thoughts? Do you still want your sister's money?" No. If he had known that his sister had met a big brother in this small county, he wouldn't have dared to approach her even if he had 100 guts. Alright, if she says she wants to sever ties with you, do you have any objections? No. His heart was heavy. Severing ties with Li Sisi meant completely cutting off the relationship with that 3 million as well. He would have no reason to approach her anymore. After all, they were siblings now, but once the ties were severed, if he came over, Li Sisi could call the police to arrest him. Of course, even now, he still had some ulterior motives. Severing ties wasn't something he could accomplish just by being the younger brother. It required the head of their household to sign a statement or agreement with Li Sisi to remove her from the household register. But now that his parents weren't here, it was clearly impossible to do. So, he just needed to endure a little, and once he got home, he could deny everything. After all, now that he knew where Li Sisi was, could she still run away? However, he understood these principles, and how could Bai Yi not understand? He would never leave any hidden dangers when handling matters. So, facing Li Dongdong's somewhat excited expression, he said lightly, "Then you should call your parents and have them come over now." But they're in Su province. I have no reason to call them over. Panic surged in her heart, and Li Dongdong immediately began to find excuses. But Bai Yi didn't care about anything else, his expression serious as he said, "I don't care what your reasons are, hit me now, or else." With Bai Yi's words, the security captain, who had been watching closely, took a step forward. Just like that, it completely shattered the little calculations in Li Dongdong's heart. He didn't dare to hesitate at all and quickly took out his phone. Once the call connected, he started to lie in front of Bai Yi and the others. "Mom and Dad, hurry to Longhua County, my sister is waiting for you here. Yes, her money is still there, so come quickly. Aha, just check the train tickets now." When he put down the phone, he timidly said, "Big brother, my parents are getting on the train tonight, and they'll be here tomorrow morning. Can we leave now?" "You can calm down, but leaving is definitely not an option." Successfully calling Li Cici's parents over, this coward had done a great job. Moreover, Bai Yi wasn't used to having people kneel in front of him to speak. Well, he was just cosplaying, not really a gangster. As for him saying they could leave, that was clearly impossible. This kid even lied to his own parents. What couldn't he do? If he left and changed his mind, then everything done today would be in vain. So, seeing Li Dongdong stand up, Bai Yi called over the security captain, "Lu, do you have anything else to do today?" "No, brother, just let me know if you need anything." "Well, this is my girlfriend's brother, who hasn't severed ties yet. It's his first time in Longhua County, and he's unfamiliar with the place, so arrange for someone to accompany him. Also, I heard he's afraid to sleep alone, so you need to accompany him too. Understand?" "Understood." Lu immediately stood at attention and said in a firm tone, "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely make sure my sister-in-law's brother eats well, has fun, and sleeps well." Hearing this, Li Dongdong next to him felt numb, filled with despair. Just when he thought his parents weren't around and that severing ties wouldn't count, he was made to call his parents over. He was also thinking of calling his parents as soon as he got out and then running away, but Bai Yi had arranged for him to have company. Company for eating and drinking, and even for sleeping. Moreover, looking at those strong men, there couldn't be any gays among them, right? What if there was someone abnormal? Wouldn't he be in trouble today? Alright, add my contact information. Okay, I'll scan you. As soon as he heard he could add Bai Yi on WeChat, Lu immediately took out his phone. After all, he was someone who called his boss brother, and being able to connect with such a person was quite a significant resource for him. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment they added each other as friends, he received a transfer of a full 10,000 yuan on his phone. Looking at the bright red transfer notification, Lu was about to say something when Bai Yi cut him off. "Take this money, buy some good cigarettes for the brothers, and get some good food. Isn't it a bit inappropriate, brother?" Lowering his voice deliberately, he continued, "Brother Bai, when we left, General Gao said there would be a bonus." "A bonus is a bonus. This is a red envelope. Can they be the same?" Bai Yi didn't have the bad habit of freeloading or taking advantage of others. Given that so many people were sent to help him, giving a little benefit was very reasonable. Moreover, considering that so many people came today, giving 10,000 yuan wasn't too much. "So, should I accept it?" "Hurry up and take it, but be careful after we leave. We're not really gangsters, we're law-abiding good citizens." "Don't worry, brother, I understand." After patting his chest and making a guarantee, Lu looked at Li Dongdong and said, "Come on, brother, let's go outside and wait. I'll take you out to have some fun later." "This big brother, I think that's unnecessary. I haven't seen my sister for a long time, and we haven't had a chance to catch up." "What the hell? Wait, I'm leaving, is that okay?" Soon, the four little brothers who had come from afar trembled as they followed behind and walked out of the yoga classroom. Finally, everything arranged, Bai Yi turned to Li Cici and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better, thank you." After sincerely thanking him, she couldn't help but ask, "He didn't mention anything about severing ties on the phone just now. How can I get my parents to agree?" "You don't need to worry about that." Bai Yi smiled confidently. "Remember, I'm not just a simple handsome guy, I have strength and means. They say a tiger father doesn't raise a dog son. But what if the father is a dog?" Anyway, Bai Yi didn't think that someone who could raise a coward like Li Dongdong could have much capability. Maybe even Li Dongdong was more resilient. Of course, while underestimating the enemy in thought, one must take them seriously in tactics. He already had a rough plan in mind on how to achieve the goal of severing Li Cici's ties with her original family. He just needed to wait for tomorrow when the people arrived to start implementing it. Lost in thought, Bai Yi's gaze fell on the crowd that had been watching earlier. He could still vividly recall some of the things a few of them had said. He believed he absolutely could not let them off the hook. Although as a law-abiding citizen, he couldn't really do anything to them, now that he was successfully cosplaying as a gangster. A little lesson was definitely necessary. Otherwise, if he didn't come here for a long time, these people would never learn their lesson. Soon, Bai Yi slowly approached the side of the crowd and smiled. "It was a bit noisy inside just now. I didn't quite catch what you said. Could you repeat it?" This made the few people present hold their breath. Immediately, the big sister who had been the loudest, with a face full of flesh and clearly hard to get along with, timidly said, "We didn't say anything." "No, we were just speaking up for Boss Lee." I don't remember it that way. As he spoke, Bai Yi turned to look at a few students in the yoga classroom. Having long been displeased with these people, they immediately understood his meaning and began to denounce them. It was her, saying our teacher Li was dressed flamboyantly, clearly not a good person. And this person, looking kind and gentle, but speaking so harshly. Apologize. You must apologize to our teacher Li. As their words fell, the faces of those who had just made sarcastic remarks turned pale. They had originally thought they could get away with it, but now what could they do? What if this gangster brother targeted them? Wouldn't that be the end? Not to mention whether they could walk out standing today. What would happen to their business in the mall? In short, in today's rule of law society, no one is afraid of being beaten. As long as they don't suffer serious injuries, the returns will definitely exceed expectations. But provoking such a person, having someone come to the store to cause trouble every few days, how could they continue to do business? So when facing Bai Yi, they were genuinely afraid. However, among these people, there were still some smart ones. One of them stepped forward and sincerely said, I'm sorry, we didn't understand the truth just now, and spoke carelessly. With someone taking the lead, the others seemed to find a breakthrough and quickly followed suit with their apologies. Yes, I'm sorry, Boss Li, it was my fault. Boss Li, you know me, I just have a big mouth, sigh, I've learned my lesson this time. After the few who had just kicked someone while they were down apologized, Li Sisi's expression visibly softened. However, standing in front of them, Bai Yi still felt dissatisfied. He immediately continued, people nowadays are so tolerant. When I was young, saying the wrong thing would get you a slap. As soon as he said this, the few people in front of him were momentarily stunned, and then they saw the first person to apologize raise his hand and slap himself hard across the face. With a crisp smack, 5 red finger marks appeared on his face. Seeing this, Bai Yi hurriedly leaned over. Hey, boss, we don't have much of a conflict, why hit yourself like that? I've been feeling hot lately, just wanted to cool off. I see. Nodding, Bai Yi turned to Jolo outside and said, come on, give this boss some space, hitting himself so hard makes me feel sorry for him. Soon, the first person successfully walked away. This scene undoubtedly served as a guiding light for the others. Thus, the yoga studio began to sound with smacks. Smack! I'm the most overheated, just right to slap myself to cool off. Maybe my constipation will get better. Smack! I'm not overheated, just wanted to slap myself. Smack! Handsome, actually I have another identity as a master of self-slapping. How professional is this slap? A minute or two later, as the last person walked out with a red face, Bai Yi turned back, looking innocent and said, these people are so strange, feeling hot but not taking medicine, just want to slap themselves, are they not mentally normal? As soon as he said this, the yoga studio erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, we should keep our distance from them in the future. Indeed, who slaps themselves for no reason? Even Li Sisi, who had been heavy-hearted, couldn't help but smile. Now I want to give myself a slap too, to see if it really cools me off. After laughing, the focus of several girls directly shifted to Bai Yi. Teacher Li, the little man you found is so handsome. What a pity, you got to him first, otherwise I would have tried to chase him. You think you can compete with our teacher Li? That's not wrong, with teacher Li's figure, ordinary men can't handle it, even eating goji berries won't help. Facing their various words of admiration and teasing, Bai Yi didn't take it to heart at all. After all, what these people saw today was not the real him. So, after casually waving his hand, Bai Yi walked towards the office inside. Little Yuqing was still waiting inside. It's worth mentioning that the little girl was very understanding. Although she couldn't truly understand what her mother had gone through, as soon as she came out, she gave Li Sisi a big hug. From the smile on her face, it was clear that this hug was very healing. The next morning, it was Monday, and Li Sisi had gone early to send little Yuqing to school. He quietly rode his bike back home to take a shower. According to the time given by Li Dongdong, his parents would take over an hour to reach Longhua County, so there was no rush at all. But just as he lay in the bathtub, taking out his phone to watch some videos, he was stunned by a message from Joe Lu. Bro, this kid must be crazy. We watched him all night yesterday, and not only is he not angry, but he's also begging me to let him join us. The scene shifted to a 3-person room in a small hotel in the county town. Sitting on the ground, Li Dongdong said brightly, Bro, just take me in. Who told you we are a gang? I'm sorry, I forgot that can't be said openly. To express his apology, he lightly slapped himself. Mainly, I've been connected to your line of work since I was a kid. You could even say I was born for this. Oh, how did you get connected to our line of work? Speaking of this, a nostalgic look appeared on Li Dongdong's face. I have to mention that when I was in elementary school, I asked a classmate about collecting protection fees. That was 5 yuan. That was my weekly allowance back then. then you were quite the beast. Looking at Li Dongdong, who seemed rather proud, Zhou Lu felt speechless. He, not really a beast. I mean, it was a connection to you guys. Don't associate us with that. We don't do such things. Ah, you don't collect membership fees? Well, we collect once a month, Zhou Lu replied with a smirk. Although he really wanted to distance himself from this abnormal person, he had to keep it up to avoid ruining Bai Ye's situation. Besides, this wasn't exactly a lie. The Sunshine Hotel paid them monthly to ensure the hotel's safety. Wasn't that a form of protection fee? However, what he didn't expect was that Li Dongdong became even more excited upon hearing this. See, I told you we are fated, so big bro, just take me in. I promise to be the first to jump in when something happens. No way, stop thinking about it. Their security team could use more people, but this kid was aiming to be a security guard. However, right after he refused, he received a message from Bai Yi. If he wants to protect a place, then let him, it'll make things easier for you. Zhou Lu was a smart guy and understood immediately. Bai Gu was still not angry and wanted him to give this kid a bit of a challenge. So soon, facing Li Dongdong's disappointed expression, he changed his tone and said, but then again, your sister is our sister-in-law, so if we make an exception, it's not impossible. Really, big bro? Yeah, but if you want to join us, you have to pay some price. I understand, big bro, just tell me who to cut. Cut your own big head. Zhou Lu rolled his eyes and asked, besides the protection fee you collected in elementary school, what other bad things have you done? Oh, there are too many. With his mind full of joining a real gang, he thought this was a chance to share his glorious past and immediately recounted all the bad things he had done. 2 years ago, I borrowed 1,000 yuan from a colleague. He didn't know I had already quit, and I just ghosted him that day. Anyway, I blocked him as soon as I got back. Then last year, I stole my mother-in-law's red underwear and found a few hundred yuan inside. The smell was a bit strong, so I had to dry it for several days before spending it. Listening to his tales, the righteous security guards present were filled with outrage. It was hard to imagine that such absurd people existed in the world. However, Zhou Li's smile grew even wider upon hearing this. Absurdity was good. That meant he could act without restraint. So after Li Dongdong finished, Zhou Lu nodded and said, alright, you are indeed quite bad. How about this? If you want to join us, you need to return the protection fees you collected and the money you scammed from others. Upon hearing this, Li Dongdong's first reaction was confusion. Wasn't this about joining a gang? Why did he have to pay others back to join? Normally, shouldn't he be asked to step it up? But as he thought about it, he found a reasonable explanation. In the world of Jianghu, relying solely on being bad won't do. One must also be righteous. So now, repaying the debt is just giving oneself a chance to prove that one is a person of integrity and righteousness. With this thought, Li Dongdong felt that everything made perfect sense. Alright, big brother, stop talking. I'll pay them back right away. First find your elementary school classmate and return the 5 yuan you took from them. Meanwhile, on Bai Ye's side, when he got out of the bathtub, he wore a smile on his face the whole time. Originally, he didn't plan to hold Li Dongdong, this scum, accountable. After all, he wasn't a police officer or a judge, and he couldn't enforce justice. But now that the trouble had come knocking on his door, he couldn't blame anyone else. He believed that in the coming days, this guy's life would surely be quite exciting. Just then, Li Sisi returned. As soon as she entered, she completely disregarded his wet state and dove into his arms. Then, with a worried tone, she said, my eyelid has been twitching all day, and I feel like something bad is going to happen. Left eye or right eye? Left eye. Oh, then there's no need to worry. Left eye twitching means money is coming. You'll find money today. Bai Ye's comforting embrace was indeed effective, making Li Sisi feel much better. But after pondering for a moment, she curiously asked, what if the right eye twitches? Right eye? That's just superstition. We can't believe in that. So you only believe in what benefits you? What else? Bai Yi thought he was making perfect sense. Why would he entertain notions that didn't benefit him? He treated everything according to superstition. You make a good point. I hope today goes smoothly. With me around, there won't be any surprises. Although he hadn't met her parents yet, at times like this, a man's confidence is a woman's reassurance, and he absolutely couldn't show any weakness in his words. However, after saying that, his hands began to misbehave. Something's off. I feel like what you just said is wrong. What's the matter? You said left eye twitching means money, but I feel like I'm about to suffer. At 9:30 a.m., Bai Yi finally took Li Sisi out. Since he didn't have a good impression of her family, he couldn't pick them up. They just agreed to meet at a cafe in the county town. At that moment, a couple in their 60s entered the cafe. As they walked, the old lady complained, this dead girl, it's bad enough she hasn't come home for so long, but now that we're here, she doesn't even come to pick us up. Alright, anyway, once we get the money, we won't have this daughter anymore, let her be. I was just thinking, when we marry her off, we can collect another round of betrothal gifts. That's true, we should be a bit nicer later, just a bit, so she doesn't get too full of herself. As they spoke, the couple was guided by the staff to their seats. It was only then that they realized a problem. Wait, where did Dong Dong go? Why didn't he come to pick us up? He just messaged, saying he met a noble person here and is going to do something big. In this small county town, there can be something big? The husband of the couple, looking confused, continued, he didn't say much, just that the noble person told him that as long as he joins them, he can get a share of the territory and guard a place or something. So impressive? Our Dong Dong is capable. Thinking about the millions they were about to get from Lee Sisi and that their son had found a noble person here, ready to take off in his career, the old couple couldn't help but feel excited. The smiles on their faces never faded. However, just as the two were dreaming and planning how to use the money, a massive figure caught their peripheral vision. The coffee shop had floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing a clear view of the outside. Upon seeing the enormous Mercedes-Benz outside, Li Jindong exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this little place has such luxury cars? Luxury car? Is it very expensive?" "Not just very expensive. Dong Dong told me once that this car is called the G63, worth several million. Goodness, this small county in the north is hiding dragons and tigers." Hearing his partner's admiration, Li Jindong felt a bit proud. Although he was older, his understanding was unmatched by others of his age. He couldn't help but think, once he got the money, could he also get a nice car to drive? Not asking for a car worth several million, but a regular BBA should be fine, right? Just as he was lost in thought, he heard his wife's urgent voice beside him, "Old man, look quickly, isn't that Li Sisi getting out of the car?" Awakened, Li Jindong hurriedly looked in the direction she was pointing, his eyes widening as he said, "It's her." But who is that person standing next to her? Is this girl dating a rich guy? In their line of sight, they could clearly see Li Sisi being led by a man into the coffee shop. Dating a rich guy? Maybe it's her boyfriend. That's quite possible. At this point, after exchanging glances, they both saw the words, "The plan has changed," in each other's eyes. According to their plan, not only did they want to get the money, but they also intended to bring Li Sisi back. At that time, they would introduce her to a wealthy man. With Li Sisi's qualifications, the betrothal gifts would easily reach hundreds of thousands. Plus, with the previous money, their lives would be worry-free. But before they could implement their plan, Li Sisi had already found a wealthy man? How rich could someone be to drive a car worth several million? Because of this, after exchanging glances, Li Jindong quietly said, "How much should the betrothal gift be? 500,000? Not enough. He drives a G63, it should be 1 million. Alright, let's go with that. He. Stop laughing, they're coming in." Walking into the cafe, Bai Yi, having already identified his target, felt very strange. Logically, these two greedy people should either directly or indirectly ask for money upon seeing Li Sisi, right? But they completely ignored her and instead looked at him with shining eyes. What was going on? It was as if he were Tang Sang, and they wanted to take a bite out of him. In his confusion, he glanced to the right and saw his car parked outside, leading him to a rough guess. However, before he could say anything, the two stood up, displaying what they thought was a friendly smile, and looked at Li Sisi, saying, "Daughter, it's been so long since we last met, you've changed so much. Yes, you've become more mature, please sit down." Although she found their sudden change in attitude strange, since she was already there, Li Sisi could only pull out a chair and sit across from them. Facing her cold response, Li Jindong couldn't help but frown, feeling very displeased. Yet he still forced himself to ask, "Is this your boyfriend?" "It has nothing to do with you, let's get to the point." "How does it have nothing to do with us? We are your parents." After saying this with righteous indignation, Li Jindong simply stopped talking to her and turned his gaze to Bai Yi. "Young man, you look quite spirited. When are you planning to come to propose?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Bai Yi further confirmed his thoughts. These two greedy old folks not only wanted Li Sisi's money, but now they had their eyes on him too. Proposing marriage? They just wanted a bride price. While he found it amusing, Bai Yi followed up with, "I have indeed been thinking about proposing." "Right, you're not young anymore, it's time to consider lifelong matters." Seeing him so agreeable, Li Jindong smiled broadly and said, "Your aunt and I are not greedy people. If our Sisi gets married, we won't ask for much, just 1 million. Wait, whether I get married or not has nothing to do with you." As they still wanted to ask Bai Yi for a bride price, Li Sisi could no longer hold back. However, before she could finish her sentence, Bai Yi interrupted, "Sisi, don't speak to your uncle and aunt like that. I'll handle this." Saying this, Bai Yi gave her a calming look. I must say, these two old folks really dared to ask. They opened their mouths for 1 million and claimed they weren't greedy. Their faces were quite ugly and shameless. So how should one deal with shameless people? Bai Yi believed one must be even more shameless than them. If you two aren't greedy, then I'll give you a lesson to let you know that greed comes with a price. As for how to do it specifically, Bai Yi already had a rough idea in mind. So after Li Sisi fell silent, he casually said, "Uncle and aunt are right, 1 million is indeed not much." 1 million is not much? The couple's hearts skipped a beat, and they regretted it immensely. They were about to lose out. But what they didn't expect was that before they could come up with a reason to ask for more money, the young man across from them took the initiative to bring it up. "Not much, my parents said as long as I get married, they can accept expenses within 10 million. Ha? Within 10 million? Upon hearing this number, Li Jindong's eyes widened, but his first reaction was not excitement, but suspicion. This number was beyond his comprehension, making him doubt it. So he quickly asked with some hesitation, "You're not joking with your uncle and aunt, are you?" "How could I joke about Cece's matter? Look, the money is right here in my account." Since he was going to teach these two greedy old folks a lesson, he had to amplify their desires. It didn't matter if they didn't believe it because Bai Yi really had 10 million. He slowly took out his phone, opened the banking app, and revealed the balance. It's worth mentioning that after helping his cousin's girlfriend find a job last time, his bank balance had reached 17 million. Taking it out now was definitely enough. Things went as Bai Yi expected. After seeing the number on his phone, Li Sisi's mother began to grin foolishly. As for Li Jindong, he adjusted his reading glasses and extended a finger to check. He mumbled in a voice only he could hear, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. After checking twice carefully, Li Jindong finally counted the 17 million clearly, and his face visibly flushed as if he had taken some miraculous medicine. There was no way around it. The evidence was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. But once he believed, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. So he quickly stood up, gently patted Bai Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Good boy, with such an honest child like you, I'm very reassured about Cece's future. Of course. However, since your parents have set a number, we can't go against your family's face. How much the bride price is, you decide." Although he really wanted to take all the money from his card, Li Jindong was genuinely afraid that if he said it out loud, he would scare off Bai Yi, this big fool. In such a situation, it was better to let him say it himself. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi began to ponder seriously. How about 2 million? No, that number doesn't reflect my importance to Cece at all. At least 5 million is necessary. How about this? Let's make it 88 million, that number is auspicious. As Bai Yi mumbled, the old couple became increasingly excited. Who would have thought that they just came to ask their daughter for some money and would end up with such an extra surprise? And such a big surprise at that. In this emotional atmosphere, Li Jindong slammed the table and said, "Alright, I'll give you this face, 88 million. Seeing him so excited yet trying to maintain his composure, while saying such nice things, Bai Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, the fish wasn't fully hooked yet, so he had to hold it in. Of course, seeing the two old folks so convinced, it was about time to reel it in. So, under the excited gaze of the two across from him, Bai Yi, who had already agreed to give the money, showed a troubled expression. "The bride price and all that is easy to discuss, but my parents' requirements are quite difficult to handle." "Ha? What other requirements do my in-laws have? Just say it, we won't even blink." That was an 88 million bride price. Forget about any requirements. Even if they asked him to eat dung right now, he would swallow it down without hesitation. So, the words he spoke now had a grandiose feeling to them. This feeling was very strong until Bai Yi mentioned the so-called requirements. "Alright, since uncle and aunt are so understanding, I'll speak frankly." After a pause, he continued seriously, "My parents' requirement is that the bride must have a car and a house, and her parents must be deceased." Put. Upon hearing this, Li Sisi couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, having sensed Bai Yi's intentions, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. But her shaking shoulders proved how hard it was to hold back the laughter. The two old folks were completely stunned. Li Jindong, looking bewildered, said, "Wait a minute, having a car and a house is understandable, but what the hell does it mean that her parents must be deceased? If we want you to get married, do we have to die right away? That's not what I meant." Bai Yi's smile grew wider as he spoke, saying that her parents must be deceased is an exaggeration. Mainly, they don't want my future wife to have parents. Ah, why would there be such a requirement? Maybe they know I'm generous and are afraid I'll give all my inheritance to my in-laws in the future. Well, that does make sense. Just from the fact that Bai Yi mentioned an 88 million bride price right off the bat, he definitely recognized the generosity in that. It's good that uncle can understand, so you see, is there any way to make them disappear? Disappear? We still have to die. Li Jindong began to feel something was off. He always felt that this seemingly friendly young man was secretly mocking him. However, at that moment, his wife standing next to him suddenly had a bright idea and said, "No need, we can just have Cece remove her parents from her household registration, right? Ah, you mean we should sever our relationship with her first? Oh, this idea is great, Auntie. Seeing that both of them were eager to answer, Bai Yi immediately gave them a thumbs up. As long as she doesn't have parents on her household registration, my parents won't be able to say anything, right? That is true, but for some reason, Li Jindong felt that something was not right. There's no but, uncle, rest assured, I won't give a single cent less for the bride price. Ah, that works. As soon as Li Jindong heard Bai Yi mention the 88 million, he immediately set aside all doubts. Even if the process seemed strange, as long as the money was in hand, everything would be fine. Moreover, in his understanding, the biological relationship with parents couldn't be escaped even without the binding of a household registration book. With Bai Yi being so generous, he would have to show filial piety in the future. So after sealing the deal, he quickly added, "Is this matter quite urgent?" "We're fine, not in a hurry," Bai Yi replied leisurely. The ones who should be anxious were Li Jindong and his wife. Besides, this matter couldn't be rushed. They could only sign the agreement to sever ties first and then go to their local police station to handle the remaining issues. However, what Bai Yi didn't expect was that Li Jindong was even more anxious than he had imagined. Right in front of Bai Yi, he waved his hand and said, "Since both I and your aunt are very satisfied with you, I think there's no better day than today to settle this." Ah, but severing ties and having Li Cece handle her household registration alone in a different location is impossible. What's the big deal? Do you think your uncle has been living in vain all these years? Li Jindong's face showed a proud smile. The director of our police station is my classmate. Handling business in different locations is a piece of cake. Uncle, that's impressive, Bai Yi said with respect. No matter what the other person's intentions were, the sufficiency in getting things done was definitely worth learning from. Unfortunately, Li Jindong completely failed to notice that just as he finished speaking, Li Cece, who had always been treated as a tool, turned to Bai Yi and mouthed, "Awesome." Today's events went so smoothly that she couldn't even dream of it. Bai Yi's little series of moves made her admire him even more. One could only say that this little man who crawled into her bed was just too well-rounded, too much of a model. But what Li Cece didn't expect was that after confirming they could sever ties, Bai Yi was still not satisfied. After praising the other party's decisiveness, he continued, "With your uncle's strong connections, he should have classmates in the housing authority, right? Don't even mention the housing authority. I can even talk to people in the Discipline Inspection Commission, but why are you asking this? Oh, uncle, did you forget? My family's requirements are not just for both parents to be deceased, we also need a car and a house." Ah, right, we also need a car and a house. Remembering this condition, Li Jindong wasn't flustered at all. He squinted and said, "Shall buy, a house and a car shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" "Indeed, it's not a problem. I can buy whenever I want, but..." Bai Yi smiled helplessly and continued, "That has to be after getting married. I can't help her buy a house right now." "I see. So that means we need to find a way to get Cece a house and a car now?" "Exactly. That's simple." Li Jindong immediately turned his gaze to Li Cece and said, "Daughter, houses here shouldn't be expensive. Why don't you buy one with the money you have?" Although they thought the money in Li Cece's hands was theirs, even losing a penny would make them feel pained. But compared to the promised 88 million betrothal gift, how much could buying a house and a car cost? Moreover, the situation was right here. They couldn't just transfer their house and car to Li Cece, could they? However, while he thought it was a good idea, how could Li Cece possibly follow his orders? Understanding Bai Yi's intentions, she knew she had to cooperate well. With that in mind, after pondering for a moment, Li Cece showed a troubled expression. "I do have this money, but it's in a fixed deposit, and I can't take it out for a while. Maybe we should just forget it. Let's not talk about marriage for now." As soon as these words were spoken, before Li Jindong could respond, his partner sitting next to him became agitated. "How can that be? If you don't mention the marriage now, who will give us 88 million as a betrothal gift?" In her anxiousness, she quickly leaned into Li Jindong's ear and said, "We have a house under our name, we can just transfer it to her." "But, what but? Think about it, once we get the 88 million betrothal gift, won't we be able to buy a new house?" Upon hearing this, Li Jindong's eyes lit up. Right, what is the purpose of making money? Ultimately, it's for a better quality of life. If he could soon become a millionaire, buying a bigger and newer house to live in seems reasonable, right? The key is using an old house to exchange for nearly 10 million in value. This deal seems like a win-win. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately said, "All right, we can transfer our house to Li Cece's name. As for whether there are classmates at the housing authority, I'll look for one, it should be fine." "Uncle, you're so generous," Bai Yi praised with a smile, curiously asking, "By the way, what car do you drive?" "An old Magotan." "Oh, then you don't need the car." "No, I mean, the car isn't necessary, I have some private savings that can take care of it. Mainly because the old Magotan wouldn't fetch much even if sold, so it was completely unnecessary. If they could settle the severance of relations and add a house, Bai Yi felt very satisfied. However, sitting next to her, Li Sisi found it amusing yet was genuinely worried when she saw her parents really planning to take out the house. So she couldn't help but whisper to Bai Yi, "If we do it this way, won't it cause any trouble?" "It can't, they still have to thank me." As if he had foreseen it, just as his words fell, Li Jindong's voice came from the side. "Thank you, Xiao Bai, you are really too good to our family." It's nothing. Holding back a smile, Bai Yi showed an eager expression and said, "Since we've agreed, shall we start the process now?" "Sure, I'll call my classmate right now." You wouldn't believe it, although Lao Deng is bad and greedy, he really has a wide network. 2 phone calls took about 10 minutes and managed to sort out Li Sisi's household registration and the name of that old house. It's worth mentioning that after bringing Xiao Yuqing back home, she was added to the Li family's household registration, and now, at Li Sisi's request, she was also separated out. This meant that from this moment on, Li Sisi and Li Yuqing had independent and complete household registrations, with no relation to Li Jindong and his wife. As for the house issue, handling it from a distance was more troublesome, requiring various photos and information. However, in Bai Ye's view, these were very necessary. At the very least, as long as Li Sisi herself disagreed, no matter how capable Lao Deng was or how wide his connections, he couldn't take the house back. Once these 2 issues were resolved, Li Jindong rubbed his hands together eagerly and said, "Xiao Bai, now that the household registration is sorted and the house has been transferred, what do you think?" "Uncle, don't rush. We still need to sign 2 agreements." Although things were stable now, Bai Yi couldn't fully trust these 2 old schemers. Therefore, everything today had to be secured with 2 more layers of insurance. So, Bai Yi quickly had the waiter bring over blank A4 paper and a pen, then handed it to Li Jindong, saying, "Uncle, this is a hassle." "Ah, what is this for?" Li Jindong blinked, confused. "To provide my family with proof, I also need you to draft a severance agreement and a house transfer agreement." "Alright, no problem." Even a fool would feel something was off upon hearing this. But those who usually fall for scams are often people like Li Jindong, who consider themselves clever. They think they have everything under control. So even if they sense something is wrong, they convince themselves out of greed. To be fair, those who have fallen for scams are generally in similar situations. Being smart is a benefit, but if it's not used in the right way, it can turn into a big problem. Just like the couple Li Jindong and his wife, who, even though they sensed something was off, were still willing to cooperate without hesitation, seeing the 88 million in bride price coming their way. Well, even the proof and agreement were personally written by them. You can't deny old Deng's handwriting was quite neat, and the effect was pretty good. Of course, during the writing process, Bai Yi was fully involved in guiding them. For instance, in the house transfer agreement, Li Jindong initially wanted to write it as a gift, but at Bai Ye's request, it was changed to a transfer agreement with a price of 1 yuan. A gifted item can be reclaimed by the giver, while a house transfer agreement is a different matter. About 10 minutes later, under the witness of Bai Yi recording with his phone, Li Sisi and Li Jindong each signed their names on a private A4 sheet. After taking back the agreement that belonged to Li Sisi, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Wow, uncle, your signature looks practiced." "Of course, I was once a well-known romantic talent in the 10 Mile and 8 Village area. Ha ha ha, I can tell." After a compliment, Bai Yi pointed the still recording camera at Li Jindong. "Uncle, I still need to confirm with you, today, whether it's severing ties with Li Sisi or selling the house for 1 yuan, it's all voluntary, right?" At this point, Li Jindong, who had put all his chips on the table, had no doubts, and even smiled at the camera. "Of course it's voluntary. It's normal for parents to help their children. If I were a billionaire, I'd be willing to give him all my wealth, but unfortunately, my only asset is this house." "Got it." After hearing this, Bai Yi pressed the pause button on the recording and gave Li Sisi a withdraw look. Understanding, the 2 stood up in tacit agreement and walked out without looking back. Faced with this situation, Li Jindong and his wife were a bit confused. What was going on? The agreement had just been signed, and they were leaving like this? What are they going to do? Maybe they're going to the bathroom? No way, I think they're heading for the car. No, I think this little Bai is quite reliable. Maybe they're going to get a bank card from the car. Even now, Li Jindong still felt everything was under control. Of course, it wasn't that he was overly confident, but for that 88 million, he had already given away the house. In such a situation, what else could he do but choose to believe? But because of this mindset, the 2 sat on the chairs, witnessing Bai Yi getting into the car one after the other. Then, that G63, which had always caught their attention, drove away so smoothly. At that moment, Lee Jindong finally lost his composure. Damn it, chase after them, we can't let them go. As soon as he said this, the two rushed towards the door. But before they could reach the entrance, they were stopped by a cafe employee. What's going on? Are you two trying to place an order? Meanwhile, in Bai Ye's car, successfully avoiding a struggle, Bai Ye was now very happy. While steering the wheel, he handed 2 copies of the contract to Li Sisi, saying, "See, I told you, my left eye was twitching for wealth. We were bound to pick up money today. Ah, you are really bad." The issues that had been piling up in her heart for years were resolved in just one day, and she even ended up with an extra house under her name, which made Li Sisi feel quite pleased. Family ties? After such a long time, they had long been exhausted by the greed of her relatives. Now, she could only feel happy about completely breaking away from this family. As for that house, it could be considered a pleasant surprise. Oh, if I'm this bad, do you like me? Of course, how could I not like it? The key is that your badness is all for my good. Alright then, since you like me so much, I'll take you out to celebrate and catch a big show. Watch a show? You'll know when we get there. Without further ado, Bai Yi drove straight to the Sunshine Hotel. As for what the big show was, of course, it was still about the Li family. Li Jindong and his wife made a trip to the small county town, and not only did they not get the money they had imagined, but they also signed a severance agreement and gave away their house. It could be said they lost both their wife and soldiers. In such a situation, they would definitely go looking for their precious son, asking him to find Bai Yi and Li Sisi. So where was their precious son? That's right, at the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. According to the timeline, he should have already put on his security uniform and started his shift. In fact, Li Dongdong's shift started even earlier than he had thought. Shortly after being approved by Zhou Lu to join this morning, he was taken to the Sunshine Holiday Hotel. To be honest, looking at the magnificent hotel and the countless beautiful service staff, he felt like he was about to take off. After all, as a gangster, isn't it normal to flirt with more girls? For this reason, he even took a picture of the hotel and posted it on his social media. The caption read, "The beginning of a life of military service." But before he could even celebrate, his enthusiasm was doused by the security uniform Zhou Lu handed him. Wait, I'm here to be a gangster, and you want me to wear a security uniform? But then he thought, this is a society governed by law. Can gangsters just swagger around? Of course not. So this security uniform was a disguise for his true identity. He was a dragon hidden in the depths. Moreover, in such a large hotel, it was reasonable to be professional while watching the scene. Thus, he successfully convinced himself and, under Zhou Li's direction, first ran around the hotel for 3 kilometers. He was then assigned to the booth at the hotel entrance. Well, this position could only stand at attention, not sit down to rest, and he had to salute every time a car passed by. To be honest, it was tough and tiring, but since he had promised a life of military service, how could he lack perseverance? So Li Dongdong gritted his teeth and held on. Gradually, he really began to immerse himself in the role of a security guard. When he saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with tinted windows approaching, he pressed the remote to raise the barrier and gave a standard salute. His heart was racing, because the license plate of that car was 77,777. It was a symbol of social status. At that moment, he felt he had come to the right place, being a gangster and coming into contact with the pinnacle of society. He thought that soaring to great heights was just around the corner. However, what he didn't know was that just moments ago, in that passing Mercedes, Li Sisi pointed at the car window in shock, exclaiming, Isn't that? That's right, it's Li Dongdong. Ah, this guy with high aspirations but low abilities came here to be a security guard? Ha ha ha, I was also very shocked when I found out this news. How could one not be shocked? If possible, he even wanted to open this guy's head and see what was really inside. How can someone be so abstract? Today's performance is really quite good. He used to have very high standards for his work. Is this what makes it good? The real show hasn't even started yet. Moments later, Bai Yi parked the car in the lot. While contacting the hotel staff to arrange lunch on his phone, he quietly brought Li Sisi to a hidden spot not far from the entrance. They hid there to observe secretly. He didn't have to wait long. About 1 or 2 minutes later, a taxi slowly stopped in front of the hotel. Li Dongdong, who was on duty inside, raised the barrier again and shouted, "Welcome to Sunshine Holiday Hotel." The barrier was raised, but the taxi remained unmoved. In confusion, Li Dongdong saw 2 familiar figures getting out of the back seat of the car. Mom and Dad? Didn't you say you were going to find my sister for money? Why are you here now? You unfilial son, are you just guarding a post in the booth? Just as he watched 88 million slip away right under his nose, he turned to see his son, who claimed to have met a benefactor and was about to take off in his career. standing in a security uniform at the booth. Lee Jindong was instantly furious, his head spinning. While speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Lee Dong-dong on the head. Smack! The security cap flew far away. Hey, Dad, what are you doing? What am I doing? Didn't you say you met a benefactor? Now the benefactor has you working as a security guard? No, this isn't just any security job, it's… Just as he was about to explain, Lee Dong-dong realized something was off. He couldn't just tell his parents that he had joined a gang, and that this outfit was a disguise, could he? Helpless, he had to grit his teeth and say, forget it, I can't explain it in a few words. You just need to know that your son is not an ordinary security guard. By the way, how's the situation with my sister? The topic change was very successful. Upon hearing him mention Lee Cece, Lee Jindong forgot about whether his son was a security guard and quickly said, do you have your sister's current phone number? Yeah, I found her through the enrollment information. I have her address and phone number. What's up? Don't ask so much, hurry up and call her. If it were just the 3 million from Lee Cece, they would definitely distribute it according to the previously agreed ratio. But with the extra 88 million promised by Bai Yi, he thought it was better not to let his son know about it. Oh, Lee Dong-dong, not understanding, quickly complied. Just a short distance away, Lee Cece, who was secretly observing, soon received the call. I'm hanging up now, should I just block them? Don't! Give me the phone, I'll take it. After taking the phone, Bai Yi pressed the answer button. Hello? This is Lee Jindong. What do you mean? Are you planning to run away after tricking me? Hearing the urgency in the other person's tone, Bai Yi suppressed his laughter and said, oh, it's Uncle Lee. We're not running away. Oh, so that means what we discussed before still stands? Of course, I'm an honest person and never lie. Oh, that's good. After getting this answer, Lee Jindong felt relieved. He had no choice, he had put the family's house on the line. If Bai Yi said it didn't count, their whole family would have to sleep on the street. However, to avoid prolonging the matter, he couldn't hold back anymore and quickly said, then I'll send you the card number now? Card number? What do you need the card number for? Lee Jindong was slightly taken aback. Are you planning to give cash? Isn't that too heavy? It's not easy for me and your aunt to handle. Wait, why would I give you cash? His heart, which had slightly calmed down, suddenly raced again. Didn't we agree on 88 million as the betrothal gift? Are you denying it now? Uncle, I admit this matter, but the betrothal gift is supposed to be given to Cece's family. At this point, Bai Yi revealed a mischievous smile. But she doesn't have a family now. I can't even give this betrothal gift if I wanted to. What the? It was only at this moment that Lee Jindong finally realized he had been tricked. From the initial 88 million betrothal gift to the later signed severance declaration and the house transfer agreement, it was all Bai Yi's scheme. Once he understood this, Lee Jindong's hand holding the phone began to tremble, and his speech became stuttered. What do you mean? We are Lee Cece's parents. That's not right. The severance letter you personally wrote is in my hands. She doesn't have parents now. Bai Yi believed there was nothing wrong with what he said. From the perspective of the household registration, Lee Cece had already become independent with Lee Yuqing. From an ethical standpoint, with the severance declaration personally written by Lee Jindong, there was no longer a father-daughter relationship between them. Therefore, no matter what, his betrothal gift could not be given to Lee Jindong. Everything was reasonable. Even Lee Jindong himself couldn't find any loopholes. After all, he clearly remembered that when he signed in the cafe, he was the most anxious one. This left Lee Jindong completely dumbfounded. I want to take it back now. I don't want to sever ties with her. Uncle, at your age, don't act like a rogue. What about my house? You have to return my house to me. House? Didn't we buy it for 1 yuan? At that time, you said as parents, we should take care of Cece. No, there's no. If you're not satisfied, feel free to take legal action. I'll accompany you to the end, ha ha ha. With that, Bai Yi directly hung up the phone. It turned out his actions were correct, because soon, a series of angry curses came from the Lee family trio. Each one was worse than the last. As the saying goes, to kill someone is to strike at their heart. Today, Bai Yi gave this family a vivid lesson. Of course, the reason he did this was not to satisfy his own malicious interests, but to help Lee Cece, the beautiful neighbor, become whole again. Having these troublesome family members in the past brought her many bad experiences and memories. This led Bai Yi to often sense her sensitivity and caution during their interactions. Occasionally, he could even see her in a state of sadness that seemed to be about to shatter. Now that the familial ties had been severed, he had given them a profound lesson in his own way. He believed that Lee Cece's inner demons should have completely disappeared. Thinking of this, Bai Yi turned and smiled. So, how was this grand performance? Satisfying? Satisfying, but I regret it now. Regret what? Regret not being tough earlier, having to hide with little Yuching. If I hadn't been so cowardly. If you weren't cowardly, you wouldn't have met me. Oh, then I'll choose the path that allows me to meet you. As she spoke, she dove into Baiye's embrace. It was this man before her who made her realize that those she once feared were far less terrifying than she had imagined. Today, he helped her regain her life. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Sunshine Hotel, after watching his old father curse for a long time, Li Dongdong finally mustered the courage to ask, "Dad, what was that 88 million you just mentioned? Ha, you're putting that ridiculous hat on again?" With a loud bang, Li Dongdong received another hard slap to the head. The security helmet he had just put on flew off again. "Dad, this is my disguise. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. You do your thing, and I'll beat you to death today." One was venting frustration, the other was defiant, leading to a direct brawl between father and son right at the hotel entrance. It wasn't until Zhou Lu and the security team arrived that they managed to separate the two. Of course, his arrival also brought Li Dongdong some bad news. He had been fired. It made sense. On his first day as a security guard, he got into a fight right at the workplace, and even if it was with family, being fired was reasonable. Once he took off the security uniform, he felt utterly despondent. "Sigh, my biological father shattered my underworld dreams with just a few punches and kicks." While feeling sorrowful inside, he took a photo of the security uniform and posted it on his social media with the caption, "Returning to the fields." Unfortunately, the exciting follow-up was something Baiyi did not see. After celebrating alone with Li Sisi in the hotel, the two returned home. Without much warmth, Baiyi walked to the sales office of Guanshanyu. As soon as he stepped in, he was warmly welcomed by the staff. There was no way around it. Everyone had seen clearly what happened outside the sales office last time. They knew he was not only the new manager's brother but also someone who could get people promoted with just a phone call. Being a bit more enthusiastic couldn't hurt. Before long, Sun Hongxia ran down from upstairs. "Brother, what brings you here? Isn't it because you just got promoted?" "I'm here to bring you some performance and also to buy the house next door to mine." Seeing that his Lamborghini had not arrived yet, he needed to finalize the house purchase plan he had thought of earlier. "Wow, you're really something now, buying a house like it's cabbage." She certainly didn't doubt Baiye's capabilities, but she leaned in and whispered, "If you have that friend's number, my job is very stable, and I don't need any performance." "Sister-in-law, I was just joking, mainly, I have use for that house." "Alright then, I'll definitely give you a big discount, using our employee internal pricing." With her authority, Sun Hongxia was quite helpful. A luxury villa worth around 2 million was only 1.5 million for him. Baiyi didn't hesitate at all and directly swiped his card to sign the contract. He had officially secured his first real house. Well, the previous house was given by the system, with no signing or card swiping process, which felt a bit lacking. Once everything was settled, sister-in-law Sun Hongxia walked into the door of the sales office. As they walked, she said, "I'm going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with your brother tomorrow." "Oh, Yang Jiwei agreed to the divorce?" "Yeah, he inexplicably agreed." "That's good news." To be honest, from a relative's perspective, this wasn't exactly good news. But he really didn't think much of Yang Jiwei, and Sun Hongxia had nothing to say about herself. In this situation, saying it was good news wasn't out of line. However, he had a feeling that Yang Jiwei wouldn't compromise so easily and might still pull some tricks. It's worth noting that there is a 30-day cooling-off period for divorces now. During this time, what might happen? Baiyi could only wait and see. More than a week quickly passed, and it was now early December. With over a month until the new year, everyone around him seemed increasingly busy. It felt as if he was the only one with free time, which made Baiyi feel quite pleased. During the past days, while enjoying life as usual, he also kept up with his daily exercise. After finishing yoga today, he had already reached 78 points. The muscles on his body had become increasingly prominent. This point was highly recognized by Su Qing. There he was, lying in the bathtub, already hearing the sound of someone swallowing on the other side of the video. "Can we just say, can't you be a little more reserved? It's just that I haven't seen you for many days, and I'm craving it." "Ah, alright then, when you come over in a couple of days, I'll definitely make sure you're well fed." After returning to the capital last time, Su Qing had been caught up in her busy schedule. Now that she had finally tidied things up, she quickly booked a ticket for 2 days later and came to share the good news with him. Baiyi was quite looking forward to her arrival. This girl always gave off a sweet feeling when she was around. But what Baiyi didn't know was that shortly after the video call ended, a woman around Su Qing's age appeared beside her, looking at her in shock and saying, "Is this what you usually talk about?" "So what?" Su Qing replied confidently, "You might not believe it, but our chat content has completely blocked Douyin's chat box. Luckily, VX isn't strict, otherwise I think it would be dangerous." "Wow." After giving a thumbs up, the woman curiously asked, "Is this the man who made you decide to live in that small county?" "Yeah, isn't he handsome?" "He is indeed handsome, but don't forget, your mom gave me a task to persuade you to stay." "Stop right there. When you come with me, I believe you'll fall in love with it there, and maybe you'll even want to stay with me." "Pfft, I don't believe that at all." The woman was completely unconvinced. In her view, no matter how good a county was, it couldn't compare to a big city like the capital. At the same time, she had made up her mind that this time, when she went alone, she had to find a way to change her best friend's mind. Meanwhile, on Baye's side, still lying in the bathtub, he felt that today was a good day, with good news coming one after another. Not long after the video call ended, he received a message from Hao Xiang. The content was simple. His Lamborghini was about to arrive in CD City. The delivery location was set at the parking lot of Dehuai Group. To be honest, after hearing this news, Bai Yi was a bit excited. Although he had money now and was driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the new toy arriving today was a supercar. It was the kind of existence that turned heads 100% of the time. Anyway, when he was working in the capital, he couldn't help but feel envious whenever he saw supercars whizzing by on the road. He used to think that if one day he drove such a car, the girl sitting in the passenger seat couldn't score less than 95 points. He admitted that this was somewhat of a loser mentality. But now, Bai Yi was really about to own something he had once dreamed of. For a moment, his heart felt like it was ablaze, and he couldn't calm down at all. So, he simply skipped the bath, climbed out of the bathtub, changed into a new outfit, and hailed a cab straight to the city. Well, since he had a new car, of course, he had to drive it back himself for the thrill. The distance wasn't too far, and it wasn't lunchtime yet, so Bai Yi arrived at his destination. As usual, Lu Lin, the chairman's trusted aide, was sent down to greet him. But just as the two met and were about to walk inside, a very familiar figure appeared in Bai Yi's line of sight. This girl seems to be called Shin Siyu. Today, Shin Siyu was dressed much more formally than the last time they met. She wore a black professional suit, with thick black stockings that accentuated her figure while keeping her warm. The high heels she wore made a rhythmic tap-tap-tap sound on the ground. You have to admit, it was quite rhythmic. However, judging by the resume bag she was holding, she must have come to Dehuai Group for an interview today. Looking at her dejected expression, she probably faced quite a few setbacks these days. Lu Lin, standing nearby, also noticed her presence. "Hey, isn't that the girl we met at the restaurant last time? Bro, I remember you said last time that when we meet again, it would mean fate has arrived." Bai Yi thought carefully and realized there was indeed some truth to that. He recalled that at the time, they were in the car, and two younger guys were looking at him with admiration, which made him unable to resist showing off a bit. But he didn't expect to run into her again just a few days later. However, after reflecting on it, Bai Yi didn't take it too seriously. Showing off was one thing, but it was clearly impossible for him to go up and strike up a conversation. Moreover, she hadn't noticed his presence and was fully focused on preparing for her interview. Interrupting her at that moment would be quite rude. So, facing Lu Lin's half-smiling expression, Bai Yi said, "I can tell you, fate is still not quite there." "Ah, what situation would count as it being there? Let her find a job first, and then we can talk about meeting again." Heaven and earth can bear witness, Bai Yi said this purely to brush the matter aside. After all, her interview might not be successful, and even if it was, the chances of them meeting again were slim. The world is both smaller and larger than one imagines. But to Lu Lin's ears, it took on a completely different meaning. "Bro, you're hinting at me." In his understanding, Shin Siyu was there for an interview at Dehuai Group, and he was a senior executive at the company. So when Bai Yi said to wait until she found a job and then meet again, it meant he wanted him to arrange for her to join the company and create an opportunity for them to meet. The more Lu Lin thought about it, the more he felt his interpretation was correct. He even couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. Work really does hone a person. I've only been on the job for a short time, and I can already understand what my bro means. This led to a gradually twisted smile on his face. "Bro, I get what you mean. I'll go arrange it now, you go find General Hao." After dropping this line, Lu Lin turned and ran off. There was no choice, he had to help his bro, and it had to be done beautifully. To put it simply, he was where he was today because of Bai Yi, so what was wrong with helping his bro chase a girl? Moreover, this had to be done perfectly. But what he didn't know was that this whole operation left Bai Yi completely bewildered. Wait, what exactly did he understand? And what is he going to arrange? However, by the time he realized it, Lu Lin's figure was nowhere to be seen, and he could only shake his head helplessly as he walked toward the chairman's elevator, which had already been set up with permissions. Unlike the last time he came, Hao Xiang was surprisingly not playing games. Instead, he was seriously working on a project proposal. When he saw Bai Yi enter, he stopped what he was doing and warmly said, "Bro, you're here. Come, sit down." "Yeah, what are you busy with? Sigh, because of the inheritance lawsuit in my family causing a huge uproar, I've become quite the public figure, and it's even affecting the company's image. So, I'm thinking of doing some charity work to see if I can turn things around. That's a good idea. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. The situation with Hao Xiang's family had indeed caused quite a stir recently, spreading widely across the country. After all, it involved inheritance rights worth billions. It was only natural for people to be curious. But this level of attention attracted not just onlookers but various other groups as well. For instance, some people started to feel envious when they saw he inherited so much money. Others thought all capitalists deserved to die, believing that such billions must have come from dubious sources. Thus, it was inevitable that negative voices would emerge online. Hao Xiang, upon hearing this, showed a troubled expression and said, I also did something a couple of days ago, donated about 5 million, but it didn't have any effect. Those who should be criticizing are still criticizing. Some even say we're feeling guilty and starting to throw out gold coins. Huh? What the hell? Throwing out gold coins? Bai Yi could probably imagine this situation. Those netizens wouldn't think you're a good person just because you did a little good deed. If even a hint of conspiracy theory arises, many people will follow along and be misled. Sigh, bro, I'm already numb. Do you have any good ideas to help me out? Don't say that. I actually have a way, Bai Yi replied with a smile. After just hearing about the predicament he was facing, he thought of an event planned for tonight. Since he was coming to the city, he definitely had to meet Lin Zhenxin. After learning that Bai Yi would be coming today, Wang Chunhua insisted on treating him to a meal. It's worth mentioning that Wang Chunhua's husband had a very successful surgery and is currently in recovery. Now that she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, she naturally wanted to treat Bai Yi, her benefactor. Out of courtesy, Bai Yi ultimately agreed. Now, the predicament Hao Xiang faced was simply that he had made too much noise before, accumulating a batch of haters. The solution was simple, he just needed to gain more true fans, and all the little haters would be nowhere to be found. Although it had been many days since Wang Chunhua's incident, her popularity had not diminished at all. It could be said that in the field of charity, her level of support and recognition was first. No one dared to say second. In such a situation, as long as Dehui Group's charity was associated with Wang Chunhua, all problems would be easily resolved. Upon hearing that Bai Yi had a solution, Hao Xiang immediately became anxious. Bro, dear brother, quickly tell me what to do. Don't rush, just come with me to dinner tonight, meet someone, and you'll understand everything. Ah, meet who? Wang Chunhua. What the hell? You actually know her. Meanwhile, in the interview waiting area of Dehui Group's HR department, Shen Siyu looked at the 4 or 5 dozen competitors beside her and felt a bitter taste in her heart. She originally thought that attending a good school would mean that after graduation, it wouldn't be a problem to find a job. But when she really went to look for one, she realized that things weren't that simple in the world. In today's society, there's no shortage of college graduates. For example, the one who just came out of the interview room looking dejected, their school was much better than hers. And the key was that they were the vice president of the student council. Am I Shen Siyu destined to only work as a waitress in a restaurant? While thinking this, her attitude became increasingly negative, and she simply sprawled on a nearby seat, muttering to herself, damn it, if only a boss as handsome as Bai Yi came along, I'd accept any unspoken rules. Of course, she said this to vent her frustration. The job search had already tormented her to the point of dizziness, and she had no idea where to go next. On the other hand, it was also a way to express her recognition of Bai Yi's looks. Ever since their last meeting, Shen Siyu had occasionally recalled that handsome face. However, what she didn't expect was that just after she said this, a man's voice came from beside her. It's a deal. Ha! Startled, Shen Siyu quickly looked up and was shocked to say, You're the one who called Lu Lin that day? Ha ha, you're not mistaken, it's me. This person was, of course, Lu Lin. Originally, in his plan, the process of helping Bai Yi should have been a quiet surprise for Shen Siyu, leading to her being successfully admitted. Finally, he would inform her that all of this was because of Bai Yi. To this end, after arriving at the Human Resources Department, he first went to greet the interviewer before looking for her. However, he didn't expect that just as he found her location, he overheard Shen Siyu saying something like, as long as Bai Yi is that handsome, I would accept the unspoken rules. This made him admit that there was a significant charm gap between him and his older brother. While he was still thinking about some surprise, the girl was already willingly accepting the unspoken rules. One could only say that sometimes, what you seek is right in front of you, and it comes effortlessly. With this thought in mind, Lu Lin faced her shocked expression and waved, saying, come with me. Ha, where are we going? Shen Siyu, surprised to encounter an acquaintance here, felt a bit dazed. You don't need to interview anymore, just come with me. After saying that, Lu Lin took the lead and walked ahead. After pondering for a moment, Shin Si-yu silently followed him. There was no other choice. This person she had met once before clearly belonged to the Dahui group, and perhaps he could give her some advice. However, what she never expected was that Lu Lin didn't give her any advice at all. He simply led her past dozens of hidden talents among the interviewees and directly to the office of the HR manager. Immediately, the female manager, whom she had no chance of meeting before, handed her a form to fill out. To be honest, at first, she thought it was a form needed for the interview, but after completing it, she saw the female manager smiling and saying, "Alright, now you are an employee of our Dahui group. Come find me tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to your position." Confused by this statement, she hurriedly looked at the form. Only then did she notice the top line in black font clearly stating employment information form. In an instant, her heart was completely filled with immense surprise to know that there were still dozens of people outside waiting for interviews. But she, just because she encountered an acquaintance, was directly brought to the HR manager's office to complete her employment. Not a single question was asked throughout the process. The key point was that she clearly remembered that the position she had just filled in was the one she had been longing for, with a monthly salary of at least over 10,000 yuan. In other words, what was the difference between this and a pie falling from the sky? This also led her to feel both surprised and apprehensive at the same time. As an adult, she naturally understood the principle that the more you gain, the more you have to give. So after walking out of the HR manager's office, she couldn't help but speak up. Lugu, I want to know what's going on. Isn't the situation right in front of you? No, what I mean is, why are you helping me like this? Upon hearing this, Lu Lin also found it strange. Didn't you say that as long as the boss is Bai Yi, you would accept the unspoken rules? Coincidentally, Bai Yi is my brother, and he is also the chairman of Dahui. Oh my! Shin Si-yu was very shocked. On one hand, she was astonished by their identities. Dahui Group is quite prominent in the entire CD city, ranking among the top 5 large companies. She never expected to encounter it due to an unexpected interview. On the other hand, Shin Si-yu finally understood the meaning of his sudden appearance and the phrase "it's a deal." So, because of that sarcastic remark, she ended up selling herself? Is it possible that I was just joking? Joking? No problem. I took it seriously. Come with me, I'll take you to meet my brother. Lu Lin wasn't a fool. He could tell the truth from a lie. But as long as he helped his brother achieve his goal, did it matter whether it was true or false? Besides, let's not forget that his emotional experiences were also quite rich, and he had a deep understanding of women. A man who can be mentioned by a woman in an unconscious state, whose name rolls off her tongue, proves that he holds a certain status in her heart. At the very least, the impression must be quite good. In such a situation, all he needs to do is bring Shin Si-yu completely before Bai Yi. As for the rest, it depends on how the two of them play it out. With this thought in mind, he paid no attention to the other person's confusion and simply led her toward the top floor. This led to Bai Yi, who was still in the office playing on his phone, patiently waiting for the new car to arrive, only to see Lu Lin walk in with a smug grin. "Big brother, it's done." What's done? Bai Yi blinked, not understanding. The girl named Shin Si-yu. As soon as this was said, Hao Xiang perked up, curiously asking, "Shin Si-yu, is she fated to be with our brother?" "Exactly, the girl came to our company for an interview today, and I just happened to run into her." After explaining, Lu Lin looked at Bai Yi again and said, "As your little brother, I helped you secure her. She's waiting for you in the meeting room next door." Goodness! It was only now that Bai Yi understood what he meant when he said he knew and was going to arrange things. So, his little brother had been busy all this time just to set him up with a sister-in-law? That's really touching. Besides, what did he mean by saying he had it all sorted out with that lewd grin? It couldn't be. Wait, you little brat didn't tie her up, did you? Whether I'm good enough for her is another matter, but just don't get us into trouble. Oh come on, I promise I didn't use any unconventional methods, not a hair was harmed. Forget it, I'll check for myself. With that, Bai Yi stood up and walked toward the meeting room next door. As it turned out, Lu Lin really hadn't lied. When he pushed the door open and walked in, he found Shin Si-yu without any ropes, dressed neatly, and showing no signs of having struggled. But what puzzled Bai Yi was that the last time they met, she was quite sunny and cheerful, yet now she seemed very fearful upon seeing him. Moreover, as he walked in, she stepped back in terror. "Why you don't come over here?" Seeing her in this state, Bai Yi instantly understood. This girl, although not brought here by Lu Lin, must have some unknown circumstances. This little brat Lu Lin is really going all out to find himself a sister-in-law. Of course, his thoughts were not derogatory. Whether it was Hao Xiang or Lu Lin, both of them had been sincere in their interactions with him. They truly treated him like a brother. Now that his brother was helping him pursue a girl, it wouldn't make sense to blame her. As for what to do about Shin Si-yu's current situation, Bai believed the urgent task was to figure out what they had talked about. The method was even simpler. Since she didn't want him to come over, he would do the opposite. With this in mind, Bai deliberately put on a stern face and took 2 steps forward. Shin Si-yu, already panicking, immediately felt a strong sense of pressure. She kept retreating while saying in fear, "Oh no, big brother, don't come over. What I just said was just a joke." "Oh, what did you say?" I just said that as long as I can find a job, I'd accept being your sugar baby. You don't need to come closer. I can just go tell HR that I don't want this job." Sure enough, Bai only needed to apply a little pressure, and Shin Si-yu spilled everything like a broken dam. You wouldn't believe it, but this outcome was truly unexpected for him. According to Bai's guess, Lu Lin probably used the job as bait to reel the girl in. "So now you tell me, this matter was brought up by you yourself?" Lu Lin merely played a decisive role, directly helping her realize her idea. So now Bai not only can't blame him, but he also has to give a thumbs up and say, "Well done." Regardless of whether this kid has any real skills, his ability to seize opportunities is truly strong. He seized the opportunity of Hao Xiang, this down-and-out young master, and has now become the vice president of such a large group company. The girl was just joking about herself, yet he also seized the opportunity and directly brought her up. Let's just say, isn't this a kind of real skill? While finding it amusing in his heart, Bai didn't move forward but instead sat down on a nearby sofa, waving his hand and saying, "I believe you were joking, but since you're here, just sit down." "Sit?" Shin Si-yu didn't move her feet, instead crossing her arms over her chest. "Bro, let's not sit. I've never had a boyfriend." "Damn." After rolling his eyes, Bai said irritably, "What are you thinking? I'm telling you to sit down." Oh. Realizing her misunderstanding, her face instantly flushed, turning red at a visible speed. But in the end, she still timidly sat down opposite Bai. However, she didn't settle in, looking ready to get up and leave at any moment. Faced with this situation, Bai felt a bit helpless. He admitted he was a big bad wolf, but he was disguised very well. "Now, with you looking scared, could it be that you've seen through my true nature? This is absolutely unacceptable." She must let her guard down first. With this thought, Bai's expression softened. "Don't be so tense. Do you think I look like someone who needs to play by the rules?" "Well, not really." After thinking for a moment, Shin Si-yu seriously replied. From any angle, Bai, being both rich and good-looking, didn't seem like someone who needed to play by the rules. One could even say there should be plenty of girls chasing after him, right? Thinking of this, the anxiety that had been stuck in her throat finally eased a bit. Seeing that it was working, Bai seized the moment and said, "Then that's settled. Besides, we had a meal together last time, so we're friends now. Am I really going to make a move on you in the company?" "You're right." Shin Si-yu, who had just stepped out of campus, completely believed his words. As her guard gradually lowered, she became more talkative. Bai Ge, can I ask you a question?" But what Shin Si-yu didn't notice was that as she relaxed, Bai's smile changed slightly. Those who knew him well understood that this was his inner mischief getting the better of him. He was about to cause some trouble. To be fair, he hadn't lied before. The current Bai indeed didn't need to play by the rules, but looking at Shin Si-yu's fearful expression, who could resist teasing her? It was just a bit of fun in life. Besides, having never been a big leader before, he really didn't know what the so-called rules were like. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, there was no reason to miss it. As for whether he would do anything to her, that would depend on how the subsequent training went. He just said he wouldn't do anything to her here, but he didn't say he wouldn't elsewhere. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? While thinking about this, Bai maintained a calm facade and waved his hand, saying, "Feel free to ask, why be so polite? It's just, is that General Lu really a serious person? I'm so scared." The reason she asked this was actually to get Bai to say something good about her friend, helping her overcome her inner fear. Just a short distance after being led to the reception room, God knows how scared she was. However, what she didn't expect was that Bai, instead of saying something nice, became serious after hearing the words. "You know, he really is a bit difficult to deal with." When he said this, Bai almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Although it's not good to speak ill of friends behind their backs, Lu Lin's innate qualities really suited him to be the bad guy. The young man looked decent enough, but he had a bit of a rogue vibe. Plus, he didn't know how to dress. Ever since he heard Bai's comforting words last time, he had completely let himself go. In short, anyone unfamiliar with him would probably think he was a bit unseemly. So, with such good conditions, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? It turned out that his words had a great impact. After hearing this, Shin Si-yu's pretty face tightened, and she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" "This is hard to explain. First, tell me if you want to stay at Dehué Group. If possible, I definitely want to. Shin Si-yu's response was very genuine. Having been home for so long, she knew how hard it was to find a job. If she could keep this job without selling herself out, anyone would make the same decision as her. Let me think about how to help you. After pretending to think for a moment, Bai hesitantly said, this guy, he's usually pretty good, but he's very persistent about finding me a partner. You noticed that, right? Yeah, I noticed. Although she found it strange why he was so eager to find Bai a partner, if he weren't so persistent, she wouldn't be here. Well, if he knows there's nothing between us, your job will definitely be at risk. Then should we just forget it? Forget it? How could it be that simple? Bai, who had long since made plans, said with a troubled expression, but as a friend, I can't not help you. How about, I pretend to be in a relationship with you? If that's the case, you won't lose anything, and you can keep your job. But, isn't your sacrifice a bit too much? Shin Si-yu believed Bai's words without a doubt. Perhaps it was because looks were justice, or maybe his acting skills and delivery were so good that she was already moved. Clearly, he was talking about pretending to be in a relationship with her, but it sounded like he was doing it for her benefit. Sigh, if I have to sacrifice, then so be it. After all, our fate is laid out like this, and it's really not easy for a young girl like you to find a job. Hearing this, Shin Si-yu was so moved she almost cried. Bai-gu, don't say that. I've been looking for a job to the point of exhaustion. Now that such a good opportunity is right in front of me, please, pretend to be in a relationship with me. Once I get my first month's salary, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. You said it. Yeah, I will definitely keep my word. Then I won't be polite. Since she had already asked him to pretend, Bai had no reason to be polite. Just then, he received a message from Hao Xiang on his phone. Bro, the car is downstairs. You and the new sister-in-law can go directly. We won't be the third wheel. Seeing that the big toy he had been thinking about had arrived, Bai immediately got up from the sofa and said, then let's go. For your job, I will start sacrificing from now on. Thank you, Bai-gu. What should I do? Shin Si-yu blinked, asking innocently. Although it was a fake relationship, it was still acting, and she had no experience. Haven't you seen a pig run after eating pork? Come, hold my hand. You don't want to lose this hard-won job, do you? Soon, a soft and warm sensation came from Bai's hand. He could also see that Shin Si-yu was genuinely nervous before, her palms sweaty. Just as the two of them held hands and entered the elevator, heading outside, two slightly perverted laughs echoed from the chairman's office of Dehué Group. He, I told you, with our brother stepping in, we can definitely get it. I'm envious. When can I have that? To be honest, I'm a bit envious too, mainly because our brother is living so well. Looking at the surveillance footage on the computer screen, both of them were filled with envy. However, after the teasing, Hao Xiang's expression turned serious. Let's talk business. Brother is going to help me out big time today. How do you think I should repay him? Well, he gives me the impression of being rich and leisurely, lacking nothing, and I really don't know where to start. Since they met, Bai's image to Lu Lin had always been like this. Wealthy and good-looking, not to mention the quality of women around him, he seemed to not have to work at all, spending his days just enjoying life. So, after just gifting him a sports car, they really couldn't think of what Bai might be lacking. Sigh, we can't really just give him some shares, right? Shares won't work. He said last time that he doesn't want to be tied down by those things, he wants complete freedom. Wait, I think I have an idea. After a pause, Lu Lin tentatively said, our brother is someone who enjoys life, so let's help him enjoy it to the fullest. Elaborate. My idea is this, first arrange a position for him as a group consultant. No need to sign a contract to bind him, just have that position, and then pay him monthly. Since he's a consultant, he's a senior executive of the company, so it's reasonable to arrange some accompanying services for him, right? Are you talking about that girl named Shin? Hao Xiang asked. Not just her, last time we went out to eat, I noticed he doesn't even have a chef at home. Upon hearing this, Hao Xiang felt a sudden clarity. As long as Bai became a consultant for the company, he would be a senior executive. Then the arrangements for him wouldn't just be limited to Shin Si-yu as a secretary or assistant. The possibilities would be quite extensive. This way, it would also better reflect their gratitude and sincerity. As for how much it would cost to do this, Hao Xiang hadn't considered it at all. Not to mention that this money would come from the company. Even if it came from his own pocket, he would absolutely be willing. Compared to the help Bai had given him, this could only be considered a small token of appreciation. To be honest, Hao Xiang didn't even dare to think about how many benefits the company would gain if they really got involved with Wang Chunhua, this big shot. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he slammed the table, saying, let's do it as you said, let's go handle it now. As for the matters of the two little brothers, Bai was temporarily unaware. At this moment, he was already holding Shinsiyu's hand, appearing at the entrance of Dehué Group's parking lot. From a distance, Bai Yi saw the black Lamborghini Rivuelto on the cart. It looked really cool. The already aggressive-looking car body appeared even more fierce under the sunlight. This was also one of the reasons Bai Yi liked Lamborghinis. Perhaps it was because he was still young, but compared to the elegant curves that Ferrari emphasized, he found Lamborghini's rugged style more satisfying. The moment he saw the car, Bai Yi was already clear about one thing: this was his first sports car, but definitely not his last. With something so cool, he wanted to try out various styles. However, just as he was about to quicken his pace to get in the car and experience it, he noticed that Shinsiyu behind him was starting to slow down. This suddenly reminded him that the reason he had been holding her hand was because he used the excuse of the surveillance cameras everywhere, fearing that Lu Lin would see them. But now that they were outside the company, that excuse was clearly no longer valid. As the vice president of the company, tracking someone down to the parking lot while watching the surveillance footage was somewhat creepy. However, if he just let go now, it would feel very awkward. As for making Shinsiyu let go first, that wouldn't be good either, as it might make her think he was taking advantage of her. After considering all this, Bai Yi made a decision. He would take the initiative. He first struggled slightly, then said with a hint of difficulty, "See, we're outside the company now. There's no need to be so tense. Can you let go of me?" I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." She had been thinking about how to remind Bai Yi, but in an instant, her face turned bright red. She felt even more like a lewd woman in her heart, filled with guilt. They are helping me so much, yet